Chapter 1. Why did this profession decline? Dragon War Academy, Infirmary. On one of the beds, sitting by the headboard, was a young man with a pale face but deep eyes, seemingly in deep thought. Sitting on a chair near the bed was a beautiful woman in her 20s, dressed in professional attire, with black stockings and long legs crossed, showing off the graceful curve of her body and buttocks. At this moment, the woman was speaking helplessly. Yan Lin, you've been stuck in the junior position for 3 years and haven't graduated yet. The school really can't give you any preferential treatment. Just listen to your mentor's advice and give up the career of commander. With your current abilities, there are still good options. Why do you have to fight to the death with a commander? Seeing that Yang Lin on the hospital bed did not respond, the beautiful woman could not help but sigh. She was about to continue to persuade this promising young man, but unexpectedly, Yang Lin, who was lying on the hospital bed, stopped her. Yang Lin, what are you doing? Sister Li Yue, please wait a moment, wait for me for a moment. Li Yue, Zhang Li Yue, is Yang Lin's mentor. He worked at the Longting War Academy for 3 years and also taught Yang Lin for 3 years. But this student was too special and had not graduated in 3 years, which made her quite helpless. Zhang Li Yue was almost on the verge of collapse after receiving such earnest persuasion last year and the year before. What is Yang Lin's current situation? Yang Lin just wanted to say, damn. I traveled through the water ball. Not only did he travel to this parallel world full of dangers caused by Deus Ex Machina, but he also traveled to his own body in this world. Just as Yang Lin reacted and tried to sort out the current situation, a continuous synthetic sound like a machine suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations on awakening the legendary Commander Growth System. The system has been perfectly integrated. Your spirit, strength, physique, and agility have been greatly enhanced. Congratulations on significantly enhancing your original basic abilities, perception, spiritual connection, and spiritual power supply. Congratulations on realizing the core ability empowerment. Congratulations on realizing your special ability synchro. The current target has been updated. Please check the system panel for details. Just after he had integrated the memories of the two worlds, Yang Lin's spirit was almost shattered by the system prompts one after another. As for Zhang Li Yue at this time, she waited for quite a long time and saw that Yang Lin was still in a daze. She really couldn't help it and was about to explode. Yang Lin, do you want to piss me off to death? Isn't it just Zhang Ruotong? I stood you up over the Vanitas contract. It's outrageous that she fainted over it. Now you're being so perfunctory to me? Call. Yang Lin first regained his composure and said seriously, Sister Li Yue, what are you talking about? When have I ever been perfunctory with you? I am seriously considering this. After hearing Yang Lin's reply, Zhang Li Yue calmed herself down and said, okay, then tell me what you've seriously considered. That. Don't worry about that, you also know what the third-year students are like now. Don't even mention your B-level aptitude assessment. Even if you were a level, it would be quite difficult to find 2 Vanitas to contract with you, you know? Sister Li Yue, I know. Now that you understand, give up your unrealistic dreams. It's better not to be a commander. That way, you won't have to go to the battlefield and experience the cruelty of death. You can go to logistics, or be a swordsmith. With your written test ability, I can also recommend you to work as a battlefield analyst in the Central Control. I may not become rich, but at least I can save my life, marry a wife, and live a stable life. Sister Li Yue, a true man is born between heaven and earth. If he lives his whole life doing nothing, what's the difference between him and rotten wood and grass? Is this your serious consideration? Do you still want to be the commander? Zhang Li Yue had a headache. I heard her say, Yang Lin, we have been together for 3 years, and I have always treated you as my own brother, so I advised you. If it were someone else, would I have to go through so much trouble? Thank you for your kindness, Sister Li Yue, but I have made up my mind. I believe there must be a war maiden willing to make a contract with me. Okay, I can't persuade you, but tomorrow is the last day. If you still can't contract a war girl tomorrow, you won't be able to participate in the subsequent actual combat and become a true commander. As I said before, the university has already issued an ultimatum forcing you to graduate, and there's nothing I can do about it. I understand, Sister Li Yue. Zhang Li Yue stood up and gave Yang Lin a final, mixed look. Now that I understand, think about it carefully tonight. Don't be so stubborn as to be a commander. After saying that, Zhang Li Yue left the infirmary. Yang Lin was the only one left in the huge infirmary. At this time, Yang Lin had enough time to understand the current situation. I have traveled through time. But he is a 3-year-old repeater. Because his qualifications as a commander were somewhat weak, no war maiden was willing to make a contract with him in the first 2 years, which prevented him from becoming a true commander. Oh, let me correct one thing. It's not that my qualifications are really weak, but the profession of commander has declined in this era, so my average qualifications are also judged as weak. Originally, students were not allowed to repeat a grade in the academy, but I was a strong student in this world and always ranked first in the written exams, so I was given preferential treatment. But this year is the last year. If I can't contract a war girl, I will be forced to graduate. Then Yang Lin thought about the situation of professions in this world. He has liver pain. In a world where talented girls awaken to become warriors and talented boys awaken to become commanders, and the two professions complement each other, why has the commander profession declined? 300 years ago, my B-level qualifications would have been very popular. However, as time goes by, the commander's A-level qualification evaluation is barely expected in the future, and S-level commanders will become popular. As for F-class, E-class, C-class, and B-class, the current Vanitas 1T even look at you. Yang Lin was sighing when suddenly he thought of something. I almost forgot that after I traveled through time, it seemed like the golden finger arrived. He silently recited the system in his mind, and soon, a virtual transparent screen that only he could see appeared in front of him. Commander, Yang Lin. Position, Trainee Commander. Core competencies, Empower. Strength growth, SSS. Physical growth, SSS. Spiritual growth, SSS. Agile growth, SSS. General abilities, perception, spiritual connection, spiritual power supply. Special ability, synchronize. Current spiritual power limit, 300. Current goal, as a commander, I cannot be without my own Vanitas. After officially contracting the first warrior, you will receive a spiritual power cap reward and gain a special ability. Hiss. After reading his basic information, Yang Lin was shocked by the SSS and the 4 basic growth qualifications, regardless of anything else. In this case, wouldn't I be a commander with SSS level qualifications now? However, in the commander and war girl qualification evaluation, the highest level is S, there is no SS and SSS. But it doesn't matter, even so, I am still an S-class commander. Yang Lin was about to burst into joy at this moment, but soon, he showed a speechless expression again. Because he thought that his initial qualification data had been updated 3 years ago and had already been entered into the database. Not to mention that this SSS qualification is definitely not something that can be detected in this world. Think about it, 3 years have passed, compared to normal students, do I still have initial qualifications? Think about this world again. Although the Alliance rules the general direction, the forces are complex and intertwined. The bright ones are very bright, the dark ones are very dark, and some are half bright and half dark. All in all, 60 to 70% of them are the kind that only obey orders and not announcements. So, the most important thing now is not to worry about qualifications, but how to survive, how to gain a foothold, and how to develop. No matter how good your qualifications are, if you are killed by polluted beasts or enemies at the very beginning, then you have nothing to say. Yang Lin thought that now that he had a solid foundation, he had to quickly find a way to contract a few war girls to form his own team. Dee Dee. Just as Yang Lin was thinking about the team, the communicator on his wrist suddenly rang. It's the alarm clock that's set. Seeing that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something. He didn't even stay in the hospital bed. He got out of bed, put on his shoes in one go, and ran out in a hurry. Chapter 2: Who wants to live at the bottom of society forever? If you ask Yang Lin why he is so anxious now, there is no other way, he is in a hurry to pay off his debt on the last day. It's good to want to become a commander, but first, you have to stay alive. The world is in a bad state. It is suddenly invaded by mysterious species and polluted beasts are everywhere. The power of human technology was destroyed in this millennium, and the pollution left by the destruction of technology caused the polluted beasts themselves to undergo powerful changes again. Under the constant attack of polluting beasts brought by mysterious forces, humans have been on the brink of extinction many times. Just like outside Longting City today, there are slums and refugee camps everywhere. Yang Lin can now study at the Longting War Academy and work part-time in the city. To people from other areas, he is actually living in heaven. Because of this, after merging his memories with his own self in this world, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart when he learned about the situation. That is, among the more than 1,000 students in the first, second, and third years of the Longting War Academy in Longting City, 70% are orphans. Because it was detected that the blood energy was capable of awakening, he was allowed to be sent to the inner city for further study. How could Yang Lin not feel emotional, because he now knew that he was one of the 70%? What made him even more worried was that he didn't have to work part-time to pay for his studies. The school provided him with a monthly subsidy, and as long as he didn't spend it recklessly, he would be able to make ends meet. But the regret is that I was blind and misjudged the person before. Yang Lin, you've been giving me money and buying things for me all year. Did I force you? I only said I would think it over carefully. When did I actually say I would sign a contract with you after graduation? Take a good look in the mirror and stop being so self-indulgent. As a mere B-level apprentice commander, I have a piece of advice for you: return to the blacksmith shop and be a swordsmith. The battlefield is not for you. You and I are destined to be from two different worlds apart, understand? Zhang Ruodong, a woman who also came from a slum and had deceived him for a year. During the last 2 days of the semester, she finally stopped hiding it, and she tore her face off on the spot, turning around and signing a contract with the only commander in the class who had an S-level qualification assessment. Yang Lin resonated with his previous memories and became angry when he thought of this woman. I can only blame myself for being so blind that I actually had fantasies about that kind of woman for a whole year. Look at the result: not only did he not get the person, but he also owed the knife blacksmith shop a lot of debt. So, I was forced to go to the swordsmith shop every day for the whole year, and my life was a mess. Because of this incident, I was so angry that I fainted. When I woke up, my water polo self appeared on the stage. I understand your feelings before. Don't worry, I'm you now. I'll take your place on the path to becoming a commander. Now that you have a solid foundation, how could you possibly stay at the bottom of the society forever? While running out of the school, Yang Lin said this to himself. But as luck would have it, the moment I walked out of the school gate, I actually met someone I didn't want to see. Just one look and I couldn't help but feel disgusted from the bottom of my heart. Who else could it be but Zhang Ruodong? Zhang Ruodong is now surrounded by a group of girls. Her A+ rating was already high enough for the school to take seriously, and she also signed a contract with S-rank Commander Wang Dong. Naturally, she attracted a bunch of girls to pursue her. Now she is the center of attention, like a fairy, with pride written all over her face. She probably didn't expect that she would meet Yang Lin, who had been lying in the infirmary, at this time. At that moment, there was a hint of panic in Zhang Ruodong's eyes, but soon, when she looked at Yang Lin again, her eyes had turned into arrogance and contempt. Although she didn't speak, the meaning she wanted to convey was clear enough. From now on, her status is beyond Yang Lin's reach. A commander with B-level qualifications is no different from the lowest E-level and F-level or even ordinary people. No war girl would look down on him. And she has high qualifications and a contract with an S-class commander. No matter which of these two aspects, Yang Lin, who is destined to be an ordinary person, can only look up to her. Yang Lin's eyes were filled with indifference. Looking at this woman any longer would be an insult to himself. Did you think that becoming a war maiden and signing a contract with an S-rank commander would allow you to excel? Yang Lin never told anyone because he was very close to Zhang Liyue. In order to make him give up the idea of becoming a commander, Zhang Liyue showed him countless battlefield scenes in private. The war girls were shot in the head, the commanders were torn alive, and both men and women were executed in various cruel ways by the polluted beasts. These videos are blocked within the blockade. Among the 100 commanders of a rank and above, with their respective squadrons of war girls, less than 30% of them can still survive intact after 1 year. Yang Lin knew that Zhang Liyue truly treated him as a younger brother, which was why she took the risk of letting him watch the banned film so that she could live a good life. But the students in the War Academy knew this, but pretended not to know. They only know that they can get points by killing polluted beasts on the battlefield, and the cores of polluted beasts can be sold at a high price, making their lives enjoyable. Just like the woman in front of me, she has never been to the battlefield, but she has a lot of fantasies. I hope that after seeing the real brutal battlefield, she won't feel hot in her lower abdomen and leak out water. Well, let us not talk about this anymore. Anyway, after all the contracts are completed in the next 2 days, it will be time for the actual combat. Of course, the story between the commander and the war girl only makes sense when it is put on the battlefield. Only then can it be proven who is the real god. It was just a brief encounter with Zhang Ruodong. Although he still had memories of the past, Yang Lin was no longer the man who lived in the shadows and couldn't get out. He doesn't want that kind of woman. If you really contract a woman like that, you never know when she will stab you on the battlefield. Because he ran so fast, Yang Lin bumped into a girl as soon as he ran out of the school gate. When Yang Lin saw who the girl was, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Unexpectedly, I bumped into a celebrity. Lin Nianxuan, the school belle of Longting War Academy, and one of the war girls who were assessed as S-level qualifications by the academy this year. It is said that Lin Nianxuan's father is an entrepreneur in Longting City and several nearby big cities, and his family is quite wealthy. Coupled with Lin Nianxuan's outstanding appearance, cold temperament, and the qualifications of an S-level warrior, it is such a perfect situation that even if outsiders want to ignore her existence, it is impossible. The contract between the commander and the war girl has lasted for a day. Countless commanders have extended olive branches to her, including the S-level Wang Dong. But without exception, she rejected them all. Guessing that she was not optimistic about the commander profession and might set up her own team in the name of captain, all the boys reluctantly gave up. Chapter 3: The battlefield is my destiny. After colliding with Lin Nianxuan, Yang Lin was about to say sorry in order to avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, Lin Nianxuan spoke before him. Yang Lin, I'm so sorry. I was thinking about something just now and didn't pay attention to the road. I caused you trouble. Yang Lin was stunned for a moment and replied, "Oh, it's okay. I had some things to do here, so I left in a hurry. I hope I didn't hurt you." Lin Nianxuan lifted the black hair beside her ear and chuckled, "Do you look down on me so much? I'm a Vanitas after all, so I shouldn't get hurt just by bumping into someone, right?" Yang Lin smiled awkwardly. "I made a slip of the tongue. Okay, let's stop talking about this. You look really anxious. There's nothing wrong with me. Just go and do your own thing." "Well, thank you for your understanding." After a brief conversation with Lin Nianxuan, Yang Lin quickly ran towards Li Gui's knife forging shop in the second block. At the same time, he felt a little bit incredible. Although he and Lin Nianxuan were in the same class for a year, due to various reasons related to their identities, the two of them had basically never spoken to each other, let alone any other interactions. In Yang Lin's integrated memory, his impression of this campus beauty from Lin University was basically that she was cold and unapproachable. But unexpectedly, when we actually met, he was quite easy to talk to. But let us not mention this campus beauty of Lin University for now, because Yang Lin has already arrived at the knife forging shop. Today is actually his last day working part-time. In order to let Zhang Ruodong eat, drink, and dress well, he borrowed some money from the shop owner Li Gui, and the date of signing the part-time job contract was after today. If you ask Yang Lin whether he is living well here, the answer is not good at all. Boss Li is quite harsh. He exploits student commanders like Yang Lin who work part-time as much as he can. In his own words, "If you are not satisfied with my salary, just get out. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of trainee commanders who can take the job." Although the past is hard to recall, I can say goodbye to this place after today. As a commander, I must go to the battlefield. Not to mention things like letting my system be tarnished, I really don't want to be at the bottom of this world for the rest of my life. I came to the workbench and saw that the knife I had been forging in the past few days was almost finished. Yang Lin decided to complete the forging of the knife today and officially put an end to this part-time job. By the way, the sword forging in this world is not the traditional blacksmith shop where you hear clanging and hammering all the time. Including the auxiliary sword used by the war girl in this world, it has only one name: the ship-slashing sword. Generally speaking, the appearance of ship-cutting swords is similar, the only difference is the quality of the base material and the person who forged it. Only a few warriors would specially customize their own forged swords, but generally speaking, it is not necessary. For example, there is only one machine on the workbench in front of Yang Lin. It is a tool that can crush the core of the contaminated beast into a knife mold, and can also convert and separate the energy of the core. The core of the polluted beast is the best ore. The first step of forging a knife is to form the knife mold. With the help of machinery, anyone can do it. But what happens next is much more difficult. The energy converted from the core of the polluted beast is still mixed with some impurities. At this time, the swordsmith needs to mobilize his own blood and energy to remove the impurities. At the same time, we must continue to use the energy purified from the core of the polluted beast and continuously pour it into various parts of the knife mold under the guidance of the knife blacksmith. This is just like drawing talismans. It seems simple, but it is definitely not the case when you really start doing it. One wrong step can have serious consequences. After all, the core of a contaminated beast is not cheap. If you make a big mistake, you may have to pay compensation to your boss. If you are weak, you will die quickly if you are exposed to the core of polluted beasts for a long time. So this job is hard to describe in a few words. Currently, Yang Lin is only forging a first-order ship-cutting sword, which is also suitable for use by the wargirls who have just awakened and entered the battlefield. The price is not too expensive, but it is definitely not cheap. Just when he was about to put the first-order pollution core into the conversion machine, God knows that the fake boss Li came over with a big belly. Xiao Yang, is your part-time job going well lately? Boss Li, what are you doing? Ahem, it's nothing serious, just a small matter. I was wondering, isn't our contract expired? And you, a commander with B-level qualifications, can't even go to the battlefield. I think you're quite attentive and suitable for sword forging, so how about giving you a formal contract? No thanks, thank you for your kindness, Boss Li. Hey, look at you, why are you refusing so quickly? If you're a regular employee, I'll raise your salary to double what it is now. Don't worry, if you walk through the 5 major blocks of Longting City, you will definitely not find a better treatment than mine. Boss Li, I never said I would give up my career as a commander, so I won't work here anymore. Li Gui was stunned and said in disbelief, what did you say? You haven't given up the job of commander yet? Xiao Yang, are you messing around? With your B-level qualifications, is there any war girl interested in you? Yang Lin smiled slightly, it will happen. The battlefield is my destiny. Ha ha, you're so funny, Xiao Yang, your joke is so funny. Look, take a good look, in our swordsmith shop, among the 8 guys, every one of them is a commander. Do you think it's still hundreds of years ago, and B-rank commanders also have war girls vying for contracts? Xiao Yang, times have changed. The lowest grade is A, and S grade is the most sought after. With your B grade qualifications, can't you just focus on forging swords? Yang Lin couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. Not to mention that you have a system, just for your swordsmith shop, is the salary you offer appropriate? When I was in school, I kept squeezing myself out, setting the lowest salary possible, saying it was for my own good, to hone myself. Now that you are said to be a formal employee and the salary is twice as much as before, do you really think that you are oblivious to the world outside the window, only devoted to reading sage books, and don't understand the market conditions of several districts? Seeing that Yang Lin refused, Li Gui said, how about 2.5 times? As long as you do a good job, it won't be a problem to triple it in a few months. Boss Li, there's really no need. I'm going to the battlefield. Seeing Yang Lin's firm attitude, Li Gui felt uncomfortable. Yang Lin is definitely the best guy he has ever had, no doubt about it. In all the years our store has been open, Yang Lin is the only good guy who has not made a single mistake in a year. The most important thing is that Yang Lin is careful. It is also a first-grade sword, but anyone who knows about swords can feel the craftsman spirit of meticulous craftsmanship contained in his works once he touches them. Yang Lin, please think about it again. If you are not satisfied with the salary. Boss Li, no need. I'm not interested in sword forging. I only do it part-time to make a living. Okay, go back to your battlefield. But I've got this to say, if you want to come back later, I won't give you any special treatment. Yang Lin didn't say anything and began to focus on finishing the first-level ship-cutting sword in his hand. Seeing that the cooperation failed, Li Gui had to leave in disappointment. About 2 hours later, Yang Lin finished his work. Looking at the knife he forged, although he didn't like doing this job, he was still quite satisfied with the finished product. It was also at this moment that he slapped his forehead. I rushed over to finish my last day's work when the time came, and I actually forgot about the super important thing of studying the system. I just finished my work now, so I took the opportunity to study it. Yang Lin was very interested in the core abilities displayed in his personal profile. Grant, as a commander, you can grant special attributes or abilities to the war girls and items related to the war girls. Is this the core ability of an SSS level commander? Yang Lin thought about it and realized that he didn't have a war girl now. If it's related to the Vanitas, then does the newly forged first-order ship-slashing sword count? Wanting to give it a try, Yang Lin placed his hand on the newly forged ship-cutting sword. Chapter 4 I want to be a man who shines brightly. Friendly reminder, the ability bestowed will be refined based on the commander's own spiritual power and the relationship or quality of the object bestowed. You have currently locked the object of the grant. Since the object has no relationship with the host's contracted warrior, and the host's spiritual power and mental strength are currently weak, it can only be granted temporarily for 3 hours. After hearing the prompt, although Yang Lin felt sad that he didn't have a war girl, he thought it was good to be given one temporarily. At least, it allows you to know what this core ability actually represents. Almost instantly, a virtual screen appeared in front of Yang Lin that only he could see. The current granting target is a first-class high-quality ship-slashing sword, and the granting effects are as follows. A. When this weapon is used to effectively attack the opponent, additional penetrating damage of 10% of the attack power itself will be added. B. When using this weapon to attack, regardless of whether it hits the opponent or not, it will cause a range explosion effect of 50% of the attack power of the attack, with a cooldown time of 15 seconds. Looking at these two options, Yang Lin suddenly felt like he was playing an online game. To bestow means to add various gain entries, right? According to the previous tips, this effect can be permanent. It's a pity that I don't have a war girl yet, and the conditions for making it permanent are not yet known. Seeing that there was only 1 minute to make a choice, Yang Lin casually chose B. At that moment, Yang Lin felt as if his body was hollowed out and 80 spiritual power was deducted from him. A lot of spiritual power had already been consumed when forging the sword, and now with this, the upper limit of 300 spiritual power was reduced to 100, which scared Yang Lin. This is only the first level effect. If the upper limit of your spiritual power does not increase, how can you achieve the second, third and higher levels in the future? So, we must go to the battlefield. Only by killing the polluted beasts can the upper limit of spiritual power be increased. This is the setting of the world. Otherwise, the system is useless. Enduring the huge consumption of spiritual power and mental exhaustion, Yang Lin decided to take a break before studying another special ability. Who knew that at this time an uninvited guest came into the store? It's Lin Nianxuan, the campus beauty of Lin University. Boss, I want to buy a knife. Lin Nianxuan shouted as soon as he entered the door. When Boss Li saw that it was a new face, he immediately ran over to greet him. Little sister, you've come to the right place. Let me tell you, the knives in my shop, whether they're first, second, or third tier, are all the best quality in all of Longting City. Lin Nianxuan said politely, really? Then I have come to the right place. My ship-cutting sword is a bit worn out, and since I will be doing battlefield training the day after tomorrow, I am thinking of getting a new sword. The quality of the second and third levels is too high. I am too low level to use them right now, so the first level will do. Alright, little sister, come inside. We have plenty of first-level ship-slashing swords. Take a look and pick whichever one you like. Li Gui brought Lin Nianxuan to the first-level ship-cutting sword display area. He was eager to make this deal as soon as possible. Even a first-level ship-cutting sword can bring considerable profits. And he is a new face. As a boss, I don't mind spending some time with him to build a good reputation, so that he can also help promote my store. However, Lin Nianxuan looked and looked again, but after more than 10 minutes he still had no intention of buying any of them. Boss, as a war princess, my weapon is my life on the battlefield. Don't you have a better first-order ship-slashing sword? Drunk. Li Gui felt ashamed. No wonder Lin Nianxuan didn't buy it yet. Seeing this beautiful lady's serious expression when she was choosing, sometimes frowning and sometimes shaking her head, it was obvious that she had met an expert. Little sister, my ship-slashing sword is quite good, and the price is very reasonable. Lin Nianxuan said calmly, if that's the case, then I'll go look at other stores. Seeing that client Lin Nianxuan was about to leave, Li Gui naturally felt anxious. It's not that the first-level ship-cutting swords in his shop are all shoddy stuff. On the contrary, they are actually quite good. For 98% of the wargirls, there is not much difference between these first-level ship-slashing swords and high-quality first-level ship-slashing swords. But when you meet experts, they like to seek perfection when buying things. Lin Nianxuan walked out of this store today and then bought a ship-cutting sword in another neighborhood. Doesn't this mean that her store cannot compete with others? Besides, no one wants to take away the profits after getting them. Seeing Lin Nianxuan about to walk out the door without even looking back, Li Gui's eyes suddenly lit up. With excitement welling up on his face, he quickly shouted, "Wait a minute, little sister. I just remembered I have a good knife." Lin Nianxuan turned around and asked, "Didn't you just say you didn't have any other knives?" Li Gui smiled awkwardly and said, "I forgot just now. Come with me, little sister. I have a guy here whose knives are all exquisite. I saw him almost finished forging it earlier, so I guess it's already finished by now. Maybe you can even buy it ready-made." Really? Then I'll go with you and take a look? Sure, it's in the workshop at the back. It's a little dirty there, but if you don't mind, you can take a look. By the way, my friend is also a student who will graduate this year. Maybe you and he are classmates and know each other. Lin Yanxuan was indeed interested. Hearing what the boss said, I'm even more eager to see it for myself. How can a part-time apprentice earn such praise from the boss? Hearing Lin Yanxuan's words, Li Gui felt heartbroken. Yang Lin is indeed a good candidate for sword forging. Although Li Gui is rich but unkind, since he is in the business of forging swords, he must have his own vision. Although Yang Lin can only forge first-level ship-cutting swords at present, they are all top-quality swords. Anyone who knows a little about swords will choose them immediately when they see them. This made Boss Li even more uncomfortable. Because Yang Lin doesn't plan to continue working in his own store, and his attitude is very clear. Li Gui was wondering in his heart, if he had been nicer to that boy at that time, would he have stayed? It's a pity that in order to use cheap labor, I directly ruined my popularity among good seedlings. Forget it, there is no point in saying this now. I hope that guy has finished forging the knife and I can complete this deal smoothly. As for Yang Lin, he had just finished endowing the ship-slashing sword, and said that he would take a break and continue to study the special abilities of his system. God knows, I will meet Lin Yanxuan again now. Yang Lin, is that you? Hey, Lin, why are you here? At this moment, Li Gui must have breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the finished knife on Yang Lin's workbench. It seems like you two really know each other. It's just right, Xiao Yang, you can show her the finished knife. She wants to buy one. Ah? Buy a knife? Oh, then take a look. Yang Lin handed over the forged ship-cutting sword. Lin Yanxuan took the knife and looked at it front and back for nearly 20 seconds, then a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. This knife is really good, Yang Lin. I didn't expect your knife forging skills are so good. You're welcome. I'm not being polite. I'm telling you the truth. This ship-slashing sword is ranked first class and can definitely be called a fine product. Thank you for the compliment. After talking to Yang Lin for a few words, Lin Yanxuan turned to Li Gui and said, Boss, I like this knife. Can we go and pay now? Sure. When Li Gui took Lin Yanxuan out, he couldn't help but look at Yang Lin meaningfully. Yang Lin knew what that look meant and simply chose to ignore it. I want to be a legendary commander, a man who leads a group of war girls to shine on the battlefield, not someone who opens a system to forge swords in another world. What swordsmith? Forget it. Chapter 5, School Beauty, Ship-Slaying Sword, and Entry. Seeing Lin Yanxuan and Li Gui leave, Yang Lin was just about to concentrate and rest. Suddenly he thought of something and couldn't help but gasp. If I remember correctly, I seem to have just cast an attribute on that ship-slashing sword, selecting an attribute such as attack power, range explosion, etc. This won't be a problem, right? The swordsmiths in this world can engrave spells on the ship-slashing swords to increase the sword's lethal properties. But only a tiny number of commanders have this ability. And even if it could be done, it would only provide a little bit of additional assistance to the wargirl, and would not have that earth-shattering effect. In reality, a commander who can do this must have at least A or even S qualifications, so there are very few powerful commanders who would study trivial matters such as sword forging. Even if I did research it, the limitation was only a tiny part, and with my B-level qualification, I added a bonus attribute to the ship-cutting sword. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Lin soon felt relieved. Because that gift is only temporary and can only last for 3 hours. Looking at the communicator on her wrist, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Lin Yanxuan would not go to the training room of the academy at this time. If she goes back to the dormitory, or goes shopping with friends, or goes to bed directly because she is tired, the temporary feeling she has given herself will disappear after 3 hours. So instead of thinking about these things, you might as well use this time to study the system. By the way, think about how I will conduct my battlefield internship the day after tomorrow if there is no contract between me and the Vanitas. Without the Vanitas in the contract with me, how am I supposed to go to the battlefield and kill the tainted beasts and pass the commander assessment? While muttering these, Yang Lin clicked on a special ability besides his core ability synchronization. Synchronize, after the commander has his own Vanitas, when entering the battlefield, based on the host's current comprehensive condition, he can temporarily link 10% of his total attributes to his Vanitas. Every time the commander's aura value reaches a major stage, the base points of all attributes connected to his own wargirl will increase by 10%, up to 100%. At the same time, in addition to the core abilities, the commander can decide whether to temporarily synchronize the abilities he subsequently acquires to his wargirl based on the actual situation. TSK. This time, Yang Lin was really scared. He had never heard that the commander could synchronize all attribute percentages and temporarily transfer abilities to the wargirl. The commander's biggest role on the battlefield may have been command in the past, but now it is actually just an assistant and a power bank. For example, there are 3 abilities: sensing the battlefield situation, connecting with the consciousness of the war maiden to communicate with her mind, and replenishing her spiritual power after she becomes weak in battle. These are the 3 abilities that every commander must understand. But speaking of synchronizing all attribute percentages and abilities, this is the first time I've heard of it. Should we say it is worthy of being called the legendary commander system, or should we say it is worthy of being called the commander system? Regarding this synchronization, Yang Lin imagined a situation. If I have a wargirl, given my current weak strength, wouldn't she directly have S+ basic attributes in the state of synchronization? Take Lin Yanxuan, the campus beauty of Lin University, for example. If she were his own warrior, wouldn't her basic attributes suddenly become SS level? Gudong. Yang Lin couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was indeed the legendary commander system. No matter how bad the wargirl is in your hands, she can definitely create a big wave. And when I comprehend various abilities and synchronize them with them in the future, won't my Vanitas be able to kill gods and demons who stand in my way? While Yang Lin was still thinking about his system and the matters concerning the wargirl, Lin Yanxuan came directly to the training room of the academy with his newly purchased chip-cutting sword. Even though her qualifications are rated S level, she is still secretly more hardworking than any other girl. She hadn't even been to a real battlefield yet, but she had already worn out the ship-cutting sword she was equipped with in the training room. She arrived at the academy's training room around 8:20. The staff here were very familiar with Lin Yanxuan when they saw him. It's just because Lin Yanxuan is so famous, and she comes here so frequently, that the staff here can't help but get to know her. The female martial arts instructor on duty tonight saw Lin Yanxuan alone and asked in confusion, "Yanxuan, are you here alone today? Why don't you see Cici?" Cici, whose real name is Qin Si, is also the school belle of Longting War Academy, just like Lin Yanxuan. I am dazzling enough on my own, and when 2 people are together, it is even more colorful. What is even more incredible is that not only are the 2 school beauties best friends, but it is also outrageous that both of them have S-level qualifications. At that moment, facing the question from the female martial arts teacher, Lin Yanxuan smiled and replied, "Cici has some family matters, so she's going home to rest for a few days." Is that so? No wonder you're the only one I saw tonight. The female martial arts instructor said as she swiped her card expertly on the machine. Yanxuan, it's the same as always. Training room 27 is already open for you. Thanks. Lin Yanxuan politely bowed to the female martial arts instructor and walked straight to training room number 27. At this time, Lin Yanxuan had not yet realized the specialness of the newly bought ship-cutting sword in his hand. In her opinion, the knife is very good, a good knife. Although she and Yang Lin had little in common, this did not prevent her from admiring Yang Lin, the older repeater in the same class. Back to the present, I saw a steel humanoid puppet rising from under the central platform of the training room. Lin Yanxuan immediately entered the spirit shadow state and drew out the ship-slashing sword worn at his waist. The way the Vanitas fight is extremely important and must be mentioned. Whether or not one can become a war maiden depends on whether or not one can condense a spirit shadow. The spirit shadow is equivalent to a fake body and also equivalent to a life. During battles and competitions, only by summoning a spirit shadow and superimposing it on the real body can the real body perform various moves like a rabbit and fly over walls. For a skilled warrior, the time required to bless the spirit shadow is an instinct, and it may not even take half a second. If someone cuts you in half or chops off your head while you have a spirit shadow attached to you, the spirit shadow of the wargirl will be broken first. It is equivalent to knocking the real body out of the spirit shadow, and then you can truly kill the wargirl. The above is the first spiritual shadow. Secondly, the weapons of the wargirl are also extremely important. The ship-slashing sword is only an auxiliary weapon, used by the wargirl to deal with polluted beasts and enemies. The spirit shadow state is actually equivalent to the half-burst state of the wargirl. The full-burst mythological state of the wargirl is equipped with her own spiritualized weapon. The spiritual weapons of the war girl include long swords, long knives, long whips, long spears, bows and arrows, crossbows, lasers, howitzers, and everything else. In short, there are many kinds of weapons. However, except for some special ones, the time when the war girls can fully unleash their power is usually when they break through the enemy's defense and are about to kill the enemy and perform full damage. The simplest way to understand it is that when playing cards with others, you should not use the king bomb directly. If you really wait for the king bomb to be used, it means that you are either forced to a certain point or the outcome is determined. Let us go back to the training room. At this moment, Lin Yanquan was full of energy and high spirits. It's completely different from his usual cool look. Now she has more charming confidence and composure. Nice sword, and I'm in pretty good shape today. I should be able to get a quicker kill than usual. Seeing the steel humanoid puppet charging towards him, Lin Yanquan suddenly rushed forward and headed straight towards the humanoid steel puppet. Clang clang. The martial arts arena was filled with the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. But the next moment, when she felt that the power she had slashed out was also accompanied by an unparalleled explosive force, Lin Yanquan, the campus beauty of Lin University, was dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 6 Sister, can I borrow some money? Because of the previous attack, a wave of air suddenly exploded under the feet of the iron humanoid puppet. Moreover, the force was quite strong, not only causing the iron humanoid puppet's body to be impacted, but also causing minor parts to be damaged. The greater effect was that the puppet's attack and pace, originally programmed into the program, suddenly became uncoordinated, and it almost stumbled and fell. Almost as if by instinct, although Lin Yanquan was surprised, he still seized the opportunity and entered a full-scale burst state. She no longer held a ship-slashing sword in her hand, but the deified Grim Reaper's scythe. A dazzling light flashed across the scene, and in the storm of light and shadow brought about by the Grim Reaper's scythe, the iron humanoid puppet was instantly cut into pieces before it had time to defend itself. If you ask Lin Yanquan how she feels at this moment, you can only say that she is even more shocked. Because when she was in full force, she instinctively received intelligence hints in her mind. Affected by your ship-slashing sword, you can still enjoy the benefits of the ship-slashing sword even when you are in the spiritualized weapon state. The current buff, when you make an effective attack, regardless of whether it hits or not, 50% of the attack's combat power will cause an explosion within the range. The cooldown time is 15 seconds. Is this what I'm seeing? Since when did a first-order ship-cutting sword become able to bring benefits to people? She looked at the time it took to kill the human-shaped steel puppet. It was 8 seconds, which was 11 seconds faster than her best result. In the past, when she practiced, she had to first find a flaw in the puppet before going all out to kill it. But today, a boosting ability allowed the puppet to enter the state on the spot, giving her an opportunity to launch an excellent attack. Weird, this is very weird. Because it was so unbelievable, Lin Yanquan had no time to apply for a humanoid puppet on the terminal again. She was now studying the ship-cutting sword she had just bought. From the outside, it looks like a high-quality first-level ship-cutting sword, nothing special about it. After thinking for a moment, she injected her spiritual power into the ship-cutting sword and focused all her attention on the blade. Really? She saw it and got the information she wanted as if by instinct. A first-level ship-slashing sword can actually have additional buffs. Is this possible? Isn't it said that only when the grade reaches the 5th level can a genius commander draw a spell on it? If that's all, it's fine. But if you wear this ship slasher, even the enhanced abilities can be transferred to the divine weapon? Lin Yanquan didn't know what to say anymore. If it was just the first point, although she would have been shocked, but after instinctively knowing that it was a temporary gain, she could also find a reason to say that the swordsmith might have used some secret method or means to achieve it. But the second point has definitely surpassed the world's cognition. The ship-cutting sword is just the ship-cutting sword, it is just the auxiliary weapon of the Vanitas. How can it be connected with the Vanitas' own mythical weapon? After being in a daze for a long time, Lin Yanquan suddenly thought of something. She almost forgot that this knife was forged by her classmate Yang Lin. Could it be that he has some strange ability? But if he really has this incredible ability, why didn't his aptitude assessment even reach a level? Lin Yanquan thought for a moment, and then she confirmed the question she was thinking about. Yang Lin is definitely not an ordinary commander. He must be hiding his abilities for some reason. And I discovered his condition by accident. By the way, tomorrow is the last day of the contract. It was unclear what Lin Yanquan was thinking about, and then she stood there and thought for a long time. Yang Lin finally made it to the end of his shift and once again rejected the employment contract offered by Bosley, the liar, and returned to his rental house. Now he looked extremely solemn. As for the last day of the contract tomorrow, he no longer had any expectations for the Vanitas in the same class and grade. Although I am very good at cheating, no one will believe me if I tell them about it for a while. Yang Lin knew very well that no war girl would go against her own life. Moreover, in the public's perception, commanders below level A are just sitting ducks on the battlefield because they cannot move at high speed. Once they encounter danger, it is likely to drag down the entire team. If the benefits a commander provides do not outweigh the disadvantages he causes, then the commander is simply a burden on the battlefield. Once a war girl signs a contract with the commander, she must protect him with all her might even in danger on the battlefield. If she maliciously abandons or deliberately frames the commander, she will be sent to a military court. This is also the main reason why most war girls are unwilling to sign contracts with low-level commanders and the main reason why the commander profession has declined. Yang Lin lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time. Finally, he dialed a familiar number on the communicator. If you ask who it is, it must be Zhang Liyue. When Zhang Liyue first came to teach in the 3rd grade class at Longting War Academy, Yang Lin provided her with a lot of help. And they have been together for 3 years, so they have a good relationship and usually call each other brother and sister. Zhang Liyue is taking a bath at this moment. The whole body is wrapped in bubbles, and the faintly visible snow-white skin is extremely attractive. Coupled with her mature charm, she deserves the title of beauty. Suddenly, the communicator beside him rang. Zhang Liyue took it and took a look. She didn't expect that Yang Lin would call her at almost 10 o'clock in the evening. What's wrong? Have you thought it through and decided to give up your career as a commander? Facing Zhang Liyue's opening remarks, Yang Lin laughed awkwardly over the communicator. Sister Liyue, I've decided to be the commander. But I want to discuss something with you. Zhang Liyue said helplessly, Okay, since I can't persuade you, just insist on being your commander. Tell me, what do you want to discuss with me now? I want to borrow some money from you. Well, you don't have enough money for food, how much can I borrow? On the other end of the communicator, Yang Lin was silent for a while, then whispered, Borrow 200,000. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Liyue was suddenly choked by her own saliva. Yang Lin, tell me again, how much do you want to borrow? Sister, lend me 200,000. When I become a real commander and make money, I will pay you back double. I'm serious. Zhang Liyue was a little breathless. Yang Lin, do you think I'm rich? 200,000 is 2 years' salary for me. What on earth are you going to do? Why are you borrowing so much money all at once? Sister, I have my own plans. Even if you call me sister, no matter how warmly you call me, you still have to tell me what you are going to do with all that money. Did you get into trouble outside and need to compensate others? No, mainly. I want to be the commander. Do you need to contact me if you want to become a commander and borrow money? Yes, Yang Lin replied, then paused and said, Sister Liyue, it's hard to tell over the comms. How about I come to your office tomorrow? Okay then, come early tomorrow and I'll wait for you in the office. Yeah, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lin suddenly lay down on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. It would be so much better if 2 or 3 Vanitas took the initiative to contract with me. I wouldn't have to be in such a difficult situation like I am now. As for borrowing money, Yang Lin just mentioned it to Zhang Liyue with hope. 200,000 is definitely not a small amount of money, and he doesn't think Zhang Liyue will really lend it to him. As for the contract with the academy that was to be signed tomorrow, Yang Lin had already made other plans for himself in the event of the worst outcome. Chapter 7 Does the school beauty want to confess her love? Early the next morning, Yang Lin arrived at the academy early and went to Zhang Liyue's office. On the table were the soy milk and buns bought by Zhang Liyue. When she saw Yang Lin coming, she didn't say anything and gestured for Yang Lin to eat first. Yang Lin was not polite and filled his stomach without feeling hungry. It was not until they finished breakfast and sat down face to face that Zhang Liyue brought the topic to the matter of borrowing money last night. Come on, tell me now, what did you borrow so much money for? Yang Lin was silent for a moment and organized his words. Then he said, It is like this. In my current state, I know very well that no Vanitas will make a contract with me. Zhang Liyue sighed and said, Yang Lin, I don't mean to discourage you. You should have understood this problem by this time 2 years ago. Even a Vanitas with weaker aptitude will never sign a contract with a commander below rank A. I know this. In addition to the 3 inherent abilities, commanders at rank A and above all have the potential to comprehend new abilities. Furthermore, their inherent abilities are very powerful, allowing the Vanitas to better grasp the situation on the battlefield. Zhang Liyue agreed. Yang Lin, you have always been number 1 in the written exams. Whether it's your analysis of battlefield situations, your control, or your insights, you are all unique. But your weakness is that your aptitude is too low. Without a war girl to form a contract with you, you cannot go to the battlefield. So here's the thing. If Sister Liyue is willing to lend me 200,000, I'm prepared to use it as a deposit to hire 3 mechanical warriors. When Zhang Liyue heard Yang Lin talking about the mechanical warrior, she almost felt sick. Are you crazy? What use would that thing be on a frontal battlefield? It's okay to let them clean the battlefield and do logistics, or to patrol and manage ordinary people. But when facing polluted beasts, even the most common ones, the casualty ratio can reach 3-1, 4-1, or even more. Don't you know this? Sister Liyue, that's only the case when there's no commander controlling the battle. If there's a commander. Before Yang Lin could finish his words, Zhang Liyue responded sternly, Yang Lin, I understand your desire to be the commander, but taking 3 mechanical warriors to the battlefield is no different from committing suicide. I 1T agree to this. Yang Lin stood up and said, I just thought about it, but I never thought that Sister Liyue would agree to lend me money. Zhang Liyue pondered for a moment and said, I worked as a war maiden for a few years. Although my current salary is not high, I can still afford 200,000. But you said you wanted to take 3 mechanical warriors to the battlefield in the name of the commander. Just like what I said just now, I will never agree to it. I understand. It's getting late, Sister Liyue. I'll go back to the classroom first. Wait a moment. Sister Liyue, is there anything else? Yang Lin, tell me, if there really is no war girl to sign a contract with you today, and the academy forces you to graduate, what are you going to do next? I won't give up on becoming a commander, so I naturally have my next plans. What are you planning? We'll talk about it when the time comes. Seeing Yang Lin leave the office, Zhang Liyue felt a little depressed. I told him to treat him like a younger brother, but now, no matter how I try to persuade him, he won't stop. Even after showing him so many banned battlefield movies, it still doesn't work. It's really frustrating. To become the commander, would you dare to take the risk of bringing 3 mechanical warriors with you? Zhang Liyue couldn't understand it now, she couldn't understand it at all. It is impossible for Yang Lin not to understand the cruelty of the battlefield through those banned videos. But 3 years have passed, and he still hasn't given up the idea of becoming a commander. Why is he so persistent? Why are you so persistent? Yang Lin asked his own heart. Coming from a poor background, he finally detected that he could awaken, so naturally he wanted to seize it with all his might. So before, I studied harder than anyone else, just waiting for my qualifications to be assessed so that I could go to the battlefield and make achievements. But the result is really regrettable. No matter how well you learn the theory and knowledge, it is difficult to become a real commander because of the limitations of B-level qualification assessment. But Yang Lin doesn't care now. With the Legend Commander system, all he lacks is an opportunity. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? Once it encounters wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. Yang Lin walked out of the office and went straight to the classroom. As I was about to reach the classroom door, I didn't expect it to be so lively here. There were quite a few people in the corridor, mostly boys, and their eyes were all looking at one place intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Lin thought something had happened, but after looking in the direction where so many boys were gathering, he immediately understood. It turned out that Lin Yanxuan, the campus beauty of Lin University, was standing at the classroom door. It was unclear what she was going to do, but she was no longer as cold as usual, looking around and seemed very anxious. Someone nearby said, "Who do you think the campus beauty from Lin University is waiting for? Could it be that she's waiting for her boyfriend? Don't be ridiculous. So many people have confessed to her before, and every one of them was rejected. She might be waiting for her friend. I heard that Qin Si, who is always inseparable from her, has asked for leave. Maybe Qin Si is back today. Did Miss Qin take some time off? No wonder I haven't seen her recently. But I heard that Miss Qin seems to have been assessed as an S-rank warrior? That's right, just like Lin Yanxuan, they are both not only beautiful, but also have S-level qualifications. If any commander could contract them together, he would be so happy. Yang Lin was just passing by at the moment, and he was too lazy to listen to these guys' discussions. Besides, he had no connection with Lin Yanxuan. They just met twice yesterday, that's all, so Yang Lin didn't think much about it. Yang Lin was about to walk into the classroom after passing through the crowd when Lin Yanxuan grabbed his arm. Yang Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you here only now? As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom inside and outside immediately became quiet. Everyone thought they had misheard. It turned out that Lin Yanxuan was standing at the classroom door early in the morning, not waiting for another beautiful campus girl, but actually waiting for Brother Yang. That's right, Yang Lin's nickname is Brother Yang. He was an older repeater who hadn't graduated in 3 years. Even if you didn't know him at school, you must have heard of his great deeds. From a certain perspective, Yang Lin can be regarded as a prominent figure in Longting War Academy, and his reputation is not inferior to that of the two school beauties. At that moment, not only were the students inside and outside the classroom stunned, but Yang Lin himself was also stunned. Lin Yanxuan ran over here early in the morning and stood at the door, just to wait for me? Mr. Lin, you mean, wait for me? Well, I've been waiting for you for a long time. There's something I want to ask you. Come with me. Lin Yanxuan seemed very excited and pulled Yang Lin to the rooftop. The people around were completely dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Isn't the rooftop usually a place where boys and girls express their love to each other? Could it be that Lin Yan is looking for the campus beauty of Lin University and wants to confess his love to Yang Lin, the brother Yang, on his last day of graduation? Chapter 8 Lin Yanxuan's Seriousness. Everyone watched as Lin Yanxuan pulled Yang Lin to the rooftop. Maybe Lin Yanxuan was really too excited. When she was holding Yang Lin's hand, she didn't even realize that she was holding Yang Lin's hand. If she had held Yang Lin's arm, countless students would never have had any bad thoughts. What happened? When did the campus beauty of Lin University get together with Brother Yang? I don't know. I haven't heard of anything shameful between them before. Could it be that they're an underground couple and since it's the last day of graduation, they don't want to pretend anymore? Everyone was talking about this. Especially the boys, they all felt very uncomfortable. I think I am no worse than Brother Yang, so why does Lin Yanxuan like Brother Yang and not me? The most important thing is that everyone knows that Lin Yanxuan and Qin Si are inseparable. He had already gotten one of the school beauties, and then he would take advantage of the situation by getting the moon first. As for Qin Si, inside and outside the classroom, after a period of silence, there was an explosion. The news that Miss Lin and Brother Yang were having an affair spread like a storm across all the third graders in an instant. With two such influential figures together, this is a big deal. To be honest, no matter whether the news is true or false. Anyway, although Yang Lin and Lin Yanxuan seemed to be very close together, the person who was most upset in my heart was someone else. That's Zhang Ruotong. During this year, Yang Lin prepared breakfast for her every morning, rain or shine. But in order to avoid giving others a chance to talk about her, Zhang Ruotong told Yang Lin that she didn't want others to know about their relationship or to have any bad rumors spread. Yang Lin didn't care about this. At most, he would come early and find a place to wait for Zhang Ruotong. When Zhang Ruotong ran out of money, Yang Lin would take a part-time job or borrow money from everywhere. When the weather gets cold, he will buy her clothes, and during festivals, he will secretly give her gifts. Zhang Ruotong did intend to deceive Yang Lin from the beginning, and she didn't expect that Yang Lin would fall into the trap so easily. At first, she was not used to Yang Lin's care, but after tasting many benefits, Zhang Ruotong began to take everything for granted. Now it's time for graduation. With her A+ qualification, Zhang Ruotong successfully signed a contract with Commander Wang Dong, who had S-level qualification in the class. She told herself that it didn't matter if she had deceived that man, since a commander with B-level qualifications wouldn't even be able to go to the battlefield in the end. In the future, you will just be slightly better than ordinary people. But my own path is definitely not that simple. Perhaps, I can become a legendary warrior beside the legendary commander. If one day, I can obtain the ring of contract with the commander, that would definitely be better. But now, I suddenly saw the boy who had been circling around me getting along with another woman who was prettier than me. Zhang Ruotong couldn't explain why, but she felt very uncomfortable. Lin Yanxuan, what kind of vision do you have? You even like a commander with a B-level qualification assessment? Looking at the classroom door, listening to so many people in the classroom talking about the relationship between Yang Lin and Lin Yanxuan. Zhang Ruotong bit her lips tightly, complaining in her heart. Since you, Lin Yanxuan, think so highly of Yang Lin, why can't you be patient and agree to become his war girl today? Oh. Zhang Ruotong sneered in her heart, not believing that Lin Yanxuan didn't understand the concept of a B-level qualification assessment commander. She just didn't believe that anything good could come from Lin Yanxuan and the boy who kept licking her. Yang Lin sighed. Lin Yanxuan dragged him all the way to the rooftop. There were only the two of them on the rooftop, and it was very quiet. Student Lin, do you have something to talk to me about? At this time, because Yang Lin forcibly pulled his hand away, Lin Yanxuan realized that she had been so intimate with this boy because she was too excited and anxious. For a moment, her usually cool face couldn't help but blush, looking very charming. Because he had a purpose and didn't want to be embarrassed about this matter, Lin Yanxuan calmed down and immediately told Yang Lin the reason why he pulled him to the rooftop. Actually, Yang Lin, I'm looking for you because I have something very important to tell you. Well, go ahead. Lin Yanxuan quickly took off the ship-slashing sword from his waist, then fixed his gaze on Yang Lin and said, You forged this ship-slashing sword, right? Yes, I forged it. Then let me continue to ask you, did anyone assist you throughout the entire process? From the moment you forged the sword, all the way to the moment you finished forging it, and finally sold it to me, were you the only one who did it the entire time? Yang Lin is actually still thinking about his future after being forced to graduate. To be honest, he doesn't care much about what Lin Yanxuan mentioned about the ship-cutting sword. So when he heard Lin Yanxuan's words, he nodded subconsciously. However, he didn't expect that Lin Yanxuan's beautiful eyes had begun to sparkle with excitement. Yang Lin, if that's the case, then the enhanced ability on the ship-slashing sword was also applied by you, right? Don't deny it. I can tell from your expression and state just now, and even from the look in your eyes and every expression when you spoke, that what you said is true. Yang Lin suddenly remembered that he had given a temporary attribute to the ship-slashing sword yesterday. But since it was temporary, it only lasted for 3 hours and has disappeared by now. Yang Lin, are you hiding some abilities? Mr. Lin, does this have anything to do with you? Could it be that you want to make a contract with me and become my Vanitas? Lin Yanxuan lifted her hair by her ear and said calmly, If you are truly capable, why can't I make a contract with you? This rhetorical question made Yang Lin confused. After pondering for a moment, Yang Lin asked, Mr. Lin, how do you define capable and incompetent? It's very simple. No matter what method you use, as long as I can recognize your strength, I am willing to contract with you and become your Vanitas. Yang Lin could see that Lin Yanxuan was serious at the moment and she was not joking. But how to prove it is really a difficult problem. Right now, apart from abilities, there's nothing I can really show off. And given the system's cautious nature, I can't do anything too outrageous unless it's my own Vanitas. So, how can I seize this opportunity to make Lin Yanxuan my war girl? Yang Lin checked several of his abilities. Let us first talk about the 3 inherent abilities of each commander. These can only be used after contracting with a war girl, and they cannot be used now. The special ability synchronization, that is the ability that synchronization gives to the war girls themselves, is also useless now. As for myself and my core abilities. Yang Lin looked at Lin Yanxuan, whose face was full of anticipation. He thought that although Lin Yanxuan was not his war maiden now, she was a real war maiden after all. So, can I give it to her personally? I just thought about this in my mind, and immediately a message prompt appeared. The host has locked the object and can be temporarily assigned to it. Yang Lin was delighted. Since it can be given, then try it. But before that, Mr. Lin, I actually do have a way to prove my strength a little, but... Before he finished speaking, Lin Yanxuan said in an extremely solemn tone, I know you still want to confirm whether what I said just now is true. I swear on the future of the Vanitas and my life and death that I will never joke about such a thing as a contract. Also, regarding the previous matter of the ship-severing sword, regardless of whether we have a contract or not, I will keep my mouth shut and will definitely not cause you any trouble. Those who violate this will be struck by lightning, pierced by thousands of arrows, and will not have a good end. Okay, now that you've said this, let's see if I can impress you next. After Yang Lin finished speaking, his right hand naturally pressed on Lin Yanxuan's fair and slender shoulders. Chapter 9 If she can become my Vanitas. What are you up to? Don't talk. Lin Yanxuan felt baffled. She just wanted a proof from Yang Lin, but God knew this man actually put his hand on her shoulder. Under normal circumstances, no man would dare to be so casual, and the consequences would be quite serious. But seeing that Yang Lin's face was serious and he didn't look like he was taking advantage or joking, Lin Yanquan tried to calm himself down. She really wanted to see what Yang Lin was going to do. At this moment, two more options appeared in Yang Lin's eyes. A. The selected target will gain a first-level vitality boost for 3 hours, increasing their physical, mental, and spiritual strength by 30% compared to normal. B. Add a first-level inspiring effect to this object. For 3 hours, this object's combat power, defense, and mobility will be enhanced by 10%. Warm note, if the host chooses to bestow a buff on a human, it will be considered a non-item, non-consumable item, so the buff cannot be retained permanently. If the opponent is the host's contracted Vanitas, the effect can be greatly enhanced and prolonged. Now, look at these two entry gains. Yang Lin asked, Mr. Lin, do you think it would be better to recover your physical and mental strength faster when fighting on the battlefield or against the enemy? Or would it be more cost-effective to increase your own attack and action attributes? Lin Yanquan thought Yang Lin was testing him, and after thinking for a moment, he said, if it's a protracted war, I will definitely choose the first one. But if you're going to fight a burst, there's nothing more cost-effective than increasing your attack and actions. Well, then I'll temporarily increase your attack and mobility by 10%. Lin Yanquan thought Yang Lin was joking, but the next moment, she felt Yang Lin's big hand on her shoulder warm. Then my heart started pounding. I don't know why, I just felt a burst of power all over my body, so full that it was about to overflow. Then, out of her instinct as a war girl, Lin Yanquan also obtained specific information. I have gained an exciting buff. My current state has increased my attack and action capabilities by 10%? And it lasts for 3 hours? Lin Yanquan couldn't help but be surprised. Originally, she was a warrior with S-class qualifications, and her qualities were quite good. It was easy to imagine how much benefit she would gain by increasing her attack and movement by 10%. Why is this man in front of me so outrageous? Just by touching your shoulder, can a person gain such a huge benefit? As for Yang Lin, he has not withdrawn his hand yet. The information has a prompt, because he selected a gain that consumes 80 spiritual power. Because he really wanted Lin Yanquan to be his war maiden, when faced with two options, he wanted to keep the other benefit for the first time. Warm reminder, if the object given by the host is human, you can perform a second superposition, but the spiritual power consumed will be doubled. Currently, all of them are first-level gains. If you retain the remaining gains, it will consume 160 spiritual power and a large amount of spirit of the host. Please consider carefully. Yang Lin looked at the upper limit of his spiritual power, which was 300 in total. He spent 240 and still had 60 left. As for the mental exhaustion, as long as he survives and can get himself a war girl, it's worth it. Yang Lin really needs a war girl now. If it is a top-notch warrior like Lin Yanquan, it goes without saying. Of course, he also considered that Lin Yanquan might change his mind today and reveal the secret that he could increase his status, but to be honest, he was not afraid. How could a trainee commander like me with a B-level qualification assessment have such ability? If he refused to admit it, even the gods wouldn't help. And even if he did admit it, outsiders would have to believe him. So, just when Lin Yanquan was still enjoying the exciting gain, the second vitality gain fell on her. When Lin Yanquan instinctively understood the new gain, he was dumbfounded again. Is this something a human commander could do? Is this really something a human commander can do? While Lin Yanquan was still in shock, Yang Lin felt a sudden pain in his head. He was too arrogant. The depletion of spiritual energy was not a big deal, but the mental deficiency was like a needle prick. He felt dizzy and wanted to retch in his throat. Yang Lin, are you okay? I'm fine. How are you doing? Good, very good. Lin Yanquan really didn't know what to say. I couldn't say to Yang Lin, are you a monster? I'm afraid only a monster could do something like this. Unsure of what Lin Yanquan was thinking, Yang Lin added, actually, my abilities are somewhat special. If you sign a contract with me, the benefits you'll gain will be far greater than this. Of course, you can also think that I am lying. After all, whether to sign the contract or not is up to you. Lin Yanquan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a beautiful smile. This scene surprised Yang Lin a little. It is said that this campus beauty of Lin University has always presented a cool image, but who would have thought that she would be so cute when she smiles? But what Yang Lin cares about more is not this, he cares more about whether Lin Yanxuan wants to become his war girl. When he calmed down and was about to ask Lin Yanxuan this question, he didn't expect Lin Yanxuan to ask a question first. Yang Lin, why are you so obsessed with the commander? It's already the 3rd year. If no Vanadis are willing to make a contract with you, what are you going to do next? Is this the problem again? Yang Lin felt somewhat helpless, but when he saw Lin Yanxuan looking at him meaningfully, he thought for a moment and replied, if I say I don't want to live at the bottom of society and I want to use my position as a commander to rise above others, is that okay? Can. As for the situation without the Vanadis and me making a contract, I certainly have plans, but please allow me to hold back. Well, anyway, I see your determination. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been a junior for 3 years. Lin Yanxuan was halfway through his words when suddenly, the school's electronic bell rang at an inopportune time. Is it already this late, Yang Lin? Let's go back to the classroom quickly. Today, the war girl and the commander still have to go through the final scenes. If I go too late, I'm afraid Li Yue's mentor will be unhappy. Yang Lin really wanted to say, you haven't told me yet, do you want to be my war girl? But when the words came to my lips, I finally gave up. I have done my best. Signing a contract between the war girl and the commander is a big deal, so it would be better for Lin Yanxuan to think about it carefully. Lin Yanxuan had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly realized there were no footsteps behind her. Curious, she quickly turned around and asked, Yang Lin, why are you standing there? Aren't you going back to the classroom? I need to rest for a while. You go first. Lin Yanxuan was very smart. When she saw Yang Lin covering his forehead with his hands and sweat on his forehead, she immediately understood what was going on. Although I'm not a commander, as a war girl, using my abilities consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy and spirit. You look obviously mentally weak. Do you want me to help you downstairs? No, I'll just wait a moment. Then I'll go back to class and explain things to Li Yue and, instructor Li Yue. Come on, let's go down together. I'll pull you to the rooftop and bring you back eventually. It's no use for me to go back to the classroom alone. Lin Yanxuan didn't care about anything and walked forward calmly, then gently put her arm around Yang Lin's shoulders. He also signaled Yang Lin not to be too restrained and tried to let him shift his body weight a little to the side. The girl has done this much, how could Yang Lin be pretentious? Even while walking, he didn't dare move his left arm at all, for fear of touching the indescribable clouds. But because of this, the classroom exploded again as soon as the two returned. Chapter 10, Wonderful People and Weak Men. Yang Lin never dreamed that the fact that he went to the rooftop with the school beauty Lin Yanxuan would be known to everyone in the school in such a short time. If things were just like this, all the students would at most just have a small discussion and make some guesses. But when the two came back, not only did the whole class look at them with strange eyes, even the instructor Jiang Liyue looked at Yang Lin and Lin Yanxuan with a look of disbelief and meaning. Want to ask why? This has to do with Lin Yanxuan's current state and Yang Lin's current state. Lin Yanxuan now has 2 buff effects, one is vitality and the other is excitement. Because it had a stimulating effect, a blush appeared on the usually cold Lin Yanxuan's pretty face and fair neck, which was wonderful. Looking at Yang Lin again, he looked sick and exhausted. It was outrageous that he needed Lin Yanxuan's support to walk. The two of them went to the rooftop, which has always been a holy place for confessions, but after coming back, one became a beautiful woman and the other became a weak man. Who wouldn't think too much about this? Brother Yang doesn't seem to be able to do that. He only spent 15 minutes on the rooftop with a beauty like Miss Lin? This is too much. It's so early in the morning. Do you really have to be so exciting? Especially the boys, although they say this, they are already filled with sadness in their hearts. It is not clear what the beautiful Lin likes about young Lin. This was done openly, eating fruit, early in the morning. The two of them were actually doing something shameful on the rooftop. And when they came back, they were still cuddling each other, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were a couple. It was not until Yang Lin and Lin Yanxuan sat down in their respective seats that Jiang Liyue signaled everyone to be quiet. Only then did everyone turn their attention away from the two celebrities. At this moment, Jiang Liyue said, "Classmates, today is the last day before graduation practice. According to the university, everyone is encouraged to become a beautiful landscape on the battlefield, but it is not forced. After all, once you enter the battlefield, life and death are unpredictable. You must never imagine that the battlefield is so beautiful. The death rate is a sword from the sky that can fall on anyone at any time. Whether you become a Vanitas or a commander, I hope you will think twice before acting. Of course, Jiang Liu said the above words more than once. The university does not have any rigid rules or requirements for what everyone wants to do. You can be a warrior or a commander. Of course, you can also go to the logistics department, information department, communications department, industrial construction department, anything. However, for universities, not forcing it does not mean there is no encouragement. For example, becoming a war girl or commander will provide you with generous benefits. The school will personally arrange food and accommodation for you, assist you in taking on tasks to earn points and high rewards, and also include but are not limited to bringing your relatives to live in the city, etc. In short, a series of generous treatments will definitely stimulate all young boys and girls. If this strength is a little stronger, the war girl can improve her rank and strength through the battlefield. Commanders can be promoted to first-level commander, second-level commander, and after reaching ninth-level commander, they can also strive to become legendary commanders based on specified conditions and qualifications. When that time comes, even if I don't continue to be a commander, I can become a regional deputy commander and be promoted to regional commander-in-chief. Jiang Liu was speaking on the stage at the moment, while Yang Lin was resting with his eyes closed. He doesn't plan to give another speech today. It would be a waste of time to give a speech anyway, as no Vanitas would sign a contract with a commander below rank A. I just don't know what Lin Nianxuan thinks. Looking at Lin Nianxuan's beautiful and graceful back in the front row, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When will I find a Vanitas contract? It's like finding a girlfriend, it's too difficult. On the stage, Jiang Liu finished her speech and concluded, I've said everything that needs to be said. As for what I haven't said, you can weigh it yourself. Now, every boy who wants to be a battlefield commander is allowed to give his own speech. If you are interested in signing a contract with the commander, please submit your name list to my office before the break this afternoon. If you don't need a commander and want to form a team of valor, please unify the list as soon as possible and submit it to my office. After Jiang Liu finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Yang Lin, who was sitting by the window in the last row. Including Jiang Liu. Not only that, but Jiang Liu also said, Yang Lin, how about you come first? No need. No one will sign a contract with me after I give the speech anyway. A boy next to him joked, Brother Yang, you can't do this. I remember your declaration, one day, I will become a legendary commander and give the contract ring to all the Vanitas around me, so how can you give up now? Yang Lin took a deep breath and said, I never gave up. I really want to become a legendary commander. In the future, I will also give all the Vanitas who follow me the contract ring. Wow. The originally slightly stiff atmosphere in the class suddenly became lively. Everyone was waiting for Brother Yang to say this, and it wasn't meant to be sarcastic or contemptuous. The main reason is that Yang Lin, the Brother Yang, is too famous. As a 3-year-old repeater, he not only has to become a legendary commander, but also has to put a contract ring on the war girl around him. Even a commander with S-level qualifications wouldn't dare to imagine such a situation. Although it is pitiful that Brother Yang hasn't graduated for several years and no warrior is willing to follow him, everyone has become accustomed to Brother Yang's great dream. Jiang Liu looked at Yang Lin on the stage with a complicated expression. She still hadn't forgotten that earlier in the office, Yang Lin said he wanted to go to the battlefield, even if it meant renting 3 mechanical war girls. Just how far will this guy go? Yang Lin not only wants to become a legendary commander, he also wants the Ring of Contract. The Ring of Contract is the most dreamy thing in this world. It is not an ordinary prop, but a ring condensed from the law of order. And getting the contract ring is definitely harder than climbing to the sky. First, the basic requirement is to be promoted to a legendary commander, and be recognized as a legend by the world. Second, the Vanitas or one of the Vanitas around him must go through life and death with the commander and never leave him. Only in this way can the commander obtain the contract ring given to this war girl in the dark. All of this is recorded by the laws, and will ultimately be rewarded by God and the laws. It is the supreme honor for the commander and this warrior. Throughout the history of the Vanitas and commanders, there are only a handful of Vanitas who have obtained the Ring of Contract. As time went by, the profession of commander gradually declined, and no one thought about things like the Ring of Contract anymore. The name of the Ring of Contract is now almost associated with mythological stories. Back to the present, when Yang Lin saw that he had no intention of giving a speech and Jiang Liu said that other students could speak freely, Lin Nianxuan suddenly stood up seriously. Brush, brush, brush. In an instant, everyone's attention in the classroom was undoubtedly focused on her. What is the campus beauty of Lin University going to do? Including Jiang Liyue, who was on the podium at this moment. She thought Lin Yanquan wanted to give a speech and then form her own team of warriors. Who would have thought that under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Yanquan actually walked straight towards Yang Lin? Chapter 11, Someone Wants My Little Brother? What is this for? Could it be that Lin Yanquan wants to sign a contract with Yang Lin? And in fact, this is exactly what happened. Lin Yanquan came to Yang Lin and said in a very serious tone, "Yang Lin, can you please be my commander? I hope we can work together in the future, go through life and death together, and never leave each other." Quiet. The classroom is unusually quiet now. I know that Lin Yanquan and Yang Lin just went to the rooftop together, but no matter what the guess is, they are just a group of people watching the fun. But who would have thought now that the relationship between the two was so extraordinary? Look, Yang Lin just said that he wanted to give a speech today, and it seems unnecessary. She, Lin Yanquan, immediately came to Yang Lin and asked for a contract. Why? Wang Dong, who was also at B or even a level in the class and the only S-level commander, could not hide his envy when he looked at Yang Lin. Lin Yanquan is an S-level qualification evaluation warrior. Don't forget that her best friend Qin Si is also an S-level warrior. As long as he could sign a contract with Lin Yanquan, there was a high probability that he would be able to recruit Qin Si, who was also an S-level warrior. Two beautiful campus girls signed a contract with him together. Which boy would not be happy? It feels so good. Yang Lin did not expect that Lin Yanquan would suddenly appear in front of him. When he heard that she wanted to sign a contract with him, he recalled the 3 years of being ignored in his fused memory. Yang Lin's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Integrating into my previous memories, I have been looking forward to this day. In order to get the war girl to make a contract with him, he was previously fooled by Zhang Ruotong in the class. But now, there is finally a war girl who is willing to sign a contract with herself. Lin Yanquan saw that Yang Lin did not respond. Thinking about what Yang Lin had just said about not planning to give a speech today, and that he seemed to be less concerned about the contracted war girl matter, she just thought that Yang Lin was going to reject her request. In an instant, her whole body bent down. Yang Lin, please sign a contract with me. As a warrior with S-level qualifications, I am very confident in all aspects of my own conditions. Believe me, I will definitely become a warrior that satisfies you. Crash. All the boys and girls in the class were going crazy. Not only did Lin Yanquan ask Yang Lin to be her commander, but she also gave up her usual cold personality and bowed her head deeply in front of Yang Lin. In order to become this man's warrior, Lin Yanquan has lowered herself to such a low level. As a warrior with S-level qualifications, she can easily find any commander and the commander will flatter her. But now, she actually lowered herself to ask Yang Lin for help. At this moment, it was impossible to count how many envious and resentful eyes were looking at Yang Lin. But one pair of eyes is the most special. It was Zhang Ruotong. She simply couldn't understand why Lin Yanquan wanted to make a contract with Yang Lin. Moreover, Zhang Ruotong could be sure that Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan had not had a close relationship before. During this year, she has been ordering Yang Lin around. If Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan have any relationship or connection, she must be aware of it. However, why does Lin Yanquan, who has S-level qualification assessment, favor Yang Lin so much? Could it be that Yang Lin has something extraordinary about him? No, how is that possible? Yang Lin is just an ordinary B-rank commander. Lin Yanquan must have had her head pinched by a door, otherwise she would never have begged Yang Lin to sign a contract with her. Although I thought this in my heart, I didn't know why I was quite panicked. If Yang Lin has outstanding qualities and Lin Yanquan sees them, but Lin Yanquan doesn't, then wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Zhang Ruotong felt that Lin Yanquan was abnormal, but she was afraid that Lin Yanquan was too normal. A normal S-class Valkyrie is willing to sign a contract with a B-class commander. There must be some secret in it, and it may be a shocking secret. Can someone tell me what's going on? Why haven't I seen anything special about this man even after I've been using him for a year? But this woman Lin Yanquan. While Zhang Ruotong was still thinking about this, Yang Lin had already responded. Lin, I'd love for you to be my Valkyrie. The final word. The request and response are finished perfectly. Lin Yanquan breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up straight, looked into Yang Lin's eyes and said, "After the contract is signed, I will be your warrior." Wouldn't it be too strange for you to call me classmate Lin? Why don't you call me Yanquan like Cici did? That way we can be closer. Ahem, alright then, from now on I'll call you Nianshuan. Hearing the two people talking as if no one was around, Jiang Liui on the podium was also dumbfounded. What is going on? Lin Nianshuan, a warrior with S-level qualifications, actually made a contract with Yang Lin? Because she has always treated Yang Lin as her younger brother, she must be very relieved to see that her younger brother is finally wanted by someone. But after the relief, I still feel confused. Why did Yang Lin and Lin Nianshuan suddenly become close? No matter from which perspective, Lin Nianshuan, this favored girl of heaven, must either find an S-level commander to contract with or form a team of warriors herself. All of the above are better than the contract with Yang Lin, but now, why is it so confusing? Okay, if you don't understand, then forget it. Let us move on to the next thing. Any commander who wants to recommend himself, any wargirl who has taken a fancy to a commander, or any wargirls who want to form their own team, all need to be discussed today. If you are not satisfied with the class, you can also go to other classes to lobby. In short, being able to form a team depends on everyone's ability. As for how to conclude a contract, in fact, this is very simple. All the commander and the wargirl need to do is put their hands together and merge their spiritual powers. Then, when the two people's desire to conclude a contract is synchronized, the contract can be perfectly triggered according to the rules of this world. However, the class was quite noisy right now, and it wasn't the right time to sign a contract, so this would have to wait until after school. During this time, Yang Lin looked at his system goals. Contract the first Bonitas, increase the upper limit of spiritual power, and comprehend a new special ability at the same time. Yang Lin must be looking forward to this. However, Yang Lin didn't expect that the fact that Lin Nianshuan took the initiative to contact him would have such a huge impact. Before long, word of mouth spread, and not only did the entire academy's students know about it, but even the Senate got wind of it. The Senate is the largest authority in the war school and is responsible for the students. In addition to peacetime management and the formulation of war academy rules, they are also responsible for the employment arrangements and battlefield arrangements of graduates. The highest person in charge of the Senate, in addition to serving as the dean of the school, also serves as the deputy lord of the city. If there is something important happening in a city, the entire Senate will attend the meeting along with the president of the academy. Therefore, the Senate is not just an institution that operates a war school, it also has considerable power. Originally, the academy president Li Jinqing was holding a meeting with the elders to discuss tomorrow's battlefield battle between the commander and the war maiden. But who would have thought that halfway through the meeting, his communicator suddenly received a message from the political education department. Lin Nianshuan, who has been evaluated as an S-level talent, has decided to sign a contract with Yang Lin, a B-level commander. Li Jinqing certainly knew Lin Nianshuan, as she was one of the 3 S-level qualification assessment warriors among the third-year students this year. Yang Lin and Li Jinqing also knew that he always ranked first in the written examinations. In view of his outstanding written test scores and his insistence on becoming a commander, the Senate made an exception and allowed him to stay in his third year for 2 more years. But who would have thought that Yang Lin is now actually hooking up with Lin Nianshuan? Nonsense, absolutely nonsense. Seeing Li Jinqing frowning, he began to become irritated. The elders asked what happened. Li Jinqing glanced at the whole audience and said, "You guys know Yang Lin, right?" When the elders present heard Yang Lin's name, they knew him very well. Not only do they know that Yang Lin is a student who has repeated a grade for 3 years, but the entire school knows it. Chapter 12, What about respecting fate? Seeing the confused looks of the elders, Li Jinqing said with some sorrow and grief, "Now there is news from the political education department that Lin Nianshuan plans to sign a contract with Yang Lin." Hearing this, the elders were all shocked and started talking about it. Lin Nianshuan has been assessed as an S-level talent. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have a bright future. Isn't there an S-rank commander named Wang Dong? Why did she go to Yang Lin instead of Wang Dong? That's the problem. The qualification assessment of B-level commanders is basically useless nowadays. Lin Nianshuan signed a contract with him. If nothing goes wrong on the battlefield, it'll be fine. But if something goes wrong, Lin Nianshuan will be ruined too. Wargirl, on the battlefield, unless it is really for the overall situation or special circumstances, you must never abandon your commander at any time. Because of the strictness of the contract, over the past few hundred years, many war maidens have been implicated because of the death of their commanders. After being brought to a military court, the sentence was either 100 years in prison or exile. Because of this, in today's environment, If the war girl really wants to form a contract with a commander, she will definitely give priority to the S-class commander with the highest qualification evaluation. If it's a level, it will be difficult. As for those below rank A, any normal warrior with a decent brain would simply choose to ignore them. But unfortunately, Lin Nianxuan didn't know what was wrong with her. She gave up her bright future and fell in love with Yang Lin, an older repeater. President, since the news has just been passed on, it means there is still a chance to make amends. That's right. Mingli War Academy cannot interfere with the contract between the war girl and the commander. That would have a huge impact. If the news gets out, it will be bad for both Longting City and Longting Academy. But we can change our approach and let people persuade us. Li Jinxing nodded. I thought so too. Yang Lin and Lin Nianxuan's mentor is Jiang Liyue, so let her come over. On the other side, Jiang Liyue was still presiding over class affairs. Suddenly I saw the director of political education coming to see me. After asking, I found out that he wanted me to go to the elders' council right away. She wanted to ask what happened, but the director of political education had a gloomy face, so she simply didn't ask. When she arrived at the Senate, she saw the dean and the elders all staring at her with covetous eyes. The whole scene was like a trial by three supermen, and she was at a loss for what to do. President, you called me? Yes, I have something to ask you. Jiang Liyue didn't care at the moment, and tried to relax and asked, what's going on? It's like this. The elders and I heard earlier that Yang Lin and Lin Nianxuan were about to sign a contract in your class? Click. When Jiang Liyue heard the academy dean talking about this matter and saw the elders around her looking extremely nervous, her heart skipped a beat. In an instant, she actually understood what the dean and the elders were thinking. Forcing herself to calm down, Jiang Liyue said, this is true. Lin Nianxuan took the initiative to find Yang Lin to sign a contract. Judging from their state, they seem to be very compatible. Liyue, we have over 500 graduating third-year students. Excluding one-third of the commanders, there are only 3 among the more than 300 war girls who have reached S-level qualifications. Do you know how much of an impact this will have on our Longting War Academy and the entire Longting City? Jiang Liyue sighed inwardly, but remained calm on her face as she said, President, elders, the decision of the war princess and the commander to sign the contract was made by them. And haven't we always respected fate and not interfered with their choices? Li Jinxing said with a serious look, that's true, but once an S-rank war girl grows up, she will definitely not be an ordinary person. It has an extremely significant impact on Longting now and in the future. If her future is delayed because of a B-rank commander, it will be an incomparable loss to Longting Academy and Longting City. An elder nearby interjected, Liyue, as a mentor, you must be a wise person. It's impossible for you not to know the impact of an S-ranked Valkyrie contract on a B-ranked commander. What should we do now? Do we still need the principal to teach us? Jiang Liyue frowned, but isn't this a bit too much? Another elder said, excessive? How is it excessive? This is for Lin Nianxuan's own good, and also for Yang Lin's. We have mentioned Yang Lin before. He has always ranked first in the written exams, and the Battlefield Intelligence Analysis Department is in need of such talents. Don't you think that letting Yang Lin do intelligence analysis is better than letting him die on the battlefield? However, Yang Lin has been waiting for 3 years, and now he finally has this opportunity. Do you have the heart to shatter his dream? How dare you? This is the Senate, Jiang Liyue. Are you not aware of your mentor's identity? It's true that I'm a mentor. Because I'm a mentor, I know best what each of my students is thinking and how they think. Yang Lin has been held back for 3 years. What has he been waiting for? It is this opportunity today. What happened to the promise to respect fate and respect choices? Now that the time has come, are you going to kill his perseverance over the past few years with just a few words? How dare you? Jiang Liyue, who gave you the courage to shout in the Senate? That's outrageous. You knew Yang Lin was only a B-rank commander, and when Lin Nian approached him to sign a contract, not only did you not try to stop him, you even openly defied the Senate? The eyes of all the elders present were like swords, piercing Jiang Liyue's body to pieces. Seeing that waves of condemnation were about to come, the president of the school, Li Jinxing, waved his hand to stop the discussion. Everyone, be quiet. Let's talk business now, not use power to pressure others. After saying that, Li Jinxing turned his gaze to Jiang Liyue again. Liyue, if Lin Nianxuan was only an A level or a plus level, it wouldn't be a problem for her to form a contract with Yang Lin. But the key point is that S-level warriors are extremely rare, with only 1 or 2 emerging among hundreds of students every year. You're asking us to gamble on the fate of this S-rank wargirl following a B-rank commander. Isn't this child's play? But the principal. No buts, go back now and take Lin Nianshu into your office for a proper talk. As for that child, I have some relationship with her father. Treating her like a half-daughter to me, so how can I bear to see her make the wrong choice? By the way, you should also explain the pros and cons to Yang Lin. It would be much better to do an intelligence analysis. Why hinder Lin Nianshuan's future? Zhang Liyue wanted to say something else, but the dean didn't give her a chance. Go back now and handle this matter for me, and make sure it's done perfectly. Also, Liyue, don't say I didn't warn you. If things get out of control, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Then Li Jinxing turned around and didn't look at Zhang Liyue again. Zhang Liyue gritted her teeth secretly and could only quietly leave the meeting room. Chapter 13, the relationship between the wargirl and the commander is mutual. I have a lot on my mind, and not just any kind of worries. Zhang Liyue returned to the classroom with a lot on her mind, and then called Yang Lin and Lin Nianshuan to her private office. Now she remains calm and shows no emotional fluctuations. Yang Lin didn't know what Zhang Liyue wanted him to do, so he asked in confusion, Sister Liyue, do you have something to tell us? Zhang Liyue chuckled and said, nothing serious happened. I was just happy to see that a wargirl had a contract with you. So that's how it is. I thought it was something big. Nothing major, but I'm definitely curious. Did anything happen between you two? You barely communicated for a year, so how did you suddenly become so close? Lin Nianshuan responded, as a wargirl, since I chose to contract with the commander, it must be because the commander has extraordinary qualities. Yang Lin and I didn't have much contact or communication before, but that didn't stop him from becoming my commander and experiencing life and death together on the battlefield. Zhang Liyue nodded slightly. The relationship between the war princess and the commander is mutual. Since you two have feelings for each other, it must be great. At that moment, although Zhang Liyue said this, she was even more confused in her heart. She and Yang Lin have been together for 3 years. Although it is not obvious on the surface, they treat each other as brother and sister, so their relationship is naturally very good. Zhang Liyue believed that she had a relatively good understanding of Yang Lin's situation. To be fair, although Yang Lin's intelligence analysis is first class, the qualifications of this B-level commander are too low in today's society. So what did Lin Nianshuan, a warrior with S-level qualifications, see in Yang Lin that made her take the initiative to seek a contract with Yang Lin? Could it be that, after being with Yang Lin for so long, he has some special abilities that I haven't noticed, but Lin Nianshuan has? When Zhang Liyue was concerned about this issue, Yang Lin said, Sister Liyue, if there is nothing else, Nianshuan and I should go back first. After school, we will find a quiet place to sign the contract. Well, isn't this place quiet enough? You might as well sign the contract here. I'll guard it for you and won't let anyone disturb you. Lin Nianshuan was quite surprised. Teacher Liyue, I just realized that you and Yang Lin seem to have a close relationship. He calls you Sister Liyue. Are you going to accept him as your younger brother? Without waiting for Zhang Liyue to speak, Yang Lin said generously, Sister Liyue is a very kind person. She has taken good care of me over the past 3 years. I am very grateful to her. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The most important thing is to conclude a contract, Zhang Liyue said here, and her expression suddenly became very solemn. She took a deep breath and continued, but before that, I want to ask each of you a question. Please answer me seriously. Yang Lin and Lin Nianshuan said they had no objection and asked Zhang Liyue to ask. Then let's start with you, Yang Lin. The profession of commander used to be the command of team operations on the battlefield. But as time goes by, the status of commanders on the battlefield has become lower and lower. Of course, this does not include superior commanders like S-level. So I want to tell you seriously, if you become a commander, you must never just think of yourself as a support. With an S-ranked warrior like Nian Sun by your side, I hope you can better judge the situation and truly play the role of a commander. Don't worry, Sister Liyue, I will fully cooperate with Nianshuan on the battlefield. Survive, keep going, contract more Vanitas, and become a legendary commander and Vanitas in the future. Zhang Liyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your ideals are still so big. Yang Lin chuckled and said, just to add, I was also serious when I said I would personally put the contract ring on each of my warriors. Okay, I believe you have this ability, okay? Zhang Liyue responded to Yang Lin, then turned her gaze to Lin Yanxuan. Listen to Lin Yanxuan, teacher Li Yue, if you have any questions, please ask. Don't be so polite. I treat young Lin as my younger brother. You can also call me sister. Okay, Sister Li Yue. Nianshuan, as a war princess, you must not only fight against the polluted beasts on the battlefield, but also protect the commander's safety. No matter what happens, even when facing life and death, you must not abandon your commander. This is the most basic ethics of being a Vanitas, and it is also the belief and bottom line that every Vanitas who signs a contract with the commander must uphold. At this time, Lin Nianshuan pressed one hand on his heart. As a warrior princess, I certainly understand this. I can assure Sister Li Yue that no matter what happens, I will protect the commander's safety. Never abandon, never give up, live and die together. Okay, I've received your determination. Now I'll guard it for you. Please sign the contract here as soon as possible. Jiang Li Yue then walked to the door of the office on her own accord, and left the large private office to Yang Lin and Lin Yanshuan. Seeing this, Yang Lin's heart was a little excited. Looking at Lin Yanshuan, who was willing to sign a contract with him, he knew that from this moment on, the career of a legendary commander would officially take the first step. Nianshuan, I'm ready, how about you? I'm ready too, let's get started. Afterwards, the two of them sat cross-legged facing each other, with their palms pressed against each other. The so-called contract is actually to integrate each other's spiritual power into the other's sea of consciousness, which is equivalent to leaving a mark, so it is an ongoing process. As for Lin Nianshuan, she was a little flustered at first. Being so close to a man that she could hear his breathing and feel his warmth through her palms made her face flush hot even though she had never had a boyfriend. She was already very pretty, and now with her rosy cheeks, she was even more beautiful. But soon, Lin Nianshuan adjusted his mood. Now is the stage of signing the contract. We must be serious and not take it lightly. As for Yang Lin, when the two people's spiritual powers merged with each other, the system was directly activated. The host has locked in on the person to sign the contract with. Lin Nianshuan, S-rank warrior, has all her current physical growth, mental growth, strength growth, agility growth, and spiritual power growth converted into growth percentages. Afterwards, the host can use various methods to increase the growth percentage of the wargirl until the wargirl becomes the highest qualified SSS level wargirl. Warm reminder, to ensure that the wargirls will never betray the commander on the battlefield, the system has secretly invaded the contract and upgraded it to the highest risk control level. The host can deprive the warrior of all her abilities at any time and has the highest authority to command. Hiss. Yang Lin never expected that his system could even invade the contract. Because it was an invasion, Lin Nianshuan would not notice it. At first Yang Lin was a little embarrassed, but then he felt relieved. The commander and the wargirl are all sincere in exchange for sincerity. This is just an insurance that the system gives itself. If it is not used, there is no need to think too much about it. After some time had passed, the contract was finally completed. As small goals are achieved, rewards will gradually arrive. Chapter 14, Towards a Bright Future. Congratulations to the host for increasing his spiritual power by 100 points. The current spiritual power limit is 400. Congratulations to the host for realizing the special ability spiritual power manipulation. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. It was at this moment that Yang Lin completely understood how abnormal his overall quality was. He is actually just in the awakening stage now. If the commander and the wargirl are at the same awakening stage, it would be quite good if the average spiritual power limit can reach 100. And he had reached the upper limit of 400. Spiritual power is not combat power, but it is a disguised form of combat power. The higher the spiritual power value, the more times you can use your abilities. Naturally, both explosive battles and protracted battles will be more comfortable. Look at the newly acquired abilities. Spiritual power control. As a commander, she can control her own spiritual power and unleash it more meticulously than even the wargirls. It can focus the eyes to clear the mind, and it can focus the hands to increase the arm strength. You can also bring your legs together to increase your speed, and you can also attach your entire body to become invulnerable. Furthermore, the host can directly attach spiritual power to weapons or related props to unleash super energy. The practicality of this capability is much greater than the description. Please slowly explore and discover the specific details in practice. Byte. A new small goal has been updated. Officially contract a second Vanitas, and receive a bonus of spiritual power cap, new special abilities, and mysterious items. Having just received the benefits and given himself hope, Yang Lin now feels that his future is bright. However, the person who was most excited at this moment was not Yang Lin, but Lin Yanquan. With the completion of the contract, the benefits she gained almost made her stupid. Originally, her 5 growth qualifications, physique, strength, spirit, agility and spiritual power, except for physique which was A+, the other 4 were all S. In the qualification assessment, if 3 items are above S, then she is S level. Having an A+ or lower qualification does not hinder her from being S level. But now, her instinct told her that all 5 of her qualifications were manifested as growth ratios. All growth rates increased from 0% to 10%. Once it reaches 100%, she can be promoted to an SS level wargirl. Not to mention how much combat power these 10 percentage points can convert into. Just the fact that one can become SS level, a height that even the world's wargirls cannot reach, one can imagine how much shock this hope has caused to Lin Yanquan. However, this is not the end at all. Because of the contract with Yang Lin, Lin Yanquan has now directly comprehended his own exclusive core ability, the Sound of the Dark. After entering the full burst state, each strike of the spirit soldier's death side is accompanied by the effective Whisper of the Undead, which will have a powerful deterrent effect on humans or polluted beasts. The stronger the overall strength, the greater the deterrent effect. As the level increases, more powerful combat capabilities or auxiliary capabilities will be derived from core capabilities. Because of the contract, not only has my potential been super developed, I have even comprehended exclusive core abilities. Could it be that this is the truth behind the contract between the Vanitas and the commander, and also the truth of this world? Although he had such a guess in his mind, Lin Yanquan knew that this was definitely inseparable from Yang Lin's strength. When it comes to the exclusive core of the wargirl, it is often based on the wargirl's own conditions, understanding, qualifications, and what she has learned through continuous experience of life and death ordeals. And it was only the first day of the contract, and I had already received such a huge benefit so easily? Yanquan, how do you feel? As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard Yang Lin ask anxiously. Of course Yang Lin knew that his system was very powerful, but Lin Yanquan was the first warrior he contracted, so he definitely wanted to know what Lin Yanquan was feeling now. Yanquan, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so strange? No, don't get me wrong. I just gained so many benefits after making a contract with you. For a moment, I don't know how to form my words. Yang Lin nodded and said, don't get excited. We just signed the contract, so we definitely need some time to adapt. Lin Yanquan responded with an and then the two of them looked into each other's eyes for at least 15 seconds. At this time, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something and said, oh, I almost forgot, my spiritual connection is a little different from other commanders. I don't know how much benefit you can get in the initial state. I want to give it a try. Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't look at Lin Yanquan's response like this. In fact, it is because the contract itself has grown significantly, he has comprehended exclusive core abilities, and he was stimulated by Yang Lin's exaggerated spiritual power limit. Now she is almost in a state of breakdown. Including her reply, it was also subconscious. Lin Yanquan never expected that Yang Lin's next move and the possible benefits she would gain would be so outrageous. Yanquan, if you have no problem, I will activate the spiritual sense connection. Oh, you start it. The spiritual connection, as the name suggests, means exactly what it says. Through the commander's ability, you can communicate with the wargirls in the same area through telepathy. This capability is very convenient. As long as it is within the commander's controllable range, it is equivalent to a mobile phone, walkie-talkie, or communicator. But Yang Lin's spiritual connection was super enhanced by the legendary commander system. So after he used this ability to connect with Lin Yanquan's spiritual consciousness, 20% of his total attributes were directly and temporarily mapped to Lin Yanquan. It's like a temporary attribute that appeared out of thin air. Anyway, the stronger Yang Lin is, the stronger the wargirl will be. Lin Yanquan suddenly felt a surge of heat flowing into his body from Yang Lin. Instinct told her that she was now strengthened. How strong is this? Let us put it this way, Yang Lin's current comprehensive attributes, strength, physique, spirit, and agility are at the monstrous level. So even if he only reflected 1/5 of Yang Lin's attributes, Lin Yanquan knew clearly that his current combat power alone had increased by at least 1 times. As Commander Yang Lin becomes stronger, his side will also grow stronger. By then, through this bonus, the temporary increase in combat effectiveness will be absolutely terrifying. Am I dreaming? Am I really not dreaming? Yang Lin, he definitely has the qualifications to be a legendary commander, and I, by chance, have signed a contract with a commander who also has the qualifications to be a legendary commander? My heart is beating violently, too fast as the dense beats of drums. Lin Nianxuan stared straight at Yang Lin in front of her. She was completely petrified and could no longer think about anything. As for Yang Lin, he was full of confidence and high spirits at this moment. Today, he finally contracted his first Vanitas. But this is just the first step. One Vanitas is not enough. If you want to form a team, you need at least 3 Vanitas. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to accept various crusades and commissions. The second step is to upgrade yourself to a 3rd-level commander as soon as possible after forming a team. Only in this way can you be qualified to lead the team to impact the league rankings and lead the warriors around you to enjoy better treatment. The 3rd step is that if you want to develop, you must not limit yourself to one place. If you can reach the 5th-level commander, you can apply to the alliance to establish a garrison in a certain area. How could a commander without his own tutelary fort be allowed to live? Would it be reasonable for him and the Vanitas around him to not have their own homes? The 4th and 5th steps are to recruit new warriors, upgrade your own title, gain more points and contributions, become a legend, and obtain the contract ring and so on. To sum up, the road ahead is long and arduous. However, the first step has been taken, so just keep going. The future must be bright. Chapter 15, She Wants to Fight on My Back? Because the system was down for a long time, Yang Lin thought that something really happened to Lin Nianxuan. Fearing that something might go wrong with the contract signing and system intrusion, Yang Lin quickly opened the system's data panel. Lin Nianxuan's data is clearly displayed on it. War Girl, Lin Nianxuan. Level, 3 levels of War Spirit, War Soul, War Master, War King, War Master, War Emperor, War God, War Saint, True Warrior. Growth qualifications. Constitution, A plus 10%. Strength S 10%. Spirit S 10%. Agility S 10%. Spiritual Power S 10%. Spiritual Power Limit, 224, originally 114, increased to 110 after contract. Exclusive Core Ability, Sound of the Underworld. Basic Ability, Super Energy Burst affected by the contract, the overall damage and defense are increased by 20% when bursting. Core Derivative Ability, None. The first ability will be derived after the 5th stage of the Battle Spirit. Above. Yang Lin saw Lin Nianxuan's basic information clearly. There was a question that concerned him deeply. Commanders in this world have no ranks, only positions, or so-called titles. If they want to be promoted, they need to take an assessment. For example, in tomorrow's actual combat, he will be officially promoted to a 1st-level commander, but if he wants to be promoted to a 2nd-level commander, he will need to bring the War Girl to complete the challenge. After meeting various conditions, it will rise step by step. If we must reflect the commander's combat effectiveness, we should look at the upper limit of his spiritual power. The higher the spiritual power limit, the greater the help and support you can provide to the War Girl. Moreover, on the battlefield, the commander is not a combatant, and no one requires the commander to carry a sword or gun to fight the polluted beasts. What about yourself? Yang Lin immediately clicked on his own information. Commander, Yang Lin. Rank, Trainee Commander. Growth qualifications. Physical SSS. Strength SSS. Spirit SSS. Agility SSS. Spiritual Power SSS. Spiritual Power Limit, 400. Basic Abilities, Perception, Spiritual Connection, Spiritual Power Supply. Core Competencies, Empower. Talents, Synchronization, Spiritual Power Control. After looking at his panel and thinking for a long time and checking the relevant notes, Yang Lin finally knew. It turns out that I have the ability to fight. Because of the spiritual power control, she is equivalent to the combination of Commander and War Girl. And you can continue to comprehend other combat abilities later. Although she doesn't have the same spirit shadow as the Vanitas, the contracted Vanitas are her own spirit shadows in some ways. Moreover, the system clearly points out that only by protecting yourself can the commander better protect his war maidens. Yang Lin must be very happy about this. If you have the ability to fight, it will become your trump card. Although you don't have to fight on the battlefield, you must have the ability to fight. As a commander, we must be both civil and military. Back to the present, after a period of calmness, Lin Nianxuan's condition has obviously stabilized. She hesitated, but finally asked, Yang Lin, are you really a B-level commander? Yeah, what's the problem? I am your warrior now, and from now on we will live and die together on the battlefield. Are you still planning to hide these things from me? Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, well, I may be class commander, but I have some special abilities. Lin Nianxuan didn't pursue the issue. She blushed and said, first of all, I don't mean to get to the bottom of it. In my opinion, you are definitely an SSS level commander. Compared to you, those S-level commanders are simply weak. In short, after I signed a contract with you, I gained tremendous growth and benefits, and even comprehended exclusive core abilities, which was something I never dared to dream of before. Therefore, I will protect you on the battlefield and will also provide feedback through actual actions and performance. I will absolutely not bring shame upon you as a commander. Listening to Lin Nianxuan's series of sonorous words, Yang Lin's blood also rose. Well, then let's work together from now on and try to contract a few more Vanitas as soon as possible, and then form our own team. I hope this day will come soon. Perhaps the two of them were talking a little too loudly, and there was a soft knock on the door. Yang Lin, Niansun, it's been so long, have you finished your contract? Sister Liyue, it's done. Hearing that it was done, Zhang Liyue, who had been waiting outside the door for half an hour, finally walked in. Then she closed the door and said, congratulations, but now we have to worry about tomorrow's actual combat drill. The target point is set in the northern buffer zone. Although the beasts released are just ordinary polluted beasts, they are still quite dangerous for you newcomers. And as you know, there's a 40% mortality rate. Lin Nianxuan stepped forward and said, Sister Liyue, I know you have a good relationship with Yang Lin, and you must be worried about him. But please rest assured, even if there is no second Vanitas now, I will protect him alone and will definitely take first place in the actual battle. Zhang Liyue was stunned for a moment and said, your determination is good, but you are the only war princess. You want to kill the enemy and take care of the commander's safety at the same time. You are so busy that you can't do it. I dare to say so, and I can certainly do it. I am the only war girl, but when the time comes, I will carry Yang Lin to kill the enemy and act, and I will never let him face danger alone. Yang Lin was stunned when he heard this. Lin Nianxuan, this aloof campus beauty, is going to fight on the battlefield with her back to me? Looking at her slender and well-proportioned body and her long and well-proportioned white legs, and thinking about riding on her, being carried on her back, as a pure man, Yang Lin's old face couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Nianxuan, is this okay? Yang Lin, my strength was already pretty good, but now with your support, I'm even more powerful. In the spirit shadow state, carrying 2 or 3 of you is no problem, let alone one. Yang Lin thought, since the girl has said this much, let us just do it tomorrow. I swear to God, I absolutely don't have any ideas. Isn't it because I only have this one Vanitas and I can't do anything about it? Seeing that Lin Nianxuan had said this, Zhang Liyue felt a little relieved. Seeing you guys so energetic, I feel a lot more at ease. But I still want to give you one last warning, don't take too many risks in order to achieve any results. When the critical moment comes, you too should escape if you can. Absolutely, don't joke with your life. Clear. Understood. Zhang Liyue chuckled and said, now that you understand, you can go back first. I'll take care of some things here and then I'll go back to the class. Lin Nianxuan didn't think much about it and turned around to leave. Suddenly realizing that Yang Lin was not moving, she stopped immediately. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't move, Zhang Liyue asked, Yang Lin, what are you doing? Sister Liyue, I've finished dealing with Nianxuan and I. Now, let me take care of yours. Zhang Liyue was a little surprised, what do you want to deal with my matter? Yang Lin sighed and said, although Sister Liyue has concealed it very well, ever since I signed the contract with Nianxuan, all aspects of my physical fitness have become extremely sensitive to the people and things around me. Sister Liyue, you have something on your mind, something very serious, otherwise the look in your eyes wouldn't be so gloomy and lost. Chapter 16 You even don't let go of the beautiful tutor? Zhang Liyue turned around and said calmly, no way, what are you talking about? Yang Lin said solemnly, actually, even if you didn't tell me, Sister Liyue, I could already roughly guess what was going on. Lin Nianxuan was completely confused and had no idea what was happening. Yang Lin, is there something wrong with Sister Liyue? Yes, it's very serious. Yang Lin looked at Lin Nianxuan with mixed emotions and said, Nianxuan, Sister Liyue went to the elders' meeting room earlier. After we came back, she was anxious for us to sign the contract. She was even afraid that outsiders would disturb us, so she specifically asked us to do it in a private office. It's obvious that Sister Liyue went to the elders' meeting because of us, and since it was because of us, or more precisely, because of me, then it's definitely not a good thing. Lin Yanxuan was very smart and guessed what was going on immediately after Yang Lin gave her some pointers. Could it be that the news of my contract with you has reached the Senate? Yes, you are an S-class Valiant, and a war academy only produces 1 or 2 or 3 of them a year. As for me, a 3-year-old repeater and a commander with only B rank qualifications, do you think the higher-ups at the academy would be willing to sign a contract with me? Lin Yanxuan frowned. Didn't they say that the contract between the war girl and the commander was a mutual choice? Do they want to interfere with this matter? Yang Lin said somewhat embarrassedly, it's mainly because my qualifications are too low. If I were S level, there would definitely be no problem. If I were a level, I could make do with it, but I was B level, which was not favored, so the pressure fell on Sister Liyue. When she walked in just now, although it was only for a moment, I noticed it, and if I speculate on the whole process, I shouldn't be wrong. Lin Yanxuan looked at Zhang Liyue. Sister Liyue, is what Yang Lin said true? Don't listen to him. You two should hurry back to the classroom. I'll be there soon. Sister Liyue, I'm sorry. I was so focused on the joy of having the contract between the Vanitas and me that I didn't notice your changes at all. Zhang Liyue turned around and said, You guy, I told you it wasn't true, why are you still? Sister Liyue, make a contract with me and become my second Vanitas. With just one sentence, the atmosphere in the entire private office fell into silence. Zhang Liyue never expected that Yang Lin would actually invite her. Lin Yanxuan didn't expect that Yang Lin was so brave. He reached out to his mentor just after graduation. Seeing that Zhang Liyue was in shock and did not respond for a long time, he saw Zhang Liyue was in shock and did not respond for a. Yang Lin coughed and said, Could it be that Sister Liyue, you have already made a contract with another man, so you can't make a contract with me? Zhang Liyue snorted and said, I have a contract with the commander. How can I stay here and teach you now? Since you haven't made a contract with another man, then make a contract with me and become my Vanitas. The development of this matter seems a bit mysterious. Lin Yanxuan stood aside and didn't know how to interrupt. If you ask the campus beauty of Lin University what she thinks, she will definitely be happy about Zhang Liyue and Yang Lin making a contract. Zhang Liyue's aptitude is definitely not too bad, and her level is very high. Although she is a few years older than the two of them, she is also a senior. With the senior around, I can usually get her guidance all to myself, right? Besides, which team of war girls doesn't T want to make a name for themselves, and which war girl doesn't T want her teammates to be strong? As for Zhang Liyue, her eyes were a little flustered at the moment. It wasn't because Yang Lin was staring at her, but because she remembered something. There was even a trace of pain in the depths of her eyes, which disappeared in a flash. I have already decided not to live as a Vanitas anymore, so I cannot accept this invitation. Sister Liyue, I don't know what happened to you before, nor do I understand why you came to the Dragon War Academy to be a mentor. But now, I sincerely want to invite you to become my Vanitas as a genius commander, and then in the future, I will personally put the contract ring on you. Zhang Liyue was both angry and amused. You can actually say something like that just to get me into the team. Genius commander, if you were a genius, would I be so distressed about you? See, I knew you went to the elders meeting because of me. But now, I have already signed a contract with Nian Sun, so there is no need to think about it. You will definitely not be able to explain it to the Elders Council. It doesn't matter. The matter is settled. The worst that can happen is that I'll be expelled from Longting City. I think my level is not bad, and I have strength, but I can't settle in another city. Yang Lin was deeply moved. There are not many people in this world who can be good to you. In order to fulfill her 3 years of waiting, Zhang Liyue was willing to go against the Senate to make a contract between herself and Nian Sun. No matter what, I want her to be well. Sister Liyue, make a contract with me. I will take care of you from now on, and we will become strong together, so strong that we don't have to care about anyone's face. Believe me, I'm strong, stronger than you expect. If you really don't want to go to the battlefield as a war girl, it's okay to take up a vacancy. I swear in the name of the commander that I will never force you to do something you don't like. Also, in this case, I am the commander and you are my Vanitas. Before I make any mistakes, the Elders Council has no right to exile an innocent commander's Vanitas. You. Zhang Liyue smiled beautifully and said, let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's just talk about the last part. I didn't expect you to consider me to such an extent. I call you sister, and we've been together for 3 years. You've even helped me despite the pressure. How can I not consider you? What you said is an idea. It's not that I can't consider it, but the fact that it takes up your position. Given the number of people a commander can contract, this is effectively reducing your squad's combat effectiveness. Yang Lin smiled. To be honest, there are countless Vanitas I can contract with. Since my qualifications are excellent, 10 vacancies are not a big deal. If a commander in this world wants to contract a war girl, it depends on his own ability. You are capable, so it is no problem to contract more than one person, because you can assist and support them well. But you are weak and you wither before you can use your 2 abilities. In that case, even 1 or 2 of them would be a disaster, let alone a group of warriors. Seeing that Yang Lin had said this much and really wanted to contract Zhang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Sister Liyue, I really hope to be your teammate. Also, I can tell you as someone who has been through this, Yang Lin does have the ability of a talented commander. By the way, I would like to add that I was the one who asked Yang Lin to sign the contract, and I did not agree to it until he came to me. Please believe in Yang Lin, and believe in me too. Lin Nianxuan's words were quite serious, and his expression was quite solemn and serious. Zhang Liyue was surprised. She was actually also confused as to why Lin Nianxuan took the initiative to find Yang Lin. Could it be that I am short-sighted and failed to see Yang Lin's strength? Besides, neither Yang Lin nor Lin Nianxuan is the kind of person who likes to joke around. Sister Liyue, don't hesitate any longer. No matter what, this is the most appropriate solution at the moment. And you have to believe that I really have the ability to convince and satisfy you. Whether you want to go to the battlefield as a war girl later or not, Nianxuan and I will respect your choice. Zhang Liyue now began to think seriously. Finally, she spoke again. Well, since we've come to this point, then let's make a contract. After hearing what you said, my instinct tells me, Yang Lin, you may really be something extraordinary. And Nianxuan proved to me with her actions that she trusts you. And you still call me sister, how can I not trust you? It's done. Yang Lin was overjoyed. I just said that my new goal is to contract a second warrior, but unexpectedly, Sister Liyue has also become my contract object. Now that we have Nianxuan and Sister Liyue, as long as we have another war girl, our team will be worthy of the name. Chapter 17, Unleashing the Potential of a Beautiful Mentor. At the moment, specifically speaking, Zhang Liyue's state of mind. She felt that maybe Yang Lin really had some extraordinary qualities, otherwise Lin Nianxuan, who had S-level qualifications, would never have taken the initiative to seek a contract with Yang Lin. But when it comes to a commander with genius-level qualifications, Zhang Liyue actually just laughs it off in her heart. Having been with Yang Lin for 3 years, having seen Yang Lin's persistence over the past 3 years, and having treated them like a brother in private, she really couldn't bear to destroy Yang Lin's dream of becoming a commander in the final stage. So she went against the decision of the elders with great determination. She had already made plans in her mind. Originally, coming here to teach was just a coincidence. Moreover, she herself has no obsession with being a mentor. So after Yang Lin and Lin Nianxuan signed the contract, she immediately found a way to leave Longting City so that she wouldn't have to confront the president of the academy and the council of elders. But, confusedly, do I have to make a contract with Yang Lin and become his war girl now? Zhang Liyue was in a complicated mood and couldn't describe exactly what she was feeling at the moment. Seeing her like this, Yang Lin said gently, Sister Liyue, are you ready? Can we start the contract now? Well, we can start now. Afterwards, she sat cross-legged with Yang Lin face to face, just like Lin Nianxuan and Yang Lin had done before, merging their spiritual powers into the Sea of Gods, and finally completing the war girl contract. When the contract first started, Zhang Liyue had no idea that her fate would change because of the contract with the man in front of her. Until, as Yang Lin's spiritual power merged into his body, it flowed through his meridians and reached his sea of consciousness. Zhang Liyue was amazed at how crazy it was to make a contract with Yang Lin. My meridians, the damaged areas are actually slowly being repaired by the warmth? Also, they're still widening it after the repairs? My sea of consciousness, when did the energy become so turbulent, and the purity is so high? Zhang Liyue had been a war girl for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, I have been to the battlefield many times with the team. After a long battle, although no fatal injuries were suffered, as time went by, some internal injuries were left. It's not just her, all the war girls are the same, and this involves subsequent recuperation and the like. But what kind of recuperation can be as quick as the warm and repairing treatment you get now? Jiang Liyue was originally amazed at how her physical condition had recovered to its peak, but she never expected that not only had it recovered to its peak, but her combat effectiveness was also rising steadily. Instinctively, intelligence information flooded into her mind. Because of the contract signed with Yan Lin, her 5 growth qualifications have all undergone qualitative changes. Like Lin Yanxuan, the degree of strengthening has begun to increase by percentage. As long as she continues to grow, she will hopefully break through to S, with the highest limit being SSS level warrior. How is that possible? Isn't it said that the highest level is only S? Why is it that after signing a contract with Yan Lin, my potential has been developed and I even have the hope of becoming an SSS level person in the future? For Jiang Liyue, the first thing is the gentle restoration of the body, and the second is the excessive development of potential. Before she could fully react, the third benefit came. Or because of the contract with Yan Lin, the intelligence information flow told her that she was developing her own exclusive core capabilities. I'm confused, completely confused. Jiang Liyue's mind went blank. When the stream of intelligence information flooded into her mind, telling her that she had comprehended the exclusive core ability, she finally woke up a little from her dazed state. But, the benefits are not over yet. Because of the contract, the potential was greatly developed by the contract signed by Yan Lin. After gaining a deeper understanding of her exclusive core abilities, Jiang Liyue instinctively received intelligence again and learned that after establishing a connection with Yan Lin, all of her 5 qualifications had grown by 10%. As for combat effectiveness, with each of the 5 qualifications growing by 10%, the combat effectiveness doubled, which seemed like a piece of cake. So what's going on? Jiang Liyue felt like she had turned into a little girl. Because the surprise was so great, she really didn't know how to express her feelings and reactions. There is absolutely no difference from the previous Lin Yanxuan. It is unclear how much time passed before the contract was signed. If Yang Lin hadn't called her, Jiang Liyue would probably have remained petrified for a long time. Sister Liyue, you're not feeling uncomfortable, are you? Yeah, very, very comfortable, nothing wrong. That's good. The contract has just been completed. Sister Liyue, please adjust your condition first. Okay. While Jiang Liyue was checking her own condition, Yang Lin also began to enjoy his own benefits with peace of mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the second war girl. The upper limit of spiritual power value increases by 100. The current upper limit of spiritual power value is 500. Congratulations to the host for realizing a new ability 6-step kill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special rare item the Stone of Resistance. 6-step kill, a combination of footwork and combat skills. It can be used for running, escaping, or for killing, and is always effective. It includes stepping to kill, sweeping step to kill, returning step to kill, sideways step to kill, extreme step to kill, and vertical step to kill. Stone of Resistance, a rare item. Activating this stone can create an all-around defensive barrier for yourself, blocking one fatal injury. At the same time, this defense can be synchronized to all the warriors under it, 7 times. Looking at the 6-step kill and the Stone of Resistance, Yang Lin felt very happy. After signing a contract with Lin Yanxuan, he first comprehended the control of spiritual power, so that he could have the ability to burst out spiritual power and fight like the war girl. Then he made a contract with Jiang Liyue and comprehended the 6-step killing, which doubled up his footwork and the technique of strong killing. Originally, he was already very coquettish, and with the help of the Stone of Resistance, he could resist fatal damage at the critical moment. Now, he had all the skills of attack, defense, and escape. In that case, tomorrow's battlefield combat trial. Yang Lin was just thinking about the actual combat on the battlefield tomorrow, but he didn't expect the system prompt to come again. The current goal has been updated. Place in the top 3 in the battlefield actual combat trial to receive a maximum spiritual power reward in precious items for the growth of your wargirl. Not bad, it's equivalent to getting rewards in actual combat, and it's worth a thumbs up that the goal doesn't force you to be the first. After understanding this, Yang Lin looked at Jiang Liyue. At this moment, Jiang Liyue's eyes and eyebrows were filled with unconcealable joy and excitement. She is now his second wargirl. As the commander, how could Yang Lin not know her information? Wargirl, Jiang Liyue. Level, 7th level of Combat Master, Combat Spirit, Combat Soul, Combat Master, Combat King, Combat Lord, Combat Emperor, Combat God, Combat Saint, True Warrior. Growth qualifications. Constitution A plus 10%. Strength A plus 10%. Spirit A 10%. Agility A 10%. Spiritual Power A plus 10%. Spiritual Power Limit, 1564 plus 2300 original 1560, additional growth of 2300 after contract. Exclusive Core Ability, Blade of Annihilation. Derivative abilities of this ability, Skylight Fall, Starburst Annihilation, Shadow Shattered Dream. Special note, since this warrior has just made a contract, more core abilities and core-derived abilities will be gradually understood. Basic ability, Super Energy Burst. Affected by the contract, the overall damage and defense are increased by 20% when bursting. Chapter 18. Do you want money or a man? There was a long period of silence in the office. When Zhang Liyue came back to her senses, without waiting for Yang Lin to ask about her condition, Lin Yanquan stepped forward and held Zhang Liyue's hand. And there was a hint of ridicule at the corner of Lin Yanquan's mouth. Sister Liyue, I'll give you 40 million and a contract with a man who possesses the qualities of a legendary commander. Will you choose the money or the man? Knowing that Lin Yanquan was being playful, Zhang Liyue snorted in a feigned stubbornness and said, "What's wrong with me choosing a man? You didn't believe me before. I said Yang Lin was very powerful. How would I know? He's clearly just a commander with a B-level qualification assessment." But after signing the contract, I realized it was all an illusion. When Zhang Liyue said this, not only she, but also Lin Yanquan, the two women's eyes focused on Yang Lin's face almost at the same time. Although they didn't say anything else, their meaning was very clear. They are asking, what on earth is going on? Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't know my own situation, but I am sure of one thing, I am very strong. If you make a contract with me, you will also become very strong." Lin Yanquan and Zhang Liyue deeply agree with the idea of becoming very strong. If they hadn't signed the contract with Yang Lin, they wouldn't have known that after the contract, it was as if the door to a new world had been opened for the two women. The strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Qualifications become stronger and bursts increase. The upper limit of spiritual power has doubled. What is even more terrifying is that he was able to easily comprehend the exclusive core abilities and derivative abilities. Lin Yanquan is a novice warrior, so the effect of the contract is relatively not very obvious on her. But because Zhang Liyue is a warrior of the third realm, the doubling of her spiritual power limit alone has made her astonished by Yang Lin. The sudden increase from more than 1,500 to nearly 4,000 is definitely not just an increase in numbers. This means she can maintain her burst for a longer period of time, and each of her attacks will have a more exaggerated damage bonus. Moreover, her original core abilities have been revised, not to mention the 3 derived abilities. Now, first correct the core ability, and then continuously derive, comprehend and correct the 3 subsidiary abilities through the core ability. No one would believe this kind of growth even if you tell it to the whole world. Well, let us stop here with the matter of becoming stronger, because now the 3 of them have to face real problems. After listening to Zhang Liyue's explanation, Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan understood the thoughts of the Academy President and the Elders Council. The problem the 3 of them are facing now is to go to the Council of Elders and persuade the President of the Academy, Li Zhenxing, and the other elders. Yang Lin was quite emotional about this. As they say, even good wine needs a bush. If I were a commander with S-level qualifications, how could I have caused so much trouble? After hearing what he said, Lin Yanquan and Zhang Liyue were both very relieved. If Yang Lin really has the qualifications to be an S-class commander, there must be many war girls who have signed contracts with him now, and there might not be a chance for the 2 of them. Listen to Zhang Liyue, although you are rated as a B-level qualification, don't you have 2 warriors, me and Yanquan, now? Let's think about it first and what to say to the Council of Elders later. Lin Yanquan interjected, what can we say? We've already signed the contract, so they can't refuse. Are they going to attack us? It's not necessary to resort to violence, but... Zhang Liyue said seriously, Yang Lin is still a trainee commander and is still in the development stage. For now, it's best to gain a firm foothold in Longting City, so it's best not to fall out with the Elders Council. Yang Lin nodded and said, no matter how good the foundation is, it will be useless if it cannot be developed. If I can form a strong team, then by then, not to mention Longting, the world is so big that we can go anywhere. Why would I need to prove or discuss these things with others? That's right. After all, our commander is going to become a legendary commander in the future. Moreover, he will give each of his Vanitas a contract ring. Sister Li Yue, please don't mention this. It's a dream, yes, but we have to take it one step at a time. Also, instead of calling me our commander, it sounds better if you just call me by my name. Yang Lin, it's fine in private, but in front of outsiders, both I and Nian Sun must respectfully address you as commander. Otherwise, what if others think that Nianchuan and I don't know etiquette and don't follow the rules? Also, you can't call me Sister Li Yue in front of outsiders. I'm your war maiden, is it appropriate for you to call me Sister Li Yue? Lin Nianchuan agreed, that's right. This is also the basic etiquette for a war girl when out in public. So commander, you must remember this clearly, okay? Yang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I remember it clearly. Now, let's go to the Council of Elders and have a good talk with them about these matters. Zhang Li Yue and Lin Nianchuan looked at each other and nodded. As for the Council of Elders, the Dean of the Academy Li Jinqing and other elders, they are now waiting for Zhang Li Yue's reply. According to the basic rules of the contract between the commander and the war maiden set by the alliance, if the commander and the war maiden want to conclude a contract, outsiders cannot interfere. You can recommend, introduce the commander or war girl, but you cannot force them. Because once a team is formed, they will have to go to the battlefield and face life and death. You, an outsider, insisted on forcing the two parties together. In the battlefield, because the commander and the war girl were incompatible with each other, everyone died in the end. Who is responsible? Therefore, this is also the reason why the dean and the elders, although they knew that Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan wanted to sign a contract, could not step in forcefully. Besides, this is a war academy after all. If we use forceful means to force Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan, once the news gets out, won't the academy's reputation be ruined? Don't you want the reputation of the entire Longting city? Because of this, before Zhang Li Yue's persuasion came to fruition, everyone in the conference room felt extremely uneasy. So much time has passed. How about we find someone to urge Zhang Li Yue? Please be patient, wait a little longer. Zhang Li Yue has also been a war maiden for several years. I believe she will understand the situation. That's true, but seeing how she defended Yang Lin earlier, there's no guarantee she'll go against the Elders' Council's orders. Would punishing her then make any difference? After hearing what an elder said, everyone became annoyed. She is a war girl with S-level qualifications. If she is trained well, she will have super combat power in the future. Why does she fall for Yang Lin, who has B-level qualifications? As for the principal of the academy, Li Jinqing, he remains silent. Until now, he has been thinking about a question. It is no longer hundreds of years ago. With the decline of the commander profession, commanders with qualifications below level A are basically all defined as a burden. But Lin Nianchuan is very smart, why does she have to sign a contract with Yang Lin? Could it be that although Yang Lin is a commander with B-level qualifications, he actually has unique qualities in some aspects? He had an idea. He wanted to meet this older repeater who had been in the same grade for several years. He wanted to confirm what it was about Yang Lin that attracted Lin Nianchuan so much. However, unexpectedly, as soon as this idea came to his mind, he soon got what he wanted. Chapter 19. This kid is so sharp-tongued. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the conference room door, and Zhang Li Yue's voice was heard outside the door at the same time. After waiting for such a long time, everyone, including the dean of the academy, perked up a bit when they saw Zhang Li Yue coming back. But what no one expected was that not only Zhang Li Yue came in, but also Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhang Li Yue with confusion in their eyes. I asked you to separate the two people, not to bring them back. So what's the big deal about Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan coming back now? It should be said that Zhang Li Yue spoke before the academy president Li Jinqing and the 20 or so elders present even had time to react. Before I come here, I want to explain two things to you. First, Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan have signed the commander and war girl contract. Zhang Li Yue, you. An elder was furious after hearing the first half of the sentence. If the people around him had not held him back, he would have almost jumped up from the table. Zhang Li Yue seemed to be deaf to the words and continued, secondly, I have also signed a contract with Yang Lin. Now, Lin Nianchuan and I are both Commander Yang Lin's war maidens. Quiet. It's not just ordinary quiet. If the first incident could be seen as Zhang Li Yue's disobedience to orders, then the second incident. Could it be that he intentionally signed a contract with Yang Lin in order to avoid blame? But if this is the case, is it necessary for Zhang Liyue to behave like this, and why would she go to such lengths? Zhang Liyue has been a war maiden for several years after all, so she must have the realm and strength. Even if we have to sign a contract with a commander, there's no need to find a new commander, right? What's more, this new commander only has a B-level qualification assessment. Why? It was the headmaster of the academy, Li Xinqing, who spoke up. Let's not talk about Yang Lin and Nian Sun's contract for now. Zhang Liyue, why did you also want to make a contract with Yang Lin? Because my commander is very strong. Following him, I will definitely be able to reach higher peaks. Really? I'm not targeting him, but he is only a trainee commander with a B-level qualification assessment, and he has not yet officially served on the battlefield. Zhang Liyue, how do you know he's so strong? To the principal, if the Vanitas wants to form a contract with the commander, she will definitely consider it carefully. Anyway, I am now Yang Lin's valiant. If the academy president has any questions, please ask my commander directly. Well, as soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes in the audience were almost all focused on Yang Lin. Yang Lin was not shy either. He stepped forward and bowed gracefully, saying, "Junior Yang Lin, greetings to the president of the academy and all the elders." One of the elders, whose nose was almost crooked with anger, said, "You still know how to call yourself a junior. Now you are capable. Not only did you contract with the S-level aptitude assessment War Maiden, you even did not let go of your own mentor. Awesome, really awesome." To the elder, my contract with Nianchuan and Li Yue was made by mutual consent. No one made things difficult for anyone, nor did anyone force anyone. They chose me, and I will naturally respond to them. Isn't this a normal thing? Boy, stop being so sharp-tongued. An elder was about to scold Yang Lin, but was interrupted by the serious-looking Dean Li Xinqing with a gesture. Don't speak or discuss anything yet. Now, I have a few questions for Yang Lin. After hearing what the president of the academy said, although most of the elders present were indignant, they had to suppress their anger and listen to what the president had to say. As for Li Xinqing himself, he looked Yang Lin up and down for a long time before speaking. Yang Lin, first of all, I want to tell you that I'm not optimistic about the contract between you and Nian Sun. Because your qualifications don't match. In my opinion, you are very likely to hinder her future. Yang Lin and Li Xinqing looked at each other and said calmly, "Although I don't like what the dean said, from a common sense perspective, it's not wrong." Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to blame you by saying this, I just want to make my point. Because I want to make my position clear, putting aside the contract between you and Nian Sun, and looking at it from the perspective of a fellow commander, I have to admit that Yang Lin, you are very charming. Charm? When Li Xinqing mentioned the word charm, all the elders present, including Yang Lin, Lin Nianchuan and Zhang Liyue, were full of doubts. President, what do you mean by this? Of course, that's just the literal meaning, Li Xinqing said slowly. Longting Academy has been established for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a war girl with S-level qualifications being taken care of by a trainee commander with B-level qualifications. No, this is the first time I have seen it in my life. Moreover, you even contracted Zhang Liyue. In my opinion, Zhang Liyue's talent is also good. In comparison, her advantage is now infinitely greater than Nianchuan. But in the end, without exception, they all became your Vanitas. So, if you didn't have charisma, how could you have achieved this? President, can I regard these words as a compliment? Sure. Originally, when the elders in the field heard that Zhang Liyue had disobeyed orders, they were ready to reprimand her, but what was the big deal about the dean praising Yang Lin now? President, now that Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan have a contract, this is simply absurd. Why are you still bringing up something unrelated with him? Li Xinqing frowned, didn't I say it? Now is the time for me to talk to Yang Lin. Seeing the serious expression of the dean, the elders who wanted to speak could only shut up again. When the scene became quiet again, Li Xinqing's gaze fell on Yang Lin again. He continued the previous topic and said, Yang Lin, precisely because of this, I am now interested in you. Can you tell me how you got Nianchuan to sign a contract with you, and how you persuaded my academy's instructor Zhang Liyue to become your war maiden? Yang Lin had already thought about the above question before he came here. He took a deep breath and then slowly said, President, as everyone knows, commanders below rank A are not welcome nowadays. But being unpopular is just a prejudice of the public. No one stipulates that commanders with B-level qualification assessment are really useless. For example, although I am a commander with B-level qualifications, I also have my own unique talents. My talents can make my Vanitas even more powerful, so what's wrong with a Vanitas being willing to form a contract with me? Li Jinxing was stunned. Yang Lin, you said you have your own unique talents? That's right, no one stipulates that only commanders with S-level qualifications can comprehend new abilities, right? Who says that a commander with B-level qualifications is truly inferior to a commander with A-level qualifications or above? There really is no one who has set the rules. Dean, isn't this settled? Think about our history. Hundreds of years ago or even earlier, countless commanders with qualifications below A-level led the war girls and created one epic story after another. President of the school, and everyone present here, aren't we still learning about that turbulent history today? Can you say that all commanders whose qualifications do not meet the current standards are useless? We can't erase all their hard work and contributions just because of today's standards, right? Following Yang Lin's passionate speech, everyone present was ashamed. As we were talking, this kid started to act like a righteous person. Chapter 20: The Dean's Big Secret. Based on what Yang Lin said just now, who would dare to erase or obliterate the contributions made by the previous commander? Even a fool knows that without the sacrifices of our ancestors, the world would have ended long ago. I just didn't expect that you, kid, when I was talking about your own business, ended up bringing it up with our ancestors, and actually used our ancestors as a shield? Li Jinxing had never expected Yang Lin to say that. He just nodded and chuckled. Okay, you said it very well. But now that we've come to this, can I know what unique abilities you, as a commander with a B-level qualification assessment, have you mastered? Dean, these are all confidential matters between our teams. If I tell them everything, wouldn't that be irresponsible of my team? You're right, there is competition even between teams. The so-called secrets are often trump cards and should not be revealed easily. But as your school principal, I am very worried that something might happen if you take Nian Sun to the battlefield tomorrow, and I cannot be completely unaware of your condition. So, I have a proposal. When the academy president made the proposal, all the elders present pricked up their ears. The three people on Yang Lin's side were actually quite curious. Li Jinxing pondered for a moment and said, "Before I make the proposal, let me tell you a secret that you students may not know. In fact, I am also a commander, and an S-level commander at that. Naturally, I also formed a team of warrior girls." Be it Yang Lin, Lin Yanquan or Jiang Liyue, this was the first time they heard of this. But I was originally here to listen to the president's proposal, so how did I end up mentioning the president's secrets? Moreover, who would have thought that the dean of the academy is also a commander, and a commander with S-level qualifications? However, the shock to Yang Lin and the other two was not over yet, because what Li Jinxing said next was bombastic. Yang Lin, let me tell you another secret. In fact, I am still a 7th level commander. Hiss. Yang Lin couldn't help but gasp. 7th level commander, do you know what that means? As a 7th rank commander, that means he has at least 3 warriors at the 7th level around him. After reaching the 7th level, one has all the qualifications and conditions to be the deputy commander of a large region. If conditions permit, it is not impossible to become the commander of a larger area. The large area mentioned above definitely does not refer to one city, but at least 6 or 7, or even more than 10 or 20. But who would have thought that as a 7th rank commander, he would only be the dean of an institution? This is equivalent to saying that you could have been the president of a top-notch prestigious university, but instead you became a security guard at the school gate, which is a complete waste of your talent. President, why? Knowing why Yang Lin was asking this, Li Jinxing sighed and said, "I'm not interested in such great power. In comparison, I'd rather protect the place where I was born. Our Longting is not a good place, but it is relatively peaceful and I like it here very much. The same goes for my Vanitas, they are willing to follow me and stay here. In general, there is a saying that everyone has their own aspirations, do you understand what I mean?" Yang Lin nodded, of course he understood. Not every master wants to dominate the world and unify the martial arts world. If someone wants to hide in the city, that is their choice, and outsiders have no right to interfere. So the dean is also a commander. I'm not sure what you're proposing. No problem, didn't you just say that you have the talent to make the war maiden stronger? And Jiang Liyue has also become your war maiden. Since you refuse to reveal your unique talent, I will use my Vanitas to test the truth of your words. Don't make such a fuss. I was just testing how strong your Vanitas have become because of you. I'm not going to kill your Vanitas. As Li Jinxing spoke, he tapped the table lightly with his hand. As if out of nowhere, a woman appeared beside him. Commander, you called me? Koi, you will test the skills of the Valkyrie next to my student. Be careful not to hurt her. This is just a test, not a fight. Yes, Koi knows. After instructing his own war maidens, Li Jinxing said to Yan Lin again, Jingli is the last war maiden to join my team, so her realm is the lowest, currently only at the 4th realm, War King 5th stage. Zhang Liyue is Long Tang's mentor, so of course I know that she is at the 7th level of the 3rd realm, a combat master. Yang Lin, there's only a big realm difference, is there any problem on your side? Yang Lin looked at Zhang Liyue beside him and replied after seeing that she had no objection, if it's just a simple test, I have no objection. Don't be so cautious. I am your elder after all, and I will never bully you. To test your basic abilities, activate the Academy's battlefield simulation device. When the elders present heard that the battlefield simulation device had to be activated, they could no longer sit still. President, is that necessary? Isn't that only used against high-level teams? The main reason is that activating it once consumes a lot of the cores of the pollution beasts. It's just for testing, so there's no need to go to that extent, right? Li Jinxing waved his hand and said, it's nothing to consume some polluted beast cores. If we want to test, we must test comprehensively. This also makes it easier for seniors to guide juniors, right? Seeing the Academy president's firm attitude, these elders had no choice but to give up. As for what Li Jinxing really thought, he actually had no intention of testing Yang Lin as well. He just wanted to know how much stronger Zhang Liyue would become because of Yang Lin, and how she would willingly become Yang Lin's war maiden. In addition, when talking with Yang Lin, he could clearly feel Yang Lin's sharpness and confidence. Most students cannot do this. It is even more impossible to have a serious conversation with him. Because of this, Li Jinxing became more and more interested in Yang Lin. So, let us test it together, and hopefully we can get a satisfactory result. When it comes to battlefield simulation devices, that thing is more like a large battle chessboard. By borrowing the core of the polluted beast, you can create monsters in it, and use energy to create many obstacles and polluted beasts of varying strengths. Although the commander does not need to be in the fog, he still needs to have a mental connection and sense the fog to guide the wargirls. Therefore, in addition to being able to test the opposing Vanitas, you can naturally also test the Vanitas commanders, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now that the decision has been made, naturally, everyone needs to go to the simulated confrontation battlefield. Yang Lin was just about to call Lin Yanxuan and Zhang Liyue to set off when a message suddenly came. Temporary target triggered, simulate defeating the opponent's war girl Koi in the battlefield, the commander's spiritual power limit increased, and at the same time obtained the war girl growth item. No reward for defeat. This temporary goal is quite neat and straightforward. I just heard from the Dean of the Academy that his war princess Koi is at the 4th level, the 5th stage of War King, and my own Zhang Liyue is at the 3rd level, the 7th stage of War Master. There's a huge difference in realms, so does this mean the fight is about the higher the realm, the better? Yang Lin looked at Zhang Liyue, wondering if his own Liyue could withstand it? Chapter 21 How much does the Dean value him? Knowing that there is a target reward, Yang Lin definitely wants Zhang Liyue to defeat the Koi. But after thinking about it, he did not express this request or hope to Zhang Liyue. The main reason is that I'm afraid of putting pressure on Zhang Liyue. The same thing happened to Lin Yanxuan. When she followed the Dean of the Academy, Li Jinxing, to the simulated battlefield, she was even more nervous than Zhang Liyue. She held Zhang Liyue's hand tightly and said, Sister Liyue, you're under a lot of pressure right now, aren't you? You're going to go up against the 7th rank commander's war girl soon. Zhang Liyue tried her best to remain calm and listen to her words. Of course there is pressure, but I am no longer the Zhang Liyue I used to be. In the past, if I heard about fighting across a major realm, I might have given up on the spot because there was absolutely no possibility of confrontation. But now it's different. With the commander's guidance and the improvement of her overall strength, she may not be able to take advantage of me. Lin Yanxuan said dejectedly, I'd love to fight alongside Sister Liyue, but unfortunately, I'm just a newly promoted warrior. Right now, I have no say in this confrontation. Alright Yanxuan, I'm in great shape now, don't worry about me. You, Yang, and the commander will just have to watch my performance. Lin Yanxuan responded, then turned to look at Yang Lin and said, Commander, Sister Liyue will be in your care later. Yang Lin responded, that's necessary. This confrontation also includes a test for me. The Academy director only sent a 4th level warrior to fight. We may not be without a chance. When the simulated confrontation begins, I will do my best to guide Liyue and strive to gain an advantage in the simulated battlefield. During the conversation, everyone had already arrived at the simulated battlefield under the leadership of the school principal. The entire simulated battlefield is about the size of 6 or 7 football fields. Once the confrontation begins and the surrounding spells are activated, the entire simulated battlefield will be filled with fog. Not only is the visibility not high, but there are also folded and twisted spaces on the edges, so even if you want to move forward along the edge, you can't. In order to increase the sense of tension, a large number of energy-polluting beasts will also gather there. Although these things don't have high combat effectiveness, they are all about surprise attacks. If you don't realize that you are being attacked by surprise, the consequence is likely to be direct defeat. Therefore, during a confrontation, the Vanitas' vision and reactions are largely determined by the commander who coordinates the overall situation. The reason why the school president Li Jinqing did this was that he had extremely high expectations for Yang Lin. Because of this, the more than 20 elders who followed as spectators were almost speechless. The head of the academy, a great commander of the 7th rank, actually wanted to personally test a novice and his Vanitas? This kind of treatment is unheard of in the entire alliance, not to mention the Dragon War Academy in the past 100 years. How much does he, the head of the academy, value Yang Lin? Is this really necessary? While these elders were still murmuring, Li Jinqing, who came to the simulated battlefield, spoke to Yang Lin. Yang Lin, are you familiar with the rules of the simulated battlefield? Replying to the principal, although this is my first time using it, I have learned and understood all of this. Well, I know you've been first in the written exams for years, so you're naturally well aware of all this, which saves me a lot of explanation. If you have no problem on your end, we can take our places. No problem. Seeing Li Jinqing signaling the elders to start the simulated battlefield, he took Koi and took his position first. How could Yang Lin fall behind? Liyue, let's take action too. Jiang Liyue was a little dazed, standing there without moving, as if she didn't hear anything. Sister Liyue? You don't call me Sister Liyue outside. What if someone hears? Just call me Liyue. I was distracted for a moment just now and my mood is a little complicated. I had previously advised you to give up the commander, but I never expected that in the blink of an eye I would become your Vanitas and fight alongside you. Yang Lin said jokingly, this is fate, you know? I have to thank Liyue for not making a contract with another man before. In the end, I got the advantage. What nonsense are you talking about? You're not taking advantage of me with other men, you're clearly taking advantage of me. Isn't it possible? Go to hell, Jiang Liyue replied with a smirk. I didn't expect you to be so dishonest that you even took advantage of your sister. Lin Yanquan, who was standing nearby, said with amusement, you guys, how long are you going to keep the academy president and his war maidens waiting? The simulated battlefield has already started. Well, Liyue, let's take action too. No problem. I, Jiang Liyue, will definitely give this confrontation my all and will not let the commander down. After Jiang Liyue finished speaking, Lin Yanquan followed up, I won't say anything, but I'll be watching Commander and Sister Liyue's performance from the outside. Afterwards, Yang Lin and Jiang Liyue walked onto the 2 battlefield teleportation arrays in front of them respectively. A platform leading to the commander's station. A border leading to the interior of the simulated battlefield. When Yang Lin arrived at the opposite platform, the president of the school, Li Jinqing, had already taken his seat. Yang Lin, don't let me down. Since I've already contracted with the Vanitas and become the commander, I won't be stage frightened even if I face the headmaster. Yang Lin sat across from Li Jinqing at the round table with confidence, and did not flinch at all when he met the president's gaze. Very good, I like your current state. I hope you and your Vanitas will have a brilliant performance later. 2 white lights appeared simultaneously on the seats of Yang Lin and Li Jinqing. Then the 2 closed their eyes and intervened in the battlefield through the commander's most basic perception and mental connection. At the same time, images of the commanders and wargirls of both sides on the simulated battlefield were also presented to the elders on multiple large screens outside. The confrontation is about to begin. This is still a test confrontation between the dean and his students. Even if these elders do not understand the dean's behavior, they are definitely paying attention. The same goes for Lin Yanquan. She also wanted to see her commander's performance through this confrontation, which would help her gain a deeper understanding of him. Of course, observing actual combat will also be more beneficial to her future growth. As for Yang Lin, He was equally cautious about this confrontation. He had indeed never been to a real battlefield, but this simulated confrontation was equally significant. He actually wanted to see how much influence his enhanced basic abilities, talents, and unique abilities could have on his wargirl. In this way, I will definitely be more knowledgeable in tomorrow's actual combat. The first step is to sense the battlefield. As soon as he introduced his perception into the simulated battlefield, Yang Lin couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He had never expected that his enhanced perception would be comparable to a god's perspective. Specifically, even though this simulated battlefield has some folding and twisting space, the total area of 6 or 7 football fields is not too large. To the extent that his perception can actually cover everything. Of course, it is certainly difficult to distinguish the real and fake with fog obstructing the view, but what if it is equipped with a mini-map function similar to that in games? With a god's perspective and a small map radar, everything on the battlefield is presented directly in 3D modeling in Yang Lin's spiritual world. This is considered cheating, right? Chapter 22. She became a lost lamb. Yang Lin was quite satisfied with his perception ability, so the next step was to establish a spiritual connection. The spiritual connection is centered on the contract between the commander and the wargirl, which is equivalent to laying out an invisible network. Within a certain range on the battlefield, the commander can communicate with his wargirls better. As mentioned before, it is just like using a mobile phone or walkie-talkie. As long as the commander's mental and spiritual power are strong enough to maintain a mental connection, it is a piece of cake for multiple people to have synchronous consciousness conversations. Li Yue, can you hear me? I heard it clearly, without any noise or obstruction. Commander, how are things going over there? Can you survey the battlefield situation? Don't underestimate me. The entire battlefield is under my perception. I can even determine the enemy's location. Zhang Liyue was quite surprised. Commander, are you a monster? You can cover the entire simulated battlefield. You? Of course. If I can't even cover such a small area, then I'm pretty lame, right? Zhang Liyue didn't know how to express her feelings at this moment. One of the most basic abilities of a commander perception. Specifically, it is used to survey the battlefield. As the commander's spiritual power increases, the scope of battlefield survey will definitely become wider and wider. But generally speaking, it is rare for a novice commander to be able to sense the approach of a locked-on wargirl in the initial stages, such as in a simulated battlefield. Now, Commander, tell me, your perception covers the entire battlefield? Can you even determine the other party's location? Li Yue. Commander, I heard you. Don't be dazed. To ensure your condition, I need to apply a few status effects to you so that you can better fight. Can you still apply status effects? I think I'm strong enough. That's not enough. Making a contract with me to make you stronger is only part of it. The rest, I'll slowly put it into practice and open your eyes. Yeah, I understand. After returning to Yang Lin's side, after connecting with his perception and spirit, he must carefully observe the situation around Zhang Liyue. Seeing that there was no threat nearby, he first activated the ability to empower. The bestowal, when the contract has been signed, does not require face-to-face interaction and can be completed as long as it is within the commander's perception range. Zhang Liyue is very strong, so if she is given 2 more states, she will definitely be even stronger. For the first time, Yang Lin consumed 80 spiritual power points and applied a first-level state swift as the wind to Zhang Liyue. Within 6 hours, Zhang Liyue's action and reaction abilities will be enhanced by 15%. Knowing that it can be applied a second time, although the spiritual power consumption will be doubled, Yang Lin, who now has a spiritual power limit of 500, will definitely not be stingy. The second time consumed 160 spiritual power points and applied a first-level state vitality to Zhang Liyue again. Within 6 hours, Zhang Liyue's physical strength, mental strength, and spiritual power will all recover by 30% compared to usual. Zhang Liyue was surprised to suddenly realize that she had become as fast as the wind. She never expected that a second state of vitality would follow. For a moment, she really couldn't imagine how her commander could be so amazing. However, this is definitely not over yet. Li Yue, this is just a little trick. I will synchronize some of your attributes with you later. The pity is that my current growth attribute is too low, so you can't improve it much. If my attributes were similar to yours, a mere koi fish wouldn't be able to withstand a few of your swords or strikes. Zhang Liyue had no idea what the synchronization attribute meant. She only felt that suddenly, a temporary power surged into her body again. Compared to her original state, there is no doubt that she has become much stronger. As Yang Lin said, although Yang Lin himself has the foundation of an SSS commander, he is currently at the novice stage. If 20% of the attributes are synchronized with Lin Nianxuan, there is no doubt that Lin Nianxuan will surpass the novice warrior by many percentage points. But if this 20% synchronization attribute is given to Zhang Liyue, a warrior of the third realm, it is a bit insufficient. However, it still helped Zhang Liyue improve a lot. It becomes increasingly difficult for the war girl to improve her realm. Zhang Liyue knows better than anyone how difficult it is. Therefore, this temporary power that came out of nowhere, even if it was only a small part, was already extremely huge for her. Commander, I feel like I'm almost a monster because of you. Liyue, you won't be satisfied with this, right? Could it be that? Commander, you have some other secret techniques? It can't be called a secret technique, but because your current realm is a bit high, the effect may not be significant. Regarding the commander, one of the three most basic abilities, spiritual power replenishment, must of course be applied. Commanders in today's era are basically regarded as auxiliary power banks, so spiritual power supply is naturally indispensable. The effect of spiritual power replenishment was applied to Zhang Liyue in a synchronous manner. Zhang Liyue's original vitality had already increased the recovery speed of her spiritual power, spirit, etc. by 30%. Synchronize the spiritual power supply again, and it will increase from 30% to 100%. Sensing her own condition, Zhang Liyue has now become a completely confused little lamb. What kind of monster is my commander? The legendary commander is really just like this. Is this fate? Zhang Liyue murmured in her heart. She was glad that she had made a contract with Yang Lin by chance. Such an opportunity was almost a miracle no matter how she thought about it now. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of what Yang Lin had always said. Not only do I want to become a legendary commander, I'll also give every Vanadis around me a contract ring. Call. Zhang Liyue took a deep breath. If it's him, he will definitely be able to do it in the future. Maybe, he can really get the supreme honor of the war girl the ring of contract from him. Liyue, prepare for battle. A simulated contamination beast constructed from ritual energy appears at the 3 o'clock angle to your right. Receive. As Zhang Liyue drew out her ship-slashing sword, all the elders outside the field and Lin Nianxuan all turned their eyes to her. Needless to say, the school principals wore jewel coy, but this Zhang Liyue. In such a foggy state, can he handle the situation in the simulated battlefield with ease while cooperating with Yang Lin, a novice commander? Those in charge are often confused, and this is when the commander plays the greatest role. No one doesn't want to witness Zhang Liyue's various reactions in order to judge Commander Yang Lin's control of the battlefield. Also to your right at 6 o'clock, there are two other energy constructs following closely behind. Don't be careless. Learn. In the fog, as the sharp edge of the ship-cutting knife flashed quickly, the simulated pollution beast that was leading the attack on Zhang Liyue shattered on the spot and turned into energy and dissipated. But she did not stop her actions. She flashed like a light bird, and soon, in the interlaced sword lights, the two simulated pollution beasts that followed were chopped into pieces as cleanly and neatly as she did. This efficient and smooth scene made the eyes of more than 20 veterans outside the venue light up. The three simulated pollution beasts appeared silently, and Zhang Liyue's actions were so decisive. Whether she was under Yang Lin's command or relied on her own combat experience and instincts to do it, it shows that this confrontation is very interesting. It seems interesting. Chapter 23: The Battlefield Between You and Me. It was also during the time when all the elders outside were watching the screen that Zhang Liyue, holding a long sword, advanced on the simulated battlefield as if cutting through thorns. At this time, because of his super perception and the help of the minimap, Yang Lin was able to determine the location of the school principal's war girl Koi, but he did not let Zhang Liyue go straight there. There must be something to this. The dean of the academy, Li Jinxing, is a 7th level commander. With his ability, he can control the entire battlefield and Zhang Liyue's actions. There is no need to think about it, he must have seen it clearly. This is an asymmetric test, or in other words, a test led by the president of the school. But Li Jinxing could never have imagined that Yang Lin's power was so great. Confined to the small simulated battlefield, even if he was a 7th rank commander, he couldn't have any more advantages than Yang Lin in terms of the commander's role. Liyue, there is a fork in the road ahead, and I need you to take the wrong route. If you take the wrong route, you'll encounter 5 simulated pollution beasts constructed from energy at once, so be careful.
Commander, I understand. Are you planning to paralyze the Dean?
Yes, with his ability as a 7th level commander, he knows everything about you. So before you officially fight Koi, try to lower his expectations of us as much as possible. This will be beneficial to us.
It was during the conversation that Zhang Liyue took the wrong path.
But I have to say that her acting skills are very good, and her stunned expression when she was attacked by the simulated contaminated beast was also very well done. Because the situation inside the field could be clearly seen through the screen from outside, when the 20 or so elders saw that Zhang Liyue had mistakenly entered the ambush circle of the polluted beast, they couldn't help but feel a little worried for Zhang Liyue. It seems Yang Lin's abilities are still a little weak.
He and Zhang Liyue were cooperating well earlier, but how come he didn't notice the ambush of the polluted beast? He's just a novice commander, not to mention a support. Being able to cooperate with Zhang Liyue to this extent is already quite impressive. That's right, because the Dean suddenly wanted to test him, I forgot that he was a novice commander. Zhang Liyue, on the other hand, was alright.
She was able to handle the sudden attack from multiple polluted beasts with ease. Her strength and adaptability were both very good. The simulated pollution beast is not very strong, but it is not weak either. In the simulated battlefield fog, their biggest role is to interfere with and confuse the audience. However, if too many people are attracted at once, or if they mistakenly fall into an ambush, the war girl will definitely have to leave the stage with regret. Over a period of several minutes, Zhang Liyue, with her superb maneuvering skills, chopped to pieces 5 simulated pollution beasts that were hiding in the dark and attacking her. As a result of all this, in order to further reduce Li Jinqing's estimation of this place, Zhang Liyue pretended to be frightened and leaned against a stone platform constructed of energy to take a short rest.
In fact, she was communicating with Yang Lin through spiritual connection. Commander, how's the situation over there with Koi?
Her coordinates haven't moved.
Since the Dean has full control of the battlefield, it doesn't matter whether she attacks or not. She's just sitting there waiting for an opportunity.
Zhang Liyue smiled, I'm not that rabbit that hit its head against a tree. Although she's 1 realm higher than me, after all the enhancements I've made, I might not be without the strength to fight her.
Yes, so let her continue to wait and see.
But whether she finally gets a delicate little white rabbit or a big bad wolf with bared fangs depends on the strength of our Liyue.
Commander, you really are.
Never mind. Since I'm your Vanitas now, I'll allow you to say a few sweet words.
Next, Yang Lin replanned the course of action for Zhang Liyue.
Of course, this route is 70% correct and 30% wrong, mixed with true and false, just to confuse the vision and judgment of the president of the school. As for Li Jinqing at this time, based on his understanding of Zhang Liyue's actions, he was still very satisfied with the commander behind him, Yang Lin. Most of the time, he was able to give Zhang Liyue correct guidance and warnings, which was in line with his expectations. Although it was only a B-level aptitude assessment, his actual performance was no less than that of an excellent S-level commander.
My previous opposition to his contract with Nian Sun actually made me seem narrow-minded.
So, what's next, Yang Lin?
Will your so-called unique ability amaze me when Zhang Liyue fights the Koi?
Li Jinqing didn't think Zhang Liyue could cross a major realm and fight against his war girl Koi. What he wanted to see last was Zhang Liyue coming to the Koi under Yang Lin's guidance.
Then through the battle between the 2 war girls, we can see the shining points in Zhang Liyue's battle.
This is the ultimate purpose of his test. Yang Lin didn't know what he was thinking, but he definitely had his own ideas. That is to say, a mixture of true and false things allowed Zhang Liyue to get close to Koi, thinking that the other party was already strong and certainly did not expect Zhang Liyue to have the power to counterattack. Since the other party judged that Zhang Liyue had a very hard time along the way and that Zhang Liyue was 1 level lower than him, he would definitely be careless. And this carelessness is Zhang Liyue's greatest advantage. As for how much Zhang Liyue differs from a Koi of a higher realm after all the strengthening, the 2 sides have not actually fought each other, so Yang Lin cannot judge at the moment.
He will only know after the fight.
It was under such circumstances that Zhang Liyue in the simulated battlefield was getting closer and closer to the Koi step by step. Seeing this, the veterans outside the field have also given their evaluations.
Not bad, Yang Lin is not as bad as I thought.
I thought he was just a novice, and his aptitude was only at B level, so he might not be very useful, but I didn't expect him to be so smooth.
Yes, although he is only B level, he has not held Zhang Liyue back so far.
From Zhang Liyue's various actions, we can see that he has put a lot of effort into it.
It seems that we have indeed underestimated him. Listening to the discussions of the elders, Lin Yanxuan, who is also Yang Lin's war girl, now feels much more at ease. Originally, she went to the Senate to resolve the issue between her and Yang Lin. Now that the elders' attitudes towards Yang Lin have changed, that is naturally a very good thing. After all, no matter how powerful one's commander is, they are still in the development stage. If they can't even get the most basic support from their family, then the road ahead will definitely be extremely bumpy. Besides, seeing that Yang Lin and Zhang Liyue cooperated well, Lin Yanxuan felt more at ease. Because she was more certain of one thing, that is, the contract with Yang Lin was correct. No, it is not only correct, it is the kind that can truly change your destiny. Look, it's getting close. In 2 minutes, Zhang Liyue will have the final confrontation with the Koi. Hearing an elder say this, Lin Yanxuan quickly turned his gaze to the viewing screen in the field. In the picture, Zhang Liyue is not far from the location of the Koi, which also indicates that this simulated battlefield is coming to an end. Everyone outside was nervous, and no one was not looking forward to the outcome of this confrontation. Chapter 24. What is acting? As for Koi, just as Yang Lin said, she had been waiting for something to happen. Because their commander Li Jinxing can control the entire situation, if she takes the initiative to look for Zhang Liyue, it would be a bit of bullying the newcomer. After waiting for such a long time, when she learned that Zhang Liyue was approaching, she became excited. Commander, they're quite good. I originally expected Zhang Liyue to arrive here in 15 minutes at the earliest, but I didn't expect her to arrive so soon. Don't underestimate Yang Lin. I've been watching Zhang Liyue's movements the entire time. In terms of the overall situation, Yang Lin controlled the situation very well, and his cooperation with Zhang Liyue was also very good, far exceeding my expectations. Jin Li sighed. To be praised by the commander, it seems Yang Lin is really good. It's hard to believe that he only has a B-level qualification assessment. Li Jinxing agreed. It's really hard to imagine that a trainee commander with a B-level qualification like him could achieve this. In my opinion, even if we bring in Wang Dong, the only S-level qualification assessment commander in our school this year, he will definitely not be able to achieve the same level as him. In general, we underestimated him. Commander, what's next? Zhang Liyue will be here soon. Hide for a while and make it harder for Yang Lin and Zhang Liyue. You can also observe your opponent carefully while you're at it. Commander, you are so mean. With your stealth ability activated, how could Zhang Liyue find me? If I launch a sneak attack, wouldn't that decide the outcome with just one strike? Winning or losing is not important, I just want to see how Yang Lin and Zhang Liyue will respond when you show up unexpectedly. In addition, there are records of Zhang Liyue's ability when she entered the academy to become a tutor. No matter how powerful Yang Lin's unique ability is, Zhang Liyue cannot fight against you at a higher level. Then take it easy. The main purpose is to observe how much Zhang Liyue improves because of Yang Lin, rather than letting her exit quickly. Got it, Commander. I'll take my time and force Zhang Liyue to show her full strength. On the screen, Zhang Liyue was about to meet the Koi, but who would have thought that the Koi suddenly disappeared? Ha! Did the headmaster use the ability to hide on the Vanadis? Of course it is, but is there any point in doing this? Do you want to observe the cooperation between Yang Lin and Zhang Liyue more? That might be the case. Yang Lin and Zhang Liyue both performed well, so it's understandable that the dean wants to observe them more. Seeing the Koi disappear from the spot, the elders outside had to focus their attention on Zhang Liyue again. At this time, Zhang Liyue had already arrived at the broken bridge where the Koi was previously located. Commander, I can't pinpoint Koi's location, but my instinct tells me she's nearby. Don't worry, I am your eyes now. I know exactly where she is. Yang Lin paused here and said, I didn't expect that the academy president also had the ability to make the war girl hide her body, but unfortunately, he met me. So what now? What should we do? Liyue, the Koi is currently located to the right of the broken bridge. Calmly approach the broken bridge, and the moment you step onto it, go full on explosive. As long as you move quickly enough, you can knock her out of her hiding state or even into her shadow with one strike. Zhang Liyue understood. We call this turning the tables? It's fair to say that the dean might want to observe our actions for a while longer, but I don't intend to give him that opportunity. Okay, I understand. I'll take action now. Next, as Yang Lin said, Zhang Liyue walked onto the broken bridge cautiously. At this time, all the veterans outside knew that although Koi had hidden his figure, he was definitely nearby. Judging from Jiang Liyue's expression on the screen, she probably noticed it too. But from the way Jiang Liyue looked around with a frown on her face, it was clear that although she had noticed something, she was not sure where the other person was. So things seemed to become more interesting here. But no one expected that the moment Jiang Liyue stepped onto the broken bridge, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up into a beautiful arc. At the same time, a clear light bloomed around her. As she discarded her original ship-slashing sword, a long sword shining with light appeared in her hand. Full explosion? All the veterans outside were shocked. No one expected that Jiang Liyue would enter a full-scale explosive state at this moment, and even her spiritual weapon was deified. No one, including the school president Li Jinxing and his wargirl Koi, had expected that Jiang Liyue had already locked the location of the hidden Koi through Yang Lin. The phantom shatters the dream. This is the powerful ability that Jiang Liyue first comprehended after she and Yang Lin signed a contract, and then derived from the core ability. Her figure suddenly split into more than a dozen people on the spot, and then each figure, holding a spiritualized blade of destruction, rushed towards the location of the Koi at an unparalleled speed. I was discovered? Jiang Liyue's attack was so fierce that even though she was one realm higher, the terrifying pressure and the power of the explosion made Jin Li's heart beat wildly. Is this woman really one level lower than me? How could the attack capability be so ferocious? There was no time to think, and no time to hide. Koi also went into full burst in an instant. If she didn't resist with all her might, she knew that Jiang Liyue would most likely kill her in one fell swoop. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded on the spot. The Koi was first knocked out of its hidden state by Jiang Liyue, and then the continuous attacks almost made her overwhelmed and quite embarrassed. Li Jinxing and the veterans outside the field were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Koi, she is one level higher than Jiang Liyue. Not only was he suddenly knocked into stealth mode, but now he's in such a bad state because he lost the initiative and was attacked. How is this possible? No, I'm the Valkyrie of a 7th rank commander. How could I possibly lose? Although Koi is confused for a moment now, his realm is still there, and his strength is naturally not weak. She fought back, powerful energy exploded around her body, and immense force flowed freely on her sword. Now she is trying to block Jiang Liyue's attack. But she soon discovered that Jiang Liyue was not inferior to her in terms of strength, speed, and reaction ability. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Is one's great realm just a decoration in front of this woman? Koi, who had originally calmed down, became confused again after more than a dozen rounds of fighting between the two sides. She simply couldn't understand why Jiang Liyue, a warrior with only a plus aptitude in one realm lower than herself, was so terrifying. The opponent took the initiative, but it is outrageous that the opponent's overall quality is not weaker than mine. On Jiang Liyue's side, Yang Lin gave the final instructions. Liyu, after all, there's a huge realm gap between us. Although you have various bonuses and endurance, in my opinion, you're still a little bit weaker than her. Don't say anything, just take advantage of her confusion and end the fight. Yang Lin was certain that the academy president, Li Jinxing, had many means and abilities to turn the tables. If a 7th rank commander didn't have a trump card, he wouldn't be a 7th rank commander. But right now it's just a test, the other party will definitely not reveal their secret and use it to risk their life. Because there is no need. Therefore, letting Jiang Liyue launch a powerful attack is definitely the most correct option. Chapter 25, The Meaning of Confrontation and the Principal's Thoughts. The fact is just as Yang Lin said, because Jiang Liyue's performance was far beyond Koi's cognition, Koi's mentality that had been adjusted repeatedly was completely shattered. And this is indeed the best opportunity for Jiang Liyue. Exclusive core derivative ability, the Fall of Skylight. At this moment, Jiang Liyue's body was surrounded by a bright light, as if all the light from all directions around her was condensed into her body. Holding the destruction blade, she took a seemingly random step and instantly appeared above the Koi. That dazzling sword seemed to have taken away all the power of heaven and earth. When it was chopped down, the terrifying pressure directly enveloped Koi's entire body. Is she a monster? Is this an ability that the Vanitas herself has realized? As expected, Koi's spirit shadow was killed, revealing its true form. At this time, she was weak and would definitely not be able to be possessed by the spirit shadow again in a short period of time. In other words, she lost. If they were in a real battlefield now, it would be as easy as snapping her fingers for Jiang Liyue to kill her. Why would I lose? I'm clearly an S-ranked warrior, and she's only A+, and I'm a realm higher than her. Until now, Koi couldn't believe the facts before his eyes. Not only her, but also the elders watching the game felt the same. When Koi hid its true identity earlier, the elders subconsciously thought that Koi had already won the battle. What we need to watch next is how Jiang Liyue resists. But who knew that something dramatic would happen? Jiang Liyue suddenly entered a state of full explosion, and within a few minutes, she killed Koi out of the spirit shadow. Jiang Liyue's strength wasn't strong to begin with. The reason she's so exaggerated now is, needless to say, definitely because of Yang Lin. Is that so? But Yang Lin is only a trainee commander with B-level qualification assessment. Don't forget, Yang Lin swore before the dean that he had comprehended a unique ability. It seems that his words are true. Up to now, even the elders who had many opinions about Yang Lin before have to feel ashamed of their own narrow-mindedness because of Jiang Liyue's outstanding performance. Although Yang Lin is only B-level, his potential and performance really opened everyone's eyes. On the field, the teleportation array of the simulated battlefield lit up, and Yang Lin and Jiang Liyue, Li Shenxing, and Jin Li all returned to the outside of the battlefield. Lin Yanquan ran forward, holding Jiang Liyue and Yang Lin's hands to celebrate their victory. On Koi's side, she lowered her head in shame in front of Li Shenxing. "Commander, it's my fault. I underestimated my opponent and that led to such a crushing defeat. I'm sorry." Li Shenxing did not blame Jin Li, but listened to him softly. "Jin Li, you are the last member to join our team, and you are a little short of combat experience. You understand this confrontation, don't you? Never underestimate any opponent. There are always people better than you." "Yes, Commander, I have deeply remembered this lesson and will always keep it in mind." "Yes, but I also take responsibility this time because I didn't expect that the opponent would be so beyond my expectations." After Li Shenxing finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yang Lin. "Yang Lin, you're great. I can responsibly say that you are absolutely the best student to have ever graduated from the Dragon Sword War Academy since its founding, bar none." "Thank you for the compliment, Dean. Of course, I also want to thank you for showing mercy. As I said, a 7th level commander must have various trump cards. Given Koi's situation at the time, Li Shenxing definitely had other abilities to stabilize Koi. But the reason why it was not done was because it was just a simulated confrontation and there was no need to go to that extent. Afterwards, Li Shenxing admitted his failure gracefully. At the same time, information prompts came one after another from Yang Lin's side. "Congratulations to the host and his warrior Jiang Liyue for winning the simulated confrontation. The host's spiritual power limit has increased by 50, currently 550. At the same time, the War Girl qualification props have been sent to the host space backpack, please check it. The upper limit of spiritual power is equivalent to disguised combat power, so naturally the higher the better. As for this War Girl qualification item, Yang Lin must be very happy too. Spirit of the War Girl, a special rare secret medicine. After use, it can increase the growth rate of the War Girl's 5 basic attributes. The lower the current aptitude of the War Girl, the more significant the effect." At that moment, a group of elders who had changed their views gathered around to praise Yang Lin and Jiang Liyue. Of course, they also did not forget to praise Lin Yanquan, the S-level warrior, for her ability to judge people. In short, things are turning for the better, just as Yang Lin and the other two had said before. In the initial development stage, it is important to have a good development foundation. Now that I am in Longteng is equivalent to my family. If I can get recognition from my family, it will be very convenient for me to do anything in the future. This is the greatest significance of today's simulated confrontation. Everyone, I have something else I want to discuss with Yang Lin alone. Please step aside for a moment." After hearing what the school president Li Shenxing said, the elders tactfully left the simulation venue. As for Yang Lin, he was also very curious about what Li Shenxing wanted to say to him, so he signaled Li Yu and Niansun to follow the elders and leave first. Soon, he and Li Shenxing were the only ones left on the field. "Dean, I wonder what you want to tell me. Don't be nervous, just relax. I just want to chat with you." Li Shenxing invited Yang Lin to take a seat in the stands, and then he continued, "Don't think I can't see it now, kid. During the previous simulation, you actually had a grasp of the entire simulation venue from the beginning, right?" Yang Lin said somewhat awkwardly, "It's mainly because the venue we arranged this time is a bit simple." "I know the layout is indeed a bit simple, but the main reason is that I thought you were a trainee commander, and it would be remarkable if you could sense a certain range. But I never expected that not only did you control the entire situation, but you even had Jiang Liyue deliberately make a few wrong moves to blur my judgment. Dean, as the saying goes, all is fair in war. You are a 7th rank commander. Even if I don't use some tricks, I can't paralyze you in koi. All's fair in war, Yang Lin, I like you more and more. You know, I can't help but want to pass on all my abilities to you now. Ah? Yang Lin was a little surprised. Could it be that the Academy's president, Li Jinqing, wants to accept him as his disciple? When it comes to becoming a disciple, Yang Lin has no idea and he has never thought about it. But thinking about the current situation, although he has a system, it is still in the development stage after all. But the president of the Academy is a 7th level commander. If I could obtain his abilities and methods, wouldn't my subsequent development be even more powerful? For example, the concealment method that Li Jinqing had previously used on Koi. I can see through it because of the system, but if I also have this method, then Li Yue and Yanxuan will be able to act more freely on the battlefield in the future. Besides, it is said that the Dean of the Academy is a 7th level commander, so he must have more abilities in trump cards. If I can master all of them, I will be the strongest among the strong. In general, it doesn't matter whether you become his disciple or not. What matters is that Li Jinqing is a powerful figure. Yang Lin is really afraid now that one day when he leads his team to attack, a strong man will suddenly come down from the sky and beat him and the war girl into ashes. Therefore, in the early stage of development, thighs are extremely important. What are you thinking? I just said I had this idea, but I didn't intend to teach you everything I know. If I were to accept a disciple, or pass on my legacy, this disciple wouldn't at least be an apprentice forever, right? Then, Dean, don't you still have this idea? Ha, I do have an idea, but it depends on you. Yang Lin was embarrassed. Dean, what else do you want to see from me? Of course it's the actual battle on the battlefield tomorrow. Li Jinqing's expression suddenly became serious. I already know that Zhang Liyue is very powerful when working with you, but her realm strength determines that she cannot go to the battlefield with you tomorrow. Yang Lin, let me ask you, you only have Lin Yanxuan by your side right now. Are you sure you can survive in actual combat and achieve excellent results? Chapter 26, Longmen Forces. The subsequent conversation basically revolved around tomorrow's battlefield, and Yang Lin also made a few agreements with Li Jinqing. The two talked a lot in the simulated battlefield. Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanxuan waited outside with the elders for a long time. When they saw Yang Lin coming out, they all went to greet him. Commander! Commander! Well, I don't have anything to do here anymore. I'll go back for now. I have something to tell you. As for where to go back to, it must be Zhang Liyue's private office. Although the team has been formed, it has not yet been named and has no base. Liyue's private office will serve as a temporary base for the time being. As soon as they returned to the office, Lin Yanxuan asked the question first. Yang Lin, what did the dean tell you? You two talked for quite some time. To put it simply, there are 2 points. First, I hope I can perform brilliantly on the battlefield tomorrow and be officially promoted from trainee commander to first-rank commander. Zhang Liyue said, hearing you say that, it suddenly occurred to me that I won't be able to accompany you to the battlefield tomorrow. Don't worry, the dean has already approved 2 mechanical war girls for me to assist Yanxuan and me on the battlefield. Although I originally planned to take Yanxuan with me, now we have 2 more mechanical warriors, which is a good thing. Lin Yanxuan thought for a moment and said, Mechanical warrior, is that okay? Yang Lin affirmed, don't worry, for others, the mechanical war girl has only 1 function, but for me, it can play at least 5 functions. If you're just dealing with ordinary polluting beasts, it's enough. Yang Lin didn't say anything about this, but he actually felt a little regretful. The original plan was that after going to the battlefield, I would ride on my own Yanxuan, Yanxuan would carry me on his back to fight. But now, he could only let the mechanical warrior carry him on his back. Although he has the combat capability, the commanders in this world generally believe that he does not have it, so Yang Lin does not want to take action unless it is necessary. Keep some special killer weapons, they will definitely be of miraculous effect in the future. Besides, after all the blessings from Yanxuan tomorrow, there shouldn't be any need for me to do anything, right? Let us get back to the topic. After mentioning tomorrow's battlefield and the 2 machines, Yang Lin continued, as for the second matter, the headmaster seems to be interested in taking me in as his disciple. Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanxuan were shocked when these words were spoken. The dean of the academy wants to take you in as his apprentice? I don't have such an idea myself, but the dean is very keen and he has made some requests to me. First, I had to become an official commander. Secondly, in the subsequent operations, I must lead the team to make a difference. Finally, the team I build must be ranked above 3,000 in the league, and at that time he will consider passing on various abilities to me. The first 2 points are easy to say, but as for the third point, Zhang Liyue pondered for a moment and said, there are countless teams throughout the alliance. Even if you open the communicator now, you can find more than 20,000 active teams. If you want to rank above 3,000, even in the most ideal situation, Yang Lin, you must be a third-level commander. Furthermore, he has at least 3 third-level warriors under his command, and his mission completion rate must be over 60%, which is quite a challenge. It is indeed a big challenge, so I just listened to what the dean said. After all, we still have to take one step at a time. For example, I want to officially establish a team, but I'm still short of a Vanitas. This person can't eat a fat man with one mouthful. Yes, Zhang Liyue nodded, everything will be fine if we take our time. And to be specific, if the commander wants to accept a disciple, he cannot just pass on his abilities. If the dean wants to give you various trump card abilities, it means that he needs to give up various trump card abilities, and there is no guarantee of success in the process of teaching. Therefore, in the entire industry, unless the superior commander treats the subordinate commander as his own son, or is actually his own son, no one is willing to go to such lengths. Lin Yanquan continued, I've heard about this before, although I haven't really understood it, but the conditions are quite harsh. But I understand the dean's point. He's so powerful yet he's willing to be unknown in his city. If he were any other commander, he would have been the deputy commander or the commander-in-chief of the region long ago. Yes, the dean has no interest in power, otherwise he wouldn't have this idea. Yang Lin said this, spread his hands and said, so I just agreed casually for the time being, as for how far I will grow in the future. It's too early to tell whether he will give his all. Instead of thinking too much, it is better to focus on the present. Zhang Liyue smiled sweetly, since we're focusing on what's in front of us, our team should have a name, right? Yang Lin, once you're through tomorrow's actual combat, you'll become a first-rank commander. Once you gain a reputation, it'll be easier to recruit another war girl. Furthermore, teams without a title are not eligible to accept commissions or conduct subjugation missions later on. A name. Yang Lin looked at Zhang Liyue, then at Lin Yanquan. The three of them were all lost in thought about the name of the team. Over the next period of time, the three of them thought about a lot of things, but in the end they were all rejected one by one. It's not too vulgar, or I found a duplicate in the communicator. In short, this name is really difficult to come up with. Lin Yanquan seems to be very enthusiastic about the team name. After a while of uncertainty, she became anxious. Can't the three of us come up with a name that sounds loud and impressive? Yang Lin thought about himself for a moment, then said, if that doesn't work, how about calling the Longmen troops? Lin Yanquan was puzzled. What does it mean? I thought of a story called The Carp Leaps Over the Dragon Gate. I originally wanted to use the abbreviation Liu, but I was afraid it would be confused with Sister Liu's name, so I just took the second half and called it Longmen. Zhang Liyue shuddered at this. I don't object to this name, but if we really use it, aren't we afraid that other teams will target us wherever we go? Yang Lin was a little confused. Isn't it just a name? There's nothing special about Longmen, right? It's very special, quite special. The dragon is a totem and a belief. Look at the more than 20,000 teams in service. Which team dares to use a dragon? I think even if you call it the counterattack force, it's still better than Longmen. At least it won't attract too much attention. Because it's too conspicuous? Yang Lin never thought that the dragon was also a totem in this world. Thinking of himself as a descendant of the dragon, he decisively adopted the name Longmen. I've decided that from now on our team will be called the Longmen Force. If this name doesn't stand out, won't it make us look useless? Well, the commander has made the decision, so Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan won't say much. As for why it is called a troop when it is clearly a squad? That's because a qualified commander team, or war girl team, has capabilities comparable to those of an ordinary army. As for what to do next, of course, it is to wait for the 2 mechanical war girls to be delivered, and by the way, see the effect of the war girl spirit. Chapter 27 Miraculous. It will definitely take some time for the 2 mechanical war girls to be delivered, but the secret medicine of the war girl spirit is in hand. Since Zhang Liyue contributed to this simulated confrontation, it was natural for her to use the secret medicine. Sister Liyue, drink this elixir. It will be good for you. Seeing Yang Lin take out a small bottle, not only Zhang Liyue, but also Lin Yanquan was quite curious. Yang Lin had already thought of an excuse for this. One of my abilities is to concentrate spiritual energy and improve the aptitude of the war girls. So far, it has been concentrated into this small bottle. I think Li Yuejie made a lot of efforts in this simulated confrontation, so I let her use it. Nianchuan, do you have any objections? Yang Lin, don't think I'm so unromantic. I just want to see how much benefit your so-called elixir can bring to Zhangji. Sister Li Yue, drink it quickly and let me see the effect. Zhang Li Yue took the elixir in a daze, and looked at the amber-green liquid in the bottle, full of doubts. I know that the cores of some special contaminated beasts can extract a large amount of energy to help the war girls or commanders improve their strength. But I've never heard of the commander being able to condense spiritual energy to improve the war girls' aptitude. Yang Lin smiled and said, Sister Li Yue, you will know after you take it. Well, I'll listen to you. Zhang Li Yue opened the bottle while speaking and drank the secret medicine in one gulp. 3 minutes later, she felt vitality bursting out of her body and all her blood was boiling. Jiang Li Yue, who was already beautiful, now had her fair skin flushed all over, which made her look even more charming. Sister Li Yue, how is it? The person asking the questions was Lin Yanquan. When she heard that Yang Lin had a magical medicine that could directly improve the qualifications of a war girl, as a war girl, how could she not be interested in it? Seeing that Zhang Li Yue's method was working, she couldn't wait to ask. Zhang Li Yue was in a daze for a moment, then replied, This elixir is extraordinary. It's the first time I've seen it and the first time I've used it. My agility growth aptitude has increased from 10% of a level to 16% in one go. Because of the contract with Yang Lin, not only Zhang Li Yue, but also Lin Yanquan, have their own separate attribute panels. Therefore, you can clearly know how much you have grown. Lin Yanquan was very excited. Is this elixir so effective? Yes, very strong, Zhang Li Yue said cheerfully. If there were more elixirs, then raising Ivanitas to S rank, or even SSS rank, would only be a matter of time. Yang Lin said embarrassedly, That's what I said, but even if I have this ability, I can't get this kind of elixir continuously. The biggest problem here is the issue of time. For Yang Lin, if he wants to get the secret medicine of the war girl's spirit, he has to trigger the mission. Moreover, the triggering task must be a representative task, so this thing cannot be forced. If you are lucky, it will be short-lived. If you are unlucky, God knows when you will get the secret medicine like the spirit of the war girl next time. Lin Yanquan's beautiful eyes flickered. It's enough to have the ability. Sister Li Yue and I are not children. We don't have to eat a fat man in one bite. If we follow you from now on, are we still worried that we won't get the next bottle of elixir? Yes, there will be. Follow me and I will definitely make you stronger. After talking about the secret medicine of the spirit of the war girl, the three of them quickly turned their topic to the increase in Zhang Li Yue's agility. She is a warrior of the third realm, so the improvement of her agility will undoubtedly have a huge impact on her overall agility coefficient. Naturally, her overall combat effectiveness must have been greatly improved. To Zhang Li Yue, she really felt like she was dreaming. Yesterday, she never thought that with her own strength and ability, she would dare to fight against a war girl who was a realm beyond her. But since she signed the contract with Yang Lin for only one day, she already had the capital. Like a miracle. Zhang Li Yue thought of this word unconsciously. Meeting Yang Lin is truly a miracle. The reason why she came to Longting City was not her wish or her initiative. At the beginning, she had no choice but to come to Longting City, wanting to be a mentor in obscurity and continue like this. God knows, I would actually meet Yang Lin, an older repeater, and even become friends with him. And then, it is now. Zhang Li Yue never thought that as a little warrior girl of the third realm, her future path would suddenly become infinitely broad because of the man in front of her. If that's not a miracle, what is? Sister Li Yue, Lin Yanquan suddenly thought of something at this moment. I heard her ask, weren't you a war girl before? I'm suddenly curious, what team were you in at that time? Why did you suddenly come to Longting City to be a mentor? Zhang Li Yue didn't expect Lin Yanquan to ask this question. At this moment, a hint of gloom suddenly appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Because she was afraid that the two of them would notice something was wrong, she even quickly turned sideways. Due to some unexpected circumstances, the team disbanded. Feeling tired, I came to the nearby Longting City to become a mentor. Yang Lin was also quite curious about this. Sister Li Yue, is it really that simple? Of course, what do you think? Lin Yanquan pondered for a moment and said, Sister Li Yue, you're a terrible liar. Yang Lin and I can see through it. The team really is disbanded. I didn't lie to you.
Because she was turning sideways, Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan, who were standing next to her, could clearly see that Zhang Liyue's thin and beautiful shoulders trembled noticeably a few times. The two were originally quite curious, but when they saw that Zhang Liyue seemed to be worried about something,
it's better not to ask this question anymore. Whenever Zhang Liyue wants to say something, she will definitely speak up.
So, Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan immediately changed the topic to the mechanical warrior.
Yang Lin, judging by the time, the mechanical warrior will be here soon, right?
It's almost done. Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said, there's really no other way. Although Sister Liyue has also made a contract with me, her realm is too high and she can't participate in this test. To ensure fairness in my testing, the dean of the school specially approved 2 mechanical war girls for me.
Zhang Liyue adjusted her mood and asked worriedly, Yang Lin, as the commander, are you sure you can control the mechanical warriors well?
That thing is fine for maintaining public order and managing ordinary people, but it's really vulnerable on the battlefield. Don't worry, my ability can still add some bonus to the mechanical warrior. Furthermore, bringing 2 mechanical warriors with me can help relieve a lot of pressure on Nianquan. This time, I am confident that I can get a high score with Nianquan and the 2 mechanical warriors.
Seeing Yang Lin's confident look, Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianquan looked at each other and nodded. Knowing that your commander is extraordinary, you must believe in your commander. Not long after, 2 brand new mechanical war girls were finally delivered. Chapter 28. Is this really not an act of suicide? Mechanical warriors are mostly used only to maintain city security.
They will only be pulled into the battlefield when there is a lack of manpower. It's just because the development and maintenance costs of this thing are too high, and the damage ratio against ordinary pollution beasts can reach 3-1 or 4-1, so its effect is really limited. But it is really a great help to Yang Lin now. 2 brand new mechanical war girls have been delivered, and their appearance is no different from the humanoid robots imagined. Through the manuals brought, we learned that the data of these 2 mechanical warriors have not yet been officially set.
Yang Lin can adjust the capabilities of these 2 mechanical warriors according to his own authority.
The above may be difficult to understand. To put it simply, the overall strength of the mechanical warrior is just that high. Assume that the comprehensive attribute points of these 2 mechanical warriors are 100, and the comprehensive attribute points include strength, agility, defense, etc. Then Yang Lin can make these 2 mechanical warriors either more agile, more powerful in attack, or evenly distribute them into polygonal warriors according to his needs.
In short, that's it.
As for how to set it up, Yang Lin thought about it for a while, and then he changed 80% of the data of one of the mechanical warriors to agility, and named it number 1. The role of number 1 is to carry him and run away, and his attack ability can be basically ignored.
The other one was called number 2.
Yang Lin invested all the data of number 2 into strength and agility to assist Lin Nianquan in battle.
After completing the settings, Yang Lin will definitely do a small test.
The commander's basic ability, mental connection, can completely integrate the 2 mechanical war girls into the mental network. What's even more amazing is that Yang Lin discovered that his synchronization ability can synchronize his own attributes to the 2 mechanical war girls. Of course, the synchronization rate may be lower, only 1/3 of the contracted warrior. But after the bonus of temporary synchronization attributes, the comprehensive capabilities of these 2 mechanical war girls are definitely no less than that of a primary A war girl.
What if these 2 mechanical warriors were given certain attribute gains?
It seems my initial idea was correct. Even if I can't contract a Vanitas, it wouldn't be difficult to get 2 or 3 mechanical Vanitas to pass a combat test. As for Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianquan, they saw that Yang Lin had been enjoying studying the 2 mechanical war girls since they were delivered.
Knowing that their commander possessed various magical abilities, they stopped disturbing him and simply went aside to study the battlefield and actual combat.
Zhang Liyue, she was really afraid that Lin Nianquan would be careless and get into trouble on the battlefield. So he filled Lin Nianquan with countless cruel facts on the battlefield, which made Lin Nianquan break out in cold sweats. Fortunately, Lin Nianquan was tough by nature.
Not only was she not scared, she also asked Zhang Liyue for advice on how to solve various difficulties.
She benefited a lot from the conversation.
When everything is ready, the next step is to conduct actual combat. It was also Yang Lin's promotion battle from trainee commander to first-level official commander. The next day,
even though the Dragon Sword War Academy put aside a large number of commanders and wargirls who did not meet the qualifications, the number of people participating in actual combat was still quite large, reaching 242.
70% of them are Vanitas teams, each consisting of 5 Vanitas. The remaining 30% is the commander's team, which consists of a commander and 4 to 5 war girls. Therefore, Yang Lin's team, with a battle girl and 2 mechanical battle girls, cannot help but be conspicuous. Brother Yang is truly pitiful. Even though he has the school beauty Lin Nianxuan to support him, he still can't contract with any other Vanitas, so he can only use the mechanical Vanitas to fill in. I understand letting the mechanical warrior fill the vacancy, but I don't understand why Brother Yang is so obsessed with going to the battlefield. Who knows, there's also the beautiful Lin. Is she really willing to cooperate with the 2 mechanical warriors and follow Brother Yang into the battlefield? Will her brain circuit short-circuit along with Brother Yang? Faced with the discussions around them, Yang Lin and Lin Nianxuan were completely indifferent. The so-called actual combat must be based on strength. Since we are all going to the battlefield, everything will be simpler if we prove it with our strength. Next, there was an encouraging speech by Li Jinxing, the president of the school. Although the danger level of this actual combat was controlled within a certain range, even though there were rescue and support teams in secret, the death rate would still not be low. As the president of an academy, he certainly hopes that more students from his academy can return, but correspondingly, he has also prepared for the worst outcome. At 9 o'clock in the morning, 59 teams were sent from Longting Academy to the safe zone north of Longting City by transport planes. Then, led by the president of the school, the Elders Council, and logistics, communications and other staff, 59 teams crossed the safe zone and arrived at the buffer zone further north. The actual combat is actually very simple. Each team must kill a certain number of polluted beasts within the buffer zone within the specified 1 day to meet the standard. In the buffer zone, combat personnel usually patrol and guard here. In order to prepare for the actual combat of the graduates, the polluted beasts that are beyond the scope of the standard have been cleared in advance during this period, but the possibility of some beasts slipping through the net cannot be ruled out. The rear communication base will accurately monitor the actions of each team through the Skyeye chip carried by the communicators of each commander and wargirl. The performance of each team will be evaluated, and emergency orders will be issued when necessary, and rescue will be carried out in times of danger. When everything is ready, the actual combat officially begins. As the teams entered the buffer zone battlefield, the academy president, Li Jinxing, walked into the communications base. In previous years, evaluation and supervision were all handled by the Elders Council. Who would have thought that the dean of the academy would come here this year? I came here today with only one concern, separating the action footage of Team 37 from the main screen. I need to focus on that. When the staff heard this, they dared not to take it seriously. The action footage of Team 37 was displayed on a separate screen at the fastest speed. When the staff in the communications room saw the composition of Team 37, they couldn't help but be shocked. A commander, a wargirl and 2 mechanical wargirls, this combination is extremely strange. This was the first time these staff members had seen graduates using mechanical wargirls to make up the numbers in actual combat. Because they didn't know Yang Lin well, they certainly didn't know why the dean was paying attention to Team 37. Looking at the separate screen, Li Jinxing's expression showed great interest. Very good, I will personally observe Team 37. The rest of you don't have to worry about me. Just do what you need to do. Yes, Principal. The staff in the communications room were all filled with questions. I don't understand, I totally don't understand, why the president of the school cares so much about this special weird team. And is a commander and a wargirl really suitable for actual combat? As for those 2 mechanical wargirls, are you sure they weren't thrown onto the battlefield just to increase numbers? Why did the academy agree to let the graduate commander and the war maiden commit suicide? Chapter 29, Do you have to be so fierce on the battlefield? Outside Longting City, the northern buffer zone. The 59 teams participating in the actual combat all chose their own routes, and Yang Lin's team was no exception. Naturally, while advancing, Yang Lin's 3 basic abilities as a commander have been deployed. Perception of the current area. The commander can be regarded as a mobile human radar. Spiritual connection, connect with the contracted warrior through spiritual consciousness, which is like a walkie-talkie and can give orders at any time. Spiritual power supply, although I hate to say it, the commander is really the human power bank for the Vanitas. Replenish the Vanitas' spiritual power and increase their combat endurance. After moving forward for a while, the sea is calm and we haven't encountered any danger. However, the scenes he saw along the way surprised Yang Lin. Although this is a polluted world, the wilderness is not as desolate as imagined. On the contrary, most areas are still lush and green. But this greenery was a wild kind of greenery. Familiar plants and vegetation might be extinct, but new, nameless thorns and vines would flourish. If you can ignore the potential dangers, the air in the wild is pretty good. Nianchuan, I've sensed the surrounding area and found no threats. If we continue to dawdle like this, we may not be able to get first place. Commander, what do you mean? While ensuring our safety, I want to march quickly and find the polluted beasts roaming in the buffer zone as soon as possible. Lin Nianchuan, who was also on guard, thought for a moment and said, I understand your desire to be first, but marching quickly will increase the risk of danger. However, I am quite confident in my own strength and that of my commander, so a fast march will not be a problem. Don't worry, I'm not that reckless. I'll focus more on sensing the surrounding area and try to grasp the battlefield situation as soon as possible. Afterwards, according to the route, Yang Lin began to march quickly, going deeper and deeper into the buffer zone, trying to encounter the polluted beast as soon as possible. Lin Nianchuan, whose qualifications are assessed as S-level warrior, is definitely not slow. The number 1 warrior who was carrying Yang Lin on her back was transformed by him into an agile type, and her speed was also not slow. The only one you need to consider is mechanical warrior number 2. Since she has been transformed into a polygonal warrior, you only need to consider mechanical warrior number 2 for fast marching. On the contrary, Yang Lin's side has sped up, but Li Jinqing, who has been keeping an eye on Yang Lin at the rear communication base, is in trouble. I know you're unusual, but can't you just be steady? Are you so anxious to find the polluting beast to get points? Look at the overall screen. At this moment, which team is not playing steadily and slowly? Only Yang Lin's team was running deep into the buffer zone, as if they were afraid of encountering any danger. Li Jinqing looked at the screen in silence, and the other staff members in the communications room couldn't help but feel ashamed. They wondered if the commander named Yang Lin, whom the dean of the academy was paying attention to, had some serious mental illness. Bringing a Valor and 2 mechanical Valor machines to participate in actual combat is outrageous in itself, and now he is still doing such a mess. Doesn't he know how to write the word death? President, would you like to speak up and warn them of the danger? One of the staff members was kind enough to offer advice to the dean of the school. But Li Jinqing waved his hand and said, no need. Yang Lin must have his own considerations. It's not necessary. It's better not to disturb him easily. This. It seems that the president of the academy really believes in Team 37. Come to think of it, he came to the communications base in person to conduct special observations, which shows that the commander of number 37 must have extraordinary qualities. However, it is still unclear what is so great about this commander that the president of the academy values him so much. Actual combat is ongoing. After half an hour, Yang Lin's Team 37 had already penetrated deep into the buffer zone. But what Yang Lin couldn't do was that he didn't even see a hair of the polluting beast. But just because he didn't encounter it doesn't mean other teams didn't encounter it. Because they were wearing receivers, both he and Lin Nianchuan could receive reports on the current battlefield situation from the rear communication base. Team 14 was the first to encounter the enemy, a contaminated beast of ordinary level. 3 minutes later, the battle ended and the contaminated beast was killed, but the price paid was the death of one wargirl and the minor injury of another wargirl. At the same time, Team 29 also engaged in an encounter. It was also an ordinary level polluted beast, but the result was much better, and no one was injured. When the first situation report said that some of the war girls had died or been injured, it sent a chill down the spines of all the combatants. However, the victory of team number 29 slightly relieved the pressure on all the combat personnel. But the pressure did not last long. In the situation report 10 minutes later, Team 31 was ambushed by the contaminated beast. There were a total of 4 ordinary level contaminated beasts. In the sudden attack, the commander and 5 war girls were all killed. Less than an hour after the start, the entire team was wiped out. Even Li Jinqing, the dean of the communications base, couldn't help but frown. At that moment, not only were the combat teams all nervous, the atmosphere in the communications base became heavy because a team was completely wiped out. The pollution beast is not so easy to deal with. Even the lowest level, the ordinary level, has extraordinary combat power. It was unclear what he was thinking about, but Li Jinqing felt a little emotional and couldn't help but light a cigarette. In the curling smoke, you can see that his brows are furrowed even deeper. It was also at this time that a sudden remark from the staff brought Li Jinqing back to his senses. Dean, the team you're monitoring, Team 37, has encountered an enemy. Preliminary observations show 3 enemies and 2 contaminated beasts nearby that could be alerted and deployed for support at any moment. 5? Yes, 5. Li Jinqing's body trembled. He quickly put out the cigarette butt and then stared at the separated screen. According to the main screen display next to it, 3 contaminated beasts detected by the radar are rapidly approaching Yang Lin's team, and the 2 wandering contaminated beasts nearby may be alarmed and join the battlefield at any time. If it is a skilled and experienced junior team, they may be able to deal with and win the battle if they encounter 5 polluted beasts at once. But for a completely novice team, encountering 5 of them at once is basically a death sentence. Send a message to Yang Lin and have him take the team away quickly. Hopefully, we can still make it in time. Headmaster, His Vanitas has directly entered a state of full-scale deification and is actively attacking. It's too late to retreat. Cough. Cough cough. At this moment, Li Jinqing almost choked to death on his own saliva. Chapter 30 Tragic. At the same time, the encounter between Team 37 and 5 contaminated beasts was quickly reported to all team members on the battlefield through the communication base. Just now, Team 31 encountered 4 contaminated beasts. In less than 3 minutes, all of them, including the commander, were killed. How long had it been since then, and yet another team encountered even more, 5 more polluted beasts? Who's the captain of Team 37? Isn't this a bit bad luck? I don't know. When we came here, the team numbers and routes were randomly assigned. Who knows this? But I think it will be very dangerous in a few minutes. This should serve as a reminder for us all to pay more attention to our surroundings and prevent all kinds of emergencies. For a moment, the entire buffer zone battlefield was in panic. And almost everyone believed that Team 37 would be wiped out. The scene returns to Yang Lin. He knew better than anyone what he was facing. He certainly wouldn't dare to be careless, but his expression didn't show the expected fear or timidity. On the contrary, he couldn't help but feel eager to try. Knowing that there were 5 polluted beasts nearby, in order to avoid a tug of war, he directly ordered Lin Yanxuan to enter a full-scale combat state and strive for a quick victory. Lin Yanxuan knew that her commander had profound spiritual power, so she didn't hesitate at all and burst into a divine state on the spot. Holding the Grim Reaper's scythe, with her long black skirt fluttering in the wind, coupled with her majestic aura, Lin Yanxuan at this moment is truly a living Valkyrie. In the southeast direction, there is a polluted beast in front, and 2 polluted beasts are behind it on the left and right. Mechanical Warrior number 2 will cooperate with you to block and contain the enemy, so be careful when facing the enemy. Commander, I'm fine. Where are the other 2 contaminated beasts? The other 2 contaminated beasts are coming in my direction. Don't worry about me. Just deal with the first 3 contaminated beasts as soon as possible. Receive. Just as Lin Yanxuan rushed to the location Yang Lin suggested to ambush the enemy, an insect as big as a cow suddenly jumped up from behind a huge vine. Iron bug, ordinary level, its body is as hard as steel, and its sharp legs can easily pierce the human body. The green mucus they spew from their mouthparts has a slightly corrosive effect. Although it is not fatal, it will affect their movement. It was also the first time that Yang Lin actually saw a real polluting beast in reality. This thing's combat power is indeed beyond expectations. Just looking into the iron bug's blood-red eyes like a hawk can make people feel pressured. As this thing's huge body pounces down, it seems that it can crush people into meat paste at any time. It is hard for ordinary newcomers not to be afraid when they see it. However, Lin Yanxuan, who faced him head-on, did not feel any fear at all. She fully exploded into a deified state, and as she ran, she seemed to have turned into a ray of light, tearing the air around her. Not only that, her scythe of death was also shining with a breathtaking light of death. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, there was a clanging sound and sparks flew. The steel bug is worthy of being called steel, its body is really hard, but Lin Yanxuan's death scythe is definitely not a vegetarian. After testing the sharpness of the iron bug for the first time, she leaped up again in a breath using the vines next to her and continued to strike again. She was so fast that she became a shadow, and the scythe of death that strangled her was as powerful as a tornado. The poor steel bugs couldn't lock onto Lin Yanxuan's figure even when they wanted to spit out green mucus, and under Lin Yanxuan's powerful attack, the ugly mouthparts of the leading steel bug were crushed to pieces. With a spurt of green blood, the huge body of the ironworm fell to the ground, losing all life. Kill the ordinary steel bug, absorb its life energy, and increase your spiritual power limit by 1. According to the world setting, after killing the polluted beast, both the commander and the war girl can increase the upper limit of their spiritual power. It just depends on each person's conditions and the level of the polluting beast to increase it. In addition, unlike the commander, the war girl will also gain experience to improve her own realm. Of course, now is not the time to talk about this, because at the moment when Lin Yanquan killed the first steel bug, the two steel bugs that followed were already close. Boom! Just as Lin Yanquan was about to deal with two steel bugs at the same time, Mechanical Warrior number 2 had also rushed to Lin Yanquan's side. Under Yang Lin's control, Mechanical Warrior number 2 raised her hand and fired a magic cannon, first deflecting the attack route of an iron bug. Then, he switched to the ship-cutting sword and rushed forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the steel bug, temporarily relieving the pressure for Lin Yanquan. The purpose of bringing the Mechanical Warrior here was to act as a diversionary force. Neither Yang Lin nor Lin Yanquan expected the Mechanical Warrior to kill the contaminated beast. Just like now, with the help of Mechanical Warrior number 2, Lin Yanquan can concentrate on killing the steel bug in front of him in a short period of time. Knowing that time is running out and that the Mechanical War Girl is different from the real War Girl, Lin Yanquan will definitely spare no effort now. Relying on her super high agility, she moved at high speed. From different angles, he unleashed the might of the Grim Reaper's scythe, launching a series of slashes at the second iron bug. In order to deal with the iron bug more quickly, Lin Yanquan even used his exclusive core ability, the Sound of the Dark. Even though the contaminated beasts were different from humans, the disturbance like the whispers of the undead still confused the iron bug, which gave Lin Yanquan many opportunities to attack. It didn't take long at all before the 3 sharp legs of the second contaminated beast were cut off, and the abdomen of this contaminated beast was cut open from bottom to top by Lin Yanquan's death scythe. Yanquan, I'll have Mechanical Warrior number 2 retreat to defend me, and you enter the battlefield. Clear. Seeing the second iron bug being killed, Mechanical Warrior number 2 fired a magic cannon to force back the fighting iron bug. The moment it retreated, Lin Yanquan's death scythe forcefully cut into the battlefield. It was like a sword from heaven falling to the ground, and the desire to kill and annihilate filled the surrounding area. Looking from the outside, all one could see was the vast cold light of a sickle in the center of the battlefield. Among the 3 polluted beasts that attacked first, the last one, the iron bug, did not hold out for long. First, he was hit in the face by Lin Yanquan, then he was kicked over by him, and finally his entire body was cut in half by Lin Yanquan. However, the crisis has not been resolved. The movement on the battlefield also attracted 2 nearby steel bugs, which appeared almost at the same time on Yang Lin's left side. At this time, Lin Yanquan was very far away from here. By Yang Lin's side, there was only Mechanical Warrior number 2 who had come back to defend, and Warrior number 1 who had been modified into an agile type and could not fight in order to carry him on his journey. This situation. Li Zhenxing, the dean of the school who was observing the situation at the communication base, and other staff members who were also paying attention to the screen were all sweating coldly. The Mechanical Warrior's casualty ratio against ordinary polluted beasts is 3-1 or 4-1, not to mention high-level polluted beasts. As for now, can the 2 Mechanical Warriors pull Lin Yanquan back home? If not, Yang Lin would surely die. Chapter 31, is this called being powerless? When Yang Lin's team first encountered the enemy, Li Zhenxing from the communications base, the veterans who followed up on the investigation, and the staff were all terrified. Putting aside those staff members, how could Li Zhenxing and the elders not know that Yang Lin's team has a promising future? Because of this, how could they be willing to see the 2 members of Yang Lin's team die? Immediately afterwards, they saw Lin Yanquan's powerful attack. Lin Yanquan's performance undoubtedly caught the eyes of everyone in the communications base. Although she was assessed as an S-class warrior, she was still a novice and suddenly faced 3 ordinary class polluted beasts. Generally speaking, she would be in great danger. But in actual combat, Lin Yanquan was more than just ferocious, he basically suppressed the 3 polluted beasts so that they had no power to fight back. Powerful. Very strong. His performance in the novice stage was so rapid that even Li Zhenxing, a 7th-level commander who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help but sigh that Lin Yanquan was strong. But the battle is not over yet. Seeing the 2 polluted beasts coming to support attack Commander Yang Lin from the side, but the battle girl Lin Yanquan was unable to return to the rescue effectively in a short time, everyone had to worry again. Yang Lin only has 2 mechanical warriors by his side. Can they really hold out until Lin Yanquan comes back to support him? If not, wouldn't Yang Lin, the promising commander in the future, be killed on the spot? Not to mention what the communications base thinks, Lin Yanquan, who is on the battlefield at the moment, is also very anxious. Commander! These 3 words were not called out in her consciousness, but were blurted out because she was too worried. She burst out her blood and energy, trying to rush to Yang Lin as quickly as possible, but this would take at least 15 seconds. In just 15 seconds, the iron bug was big enough to eat and tear Yang Lin alive 3 or 4 times. On the other hand, Yang Lin looked calm and not panicked at all.
Nianchuan, don't mess up your rhythm. I can't die.
While comforting Lin Nianchuan, who had rushed back to support through his spiritual sense, he also ordered Mechanical Warrior number 2 to go all out and prepare to fight one of the polluted beasts. As for himself, he raised the special weapon equipped by commanders when going to the battlefield, the Desert Eagle Eye, and aimed at another polluted beast.
Desert Eagle Eye, this is a small hand cannon that every commander will be equipped with when going to the battlefield. Because its bullets are different from ordinary firearm bullets and are made from the cores of polluted beasts, they are quite expensive. Even commanders going to the battlefield can only carry 2 magazines at a time, with each magazine containing 10 rounds of bullets. You can ask for more if you want, just pay for it, but it's not necessary. Although the Desert Eagle's Eye has attack power against polluted beasts, if it cannot hit their weaknesses, the damage it causes to the polluted beasts will not be great. Just like the ordinary iron bugs in front of him, the Desert Eagle Eye could only leave a few cracks on their hard shells at most, which could not restrain the iron bug's movements and could not cause any major damage. Generally speaking, when the commander really uses the Desert Eagle Eye on the battlefield, it is often the time when the commander is about to die. Most of the time, I'm protected by the War Girl, so there's no need to use this thing. But other commanders are other commanders, and Yang Lin is Yang Lin.
Therefore, the next scene not only shocked Li Jinqing and others in the communication base, but also made them truly regarded as a monster among monsters. Under the observation of everyone in the communication base, Mechanical Warrior number 2 was the first to meet the enemy under Yang Lin's command. As expected, this mechanical warrior who faced the challenge head-on would probably be smashed to pieces in just a few seconds when faced with the aggressive steel bug.
But in fact, it held up.
This mechanical war girl dragged a ship-slashing sword and managed to entangle a steel bug at full firepower.
Moreover, it seems that the beating is getting more and more fierce.
Not only did the fierce attack prevent the opposing iron bug from moving forward, but it also forced the iron bug to retreat again and again.
How is this possible? When did the mechanical warrior become so powerful in attack?
Inside the communications base, everyone was amazed. Including Li Jinqing's head, a series of question marks hung over it. There's nothing special about the 2 mechanical war girls that I had someone send to Yang Lin.
How can they stop an ordinary level contaminated beast in a one-on-one situation? Don't say he thinks so, everyone thinks the same. Mechanical war girls, to put it bluntly, are just ordinary robots.
Apart from not feeling pain or fear, they are generally no match for the agile human war girls. No one thought that Mechanical Warrior number 2 had such powerful explosive power because of Yang Lin. It is not uncommon to set it up as a polygonal warrior. Every mechanical warrior can be set up like this. But adding attributes to the mechanical war girl's ship-slashing swords, giving them buffs, and carrying a small part of the commander's temporary attributes are truly unique to the Yang Lin family. It was said that the mechanical warrior was only used to distract the enemy, and Yang Lin did not expect that the mechanical warrior could really kill the contaminated beast.
The real killer move still belongs to Yang Lin.
Inside the communication base, everyone saw that when the other polluted beast was about to reach Yang Lin, Lin Nianchuan was still some distance away. The man had a smile on his face and didn't show any sign of panic or fear as he raised the Desert Eagle Eye.
Is he planning to use the Eye of the Desert Eagle to fight against the polluted beast? Isn't that a naive idea?
The high-speed tank beasts are difficult to lock onto, and hitting them if you can't hit their weak points is basically meaningless.
But why is he so confident? Even at this time, why can he still smile?
While everyone was still worried about Yang Lin himself was thinking about how much spiritual power he should use to control the Desert Eagle Eye and the bullets. After mastering the ability to control spiritual power, Yang Lin can apply spiritual power to any object to cause it to explode. So what Yang Lin is worried about now is how much spiritual power he should use to avoid breaking the steel bug that is rushing towards him, rather than whether he can withstand it. Of course he knew that his actions were being monitored by the communications base. I was afraid that one shot would smash the steel bug that was rushing towards me, and I would have to explain what happened when I got back.
When did the Eye of the Desert Eagle become so violent? How did the commander do it? Is there any trick? Can he pass on the secrets to other commanders? And so on.
Therefore, you have to be careful and control your spiritual power so that you can kill the enemy without making too many mistakes. As a human being, you must keep your cards close to your chest. In Longting City alone,
because it is the administrative city of multiple cities. The official commanders and war maiden teams add up to no less than 200. This does not include mercenary associations, secret armed associations, etc. If your team doesn't have any trump cards, and then once you join forces with other teams to attack and complete a commission, you may not even know how your team members died or how the entire team was destroyed by other teams. Under the control of spiritual power, Yang Lin easily locked onto the rushing steel bug. The distance was not far, and his desert eagle-eye could easily lock onto the mouthparts of the steel bug a second time. Bang! Under the wide-eyed gazes of everyone in the communications base, the iron bug, whose mouthparts were hit, spewed out green liquid and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang bang! 2 more shots were fired in succession. Without a moment's pause, Yang Lin's precise shooting skills continued to blast into the broken mouthparts of the flying iron worm. The weakness of its mouthparts was exploited by 3 shots in a row. The result was that the iron bug was dead after it fell to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone in the communication base broke out in cold sweats when they saw this scene. Anyone who sees this scene will say that Yang Lin is awesome. Without the help of the war girl, a novice commander who was powerless can defeat an ordinary pollution beast. Who would believe this? Oh no, it should be both ends. Because at this moment, under the observation of everyone in the communication base, Yang Lin raised the Desert Eagle-eye again and aimed it at the other polluted beast that was still fighting with Mechanical Warrior number 1. Bang bang. 2 shots, plus the crazy finishing blows from Mechanical Warrior number 2, finally the polluted beast was killed beyond death. Ah, this. Everyone at the communication base fell silent as they watched the scene. Chapter 32. What is complete madness? Commander. When Lin Yanquan rushed to Yang Lin, she couldn't help but twitch her eyelids when she saw the corpses of 2 steel bugs not far away. Is this resolved? Well, Yang Lin spread his hands and said, "Who made me such an accurate shooter?" Lin Yanquan was a little dazed. It was true that the iron bug was an ordinary level polluting beast, but when it ran, its speed was definitely not weak. In the situation just now, it was difficult to lock the mouthparts of the steel bug at close range, let alone to explode its mouthparts from a certain distance. Yanquan, how did you feel about your first time on the battlefield? Were you scared? Commander, could you please not make me sound so fragile? Although this iron bug looks ferocious and has a hard shell, I'm not afraid of it unless it's large scale. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to adapt to the battlefield for the first time. I feel relieved when you say that. Lin Yanquan almost rolled his eyes. Listen to what his commander said. It sounded as if this was not his first time on the battlefield. In addition, it is rare to end a battle smoothly. While signaling Lin Yanquan to rest, Yang Lin also asked Mechanical Warriors number 1 and number 2 to take the cores of the 5 polluted beasts respectively. Although they are all first-level cores, as long as they are complete, they can be sold for a lot of money. As a commander, you must learn to save money from today, otherwise if you have too many war girls around you in the future, you may not be able to support them all. Finally, don't forget the most important thing. That is the growth of spiritual power. A total of 5 steel bugs were killed just now, and Yang Lin's spiritual power increased by 5 points in total. The current total limit is 555. Lin Yanquan only gained 1 point, but it was actually quite a lot. After all, if the war girl wants to significantly increase the upper limit of her spiritual power, the main way is to increase her level. Just like when Lin Yanquan killed 5 steel bugs, she gained a lot of experience. According to the experience bar, if she wanted to advance from the 3rd level of her combat spirit to the 4th level, killing another 30 or 40 of them would be enough. And when Lin Yanquan breaks through the level, there will be a large increase in the upper limit of spiritual power. Commander, according to the actual combat rules, if we don't participate in the ranking competition, we can exit the buffer zone after killing 5 polluted beasts. Competition? Why not? I'm planning to take you with me and raise your current level. Calculating the time, it will definitely be enough for a whole day. Lin Yanquan couldn't describe his feelings. Others tried their best to save their lives and return safely in their first actual combat, but his own commander was different. He was actually thinking about upgrading the level of the war girl beside him at this time. Well, good things are definitely good things. Moreover, in Lin Yanquan's own opinion, following Commander Yang Lin, she couldn't describe the feeling, but she just had an inexplicable sense of security. Let us get back to the battlefield. When everyone heard that Team 37 had encountered 5 contaminated beasts, they all thought that Team 37 would be wiped out. However, after 5 to 10 minutes had passed,
there was still no announcement of the death of Team 37 from the rear communications base. At this time, all the teams were discussing the matter privately. Could it be that the communications base forgot to broadcast it? It's possible, but it can't be ruled out. Team 37 is very powerful. Strong? How strong? Facing 5 polluting beasts, no one died, and no one was injured? Does our Launting War Academy really have such a powerful team? When it comes to powerful teams, all the teams almost involuntarily think of one person. That is Wang Dong, the only S-level commander among this year's graduates. It is said that in his team, there is another person contracted besides Lin Yanxuan, Qin Si, and 3 other S-level warriors. The other 4 warriors all have A+ qualifications. If it was Wang Dong's team, then killing 5 contaminated beasts would seem reasonable. Now, other teams are guessing that Team 37 is Wang Dong's team. In fact, the 6 people on Wang Dong's side are also guessing. Along the way, Wang Dong's team also encountered 2 encounters. The first time you encounter 2 steel bugs, the second time you encounter 1 steel bug. With an S-class commander and an S-class war maiden in charge, and the assistance of 4 A+ war maidens, the battle is indeed easy. Because it's so relaxing, the morale of the entire team must be high. Among them, Zhang Ruodong is particularly special. She increasingly feels that she is the girl of destiny. Even if not, she can still be the second female lead or something. In short, she felt that turning against Yang Lin and not signing a contract with him was the best thing she had ever done in her life. Yang Lin, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself because you're just a B-class commander. How can you be worthy of a contract with me? I did lie to you for a year, but so what? We are not from the same world after all. Thinking of Lin Yanxuan again, Zhang Ruodong almost laughed like a pig. That poor woman was so blind that she signed a contract with a commander with B-level qualifications. You see, it won't be long before the rear communication base will report that a commander, a wargirl, and 2 mechanical wargirls of a certain team have been wiped out. Zhang Ruodong simply didn't believe that Yang Lin could leave the battlefield alive with Lin Yanxuan and the 2 mechanical wargirls today. Everyone, please be aware. 2 units of unidentified entities are moving towards us. Prepare for battle. While Zhang Ruodong was still thinking about the above mess, Commander Wang Dong had already issued a warning to the 5 wargirls. The 5 warriors entered combat mode and confirmed that they were 2 ordinary-level contaminated beasts. After spending a lot of effort in finally working together to kill the 2 contaminated beasts, Zhang Ruodong became excited again. Look, this is the ability of the S-class commander who signed a contract with me. Although the polluting beast is still a long distance away from here, we can already get an early warning and take precautions. Would it be enough to change to a B-rank commander or something? Moreover, this was already the 3rd encounter. With the cooperation of 4 other powerful warriors, she solved each encounter perfectly. Zhang Ruodong felt that her future was really bright. That is. Which team is Team 37? After the first situation report from the rear communications base mentioned Team 37, this team was not completely wiped out, but was mentioned repeatedly afterwards, showing extraordinary activity. Almost every once in a while, the situation report from the rear communication base would be mentioned. Team 37 enters encounter, 6 contaminated beasts confirmed. Team 37 is conducting a surprise attack, for contaminated beasts confirmed. Team 37 enters defensive phase, 9 small-scale contaminated beasts confirmed. Crazy. This Team 37 is absolutely crazy. Judging from the fact that Team 37 kept encountering enemies, this team must have penetrated deep into the buffer zone. All the other teams were walking on thin ice and were terrified when they set out, but Team 37 was the only one that was truly and completely crazy. They've gone on a killing spree deep in the buffer zone. One team even did a private count. From the start of the actual combat in the morning to around 3 p.m., according to the situation report from the communication base, Team 37 killed a total of 42 contaminated beasts. Moreover, this team still did not stop and continued to fight against the enemy. Chapter 33: The Back of a Beautiful Woman. Li Shenxing, the principal of the academy, did not recommend that Yang Lin take Lin Yanxuan to fight so hard on the battlefield. He was indeed very nervous at the beginning, fearing that he would lose such a good seedling. But after seeing the 2 of them showing their invincible prowess, he definitely felt relieved. The other staff members now finally understood why the dean was so concerned about Team 37. It turned out that it was the dark horse that emerged this year. Even from the perspective of these laymen, if Team 37 can continue to develop steadily, it will sooner or later have a place in the league. The practical training of graduates is still proceeding in an orderly manner. From time to time, one could see on the main screen of the communications base that certain teams had suffered casualties due to immaturity or poor coordination. But these are normal. Choose to be a commander or a war girl. Once you step onto the battlefield, you must bear the awareness of life and death. If you don't even have this little bit of faith, just go home and sell sweet potatoes. Why are you going to the battlefield? In addition, perhaps because the president of the academy is in a good mood, the atmosphere in the communication base is relatively relaxed. While doing their jobs, some staff members now have the leisure to bet on whether Yang Lin's team can kill 100 polluted beasts today. They are all in high spirits. But at this moment, the communication equipment suddenly made a crackling sound, and then the entire video screen flickered and snowflakes appeared. Seeing this scene, the headmaster of the school, Li Jinqing, frowned. What's going on? What went wrong? Reporting to the dean, the signal in this buffer zone may be bad. Deal with any problems immediately. Prioritize observation by Team 37. Yes. When several staff members were about to check the equipment, inexplicably, everything returned to normal. However, it is not entirely normal, as there is still one team whose image is not displayed. President, there seems to be a problem with Team 17. Our communication equipment can't receive the signal from the SkyEye chip on their communicator. Wasn't this buffer tested before the actual combat? How could such severe signal interference not be detected before? The staff member looked apprehensive. President, we didn't find anything during the test. But this buffer zone is quite large. It's unrealistic to say we can test it completely. I understand. Let's urgently call Team 17 and see if we can get in touch with them. Yes. Soon, the emergency call from the communication base was sounded, and everyone in the buffer zone except Team 17 could hear it. Comms base calling Team 17, copy, please reply. Team 17, copy, please reply. Several consecutive emergency calls confused all the teams on the battlefield. What happened to Team 17? Couldn't the communications base monitor their images? Why did they need to call? After repeated calls went unanswered, the several staff members who were trying to communicate had to ask the principal again for instructions. President, the area Team 17 entered is suspected to contain a magnetic field that could interfere with the signal. I think it's best to wait a while before checking and calling out. That might be the case. Then wait a moment and let them leave that area. Let us talk about Team 17, which is a team composed of 5 warriors. The 5 girls had no idea that they had now become missing persons in the communications base. At this moment, they were all quite excited. Because just now, they teamed up to kill 2 contaminated beasts, and the total number of contaminated beasts killed by the team has now exceeded 10. There were no deaths and no injuries, and the 5 girls were very satisfied with this record. Just when they wanted to take a break and continue looking for polluted beasts to improve their ranking, the girl who was the captain suddenly looked alert. Something is approaching us, everyone be careful. When the other 4 girls heard this, they all looked around. Captain, are you being too tense? Although we don't have a commander, we can't sense our surroundings on a larger scale. However, with our own perception, we didn't feel any movement. I didn't notice anything on my end. Neither do I. The girl who was the captain thought for a moment and said, I can't really put it into words, but I seem to feel something approaching very slowly. But as for the pollution beast, it really doesn't look like a pollution beast. Could it be that our route has been alternating with that of another team? Captain, you noticed a member of another team? That's possible, but it's better to be cautious and not be careless. The girls nodded and continued to observe their surroundings. Rustle. Rustle. The 5 girls observed for a long time, and when they were thinking that it might really be the captain's illusion, footsteps suddenly came from the north of the 5 people. The footsteps were light and the sounds were even, confirming that they were human, not a polluting beast. Who? One of the team members shouted, hoping to get a response from the other team. But the other party stopped abruptly and did not give any response. Which team are you from? Are you a staff member? Why don't you reply? After shouting again and still getting no response from the person deep in the forest, the 5 girls in Team 17 were all filled with questions. What are you doing? Why doesn't the other party reply? Is this playing hide and seek on the battlefield? Captain, why don't we go over and take a look? I'm really curious about who's playing tricks here. Well, since it's human, let's go over and take a look. There are a lot of vines ahead, so everyone be careful. The 5 members of Team 17 each held a ship-cutting sword and slowly approached the vine tree in the depths. Soon they saw half of a girl's body exposed behind a huge rattan tree. She has a very tall figure, and the exposed half of her shoulders, arms and thighs are all very white and translucent. Although I didn't see her face, I guess she must be a very beautiful woman. Hey, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Where's your team? Why aren't you following your team? What are you doing? We're asking you questions, are you listening? A girl in Team 17 was a little impatient. After asking, she still didn't get any response from the other party. She suppressed her anger and strode closer while asking again. But what no one expected was that before she could finish her second question, a cold light suddenly flashed from the front. The cold light was like a half moon, breaking through the wind and splitting the sky. The girl number 17 who was asking the question didn't even have time to add a spiritual shadow to her body before she was split into 2 halves from top to bottom by the cold light of the half moon. What a joke! Upon seeing this, the remaining 4 members of team number 17 were all filled with grief and anger. Think about it, your teammates were fighting side by side with everyone before, but now they are suddenly split in half by a guy of unknown origin? Almost at the same time, the remaining 4 people entered a state of full-scale deification and rushed towards the girl deep in the vine tree. However, what greeted the 4 of them was an even more severe cold light. Blood flowers bloomed one after another in the vine forest, and soon the place became quiet. All that was left was a pile of broken, messy and horrific corpses, and a beautiful figure walking slowly into the depths of the forest. If you look closely, you can see that there seems to be a faint black light floating around that beautiful figure. Chapter 34 Forbidden Warrior. Inside the communications base, Team 17's screen suddenly returned to normal. But before the staff could breathe a sigh of relief, the scene they saw made everyone gasp. The 5 warriors died tragically, their bodies shattered. Because of the angle at which the communicator fell to the ground, although the Skyeye chip was still working, it could not clearly see the entire scene. Did we encounter a polluting beast? No, the only polluting beasts here are the iron bugs. Even if they were to kill the war girl, they would never cut her body so smoothly. The president of the school, Li Jinxing, was furious at this moment. No matter how you look at it, the images in the picture are not caused by polluting beasts, they are obviously man-made. President, the previous signal was blocked. We detected that Team 17 had previously sent 2 emergency messages. Analyze it for me immediately and find out what Team 17 said. With the staff busy for a while, 1 minute later, the delayed information from Team 17 was cracked. Save me, save me. She's not human, she's not. The entire communications room fell into silence, and the staff members didn't dare to make a sound. Looking at the expression of Li Jinxing, the dean of the academy, he looked even more solemn. President, did you understand what I meant? I have some guesses, but it shouldn't be like that. Why would there be something like that near Longting City? The staff member bravely asked, President, what exactly is this? I'm just guessing, and even if I tell you, you won't know. For safety, have all combat teams. President, the location of Team 49 has also been disrupted, just like Team 17. Li Jinxing gritted his teeth, did my Longting City win the jackpot? Issued an emergency order, ending today's assessment 3 hours early. All combat teams must evacuate immediately and not be allowed to stay in the buffer zone for even a minute or a second. Yes. After arranging the communications room, Li Jinxing hurried out of the communications room and called a name. Phantom. Commander. In the blink of an eye, a woman appeared in front of Li Jinxing like a ghost. Phantom, although it's just my guess, it's very likely that something like that appeared in the buffer zone. I have sent you the coordinates. Now, go and rescue the nearby team immediately. If you encounter that thing, kill it if you can, but if you can't, prioritize saving your life and retreating. Phantom was stunned for a moment, her eyes also showing astonishment. Could it be that the Forbidden Warrior appeared in the buffer zone? How is it possible? I'm just guessing. A team was completely wiped out earlier, and before dying, one of the team members said she wasn't human. It's obvious that the other party looks like a human. And the only thing that looks like a human is probably that kind of thing. Phantom nodded, I understand. I will rush to the coordinates the commander mentioned to provide a rescue. I hope the commander is wrong. Even I don't want to deal with that kind of thing. Well, be careful. I hope my guess is wrong. the communications base suddenly issued an emergency retreat order. This made Yang Lin, who was wandering in the buffer zone with full enthusiasm, suddenly lose interest. What on earth happened? Did the situation in the entire buffer zone suddenly deteriorate? Lin Nianxuan, who was beside him, brushed the black hair that fell around her ears and said, "Who knows? The voices from the communication base are so urgent and anxious, so the situation must be unusual. And it happened after Team 17 was completely wiped out, so maybe it had nothing to do with the team's annihilation. That's terrible. I was originally planning to kill 100 polluted beasts, but how many have we taken down? I killed a total of 63 iron bugs. Thanks to the commander, my rank has been raised to the 4th level of the battle spirit. It's far from enough. You won't be able to find such a convenient opportunity in the future." Yang Lin is now quite unwilling. If you ask why, it must be because the buffer zone has been processed, so the remaining polluted beasts are all ordinary level. The ordinary level is now suitable for hunting. Then you have to go on a mission and accept a commission. Who would be so kind as to sort out the powerful polluting beasts and leave them for you to kill easily? Commander, don't feel sorry. The communications base definitely wouldn't act without a purpose. I'm sure something really happened before they issued the emergency retreat order. We are so weak now, we can't continue to act rashly here, it is better to retreat obediently. Nianxuan, what a fool you think I am. For a little bit of immediate gain, you put yourself and the war maidens beside you in danger. I can't do such a stupid thing. Furthermore, the communications base is under the supervision of the school principal himself, and the retreat must have been approved by him, so we should retreat quickly, the sooner the better. Well, get out of the buffer zone now. There is another team that is as unwilling as Yang Lin, Team 9, the team led by Wang Dong, the only S-level commander. If you want to know why Team number 9 is so unwilling to give up, it is because they are stimulated by Yang Lin, Team number 37. As the team with the strongest combat effectiveness, it was impossible for the 6 members of Team 9 to remain unmoved when they heard Team 37's unstoppable killing spree. But I have to say that Team number 9 is indeed very strong. Whether it's the assistance of an S-rank commander or the might of 5 war maidens, as long as they don't encounter a large-scale group of polluted beasts with more than 6 heads, they do have the capital to charge recklessly. Because they were stimulated, the 6 people fought hard in the buffer zone. Before the emergency order was issued, they tried their best to kill a total of 26 contaminated beasts. Compared with other teams that killed 10 or 8 monsters, this is more than double the number, which can be said to be a great achievement. But the emergency retreat order has been issued, what can we say? We must retreat. Emergency notice, Team 49 may have encountered an accident. Team 9, who is closest to their route, please evacuate quickly. Please evacuate quickly. Team 9, copy and paste. Team 9, copy and paste. Team 9 received, now evacuating at full speed. After hearing Commander Wang Dong's reply, everyone in the team felt their scalps tingling. It is not clear what happened, but seeing that the communication base is urging so urgently, the situation must be serious. Think about it, Team 17 was just wiped out, and Team 49 might also encounter an accident. Regardless of what others in the team think, Zhang Ruotong was terrified. She made a contract with Wang Dong and went to the battlefield in order to become the girl of destiny. At the very least, she had to pursue a second female role or something. If she suddenly encountered an accident, who would she complain to? However, what you fear will come true. Commander Wang Dong, along with Zhang Ruotong and others, had just returned to the naval base when they heard a throat-wrenching cry for help. Help! Help us! Who will stop her? I don't want to be a Valor anymore. I don't want to be a Valor anymore. The last 2 members of Team 49 are running away desperately. But as a cold light appeared behind them, right in the sight of Wang Dong, Zhang Ruotong, and the other 6 people with wide eyes, the 2 warriors who were still fleeing were turned into meat in the dozens of intersecting cold lights. What happened? Why was she slaughtered so easily as a war maiden? A gust of wind blew by, and when Zhang Ruotong came to her senses, a hazy figure had appeared in front of their team. Before he could even think, the head of a nearby Valor flew into the sky, and the body of another Valor was instantly torn into pieces. Zhang Ruotong subconsciously wanted to retreat, but suddenly she stumbled and fell to the ground. My right leg is gone. Why is this happening? I clearly still want to be the heroine, even if I'm only the second female lead. Perhaps it was the severe pain or the anger that made Zhang Ruotong faint on the spot. Chapter 35. This girl is outrageous. In the buffer zone, Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan were still returning at high speed with two mechanical war girls. Because I wanted to kill more polluted beasts, I ran a little deep, which made the way back a little long. Sudden rumble. In the far northeast, a series of explosions were heard. Because he was wondering what was happening over there, Yang Lin took a few special looks around during the return voyage. What happened over there? Lin Yanquan also looked around and replied, I don't know. It's too far away. Yang Lin expanded his perception, trying to understand what was going on, but soon the spread of his perception was blocked by an invisible barrier. No way, even perception can't intervene? But why do I vaguely hear the sound of swords clashing? Could it be that someone is fighting? Just as Yang Lin finished speaking, another explosion occurred in the northeast direction. Even from a great distance away, one could see that the vast Tingling forest was being destroyed repeatedly because of the huge movement. Moreover, the sound similar to the clashing of swords became stronger. Commander, we should leave as soon as possible. Something serious might have happened in the buffer zone. I had the same feeling. As expected, it's best to leave quickly. As for the movement in the northeast, it actually comes quickly and goes away quickly. When Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan set out to return with the two mechanical warriors, less than 2 minutes later, everything had quieted down. Although the two were confused about what was going on, they did not dare to approach or get closer to the northeast for safety reasons. However, just because the two of them don't want to get close doesn't mean they can really avoid it. After a while, a hurricane suddenly hit, and then a figure seemed to appear in front of the returning ship. At that moment, Yang Lin felt a sudden chill down his spine, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Yanquan, wait a minute. Faced with the sudden situation, Yang Lin called out to Lin Yanquan to stop immediately. Commander, there seems to be a girl ahead. There was indeed a girl in front, and Yang Lin of course saw her. It looked like this girl was seriously injured. Not only was her body covered in blood, but she was also half bending over the tang tree, gasping for breath. Then, before long, the girl fell to the ground and became motionless. Did this girl faint? It was also at this moment that Yang Lin's sense of discomfort gradually subsided. His instinct told him that the unconscious girl in front of him was not to be trifled with, otherwise his mind and body would not have been so alert before. Lin Yanquan looked at the scene in front of him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Commander, what should we do now? Even if you ask me, I don't know. Anyway, for our safety, the farther away from her, the better. At the same time, an emergency call suddenly came from the communicator. Team 37, please reply, please reply. However, the audio of this emergency call seemed to be interfered with a crackling sound of electricity. But it's okay, I can still hear it. Team 37 received. Thank goodness you're all okay now, but listen to me, your current situation is very dangerous. We can no longer detect your images here, but fortunately the emergency communication can still reach you. Your coordinates have been sent to the rescue team. In short, leave the location and return home as soon as possible to avoid contact with any contaminated beasts or unknown life forms. The communication base behind seemed to say something, but the emergency communication was suddenly interrupted. For some reason, even the signal is gone? Yang Lin was a little helpless. No matter what, he should take Lin Yanquan and quickly avoid the front. That's right, after just 2 steps. Number 2. Yang Lin's nerves jumped suddenly. The emergency order had been issued. The mechanical warrior number 2 that he transformed instantly drew out the ship-cutting sword and rushed towards the girl who had just fainted on the ground with all her strength. It turned out that at this time, the girl who had fainted on the ground had stood up again, and the half-moon wheel in her hand suddenly launched an attack towards this side. Buzz buzz buzz. The half-moon wheel that flew out of his hand was so powerful that the entire air at that moment was affected and vibrated continuously. Fortunately, mechanical warrior number 2 was still pretty good. Although one of its arms was cut off on the spot, it did not feel any pain and still rushed to the girl with the ship-cutting sword in hand. There are no special skills now. Under Yang Lin's command, mechanical warrior number 2 fights with a completely reckless attitude. Crash. It's a pity that although the girl was seriously injured, her strength was still good. The half-moon wheel she originally threw out suddenly turned into 2 half-moon wheels, which disintegrated mechanical warrior number 2 on the spot. Your sister. Yang Lin originally said that he would let mechanical warrior number 2 take over, while he and Lin Yanquan would quickly exit the battlefield on mechanical warrior number 1. Now, Mechanical Warrior number 2 is gone just like that. Seeing that the girl opposite wanted to continue rushing over, Yang Lin had no choice but to give orders again. Number 1. For now, let us not talk about means of transportation, let us first stop the danger. Mechanical Warrior number 1 was transformed into an agile type by Yang Lin, and even though she was given attributes, she did not have much combat capability. But the advantage is that it is a robot, it feels no pain and no fear. The extremely high speed allowed Mechanical Warrior number 1 to quickly approach the girl opposite, and then buy time for Yang Lin again. Buying time is not about escaping, but about analyzing and creating opportunities. It is unclear where the girl opposite comes from. The skeleton mask on her face is outrageous. If you look closely, there seems to be a faint black aura around her. It is even unclear who she was fighting with just now, but now she is seriously injured and her fighting ability must be greatly weakened. Yang Lin instinctively judged that the girl with the skeleton mask opposite him was dangerous, and it was quite dangerous, but not fatal. While Mechanical Warrior number 1 was desperately resisting the skeleton masked girl, Yang Lin did not let Lin Yanquan take action, but he raised the Eye of Desert Eagle himself. Bang! A bullet hit the mask of the girl wearing the skeleton mask hard. That's right, Yang Lin wanted to shoot her in the head. Moreover, this attack was extremely powerful. Under the control of spiritual power, the spiritual power added by the bullet was enough to directly smash a steel bug to pieces. If you say that the girl in the skeleton mask has a hard head, it may be that the mask is hard too. She didn't get shot in the head and the mask didn't break. But the huge impact force still blew the injured her away. Kill you while you are sick. At the same time, while Mechanical Warrior number 1 was not disintegrated by the 2 half-moon wheels thrown by the girl, Yang Lin fired 2 consecutive spiritual bullets. Because it was difficult to lock onto the head now, the next 2 spiritual bullets all hit the body of the girl in the skeleton mask. The girl with the skeleton mask is really miserable. Now she is like a small boat swaying in the waves. After finally falling heavily to the ground, although she was still able to get up, she was now obviously at the end of her strength after forcibly disintegrating Mechanical Warrior number 1. But even so, it looks like he's still going to charge over? Commander! Lin Yanquan was afraid that something might happen to Yang Lin, so she immediately stepped in front of Yang Lin in her full divine state. But at this time, she actually received an unprecedented order from Yang Lin. Chapter 36, The Tragic Commander. Commander, you. I'm your commander, listen to me. Lin Yanquan was totally confused as to why his commander would take such a risk. Obviously, the skeleton girl on the opposite side had reorganized the crescent wheel and rushed towards this side with all her strength, but Yang Lin actually asked her to step aside first and make the final kill? Are you worried about me? But I'm a Vanitas, how can I stand behind the commander? Lin Yanquan wanted to disobey the order, but when she saw the contempt in Yang Lin's eyes for the girl in the skeleton mask, and the confidence on his face, she immediately gave up the idea of disobeying the order. Although she had just signed the contract with Yang Lin not long ago, she knew that Yang Lin was extraordinary. Yang Lin must have his own reasons for doing this. As a war girl, she should just obey the commander's orders. Seeing that the girl in the skeleton mask had rushed to him, Lin Yanquan discovered something else. Both she and her commander Yang Lin suddenly had a transparent eggshell-like protection. Instinctively, the commander used an item called the Stone of Resistance, which could absolutely block any form of fatal attack. Looking at Yang Lin again, he had already raised the Desert Eagle Eye. So that's why I charged up all my energy for that final kill. Lin Yanquan finally understood Yang Lin's idea. Her task was indeed very simple. That is when Yang Lin's Desert Eagle Eye bombarded the skeleton masked girl's face at a very close distance, and her death scythe completed the final harvest. Before my eyes, 2 half-moons intersected and turned into a sun. The terrifying pressure and impressive attack power were all evidence of the powerful strength that the girl with the skeleton mask possessed even though she was seriously injured. But unfortunately, Yang Lin, who was attacked by her, was not only unharmed, but also took advantage of the opportunity to hit the girl in the face with a bullet for the second time. In this shot, the spiritual power Yang Lin exerted was even more powerful than the previous 3 shots, so much so that the skeleton mask on the skeleton masked girl's face was broken into half. I thought there was a scary and ferocious face under the mask, otherwise why would he wear a skeleton mask? I didn't expect that even if only half of her face was exposed, she was still so beautiful. She was definitely not inferior to Lin Yanquan, the campus belle of Lin University, or Zhang Liyue, the beautiful tutor. As for Lin Yanquan, at this moment, her fully charged Scythe of Death had already slashed down. Accompanied by a series of blood rain, the body of the girl in the skeleton mask was thrown out again. Even after being attacked like this, the body of the girl in the skeleton mask was not cut off or broken. You can imagine how strong her body must be.
System prompt. A system prompt at this time?
At this time, Lin Yanquan wanted to press on and kill the girl with the skeleton mask in one fell swoop, but was stopped by Yang Lin. If you ask why Yang Lin stopped it, the only answer is that the system prompt was too outrageous. It has been detected that the unknown lifeform has extremely high qualifications and its consciousness is defenseless. There is a small chance that it can be contracted to become the host's war maiden.
When Yang Lin heard this system prompt, he was confused.
Although the girl with the skeleton mask looks beautiful, since she is called an unidentified lifeform by the system, it means that she is definitely not human.
And the commander system itself, it turns out that it can not only contract ordinary wargirls, but also unknown lifeforms? This is indeed a great discovery. Moreover, the opponent is very powerful. What if he can be used for his own benefit? Yang Lin takes it very seriously. No matter whether you are a human or not, as long as it makes him feel comfortable and happy, he must try it. Seeing Yang Lin striding towards the girl with the skeleton mask, although Lin Yanquan didn't know what Yang Lin was going to do, she didn't dare to neglect him. At the very least, she had to be on guard against the other party's ability to attack again. Looking at the girl who was still struggling to get up on the ground, Yang Lin secretly forced her to sign a contract. Because the other party is an unknown lifeform, the success rate is extremely small. Precisely because it is extremely small, Yang Lin is extremely excited. You must succeed, you must succeed. Information prompt: the contract has been obstructed, please wait patiently. No. This hint once again confused Yang Lin. If it succeeds, it succeeds.
If it fails, it fails.
What's the point of making him wait?
At the moment, Yang Lin also said that he wanted to investigate the girl's condition carefully to see if he could analyze and unlock some new information. God knows, the girl in the skeleton mask was exposed right there.
Careful. Lin Yanquan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and the Grim Reaper's scythe chopped down on the spot.
However, the girl in the skeleton mask obviously had no intention of attacking after she was exposed. After struggling to defend against Lin Yanquan's attack, she quickly retreated a long distance. Then, she stood there and stared at Yang Lin for a few seconds, then turned around and quickly disappeared deep into the buffer zone.
No, don't go.
Yang Lin was so anxious because the system had not yet told him that the contract was successful.
And now the other party has run away. Does this mean that my contract has failed? After finally meeting a top-notch girl with unknown lifeform, how can I be willing to let her escape like this? Seeing Yang Lin's expression, Lin Yanquan said speechlessly, "Commander, are you crazy? Although it's a pity that you didn't kill her, you shouldn't look so reluctant." It's not that I'm reluctant to leave, but just now. I wanted to contract her to become a Vanitas. Hearing this, Lin Yanquan's delicate body shuddered. She doesn't seem to be human, how dare you do this?
But she's very strong.
If she could become a member of our team, do you think our future development would be smoother? It's a pity that you saw the result, which was a failure. I don't think it's a good idea to keep a non-human in the team. Even if we can really sign a contract with them, who knows, they might turn against us one day. Forget it, I failed anyway, so I might as well leave now. Speaking of leaving, Yang Lin couldn't help but look at the two broken mechanical wargirls on the ground. Now both he and Lin Yanquan realized a problem. Yanquan, the dean won't ask us to pay for these two mechanical warriors, right? It shouldn't be. After all, he is the one who offered you assistance on his own initiative. What if I need to pay compensation? I remember one mechanical wargirl sold for around 100,000, and two would be around 200,000. Lin Yanquan thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it seems to be this price. We killed so many tainted beasts today. How many intact tainted beast cores were there? How many were incomplete? How much do you estimate they could be sold for? There are only about 30 complete ones, because they are low-quality goods. Together with the other half-broken and incomplete ones, I estimate that they can be sold for 11,000 or 12,000. Yang Lin wants to vomit blood now. I had thought I could make a fortune by finally going to the battlefield, but in the end, I might end up with a debt of 190,000 yuan when I return. Am I being too miserable? In this situation, let alone supporting a wargirl, I'm afraid I can't even support myself.
Chapter 37 the world's taboo? Well, let us not talk about the two broken mechanical war girls for now. The most urgent thing now is to return home. Because the mechanical warrior who had been carrying Yang Lin on his journey was broken, Lin Yanquan took the initiative to walk in front of Yang Lin and half knelt with her back to him. Come up. Looking at the graceful curve of Lin Yanquan's bent body and the tight curve of her hips, and hearing what she said, Yang Lin didn't react for a moment. Go up? We've penetrated so deep into the buffer zone. Even with your speed, Commander, it would take at least an hour to walk back. If you don't come up, Commander, are you planning to walk back by yourself? Oh. Yang Lin suddenly realized that this is the way to go up. On the other hand, Lin Yanquan reacted almost instantly when he heard Yang Lin's drawn-out "oh." Then, half of her pretty face suddenly turned red, her whiteness was rosy, and she looked delicate and charming. Commander, were you thinking about something dirty just now? I don't. You said you didn't have any, so what did you mean by "oh" just now? Why did you drag it out for so long? I'm just thinking about something, Yanquan. You know me well. I'm not that kind of person. Seeing that Lin Yanquan had gone to such lengths, how could Yang Lin let her down? As he spoke, he simply lay on Lin Yanquan's back. Being so close, Yang Lin could not only hear Lin Yanquan's breathing, but he could even clearly see the fair neck of the campus beauty Lin from behind. I don't know why, but I always feel that the white neck exposed under the black hair is full of infinite charm and sexiness. Commander, where are you touching with your front hand? Because it was the first time I was carried on the back of a girl, I had no experience. Hearing Lin Yanquan say this, Yang Lin suddenly reacted. He reached out from behind, hugged Lin, the campus beauty, and quickly moved his arms down a little. Listen to me, Yanquan. I'm not that kind of person. I don't think that much at all. Commander, you really are a source of worry. Forget it, getting back is more important. Commander, be prepared, I'm about to enter the spirit shadow state. Lin Yanquan was just about to enter the spirit shadow state and run away with Yang Lin on his back. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two of them like a ghost, catching them completely off guard. Almost at the same time, both Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan couldn't help but shiver. My first thought was, could it be that the skeleton girl from before has come back? Or maybe, a second skeleton girl appeared? No matter which one it is absolutely full of danger and worrying. Fine. The person who appeared in front of him had no hostility or murderous intentions, and was actually a beautiful older sister. Yang Lin, Lin Yanquan, I'm so glad you two are okay. Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan were quite confused. Who are you? Let me introduce myself briefly. I'm the Valkyrie beside the principal of the academy. You can just call me Phantom. The reason I'm here is because I'm chasing a dangerous entity. Dangerous body? When Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan heard Phantom mention the dangerous body, they immediately thought of the skeleton girl who had escaped earlier. Listen to the Phantom continue, looking at the way you look, you didn't really run into that kind of ghost thing, did you? Yang Lin asked uncertainly, is it the girl with the skeleton mask on her face? Yes, you did meet. Phantom's face was tense for a moment, but soon relaxed. I'm so lucky you two are okay, otherwise I don't know how I would explain to my commander. At Phantom's signal, Lin Yanquan carried Yang Lin on his back, and the three of them quickly ran back through the buffer zone. On the way, I listened to Phantom talk about the current situation. It turned out that she was asked by the principal of the school to come to the buffer zone battlefield to carry out rescue. Because of the appearance of the dangerous body, 5 war girls from Team 17 were slaughtered, and the commander of Team 49 and 5 war girls were slaughtered. If she hadn't appeared in time, the commander and the war girl of Team 9 would have been wiped out. In Phantom's words, it was fortunate that she appeared in time, otherwise the only S-level commander of the Dragon War Academy this year would have been killed on the spot. Even so, 2 members of Team 9 died, and one of them had her right leg shattered. Yang Lin told Phantom that they had encountered a dangerous entity. Even though they lost 2 mechanical warriors, the dangerous entity finally escaped. Hearing this, the Phantom's face was full of apology. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the dangerous entity's escape direction to intersect with your route. I'm so lucky you two are alright. I can't imagine how I would explain this to my commander if anything happened to you. After hearing what Phantom said, Yang Lin and Lin Yanquan couldn't help but feel flattered. The dean of the academy is a 7th level commander. If he wants power, controlling a territory is a piece of cake for him. Let us talk about this Phantom, a 7th level warrior. Do you know what this means? In the fantasy world, he may be one level lower than the Empress, but he is definitely qualified to be the Empress's right-hand man. The headmaster of the school is a thick thigh. Even if you have turned on the cheat, but in the early stage of development, who doesn't want to hold on to a strong thigh, and who would refuse to make their own development path more smooth and successful? Sister Phantom, what exactly is that dangerous entity? Nianchuan and I were really scared when we encountered it before. As he ran, the Phantom's expression and tone became extremely solemn. That dangerous entity is a forbidden existence in the world. Luckily, it's not very strong right now. I guess it just woke up not long ago, so it won't be for long. If she is not discovered, in a few years or even decades, by that time, her single-handedly wanting to flatten a city will be no different from a child playing. Hiss. Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan couldn't help but gasp. An alliance has been established in the world today, but because polluted beasts are rampant everywhere, the way humans survive under the alliance is mainly based on cities. Naturally, even the worst cities would have heavy defenses. As for the interior of the city, there are elite troops of ordinary humans with heavy firepower, plus dozens of commanders or wargirls teams. These are the basic standard configuration. This is not to mention the mercenary associations and various anonymous armed forces. So it is hard to imagine how terrifying it is that a dangerous entity can easily flatten a city. Lin Nianchuan also asked at this moment, Sister Meiying, you said that dangerous entity is a world taboo, so it must have a name, right? What kind of existence are they, how did they come into being? And why are they so terrifying? These are generally secrets of the upper echelons. I know you're confused and curious, but as a Valiant, I can't reveal so much. However, if it is you, you can go see my commander later and ask him to give you an answer. I believe he will be happy to explain it to you. Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan were indeed confused and curious. After hearing this, they asked the principal of the academy to find out what the dangerous body was. Chapter 38, 2 campus bells and a beautiful tutor. Thanks to Lin Nianchuan, more than 20 minutes later, Yang Lin had returned to the safe zone in the rear. Phantom said she needed to report the news to the dean and left ahead of time. The two of them rested temporarily in the temporary base set up in the safe zone. During this period, other teams also returned one after another. But at this moment, the entire temporary rest base no longer had the high spirits and enthusiasm that these teams had when they set out on their previous expeditions. The battlefield is cruel. As long as you step onto the battlefield, you may be swallowed up by it at any time. Look at the bodies that were carried back from the buffer zone battlefield one after another by logistics and medical personnel. Almost none of them were intact, and they were extremely miserable. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin was naturally filled with emotion. Strength. Whether you want to survive in this world or move forward, you need strong strength. Without sufficient strength, let alone achieving great things, I'm afraid I won't even be able to protect the people around me. He didn't want to go to the battlefield one day and die tragically with himself and the war girls around him, and finally turn into the dust of history. So, I want to become stronger, and I want the Vanitas who follow me to become stronger. Yang Linru said in his heart. After resting for about 15 minutes, a figure suddenly rushed to the temporary rest area. It's Zhang Liyue. Her pretty face was full of nervousness, and because she rushed over so quickly, her forehead was covered with sweat. Yang Lin, read soon. Seeing that Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan were fine, Zhang Liyue pulled them into her arms without saying anything, and let them feel her tolerance. Sister Liyue, we are fine. Nianchuan and I are fine. Indeed, we cooperated well on the battlefield. But Sister Liyue, aren't you in the city? Zhang Liyue breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, I was waiting for you in the city, but because I was worried about you, I took the initiative to apply for the logistics of this actual combat operation. I was just helping to count the deaths during this actual combat, and when I heard the staff talk about some unexpected incidents that occurred during the battle, I was terrified. Lin Nianchuan hugged Zhang Liyue's arm and said affectionately, "All right, Sister Liyue, look, Yang Lin and I are back safely, aren't we?" "Well, I'm glad you returned safely." Zhang Liyue calmed herself down, then said with some sadness, "I didn't expect the actual combat of this year's graduates to be so outrageous. Do you know that the number of commanders and war maidens who died this time has reached 62, and including the seriously injured, the number is 80. Yang Lin was stunned for a moment. Is the casualty ratio so high? Almost close to 1/3, right? Zhang Liyue couldn't help but glared at Yang Lin and said, "What do you think? Going to the battlefield is fun. If you are not careful, you will die on the battlefield." Even more tragically, your body may fall into the belly of a polluted beast. For example, this year, nearly 300 graduates from our Longting Academy went to the battlefield, excluding the 80 who died or were seriously injured. The remaining 2/3 or more will become commanders and valor girls in the end, so it would be great if there are 100 people left. Of course, Yang Lin could understand what Jiang Liyue said. When just awakening, especially those with good awakening aptitude, which boy or girl would not regard himself or herself as the son or daughter of destiny? As the son or daughter of destiny, who doesn't want to perform on the battlefield and then reverse their status to become a top star? But it wasn't until he stepped onto the battlefield that he understood the horror of the contaminated beasts, watched the tragic deaths of his teammates, and felt his own powerlessness. Once this mentality collapses, the path of growth on the battlefield is basically over. Yang Lin. Sister Liyue, you look so complicated. Do you want to say something to me? Of course, I used to be your mentor, and I told you that the battlefield is dangerous. You might be a naive person and not take it seriously. But now, I am your Vanitas and commander, you have experienced the battlefield firsthand. So are you still ready to persevere and keep pursuing your dreams and persistence without hesitation? When asked this question, Yang Lin couldn't help laughing. Sister Liyue, no, Liyue, I want to tell you in Yanchuan that my determination has never wavered. In the future, I will definitely become a legendary commander and personally put the contract ring on you in Yanchuan. This is my dream and my promise to you. Very good, since you've said this much, I'll cook a good meal tonight to comfort you in Yanchuan. Eh? Lin Yanchuan beside him was very surprised. Sister Liyue, you can cook too? Jiang Liyue said with a confident smile on her face, who are you looking down on? My cooking skills are top-notch, and I'm confident that I'm not inferior to any other chef. Don't swallow your tongue when it tastes so good. That's great. From now on, Sister Liyue will be in charge of our team's cooking. That's right, I support what Yang Lin said. You too, do you think I'm a babysitter? Liyue, I order you to cook for me, the commander, every day, otherwise I, the commander, will punish you severely. Go away, Jiang Liyue couldn't help but snort. You're so happy, but instead of wasting time, can't you think more about the future development of our team? If we talk about the subsequent development of the team, we must think about it. Although the name of the team has been decided, it is called Longmen Force. But there are only 2 war maidens at present. If you want to live up to the name, you must contract another war maiden. Lin Yanchuan is a gifted girl from heaven, and Jiang Liyue is an unexpected surprise, so the next contract must be handled with caution. You must have good qualifications and excellent development potential, so that you can shine more brightly around me. Yang Lin, Niansun, I've seen your combat results this time, and you're far ahead. After returning to the city, Yang Lin can go to the General Affairs Office to be officially promoted to a first-rank commander. With the title, it will be easy to recruit a 3rd war girl. Sister Liyue, Yang Lin, speaking of the 3rd Vanitas, I do have a recommendation. Who? My good friend Qin Si also has S-level qualifications, but whether she will recognize Yang Lin and sign a contract with him depends on whether our commander has the ability and charm to do so. Qin Si, a war girl with S-level qualifications, and Lin Yanchuan are known as the 2 most beautiful girls in Longting War Academy. Now after hearing what Lin Yanchuan said, Yang Lin was also moved. Think about it again, with 2 attractive campus beauties and a mature and beautiful tutor who can be a cook, wouldn't I, as the commander, be very happy in the future? Yang Lin, don't think too much about good things. Qin Si is good in every way, but she is a bit stubborn. If she doesn't recognize you, even the intercession of the gods will be useless. Oh, so when can I see her? Soon, maybe within this week. I understand. Then I will promote him to the commander's title and wait for Qin Si for a few days. Now that the war girl was mentioned, Yang Lin couldn't help but think of the previous forced contract. The girl with the skeleton mask and the unknown life form. Although it was not mentioned that the contract was successful, it was not mentioned that the contract failed either. Yang Lin subconsciously called up the panel about the war girl in the system. When he saw that in addition to the pages of Lin Yanchuan and Jiang Liyue, there was another page for the war girl, his eyes whitened instantly. P.S. From now on, the update will be scheduled at 3 p.m. every day, and the basic 2 chapters will be released together, regardless of development. If there are many readers, I will guarantee 3 chapters a day. If the data is good, 4 or 5 chapters will definitely be the norm. By the way, I beg my brothers to click to urge the update after reading to the end. Thank you. Chapter 39 Taboo Warrior, World Taboo. There is indeed an extra page in the battle page separated by the system.
According to normal understanding, 3 pages mean that you have contracted 3 war girls.
But in fact, there were only Lin Yanquan and Zhang Liyue around him. Moreover, isn't the display of the war girl on the 3rd page a bit too weird?
There are 3 question marks about the name, 3 question marks about qualifications, 3 question marks about abilities. In short, there are 3 question marks about everything.
Could it be that the forced contract was successful at that time? Yang Lin thought of this point, but if it succeeds, where is his war girl? That girl in the skeleton mask escaped right under his nose. If the forced contract fails, the system page will not display a new page for no reason. Weird, very weird. This bizarre situation really left Yang Lin at a loss. Commander, Commander. Hearing Lin Yanquan calling him, Yang Lin suddenly came back to his senses. Yanquan, what's going on? Of course there's something. Sister Phantom wants to talk to you about something. Why are you still in a daze? Yang Lin was extremely embarrassed. He was so focused on studying the new Battle Girl page that he didn't expect Phantom to come back at this time. Listen to the Phantom said, Yang Lin, my commander has something to tell you. If there is nothing else, please come with me. As for Liyue and Yanquan, staff will take them to see their new homes shortly. New home?
Yes, you and Yanquan performed very well on the battlefield before, so my commander specially prepared a new home for you.
This is your reward for this actual combat. Yang Lin was overjoyed. Since it was arranged personally by the dean of the academy, then his new home, which would serve as his base, should not be too shabby, right? Not only Yang Lin was happy, Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan were the same.
Previously, we said we would form a team but had no place to stay.
Now this problem has been solved directly, which is great. Sister Phantom, I'm fine here. Where is the dean now? I was busy coordinating various tasks after the battlefield. I'm at the temporary rest area now. I'll take you there.
Well, I'll trouble Sister Phantom.
Yang Lin definitely had some questions to ask about meeting the president of the academy.
For example, he was very interested in the girl with the skeleton mask, and even wanted to contract her to be his own warrior. It would be great if we could get more information about the girl with the skeleton mask from the dean. Under the guidance of Phantom, Yang Lin soon met the principal of the academy, Li Zhenxing.
As soon as he sat down, he heard Li Zhenxing say, Yang Lin, you really know how to surprise me. Your performance in this actual combat was very good. I am very optimistic about you. Thank you for the compliment, Dean. Actually I asked Phantom to bring you here mainly because I wanted to ask you if you need any special reward. It's rare that you and Yanquan have performed so well. The entire Elders Council is praising you highly. If I don't reward you well, wouldn't it make me, as the dean of the school, look stingy?
You are so polite, Dean. Sister Meiying also said earlier that she has arranged a new home for us.
Just for that alone, I am already very satisfied.
While a place to stay is a place to stay, rewards are still necessary. Think carefully about what you need or want at the moment, and you can tell me what you need. Don't worry, as long as I, the dean of the school, can do it, I promise not to let you down.
Yang Lin thought that he was currently in the development stage. What does a newbie need?
But this time he came here, he really had something to say.
President, let's not talk about the reward for now. Those 2 mechanical war girls were destroyed on the battlefield.
When this matter was mentioned, the expression of Li Zhenxing, the dean of the academy, suddenly became solemn.
The mechanical war girl is a small matter. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. The fact that you and Yanquan are back safely is what makes me feel relieved.
Yang Lin felt a little ashamed.
Mechanical warrior, is it expensive? Why, are you afraid that I, as the dean, will ask you to pay compensation?
I am your dean after all, and it was me who offered to support you with the 2 mechanical war girls. And didn't I just say that as long as you and Yansun are safe, this is better than anything else, just 2 mechanical warriors.
President, you really don't need me to compensate you? You kid, you just graduated, can you afford me the money if I ask you to compensate me?
Besides, don't make me sound so stingy.
Forget about destroying 2 mechanical war girls.
With your performance on the battlefield, if you just ask, I'll give you 2 more without blinking an eye.
Hearing that he didn't have to pay compensation, Yang Lin felt relieved.
But no matter how comfortable it is, you still have to ask about the real business. President, when I came here, I actually asked Sister Phantom about that dangerous entity.
But as a Vanitas, she has some things she can't say carelessly, so I really want to know what that dangerous entity is.
Li Jinxing nodded. In fact, I asked you to come here because I wanted to talk to you about this. Phantom reported to me earlier that you and Nianshuan encountered that dangerous entity. I was covered in cold sweats at that time, fearing that something might happen to you and Nianshuan. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the Phantom said you were safe. Luckily, Nianshuan and I encountered her, but the dangerous creature was already at the end of its strength and couldn't cause any major waves. It's a pity that she escaped in the end. Just run away. It's better to be safe than sorry. Li Jinxing took a sip of tea and continued, as for that dangerous body, Young Lin, you are now an official commander, so I don't intend to hide these things from you. If you encounter that thing again, run as fast as you can and don't even think about fighting it.
President, is that such an exaggeration?
Exaggeration? Not at all.
That thing is called the Forbidden Warrior.
A mature Forbidden Warrior can easily destroy a city.
Fortunately, you met the Forbidden Warrior who had just awakened not long ago.
Otherwise, even the gods could not save you.
Yang Lin was ashamed. After hearing what the president of the school said, I feel that I am quite lucky.
But how did the Forbidden Warriors come into being? Why did they appear in the buffer zone? Even if you ask me, I can't answer you. The Alliance has been studying the Forbidden Warrior for 200 years and still can't find the answer.
But the most easily accepted theory is that the Forbidden Warriors and the contaminated beasts are both contaminated forms. It seems that some warriors have died, but because of their obsessions, they have resurrected as dangerous forms.
President, are they conscious? What awareness do they have? To them, everything that comes before them is an obstacle.
Therefore, they will indiscriminately destroy everything they encounter, whether it is a person, an object, or even a polluting beast. In short, they are an extremely dangerous existence.
Next, Li Jinxing told Yang Lin many cases of forbidden war girls, which made Yang Lin sweat profusely.
It was only now that Yang Lin realized how outrageous the existence of the Forbidden War Girl was. According to the Academy President Li Jinxing, the last time the Forbidden War Girl was spotted was 50 years ago, according to the news blocked by the Alliance. At that time, with the appearance of the Forbidden Warrior, 3 cities were flattened one after another by her, and the total death toll was no less than 200,000. Among them, there are even more than a dozen famous teams ranked in the top 200 in the league.
Chapter 40, Xi'an University Campus Beauty. After learning this, Yang Lin couldn't help but worry about himself.
I had previously forced a contract on the Forbidden Warrior, but I don't know whether it was successful or failed in the end.
Regardless of success or failure, if I really get the Forbidden Warrior next to me, and I can't control it, won't I be killed by that thing?
Well, it's too far-fetched to talk about these things now. After all, Yang Lin himself doesn't know where the Forbidden Warrior has gone. According to the Academy Principal Li Jinxing, he has urgently contacted his good brother the City Lord and has sent a large number of city guards to search for the whereabouts of the Forbidden War Girl. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, the City Lord also contacted the surrounding cities to jointly prevent the newly awakened Forbidden Warrior. I drank a few cups of tea with the Dean and talked for a long time. During this period, the Dean of the Academy, Li Jinxing, personally rewarded Yang Lin with 3 bottles of secret spiritual medicine. The secret psychic medicine is a rare commodity in the market. Although a bottle of liquid is only the size of a palm, each bottle is worth at least 100,000. And usually, you can't buy it even if you have money. This thing is mainly used to increase the upper limit of the spiritual power of the war girls. The increased upper limit of spiritual power varies according to the conditions of each war girl. In short, this is a good thing. If you have it, let the war girl use it. Using it will definitely help her improve. It is simple and crude. When Yang Lin left the principal's rest area, the system prompt came. Congratulations to the host for winning first place in the battlefield assessment. Your spiritual power has increased by 100, and the current spiritual power limit is 712. Spiritual power is a disguised form of combat power. Feeling the drastic changes in his body, Yang Lin felt extremely refreshed. At the same time, he also received the new home address and some pictures sent by Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianshuan. Previously, under the guidance of the staff, the 2 women returned to the city to handle the transfer and move-in procedures for their new home. Looking at the pictures displayed on the communicator, Yang Lin was extremely satisfied with his new home. A 2-story villa with its own entrance and courtyard and a small martial arts field attached to it was already outrageous, but I didn't expect it to also have a back garden. With this environment and conditions, I have to say that the president of the school is really generous. A luxurious villa was given to him as a gift without any hesitation, as they were afraid that the new commander would suffer any injustice. Yang Lin couldn't help but be touched. Afterwards, he followed the staff's transport plane back to Longting City. The first thing Yang Lin did after returning to the city was to go straight to his new home without saying a word. Honghu Street District, this is a wealthy area. How many square meters does a villa here have? According to the address sent by Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan, Yang Lin quickly found the independent villa with the address 23. The door was not locked, and Yang Lin thought the two women were there, so he didn't care. Without thinking, he walked into the courtyard, pushed open the door and entered the entrance hall. There is no problem up to this point. No matter how you think about it, this will be your home from now on. As the owner, it's normal to be more casual. But the only abnormal thing was that Yang Lin never expected that there was a girl who had just walked out of the bathroom in the hall. The girl was wearing a bath towel and wiping her hair, so her whole body was basically naked. It's not Zhang Liyue, nor is it Lin Nianchuan. But this woman's figure, curves, and appearance are not much inferior to the other two women. And this girl seems a little familiar. It was like opening a huge golden treasure chest. The bright black and white holy light instantly dazzled Yang Lin's eyes. You. At the same time, the girl also discovered Yang Lin. After a loud scream, the girl tried to cover her lower body with her hands, but immediately, she seemed to feel something was wrong and covered her upper body with her hands. After 2 or 3 seconds of confusion, the girl remembered that the bath towel used to wipe her hair could cover her body. Dirty rascal. The girl shouted angrily, then she thought of something again, grabbed the ship-cutting sword on the coffee table and rushed towards Yang Lin. Wait, what do you want to do? Yang Lin felt that he had suffered an unexpected disaster. I came here according to the address given by Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan, and before entering, I carefully confirmed the house number more than 8 times. But what he never expected was that there was a girl in the room who had just walked out of the bathroom. It's not that he really wants to see the girl's whole body, it's mainly because this happened so suddenly. Listen to me, sister, this is a misunderstanding. I think I walked into the wrong door. Seeing the girl rushing towards him with a ship-cutting sword, Yang Lin was not a fool. He turned around and ran out of the entrance. If you're a man, don't run away. Let me poke 1,000 transparent holes in your body. Am I stupid enough to let you poke 1,000 transparent holes? Are you a man? Do you have any balls? Does this have anything to do with whether you're a man or not? Don't worry about it, you rascal, stop right there. Yang Lin was running in front, and the girl was chasing him from behind, holding a ship-cutting sword in a corner of a bath towel. In just a few words, the two of them chased from the hall to the courtyard gate. Yang Lin felt that the situation was terrible. I inexplicably saw a girl's body, was called a hooligan, and was chased by the girl with a ship-cutting sword. Generally speaking, isn't this the kind of plot that only appears in novels and comics? Yang Lin, why are you so flustered? Is there a wolf chasing you? As soon as I ran to the courtyard gate, I happened to meet Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan, who were returning with meat and vegetables. Seeing their commander so flustered, the two women were quite puzzled. Now, Yang Lin saw the two women as if they had seen his saviors. There's no wolf behind me, but there's a woman with a knife. The woman with the knife? Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan were surprised for a moment, and then they saw the girl wrapped in a bath towel chasing after them. In just a moment, the two women guessed what had happened before. Sister Liyue, Nianchuan, I've been molested, woo-woo. When the girl saw Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan, she simply threw herself into their arms. Lin Nianchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and turned around and asked, Yang Lin, did you flirt with Cici? Cici? Yang Lin was subconsciously stunned for a moment. He had felt that this girl looked familiar before, and now he finally remembered that this was Qin Si, another campus beauty who was as famous as the campus beauty of Lin University. Because we were not in the same class before and had little communication with Qin Si, I felt that he looked familiar at first sight, but I still couldn't remember who he was. No, I didn't. I just walked into the hall when I saw her coming out of the bathroom, and then she chased me with a knife. That's right, this guy saw my body naked, I want to poke 1,000 transparent holes in him. Okay Cici, stop thinking about the 1,000 transparent holes. He is Yang Lin, the commander of me and sister Liyue. Ah? Qin Si was shocked, he is your commander? Zhang Liyue replied, yes, he is indeed our commander. Cece, go back inside and change your clothes first, and we'll talk later. Shin-si looked at Yang Lin with complicated eyes. She also felt that it was inappropriate to stand at the door in a bathrobe, so she hurried back to the room to change clothes. Looking at Shin-si's back, Lin Yanchuan sighed, "Commander, look, if you want to make a contract with Cece now, I don't think it will work." Chapter 41. This girl is quite interesting. Yang Lin was speechless. What was going on? Originally, with Nian Sun around, Yang Lin was thinking that contracting Shin-si would give him some advantages. But who would have thought that such a ridiculous thing would happen when the two met for the first time? What a sin! Nianchuan, didn't you say earlier that Shin-si wouldn't be back until a week later? Why is she suddenly here now? Cece wanted to give me a surprise, so she deliberately concealed the date of her return when she contacted me. I only found out about this after Sister Li Yue and I returned to the city. As soon as she heard I was moving to a new house, she came over with me. Lin Nianchuan said this with a hint of self-blame on her face. It's my fault too. I forgot to mention this when I sent you the message earlier. Now I guess your image in her eyes has plummeted. Yang Lin's face was filled with black lines. I didn't want to do that, but it has already happened. Yang Lin, relax for now. I'll talk to Cece later. Maybe there's still a chance. Okay, that's up to you. When he returned to the hall, Shin-si had already changed his clothes. Her facial features are exquisite and her skin is delicate and fair. She is worthy of being called the school belle. Her appearance is extraordinary. In addition, perhaps because she is quite confident about her body curves, Shin-si wears tight clothes. Both the t-shirt and the pants give people a tight feeling. If she is given a tights, I guess this girl can wear the tights into a flower. Zhang Liyue went to the kitchen to cook, while Lin Nianchuan stayed to help Yang Lin and Shin-si deal with the situation. Perhaps because she was afraid that Shin-si was still thinking about the 1,000 transparent holes, as soon as she walked down the stairs, Lin Nianchuan pulled her to the sofa in the hall and pressed her down. Cece, let me tell you, Yang Lin is the commander of me and Sister Li Yue. You can't use a knife on him. Why did you use a knife? I just wanted to scare him. Who told him to run away after seeing my body? After hearing what Shin-si said, Lin Nianchuan quickly gave Yang Lin a look. Yang Lin understood and said, I'm sorry, I really didn't know there was anyone in the room, otherwise that unpleasant thing wouldn't have happened. Forget it, I'm not that petty. And since you are Commander Nianchuan, I will not hold you accountable for what happened before. Not bad, I feel like Shin-si is very good at it. Thinking about her S-level qualifications and the fact that the team is still lacking a war girl to make it legitimate, it would be a lie for Yang Lin to say that he is not attracted to Shin-si. Lin Nianchuan saw that the matter of the 1,000 transparent holes had been revealed, so he took the opportunity to change the topic to the establishment of the team. Cece, I have already signed the commander and war girl contract with Yang Lin. What are your plans now? Nianchuan, this is very strange. Didn't we agree to form our own team? How come you're so close to a man in the blink of an eye? Lin Nianchuan snorted, what nonsense are you talking about? Who's in love with a man? Isn't it normal for a war girl to sign a contract with the commander? But I still don't understand why you chose him? Shin-si looked at Yang Lin and said, if I remember correctly, Yang Lin, you have been in the academy for a few years, right? As far as I know, you are still a B-class commander. Ah, this. It brings tears to my eyes just talking about it. Just because he stayed for a few years, he became a well-known figure in the school. Even though Shin-si and Yang Lin are not familiar with each other, it is normal for him to know some things about Yang Lin. Yes, I am indeed a commander with B-level qualifications, but I am different from others. I am very strong. Lin Nianchuan quite agreed with what Yang Lin said. Cece, don't underestimate Yang Lin. He is very strong, not ordinary strong. Shin-si blinked, Nianchuan, since even you say that, Yang Lin must have some extraordinary qualities. More than that, if you saw our results in this actual battle, you would understand how powerful Yang Lin is. Speaking of actual combat results, this institution has already published them on the intranet, and you can see them by searching with the communicator. Shin-si was also very curious about her good sister's grades, so she casually pulled out the grades published by the school. Among them, the names of Yang Lin and Lin Nianchuan were at the top of the list. Nianchuan, you and Yang Lin dare to go to the battlefield with 2 mechanical war girls? Also, isn't the number of polluted beasts you killed a bit outrageous? You surpassed the second-place team by 37. Oh my god, are you 2 monsters? Shin-si was really scared. She had no idea how Yang Lin and Lin Yanxuan could gallop across the battlefield with two mechanical wargirls.
Cece, now you understand why I made a contract with Yang Lin and became his warrior, right? I think I can understand. No wonder even Sister Li Yue has joined your team. What about you, Cece? If I invite you to join the team, would you be willing? Nianxuan, are you serious? Lin Nianxuan nodded, of course I'm serious. I don't want to hide it from you. My commander, Yang Lin, his B-level qualification is just an illusion.
His true strength was so great that even the 7th-ranked commander, the Academy's president, wanted to take him in as his disciple. And now, go to the Elders' Council and ask around, and see who among them doesn't praise my commander. Yang Lin, who was standing aside, blushed a little when he heard Lin Nianxuan praising him. But he is indeed a capable man, and it feels good to be praised by his own wargirl. Seeing Qin Si's curious eyes staring at him again, Yang Lin said, Qin Si, I think you are quite good. If you are willing to join the team, I would welcome you. Qin Si pondered for a moment and said, originally, I came back because I wanted to form a team with Nianxuan that was composed entirely of warriors.
But I never thought that Nianxuan would suddenly find a man. Qin Si.
Lin Nianxuan, who was standing next to him, was speechless.
I think your skin is itchy again. Do you want me to help you loosen it? No, absolutely don't. You're bullying me before I even join the team. Now that I'm in the team, you and the commander will be together, and you'll bully me to death, won't you? Don't come on, so you agree to join the team? I agree. Why wouldn't I agree? No matter how I think about it, I have no reason to refuse. You guys are so strong, I feel at ease following you, right? Hearing Qin Si say this, Yang Lin was ecstatic.
I originally thought that Qin Si would be difficult to deal with, and since I had seen her naked body before, I don't know what she was thinking about me in her heart.
I didn't expect that this girl is so easy to talk to.
Following the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Yang Lin immediately extended the olive branch.
Qin Si, since you agree to join the team, how about signing the contract now? Sure, but let me make this clear. Now that I'm on the team, you can't team up with Nian Sun to bully me. No problem, Nianxuan bullied you, so I will bully her. Lin Nianxuan almost rolled his eyes. What are you two doing? Are you trying to piss me off together?
Qin Si made a face and continued with full energy, also, I can actually eat a lot, and I also like to buy clothes. If your wallet becomes empty after I join the team, Commander, you can't blame me. Wow, I didn't expect Qin Si to be such a lively girl. Knowing that she was joking, Yang Lin happily continued talking with her.
No problem.
As a commander, making money is also important. You may be poor now, but when you have money, you can eat and buy whatever you want.
One last thing. I am a person who can be a little willful. Commander, when I become your team member, you won't scold me at every turn, right?
If you do, I will cry in front of you.
Oh my, I didn't expect this girl to be so fun.
Seeing Qin Si's energetic and spirited look, it seems that the team's daily life will not be lonely in the future.
Chapter 42, Vitality Warrior.
Listening to Yang Lin and Qin Si talking nonsense together, Lin Nianxuan didn't know what to say. If an outsider didn't know, and heard their conversation, they would think they were on a blind date. Now that Qin Si agreed to join the team and Yang Lin was planning to sign a contract, in order not to disturb the two of them, she went to the kitchen to help Jiang Li Yue. As for Qin Si, she still didn't know what the contract with Yang Lin meant. The reason why she agreed to the contract was, on the one hand, her trust in Lin Nianxuan, and secondly, she saw the amazing results of the two in actual combat. So she thought there was nothing wrong with making a contract with a powerful commander.
Cece, before you sign the contract, let me remind you that once it's signed, you may experience a lot of changes. You need to be mentally prepared. Commander, is it troublesome to sign a contract with the Vanitas?
It's not a big deal, I'm just worried you'll get scared.
Wow, now that you mention it, I want to finish signing the contract even faster.
So next, Yang Lin and Qin Si sat on the sofa carpet in the hall and began to sign the contract. Using the system to lock onto Qin Si, Yang Lin then measured his own blood and energy into Qin Si's body through the system. Qin Si initially thought it was a simple contract, but soon, her heart began to surge. She never thought that just by signing a contract with the commander, her strength would double on the spot. His aptitude was strengthened, his bones were reshaped, and even more outrageous was that he now actually comprehended the exclusive abilities of the wargirl.
Qin Si was almost stunned.
It was because of the signing of the contract that she realized that the man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. Now she is glad that she made the right decision to join the team. At the same time, she also truly understood and realized Yang Lin's strength. 20 minutes later, the contract was signed and a familiar prompt sounded in Yang Lin's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the third warrior. The spiritual power value has increased by 100, and the current spiritual power value limit is 812. Warm reminder, new objectives have been updated. When the host is officially promoted to a first-level commander and officially registers the team, he will receive a mysterious gift. This new goal is definitely not difficult. The school has already sent his information to the General Affairs Department. Tomorrow, he just needs to go to the administrative office to go through the procedures and he can officially get rid of his trainee status and become a true first-level commander. As for the implementation of the team, this is also simple. Now that we have 3 warriors, we can finalize the team name and personnel registration at the administrative office. Therefore, this new target reward is completely free. And it is said to be mysterious, and it is a big gift. Needless to say, it must be a good thing, so you can look forward to it. By the way, Yang Lin opened Qin Ci's personal profile on the system page. War Girl, Qin Ci. Level, 3 levels of War Spirit, War Soul, War Master, War King, War Lord, War Emperor, War God, War Saint, True Warrior. Growth qualifications. Constitution S 10%. Strength A plus 10%. Spirit S 10%. Agility S 10%. Spiritual Power S 10%. Spiritual Power Limit, 219. Exclusive Core Ability, Shinra Tensei. Basic Ability, Super Energy Burst. Core Derivative Ability, none. The first ability will be derived after the 5th stage of the Battle Spirit. Looking at Qin Ci's information, Yang Lin was very satisfied. She was indeed an S-class warrior with such impressive qualifications. What surprised Yang Lin was that when Qin Ci entered the full burst mythological state, her mythological weapon was actually a silk thread, which was mainly used for cutting. It's a rather unconventional weapon, but it makes me feel violent just thinking about it. Now that the contracts with the 3 wargirls have been finalized, Yang Lin feels that the road ahead of him is wider. Look at this family. Li Yue has mature charm, Nianquan has a cool temperament, Qin Ci is energetic and lively, and they are all top-notch beauties. This made Yang Lin, as a man, feel an extraordinary sense of accomplishment. From the kitchen, the aroma of food wafted out. Zhang Liyue had previously said that she was a good cook, and just by looking at the taste, you could tell she was right. Tonight, you can feast on a delicious meal. Yang Lin, dinner is ready. How's Cici doing? Hearing Lin Nianquan's question, Yang Lin replied, the contract has been signed. From now on, Cici is officially a member of the team. As for Qin Ci's current condition, Yang Lin signaled Lin Nianquan to go and see for himself. Seeing Qin Ci sitting on the ground in a daze as if petrified, not only Lin Nianquan, but even Zhang Liyue, who came out with the food, was not surprised at all. Her reaction was normal. This is Zhang Liyue's evaluation of Qin Ci. If you think her reaction is abnormal, then it actually means we are abnormal. This is Lin Nianquan's evaluation of Qin Ci's current reaction. Finally, Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianquan subconsciously looked at Yang Lin, and they even made a small summary. Our commander is an unusual and mysterious man. Just by making a contract with him, you can become stronger. Who would dare to think of such a thing? Yang Lin agreed with what the 2 women said. There was nothing he could do. Who made him cheat? Besides, being an unusual and mysterious man is more attractive, isn't it? Speaking of becoming stronger, Yang Lin almost forgot the 3 bottles of secret spiritual medicine he got today. Li Yue, Nianquan, and Cici. Cici, are you awake? Oh, I'm awake. Commander, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Whether it's an exaggeration or not, I got 3 bottles of psychic medicine from the academy principal today. I know this stuff will be beneficial to you warriors in the early stages, so it's perfect, 1 bottle for each of you. When I saw it was a secret elixir of spiritual energy, I heard that it was given by the headmaster of the academy. Not to mention what Qin Ci, who had just joined the team, thought, in the eyes of Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianquan, this dean wouldn't really treat Yang Lin as his own son, right? He didn't even blink an eye when 2 mechanical warriors worth of hundreds of thousands of dollars broke down, and then he gave them a villa and precious secret medicine. How could he be treated like this if he wasn't his own son? Jiang Liu and Lin Nianxuan were filled with emotion, and Yang Lin himself felt ashamed. He actually just wanted to cling to the headmaster's thigh in the early stages of development, but who would have thought that the headmaster would be so generous and so supportive? In short, it feels so good to be pampered by thighs. After that, the four of them had a pleasant dinner. I have to say that Li Yue's cooking skills are really top-notch. Not to mention Yang Lin, even Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si almost ate their tongues. Because of this, the three of them joined forces, ignored Jiang Liyue's protests, and directly pushed her to the lofty position of the family cook. In addition, everyone says that Qin Si is a lively and energetic girl. After she recovered from the previous shock, even eating a meal made the atmosphere at home more warm and passionate because of her presence. Well, very good. Yang Lin is very satisfied with the current situation. Next, it depends on how this legendary commander can lead the war girl to grow quickly. It was so noisy that the four of them went to bed very late. Maybe it was because he was too happy. Even when lying in bed, Yang Lin couldn't fall asleep for a long time. So, he simply started studying the system. You know what, he actually discovered something new in the main page of the war girl. Built-in connection, what does it do? It turns out it's activated only when the number of Vanitas reaches 3. Out of curiosity, Yang Lin wanted to check the detailed notes. But what he didn't expect was that he just clicked on the built-in connection, and the next moment he felt his consciousness sink, and then something magical happened. Chapter 43 Don't be evil, listen to me. The scene before his eyes changed, and Yang Lin came to an inexplicable space in a daze. Looking around, the sky is filled with endless stars, which is breathtakingly beautiful. The ground you step on is more like a water mirror. With every step you take, ripples appear under your feet, and flowers bloom at every step. I just clicked on the built-in link. How did I end up in a place like this? Just as Yang Lin was about to call up the system again to check what was going on with the space opened up by this built-in connection, suddenly he seemed to sense something and his eyes suddenly looked straight ahead. Just not far ahead, a door suddenly appeared, and then with a creak, the door opened. And from the door, a girl with sleepy eyes walked out. As the girl entered, the portal disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Yang Lin's eyes jumped. First of all, he definitely knows this girl. It's hard not to know her. It's Lin Nianxuan. Second, looking at Nianxuan's appearance, he seemed to have just woken up. He was rubbing his eyes and still looked dazed. Of course, this is not the point. The key point is that Nianxuan was only wearing thin and short silk underwear. Whether it is the beauty in front of her or her long legs that can hardly be covered by her pajamas, they all give people an absolute mental shock. Where is this place? Am I dreaming? Lin Nianxuan stroked her forehead with her hand and began to look around until her eyes met Yang Lin's. Time seems to freeze at this moment. 3 seconds later, Lin Nianxuan suddenly woke up. Yang. Yang. Yang Lin? Oh, it's me. Ah. Lin Nianxuan suddenly realized something and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Yang Lin was quite surprised by her behavior. What's wrong with Nianxuan? He doesn't even dare to look at himself, the commander? Until Yang Lin lowered his head and saw that he was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs. He immediately understood. After covering her eyes for a moment, Lin Nianxuan realized something. This time she didn't cover her eyes, but squatted down with her body hugged. Her pretty face was almost dripping with tears because of extreme embarrassment. And in her beautiful eyes, a layer of mist suddenly appeared. She was already aloof, but now she suddenly looked pitiful. One could imagine the shock that had on Yang Lin. Nianxuan, let me be clear, I don't know what's going on either. Yang Lin was telling the truth, because he really didn't know what was going on. Although, it must be because I clicked on the built-in connection, but I still don't understand what is going on, right? Lin Nianxuan calmed down a little. Then is this a dream? That shouldn't be the case. Yang Lin pinched the palm of his hand and felt pain, which proved that this was reality, not a dream. Then why am I here, and here, there's only you? Nianxuan, don't panic. Just be patient. I'll figure out what's going on. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, a creaking sound suddenly came from the quiet space again. Soon, another figure came here through the portal. This time it was none other than Qin Si. She was seen stretching lazily as she walked in. Although she was also in a daze, she was in a much better state than Lin Nianxuan had been in before. What's going on? I just fell asleep, Why did a door suddenly appear in front of me? Hey Nianchuan, Yang Lin, you're all here?
Lin Nianchuan was now squatting on the ground, hugging her body tightly and not getting up, nor did she respond. Although Yang Lin felt guilty, he was afraid of causing a bigger reaction from Qin Si, so he had no choice but to pretend to be calm and replied, "Yes, they are all here." If you want to know where this guilty feeling came from, it was mainly because when Qin Si appeared, she was only wearing underwear. The underwear is nothing special, but it can't hide Qin Si's amazing figure. Even the simple way she walked was like a storm. Then, the entire space was silent again for 3 seconds. Oh my, why am I in this state? Hearing Qin Si say this, Yang Lin's nerves suddenly tightened. He did not forget what happened when he met Qin Si before. But soon, Qin Si's expression stabilized. Forget it, I'm still wearing it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. But you guys, could it be that I ruined your good thing? This sentence made Lin Nianchuan angry. Qin Si, do you believe that I will fight you to the death? Nianchuan, you still have the mood to fight me now, do you dare to stand up? What am I afraid of? Then why don't you stand up? You're going to lose a piece of meat. Are you afraid that our commander will see something? Qin Si is now teasing Lin Nianchuan. And judging from her expression, she was extremely excited. Yang Lin was afraid that Qin Si would drive Lin Nianchuan crazy, so he quickly said, "Sisi, stop teasing Nianchuan. She's thin-skinned and can't stand this kind of joke." Lin Nianchuan was completely devastated. How can I be as thick-skinned as you two? Especially you, Qin Si, your face is thicker than a city wall. Really? Then Nianchuan, stand up and fight me. You, just wait for me. Seeing Lin Nianchuan so angry, Qin Si became more excited. Yang Lin, this is a great opportunity to bully Nian Sun. As the commander, you must fight alongside me and seize this rare opportunity. Seeing Qin Si teasing Lin Nianchuan and enjoying it so much, Yang Lin felt sad. But before she could finish sighing, another creaking sound was heard from within the space. The three of them looked up at the same time and saw the beautiful tutor Zhang Liyue walking in from the freshman portal. At this moment, Lin Nianchuan and Qin Si were stunned. As for Yang Lin, his eyes were at a loss. Don't ask why, the only thing you ask is that there are some things, but if there are. On Lin Nianchuan's side, when she saw Zhang Liyue's condition, her shame and embarrassment suddenly improved by several dozen percentage points. Qin Si had a sly smile on his face. Sister Liyue, I didn't expect you to be so bold under your intellectual appearance. You can use less fabric, but there has to be a limit, right? Is this the legendary Mensa? At this moment, Zhang Liyue's pretty face turned red all the way to her ears. Looking at Yang Lin, Lin Nianchuan, and Qin Si in the space, she suddenly uttered a "huh" and then said word by word, "Can I chop you 3? I should chop you 3, right? If I chop you off, no one will remember what happened now." Feeling Zhang Liyue's terrifying eyes and the chill emanating from her body, Yang Lin felt that he had committed a sin. Sister Liyue, listen to me. Don't be evil yet. Let's talk it over nicely. Then tell me, what's going on here? I was clearly sleeping, how did I end up here? Regarding this issue. Swish. In addition to Zhang Liyue, Lin Nianchuan and Qin Si's eyes fell on Yang Lin almost at the same time. Yang Lin had not forgotten at this moment that he was only wearing boxer briefs. Being stared at by 3 beautiful women who had just crawled out of bed, no matter how thick-skinned one is, one can't help but feel a little shy now. Ahem, business is important, business is important. Don't think about those messy things. The right thing to do is to figure out the situation as soon as possible. Chapter 44, Shameful, but Inspiring. Secretly, Yang Lin called up the system page. After taking a few glances at the detailed introduction about the built-in connection, his expression was full of surprise. Built-in connection and auxiliary functions allow the commander to summon the contracted warriors into an independent space at his will. Then use the extra energy points copied from killing the polluted beasts in battle to improve the qualifications of the wargirl, so that the wargirl can be promoted to SSS level faster. In battle, every time a polluted beast is killed, both the commander and the wargirl will gain benefits. This is a basic setting of the world. But as a man who uses cheats, under the invasion of the system, every time he kills a polluted beast, he will receive an additional boost of the polluted beast's life energy. Although this copied energy cannot increase the level of the wargirls, it can improve their qualifications. I see. How could Yang Lin not be happy? With this assistance, the speed of training a wargirl would definitely be faster.
Over time, as the strength of the war girls continues to increase, and the number of contracted war girls increases, once it starts, it will be like a snowball and will be invincible. Lin Yanquan, who was standing next to him, saw a sudden smile on Yang Lin's face and quickly asked, "Yang Lin, have you figured out anything?" "Well, we figured it out." As soon as they heard that the research was done, Zhang Liu, Lin Yanquan and Qin Si hurried to Yang Lin's side. Although the current situation is shameful, their curiosity about creating an independent mysterious space seems to outweigh their shame. "What's going on? What's the use of this space?" "It's like this, listen to me." Afterwards, Yang Lin said that he had comprehended a god-level ability. The more polluted beasts you kill, the more life energy you can copy. Then, in this space, you can convert the life energy into potential to improve the qualifications of the war girl. When the three girls heard this, they all looked at Yang Lin with complicated expressions. "How should I put it? I know that my commander is extremely powerful to the point of being abnormal, but no matter how abnormal he is, there must be a limit." For a moment, the three women felt that the current legendary commanders in the world would only be able to lick Yang Lin's shoes if they stood in front of him. Yang Lin immediately looked at the copied energy points, a total of 72 points. An ordinary level contaminated beast is counted as 1 energy point on average, and higher level contaminated beasts will definitely copy more energy points. In order to test how much this auxiliary can improve the qualifications of the battle girl, Yang Lin compared the qualifications of the three women and decided to let Zhang Liu take the test. "Sister Liu, your aptitude is a little weak, so it will improve faster accordingly. For testing purposes, you will use the energy points you have accumulated so far to see how much improvement you can achieve." Zhang Liu's qualifications cannot compare to Lin Yanquan and Qin Si, but in the words of the Academy principal, Zhang Liu's current role far exceeds that of Lin Yanquan and Qin Si. There is no other reason, it's just because Zhang Liu's level is high. After all, she is a war maiden of the third realm. Even if Lin Yanquan and Qin Si are now SSS level, they would never dare to challenge Zhang Liu. Zhang Liu felt a little ashamed at this moment. It was an indisputable fact that her talent was not as good as Lin Yanquan and Qin Si. If she could improve her qualifications faster, she would definitely want to. "Yanquan, Sisi, I'm sorry this time, I'll use the commander's energy points first." "Alright Sister Liu, Sisi and I aren't that stingy. We also want to see how powerful commander's ability is." In order to visually see the improvement, Zhang Liu even opened her attribute panel for public display. Regarding the attribute panel of the war girl, I must say something. After making a contract with Yang Lin, each war girl will obtain a data panel. They can see it themselves, and can also let the war girls who have contracted with Yang Lin see it, but outsiders cannot see it. But it is just a data panel that allows the war girl to see her own growth. It does not contain any system functions and is just an internal data visualization. As Zhang Liu's data panel is displayed, it can be clearly seen that in her talent growth, strength, physique and spiritual power are all A+ growth, while spirit and agility are a growth. Since Yang Lin can improve the battle girl specifically in this space, all 72 energy points were invested by Yang Lin into Zhang Liu's A-level agility. The process was also very simple. The two of them sat in front of each other, and Yang Lin just had to transfer the energy points into her body. Although Sister Liu was extremely bold when she slept, and both Yang Lin and she were at a loss about what to do with her eyes, Yang Lin was still quite serious when it came to doing serious work. Then Lin Yanquan and Qin Si beside him saw it. In a short period of time, Zhang Liu's A-level agility has increased from 16% after taking the secret medicine last time to 17%. Then 18 and 19 are still improving. In about 10 minutes, 72 energy points were consumed, and Zhang Liu's A-level agility increased from 16% to 23% in one go. It is equivalent to an increase of 10 energy points by 1%, which is extremely powerful. After Yang Lin finished speaking, Zhang Liu opened her eyes and looked at the changes on the data panel. She couldn't help but gasp. "Isn't this improvement too big?" "I think it's outrageous too," Yang Lin said with emotion. "I said earlier that the improvement from the War Maiden's secret medicine was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect this energy point improvement to be even more outrageous than the secret medicine." Lin Yanquan and Qin Si couldn't help but be in high spirits. "So, the more polluted beasts we kill, the faster our aptitude will improve, right? Indeed, this divine power of mine encourages us to kill more polluted beasts. The higher the level, the faster each of your transformations will be accelerated." After hearing what Yang Lin said, Zhang Liu, Lin Yanquan and Qin Si all imagined their future as SSS level warriors. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, Qin asked, Yang Lin, your ability, this space for improving your aptitude, won't there be any restrictions when it's activated? What if one day we accept a commission for a crusade, and you copy a large amount of life energy but can't enter this space? Yang Lin was stunned for a moment and secretly took a look at the detailed notes. It clearly says, unrestricted access, anytime, anywhere. Warm tip, it is not recommended to enter when you have few energy points, as it will consume a lot of the host's spirit. So in response to Qin's question, Yang Lin replied solemnly, yes, there are indeed restrictions on entry, but they are not high. If there is an energy point, I can summon you after midnight to give you an upgrade. Lin Yanquan blushed and said, now that you mention it, it's actually quite embarrassing. Because when I entered the door before, I only had the option to enter. I didn't even have the option to add 2 more clothes. Zhang Liyue agreed, it's really difficult. Why can it only be opened at midnight? Want to ask why? I swear to God, Yang Lin has absolutely no selfish motives. As a normal man, it takes a lot of energy to activate the built-in connection. And everyone knows that the spirit will be fully restored during sleep at night, so it is normal to tell them that it can only be turned on after midnight. I can't tire myself out as a commander just to improve my vanitas, right? Is that reasonable? Is that appropriate? Chapter 45, what? There's also a little devil attribute. Because of this built-in connection, Zhang Liyue, Lin Yanquan and Qin are all excited and eager to try it out. They now wish that the commander's title of first-level commander and the registration of the Lungmen team could be finalized as quickly as possible. In this way, you can accept various conquest commissions, kill more and more polluted beasts, and improve yourself. Yang Lin felt their enthusiasm. But as their commander, I have to remind them to take care of their health. Everyone, it's getting late. We should go back and get some rest. Since the built-in connection can be entered, it can definitely be exited. As Yang Lin clicked to exit, soon, the portals that had disappeared from the 3 parties appeared before his eyes. Qin was probably in a good mood. After saying goodnight to Yang Lin, she put her hands behind her head, showing off her great figure and humming a happy tune as she returned. As for Lin Yanquan and Zhang Liyue, they looked at Yang Lin with resentment as they left. Knowing what the 2 women meant, Yang Lin rubbed his eyes and said innocently, alas, it takes a lot of energy to support this space. Do you know that from the middle of the meeting, I noticed that the eyes of the 3 of you have begun to blur? Especially now, you can hardly see anything clearly. I'd be damned if I believed you. Humph, let's go, Yanquan, go back to sleep. Seeing that Lin Yanquan and Zhang Liyue also returned to their respective rooms, there was certainly no point for Yang Lin to stay here alone. Choosing to continue to withdraw, Yang Lin soon returned to his bed. Unlike before, maybe because I had expended a lot of energy, I inexplicably felt very hot tonight, quite hot. The next day, a new day, an extremely bright and brilliant day. Because today, Yang Lin knew that he could finally completely get rid of his identity as a trainee commander. Even though he had dark circles under his eyes when he woke up in the morning, he was in an extremely high-spirited state. After enjoying Sister Liyue's sumptuous breakfast, Yang Lin took Zhang Liyue, Lin Yanquan and Qin and went straight to the General Affairs Department. 2 things, promotion title and implementation of team registration. On the way there, someone in the team was very restless. If you asked who it must be Qin. When she saw that Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan didn't notice her, she immediately approached Yang Lin with a sly smile. Commander, you're so pitiful. You must have gone to the bathroom quite a few times last night, right? What nonsense are you talking about? I was sleeping soundly, why would I go to the bathroom? Really? But you have dark circles under your eyes. That's because last night I was thinking about whether there was any way to help you improve faster. I was worried sick about you, you know? Oh. Qin said meaningfully, Commander, I like you more and more. You are so righteous even when you lie. You are quite unique. Stop talking nonsense, I'm the commander, how could I possibly lie? Behave yourself, or Yanquan will punish you. Tisk, I've always been very well behaved. After saying that, Qin deliberately walked in front of Yang Lin. Her extremely hot body, coupled with her swaying posture, made it quite uncomfortable for people to walk behind her. Yang Lin has also noticed it now. Qin is a guy who appears to be energetic and lively on the surface, but he also has a bit of a devilish temperament inside. But it doesn't matter. As a commander, how can I not control a little devil? I will punish her severely in the future. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the General Affairs Department. Because the graduates have just completed their practical training, you can see many familiar faces from other universities here. Yang Lin's appearance naturally caused quite a stir. Putting aside the fact that he, an older repeater, finally graduated and was recognized, the main thing was that it was impossible not to notice the three war maidens following him. Wherever the group passed, men were silent and women were in tears. Isn't that the beautiful Qin Si-Qin? Seeing how close they are, it's obvious that she has also signed a contract with Brother Yang, right? It was said before that Brother Yang and the beautiful Lin would have a contract and that they would be able to get close to each other. Now it has come true. Brother Yang is truly creating a legend. Not only did he get the two most beautiful girls on campus to be with him, he even didn't let go of our school's most beautiful teacher. How unjust. At this moment, countless boys' hearts were broken because of Yang Lin. As for many girls, they also feel very regretful. After seeing Brother Yang's actual combat performance, they wanted to run to Yang Lin immediately and sign a contract with him. But when they saw the three beauties beside Yang Lin and felt their aura, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they had 20 times the courage. It was in this atmosphere that Yang Lin first went to the administrative department and was promoted to the title of first-level commander. The information had been sent over by the dean of the school a long time ago, and it was handled as a priority. Yang Lin came here purely as a formality. After becoming a first-level commander, of course, the corresponding military uniform will be issued. From the windbreaker to the formal suit, from the hat and sunglasses to the belt and military boots, the whole set is complete. The Desert Eagle Eye hand cannon carried by the commander also changed from 2 free magazines of bullets to 3 magazines every time he accepted a commission and went on a mission. It can only be said that after changing into a full outfit, Yang Lin now looks even more handsome and dazzling. The three beauties around him couldn't help but blush when they saw him. Yang Lin now holds his head high. He has been held back for so many years and has been looked down upon by countless warriors. Now it is time for him to hold his head high and feel proud. Commander, now that your title has been promoted, let's quickly go to the clerk's office to register the team. Well, let's go now. From now on, we must make our Longmen army famous throughout the world. Our commander has great ambitions. Of course I am. I am strong, and you are strong too. Isn't it easy to achieve success and fame? These beautiful words made the three beauties happy. It's the same at the secretarial office and the administrative office, just a formality, and because the dean has specifically instructed it, there's no need to queue. Once you come, you will have exclusive VIP access. Commander Yang Lin and his subordinates are the battle girls Zhang Liyue, Lin Yanquan, and Qin Si. After the registration and submission of the four people's information, the name of Longmen unit immediately became well-deserved. According to the staff, after the information is submitted, it needs to be uploaded to the Alliance server, so you will have to wait another 2 hours before you can view it on your communicator. By that time, they could use the name of the Longmen force to go to the Demon Slaying Hall to accept various expedition commissions. To be honest, Yang Lin was a little anxious. Because he is still thinking about the promotion and title and the mysterious gift after the team is established. But think about it, it's only 2 hours, so just endure it. Taking advantage of this time, you might as well go to the Demon Slaying Hall in advance to see if there are any good expedition commissions suitable for the Longmen troops' first official expedition. But just as the four were about to leave, the hustle and bustle outside the secretariat unconsciously attracted their attention. Because there were so many people watching, Yang Lin and his friends must have been curious as well. What is it that can't be resolved privately? Is it necessary to make a fuss in a place like the General Affairs Department? When Yang Lin took the three girls outside and saw the noisy people, he had to say that he was a little surprised. It was Wang Dong, the only S-level commander of Longting Academy this year, and Zhang Ruodong, who made him feel disgusted just by looking at her. At this moment, Zhang Ruodong angrily said, "Wang Dong, I just lost a leg. Why do you treat me like this? Moreover, you even reported it to the General Affairs Department to force the termination of the contract? Zhang Ruodong, I've made it clear enough. Your current state is not suitable for joining the team. Please stop pestering me, okay? Entanglement? You want to force the termination of the contract, and you still accuse me of entanglement? What will I do after the termination? Which team will want me in my current state? The General Affairs Department will give you a subsidy, and after the contract is terminated, your affairs will no longer be my responsibility. If you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for having the Vanitas around you take action on the charge of assaulting the commander. As Wang Dong shouted angrily, the two war girls beside him stepped forward from the left and right to block him. Judging from the appearance of the two warriors, they have already entered the spirit shadow state. As long as Zhang Ruotong steps forward again, the two warriors will really attack. Wang Dong, you are not a human. Whatever you say, I'm an S-rank commander and I don't have time to waste on you. After saying that, Wang Dong turned around and walked towards the hall of the secretariat with the two warriors. Even if Zhang Ruotong had the courage now, she would not dare to chase him. After all, she could not bear the charge of attacking the commander in public. On Yang Lin's side, he learned from the discussions of the onlookers that Zhang Ruotong had one of his legs cut off in a previous actual combat. Although the war girl's strong body saved her life, even if she wakes up now, she can only wear a mechanical prosthesis. Losing an arm is not a big deal, but losing a leg basically means that her career as a valor has come to an end. As for forced termination of the contract, although it is not in line with the spirit of the contract, both the commander and the war girl will pay a heavy price. But for people like Wang Dong and Zhang Ruotong, they had only been on the contract for 2 days and had only experienced a practical test. Both parties had not experienced life and death together for a long time. Therefore, if the contract is terminated forcibly, the damage to both parties will definitely be less. Among them, Wang Dong is especially so since he is an S-level commander. In order to retain talents, the General Affairs Department will let Wang Dong reorganize the team and will definitely give him a great boost. This is also the confidence that Wang Dong has in forcibly terminating the contract. In the eyes of everyone around her, Zhang Ruotong was indeed very pitiful. However, Yang Lin, who was watching this scene, did not feel the slightest bit of emotion in his heart. Yang Lin was really calm, but Zhang Liyue beside him didn't think so. He knew too well about the mess that Yang Lin and Zhang Ruotong had gone through over the past year. Yang Lin, are you okay? It's been so long, you should have let her go, right? Qin Si was shocked. Sister Liyue, who is our commander going to put down? Lin Nianxuan was also curious. Sister Liyue, you said to let her go. Could it be that? No, there is such a thing? Yang Lin's face was full of black lines and he said, what can happen to me? Don't think too much. Let's go and check the subjugation commission now. Do you still want to attack earlier and kill the polluted beast? Now, Yang Lin turned around and was about to take the 3 people away, but Zhang Ruotong, who was still sobbing, had sharp eyes and saw Yang Lin outside the crowd at a glance. Yang Lin. At that moment, Zhang Ruotong seemed to have found hope and saw a savior. She was like a madman, limping towards Yang Lin, dragging her mechanical prosthesis. Chapter 46 Her Mysterious Operation. What are you doing? Seeing Zhang Ruotong running towards him like crazy, Yang Lin's brows frowned instantly. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this woman now. But who would have thought that this woman would do such a thing in front of everyone? Regardless of what Yang Lin was thinking at the moment, after 3 seconds of confusion, the people watching the excitement rushed over like a tide with a loud noise. There is no other reason, it's just that there seems to be some new gossip about Brother Yang, who created the legend. Didn't Zhang Ruotong previously scold Wang Dong for being a beast and for forcibly terminating the contract and abandoning her? How come in the blink of an eye, he ran towards Yang Lin as if he had seen the light? Looking at Zhang Ruotong, she seemed to regard Yang Lin as her only hope. For a moment, all kinds of speculations and thoughts emerged in everyone's mind. Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si felt confused. Taking advantage of this time, he hurriedly asked Zhang Liyue what was going on. Zhang Liyue was forced into a corner and had no choice but to briefly mention to Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si what Yang Lin and Zhang Ruotong had experienced in the past year. After a few words, Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si were stunned. At this time, Zhang Ruotong had already arrived in front of Yang Lin. Her face was covered with tears and her throat was choked with sobs. Yang Lin, you won't abandon me too, right? I remember everything you said to me. You said we would never be apart and that you would always be good to me. I remember all these words. These words were like thunder in a dry land, making everyone in the audience dumbfounded. Didn't Zhang Ruotong have a contract with Wang Dong before? When did she have such an agreement with Brother Yang? Besides, I've never seen the two of them have any interactions at school before. Or did Brother Yang try to steal Zhang Ruotong's girlfriend after she and Wang Dong signed the contract? Anyway, no matter what, the eyes of everyone around are brighter than each other, because there may really be something big going on. If you ask Yang Lin how he is doing now, he almost vomits. He felt that the woman in front of him was really seriously ill. What do you mean I told you that we would never break up?
but you broke your promise and deceived my former self for a whole year. At the last moment of the contract, he went back on his word and arrogantly signed a contract with another commander.
Now that you are down and out, do you think about yourself?
Seeing that Zhang Ruotong was still trying to pull his arm, Yang Lin stepped aside and said, "Talk is one thing, but don't pull me."
Do you think I know you well? Yang Lin, what do you mean? You have been pampering me for the past year, why are you treating me like this now? Crash.
The people who were watching the show went crazy all of a sudden.
What? Brother Yang actually doted on Zhang Ruotong for a whole year? They couldn't help but marvel at how well the confidentiality work was done. Brother Yang is a big shot in the academy. If anything happened to him, wouldn't his underwear have been stripped off long ago?
However, no one knew that he and Zhang Ruotong had been in contact with each other for a year in private.
For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Yang Lin.
They all wanted to see how Yang Lin would respond. But it seems that Brother Yang seems very calm, so calm that it is scary.
Yang Lin said, "Zhang Ruotong, are you crazy? There's no relationship between us anymore, right? How can it be okay? Were you lying to me about everything you said before? I remember every word."
"Oh, that's almost enough. You promised to be my Valkyrie, and for you, I suffered for a whole year. In the end, you made a contract with someone else and even acted superior in front of me.
Now you suddenly think of me, are you sure you are not joking? But you used to love me so much. That was in the past.
Now you and I are just strangers, with nothing to do with each other. Also, don't try to establish a relationship with me.
Are you worthy of it now?"
After this conversation, all the people who gathered around to watch the big melon were sighing. It turns out that Brother Yang had such a tragic experience. The reason why Brother Yang became a prominent figure in the academy was because no war girl had signed a contract with him for 3 years. Just think about it, if someone offered to sign a contract with Brother Yang during this period, not to mention Brother Yang, anyone would probably give up everything to fight for it. But this Zhang Ruotong, she was so shameless that she deceived Brother Yang for a whole year, and at the last moment she betrayed another commander? Damn, being a spare tire doesn't have to be so cruel, right? I originally thought that Zhang Ruotong was quite miserable because Wang Dong forced her to terminate the contract and ruthlessly abandoned her. But only now did I realize that this woman was actually this kind of person. For a moment, not only the boys around her, but even the girls couldn't stand Zhang Ruotong's behavior. Zhang Ruotong, have some shame, isn't it enough that you've deceived Brother Yang for a year? Now you want to harm Brother Yang? Do you even know how to write the word shame? Why are you still looking for Brother Yang? Exactly. Look carefully in the mirror. Are you qualified to stand in front of Brother Yang now? Zhang Ruotong no longer cared about the scolding and contempt from those around her. She only knew one thing now, that there would be no team to accept a war girl who had lost a leg. Going to the battlefield means facing a life and death battle. Who would be willing to associate with a disabled war girl? Isn't that playing with your own life? If you can't be a war girl, it means you can only be an ordinary civilian. But in this world, ordinary people generally don't have a chance to make a big breakthrough in their lifetime. Zhang Ruotong's dream has always been to be the female lead, or even if she takes a step back, she would still be the second female lead. Now her requirements have been lowered. Female number 3 is fine, and of course female number 4 is also fine. In short, she was unwilling to let go of Yang Lin, because if she let go, there would really be no chance. Yang Lin, I was wrong, please give me a chance. I promise. I promise to listen to you in everything. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please. Sorry, I don't know you well. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. It was a waste of time to talk to such a person. Yang Lin signaled the people around to disperse and was about to make a gesture to signal Lin Yanxuan and the other 2 girls to leave with him. But who would have thought that Zhang Ruotong would be so good at it? She drew the ship-slashing sword from her waist and put it to her neck in front of everyone. Yang Lin, do you have to be so heartless? I already know I was wrong, and I promised you that I would listen to you in the future. Why do you still treat me like this? Yang Lin was too lazy to listen to Zhang Ruotong and just walked away. As for this time, Zhang Ruotong's voice became even sharper. Yang Lin, if you take another step, I will die here. And my death is caused by you. I want you to remember for the rest of your life that it was you who killed me. What the hell? Yang Lin was originally calm but now he was furious. If you want to die, just die far away and mind your own business.
Are you using the morality of life to blackmail me now? Even the people watching the fun around were confused by Zhang Ruotong's actions. You, Zhang Ruotong, were ruthlessly abandoned by Wang Dong after he forced you to terminate the contract. What are you trying to do now by looking for Brother Yang? Chapter 47, 3 Beautiful Women in My Family. Zhang Ruotong didn't care about this now. When she saw Yang Lin pause, she thought there was a chance. She continued to kidnap him with her own life, saying, Yang Lin, forgive me just this once. Just this once, for the sake of our past relationship, you can't bear to watch me die in front of you, right? Have you ever been with my commander before? You simply took advantage of my commander's kindness and satisfied your selfish desires for a year. Do you really have the nerve to say the word get along? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the onlookers all lit up. Because the one who spoke was the beautiful Qin Si. Qin Si walked slowly to Yang Lin with his proud upright figure and long legs that made others envious. Not only did he say anything, but he also naturally hugged Yang Lin's left arm. This action not only stunned the onlookers, but also Yang Lin himself was stunned. But this is not over yet, because then everyone saw. Lin Yanxuan, the always aloof campus beauty of Lin University, also walked to Yang Lin's right side and hugged Yang Lin's right arm. It is obvious that the two beauties are demonstrating to Zhang Ruotong. I'm so shocked. Is this how the two school beauties usually get along with Brother Yang? As expected of Brother Yang, he can make two school beauties do this under the attention of everyone. This. Brother Yang is indeed a legend. The sudden situation left Zhang Ruotong at a loss as to what to do. But how could she be willing to accept this now? Qin Si, Lin Yanxuan, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? We are just showing that we are the ones who truly get along with Yang Lin. As Qin Si spoke, he winked at Lin Yanxuan, who was hugging Yang Lin's arm on the other side. Yanxuan, on weekdays at home, the commander is always very happy because of us, right? Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Lin Yanxuan almost collapsed from extreme embarrassment, but in the end, although she didn't say anything, she still nodded. This nod made all the boys present cry. Brother Yang is so happy. He must have a lot of fun at home, otherwise, would the two school beauties be so desperate to stand up for him? Zhang Ruotong was anxious. I was here first. Yang Lin told me that he would always love me. Don't be so self-indulgent. Qin Si held Yang Lin's arm tighter and looked at Zhang Ruotong with contempt. Don't you see what your current status is, and what our status is? We are the warriors who have signed a contract with Yang Lin, and you are just a passerby. Commander, you will always love your Vanitas, right? Certainly. Yang Lin's words were concise and to the point, and he was deeply moved. He really didn't expect that Cici and Yanxuan could do this for him. At this moment, because of the appearance of Zhang Ruotong, the bad luck in his heart instantly disappeared. And the next moment, Qin Si said in a very low voice, Commander, it has come to this, please hold us tighter. By the way, let me tell you a secret, Yanxuan's waist is very sensitive. Yang Lin was extremely ashamed. He couldn't help but want to complain in his heart, please, don't say these things when I'm touched, okay? But don't tell me, the secret Qin Si told is true. Don't ask how he knew it now. Yang Lin, I'll settle accounts with you and Cici later. Lin Yanxuan was already embarrassed enough, and now she was even more embarrassed. It was unclear what state she was in, but she squeezed out these words in a very low voice. In short, everything that happened in the field not only made Zhang Ruotong collapse, but also made the entire crowd collapse. Because Brother Yang really messes up people's mentality. Zhang Ruotong still doesn't want to give up, and there is even hatred in her eyes. You two bitches, Yang Lin is mine, why do you want to take him away from me? Give him back, he said he would sign a contract with him, give him back. Oh, you're such an unreasonable fellow, Qin Si looked down at Zhang Ruotong, you really should take a good look in the mirror. As a girl myself, I can't help but feel sorry for you. It's all your fault. I'm going to fight you. Zhang Ruotong broke down on the spot. Now she has become distorted both mentally and facially. The ship-cutting sword in her hand looked like she was about to rush over. But the next moment, another figure stood in front of Yang Lin, Qin Si, and Lin Yanxuan. It's Jiang Liyue. Moreover, she has entered the spirit shadow state, and is also holding a ship-cutting sword in her hand. Zhang Ruotong, I advise you to calm down. I used to be your mentor, and I had no right to interfere in your private affairs. But now, I have resigned and am Yang Lin's valiant daughter. And you were throwing a tantrum and making unreasonable demands on my commander in the street. As a war girl, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect my commander. If you want to make a move, I don't mind beheading you on the spot. Zhang Liyue, a warrior of the Third Realm. Moreover, after signing a contract with Yang Lin, her overall strength was no less than that of a war girl of the Fourth Realm. As her momentum and pressure exploded, Zhang Ruotong, who was close to her, could no longer continue to act like a spoiled child, and even her breathing became unstable. In just a moment, Zhang Liyue took control of the entire situation. Clang! The ship-cutting sword in Zhang Ruotong's hand fell to the ground because of her shaking hands. Her face was pale and she slumped to the ground. In front of Zhang Liyue, her body was trembling instinctively. Zhang Liyue turned around and said, "Commander, let's leave here. There's no need to waste time on idle people." Yang Lin nodded, "Well, let's leave here." Everyone watched Yang Lin leave with the three beauties. That's great. Surrounded by two campus beauties on both sides and protected by a beautiful tutor holding a knife, this is probably the peak of a man's life. As for Zhang Ruotong, she was still sitting on the ground in a daze, and no one knew what she was thinking at the moment. Yang Lin, as soon as he walked out of the crowd with the three beauties, immediately expressed his gratitude to them. Xin Si couldn't help laughing. Commander, you were such a loser in the past. How could you get involved with a woman like that? Before, no one wanted me and I had no choice. Now it's all right. I feel at ease with you guys around. Lin Nianxuan blushed and said, "You are relieved, but I must settle my account with you and Cici." Wow, Nianxuan, our commander just breathed a sigh of relief. Can you come back to settle the score with me and the commander later? Snort. Don't humph. We should learn from Sister Li Yue. Look how intimidating her appearance was. She stunned that crazy woman right there. Zhang Li Yue sighed, I was her mentor after all, and it's heartbreaking to see her become like this. But as a Vanitas, no matter who they are, if they dare to threaten or provoke the commander, I will show no mercy. Lin Nianxuan agreed, well, although it feels like a farce just now, as a war girl, strength is indeed capital. For now, let's quickly check out the subjugation requests and such. The four of them were just about to head towards the demon exorcism hall when Yang Lin's communicator rang. When I saw the caller, it turned out to be the dean of the school, and the call was specially marked with the words urgent and important. Chapter 48 Koi, Prosperous. Yang Lin was curious about what the dean wanted to say to him, so he walked to a secluded place nearby and answered the call. Dean of the school. Well, Yang Lin, where are you now? Is it convenient for you to come to my mansion? I have something very important to tell you, and it's not convenient to talk over the phone. I'm currently at the General Affairs Department and don't have anything special to do. Well, I'll give you the address of your residence now. Please come over as soon as possible. The dean's tone was very serious, and he also said it was very important, which made Yang Lin even more curious. As the academy president is a senior commander, he must have his own residence, and it is not far from the General Affairs Department. Yang Lin and the three girls arrived at the gate of the principal's residence in less than 15 minutes by car. It is called a mansion, but in fact it is a manor. It is not only magnificent but also covers a large area. And one of the school principal's Valor, Koi, was waiting at the gate. Yang Lin, the dean has been waiting for you for a long time. Well, where is the dean now? In the study. I'll take you there right away. As for your three Vanitas, I'll have them wait for you in the living room. Okay. Then Jinli called a servant and asked him to take Zhang Liyue and the other two to the living room. But just as the three women started, Jinli suddenly thought of something, and then she quickly walked in front of Zhang Liyue. Not only Yang Lin was confused, Zhang Liyue was also very surprised. Zhang Liyue. What's wrong? Do you need me for something? I lost to you last time, but I won't do that again next time. I hope we'll have another chance to compete in the near future. When that happens, I'll definitely beat you. I thought it was nothing, but it turns out that Jinli is still upset about losing to Zhang Liyue in the simulated confrontation. It can be seen that Jinli is a person who refuses to admit defeat, and now he obviously regards Zhang Liyue as his opponent. Zhang Liyue nodded and replied, I hope that as you said, we still have a chance to compete. But at that time, I will still hold on to my belief that I will win and continue to defeat you. Okay, that would be interesting. I'm looking forward to that day coming soon. After Jinli finished speaking, he returned to Yang Lin and said, I'm sorry, Yang Lin, I've delayed you and my commander for a minute because of some personal matter. Let's go to the study now. Yang Lin responded and then followed Jin Li to the study. Because the manor was too big, it seemed that it would take several minutes to follow the koi, so during this time, Yang Lin couldn't help but look at the koi carefully. Koi, she is the last warrior to join the team beside the academy principal. From the outside, she is a very petite girl, the cute kind. Especially her clothes, which are obviously custom-made. There is a red rope knot hanging around the waist, and the back of the clothes looks like a fishtail at first glance. The overall look is bright red and looks quite festive and pleasing. What? Are you asking about the age of the koi? Yang Lin had no idea how old this cute girl was. After all, in this world, being a war girl was equivalent to being a cultivator. As long as a cultivator does not die on the battlefield, his lifespan will definitely be much longer than that of an ordinary person. So don't ask about age. It is the most private and important thing for girls, right? Yang Lin, you are the first person that my commander values so much. The headmaster has mentioned you from time to time these past few days, and he's also been telling the five of us that we must build good relationships with you and your fellow warriors. I'm just a newly promoted first-rank commander. I'm truly flattered by the dean's care for me. Don't say that. You are indeed a very capable person. The performance of you and Lin Yanxuan on the battlefield has made the five of us warriors admire you in various ways. Our commander also said that if you can grow faster, he plans to have the five of us follow your team and join forces in various attacks in the future. TSK. The president of the academy also wants his 5 war girls to join forces with him in various attacks? How much do you think of yourself to say this? But a man like me who has cheats will definitely grow quickly as long as he doesn't die prematurely. Maybe in the future I can really cooperate with the president of the academy and the 5 war girls around him. As they walked and talked, Yang Lin and Jin Li became more and more familiar with each other. Jin Li, do you know why the dean wanted to see me? Of course I know, because you are someone the dean values, so I don't have to hide anything. It's probably because of the Forbidden Warriors thing. Forbidden Warrior? Well, that thing is extremely dangerous. Anyway, my commander will tell you the specific details later. When Yang Lin heard the word Forbidden Warrior, the stunning girl with a skeleton mask on her face whom he met in the buffer zone immediately emerged in his mind. Not only was she seriously injured, but half of her skeleton mask was also broken. Although she was allowed to escape in the end, she was forced to do so before that. Completely subconsciously, Yang Lin secretly called up the system's Battlegirl page. I have no idea whether the forced contract was successful or not. After leaving the buffer zone, a separate page full of question marks appeared on the Vanitas page. As for now, Yang Lin was suddenly shocked. Because he saw that the separate page full of question marks actually contained new information. Although 90% of it is still a question mark, the item about the name of the war girl has changed from a question mark to special existence, unknown life form. There are also high energy hints afterward. Warning, this Valorant is currently in a semi-contracted state. Due to the conflict between the forced contract and her self-awareness, this Valorant is currently extremely unstable. Additional reminder, if the war girl dies during this period, due to her existence as an unknown life form and her special identity, the host will suffer a tragic backlash. The current host can actively cancel the contract with the unknown life form, or force it to sign a second contract. The warning prompt was fine, but this additional prompt immediately made Yang Lin break out in a cold sweat. The key word is still the tragic backlash. The system used the word tragic, so one can imagine how much harm and pain he would have suffered if the Forbidden Warrior died during this period of time. But if we talk about lifting it on our own initiative. Yang Lin fell into deep thought. The contract is Taboo War Girl, which is equivalent to playing with fire. But how could anyone be willing to give up a super warrior who could very well become a helper just because they were afraid of backlash? According to the forced contract, the contract with the Forbidden Warrior is only half successful. However, because the contract mark has left a trace on the soul of the Forbidden Warrior, even if the Forbidden Warrior cannot be found now, the Forbidden Warrior will not be too far away from the host due to the interference of the forced mark. Then as long as the host is willing, there is a high probability that he can find the Forbidden Warrior and make a second contract with her. After thinking for a moment, Yang Lin made a decision. It's true that I'm playing with fire, but I'm also a cheating man after all. That's a creature that can easily flatten a city when it grows up. High risk means high reward. We must try this fire. Thinking of this, Yang Lin's heart became even hotter. Chapter 49, Forbidden Warrior. This fire must Zhang Liyue, Lin Yanxuan, and Qin Si were taken to the living room and treated well. At this moment, Qin Si was in an unusually active state. It was because she heard what Jili said to Zhang Liyue. How could she not be curious about what happened before? Sister Liyue, why do you know that Koi? And you defeated her? Before Zhang Liyue could speak, Lin Yanxuan spoke in response. Yes, Sister Liyue defeated Koi, and in front of everyone. How come I don't know when this happened? You weren't there before. It happened the day before the actual battle. The dean and our commander had a simulated confrontation. In the confrontation, Sister Liyue defeated a Koi that surpassed her by a major realm. When Qin Si heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. That's incredible. He can win even if he surpasses another realm by a certain level? Zhang Liyue said with some shame, it's not me who is good, it's clearly our commander who is good. With all the support, my on-the-spot strength has been rising steadily, and now I have the capital to fight against the Koi. Even so, Sister Liyue, you are very impressive. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing that you have crossed a major realm, they would probably just give up. Yeah, if it were me before, I would have thought so too. Until I met Yang Lin and became his Valkyrie. Qin Si said with a grin, not only you have become his war maiden, but also me and Yanxuan. Lin Yanxuan almost rolled her eyes. Now you know you've signed a contract with him and become a warrior. When we first met, didn't you want to poke 1,000 transparent holes in him? Didn't I tell you I was just trying to scare him? Can his tiny body withstand 1,000 transparent holes? Zhang Liyue asked curiously at this time. Sisi, speaking of what happened back then, Nianshuan and I thought you would have a prejudice against Yang Lin. At worst, Nianshuan and I might have to persuade you for 2 days, but I didn't expect you to agree to the contract with Yang Lin that very night. Qin Si said proudly, I'm not a fool, how can I not understand the situation? One of you is my best friend, and the other is a former mentor at the academy. If the commander is incompetent, you can stick with him. Besides, the commander is quite interesting and fun. Lin Nianshuan was speechless. Just thinking it's fun is not okay. If you end up being useless on the battlefield, be careful. Yang Lin will force you to terminate your contract. That won't work. I'm committed to our commander. Besides, I'm pretty strong, okay? Don't talk down on me. When the three beauties mentioned Yang Lin, the topic suddenly became much older. There's no way, who made Yang Lin a mysterious man? And the mysterious man is so charming. Yang Lin followed Jin Li for a while and arrived at the study. After the koi fish retreated, he gently knocked on the study door. Dean of the school, it's me, Yang Lin. Come in. Yang Lin had sharp eyes. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the dean putting something into the drawer. Moreover, the dean's complexion did not look very good, as if he had just experienced pain, and there were traces of cold sweat on his forehead and temples. President, you look like, are you okay? You guy, I'm fine, what could happen? As for you, because I care about you, I specially asked you to come here to talk to you about something. President, what's going on? About the Forbidden Warrior. The dean of the academy, Li Jinxing, suddenly looked extremely solemn. Yang Lin, you are now an official commander, and you have successfully established a team. Next, you should go to the Demon Exorcist Hall to accept various commissions, right? Yes, that's right, but I don't understand how this relates to the Forbidden Warrior you mentioned, Principal? Don't be impatient, just listen to me. As Li Jinxing spoke, he spread out a map on the table. After watching him constantly marking the area and following some explanations, Yang Lin finally understood Li Jinxing's real intention of asking him to come over. It turned out that after discovering that the Forbidden Warrior had escaped, 2 human strongholds were destroyed in the direction and approximate range of the Forbidden Warrior's escape. The total death toll was over 200, and none of the deceased was in good condition. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a scene of purgatory. After sending people to investigate, it was found that the death was not caused by polluting beasts, because even though the body was broken, it was not lost or could not be found. Secondly, it was not a secret attack, because no money or property was lost. Also, no powerful polluting beasts were found nearby. It happened that the Forbidden Warrior appeared, and it is speculated that it might be the work of the Forbidden Warrior. But there is a doubt. The Forbidden Warrior has just awakened, her strength is not very strong, and she is seriously injured. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to destroy 2 human defense bases in her current state, but there was no other explanation at the moment. So in the end, the cause of the accident was still attributed to the Forbidden Warrior. Today, Li Jinqing asked Yang Lin to come over to tell him not to go to the 3 strongholds outside the northern buffer zone to take on commissions or launch campaigns. The areas near the 3 strongholds have always been a holy place for new teams to kill polluted beasts because of the defenses. But now that the 2 strongholds have been destroyed, it means there is a great danger. Before troops were continuously dispatched over here and the matter was not resolved, Li Jinqing had actually notified the demon-slaying hall to remove all commissions and crusades suitable for novices to go there. But even so, he was still worried about Yang Lin, so he greeted Yang Lin again. Yang Lin truly felt Li Jinqing's concern. But Yang Lin really couldn't tell him that. In fact, on the way here, he was still thinking about how to find the Forbidden Warrior as soon as possible. He wanted to play with fire on the Forbidden Warrior. Now, all the commissioned expeditions are gone, and we are not allowed to go there. What should we do? Yang Lin, I don't want you to be a greenhouse flower, but I also definitely don't want you to encounter any unexpected disasters during your development. Do you understand what I mean? I see. As long as you understand, you must remember that you are the only genius-level commander in my academy. I am very optimistic about your future, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to you. Thank you for your concern, President. Okay, now that we're here, let's not say anything unlucky. Just spend a couple of cups of tea with me and chat about our daily lives. We chatted for about an hour and found ourselves getting along quite well. When Yang Lin left at about the right time, Li Jinqing's previous spirit suddenly disappeared by a large margin. Opening the drawer of the desk again, you can see a lot of special medicines inside. Alas, it's so rare to come across a good seedling, but I just don't know if my body can hold up until the day he fully grows. However, I am already very pleased. Such a talented commander has appeared in the academy. As the academy president, I should be content. On Yang Lin's side, he was leaving the study and heading towards the living room. The information prompt suddenly sounded. Chapter 50, Do you want to unlock my favorability? Congratulations to the host for completing his current goal, officially becoming a first-level commander and establishing his own team. The mysterious gift has been delivered to the space backpack. It turned out that more than 2 hours had passed without me noticing. Previously, the secretarial department said that there was a delay in uploading the team's data to the Alliance server. Needless to say, the team's situation has now been confirmed. Yang Lin was naturally looking forward to the mysterious gift that would follow. I hope you 1T let me down. While muttering to himself, Yang Lin secretly took out his space backpack. Looking at the individual rocket launcher lying inside, Yang Lin was subconsciously stunned for a moment. It turns out that I got a weapon. Rocket launchers also exist in this world, but because their energy source mainly depends on the core of the pollution beast, even though rocket launchers have some power, they can basically only be used for the defense of cities and strongholds. Ammunition made from ancient gunpowder has very limited power. It is difficult to break through the defense of an ordinary pollution beast, and it has been eliminated long ago. Therefore, under the current world situation, it is unrealistic to say that you can take the initiative to attack with weapons such as rocket launchers, mortars, and magic tanks. Let us not talk about money for now. The key is who has so much core energy for you to build it. To simply summarize this world, cities and strongholds are certainly equipped with heavy weapons, but the supply of energy means they can only be used for defensive battles. If you want to attack externally, you must rely on the commander, the war girl team, and various mercenary forces. Of course, if you say that you have a mountain of energy cores and are not afraid of consumption, then you can do as you please. Back to the present, Yang Lin looked at the rocket launcher and began to worry about how powerful it was and whether he would have to rely on core consumption to deal damage. But immediately, he became excited. Linked Bazooka, a commander's exclusive artifact, its power depends on the combined strength of the host and the contracted warriors. The commander can use it as a normal weapon on a daily basis, or he can use it in conjunction with the wargirl for superconducting use. The notes explain in great detail that the rockets used in this rocket launcher are spiritually mimicked rockets. In short, the host's spiritual power is ammunition and core energy cannot be used. As for lightweight use, just like the Desert Eagle Eye hand cannon carried by every commander, you can just treat the rocket launcher as a rocket launcher. However, using superconductivity in conjunction with the wargirls would be very beneficial. It can gather the combined spiritual power of the host and the nearby warriors, mimicking a more powerful rocket, and launch a superconducting burst on the enemy. The damage it inflicts is several times greater than the combined power of the commander and the war maidens, making it extremely powerful. However, the system recommends that you avoid superconducting unless necessary, as the consumption is too high and it needs to be used with discretion. After learning about the linked rocket launcher, Yang Lin was really beaming. With this thing, your team will have one more powerful weapon, whether it is for survival or counterattack. Great! I came to the living room with a happy mood. Zhang Liyue, Lin Yanxuan, and Qin Si had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yang Lin appear, Zhang Liyue immediately asked, "Commander, is the matter with the academy principal over?" "It's over. There are some things I need to discuss with you guys in detail. Let's go home for now." Lin Yanxuan was quite puzzled by this. "Commander, our team has officially logged in. Shouldn't we go to the General Affairs Department's Demon Slayer office now to accept commissions and conduct subjugation operations?" "Yanxuan, don't worry about that for now. I'll discuss some important matters with you guys after we get back." Qin Si's expression brightened when he heard this. He went up to Yang Lin and whispered, "Commander, could it be that you and the academy have reached some kind of agreement and were planning to make a big move later? Cici, are you really looking forward to making a big splash?" "Of course. I'm new in the team, and I'm just waiting to make a big splash and shine, making the commander want me like crazy." "Ah, this." Knowing his own beautiful Qin, she is just like this, and Yang Lin is used to it now. "Anyway, there's a lot to be done, so don't let it scare you." After talking to Qin Si, Yang Lin said to Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanxuan, "There's no time to lose. Let's go back first." Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanxuan were also quite confused, but when they heard Yang Lin say that they would go back and discuss it, they could only suppress their doubts for the time being and follow Yang Lin home. After leaving the president's residence, they drove for 30 or 40 minutes before arriving at their own apartment. At this time, Qin Si was already impatient. As soon as he entered the door, he shook Yang Lin's arm and urged him to tell him what he wanted to discuss. "Cici, I know you're anxious, but please don't worry. This is a serious matter. Let me sort out my words. Yang Lin, you've been running around all morning. If what you say is something trivial, my impression of you will keep decreasing, okay? If what I say is something serious, will your favorability keep increasing by 1? Of course, the bigger the matter, the faster my favorability increases. Currently it's 100, and when it reaches 200, you can unlock my special storyline." "Very good. As for what I said, the favorability rating displayed on your forehead will definitely increase by 10 plus 10 and keep rising. It's only 200 favorability ratings, just a drop in the bucket." Listening to Yang Lin and Qin Si's nonsense, Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanxuan couldn't help but roll their eyes. But just as Yang Lin was used to Qin Si's temperament, Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanxuan had long been accustomed to the two of them getting together and talking nonsense. Well, the small talk ended here, and then the group sat on the sofa in the hall and got down to business. The first thing to say is that the dean asked Yang Lin to come over, and Yang Lin told him everything. After hearing this, the three women had solemn and complicated expressions. Especially Lin Yanxuan, she had fought against the Forbidden War Girl in the buffer zone battlefield with Yang Lin. Now suddenly it was said that 2 strongholds in the north were destroyed, and it was temporarily determined that it was done by the Forbidden War Princess. She must find it incredible. Wasn't that Forbidden Warrior seriously injured? Judging from the circumstances of her escape, even if she could recover, it's impossible for her to destroy 2 strongholds in 2 days, right? This is not just your doubt, it's mine too. The 2 strongholds are well defended. Unless the Forbidden Warrior recovers immediately from her injuries and simultaneously increases her combat power tenfold or even higher, she will definitely not be able to take down the 2 strongholds and kill the over 200 soldiers guarding them. Zhang Liyue also expressed her opinion on this. Then is there a possibility that the Forbidden Warrior's growth rate is 10 or 100 times faster than human cognition and common sense? For example, after she was seriously injured, she instantly entered a new level like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. In order to seek revenge, she brutally massacred the 2 strongholds she encountered? This is not impossible. Yang Lin could not deny Zhang Liyue's statement. After all, the Forbidden Warrior was beyond human beings. God knew whether she had entered a new level of evolution and suddenly increased her combat power to 10, 20, or even more times than before. Qin Si gasped as he listened. If that's the case, then the Forbidden Warrior is really too scary. 2 days of growth had allowed her to slaughter over 200 soldiers and overthrow 2 strongholds in one go. If she continued to grow for a few more days, would the entire Longting city be nothing more than a fragile egg in her eyes? Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Guess is just guess after all. Judging from my fight with the Forbidden Warrior, the Forbidden Warrior is not that outrageous. In other words, if it could really be achieved, this world would have been destroyed long ago if a few Forbidden Warriors appeared at random. Chapter 51. As long as she's cute, is that all you need? The Forbidden Warrior is dangerous, but only her fully grown form is dangerous. If the combat effectiveness can be easily increased dozens of times in 2 days, and it drags on for another 10 days, 20 months, or 20 years, then human beings will be useless and will be completely wiped out. After Yang Lin thought about it carefully, he actually found a reason to make the conclusion. The destruction of the 2 strongholds was definitely not the work of the Forbidden Warrior. First, he has a cheat. And his plug-in can invade the laws of the world. Although the Forbidden Warrior is taboo, it still exists within the world system. Therefore, no matter how strong or crazy it grows, it is impossible to transcend the rules of the world. Second, it was precisely because Yang Lin had a plug-in that he used it to force a contract on the Forbidden Warrior. If the Forbidden Warrior was really that exaggerated, Yang Lin felt that she would have reversed the contract and killed him by now. But he couldn't say these words to Zhang Liyue and the other 2 girls. Cheats and the like are the ultimate secrets of oneself, and one cannot reveal even a single detail even if he dies. At this time, Zhang Liyue said, "Yang Lin, the dean called you over and told you this. So what you mean is that when we accept subsequent commissioned expeditions and other missions, we can only avoid these 3 strongholds, right?" Without waiting for Yang Lin to reply, Qinxi pursed her lips and said, "If you only convey this much, Yang Lin, my favorability will decrease. That way you won't be able to unlock my new plots, play new CGs, or unlock my new secrets. Unlock your sister, or rather, the exact opposite." Ah. Lin Yanquan thought he had misheard. "Yang Lin, do you still want to go to the 3 strongholds without the knowledge of the dean?" "It's not that I'm going to go there against the will of the principal, but..." "Yanquan, do you remember what I did to the Forbidden Warrior when I came back from the buffer zone?" Upon hearing what Yang Lin had done to the Forbidden Warrior, Zhang Liyue and Qinxi immediately turned their eyes to Lin Yanquan. Lin Yanquan was stunned for a moment, thought for a long time, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "I remember now. You told me that you tried to establish a Commander Vadis contract with the Forbidden Bonitas, but it seems you failed." "Yes, that's right." When Zhang Liyue and Qinxi heard Yang Lin's affirmation, they almost choked to death on their saliva. Zhang Liyue was sweating profusely. "Yang Lin, are you crazy? You want to contract something like that?" Qinxi's expression was not much better. She said, "Niansun told me about the buffer zone earlier. He also said that the Forbidden Warrior had revealed half of her face. She was a beautiful girl. Now that I've heard that our commander has done something like that, it also confirms one thing for me." Yang Lin looked at Qinxi. "What have you confirmed?" Qinxi said meaningfully, "As long as she's cute, even if she's a nobody like the Forbidden Warrior, Commander, are you okay with that?" "Oh my god. The beautiful Qin in our family, she really is." Yang Lin wants to cry to death now. After Qinxi said this, both Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan looked at him with the same gaze as Qinxi, and both of them became meaningful. "What do you think of me? Am I that kind of man?" "The reason why I contracted the Forbidden Warrior was that I didn't know her identity at that time, and secondly, I simply saw her potential and strength. Think about it, if the Forbidden Warriors could join the team, how fast would our development be?" Zhang Liyue sighed and said, "But she and humans are not the same species, right? And when you forced the contract on her, weren't you afraid of something going wrong?" "I didn't think too much about it at the time, and she escaped in the end. So now that I heard the headmaster talking about the 3 strongholds, I have to pay attention to the matter of the Forbidden Warriors." Lin Yanquan said seriously, "Yang Lin, I know you have thoughts about the Forbidden Warrior. But something big happened in the 3 strongholds, and I don't recommend that we disobey orders and take the risk to go there to increase our strength. If anything goes wrong, our novice team will most likely be wiped out." "I know, of course I know." Yang Lin thought for a while, and after carefully organizing his thoughts, he said, "Liyue, Nianquan, Cici, we are a team, and as the commander, I must be responsible for you. That's why I have to make a confession to you." The 3 beauties were stunned, looked at each other, and then focused their attention on Yang Lin again. Yang Lin spoke slowly. "To be honest, I tried to contract the Forbidden Warrior back then, and in the end, I was successful." "Is it considered a success? A human being, contracted with a super dangerous existence like the Forbidden War Maiden, and in the end it was considered a success?" Qinxi's pretty face is now almost completely pressed against Yang Lin's face. "Commander, wake up. It's not dark yet. It's not the time to talk in your sleep. Cici, I'm not talking nonsense. I've now contracted half of the Forbidden Warrior. If I could make a contract with her again, I would be 99% sure that I could make her one of our own. So I want to go to the last stronghold and try my luck. For me, and for our team, there are definitely risks, but if we can truly meet the Forbidden Warrior and successfully form a contract, the benefits will be unimaginable. The atmosphere in the entire hall fell into silence. Whether it was Jiang Liyue, Lin Yanxuan, or Qin Si, they all began to think seriously about it. After a long pause, Jiang Liyue spoke first. Yang Lin, you are our commander. You have already said this much. I only have one question for you. Liyue, you say. You said your contract was halfway successful. As a Vanitas, we will trust you unconditionally. But if the two strongholds were really her doing, after we meet her, this contract is half successful, how far can it guarantee the safety of all the members of our team? This question. I can't guarantee that she won't attack us, but at least I've succeeded halfway. I can still use this half of the contract to restrict her to a certain extent. Lin Yanxuan said, Yang Lin, even if we can restrain her to a certain extent, it's still very dangerous, right? Yang Lin nodded. That's why I said I need to discuss this seriously with you. The dean of the school is afraid that I will sneak over there, but I just want to go there on my own will. I can definitely understand your concerns and worries. Although I discussed this with you, I'm not forcing you to go with me. It's too dangerous. If anything happens to you, won't I, as the commander, blame myself for the rest of my life? Qin Si snapped his fingers at this moment. Commander, my favorability is now 200. I have unlocked a new plot and will accompany you to the third stronghold in the north of the buffer zone. Cici, you still don't forget to tease me at this time? I'm serious. Commander, you've made up your mind. As a Vanitas, how could I possibly run away? Sister Liyue, Nianshuan, who in the world would be so crazy about contracting a forbidden war girl except our commander? So I have to be part of such an interesting thing. Jiang Liyue smiled. If outsiders heard this, they would probably be scared to death. Our commander, he really dares to do anything. How can I handle this kind of dangerous situation without the commander's protection? Me too, Lin Yanxuan chuckled. From the moment I signed the contract, I vowed to stand by the commander. Now suddenly he says that the action is not forced. Does our commander want to make us angry? Yang Lin, just tell me, when are we leaving? You really don't have to do this. I told you it's dangerous. Who told us to trust the commander? Let's discuss how and when to act now. Call. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Okay, since you are willing to go with me, I won't be so squeamish. At the same time, you can rest assured that I will do my best to play the role of commander. If I really encounter something that I can't handle, I will definitely prioritize everyone's lives and will never betray your trust and put you in danger. While Yang Lin was still discussing how to act with Jiang Liyue and the other two girls. Outside the third stronghold of Longtengqing's northern buffer zone, a girl suddenly appeared, walking unsteadily, stroking her forehead with her hand and looking extremely painful. The girl had wounds all over her body and was covered in blood. She looked quite miserable. But even so, it still can't conceal her stunning beauty and charming figure. Chapter 52. Whose Vanitas is she? The third stronghold in the north outside the buffer zone of Longting City. The overall situation here is that it is a place of panic and fear. With the destruction of the first and second strongholds, one can imagine the pressure the third stronghold is now under. Fortunately, the news has been passed back to Longting City, and the city has now sent a lot of reinforcements here. In just 1 or 2 days, with the increase in the number of reinforcement teams and armed forces, this place suddenly became lively. But the hustle and bustle is only inside. The fighters guarding the important roads and gates dare not slack off for even a second, for fear of an emergency. At that moment, at the main gate due north, the lookout on the watchtower sounded the alarm, and the guards and patrols below instantly became nervous. Have we found any traces of the polluting beast? Fortunately, it is not. I learned through the walkie-talkie that there was movement ahead. After investigation, it seemed that a girl appeared. As the girl got closer, the guards at the main gate and the patrol team all breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was not a polluting beast or an abnormal situation. However, observing the girl who appeared, the situation did not seem so optimistic. His entire body was covered in blood, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Moreover, this girl staggered with every step and could fall down at any time. You two take her over and ask what's going on. After hearing what the patrol leader said, 2 team members hurried out to approach the girl. But what the two team members didn't expect was that even though they wanted to help the girl, she was extremely alert and resistant even though she was in pain. As a result, the two team members were unable to get close to the girl.
Little sister, calm down. This is the third stronghold. You are safe for now. Let me ask you, what's going on? Why are you alone? Where are your teammates?
When questioned by two team members, the girl just glanced at them and did not make any effective response.
Instead, she seemed to be muttering something in a low voice.
The two team members listened carefully and immediately understood what was going on. She kept repeating the word commander.
It's obvious that she is a Vanitas. Yes, her condition seems dire.
In her current state, being able to maintain consciousness seems to be the limit. In order to prevent the girl from reacting violently, the two team members guided her into the third stronghold while reporting to the patrol leader.
Captain, this girl is undoubtedly a Vanitas.
With the destruction of the first and second strongholds, she's most likely a survivor of one of those squads.
It can be seen that she is really lucky.
Not only did she survive such injuries, but she was able to find our third stronghold.
Bring her inside and let the medical staff take a look at her condition. Yes, Captain.
After the two team members finished their report, they continued to guide the girl into the base step by step. At this time, seeing the girl entering the stronghold, whether it was the lookout in the artillery tower, or the guards and other patrol members, they all looked at the girl's back intentionally or unintentionally. Just because this girl, no matter her looks or figure, can definitely be called a beauty. Even though this girl looks disheveled now, it doesn't prevent her beauty from having a huge impact on the people around her.
When people see beautiful things, they can't help but take a second look.
If this beauty is damaged in the slightest, it will surely arouse many times the sympathy of the people around.
This girl is in such a miserable state.
I guess her teen was probably wiped out.
That's highly likely.
Also, observing her condition, whether she's fully awake or not is another question. And she kept repeating the words commander, commander all the time.
I guess her commander would have been eaten to pieces by the tainted beast by now.
For a moment, the guards and patrolmen at the door felt even more sympathetic towards the girl's plight. When this girl was brought into the stronghold, her poignant beauty also caused a small sensation. Some people asked the guard if something was happening outside, while others took the opportunity to go forward and observe the girl's condition. When we see such a beautiful girl seriously injured and almost unconscious, we can't help but sigh and feel a lot of emotion.
The medical staff quickly took over after hearing that there were injured people.
Originally, the girl was still resistant to being approached by strangers, but after being gently persuaded by several female medical staff. Perhaps he was moved and let down his guard, or perhaps his body had reached its limit and was in a weak state, so he allowed medical staff to check his condition. Vital signs are good, and although the injuries are numerous, fortunately they are not fatal. It is speculated that he was confused due to serious internal injuries, and out of obsession, he kept saying the word commander. At the same time, in order to confirm the girl's identity as soon as possible, the staff in the base specially sent the girl's image to the Longting General Affairs Department. But the result was that there was no such person.
Well, it is possible that the girl's identity is encrypted.
It is also possible that the girl is a team warrior from another city, or she is a member of an armed force that cannot be shown on the stage. In short, let's put the issue of identity aside for now and let her rest and recover. It won't be too late to ask her again when she regains consciousness.
So, after receiving medical treatment, the girl was placed in the base ward.
Originally, there was nothing wrong with the situation up to this point.
But it can't be helped. The third stronghold is currently in a mixed state.
In order to stabilize the third stronghold, the General Affairs Department recruited a number of teams and sent them here. Among them are the Commander Team, the War Girl Team, various mercenary forces, etc. Putting aside the Commander and the War Girl Team, the number of mercenary armed forces accounts for the majority, and most of the mercenary armed forces are male. In this world, the reason why war girls have an advantage is that they can enter the spirit shadow and deification state, and burst out their power several times to kill the enemy.
This is an innate advantage.
However, this does not mean that men are incapable of fighting. Relatively speaking, although men can also upgrade their combat abilities, compared to women, they lack the spirit shadow and deification states, so their damage output is greatly reduced.
Oh, you mean the commander?
That's originally a profession equivalent to that of a war girl, and there must be some difference between that and an ordinary man. The above is because there are so many people in the third stronghold now, and most of the mercenaries only obey orders but not instructions, so it is normal for the management to be chaotic. That is, after the girl was sent to the ward area, two people in a nearby mercenary armed group secretly revealed a fiery and crazy look in their eyes. "That chick is so hot, both her figure and face are perfect, just one look at her makes me horny." Because of her special condition, she was sent to a private room. I just heard the medical staff say that her consciousness was confused, and now it's no different from her amnesia. It's a godsend. The two mercenaries smiled at each other, their eyes full of lustful intent. Now they were just waiting for the sky to get completely dark. Chapter 53. This girl? As night fell, the third stronghold gradually became quiet. A medical worker had just finished observing the condition of the girl who was brought in during the day and was about to go out, but she suddenly felt her neck tighten and then she fainted. "Is everything all right?" "Don't worry, he's already unconscious." Now is the best time. After a while of busy work, two tall and burly men walked into the private ward. Inside the ward, a delicate girl was sitting on the bed with her knees hugged, her expression dull and confused. Moreover, she kept muttering the word "commander" in a low voice. Seeing this scene, the two men were very happy. What did I say before? This girl is obviously stupid. Even if we do it to her, she won't know what happened. No matter how you look at it, it's a pity. She's such a stunning beauty, but now she's acting like a fool. What nonsense! If she didn't do this, would we have a chance? Hurry up and do it. What if someone finds out? After saying that, the two men strode towards the girl on the hospital bed. Hearing the sound approaching, the girl slowly raised her head. But even at this moment, she was still muttering three words: "Commander." The two men's hearts suddenly tightened at this moment. Of course, they had already made up their minds that if the girl was out of control, they would definitely knock her out first. But the result was beyond their expectations. The girl just glanced at them, then lowered her head and continued to hug her knees and mutter about her commander. It's really stupid, but it's just right. Hey, did you hear that? We too are your commanders. From now on, you must obey our orders. That's right, you do whatever we tell you to do. As a Vanitas, you will be punished for disobeying the commander's orders, you know? From now on, you will obey our orders and cooperate with us. The two men were so excited seeing the stunning beauty right before their eyes that if they were not afraid of making too much noise, they would have pounced on her long ago. But what they didn't expect was that when they took 2 steps closer to the girl's bed, the girl suddenly raised her head. At this moment, the dullness in the girl's eyes was gone, and instead, there was anger as if she had been disturbed. "You, how could you look at your commander like that? Just lie down now. I'm going to punish you, okay? Brother, this girl's eyes are so scary." Afraid? Don't be afraid, it's more important to do your job. The leading man was already impatient, but the man following him suddenly seemed to have seen something, and his voice began to become terrified. Big brother. What's the matter? Keep your voice down. Do you want others to hear you? Head, top of head. The leading man glanced up at his head in confusion, and in an instant, his eyes widened to the maximum. He had no idea how or when 2 rotating crescent wheels suddenly appeared above his head. Crash! The 2 half-moon wheels that were spinning at high speed, dragging a cold light, suddenly crossed and cut down. Because the speed was too fast, the leading man didn't even have the chance to shout before he turned into dozens of broken pieces of meat on the spot. Kill people. The man behind looked at such an exaggerated scene, shouted loudly, and instinctively ran outside. But no matter how fast he is, how can he be faster than 2 half-moon wheels? In the dark night, the 2 streams of light intersected again. This time, not only did they cut the man's body, but even most of the ward was destroyed on the spot by the explosive force. The medical staff who had been knocked unconscious woke up in a daze because of the noise, but when she saw 2 piles of indescribable horrible things not far away from her, her eyes rolled back and she fainted again. However, the noise just now was really loud, which must have alarmed the guards and patrol personnel of the stronghold. Most of the people, including the other teams, woke up as they thought there had been a sneak attack by contaminated beasts. What happened? I'm not sure, it seems like the noise came from the sick ward. When the guards of the stronghold and the teams rushed over, they all gasped when they saw the scene on the field. The original ward here has now been completely destroyed. The only thing that was intact was the bed in the ward. On the bed, the girl sat quietly with her knees hugged. Not far away from her, the broken bodies of the 2 men made people's scalp tingle. What's going on? Did she do this? I remember now, a friend of mine who does paperwork told me secretly. The combatants at the first and second strongholds died in horrific ways, each one chopped to pieces by sharp blades. It was exactly the same as what was happening right before our eyes. Could it be that this girl is the culprit behind the destruction of the first and second strongholds? This matter is of no small importance, quickly notify the steward. At the moment, no one has proven that the two broken bodies were caused by the girl on the hospital bed, but apart from her and a staff member lying on the ground, there was no fourth person on the scene. Everyone took out their weapons cautiously, but this was a serious matter and no one dared to act rashly. They had to wait for the manager to come over before making a decision. Not long after, the steward arrived. At the manager's instruction, everyone did not act rashly and also woke up the medical staff who had fainted for the second time. The medical staff cried, "How could I know what happened? I observed her physical condition earlier and left after seeing nothing unusual. But then, I felt my neck feel heavy and I passed out." Who else was there? Everyone in the field shook their heads. Look at the two broken bodies on the ground. The two people were there, but they have turned into two piles of rotten meat. The manager was also feeling uneasy. As the manager, how could he not know about the destruction of the first and second strongholds? Because of this, he had to be cautious when he saw the two broken bodies on the ground. First, someone was asked to approach the girl on the hospital bed from a certain distance and ask her questions, but the girl did not respond at all. The girl seemed innocent. She just sat there with her knees hugged, and occasionally you could hear her calling out the word "Commander." What now? There was no conclusive evidence to prove that the two broken bodies were the work of the girl? But the situation at the scene showed that there was no other murderer besides the girl. What really matters is not the fact that two people died, but the tragic circumstances of their deaths, which are extremely similar to the destruction of the first and second strongholds. If it was really done by the girl in front of me, then this matter would be a big problem. It is very likely that this third stronghold will soon be faced with a bloody storm. From this moment on, all personnel at the third stronghold are on alert. This woman could be quite dangerous. Until things become clear, try not to get close to her and provoke her. But we must take precautions and monitor her 24 hours a day. We can't let her act alone. Do you understand? Following the orders from the steward, hundreds of people in the third stronghold responded immediately. Although everyone really didn't feel that there was anything scary about this delicate girl on the hospital bed, nor did they think that she had any extraordinary abilities. But no one dared to act rashly until the matter was clarified. Now no one can be sure whether this girl's condition is fake, including whether her strength is disguised. During the cautious period, we can only be on guard against her and not approach her easily, but we must never let our guard down. However, the situation at the third stronghold was tense, and when everyone was on guard against the interior, no one noticed that earth-shaking changes were taking place outside the third stronghold. Chapter 54, Is the Commander a Male Succubus? Back in Longting City, Yang Lin had been feeling uneasy ever since he and Jiang Liu had decided to secretly head to the third stronghold. He couldn't explain why. The four of them decided on the details of the operation and prepared a lot of food, water and spare clothes for the trip, so they did not set off that day. Waiting for the new morning. Yang Lin, along with Jiang Liu, Lin Yanxuan and Qin Si, rushed to the Demon Exorcism Hall of the General Affairs Department early. If you ask why the four people decided to go to the Demon Exorcism Hall since they decided to secretly go to the third base, there must be a reason. As a commander, when you take your team out on an operation, you must make records. This makes it easier to send people from the city to rescue and provide support when contact is suddenly lost. Secondly, as a commander, you can also receive certain supplies every time you attack. For example, a first-level commander can receive 3 free magazines of bullets from the Desert Eagle Eye, and can also apply for a vehicle if the distance is long. Why not take advantage of such benefits? And if you don't register with the Demon Exorcism Hall, how are you going to tell the guards when you leave the city? Do you have to fly out? According to the idea of Yang Lin and the other 3, they could just accept a mission to conquer a different place, and after leaving the city gate and reaching a certain distance, they could just turn around and head to the third stronghold in the north. After finishing the matter at the third base, if there is time, the group will just have to spend some time taking a longer detour to complete the previous commission. Arriving at the front desk of the Demon Exorcism Hall, Yang Lin casually selected a low-level crusade commission that was quite far away, and logged in his team's information. However, he didn't expect that after the pretty girl at the front desk saw his name and the name of his team, she immediately changed from her original business-like attitude to extremely enthusiastic. So you are Yang Lin, the man who founded the Longmen Army? Yes, that's it. Any questions? No problem, no problem. Please wait a moment.
I will enter the information immediately and help you complete the formalities as quickly as possible.
Oh, thank you for the trouble then. It's not a bother, the girl at the front desk said to Yang Lin, blushing. By the way, since you've accepted such a long expedition, you'll probably need a vehicle to get there, right?
Yeah, I said I'd try to apply for a vehicle after completing the formalities. These are all minor matters, and there's no need to apply. I'll take you to the garage to see the vehicles later. I'm sure you'll like them very much. The girl at the front desk was so enthusiastic, and she would glance at Yang Lin with a blushing face from time to time.
Not only was Yang Lin in trouble, but Zhang Liu, Lin Yanquan, and Qin Si were not much better off. Qin Si, in particular, couldn't help but mutter, "Is our commander so popular with girls?" Sister Liu Nianquan, could it be that the commander is secretly flirting with the front desk staff behind our backs?
Zhang Liu was at a loss for words.
What's this about discharging or not discharging? Cici, do you know what you're talking about?
Lin Yanquan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Qin Si and said, "I don't know what's going on in your head all day."
What?
The commander must have had a crush on the front desk clerk.
Look, why else would the receptionist be so enthusiastic towards him?
Maybe our commander has the physique of a succubus. The receptionist is almost asking if you have a girlfriend and if I can be your girlfriend.
After hearing what Qin Si said, Zhang Liu and Lin Yanquan couldn't help but observe the front desk.
If the enthusiasm is genuine, there must be more than one business window, but there is only one receptionist who was so enthusiastic that he almost wants to stick close to Yang Lin through the window.
Could it be that Yang Lin really flirted with the front desk? Look, Sister Liu, the receptionist who greets our commander is special. If someone else were to take over, do you think they would be this welcoming?
Lin Yanquan propped his chin up with his hand and said seriously, "It seems we really need to remind our commander later to try not to have affairs with other women outside." Yes, he enjoys flirting with other women, but if countless girls come to our house to ask for debts from him, how can we live in peace? Zhang Liu agreed. "I haven't noticed him in the academy for a few years now, but he's actually such a casual man. The three of us must constantly discipline him."
I agree with Sister Liu.
To prevent the commander from going astray, you must keep a close eye on him from now on. The three women were whispering to each other here, while Yang Lin had already completed all the procedures for the attack. He then asked the three women to follow the receptionist to the garage to look at the vehicle. At this time, Yang Lin still had one question that he didn't understand.
Excuse me, don't vehicle applications also follow the same process? Has it been changed now? The girl at the front desk smiled and replied, "How could it be changed? It's just that you are a little special. Someone has already prepared vehicles for you, and there are more than one." Ah? Someone prepared vehicles for our commander, and more than one?
Yes, for this purpose, our Demon Exorcist Hall Logistics Department has even specially opened a separate garage for your team.
Hearing this, Yang Lin felt a little guilty. Could there be a mistake? How could someone prepare more than one vehicle for me? I'm just a novice commander, and I'm currently struggling to pay the deposit for a vehicle application. How could I possibly? Your name is Yang Lin. You founded the Long Men Army. You have 3 members, Zhang Liu, Lin Yanquan, and Qin Si, correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, I didn't recognize the wrong person. Anyway, you'll know when we get to the garage. Well, for now I can only go to the separate garage with the front desk full of confusion.
Until.
After the girl at the front desk used a special key to open an independent garage, not only was Yang Lin stunned, but Zhang Liu and the other 2 girls were not much better off. In the independent garage, 5 luxurious vehicles appeared side by side in front of me, shining brightly.
There are 3 that can be used in urban homes.
A rough estimate of the price is that each starts at least 3 million. The other 2 are mainly used for long-distance expeditions, so the cost is definitely higher, with a single one starting at least 5 million.
You see, this is just the beginning.
After all, when manufacturing the special vehicles in this world, some materials are priceless, and it is difficult to measure their true value. Looking at the vehicles in front of them, which were conservatively valued at tens of millions, not to mention Yang Lin, even Zhang Liu and the other 2 girls instantly understood why the girl at the front desk was so enthusiastic about their commander.
Excuse me, the original owner of these vehicles should be surnamed Li, right?
That's right. Since you've guessed it, there's no need for me to hide it from you. He is the dean of Longting Academy.
All right. Yang Lin felt deeply moved. He truly felt the deep love of the dean for him. As for Jiang Liyue and the other two girls, they gathered together and started their little discussion. Although the dean is middle-aged, I've never heard of him getting married, let alone having a son or daughter.
Isn't that strange? It's really strange. It shouldn't happen at all. He's a rank 7 commander. He can find any girl he wants, but why doesn't he get married?
So is there a possibility that the principal once had a lover, but was later forced to separate?
But many years later, the dean suddenly discovered that he had an illegitimate child, and that he had taken his mother's surname, Yang? Yang Lin could only blame himself for having very good hearing, as he heard every word.
He really wanted to complain about the three women's behavior, but finally gave up.
Given the situation, would they believe it if he explained it to them? Wouldn't that just make things worse? Anyway, the vehicle issue has been resolved, which is great.
I must get to the third stronghold as soon as possible, otherwise I will always feel uneasy and feel like something is going to happen.
Chapter 55, Worthy of Being my Vanitas.
Now that the commission has been accepted and even the vehicle is available, it goes without saying that the next step is to take the three women to the third stronghold in the north. Soon, a modified vehicle with an off-road appearance and extremely powerful performance drove out of the garage.
Under the reluctant gaze of the girl at the front desk, Yang Lin drove the three women towards the city gate. Nianchuan, how's the route confirmation going?
Don't worry, Commander. We'll start from the west gate, pass the gravel beach, and then turn northwest. We'll then cross the fluorescent forest and reach the third stronghold.
Very good, Yang Lin replied, and then turned to Jiang Liyue, after we leave the city gate, I'll let you take charge of the first alert, right? No problem, I know what to do.
After seeing Yang Lin talking with Lin Nianchuan and Jiang Liyue, he suddenly focused on driving, and Xin Si,
who was sitting in the passenger seat, became anxious. What about me? What about me?
You? I'd be thankful if you could just behave yourself.
Commander, what do you mean by this? Liu, Niansun, and I are attacking, and you're treating us differently, aren't you?
Treat your sister differently. When we encounter a polluted beast later, you must be the first to attack. If your performance doesn't satisfy me, don't eat lunch.
Wow, what a nasty commander. You know I'm hateful, so now be a quiet little sheep. I'll let you do whatever you want later.
Under Xin Si's watchful eyes, the car successfully left the city. They first drove on the road for more than 20 miles. Seeing that the surrounding area was becoming more and more desolate, Jiang Liyue then moved from the inside of the car to the roof. She served as the first guard, cooperating with the driver Yang Lin's perception to observe the surroundings. If any accident happens, she, who has the highest level of strength, can take effective action at the first moment. After all, a city is a city after all. With the city as the center, there are basically no problems within a radius of 100 miles around it.
Otherwise, what is the point of having so many defense teams and patrol teams? So during the first 2 hours of driving, everything went smoothly and we didn't encounter any problems. Until when they passed the gravel beach and turned into the fluorescent forest, even though Yang Lin didn't say anything, Jiang Liyue, who was on guard duty, Lin Nianchuan, and Xin Si all began to tense up. The fluorescent forest is named so because the strange vines and trees here are indeed magical. It glows at night, and walking in the woods is like entering a fantasy world, so beautiful. But even in such an illusion, there are many polluting beasts living and hiding. If you immerse yourself in the beautiful scenery and are not on guard, you may become food in the mouth of the polluting beast in the next second. In addition, because we have to take a shortcut, the road is extremely difficult to drive on after the car arrives here. Fortunately, the car has excellent performance and the leftover rice was not shaken out. After driving for a while, Jiang Liyue, who was sitting on the roof of the car, initiated a conversation through Yang Lin's spiritual connection. Commander, I've detected the presence of a contamination beast. Yang Lin responded while driving, there are 2 ordinary level pollution beasts on the right side of the road ahead of the car. Liyue, quick fight. Receive.
Since she wanted to end the battle quickly, Jiang Liyue immediately entered a state of full burst mythology. Her figure was like a swan, and in the blink of an eye she had rushed from the roof of the car to the direction designated by Yang Lin. A cold light appeared in the jungle, and violent power swept around. In just over 10 seconds, Jiang Liyue easily resolved the battle, and then jumped back onto the roof of the moving car.
Lin Nianchuan, watching Jiang Liyue's attack from inside the car, couldn't help but sigh, as expected of Sister Liyue. Killing 1 or 2 ordinary level polluted beasts seems no different from eating or drinking water.
This is the advantage of being at a high level. Once you reach her level, it will be impossible to be weak. Well, I will work hard and try to catch up with Sister Li Yue as soon as possible. After listening to Lin Yanquan, Yang Lin turned to Qin Si, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said, especially you, Cici. You're the weakest in the team, so you have to work harder, okay? Qin Si pouted and said, Nian Sun's combat spirit is at the 4th level, and I'm at the 3rd level. He's only 1 level higher than me, so if we really fight, I may not lose to Nian Sun. Commander, are you sure I'm the weakest? You'll know if you're weak or not only after you fight. Now I'm giving you this opportunity to show it. Li Yue, there are chariot-class contaminated beasts and 5 ordinary-class contaminated beasts ahead. You will kill the chariot class 1, and Nianquan and Cici will assist you in killing the 5 ordinary class 1s. When he heard that he had to fight again, Qin Si couldn't wait to prove himself. As soon as the car stopped, she rushed out faster than Lin Nianquan, because she was afraid that Zhang Liyue would have to clean up all the polluting beasts by herself. Yang Lin was the only one left in the car. All he had to do now was to wait for the 3 women to clear the road. At the same time, he must convey the information about the polluting beast to the 3 women. An ordinary level pollution beast, the painful tree spirit, is good at using vines to stab. Because these creatures have no sense of pain, their attacks are extremely fierce compared to other polluted beasts, but their disadvantage is that their bodies are relatively fragile. The chariot level pollution beast, the citron earth dragon, is 1 level higher than the ordinary level and likes to live underground in humid and dense forests. Their bodies are covered with ochre-colored crystals, which strengthen their defense. They are shaped like giant lizards, and their bite force is like that of a crocodile's mouth, which can easily bite through steel. At the moment, Zhang Liyue focused on attacking the tank-level Citron Earth Dragon, and relied on her absolute combat power to easily suppress the Citron Earth Dragon. Seeing that the earth and stone crystals on this thing were constantly being weakened by Zhang Liyue's sharp blade, it was only a matter of time before it was killed. Lin Yanquan and Qin Si worked together. They were good sisters for many years and cooperated very well. Often, just as Lin Yanquan's death scythe created a flaw in the painful tree spirit, Qin Si would seize the opportunity and circle around the painful tree spirit like a phantom. After Qin Si continued to burst out with strength, the originally arrogant and domineering painful tree spirit was cut into dozens of pieces by the intertwined silk threads on the spot. Yang Lin, who was observing the battle, was quite interested in Qin Si's battle. He could see that Qin Si was not the explosive type, and his fighting style was different from that of Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan, who had a straightforward fighting style. If Qin Si wants to enter the battlefield and kill the enemy more easily, he must weave a net first. Once her silkscreen layout is completed, her lethality will increase steadily at this moment. Just like now, she just moved her fingers lightly, and a dozen divine silk threads suddenly bound a painful tree spirit. Crash! She didn't give the painful tree spirit any chance to struggle. She pulled countless silk threads and instantly cut the painful tree spirit into pieces. As expected of my Vanitas. Seeing the 3 women quickly clearing the field and the reminders of reaching the upper limit of spiritual power kept ringing, Yang Lin, the commander, felt very happy. After the battle, Yang Lin would definitely not forget to praise Qin Si for her outstanding performance. Look at how proud this guy is. It's a good thing she doesn't have a tail, otherwise it would have been erected long ago. The rest of the journey was fine. We encountered polluted beasts from time to time, but fortunately they were not large groups. With Zhang Liyue as the main force, and Lin Yanquan and Qin Si working together to assist, the journey was quite smooth. It was almost noon and everyone started discussing where to stay and make a fire to cook, when the car was suddenly blocked by a broken bridge ahead. Chapter 56. She is not the same kind as me? There was a big river, and there was originally a bridge built across it, but perhaps because of the battle that broke out here, the bridge was broken in the middle. In this situation, before Yang Lin could say anything, the 3 beauties became anxious. Zhang Liyue said, "What should we do? Do we have to change the route upstream or downstream?" Lin Yanquan replied, "Based on what I know about the terrain, whether you're going upstream or downstream, you'll have to travel a long way to cross the river. A rough estimate is that it will waste at least an hour." Qin Si said speechlessly, "This broken bridge is easy for people to cross, but difficult for cars to cross. It would be great if our cars had wings." I was feeling hungry and was planning to find a place for Sister Li Yue to take us for a picnic, but now it seems like we're going to waste a lot of time. Yang Lin didn't have any special reaction to this. Seeing him like this, Qin Si was quite curious. "Commander, why aren't you worried?" "We need to change the route." "Change the route? Change which route?" Commander, you're not going to let the three of us carry the car over, are you? Yang Lin smiled. That's a good idea. What a great idea. The river is so wide, it's unrealistic for the three of us to carry the car across the broken bridge. Commander, are you planning to have us carry the car across by swimming? Cece, you've been in the car for such a long time, what's wrong with you swimming in the water and carrying it across? I won't do that. Aren't you afraid we'll drown? What if there's a polluting beast or something hiding under this deep water? What if something goes wrong? Alright Cece, the commander was just teasing you, Zhang Liyue said seriously. Commander, we're still a long way from the third stronghold. If we change our route now and speed up our journey, we should be able to reach the third stronghold by evening. No need, I'll get the car over now, and then we'll find a quiet place to live, cook, and relax. When the three beauties heard that Yang Lin wanted to get the car himself, they became more confused than each other. Lin Yanquan looked down at his feet, then at the other side of the river. Commander, is there any good way to deal with this situation? Don't underestimate your commander. Yang Lin laughed heartily and gently patted the car body with his right hand. Like a magic trick, the huge vehicle disappeared out of thin air in an instant. The three beauties stared with their eyes wide open. Is this a magic trick? It's so magical? At this moment, Qinxi hurried forward, grabbed Yang Lin's hand and looked left and right. She didn't see anything except an ordinary storage ring. Commander, could it be that you managed to fit the car into the storage ring? That's impossible. This thing is only 1 or 2 cubic meters at most. How could it possibly hold a car? Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan didn't understand what was going on and stared at Yang Lin in a daze. Although there are storage rings in this world, their space is very small and they are very expensive, costing several million each. So if you are not very rich, there is no point in buying that kind of thing, as you might get robbed by someone else. Even Yang Lin, who said he was wearing a storage ring, was actually a fake item bought at a street stall for 2 yuan, used to hide his storage space. But the explanation given to the three vanitas was, "Oh, don't be surprised, this is actually one of my abilities. I can create a temporary space. So it's still possible to store the car." In fact, Yang Lin also felt weird about using storage space to store the car. He always felt that using space for this was a bit ridiculous and absurd. But for the three women, they almost knelt down before their commander. The commander would show off his astonishing abilities at any time, and it was unclear how many secrets he had. Commander, are you really human? Alright, don't just stand there, Liyue, Nianquan, you go first. Cece, carry me on your back and jump to the other side. Ha? Why should I carry you? Sister Liyue and Nianquan can do it too? Then let Liyue or Nianquan carry me, and you jump over first. Commander, how could you do this? You agreed to let me carry you, so why are you letting Sister Liyue and Nianquan carry you? Don't you want to? When did I become unwilling? I can't just ask you casually. Stop talking nonsense, bend down, and let me get on from behind. Let me make it clear first, no touching, or I'll throw you into the river. You're the only one who's always bothering me. Liyue and Nianquan are no better than you in any way. Why would I touch you? You bastard, explain to me clearly, how are Sister Liyue and Nianquan better than me? I really threw you into the river, I really threw you. The group of 4 crossed the river noisily, and then noisily found a suitable place to start a fire and cook. But the ones who were quarreling were mainly Yang Lin and Qinxi. Most of the time, Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan just watched these two guys making a fuss. Although the team has only been established for 2 days, it seems that everyone has gotten used to everything. As for the rest of the journey, it was no different from the morning. We drove while killing the contaminated beasts. The group must have encountered a large-scale herd of polluting beasts. At first, Zhang Liyue and Qinxi were afraid that something might happen to Yang Lin, so they told him to stay in the specially made car with strong defensive capabilities and not to come out. However, not only did Yang Lin not get in, he also put the car into the space. Commander, could you please not be so confident? Sister Liyue aside, are you stronger than Nianquan and me? Lin Yanquan remained silent in response to Qinxi's words. Yang Lin took out the eye of the desert eagle and said, "You are such a pure girl, you look like you have never seen the world." Bang! Bang! Qinxi was almost dumbfounded when he saw the 3 polluted beasts that wanted to attack him were all hit in the weak spots on the forehead and fell to the ground. How could his shooting be so accurate? Weakness of gun? Furthermore, when did the power of the desert eagle eye become so great that it could smash the head of a polluted beast? What are you standing there for? Go and kill the polluted beast. After hearing what Yang Lin said, Shinsi kept muttering in his heart while attacking. Is our own commander, he, a human being? She can kill a polluted beast faster than the war girl, but this little advantage is gone in front of the commander, woo woo. Yang Lin didn't think too much about it. He was afraid that something might happen to his three beauties, so he didn't mind trying out his skills. The reason why the car was put away was because we were afraid that it would be affected by the melee. Regardless of whether it is expensive or not, the main thing is that this thing is a good companion for transportation, so you must take good care of it. As time went by, Yang Lin and his group were getting closer and closer to the third stronghold. At the third stronghold, the girl who crushed people to pieces is still under surveillance. From last night until now, no one in the stronghold dared to be careless about it. But so far, the girl has always seemed very quiet. Apart from muttering commander from time to time, there is nothing unusual. Could it be that this girl is innocent, and the deaths of those two people were caused by someone else? Just as the people in the stronghold were thinking this, suddenly, something big happened in the stronghold. Rumble. In the center of the stronghold, a huge unidentified plant suddenly broke through the ground and rose into the sky. Many people had no idea what was going on and were immediately pierced to the core by the moving tree roots. It's a temple level. It's actually a temple level contamination beast. How could such a thing appear here? There's no mistake, it's temple level, oh my god. Some fighters tried to resist, but it can only be said that in front of the temple level polluted beast, their superficial strength was not enough. In just a few minutes, the third stronghold had become a river of blood, and broken bodies were everywhere. At the top of the unknown plant, a huge flower suddenly bloomed, and inside appeared a beautiful girl with bee antennae and a bee belly trailing behind her. What? All the humans I met were so weak. The prisoner girls and the others actually told me to be careful of humans. Tisk. Caming beast, kill everyone here, leave no one alive. And that girl sitting on the bed, she isn't actually human, and she's not even the same species as me? Chapter 57, Bee Girl. It was like discovering a new world, and the bee girl's eyes lit up. Enlightened beast, leave those weak humans alone for now and bring that woman here for me to see. The huge branches of the plant swayed, and the next moment, several branches swept towards the girl who was hugging her knees on the bed. Probably sensing danger instinctively, the girl on the bed suddenly looked up, then flashed to the side at unparalleled speed. Perhaps offended, the girl raised her head and looked at the arrogant bee girl, her beautiful eyes filled with cold anger. Crash! The bed fell apart, and the giant plant called Caming Beast captured Kong. This action made the bee girl in the flower very dissatisfied. I didn't expect you to dodge, and your eyesight is quite good. However, with your strength, you can't escape from my palm. Come here. This time, the Caming Beast branched out more branches. As the bee girl pointed her finger, each branch of the Caming Beast seemed to have an acceleration effect, and rolled towards the girl on the ground a second time at a speed even faster than before. Almost at the same time, two half-moon wheels appeared out of thin air around the girl on the ground. Just as the dozen branches of the Caming Beast were about to wrap her up, the two half-moon wheels flashed with cold light and cut across each other, easily tearing the dozen branches that the Caming Beast was wrapping up for the second time into pieces. Original. The branches and leaves of the temple-level enlightened beast have a certain regenerative ability. However, after being cut off by two half-moon wheels, not only was this regenerative ability restricted, but also wisps of black light were emitted from the wounds of the broken branches of the Caming Beast. Seeing the Camingman screaming in great pain, the bee girl was furious. What on earth did you do? Why did my Camingman become like this? The girl on the ground did not respond. Her figure suddenly flashed, and when she reappeared, she had jumped high into the air. At this moment, he was less than 3 meters away from the bee girl standing on the flower on top. Two half-moon wheels were spinning around the girl. As her power exploded, the two half-moon wheels suddenly merged into one and cut towards the bee girl's head with the force of flowing light. Bee girl was pissed. This girl in front of me looks like a human, but it seems that she is not a human. She dares to be so arrogant. It is simply outrageous. She raised her right hand high and swung it out fiercely, not only knocking the two sun wheels back into two crescent wheels. The girl who attacked was also blown away like a cannonball. After all, that's all you have. You weak, pathetic creatures, who gave you the courage to resist me? The bee girl mocked, then instructed Kamingman to extend its branches again to pull the girl who was knocked away back to her side. She had to take a look at what kind of girl was this, who could hurt her mount, the enlightened beast, but didn't look like a human? And at this moment she suddenly thought of something, and there was a hint of excitement between her brows. Even though the prisoners were angry that I sneaked out, if I bring this toy, which is different from humans, back for them to study, I'm sure they will be very excited. The bee girl's blow just now was too powerful. The girl was knocked away and a deep hole was created on the ground. At the moment, it seems that it is difficult for the girl to get up from the pit she created. The branch that the Kaming beast stretched out again had reached the girl's head. If nothing unexpected happened, the girl would soon be pulled back to the bee girl. But at this moment, a man in the stronghold was heard shouting fire, and then the entire stronghold was completely in turmoil at that moment. Rumble! Rumble! Looking from the outside in, you can see many laser-like beams blasting towards the giant plant in the center. And the sight is so big that it is impossible to miss the target. It was accompanied by countless rockets and grenades, which shook the earth. At first, the Kaming beast suddenly emerged from under the ground inside the third stronghold. It was so sudden that the fighters inside the third stronghold had no time to react. In addition, the danger level of this thing was determined to be temple level, which resulted in the resistance of the third stronghold being completely ineffective. But soon, the manager here found the right opportunity. Since the monster in front of him is focused on the girl on the hospital bed, isn't this the best opportunity to fight back? The chaotic crowd was urgently mobilized, and all heavy firepower around the stronghold was activated as quickly as possible. The only difference was that before, when defending, they had to bombard outwards, but now, with their lives at stake, they could only bombard inwards. As long as we can kill this palace-level polluting beast, even if the stronghold is destroyed, we can just rebuild it. As for the bee girl at this time, she was only concerned about the girl who looked neither human nor human. She never imagined that those vulnerable humans would have the courage to resist while she turned a blind eye to them. But by the time she discovered this, it was already too late. Don't underestimate the heavy firepower of humans, especially when all the ammunition is made from contaminated cores. Even a palace-level contaminated beast, it could not easily withstand the intensive fire bombardment. In just a moment, the Kaming beast's huge body was riddled with holes from bottom to top. Even though it has extremely strong recovery abilities, it cannot withstand the pain of such a fierce attack. The ground management and everyone saw the remarkable results, and the second round of firepower offensive was urgently prepared. You bastards, deserve to die. The bee girl had already pulled up the non-human girl on the ground and was about to pull her to her, but God knows what happened, the humans on the ground actually concentrated their fire on them. She was very powerful, and she was not hurt because she was on the top flower. But the Kaming beast let out a cry of pain as if it wanted to retreat. Hold on, idiot. I'm going to kill all these bastards. Bee girl was furious and chose to take action herself. Powerful force bloomed with her as the center, like waves rising from the blue sea. No one could see how she made her move. One after another, half of the firepower arrangements around the third stronghold were destroyed like a whirlwind. But even so, nearly half of the second round of firepower still hit the Kaming beast. Under normal circumstances, Kamingman would probably be able to go berserk at this moment, but the problem was that Kamingman had no idea what the non-human girl on the ground that was being targeted by his master was. Kaming beast instinctively fears this non-human being, simply because every attack from the opponent can block its regeneration and make it feel cold to the core. In addition, it has been targeted by humans twice, and the Kaming beast is so frightened that it will burrow underground and escape. Asshole, what are you doing? Don't run away. I'm going to kill these bastards. Stop right there. Stop, asshole. When the bee girl discovered this, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. But Kaming beast was really scared after being beaten, and no matter how the bee girl scolded him, it was useless. However, when Kaming beast lost control, the bee girl, who originally wanted to destroy the firepower here and kill everyone, was suddenly exposed to many flaws. At the third stronghold, the remaining heavy weapons concentrated their fire for the third time, focusing it squarely on her. Even though the bee girl was powerful and had a strong body, she was severely injured by the concentrated firepower of half of the entire stronghold. Puff! After spurting out a mouthful of blood, she fiercely swept across all the humans in the room. Just wait for me, you bastards. I'll be back. As the bee girl entered the flower, the enlightened beast quickly drilled back into the ground with a loud noise and escaped. Chapter 58, She Has Another Nightmare. At this moment, although the bee girl and her enlightened beast escaped, the crisis of the third stronghold was still not resolved. The huge noise from before spread throughout the area. The polluting beasts in the surrounding area almost took action upon hearing the news. In a short period of time, a large number of polluted beasts gathered around the third stronghold. Inside the third stronghold, the remaining combatants and supporting action teams complained bitterly. But the good thing is that the polluted beasts that came here after hearing the news are basically ordinary level and chariot level. As long as there are no large numbers of leader level, storm level, and more powerful temple level beasts like the previous enlightened beasts, they will be in trouble. The people here can just about manage by working together. Also in such a chaotic scene, the girl who was originally targeted by the bee girl is now staring blankly at the hole left by the caning beast after it escaped. She is indeed not a human, she is a forbidden warrior. She didn't know what she was, and she didn't think there was any difference between humans and polluted beasts. What made her even more confused was that a word suddenly appeared in her mind: commander. What is a commander? It seems like there is someone, but that person is not around. But he seems to care. The forbidden warrior felt more complicated at this moment, and it took Yonglin a long time to understand this complexity. It was all because of his forced contract. The forced contract left a mark on the forbidden warrior's soul, which led to the forbidden warrior reviving a certain human personality. With personality comes consciousness, and once consciousness arises, the forbidden warrior will become different from before. Therefore, the reminders and notes from Yonglin are very clear. If the forbidden warrior develops consciousness, it will inevitably cause chaos in the interaction with her instincts. The final result is that she will either side with the commander she herself does not know, or use her instinct to erase this consciousness. The reason why the forbidden warrior was so quiet in the third stronghold was because her subconscious mind was processing this matter. Unfortunately, they were interrupted by the sudden appearance of bee girl and enlightened beast. Because of this, a trace of anger arose deep in the heart of the current forbidden warrior. Seeing bee girl and enlightened beast running away, even though she instinctively knew that these two things were very powerful, forbidden war girl finally chose to jump into the cave and chase after them out of anger. Speaking of bee girl, she is currently seriously injured. The caning beast was filled with fear again and couldn't wait to leave the third stronghold. Therefore, under various circumstances, the bee girl was forced to choose to escape. But she never expected that the non-human girl she was interested in before would actually dare to chase her. I started to sit in the flower bud and wanted to take a good breath, but suddenly I felt murderous intent surrounding me. I opened the flower and saw that it was the non-human girl on the ground before. Not only that, the forbidden warrior took the initiative at this moment. The two half-moon wheels crossed and cut through the not-so-spacious cave, and the sound of the wind they brought was like breaking through the air and shaking. Seeing this scene, the bee girl was furious. "You're so brave. You really think I can't catch you just because I'm injured? Perfect. I'll take you back and let the prisoner dissect you." The bee girl ordered Kamingman to stop, and she planned to show her skills to capture the forbidden warrior alive. But when Kamingman looked back, it didn't matter who was chasing him, except that it couldn't be forbidden war girl. It was only because the wounds on its body from the cut branches were still emitting black light, and the erosion damage it suffered made the Kaming beast suffer terribly. How could Kamingman be willing to fight against a being like the forbidden warrior when he was seriously injured? The bee girl was about to take action, but the enlightened beast chose to escape. The poor bee girl didn't even have time to show her abilities, as the enlightened beast had already wrapped her tightly inside the flower. The caning beast's escape speed underground is now more than twice as fast as before. "Idiot, I told you to stop, did you hear me?" Kamingman didn't hear it. Being seriously injured and weak, it was now very secretive about what to say to the forbidden warrior. In particular, although it runs fast, the two half-moon wheels of the forbidden warrior are also not slow. She-la-la. Another part of the branches was cut, and Kamingman became even more afraid of the forbidden warrior. The poor bee girl was tightly wrapped inside the flower. She was seriously injured and furious. She almost vomited all the blood in her body. "Idiot, I'm going to kill you when I get back." Hula. Just as the bee girl cursed, a cold light suddenly flashed before her eyes, and a half-moon passed by her face. Although the blow did not hurt her, it frightened her badly. What the bee girl didn't expect was that the forbidden warrior had already thrown herself into the half-split flower. "Asshole, what are you going to do?" The bee girl urgently slapped the forbidden warrior with her palm, but even so, the forbidden warrior ignored her. After taking the bee girl's blow, she jumped into the flower. Thus, a hilarious hand-to-hand fight began. Strictly speaking, the bee girl definitely has the strength. If she hadn't been careless and been targeted by humans, the forbidden warrior, with her current weak strength, would never have been able to get close to her. But now he was seriously injured, his mount was out of control, and he was furious, and the forbidden warrior was inherently crazy. He was really forced to come up by the forbidden warrior. What made the bee girl even more dumbfounded was that when she tried her best to shake off the forbidden warrior and then crush this ignorant existence. As for the forbidden warrior, she unexpectedly discovered that the flowers on the head of the enlightened beast were delicious, and eating them could restore her injuries and spiritual power. It was under such circumstances that she desperately entangled with the bee girl in close combat, and at the same time desperately tried to eat the huge flower on the head of the enlightened beast. "Prisoner, save me, I met a madman." Bee girl was terrified. She had actually run away secretly from the base this time. Relying on her tyrannical strength, she does not do anything out of control. That's right, the first and second strongholds were built by her and the Kaming beast. In the eyes of the bee girl, humans are inferior creatures. So what if they are killed? But now, she encountered a non-human being who was even more ignorant of life and death than her and who was determined to kill her. Even though the bee girl herself was very powerful, she was afraid in her heart. In addition, the flower of the enlightened beast was bitten, and the forbidden power on the forbidden warrior tortured it in various ways. Under extreme pain, this thing lost its mind and became completely confused. Let's say that the bee girl originally had a strong counterattack power, but after her mount completely lost control. Forget about her counterattack, it was already very good that she could protect herself while stumbling around on the ground. "Prisoner, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong." Amid the bee girl's cries of collapse, Kamingman could no longer bear the torture and pain, and suddenly burrowed into the ground. In the midst of collapse, the girl suddenly saw Kaming beast like this, and she felt hope again. It would be good if I could reach the ground. This disobedient mount is no longer needed. Once I reach the ground, I can get rid of the madman who was fighting with me. But what the bee girl didn't expect was that as soon as she came out of the ground, she saw a man driving in 3 women. Now she has another nightmare. Chapter 59, Danger or Good Luck? Back to Yan Lin. After leaving Longteng City, he drove Jiang Liyue and the other 2 girls straight to the 3rd stronghold. The group was moving at a fairly fast pace, and by dusk they had reached the 3rd stronghold. If nothing goes wrong, we can officially reach the 3rd stronghold in half an hour at most. At this time, there was continuous fighting on the road. Lin Yanxuan's level has been upgraded from the 4th stage of the battle spirit to the 5th stage of the battle spirit, and he has comprehended the derivative ability of the core ability of the sound of the dark chasing lives and taking souls. Within a certain range, after forcibly locking onto the opponent, you can ignore the distance between the 2 parties, instantly appear behind the enemy, and launch a fatal back attack on the enemy with twice the damage of your own comprehensive strength. As for Qin Si, her level also increased from the 3rd level of combat spirit to the 4th level. But if she wants to comprehend the first core derivative ability like Lin Yanxuan, she needs to reach the 5th level. As for Jiang Liyue, her level was quite high. The experience she gained from killing her way here was okay for Lin Yanxuan and Qin Si, but for her, it was far from enough. Putting aside everyone's growth, the closer Yan Lin got to the 3rd stronghold, the faster his heartbeat. Because he instinctively felt that the forbidden warrior was at the 3rd stronghold. Because of this, he had to guess that the one who massacred the 1st and 2nd strongholds might be the forbidden war girl. Although it seems impossible no matter how you think about it, you can't completely deny it. After all, if the forbidden warrior is really in the 3rd stronghold, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence if the murderer is not her? Commander, if the forbidden warrior is truly the murderer, she's probably already on a killing spree at the 3rd stronghold, right? Yeah, I do worry about that. And if he is the murderer, once her true identity is revealed, even if she is contracted, it will be a problem whether she can settle in Longting City. There's no point in overthinking this. For safety's sake, let's slowly approach the 3rd stronghold. Who knows if there's any trouble over there? After discussing together, the 4 of them continued driving forward. But soon, something happened that alarmed the 4 people. There was a loud rumbling noise coming from the direction of the 3rd stronghold, and it was obvious that something big had happened. No way, something really happened over there. Yang Lin was very ashamed of this. Jiang Liyue took a careful look around and said, "Commander, regardless of whether the 3rd stronghold was the work of the Forbidden War Princess, we must proceed with caution now." Lin Yanxuan agreed, it's precisely because of the incident at the 3rd stronghold that many polluting beasts have been alerted. Our most important thing now is to protect ourselves. That means they have to be on guard against themselves. The noise at the third outpost was so loud that the four of them had already noticed a lot of polluted beasts attracted by the noise. Several people were affected by the third stronghold. Liu, Nianshuan, and Cici, let's stop our journey now and go to the high ground next to us to avoid the wind. It was already late, and it was not a wise move to fight against the polluted beasts on the flat ground. In order to get to the high ground, Yang Lin now threw all the cars into the space. In the following time, many polluted beasts appeared in the surrounding area one after another. But they are basically all ordinary level stuff, and occasionally a tank level one will appear. But because Zhang Liyue is here, the team is currently in a very stable situation. Moreover, from the current position of the four people, they can vaguely see the third stronghold. It's unclear what exactly happened, but the firepower seemed to be quite fierce. I wonder if the third stronghold will be destroyed like the first and second strongholds. Commander, are you sure the Forbidden Warrior is nearby? Cici, don't worry about those problems for now. Pay attention to the left. There is a polluted beast trying to attack. Liu, Nianshuan, you should also watch your respective positions, otherwise this will pollute more and more beasts. At this moment, Yang Lin is highly aware of his surroundings. The current situation is actually a good thing for the team. A large number of ordinary polluting beasts automatically came to his door. Cleaning them up properly could increase his spiritual power limit and copy a lot of energy points. The levels of Lin Nianshuan and Qin Si will definitely be improved. This time, going to the third stronghold, looking for the Forbidden Warrior is one thing, but improving the strength of the team is definitely the top priority. In nearly an hour, the four people guarding the high ground killed more polluted beasts than the total number killed along the way. Under the high-intensity killing, Lin Nianshuan's level was once again raised from the 5th stage of the battle spirit to the 6th stage of the battle spirit. Qin Si finally reached the 5th level of combat spirit and comprehended the derivative ability of the core ability Rising Blue Sea. The rising tide of the Blue Sea can cause the resonance of the mythical weapons, confusing the sight and hearing of the polluted beasts while causing heavy damage. Because of this ability, as the sky gets darker, you can occasionally see flickering threads in the air. Qin Si, who was in her own territory, could kill or pull any polluted beast she targeted, but none of them would be left intact. Watching the polluted beasts being turned into pieces of meat, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh that Qin Si's killing skills were really abnormal. Being her enemy is absolutely terrifying. Because if you are not careful you will be turned into dozens of pieces of meat, and just thinking about it makes people feel cold. As time went on, not only did the noise at the third stronghold quiet down, but the situation with polluting beasts in the surrounding area also gradually eased. At first there were large numbers of polluted beasts, but now only one or two appear here and there. With Yang Lin's super perception ability, after confirming that no more polluting beasts would appear in the surrounding area in the short term, he signaled the three women to take a short rest on the high ground. At the moment, the third stronghold is basically stable. Commander, what stability are you talking about? The first and second strongholds are completely destroyed. Although we have external support at the third stronghold, I don't think we can survive without a top expert in charge. Cici is right, Lin Nianshuan said solemnly as he looked towards the third stronghold. After all, this stronghold is outside the city defenses, and the strong and heavy firepower are all gathered in the buffer zone and the safe zone. It's possible that the third stronghold has been completely destroyed. Zhang Liyue also looked in the direction of the third stronghold and said, not entirely. Although we are far away, we can still hear the continuous sounds of firearms attacks. There's a high possibility that the third stronghold has the upper hand. Yang Lin was actually quite uneasy about Zhang Liyue's opinion. Of course, he also hoped that the third stronghold would prevail, but he was afraid that the murderer was the Forbidden Warrior. He did not forget one thing: if the Forbidden Warrior died during this period, he would suffer a terrible backlash due to the forced contract. If only she wasn't the murderer. Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, his pupils suddenly dilated and the hairs on his body stood up in an instant. Oh no! I sense a huge danger moving towards us quickly. When the three women heard this, their nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Almost at the same time, they entered a state of preparation for battle. Commander, can you be more specific about the situation? The enemy is getting closer and closer to us. If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely a temple-level contamination beast. Swish, swish, swish. After hearing this, the three women all broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Including their delicate bodies, they couldn't help but tremble one by one. Chapter 60, Get Her First. There are 9 levels of pollution beasts. They are ordinary level, chariot level, leader level, storm level, temple level, emperor level, judgment level, disaster level, and world level. Although the human world is also divided into 9 levels, you should never compare the human level with the level of polluting beasts. Generally speaking, once a polluting beast reaches the leader level, its danger cannot be taken lightly. For example, Jiang Liyue, although she is a war girl of the third realm, she has been strengthened by Yang Lin. In any case, in the past, she would never dare to challenge the leader level alone. Not to mention her alone, even if she were to form a 5-member team of the third realm, it would be a question whether they could work together to kill the leader level polluted beast. If the leader level abilities being challenged were more complex, it would be common for teams of the same level to be completely wiped out. Based on this situation, it would be strange if the 3 women were not nervous when they heard that a temple level figure appeared here. Commander, you are not mistaken, right? There is actually a temple level pollution beast in this place? Yanquan, don't worry about this, we have to escape now. At this moment, time is no longer money, time is life. Realizing that the temple level polluting beast was getting closer and closer to him, Yang Lin could no longer care about anything else. After taking out his large off-road vehicle from the space, he urged the 3 women to get in quickly. Why go to the third stronghold now? The key is where the road is smooth and where we can escape. However, Yang Lin still underestimated the speed of the temple level pollution beast. He had just started the car and was speeding down the hill when, right in his sight, a giant plant-like thing suddenly broke out of the ground with a hissing sound. If Yang Lin had not covered the car body with energy, the broken and flying earth and rocks in the field would definitely be enough to kill several people. With just one glance, Yang Lin had already gotten the basic information about this thing. Enlightened beast, a temple-level polluted beast, extremely dangerous. Yang Lin was in tears. Damn it, was I just unlucky? How could I have encountered something like this? Just as he was about to drive away from the dirt and rocks and continue to escape from this place at full speed, his heart suddenly jumped again. Because he felt the breath of the forbidden warrior. Jiang Liyue said in shock, "Look at this monster. Is it dying? A dying state?" Hearing this, even Yang Lin couldn't help but look at the enlightened beast again. It didn't matter that they took a look, they soon discovered that someone was still fighting inside the flower above the pollution beast's head. One of them, Yang Lin, looked so familiar. Isn't she the Forbidden Warrior? The only difference from before is that this time the Forbidden Warrior no longer has the skeleton mask on her face. From the appearance alone, she is just a gentle girl. The 4 of them were also quite surprised when they saw the person who was fighting with the Forbidden Warrior. It has the antennae of a bee and a bee's belly trailing behind its butt, but the amazing thing is that it actually has the face and body of a human girl. What the hell is this? Is there such a thing among the polluted beasts? Doubts, the 4 of them must have some now, and they are not small. But the situation on the field suddenly made Yang Lin see an opportunity. He didn't understand what was happening, but when the Kaming beast broke out of the ground, its tattered body and dying state made him envious. If he could kill a palace-level polluted beast, he was sure that the huge amount of experience points would definitely allow Jiang Liyue to advance 1 or 2 levels. Even if Lin Yanquan and Qin Si are limited in experience, it is definitely not a problem for each of them to improve a few levels. Also, the spiritual power limit reward must be quite a lot, right? And the temple-level contaminated core must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? The idea came to Yang Lin, and his mind became active at this moment. The temple level is the temple level after all. Even if it is in a dying state, it cannot be underestimated. What if this thing has another killer trick? But in order to take advantage of opportunities and reduce risks, Yang Lin immediately set his sights on the Forbidden Warrior. The distance was not too far, and Yang Lin took the risk to try to establish a spiritual connection with the Forbidden Warrior. He needed to temporarily enhance the strength of the Forbidden Warrior, and he needed the Forbidden Warrior to better restrain the bee girl. As for the result, Yang Lin was ecstatic. He really didn't expect that he could actually establish a spiritual connection with the Forbidden Warrior. It seemed that the previous forced contract was really useful. As for the Forbidden Warrior, she did not resist Yang Lin's spiritual connection. Since she did not resist, she could accept all the enhancements that Yang Lin bestowed upon her. I command you, no matter the cost, to contain that bee girl. Within the spiritual connection, the Forbidden Warrior's consciousness was fluctuating. Although it was very weak, Yang Lin could clearly hear the Forbidden Warrior's whisper of commander. Since Jiang Liyue and the other 2 were within the spiritual connection, they naturally heard it as well. Now the way the three women looked at Yang Lin was no different from the way they looked at a ghost. What is the Forbidden Warrior? Can the commander also make a contract with her? The most ridiculous thing is that the Forbidden Warrior actually obeyed the order. In the flowers, she fought with the bee girl even more fiercely, and had completely turned into a life-threatening fighting style. Liu Nianshuan, Cece, take this opportunity to kill the severely injured Kaming beast. This opportunity will never come again. The three women were trembling. Their commander was too crazy. This person really wants to pick up any leak. But speaking of opportunities, now is indeed an opportunity. Since breaking out of the ground, the Kaming beast seems to have reached its limit and lies there basically without moving. In order to cooperate with Yang Lin, Zhang Liue, Lin Nianshuan, and Qin Si instantly entered a state of full burst mythology. While being on guard, they launched the strongest attack on the enlightened beast. As for the Kamingman, it was severely injured in the stronghold and then tortured by the Forbidden Warrior. Even its core bud was mostly destroyed by the Forbidden Warrior. After running underground for so long, it has really reached its limit. Facing the attacks from Zhang Liue and the other two girls, it was completely powerless. Using its last bit of strength, the Kaming beast drove its branches and knife-like leaves to symbolically expel the three women. This is also its last stubbornness and dignity as a temple-level polluting beast. As for Yang Lin himself, he immediately investigated the bee girl. Unfortunately, he didn't know what species the bee girl was, and the difference in strength was too great, so all he got was a series of question marks. Based on the analysis of the current situation, Forbidden Warrior is no match for bee girl. Even though the bee girl was seriously injured, her powerful strength since she came out from underground has basically overwhelmed the Forbidden Warrior. In a short period of time, the Forbidden Warrior was severely hit one after another, and the two half-moon wheels were almost broken. Now they have almost become scrap metal in the hands of the Forbidden Warrior. Seeing the bee girl's power erupting again, trying to tear the Forbidden Warrior apart, Yang Lin urgently activated the item, the Stone of Resistance, to add a layer of shield for the Forbidden Warrior and the three women that could withstand fatal attacks. Knowing that every second of delay would increase the risk, Yang Lin urgently brought out his exclusive weapon from the space, a single-soldier rocket launcher. No matter what the bee girl is, let us fuck her now. Chapter 61. This is the divine weapon. Zhang Liue, Lin Nianshuan, and Qin Si, the three girls, after entering the divine burst state, joined forces to attack and kill the dying Kaming beast. They were still nervous at first, but after seeing that the Kaming beast really had no power to fight back and was given a layer of absolute protection by Yang Lin, they would definitely attack with all their might. In just a few minutes, the enlightened beast, whose body was already riddled with holes, was completely crushed by the three women. At this moment, the information prompt exploded on the spot. Congratulations on your team killing the temple-level enlightened beast. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 500. Since this is the first time your team has killed a contaminated beast of this level, your spiritual power limit will be increased by an additional 500. An enlightened beast allowed Yang Lin to increase his spiritual power limit by 1000. The upper limit of spiritual power is actually Yang Lin's combat power. As a commander who can make unlimited contracts with war maidens, he is definitely different from other commanders. No matter how powerful other commanders are, they are limited by their spiritual power and can generally only contract with a few war maidens. After all, if there are too many war girls, the commander won't be able to take care of them all on the battlefield, right? But Yang Lin is different. Since he can make unlimited contracts, the increase in his spiritual power limit must be extremely violent. And because of the control of spiritual power, Yang Lin can also use spiritual power to burst out and fight. The higher the spiritual power, the stronger the burst, and the main feature is the liberation of super potential. In addition to the increase in spiritual power, Yang Lin must have also received more than a dozen reminders of the War Girl's upgrades. Zhang Liue, because of the massive amount of experience points she gained, broke through from the 7th level of Combat Master to the 9th level in one fell swoop. According to the current state, with a little more effort, he will soon be able to break through from the 3rd level of War Master to the 4th level of War King. As for Lin Nianshuan and Qin Si, since their levels are too low, their level upgrades will definitely be restricted by the world rules themselves. But even so, Lin Nianshuan still advanced 5 levels in a row, breaking through from the 6th stage of the 1st realm of War Spirit to the 1st stage of the 2nd realm of War Soul. Qin Si is also at level 5, and has also completed a breakthrough in the 1st realm, reaching the initial stage of the 2nd realm of Fighting Spirit. If the levels of the 3 women are raised, their spiritual power limits will definitely increase significantly, and their simple burst in comprehensive combat power will definitely be stronger. But the benefits are not limited to these. In order to kill the temple-level contaminated beast, the energy points copied from this contaminated beast alone are as many as 1,000. To put it in perspective, the team directly killed more than 1,000 ordinary-level polluted beasts, which is more than just a big harvest. The three women were naturally overjoyed when the temple-level enlightened beast was killed. But before they could stop and savor the pleasure of increased strength, Yang Lin's voice suddenly came from the spiritual connection. Liyue, Nianxuan, Cici, I need your help. Focus all your energy on me. I want to kill that bee girl. The three girls turned back purely subconsciously. When they saw Yang Lin carrying a single soldier rocket launcher and aiming at the bee girl, they all broke out in cold sweats again. As for rocket launchers, they had seen them before, but generally speaking, they were of little use against high-level polluting beasts. At least, if it is just a rocket launcher, it cannot produce much power and deterrence. It was precisely because of common sense that they felt somewhat puzzled by their commander's actions. Don't just stand there. I'm going to focus all your energy on me now. Although they didn't know where their commander got his confidence from, as war maidens, the three women were still quite obedient to orders. Everyone came to his side as quickly as possible. Commander, so you're secretly carrying a bazooka? But you can fire it, but what are you concentrating our energy on? Yang Lin glanced at Qin Si, who was asking the question, and replied very seriously, first of all, let me correct one thing, this is not a bazooka, this is a rocket launcher. Don't be fooled by its single barrel, but it can fire cluster shells. It looks like a bazooka, but please call it a bazooka. It's a cannon, remember? The three women were all ashamed. Even if you, the commander, said it was a cannon, but from its appearance, isn't it just a single soldier rocket launcher? Even if you, the commander, are incredibly powerful, you can only fire continuously at best. You can't just fire all the shots like a rocket launcher, right? Time was urgent and Yang Lin had no time to continue explaining to the three women. His energy has been transformed into a cannon and has forcibly locked onto the bee girl. With his own energy and the energy of the three women added together, a strong and dazzling light appeared from the muzzle of the rocket launcher. Commander, you've almost drained all my energy. Me too, I feel like my body is about to break down. It's so uncomfortable. My legs have become weak and I can't even stand steadily. Amid the three women's weak moans, Yang Lin completed the final condensation and fusion of energy. Buzz. A powerful shockwave exploded with Yang Lin and the three women as the center, and huge ripples appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, a laser beam as thick as an arm was fired out from the muzzle of the rocket launcher. Then, 4 rockets were fired at the same time. The bee girl, who was originally struggling with the Forbidden Warrior, saw that she had the upper hand and said she would tear the Forbidden Warrior into pieces. Then she continued to torture the 4 human insects in the field bit by bit, and suddenly she felt a sense of crisis. What happened? Why do I feel such extreme fear in my instinct? Just by taking a look at the source, the bee girl almost died. She clearly saw a laser suddenly coming towards her body. Along with it came extremely terrifying rocket launchers from all directions. If she were in her prime, she felt that this round of attacks would not be a problem, but now. A voice deep in her heart told the bee girl that she must avoid it, otherwise she would definitely be fatally injured. The bee girl now no longer cares about the Forbidden War Girl, and the Forbidden War Girl had already received Yang Lin's order to retreat forcibly. However, what the hell is this? Rocket launchers can turn, but can lasers also turn? The bee girl was about to vomit blood. She almost used all her current potential to escape, but the laser that could turn and the tracking rocket were really out of the question. As expected, the laser hit the bee girl first. The energy wall condensed by the bee girl had not yet completely blocked the laser when 4 rockets exploded around her one after another. Puff puff puff. It's not just about vomiting blood. The strong body that the bee girl has always been proud of now feels like it can't withstand it and wants to be torn apart. In addition, the bee girl thought of another problem at this moment. The opponent's attack was so violent. The most important thing is that the attack can forcibly lock on. If the opponent attacks again, won't I die here today? Prisoner, I apologize. I will apologize to you when I get back. I don't want to die here. Save me, please save me quickly. Bee girl's mentality was completely blown away. It is not clear who the prisoner lady she is talking about is, but it is obvious that the prisoner lady is definitely her support. It is still unclear what the bee girl did. It seemed that a bracelet on her wrist was broken, and then a rift suddenly appeared in the space around her. You still remember to ask me for help before you die. Haven't you caused me enough trouble? I really should have let you die outside.
A woman's voice came from the Eye of Rift, and it was extremely angry. The bee girl shouted with all her might, I know I was wrong.
I will never cause you any trouble again. Save me.
I'll forgive you for the last time. Take care of yourself. As soon as the woman in the Eye of the Crack finished speaking, a portal opened in the Eye of the Crack. The bee woman no longer cared about anything else and crawled in a very awkward manner.
Chapter 62, My Fourth Vanitas. Yang Lin did not expect that there was someone behind the bee girl. The existence of bee girl itself is quite strange. She has human appearance and some animal form.
According to the common sense of this world, this species or this existence does not exist. As for the existence of the Forbidden War Girl, 95% of ordinary people don't know what the Forbidden War Girl is. But for someone like Bee Girl, her mystery even surpasses that of Forbidden Warrior.
Also, what did the Bee Girl destroy at the last moment? How could we still contact the prisoner she mentioned?
And that prisoner girl was really exaggerated. She opened a portal in the void and was really able to rescue the Bee Girl.
I have to say, it was really amazing. Certainly. That being said, Yang Lin still has some knowledge and judgment regarding the Eye of the Crack.
Judging from the Bee Girl's final actions, this thing must consume some medium, and the value of this medium is not small.
Think about how the Bee Girl was tortured while running all the way. If she hadn't been forced into a desperate situation just now, how could she have used the medium to contact the prisoner girl? If the rift I could open and teleport people at will, how could the Bee Girl be so scared? She would have been so confident, right? I always feel that this world is much more complicated than I imagined.
Now that the crisis has been resolved and great gains have been made, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Looking at the rocket launcher in his hand, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh.
As expected of a commander's exclusive artifact, this power seems a bit too much. And we were supposed to launch a rocket launcher, but how come they also brought out a laser?
From now on, this thing will have to be renamed as Laser Rocket Launcher. Besides, where is your own Vanitas?
He looked around and immediately met the resentful gazes of three beautiful women who were slumped on the ground. Now, whether it is Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianchuan, or Qin Si, their cheeks are all flushed, fragrant and sweaty. Maybe it was because they were extremely weak and had to take deep breaths, so they were acting out the magnificent scene in front of them one by one.
Are you all right?
As soon as Qin Si heard Yang Lin's question, he started yelling on the spot.
How can he be all right? He's so weak he can't even stand up. This is all the commander's fault. It's my fault indeed.
I forgot that this powerful weapon of mine consumes a lot of energy. Jiang Liyue was at a higher level, so she barely felt better. She said, it's more than just a drain on energy, it's like pumping water from a well. I nearly passed out at that moment.
Lin Nianchuan nodded slightly, me too, I even blacked out once during that time.
On the contrary, you, Commander, are still in high spirits and full of energy.
Ah, this.
The consumption is indeed quite high, unparalleled. But as the host, she must enjoy the protection mechanism of the plug-in, so the suffering was finally shared among the three beauties. In order to compensate the three girls, Yang Lin gently carried them one by one into the car in a princess hug.
You three take a good rest.
I'll go check on the Forbidden Warrior. When they heard that Yang Lin was going to see the Forbidden Warrior, even though the three women were resentful, they could not help but remind him to be careful.
Don't worry.
Judging from the Forbidden Warrior's appearance, she's obviously passed out from overexertion.
I'll be cautious in my actions later. After saying that, Yang Lin walked towards the Forbidden Warrior. The Forbidden Warrior was now seriously injured and lying on the ground motionless.
After slowly approaching, Yang Lin carefully observed her situation. A very beautiful girl. After the skeleton mask was broken, there was no difference between her and a human.
Is this the kind of girl who can easily flatten a city after reaching her full form? No matter how you think about it, it's a little unbelievable.
Perhaps because she heard Yang Lin's mumbling, the Forbidden Warrior opened her eyes with difficulty. After the two looked at each other for about 3 seconds, the Forbidden Warrior's lips moved and she called out Commander in a very low voice.
Yang Lin nodded and said, it's fate that we can meet. If you are willing, how about following me in the future?
The Forbidden Warrior blinked, her expression full of confusion.
Yang Lin continued, since you call me Commander, in other words, you are mine. On the other hand, if I become your commander, I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Are you willing? Commander. You can't just say the word commander, right? Commander. Okay, I get it. Anyway, you are already mine, and I will be your commander from now on. Now I am going to heal you, you need to fully cooperate, okay? Commander. Hearing the Forbidden Warrior calling the commander, Yang Lin felt complicated. He now confirmed one thing: the Forbidden Warrior seemed unable to speak. Even if she called out the commander, it seemed to be the effect of a forced contract. Wait, although the Forbidden Warrior can only say the 3 words commander, her tone seems to be slightly different every time she responds to me. It seems that she did not understand, but just didn't know how to respond. Then she could just let the 3 women teach her how to speak. At that moment, Yang Lin signaled the Forbidden Warrior not to think about anything and just sleep peacefully. And he was planning to implement a second compulsory contract. To Yang Lin's surprise, before he officially started the second compulsory contract, he suddenly discovered that the contract between the 2 parties had already taken effect when he gave her orders and granted her enhancements. According to the notes in the system's Valkyrie menu column, the Forbidden Valkyrie is now his Valkyrie. Because of the Forbidden Warrior's special identity, her attributes are currently being converted into attributes that the commander can understand. At the same time, the system also noted that at this moment, the Forbidden Warrior had completed a transformation due to the contract. The current Forbidden Warrior belongs to the commander, and her abilities and characteristics are retained. But under the invasion of the system, her special aura has been blocked. Without special means, outsiders cannot detect her true identity. Very good. Once her attributes are completely transformed, I will officially have my 4th Vanitas. Satisfied, Yang Lin picked up the Forbidden Wargirl who had fallen into deep sleep again, and then walked towards his modified off-road vehicle. Because he was afraid that the 3 women would be scared, Yang Lin made a special promise, guaranteeing that the Forbidden Warrior would never hurt the 3 women. Under his training, Forbidden Warrior will eventually become an important force in the team. Our commander always does things so shockingly that he even dares to contract with the Forbidden Warrior. Nianxuan, you should actually think this way. The Forbidden Warrior was originally a ferocious beast, but as a commander, I subdued her with my personal charm. This is a good thing that will bring good luck to the world. If I put it in a fantasy novel, I would make the evil beast turn from evil into a lucky beast. This is the standard behavior of the protagonist. Whether you are a passerby or a member of a sect or immortal sect, anyone who hears about this should give me a thumbs up and shout 666 for my righteous act. The 3 women's faces turned black after hearing this. Especially Qin Si, who couldn't help but want to bite the proud Yang Lin. Alright, Commander, we'll call 666 for you, okay? But look at the sky outside, it's almost completely dark. The 3 of us are unable to fight now and need to rest. You don't want to face a large number of polluted beasts alone in the wilderness, do you? If something happens to us again, 1T, you feel bad? I feel bad, how could I not? We're not far from the 3rd stronghold now. It's stable there anyway, so let's head there to spend the night. The plan was to wait until Yang Lin drove to the 3rd stronghold. When he saw the 2 women trying to restore order at the door, he suddenly had the urge to turn around and run away with the 4 women. Chapter 63 Dragon Sound. If you ask who he saw, they must be acquaintances, the 2 warriors beside the headmaster, Phantom and Koi. If you ask Yang Lin why he ran away, it's because he knew that Phantom had dealt with Forbidden Warrior. Although the system has blocked the special aura of the Forbidden Warrior, Phantom is a super powerful person in the 7th realm. What if she finds out? How will I explain my identity as the Forbidden Warrior? At the very least, Yang Lin is not prepared now and certainly does not want the Forbidden Warrior and Phantom to meet. It's a pity. As soon as his big off-road vehicle appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone here. Especially Koi, this lovely girl has very sharp eyes and she spotted Yang Lin in the car at once. Yang Lin, why are you here? Being greeted by the Koi, Yang Lin had no choice but to drive the car to the gate and roll down the window. Koi, and Sister Phantom, what a coincidence, you're here too. Coincidence? You call this a coincidence? Jinli put her hands on her waist and said with a pouty face, if I remember correctly, our commander specifically told you not to come here, not to come here. You, on the other hand, have simply turned a deaf ear to our commander's instructions. Yang Lin was quite embarrassed, this is a long story. Phantom sighed and said, even if it's a long story, you can't take risks with your Vanitas. Do you know that something big happened here before? It was very serious. I noticed this halfway through. It just happened to be nighttime. I had previously told Li Yue and the others to stay here for the night and return tomorrow. Phantom nodded. Okay, drive in first, and I'll talk to you later. Well, Sister Phantom and Koi, we'll see you later. On Yang Lin's side, after saying hello, he quickly wanted to drive the car into the stronghold. But who would have thought that the Phantom suddenly spoke again the next moment? Yang Lin, wait a moment. Sister Phantom, are you okay right now? Yang Lin was asking this question even though he knew the answer. He was still a little worried about Phantom and Forbidden Warrior facing each other directly. Phantom asked, I remember your team currently only has 3 warriors, why, is there one more in the car now? And Li Yue and the others don't seem to be in good condition? Because we want to strengthen the team, we have recruited another Vanitas. As for Li Yue and the others, we encountered some problems along the way, and they are all currently weak and exhausted. Yang Lin subconsciously looked back while speaking. Zhang Li Yue and the other 2 girls had fallen into a deep sleep due to the huge consumption before. As for the Forbidden Warrior, she was seriously injured and is currently sleeping after being comforted by Yang Lin. In the entire car, Yang Lin was the only one who could be considered alert. Moreover, at this moment, he was very nervous. He clearly didn't want Phantom and Forbidden Warrior to meet each other, but now they did. But looking at Phantom's appearance, although she was stunned for a moment when she saw the Forbidden Warrior, perhaps because she felt familiar at first sight, that was all, and she then looked away. Yang Lin, this place is not safe. I'll have to ask Li to make arrangements for you regarding where you'll stay here. You drive in now, and I do have something to tell you later. Okay, Sister Phantom. Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, then started the car and entered the stronghold. After he woke up Zhang Li Yue and the others, and they got out of the car and saw the situation inside the stronghold, they couldn't help but sigh. In the 3rd stronghold, more than half of the buildings were reduced to ruins. The ground was covered in blood. Although the bodies had been dealt with, it was obvious that many people had died. Xin Si wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, It's a good thing we arrived a little late. Otherwise, if we were in the center of the stronghold, it's hard to guarantee that our team would be in trouble. Everyone, including Yang Lin, deeply agreed with her words. Moreover, because Longting City is quite far away from here, it just so happened that the group got a big bargain. Back to the present, since we are going to stay here tonight, we must go to the clerk to register. However, Yang Lin did not expect that his appearance with a few girls would cause such a huge sensation. There's nothing we can do about it, since our own Li Yue, Nianshuan and Sisi, as well as the Forbidden Warrior, are also outstanding. I think that as a grown man, I have several beautiful women around me, and everyone who sees me will be envious and jealous of me. As we walked along, the people around us kept talking. Who is that man? Isn't his rank a first-class commander? Why is he running this way? Is he showing off with his Vanitas, or is he here to die? Don't talk nonsense. This man is definitely not ordinary. I saw him driving here just now, talking to the 2 adults, Phantom and Koi, and even getting familiar with each other. Speaking without restraint will only cause trouble, you know? Hey look, the girl who was unconscious before is right next to that man. So the commander she kept talking about was him. Not to mention that Yang Lin and the 3 women were being talked about, the Forbidden War girl had stayed in the stronghold before. At that time, it was because the B-girl who suddenly appeared paid special attention to the Forbidden Warrior that the fighters in the base were given plenty of time to counterattack. So when Forbidden Warrior appeared again, it could be seen that many people had a good impression of her. As for the Forbidden Warrior herself, she was very close to Yang Lin when she walked. Maybe because she was being stared at by so many people, she was still a little uncomfortable pinching the corner of Yang Lin's sleeve with her fingers, like a timid kitten, which was very adorable. Li Yue, go register our names, and then we'll ask Koi to help arrange accommodation. Our names and information are easy to come by, but how is she going to get it? When Yang Lin heard this, he couldn't help but touch his forehead with his hand. Although the Forbidden Warrior is following him now, let alone her basic personal information, she doesn't even have a name. Lin Nianshuan and Xin Si are also very concerned about this matter. Commander, we'll all be part of a squad from now on, so we can't do without a name. How about we help her come up with one? Xin Si said with great interest, I'm familiar with naming. Why not let her have the same surname as me, Xin? As for the given name, I'll think of a nice one. Yang Lin didn't have much experience in naming, but since Xin Si was so interested, he decided to let her do it. This also saved him the trouble of racking his brains to come up with a name. However, they did not expect that although the forbidden warrior could not speak, she could understand what everyone meant. When she heard that she was going to be named, she actually pulled Yang Lin's sleeve and shook it, raised her beautiful face, and slowly opened her mouth. Ling. Ling? Long? The forbidden warrior spoke vaguely, and Yang Lin was not sure whether she was talking about Ling or Long. Sound. Zhang Liyue and the other girls looked at each other in surprise. Does the forbidden warrior actually have a name? Yang Lin was equally confused. So you have a name? The forbidden warrior blinked, and her face showed the same confusion as Yang Lin's. Through the induction of the contract, Yang Lin suddenly realized. Taboo warrior was familiar with this word, but she herself was not sure whether it was a name. Since that was the case, Yang Lin made a decision quickly. It's not clear whether she was talking about Ian or Ryuan, but considering that the name of her team is Longmen Unit, she might as well just call her Ryuan. This is also appropriate. From now on, you will be called Long Yin, and you will be a member of our Longmen force. This time, the forbidden warrior understood, and judging by her expression, she seemed very happy. Long Yin, Commander. Yes, that's it. Chapter 64, The Young Lady. After confirming the name of the forbidden warrior, Zhang Liyue helped everyone register. It's really late now. I think everyone has been tired all day, and what they want most is definitely where to stay. Sister Meiying said she would help us arrange it, so let's go meet her in Koi. Besides, I'm also quite curious about her and the Koi appearing here. The girls definitely have no objections. Since this third stronghold has been in turmoil once, we can sleep soundly tonight with a super strong man in charge, right? The residences of Phantom and Koi are also easy to find. You can just ask anyone on the street. Soon, Yang Lin and his companions saw the Phantom. Perhaps what he was going to say next was very important, so Phantom asked Koi to close the door. Yang Lin, the current situation is more complicated than you imagined. Our commander will definitely tell you about these things later, so it's better for you to know them earlier so you can be prepared. Sister Phantom, what's going on? Is it so important? It's more than just important. If we're not careful, countless people will be killed or injured in the near future. Phantom's expression became extremely solemn at this moment, and she said, Koi and I were originally stationed in the northern safe zone and buffer zone. But who would have thought that first a forbidden warrior would appear, and then a group of non-human species would appear, making things increasingly complicated. Non-human species. Sister Phantom, are you referring to the bee girl? When Yang Lin said this, the koi fish beside him were surprised. Yang Lin, you actually know that bee girl? Weren't you guys there when the chaos broke out at the base earlier? Or is it the news you heard on the way? Sister Phantom, Koi, it's really unfortunate that we ran into bee girl on the way. We had a chance to kill her, but in the end, I don't know what she did to escape through a rift eye. Even though Phantom is a strong man, he is usually calm, but now he is also extremely frightened. Not only did you run into bee girl, but you almost killed her? Yes, it was just that close. She ended up screaming the prisoner's name and escaping through the rift eye. Phantom and Koi looked at each other. They both found it hard to believe what Yang Lin had experienced. Yang Lin, you are not kidding, right? That bee girl's level is quite high. Even if she's injured, you guys shouldn't be her match, right? Yang Lin spread his hands, it's not bad. We also took care of the seriously injured Kaming beast. In order to prove that he was not lying, Yang Lin also took out the pollution core of the enlightened beast. Looking at the contaminated core of Kamingman, Phantom and Koi were stunned. It's really hard to imagine how your team managed to compete with the bee girl. That's right, you guys are really taking it too far. Yang Lin said embarrassedly, it's just barely passable. Besides, we have gained a lot of benefits. Look at Liu and the others, their levels have increased. I also said I would quickly submit a few subjugation commissions and get my title promoted to a second-level commander. Phantom didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are really making rapid progress. Just based on the contaminated core in your hand, the General Affairs Department must recognize you and promote you to the rank of second-class commander. In the following conversation, Yang Lin and the other girls described in detail the incident they had encountered with the bee girl on the road. But the matter concerning the forbidden warrior Lan Yin was avoided. At the same time, Yang Lin and others also understood why Phantom and Koi appeared here. After something happened at the first and second strongholds, the dean asked Phantom to take Koi to the two places to look for clues. At first, they all thought it was the work of the Forbidden Warrior. But soon, they met another bee girl of the same kind, and that's when they realized that the destruction of the base had nothing to do with the Forbidden Warrior. According to the description, the two encountered a woman whose upper body was human and the lower body was a spider during their mission. Based on the conversation between the two parties and the previous and subsequent connections, we can now infer that Spider Woman is not a prisoner, but has gone out to look for Bee Woman. As for that time, a fierce battle between Phantom and Spider Woman was inevitable. But in the end, Spider Woman was weaker than the Phantom and escaped. When Phantom and Koi arrived at the third base, they heard about the Bee Girl, but by then the Bee Girl had already escaped. After helping everyone kill the large number of polluted beasts that were attracted here, the two of them temporarily helped restore order here. Yang Lin, the appearance of the forbidden battle girl near Longting City was already a headache, but no one expected that a new terrifying existence would appear now. This is a serious matter, and Koi and I reported it to the commander early on. After an urgent discussion with the city lord, the commander has reported the situation in Longting City to the commander-in-chief. So, the commander-in-chief will send someone to deal with it? It's unclear at the moment, but we will definitely notify the deputy commanders of each region, the various garrisons, and the various armed corps to be on alert and conduct an investigation. Because of the situation, Koi and I were both shocked when we saw you appear here with them. If our commander knew you were so disobedient, who knows if he would get sick from your anger. I didn't expect this place to be so complicated. That's right. I thought the Forbidden Warrior was already mysterious, but now there's another mysterious existence. It is foreseeable that the near future will be a turbulent time. So Yang Lin, during this period of time, you must upgrade your team as quickly as possible so that you can protect the people around you. If you are strong enough, you might be able to use this unknown danger as a stepping stone for your advancement. Yes, I will definitely make my team stronger. In the future, I will make sure the name of the Longmen army resounds throughout the entire alliance. Jili said happily at this time. Yang Lin, our commander, and several of our war girls will keep a good eye on you. Come on, I will encourage you to do your best. Well, I'm really looking forward to fighting together with your team in the future. Therefore, I will definitely not let up even a little bit and will definitely produce even more amazing performances as soon as possible. While Yang Lin was still talking with Phantom and Koi, at the same moment, thousands of miles away, in the central square of Tianming City, a girl with arrogance written all over her face has boarded the private plane with her group of people. Tianming City is the administrative city of a large region and the residence of the commander-in-chief who controls dozens of cities. Those who travel here by private jet are naturally of high status. Accompanying the girl were a man who looked like a butler and a cold woman with a serious expression. It can be seen that the butler and the woman should be the girl's bodyguards. Just by observing the two of them, you can tell that their strength is extremely unfathomable. In addition, there are 5 war girls in the passenger plane. Judging from their uniform attire, you can tell that they are a team. As for the destination of the passenger plane, it is heading directly to Longtung. Chapter 65 This Damn Dream. In the third stronghold, when Yang Lin, Zhang Liyue and others came out from Phantom, it was already completely night. As for the accommodation, it has been arranged during the Koi period. In order to better take care of the safety of Yang Lin and others, the two accommodations are not far from each other. Of course, these are all small things. Besides the little things, there are definitely some very important things to do. Seeing Jinli bringing them to the accommodation and asking them to have a good rest, just as she was about to leave, Yang Lin suddenly pulled her aside. Koi, I have a personal favor to ask of you. Really? Tell me about it. It's like this, Long Yin's identity in my team is somewhat special. She was originally a warrior girl from another city, with her own dedicated team. But during a mission, the team was wiped out, and she was the only one left. Because of the great shock she received, her memory has become blank. Now that she has joined my team, in order to prevent her from being further stimulated, I want to apply for a new identity for her in Longting City. After listening to Yang Lin's long speech, Jinli sighed and said, "It is indeed very sad that the whole team was wiped out, but why didn't you say it just now?" Just now, I was just listening to you and Sister Phantom talking about Bee Girl and Spider Girl. I just thought of this. I can't let her become an illegal resident of Longting City after following me, right? Koi said with a grin, I know, I won't let your Vanitas become an illegal resident. Then you send me her image and basic information. When I get back tomorrow, I'll go to the General Affairs Department's secretarial office and take care of this for you. Koi, thank you so much. It's just a small matter. When you have time later, please buy me a glass of water. It's a must. Seeing the Koi leave, Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it's easier to get things done when there are people around. The reason why Yang Lin didn't mention it before was because Phantom and Long Yin had met before. I'm afraid that Phantom will suddenly recognize Long Yin's identity. And Koi is easy to talk to, so isn't the thing done? Besides, it was Koi who arranged the accommodation after all. Although the third outpost was in a dilapidated state now, the place where the group lived was definitely not bad. It was a rare opportunity that after running all day, Yang Lin could finally lie on the bed and relax. Today's harvest is not small. Looking at the ceiling above his head, Yang Lin felt happy. Because of killing the temple-level polluting beast, Liyue's level is about to break through to the 4th realm. The levels of Nianshuan and Cece also soared like rockets, each of them soared 5 levels, and both have entered the 2nd level of Fighting Soul stage. The most exciting thing is that the matter concerning the Forbidden Warrior that has been weighing on my mind for the past few days has been successfully resolved. Speaking of the Forbidden Warrior, Yang Lin couldn't help but look up Long Yin's information. At present, her data has been converted. After selecting Confirm Receipt on the data panel, an information prompt will sound. Congratulations to the host for officially contracting the 4th warrior, Long Yin. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 1,000, bringing the current total spiritual power limit to 3,722. Hearing the terrifying number 3722, Yang Lin felt extremely terrified. The numbers alone may not give you a clear idea, but a little comparison will make it clear. When I first contracted with Zhang Liyue, after the contract was reshaped and greatly strengthened, the upper limit of Zhang Liyue's spiritual power was just this value. And he was just a first-level commander, actually no different from a newcomer, but now, he has reached this point. Yang Lin no longer dared to think that in the near future, after he had contracted dozens or even hundreds of war maidens, it would be no problem for his spiritual power limit to break through tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Once I convert all my spiritual energy into power and burst it out, I'm afraid even a world-class polluted beast will be crushed by me. It's terrible. I am such a terrible man. While Yang Lin was talking nonsense, Long Yin's data had already appeared before his eyes. War Girl, Dragon Sound. Transformation Realm, 8 levels of Fighting Spirit, Fighting Spirit, Fighting Spirit, Fighting Master. Strength Growth, S plus 10%. Physical Growth, S plus 10%. Spiritual Growth, S plus 10%. Agility Growth, S plus 10%. Spiritual Power Growth, S plus 10%. Spiritual Power Limit, 2800 plus 3159. Exclusive Core Ability, Void Boundary. One's own void energy can corrode any enemy, including polluting beasts. Combat Skills, Moonwheel, Sunwheel. Note, this unidentified individual, born from nothingness, will unleash absolute potential at every stage of growth, beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Above. Yang Lin stared at the information of the transformed Long Yin for a long time. If he had to express his admiration, he would have to. First, Long Yin's qualifications are quite strong, all S+, and he currently has the strongest qualifications in the team. Second, even though her level is only the 8th stage of the 2nd realm, the upper limit of her spiritual power is more terrifying than his own. She is worthy of being a girl born from nothingness. If I train her well with my own hands, it goes without saying that she will kill anyone who stands in her way in the future. Great. Marvelous. At that moment, because he thought of the word cultivation, Yang Lin couldn't help but take a look at the energy replication points, which had accumulated to 1763 points. This copy point is mainly used to improve the qualifications of the Vanitas. Now, although Yang Lin wanted to use the copy point immediately, he thought of what he had said to the 3 women before and finally gave up. At that time, I told the 3 girls that the space could only be triggered after midnight, and then they could be summoned from the space. I think everyone has been tired all day. Although they have just finished taking a shower and have been lying in bed for less than half an hour, I guess they have all fallen asleep. As a commander, I wouldn't have the heart to disturb them at this time, right? Okay, calm down. I'm going to sleep too. Afterwards, Yang Lin began to clear his mind and emotions, lying quietly in bed waiting for Zhou Gong's call. 3 minutes later, he felt sleepy. 5 minutes later, Yang Lin began to feel sleepy. At this moment, Yang Lin, who was in a daze, vaguely felt that something seemed to have changed in the room. But it is hard to say what specific changes have taken place. It was a bit dreamy and mysterious, but these were not enough to describe the mood he wanted to express. After all, firstly, I didn't feel any murderous intent or anything like that, secondly, there was no big noise, and thirdly, I was really sleepy, so I didn't care too much. Commander. Faintly, there seemed to be a ethereal whisper in my ears. The voice was familiar, but too faint to tell whose it was. Even at this moment, Yang Lin still felt like he was dreaming. The only thing that puzzled him in his dream was why this dream was so soft and there was a faint fragrance floating between his nostrils. Faintly, I could feel my hair brushing against my cheek, which made me feel a little itchy. In short, the feeling is not ordinary good. Maybe I'm just too sleepy, the dreams I have are so wonderful. In the dream, after Yang Lin warned himself like this, he was completely immersed in the enjoyment. Chapter 66 Longyin, she. Commander. Early in the morning, Yang Lin was awakened from his dream by Qin Si's thunderous voice. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Liyue, Lin Yanquan, and Qin Si all standing by his bed, which made him very confused. What happened? Why are you looking at me with eyes that are weirder than the other? Zhang Liyue couldn't help but sigh. Commander, you still have the nerve to ask us, look at what good things you have done? What good have I done? What good can I do? As Yang Lin was speaking, he suddenly felt something strange on the side of the quilt. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Longyin was lying next to him. Now, because she was woken up again, she rubbed her eyes and sat up like a lazy kitten. A soft sound came out of her mouth. Most importantly, she didn't notice how fair her skin was and how great her figure was without the cover of clothes. After she rubbed her eyes, she was probably confused by the three women standing in front of her. Unconsciously, she kept looking at them with curiosity. Why is it like this? Longyin, why did you come to me? Commander. After Longyin finished speaking, she seemed to want to get into Yang Lin's arms, but in front of the three women, Yang Lin definitely stopped her. Okay, I know I can't tell you anything even if I ask you, but... Yang Lin looked at the three women with an innocent look on his face. I really don't know what happened. Qin Si glanced sideways. I see you are beautiful, don't you know what happened? Longyin just joined the team yesterday, not even a day has passed, and you've already stretched your claws towards her. Stretch out your sister's claws, I'm confused and bewildered right now. Yang Lin now understood why he felt a little strange last night. It turned out that Longyin had crawled into his bed. And judging from her appearance, she seemed to like being close to him. Even at this time, after being rejected once or twice, she couldn't help but come closer. Okay, Longyin, stop messing around. Lin Yanquan, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and motioned Longyin to come over and help her get dressed. Zhang Liyue said with resentment, Longyin is ignorant. Commander, you are also ignorant, aren't you? Liyue, look at what you said. Now, I have a suggestion. The three women were curious. What's the proposal? Starting today, teach her how to speak and write, and try to get Longyin to be able to communicate with everyone sooner. Look at the situation now. If she could speak, wouldn't this misunderstanding be resolved immediately? The three girls definitely had no problem with this, but they didn't know if it would be difficult for Longyin to learn to speak and read and write in his situation. Let us not talk about the ridiculous things that happened this morning. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Yang Lin took a few girls to say goodbye to Phantom and Koi. Now, we can't go back to Mingcheng. I had previously accepted a commission to conquer the Demon Exorcist Hall. Although I was delayed for a day because I ran away, I still had to complete the mission. Every time the team accepts a commission, a record is kept. This is related to the commander's title promotion and is very important. And Yang Lin has already made up his mind. After returning to Mingcheng and handing in the commission, he will immediately be promoted to a second-level commander and strive to gain more benefits for himself. The big off-road trip starts from the third stronghold. The destination is the plain stronghold just west of Longting City. Just a quick note, although the world is currently dominated by cities, the development of food, vegetables, and animal husbandry is definitely necessary. However, due to the polluting beasts outside, some areas will establish strongholds to develop these living capitals. The commission Yang Lin had on hand was actually very simple. It was to assist a stronghold in the west in cleaning up the scattered polluting beasts that remained after the previous extermination. It's not difficult. In the past, as long as you could kill 20 polluted beasts in the surrounding area, you would be considered successful. To put it bluntly, these commissions are the care provided by the General Affairs Department to the Commander Squad and the War Girl Squad in the early stages. It's not difficult and the reward is not low. As long as your team is not extremely weak, it can usually be easily completed by cooperating with the fighters over there. On the way to the car, because they had nothing to do, Zhang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si had already started teaching Long Yin how to speak. What the four of them didn't expect was that something they originally thought was very difficult turned out to be extremely easy. Long Yin is someone who is simply unforgettable. You teach her a word, and even if she doesn't understand what it means, she can remember it immediately. After just a few words, Long Yin was able to accurately identify the names of the four people, and then the teaching progress entered the daily language. Long Yin is incredible. Is her memory and hearing so good? Sister Liyue, Nianxuan, at this rate, I don't think Long Yin will be able to communicate with anyone as easily as an ordinary girl in less than a week. Let's make it clear first. You can't teach Long Yin anything nonsense. I'm very confident in Nian Sun, but CC, you must be careful. Sister Liyue, what are you doing? Why do you only trust Nianxuan and be on guard against me? I didn't do anything wrong, why should I be treated differently? Don't give me that. Everyone knows what kind of temper you have. If you expect her to teach her how to speak, who knows what kind of outrageous words will come out of Long Yin's mouth. I agree with Sister Liyue, CC, don't instill anything unhealthy into Long Yin, otherwise you will become everyone's enemy. TSK. If you don't let me teach, I'll teach you secretly and make you too mad. Along the way, the girls were very happy, and as the commander, Yang Lin must have felt very comfortable. However, in addition to teaching Long Yin to speak and write, the group is actually quite interested in Long Yin's fighting ability. So, after a rare encounter with a group of low-level polluted beasts, Long Yin also began her first battle after becoming a wargirl. As for her first actual combat with a warrior, not only the three women were interested, but Yang Lin was as well. There are 4 ordinary level pollution beasts ahead. Long Yin, is it okay for me to teach you? No problem. Okay then. I'll have Li Yui and the other 2 stand by to provide support. If you can't handle it, they'll be there to provide support. Good. Long Yin said okay, and then walked towards the 4 polluted beasts. At this time, Zhang Liyue and the other 2 girls had already started a discussion. 4 ordinary grade pollution beasts are nothing. If I were to do it, I'm confident I can handle them all in half a minute. Sister Liyue, you are at a higher level, but Cici and I have just entered the 2nd realm. It will take some time for one of us to fight against 2 of them. Yang Lin interrupted, after all, this isn't a game where you can just turn on Wushuang and mow down enemies. Even ordinary polluted beasts have super strong defense and combat capabilities, so no polluted beast should be underestimated. Commander, how long would it take Long Yin to clean out the 4 polluting beasts? She's very strong, but her current realm isn't very high. It'll take at least 15 to 20 seconds. Yang Lin's reply suddenly stopped, simply because the battlefield ahead was so outrageous. It's totally off the mark. Chapter 67 The Young Lady's Shock. Originally, the 4 of them were watching Long Yin walk towards the 4 polluting beasts. As for the 4 polluted beasts, when they saw the food was delivered to their door, they were definitely more excited than the other and rushed towards Long Yin. Originally, the 4 of them said they would start counting down as soon as they saw Long Yin formally take action, but God knows, she only raised her hand briefly. Behind her, 2 crescent wheels suddenly appeared and, at lightning speed, wrapped the 4 polluted beasts inside and cut them crosswise. What do you mean by more than 10 seconds? It was only 3 or 4 breaths of time, and the 4 ordinary level polluted beasts were all shattered and died on the spot. Faced with this scene, Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si were so shocked that they couldn't help swallowing. And Zhang Liyue almost became autistic. I believe my realm is higher than hers, but if I take action, I will definitely not be able to do it as easily as she does. Looking at Long Yin again, she didn't even make any obvious movements from beginning to end. She simply summoned her weapon and carried out a quick harvest. I've finally figured it out. Even though Long Yin is only at the 8th level of the 2nd realm, her strength is far more terrifying than Li Yu's. Lin Nianxuan said in disbelief, but Sister Liyue is now at the 9th level of the 3rd realm, peak level. Besides, Sister Liyue herself almost has the ability to fight across realms, right? Qin Si quickly counted on his fingers and said, so, Long Yin has the ability to fight across 2 realms. How terrifying! Yang Lin agreed with Qin Si's horror. After all, it is an unknown lifeform born from nothingness, and with its own strengthening, it would be abnormal if it is not against the will of heaven. On the following journey, in order to verify Long Yin's other fighting methods, she was specially asked to put away the 2 half-moon wheels.
Then, an even more extraordinary scene appeared. Long Yin is different from ordinary wargirls. She does not have a spirit shadow and she is not good at using the ship-cutting sword. But she leaped high and when she landed she was able to crush the polluted beast to death in the ground. One kick or one punch from her can blow up ordinary pollution beasts. The most terrible thing is that she is extremely fast and appears and disappears unexpectedly, which is breathtaking. As a commander, he was deeply moved to see his Vanitas become so successful. Next words. We must have arrived at the place of entrustment. The four arrived at the western stronghold the next night, but they had already killed 30 contaminated beasts in just 2 hours of patrolling at night. This speed almost scared the managers and fighters of the stronghold to death. Think about other teams. Which one of them came here without first observing the terrain, looking for traces of polluted beasts, and then working hard to organize tracking and suppression? But Yang Lin and the others were different. They simply went out for a stroll and then the commission was over. As for the specific process, there is really not much to say. With the strength of Yang Lin's team, coming here is no different from using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. If he hadn't been afraid that failing to complete the commission would affect his title promotion, he would have actually gone back to Mingcheng with Phantom and Koi yesterday. Finally, let us make a brief summary. I accepted the commission and left the city on the first day, and arrived at the third stronghold that night. The next morning, it took almost another day to get from the third base to the entrusted base, but the mission of killing and tracking only took about 2 hours. After getting up on the morning of the third day, the group returned under the ghostly looks of the stronghold manager and combatants. On the way back, Yang Lin specifically asked Zhang Liyue about the conditions for promotion to commander. He is currently a first-rank commander. To be promoted to a second-rank commander, the most basic hard condition is that you must have 3 wargirls who have reached the second level of the War Soul stage. Obviously, these basic hard conditions are in place. Secondly, his own physical condition must be checked in a special department of the General Affairs Department. Through instruments and equipment, his perception ability, spiritual connection and spiritual power supply were tested to see whether he could still perform to a passing level under certain interference. Third, the team will be evaluated based on the expeditions they have completed in the past, and if there are no problems, they can be promoted smoothly. Second-level commander is, of course, only one step. Yang Lin did not forget that the team had just been established and did not even have a ranking. To rank up, you must be promoted to at least a third-rank commander. If you don't improve your ranking, you will be inferior to other teams no matter where you go. Rankings must be there, and must be fought for. If you don't fight for it, when you're promoted to rank 5 commander, what will you have to apply for a garrison? The above is Yang Lin's goal at this stage. In the past, he thought it might be difficult as climbing to the sky. For example, when it comes to rankings, the Alliance's teams are ranked at more than 20,000. It is not easy to stand out among more than 20,000 teams. But now, looking at his 4 beautiful and powerful warriors, rankings and naval bases, aren't they easy to handle? Because he was thinking about the promotion, Yang Lin drove very fast on the way back to the city. The group returned to Longting 2 hours earlier than expected. Yang Lin immediately took Zhang Liyue and the other 3 to the General Affairs Department. Longting City, City Lord's Mansion. At the moment, Longting City Lord Fong Wanshan and the Academy Dean Li Jinqing were entertaining a distinguished guest. Regarding the City Lord Fong Wanshan, it must be mentioned that he is the deputy regional commander of the 7 surrounding cities, including Longting City. But now, facing this so-called distinguished guest, even he dared not be negligent. The same goes for the school principal Li Jinqing. Although he doesn't like power, as the school principal, he also nominally holds the title of deputy city lord, so when a particularly important person comes to visit, he must accompany the city lord. As for the distinguished guest, she was a young girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. As for her true identity, there is actually nothing to hide. She is the jewel in the crown of the commander-in-chief of Tianning City in the entire region, and also the commander-in-chief's only daughter Zhao Xiling. As the daughter of the commander-in-chief, Zhao Xiling is naturally a true young lady. The eldest lady suddenly came to Longting without even saying hello. How could the city lord and the dean of the academy not care? Originally, it was said that a major matter had been reported to the commander-in-chief, but who would have thought that the commander-in-chief would suddenly send his precious baby over? What on earth is going on? At that moment, the city lord Fong Wanshan and Li Jinqing wanted to get some information out of the eldest lady while entertaining her. They wanted to find out what the eldest lady's real purpose was in coming to Longting.
But at this moment, the intranet of Longting General Affairs Department suddenly pushed a piece of information. Anyone who is in a high position or working to fight against the polluted beasts, except for ordinary people, will receive this strong push. I think Miss Xiao Xiling came to Longting today, and her communicator must have received this message. A genius has appeared in your Longting city? Hailed by the General Affairs Department as the hope of Longting's future? At such a young age, he was promoted from trainee to first-rank commander in just 1 week, and then from first-rank commander to second-rank commander? When Miss Xiao Xiling continued to read, she was not the only one who was shocked. The city lord Feng Wanshan, the dean of the academy Li Jinqing, as well as the male butler and female bodyguard who had been standing respectfully behind Xiao Xiling, all showed expressions of horror. A first-rank commander team actually killed a temple-level contaminated beast? Chapter 68 Cloud Top Team. How is that possible? It's ridiculous. Miss Xiao Xiling was stunned for a long time. She looked at Feng Wanshan and Li Jinqing and asked, "Are you from Longting City trying to create an idol? You can even make up such a ridiculous lie?" As the city lord, Feng Wanshan certainly doesn't believe this matter. Originally, he wanted to contact the General Affairs Department directly to ask what was going on, but when he saw the words Yang Lin and Longman Force in the message, he instantly thought of something. "Jinqing, if I remember correctly, you mentioned to me before that you have a very proud disciple. I think his name is Yang Lin, right?" Li Jinqing nodded. "Yes, it's him. But I don't know the details about killing the temple-level polluted beast." The information also clearly mentioned a location, which is the third stronghold outside the buffer zone. As for the third stronghold, Li Jinqing must have information. At this moment, he continued, "Miss, please be patient. I will first inquire about the basic situation and then give you a reply." "Okay, then hurry up and don't let me have a bad impression of you Longting." "I see." After responding, Li Jinqing quickly went outside and immediately dialed Phantom's number. Soon, the call was connected. "Commander, is there any mission I need to carry out?" "Not yet. You've also seen the strong push from the General Affairs Department just now, right? What's wrong with Yang Lin? Didn't I tell him not to go to such a dangerous place? Why did he not only go there, but also get involved with the temple-level polluted beast?" Phantom apologized in the communication. "I'm sorry, Commander, I only saw him go to the third base after I went there. As for killing the temple-level polluted beast, I am certain that it was indeed his doing, because the core of the temple-level polluted beast is in his hands, it cannot be false." Li Jinqing was extremely surprised. "Could it be that after we met over there, you killed the temple-level warrior and then gave the credit to him?" "Not really. My previous report mentioned that when I led Koi to the third stronghold, the chaos was basically over. The temple-level polluted beast escaped with serious injuries, and it was unclear how it encountered them, and was even killed by their team." Listening to Phantom's words, Li Jinqing looked a little dazed. This really shocked me. Even if a temple-level polluted beast escaped with serious injuries, can we really expect a newly formed team of rookies to kill it? "Commander, you should ask Yang Lin these questions directly. In my opinion, there will be no problem. If it weren't for what he did, and if he couldn't prove that it was his team that killed the temple-level polluted beast, and if he couldn't convince the people in the General Affairs Department, he probably wouldn't have been officially promoted to first-class commander and then to second-class commander." "You're right. The General Affairs Department handles matters impartially. If he doesn't have evidence, he definitely won't convince those people. If they can, it means that Yang Lin and his warriors do have extraordinary talents and the capital to be proud of themselves." After the call was disconnected, Li Jinqing wanted to go straight into the house, but after hesitating for a moment, he called the General Affairs Department. Soon, the General Affairs Department sent over a video clip. After watching the video footage, Li Jinqing's face showed a look of relief, and then he walked back into the room. Seeing Li Jinqing coming in, Feng Wanshan couldn't wait to ask, "How's the matter going? Are you sure it's true? It has been confirmed that they were the ones who killed the temple-level polluted beast." When saying this, Li Jinqing's face was full of pride. Just because he values Yang Lin too much. Although he was angry that this kid was quite unwilling to listen to his advice, he must have been very happy deep down in his heart to see that Yang Lin could accomplish such a great thing. But when Li Jinqing said this to confirm it, Miss Xiao Xiling's beautiful eyebrows immediately frowned. "President, you're serious, aren't you? Are you sure the temple-level contamination beast was caused by a newly formed team of rookies?" "Of course I can be sure." While speaking, Li Jinqing played the video he had just received to the public. The picture shows the scene where Zhang Liu, Lin Yanxuan, and Qin Si finally kill the temple-level enlightened beast. Although it was only a dozen seconds, one could indeed see the three women's impressive strength, working together to chop the enormous Kaming beast into pieces. In fact, this video was actually shot impromptu by Yang Lin at the time, and he did not expect that it could become proof of his direct promotion after returning. Because of this incident, Yang Lin was reminded that when encountering major events in the future, he must record the heroic postures of his own warriors like Valkyries. At the same time, he could prove his ability as a commander, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, let us not talk about Yang Lin's thoughts for now. After playing the video, Li Jinqing added, "Let me add one thing. With their team's strength, they definitely can't kill a temple-level contaminated beast." The main reason was that when they encountered the polluted beast, the beast was already seriously injured. But even so, it also proves their invaluable courage and strength. If it were any other rookie team, they would have fled long ago. Zhao Xiling pondered for a moment and said, "I was wondering, how could a newly formed team be strong enough to kill a temple-level warrior? Although the propaganda of your General Affairs Department is exaggerated, this video does prove that it was done by them. But there is one thing I cannot admit." Seeing that Miss Zhao Xiling's expression suddenly became extremely serious, Fang Wanshan and Li Jinqing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "You know, this time I went out, in addition to these two, I also brought a team of the most promising newcomers, the warriors. I came to Longting City to help you solve problems and collect intelligence. On the other hand, I also want this team of warriors that I have formed to be tempered and grow. Turn out to be. This is the purpose for the eldest lady to come to Longting City." The two people Zhao Xiling mentioned must be the butler and female bodyguard standing on her left and right. Fang Wanshan and Li Jinqing must have good vision. Precisely because of this, they can deeply feel the unfathomable strength of the butler and the female bodyguard. Let me put it this way, even though the young lady only brought two main characters, whether it is the butler or the female bodyguard, they are definitely worth a super army with the best equipment. Otherwise, would the commander-in-chief allow her only daughter, the apple of her eye, to run around outside as she pleases? As for the fact that the young lady is still leading the Vanadis team. From the look on Zhao Xiling's face when she spoke, you could tell that she was quite proud and confident in the team of warriors she had formed. To be honest, I spent a whole year selecting the best of the best from among hundreds of new S-class warriors. Finally, a talented team was formed. Because their strength is so much different from that of ordinary teams, I named this team of warriors the Cloudtop team. So when you say there's a genius team in Longting City, in my opinion, it's more of a lucky find. How can it compare to my Cloudtop team? Chapter 69, The Eye-Catching Commander. The reason why Zhao Xiling said this was because after she got over the shock just now, she retrieved the information of the Longmen troops. Longmen Force, a newly formed team. 4 of the war girls were fine, but Yang Lin, the commander of the Longmen troops, was the only one. After reading the profile of this man, Zhao Xiling said that he was an eyesore. A 3-year-old repeater? And he's a B-level commander? In the past 2 years, no Valkyrie was willing to sign a contract with him, but somehow he got lucky and recruited the current 4 Valkyries. In short, no matter which point, can it be related to genius? I think the eldest lady still has some girlish mentality. She has put in so much effort and hard work, and she definitely doesn't want to be inferior to others. By the way, to prove that what she said was true, she snapped her fingers, and 5 more warriors walked in from outside. They are all young, about 18 or 19 years old, full of youth and energy. Fang Wanshan and Li Jinqing knew what the eldest lady meant, and they carefully observed the members of the Yunding team. I couldn't help but feel emotional. After all, she is the commander-in-chief's daughter. She has financial resources, courage and strength, and she was selected through layers of selection to leave behind the 5 elites among the elites. City Lord Fang, and the Dean of the Academy, what do you think of my Cloudtop team? It has great potential. If it continues to develop, it will definitely be on the list in the future. Of course. After all, this is my hard work. As Zhao Xiling spoke, she also made a gesture to the girl headed by the 5 war girls. Muyu, come over and say hello to City Lord Fang and the Dean of the Academy. After all, we'll be staying in Longting for quite a while. The girl named Muyu has 2 fairy rings on her head and her hair flows like a waterfall. She looks like a classical beauty. Moreover, she has delicate features and a tall figure. Even if she is thrown into a crowd of thousands, she will definitely be the focus of attention. She just bowed and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Muyu greets City Lord Fang and the Dean of the Academy. Our Cloudtop team will need to go to Longting City for training later, so please take care of us.
Okay. If you have any difficulties, just let the City Lord know at any time. If the City Lord's mansion is inconvenient, you can also go to Longting Academy. We will definitely help if we can.
Muyu bowed again and said, "Thank you in advance, City Lord Fong and the Dean of the Academy." Afterwards, as the eldest lady Zhao Xiling waved her hand, Muyu and her 4 teammates left the room. At the same time, she looked directly at the principal of the school, Li Jinxing.
Dean, City Lord Fong just said that Yang Lin is your favorite student. I wonder what you think after seeing the War Girl army I formed. In other words, who do you think is stronger, your favorite student or my Cloudtop team?
Li Jinxing was helpless. He didn't want to offend Zhao Xiling, but he also didn't want to destroy the prestige of his disciple. After he paused for a moment, he said, "My lady, your Yunding team is composed of top-notch talents with incredible potential.
As for my favorite student, he's not bad either."
Oh?
Actually, what you mean is that your most talented student is better than the Cloudtop team I assembled, right? Don't twist my words, Mississippi. I never said that.
Dean, even though you didn't say it, the depth of your eyes shows it.
But it doesn't matter.
The teams must compete with each other based on their strength.
It's meaningless for us to brag about each other, so how about this, do you want to have a competition?
Upon hearing that there was still a competition, Fang Wanshan was afraid that it would cause unhappiness on both sides, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Miss, this is not necessary, right? Longting City is currently in a turbulent time, and the General Affairs Department's notification of the genius was actually just to boost the morale of the Longting City fighters."
"Why? What's the matter? Now that I'm here, I'll definitely assist you if necessary. Now, what's wrong with just letting the 2 teams compete?"
Seeing Zhao Xiling's persistence, Li Jinxing replied, "If it's just a normal sparring match, I have no objection. Rather, it will help both teams grow."
"I just don't know, miss, how do you want the team to compete?"
Well, actually I don't really like a direct competition between 2 teams. Since they are not enemies, you have to be cautious when attacking, otherwise you won't be able to exert your full strength.
So, why not let them launch the same crusade? Wouldn't it be clear who is stronger and who is weaker, and whether they are geniuses?
The eldest lady's proposal is indeed very reasonable, but I must seek Yang Lin's opinion on this matter. Even though I am his headmaster, I cannot force him to give orders he doesn't like.
No, that's not necessary.
Zhao Xiling stared at Li Jinxing and said, "You said your student is a genius, so even if it's just a competition, I don't want him to feel pressured. Anyway, he is the commander, so he must lead the team to complete various missions. You just need to find out his next move, or we can choose a crusade and have them attack together." Li Jinxing nodded, so this is what the eldest lady planned.
"Oh, by the way, I originally wanted to stay in the City Lord's mansion temporarily, but suddenly I heard that your Longting has produced a talented commander. So I decided to live in your residence, the president of the academy. Mainly, I want to try to contact your favorite student before revealing my identity. Dean, can you arrange this matter and keep it confidential?" "This?"
Li Jinxing was speechless.
God knew that the unyielding young lady would do such a thing.
"Since the young lady is willing, you can live in my mansion temporarily."
"Well, I must repeat myself carefully. My trip is a secret. I don't want my identity to be exposed and put more pressure on my father." "Understood. We will keep the identity of the young lady a secret." "Very good. Now I'll have to trouble you, the academy president, to make the arrangements directly." Fang Wanshan definitely had no objection to the eldest lady moving to Li Jinxing's mansion. He and Li Jinxing have been good brothers for many years, so he definitely wouldn't mind this.
On the way to Li Jinxing's mansion, Zhao Xiling talked to her Yunding team about the actual combat competition.
"Muyu, have you and the other 4 read the information I gave you earlier?"
Replying to Miss, "I have read and studied it all.
The 5 of us are all at the second realm.
Although their troops are not equally strong and have 1 less person, since they have a 3rd realm peak war maiden in charge, the difference in strength is not too great."
"That's true, and as for the subsequent expedition you'll all undertake, be prepared. I don't want you to embarrass me."
"Don't worry, Mississippi Muyu will lead the team and do their best."
"I'm not going all out. I want you to crush them. It's just a squad of B-class commanders. If you can't even crush them like this, forget about the future." "Yes, Muyu will keep it in mind." Miss Zhao Xiling nodded slightly. "The dean will ask Yang Lin to come to his residence to discuss some matters."
It's a good opportunity for me to conceal my identity and meet him. I'm really curious, how did he manage to recruit 4 war girls this year when he never had any war girls? Chapter 70. You are as shameless as Cece. As for Yang Lin, he was promoted to the second-level commander as expected. But he never expected that there have been so many things happening in Longting City recently, such as the Forbidden Warrior and the Alien Bee Girl, which have caused panic among the people. They said it was to boost morale, but in fact it was just to divert people's attention. Not only was he labeled a genius by the General Affairs Department, but he was also strongly promoted through information. Now, he became famous throughout Longting City. Genius Commander. Promoted twice from trainee in just 1 week. He led the team to fight bravely and successfully killed the temple-level pollution beast. Yang Lin, the new commander, is a legendary figure. It is true that Yang Lin wanted to be famous, but this way of becoming famous was too weird. Fortunately, there was no video attached to the information push, otherwise Yang Lin would have been afraid that his apartment would be occupied by reporters. Imagine that you are using the toilet and suddenly a face appears in the window behind you, and the person has a communication camera in his hand. Then the other party asked, "Excuse me, Commander Yang, could you describe in detail how your team killed the temple-level polluted beast? Please answer this question directly and clear up the confusion for everyone at Longtung." Thinking of this, Yang Lin couldn't help but shudder. Because of this, after finishing his work at the General Affairs Department, Yang Lin did not stay outside. He went out and took Jiang Liyue and the other girls back to the apartment. On the contrary, Qin Si kept making faces along the way. She even deliberately leaned forward, teasing him in a delicate and coquettish voice, "Commander with legendary qualifications, please make sure to wear the contract ring for me, Cece, in the future, okay? Commander, I'm the best Vanitas by your side. You can't let me down." I know Qin Si is just like that. Seeing her teasing him like that, he swore to God that if she wasn't such a woman with great ambitions, he would have pushed her away. "How dare you tease the commander?" When we finally got home, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As for people, when they relax, they like to get together and chat, just like now. Soon, the atmosphere at home becomes lively. However, during this conversation, a question raised by Jiang Liyue actually made Yang Lin realize one of his potential abilities. She asked, "Yang Lin, I don't understand one thing. Why did our levels increase so much after we found the temple-level contaminated beast?" Originally, Yang Lin had never considered this matter. Killing polluted beasts can improve your realm and increase your strength. This is the rule of the world itself. So Yang Lin took all this for granted. But he didn't expect that after Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si thought about it carefully and even checked the information, they were also shocked. Oh yes, it is very necessary to say it again. In private, such as at home, when Yang Lin was with the girls, he would call them by their names. Only when they were out on duty or meeting people would the women respectfully call them commander. In a sense, this is what is called the distinction between public and private. Let us not talk about this anymore and get back to the topic. After studying a lot of information, Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si were also very confused. Yes, Yang Lin, why did Sister Liu advance 2 levels at once, while Cece and I advanced 5 levels each? Why? Why else could it be that the temple-level pollution beasts are of high level and give a lot of experience? But that's not the case. After Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan, and Qin Si placed the information they had found in front of Yang Lin suddenly understood that this was actually a passive ability that belonged only to him. If another commander's team had killed the Kaming beast at that time, everyone in their team would definitely have gained a lot of experience. But this large amount of experience is proportional to the level. To put it bluntly, it is impossible to upgrade, and a certain percentage will be given based on the current level of each warrior. Generally speaking, a temple-level contamination beast like this is quite good if it can help a war maiden of a relatively low level to upgrade by half a level. But when it came to Yang Lin, Jiang Liyue's third realm jumped 2 levels, and Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si were even more outrageous, each jumping 5 levels. If you want to know why this is outrageous, let us take a look at the simplest example. Find a super expert in the 7th or 8th realm to guide the newcomers. If he kills a temple level 1, he can jump up several levels. Then a newcomer can reach level 40 or 50 in just a few days. By that time, there will be human masters everywhere, so what use will there be for polluting beasts? So if you think about it from this perspective, this kind of thing is very unrealistic. So, Yang Lin, this is your unique ability, right? It seems, indeed. Following you, it's impossible for us not to get used to it. That's right, once you get used to it, you'll be thankful. We've all met a truly genius commander. Being looked at with admiring eyes by several girls, Yang Lin appeared calm on the surface, but in fact he felt extremely comfortable inside. As a commander, you must make the Vanitas worship you. If they don't worship me, how can I guide them naturally in the future and cultivate them with the fiery power of destiny? And since we are talking about cultivation, we have to mention the energy replication points at hand. I have accumulated so much, it's time to use it tonight. Let me tell you something about improving your qualifications. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to summon that space after midnight tonight. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan looked at him with meaningful eyes. Sister Liyue, Yang Lin used the word should be able to. Did you understand what he meant? Nianchuan, some people really treat us as ignorant girls. Do they really think we can't guess what he's thinking? Yang Lin's expression remained calm, and he even spoke in a serious tone. How can you overthink it? Space is a magical skill, so it's normal to fail once or twice, right? So you guys just sleep normally and do whatever happens. If I can perform the spell successfully, you will definitely be fine. Qin Si said with a smile, Dear Commander, you are absolutely right. But space is not the point. I suddenly wondered which set of underwear I should wear to bed later. It's uncomfortable to sleep if it's wrapped too tightly. It's better to wear something lighter. Upon hearing this, Lin Nianchuan couldn't help but snort, Sisi, can't you have some shame? Don't you understand what he wants to see? Yang Lin was extremely innocent. I'm being unfairly accused. What did I want to see? Why do you make me sound like I have bad intentions? Zhang Liyue snorted and said, You're just like Sisi, both of you have no shame. Qin Si did not go back on her words this time, and she simply hugged Longyin, who had been quietly listening to their conversation. Regardless of whether she was shameless or not, she even taught Longyin the secret of sleeping. Longyin, don't worry about Nian Sun and Sister Liu, these two stuffy girls. Come to my room later. I'll find you some new and nice underwear. I guarantee you'll be comfortable sleeping. Yeah, I know. Very good, very good. Longyin, you must remember not to follow the example of Nian Sun and Liu Jie, okay? Hearing that Qin Si was going to instill some nonsense into Longyin again, Lin Nianchuan and Zhang Liyue couldn't hold it in any longer. Qin Si. Commander, save me. Chapter 71 The man the young lady pays attention to. No matter what people say, improving the qualifications of the wargirls is a big deal. Improving qualifications and the overall combat effectiveness of the linked warriors are crucial. After midnight, Yang Lin activated the system's built-in connection. Once again, he appeared in a space as beautiful as the starry sky wearing his boxer shorts. Then within a minute, 4 portals appeared in the space one after another, and then Zhang Liyue, Lin Nianchuan, Qin Si, and Longyin were seen walking out of the portals. But before Yang Lin could say anything, Qin Si started to tease Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan by pulling Longyin over. Hey Sister Liyue, Nianchuan, I remember you said you were not ignorant 3-year-old girls? I thought you guys had to be fully armed even when you were sleeping. How come you're not much cooler than Longyin and I? Zhang Liyue snorted and lifted the hair at her neck. What do you think he thinks? I can't let my sleep quality be affected by fully armed just because the commander succeeds or fails, right? No. That's right, Lin Nianchuan replied with a blushing face. Yang Lin himself said he might fail. There's no reason for me to just sit in bed fully armed and wait, right? Qin Si had a sly smile on his face, and he trotted over to Yang Lin holding Longyin's hand and said, Commander, my stimulation wand is not good. How are you going to thank me? Ahem, Sisi, I'm a pure man. What are you saying? I don't understand. Commander, playing dumb won't improve my favorability. If you can't unlock favorability, you won't be able to trigger new events or plot points in the future. Sisi is really something. Yang Lin doesn't know what to say. As for Longyin, who was being led by Qin Si, he also imitated Qin Si and swayed left and right in front of Yang Lin. I'm afraid Qin Si will say something weird next moment. Yang Lin gently stroked the hair of the two girls, one in each hand, as his response. A big dishonest one, and a small dishonest one. Zhang Liyue was referring to Yang Lin and Qin Si, and Lin Nianchuan agreed with this. In order to avoid getting entangled in this matter, Yang Lin quickly regained his commanding authority and asked the girls to sit down in front of him. First of all, there are quite a few energy points copied, but not too many either. You are all my warriors, so for the sake of fairness, it's okay to divide it equally, right? Since it's divided equally, those girls will definitely have no objection. As a commander, the first person he contracted was Lin Yanxuan, so he started to stimulate growth potential from Lin Yanxuan. Next came Jiang Liyue, Qin Si, and Long Yin. The process was fine and smooth. But in order to better understand the situation of improving the qualifications of the war girl, Yang Lin made a special note. If you are improving a certain A-level qualification of the war girl, every 10 points can increase the progress of the qualification by 1%. If it is A+, it will take 20 points to increase by 1%. It takes 30 to upgrade to S qualification, and 40 to upgrade to S+. Once the notes are listed, it becomes very clear that every time you advance half a stage, an additional 10 energy points will be used for a 1% improvement in progress. Yang Lin could definitely accept this level. During this period, Yang Lin was also worried that Long Yin's identity was special and would require more energy points to be consumed. Finally, after seeing that her qualification was upgraded to S+ and it was still normal at 40 points, he felt relieved. After more than 1,700 energy points were consumed, each of Jiang Liyue's 4 daughters had grown to a certain extent. Looking at their happy smiles, Yang Lin, as the commander, was extremely pleased. Perhaps improving qualifications also had an inspiring effect, so after their qualifications were improved, everyone did not leave the space immediately. On the contrary, they gathered together and chatted happily. It was not until 2:30 in the morning that Yang Lin could no longer bear the mental exhaustion and let the girls leave. This time, Qin Si was not the first to go out, but the last one. "Commander, I'll prepare some medicine to calm your nerves tomorrow, okay?" "Oh. It's been hot lately, Commander, you should drink more tea. But don't drink any more later, or I'm afraid you'll have to go to the bathroom all the time. It will be very hard and addictive, but your body will definitely not be able to handle it, so Commander, you have to be patient. Go back to sleep right now, you're the only one who talks too much nonsense." Qin Si made a face, then left the space swaying gracefully, showing off her hot body. "Who is that?" Yang Lin watched Qin Si leave. Although he said so, he felt a lot of emotion in his heart. The 4 beauties in our family have figures that are better than each other, and each of them is super attractive in terms of looks. If there are a few more, dozens, or even hundreds of war maidens, as a commander, I don't know if I can withstand it in the future. A new morning. Yang Lin actually wanted to sleep in. But unfortunately, the communicator pulled him out of his sweet dream. "Dean of the school? You said you had a commission for me, didn't you?" "Yes, I have time, of course I have time, okay, I'll get ready and be there within the hour." After hanging up the phone, Yang Lin hurriedly got up, washed up, and quickly ate some loving breakfast made by Jiang Liyue before heading straight to the dean's residence. The girls saw that he was in a hurry, and when they asked, they found out that the dean of the academy wanted to do a commission with their Longmen force. So Yang Lin can go alone for this matter, and as for the girls, they can wait at home first. As for Yang Lin, he had been to the president's residence before, so he was definitely familiar with the route this time. However, he didn't know that the moment he walked into the mansion, he had been spotted by a group of people. Yang Lin would definitely be able to notice being stared at by so many people. But the academy principal's residence was huge, with many servants and guards, so Yang Lin didn't think much about it. He simply thought that they were all the eyes of the people in the residence. Following his figure, we headed straight to the study, where there was a huge flower bed. I heard a pleasant voice say, "See? He is Yang Lin." "Miss, although I'm only observing from a distance, it looks quite ordinary. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with genius." Miss Zhao Xiling said, "He's a genius promoted by the General Affairs Department, not a genius recognized by the Alliance. It's simply Long Tang flattering him. And you, Mu Yu, your competition opponent will be him." "Yes. Okay, go back first. The dean of the academy will talk to Yang Lin about the commission. When he comes out, I will create an encounter and meet him. Take a closer look at this so-called genius from Longting City. Then miss, I will go and inform the other 4 to continue preparing." "Well, go ahead." Mu Yu left, and Zhao Xiling came to the road that Yang Lin had to take to leave the mansion. "Yang Lin, right? This is the first time I've paid so much attention to a man. I hope you won't let me down." After muttering this, Zhao Xiling suddenly tooted and said, "No, I'd better not hold out too much hope. After all, my Yunding team is a group of elites carefully selected. If I were to be suppressed by a little-known team like yours, where would my dignity be?" Chapter 72 Beautiful Girl? Yang Lin now met the dean in the study again. Because he knew that the principal had personally entrusted him with the task, he maintained a serious look and did not laugh and joke like he usually did at home. "President, what on earth did you call me here for?" Li Zhenqing's face was full of kindness. "Don't be so serious. Sit down first and listen to me slowly." After Yang Lin took his seat, Li Zhenqing slowly began to speak. According to him, there is a mining site outside the western stronghold, which has been completely shut down due to an encounter with a polluting beast. The mine mainly produces snow stone. This ore is as soft as fiber after being melted, so it is usually used to make combat uniforms for fighters after being refined. If it is changed into a water polo world, then what should be created are bulletproof helmets, bulletproof vests and the like. Commanders and wargirls don't need these, but for ordinary combatants, they are very important. After investigation, the personnel found out that the mine was now infested with a kind of polluting beast called the boneworm, which made it impossible for them to start work. The mine workers immediately applied for assistance from Longting City. Yang Lin, the bone-spinning worms and the like aren't considered high-level polluting beasts, but their advantage lies in their strong reproductive capacity once they encounter a suitable illusion. I originally wanted to place the commission at the Demon Slayer Hall, but then I suddenly remembered that your team is currently in the early stages of development, so I'm thinking of sending you there. Would you be willing to take this commission? Yang Lin thought it was no big deal, just going to fight an ordinary level polluting beast, so he definitely did not refuse. "President, this is a small matter. We can just mention it in the communication. There's no need to go through so much trouble like we are doing now." "You still have the nerve to say that?" Li Zhenqing was furious. "What did I tell you before? There are many crises outside the north, and I specifically told you not to go there. What about you? You know there are tigers in the mountains, but you still go there?" Cough, 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 cough. Don't pretend to be deaf and dumb when I talk about serious matters. Do you know how worried I was when I heard you went to the north? I was really afraid that you and the team of Vanitas you led would be wiped out. Fortunately, you are back. What if something happens? President, it's not that serious. It's not that serious yet. The Forbidden War Girl incident happened not long ago, and now an enemy that has never appeared in human history has appeared. No matter how good your talent is, once something goes wrong, it's too late to regret, you know? President, let's talk about the commission. Talk, you're really going to piss me off. Forget it, I'm lucky you're safe. Next time, don't treat me like this. At least, you can give me a heads up, so that if anything happens, I can ask Phantom and the others to help you immediately. I see. I know, remember this well. The head of the school is like an old father to Yang Lin now, and Yang Lin cannot help but be moved. Back to the commission, the snow-condensed stone mine in the west has been shut down for 2 days, and the news has now been passed back to the city. As the head of the academy, he would definitely ask when Yang Lin could attack. I don't have anything else to do right now, so I can go there anytime. In that case, how about we set off tomorrow morning? After we get back today, you should talk to Li Yue and the others, make preparations, and head to the mines tomorrow, okay? Can. Kid, could you please not be so quick to respond? Shouldn't you be asking what kind of pollutant beast the boneworm is, what its habits are, how it attacks, and whether the mine's terrain is complex? The president of the academy was really as caring as an old father. Yang Lin cried to death. First he talked about the commission and the details, then he recounted the incident of sneaking into the base last time, and finally, after Yang Lin's repeated assurances, he would never do anything dangerous. Finally, he was allowed to leave the study. Oh, right. Just as Yang Lin was about to leave, the dean of the academy, Li Zhenqing, suddenly called him again. I almost forgot. Recently, my sister's daughter came to Longting City to play. She is a year or two younger than you, but she has a bad temper. If you encounter her at the mansion and a conflict arises, please, for my sake, do not argue with her. So, she's your niece, the principal? Don't be so rude, it makes me seem like I'm very old and an outsider. You're right, she has to call me uncle. Anyway, don't get into a fight with her, or she'll probably tear my house apart. Yang Lin chuckled and said, look at what the dean said. I'm a grown man, why would I have a conflict with a little girl? I'm not such a petty person. You kid, there's nothing else to do, just go do what you need to do. But remember, come to my mansion more often when you have nothing to do. I am usually at home when I am not at the academy. I understand, principal. Yang Lin responded and walked out of the study. But he felt very emotional in his heart. In this world, there are not many people who care about themselves, but the president of the school is definitely one of them. Well, let us not talk about this. Originally, Yang Lin was going to go home directly at this moment. Then he told Jiang Liyue and the other girls to prepare for tomorrow's attack. But what he didn't expect was that the dean had just finished talking to him about his niece and hadn't even left the mansion when he suddenly met him. Yang Lin had to pass through a flower garden to leave the mansion. Just near the flower garden, a girl of about 18 or 19 was sitting on the edge of the artificial fountain nearby. In fact, Yang Lin saw this girl from a distance. The principal has no sons or daughters, so a girl suddenly appeared in the mansion. I guess she must be the niece that the principal mentioned, who is 1 or 2 years younger than herself. When I got closer, I found that this girl's appearance was not inferior to that of my own daughters Jiang Liyue and Lin Nianxuan. Her face is as smooth as a baby's and her skin is as delicate as milk. Because she was sitting, you could see the graceful curves of her body more clearly. Especially the girl's expression, which showed a bit of arrogance and calmness, as if she was in power and had an invisible and immense majesty. This girl should be the principal's niece, right? Thinking of the niece that the dean had mentioned before, and seeing that the girl was indeed 1 or 2 years younger than him, Yang Lin concluded that this girl was 90% certain of his identity. While he was still thinking about how to greet the girl, he didn't expect that when passing by the flower garden, the girl actually blocked his way. Your name is Yang Lin, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ah? You're a grown man, why are you making such a fuss? The girl jumped down from the flower bed where she was sitting, full of youthful energy. Then she strode up to Yang Lin. At such a close distance, she and Yang Lin looked at each other for at least 3 seconds. Because of the inexplicable behavior, Yang Lin was almost defeated. Then I heard the girl say, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Shui, my uncle?" Chapter 73 Cousin, what is wrong with you? What is the relationship? Yang Lin was a little confused, so it must be the relationship between the president of the school and the student. But before that, he had to confirm it. I heard from the dean earlier that he has a niece living in the mansion. It should be you, right? Yes, it's me, Zhao Xiling responded. As if she suddenly remembered something, she added, "My name is Zhao Xiling." Remember my name? Oh, my name is Yang Lin. As for your question about my relationship with the dean, I was actually a student there before and graduated not long ago. Zhao Xiling couldn't help but snort at Yang Lin's words. Who are you kidding? Do you really think I don't know? Yang Lin smiled, I don't understand what you mean, or do you know something? Zhao Xiling stared into Yang Lin's eyes and said, You are so close to the dean of the school that I couldn't help but go to the General Affairs Department to check your information. Finally, according to my speculation, you are actually my uncle's illegitimate child, right? Yang Lin was almost too tired to complain. When Jiang Liyue and the other girls from his family said this before, Yang Lin was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Who would have thought that even the principal's niece would think so now? I'm not. Don't deny it. Zhao Xiling said with a look of certainty, My uncle gave you a villa and a luxury car. If it were an ordinary person, it would be enough to make them rich for a lifetime. Even if you are the commander, if you are not the closest person, such as an illegitimate child, how can my uncle be so generous? Yang Lin wanted to refute, he definitely wanted to refute. How can you just assign an identity to someone randomly? But when he thought about the villas in the rich area that cost tens of millions and the 5 cars that were more expensive than the villas, for a moment, no matter how eloquent he was, he could not find a suitable reason to correct Zhao Xiling's judgment. Sister, don't get me wrong, it's really not. Zhao Xiling, don't like men who don't even dare to admit the truth. Yang Lin, don't let me look down on you. This. Yang Lin understood all of a sudden. No wonder the dean had given him instructions before leaving. He said a niece came to his house, but she might have a bad temper. Look at her now. Although this girl is a head shorter than me, she speaks as if she is superior to me. It seemed as if he had the person under his control, and his tone did not allow anyone to question him. It's not really true, but if you think so, I can't help it. Yang Lin said this, but he was actually a little dazed. Dean of the academy, why is he so nice to me? Seeing that he had formed a team without a temporary base, he directly bought a luxurious villa in a wealthy area. When they attacked, they discovered that 5 luxury cars were neatly placed in the garage of the General Affairs Department. This is not to mention that he had previously given me the elixir in private and had given me many instructions at every turn. If he revealed his identity, he didn't believe that the dean could do such a thing. In fact, he was just a former student of his school. Well, nothing to say? Sister, if you insist on thinking so, I really have nothing to say. As they say, a grown man has nothing to be afraid of admitting. No wonder the General Affairs Department wants to make you a special idol. Now I understand. Yang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You mean, the genius commander thing? What else could it be? The information was pushed to me, and I thought I couldn't see it? Zhao Xiling said proudly, you just happened to lead your team to pick up a loophole. If it weren't for your relationship with the school principal, how could the General Affairs Department have achieved such a level? Well, Yang Lin is convinced now. He was convinced by Zhao Xiling's inference. Sister, I told you that everything you said was wrong, but you insisted on thinking that. But really, if you insist on thinking that, then based on our relationship, shouldn't I call you cousin? Zhao Xiling was stunned for a moment. What cousin? Nonsense, you said I have a relationship with the dean of the school. Since he is your uncle, should I call you cousin? You, what are you yelling about? Who is your cousin? Of course I'm calling you sister. Oh no, it's Xiling. Oh, that's not right, it's better to call me cousin. Cousin, where is your hometown? How many days do you plan to stay in Longting this time? Also, since it's rare for us to meet, I'd like to ask you, it must be very difficult to get to Longting from outside. Do you need to take a helicopter, passenger plane, or transport plane? I know there are passenger lanes between cities, but generally speaking, they are somewhat dangerous. Relatively speaking, flying in the sky is safer. Zhao Xiling was almost dumbfounded after hearing Yang Lin say so much in one breath. The man in front of me actually called me his cousin? The most important thing is that he is so familiar. In the current situation, Zhao Xiling was thankful that she was a girl, otherwise the man in front of her would definitely be arm in arm with her. You are so brave, do you know that I? Cousin, what's wrong with you? Shut up and don't call me cousin, believe it or not. What do you want? Cousin, I'm telling you, don't be so angry. It's not cute for a girl to be like that. So, I just accepted the commission from the president of the academy today and plan to go out and fight tomorrow. If you have the patience, wait for me. When I come back, I will take you to visit Longting City. How about that? Zhao Xiling was speechless, not just speechless. She had originally looked up Yang Lin's information and guessed that Yang Lin and the school president Li Jinqing might have that kind of relationship. She was temporarily living in Li Jinqing's mansion, and she said she was a relative in order to conceal her identity, but she never expected that she would get herself into trouble because of this reason. More importantly, she never expected Yang Lin to be so shameless. Calling her cousin all the time really made her collapse. I'm warning you, don't call me cousin. Do I need you to take me around Longting City? I have my own legs. Cousin, you're new here, wouldn't it be convenient to have someone I know? And as soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, something happened that Zhao Xiling had never expected. The man in front of me, actually pinched his face. Cousin, don't be so grumpy. Come on, smile more. It makes you look cute. Your face was pinched by a stinky man? She was the commander-in-chief's daughter, but her face was pinched by a man? You. Cousin, I have to go back and talk to my fellow warriors about the attack. Otherwise, I would definitely stay and play with you for a while longer. So, as we agreed earlier, I'll take you on a nice tour of Longting after I finish the crusade. By then. At this moment, Yang Lin really had to go back and talk to Jiang Liyue and the other girls about the expedition. In the blink of an eye, he waved his hand and left. The only one left standing was the still extremely messy Miss Zhao Xiling. Chapter 74 then slapped him in the face. Early the next morning, Yang Lin took Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan, Jin Si, and Long Yin to the demon-slaying hall of the General Affairs Department. After returning from the academy's principal's residence yesterday, Yang Lin told the four girls about going to the snow condensate mine. To be honest, the commission from the academy president is not difficult. As for the bone-piercing insects, besides their preference for living in dark and damp underground places, they are a little difficult to deal with because they live in groups. But when I think about the four girls around me, each one is stronger than the other, a mere bone-piercing insect is nothing to me. And why do we have to come to the demon exorcism hall of the General Affairs Department? Although the dean of the academy has dealt with this side before, as the commander of the team, he still needs to go through the necessary procedures and make the necessary records. This is related to the bonus for completing the mission and the promotion of commander title in the future. The procedures for accepting the Crusade Commission were very simple, and since Yang Lin also had a VIP title, it didn't take much time at all. Not long after, his modified off-road vehicle drove out of the garage. At the same time, as Yang Lin and his group drove away, the figure of the eldest lady Zhao Xiling appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise building in the General Affairs Department. Behind her, in addition to the male butler and the female bodyguard, the 5 members of the Hentang team must be there too. Mu Yu, Yang Lin has already led his team to the mine. Please prepare here. I will send the transport plane of the General Affairs Department to take you there in 2 hours. Yes, miss. Oh, by the way, you and the other 4 must remember this. Although the pollution beasts in the mine are all of ordinary level, fighting in the mine is different from fighting on the ground. It will definitely be much more troublesome. Don't be careless. Don't worry, Mississippi. Our Cloud Top team will be very cautious and careful, and we guarantee victory in this competition. Well, after you win, I will personally tear off the genius disguise on that guy's face. That stinky man, I'm going to give him a good slap in the face this time. There seemed to be something strange in Zhao Xiling's words, and the butler beside him suddenly opened his eyes and said, Miss, is there something else going on between you and that boy? No, Uncle Li, why do you ask? You suddenly called him a stinky man, and your tone of voice was different, so I guess something happened between you two. Uncle Li, why are you thinking so much? I just don't agree with the dean saying his student is a genius. So I want to use practical actions to tell him that Yang Lin is nothing in front of my Yunding team. Is that so? It seems I was overthinking it. Seeing that Uncle Li stopped asking questions, Zhao Xiling breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Uncle Li's temper and would not allow herself to suffer any injustice. Since I was little, I have spent half of my life with Uncle Li. In a sense, I can be considered Uncle Li's half-daughter. Because of this, she didn't want to make Uncle Li angry over some trivial matters, and originally, nothing serious had happened. What made Zhao Xiling a little unhappy was that stinky man actually dared to pinch her face before. As a young lady, can a man pinch her face whenever he wants? Yang Lin is so brave. Not to mention this, 3 hours later, Mu Yu and 4 other members of the Yunding Squadron, boarding the General Affairs Department's transport plane, began to attack. The reason for the 3-hour wait was that the driving speed of the transport aircraft and ground vehicles was calculated. Zhao Xiling certainly wanted to win, but she wouldn't let her Yunding team arrive at the mine hours in advance just for the sake of victory. Even if she won, she would feel that it was an unfair victory. The scene returns to Yan Lin. The drive here was quite smooth, and the snow condensate mine was not too far from Longting. I estimated that a 6-hour drive would be enough. The group set out at 8 a.m. and should arrive around 2 p.m., which would still leave them half a day to explore the mine. I know that the snow condensate mine is huge and has many internal branches. The group did not expect to be able to clear out all the bone-piercing insects in a short period of time. But we should be able to get it done this afternoon and tomorrow day, and we will be able to return home perfectly the day after tomorrow. That's the plan. In terms of time, it is basically consistent with Yang Lin's prediction. At 1:46 p.m., the Longmen troops successfully resisted the mine. Observing the surroundings, I saw that most of the various defensive measures had been destroyed. Previously, with miners and combatants stationed here, it might have been bustling, but now, it was desolate and in ruins. Li Yue, the 4 of you get ready, we're going into the mine. Well, I hope I can kill more bone-throating insects this time. Even if ordinary experience is a little weak, as long as the quantity is large, even if I don't level up, Nianxuan, Sisi, and Longing can still improve and increase their strength. Yang Lin chuckled and said, it's a whole mine. If you can perfectly clear out all the bone-piercing insects, not to mention those 3, Li Yue, you are likely to break through to the 4th realm. I also want to break through to the 4th realm as soon as possible. I'm really looking forward to it. Very good, then attack now. As the group walked towards the entrance of the mine, they heard rustling sounds and 3-headed bone-piercing insects rushed out from inside. This thing is about the size of an adult's body. At first glance, it looks like a spider, but it is definitely very different from a spider. They use multiple legs to walk, jump and climb, and are more active in more complex terrain. Its main method of attack is to use its 2 sharp forelimbs to attack, which is very similar to a mantis, and then use its fangs and big mouth to tear the prey into pieces and swallow it. The pollution beast has appeared. Lin Nianxuan had just spoken when he heard 2 sharp whistling sounds breaking through the air. Then he saw that among the 3 bone-piercing insects, the legs and feet of two of them were basically cut off, and one of them had its body cut in half and died on the spot. It was Long Yin. Almost subconsciously, she threw out 2 half-moon wheels. After she dealt tons of damage, Zhang Liyue quickly stood up and stabbed the ship-cutting knife into the head of one of the 2 surviving bone-piercing insects. Lin Yanxuan and Qin Sai's attacked from both sides, and used their ship-cutting swords to kill the last polluted beast. Yang Lin now also carried a ship-cutting sword. He stepped forward and chopped off half of the left fang of the 3-headed bone-piercing insect with the sword. This thing is not valuable and has no value, but it is needed as a certificate for the crusade mission. If a huge number of bone-piercing insects are killed, the General Affairs Department will give extra money based on the number of contaminated beasts killed by the team. After killing 3 bone-piercing insects that blocked their way, the group quickly disappeared from the entrance of the mine. Seeing that Yang Lin had already begun the attack, Mu Yu and the other 5 members of the Yunding team on the distant high ground also began their preparations. They entered from the east entrance of the mine. There are 2 entrances to the mine, and we entered from the north. The mines are complex, so it's hard to meet up in a short time. But even if we do meet, we'll just say we're a team out for training, and it has nothing to do with any subjugation requests. Remember that? Remember. Well then, let's start attacking. Chapter 75, They? What can they achieve? The inside of the mine was not as dark as expected. There are lighting devices modified from the core of the contaminated beast, and there is one at intervals. Not to mention making the interior as bright as day, it is definitely enough to meet the needs of the team's activities. It was only after going deeper that we discovered that the chaos caused by the previous outbreak of the bone-piercing worms was more tragic than expected. Basically, after walking a certain distance, you can see broken corpses and messy bloodstains, as well as some collected snow-condensed stones scattered everywhere. The internal road is not too narrow, but it is difficult to accommodate 5 people walking side by side at a time. Long Yin, you take the lead. Nian Sun, you and Cici follow closely beside Long Yin to carry out coordinated harvesting and assistance. Li Yue, you stand guard at the back of the team, protecting me while killing any tainted beasts that attack from behind or from side roads. As a commander, Yang Lin actually has strong combat capabilities. But as a commander, he would not act rashly. Unless the number of polluted beasts coming over is too large, or his own war maidens are at a disadvantage, he will not disturb the training and growth of his war maidens. For the rest, there is nothing much to say. The bone-piercing insects are, after all, just some ordinary polluting beasts. As long as they are in the mine and do not rush in large numbers from multiple forks in the road, they are basically no problem for Yang Lin. With the current team configuration, it is common to see 3 or 4, 4 or 5, or even 6 or 7 bone-piercing insects appearing at once. However, it didn't hurt anyone at all. Yang Lin would mark every route he took. His current task is to remember the route and collect the left fang of the bone-stinging worm. The rest can be left to his 4 war maidens. Killing the contaminated beasts went smoothly throughout the afternoon. It was not until after 7 o'clock in the evening, when it was estimated that it had become completely dark outside, that Yang Lin signaled the group to call it a day. We found a relatively spacious place, set up a tent, cooked, and rested. At night, no action will be taken. All the polluted beasts have one characteristic, which is that at night they become more bloodthirsty and crazy, just like adrenaline rushing. Even creatures that live underground, like boneworms, are affected. Even though they have no concept of day and night, they will still be affected. So, just rest, eat well, and then take turns to keep watch. When you are full of energy, you will definitely be more efficient in killing monsters later. By the way, Yang Lin also counted the harvest of the afternoon. There are 161 left fangs of the boneworm, which means that the group has killed a total of 161 boneworms. Among them, Long Yin definitely contributed the most. Although her level is not as high as Zhang Liyue, her strength is indeed stronger than Zhang Liyue. Her qualifications and identity are there, and after being strengthened by Yang Lin, it is impossible for Long Yin not to be invincible. Because he killed a large number of bone-piercing insects, Lin Yanxuan's level was raised from the first stage of the second realm of Fighting Soul to the second stage. Qin Si was promoted from the initial level of Fighting Spirit to the first level of Fighting Spirit. Although Long Yin has not been upgraded and is still at the 8th stage of the second level of Fighting Spirit, he is basically fast. As for Zhang Liyue, she is still at the 9th level, the peak of the 3rd realm. If she wants to break through the realm, she is definitely lacking in experience to upgrade. Yang Lin hasn't mentioned the above yet about the core of the polluted beast. The money from selling this thing can be used as operating funds for the team. The boneworm is an ordinary level pollution beast and can only produce first level pollution cores. Moreover, after killing the beast, there is a 50% chance that the core of the contaminated beast will be broken. But if it were intact, each piece would be worth at least 5 or 600 yuan. The broken ones also have uses, they just sell for less. In short, Yang Lin was quite satisfied with today's actions. Now he was looking forward to turning the mine upside down tomorrow and gaining even more. While Yang Lin was still taking stock of today's gains, Muyu from the Yunding team also began to take a temporary break after a hard fight. Muyu, she wanted to win so badly. Just because the eldest lady had such high expectations of her, she didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. As for how she felt at the moment, she felt confident of winning. Not only her, but even her teammates thought so. The 5 members of the team were all S-rank warriors, selected from the elite. In addition, their average level was around the 4th stage of the 2nd realm of combat spirit. If they join hands, it won't be difficult to kill the bone-piercing insects. In the same afternoon, with their overwhelming attack, they killed a total of 78 bone-piercing insects. They have reason to believe that if a 5-man team of the same level, say 78, could kill 40 in the same amount of time, that would be the best they could do. In fact, it is exactly as they think. Generally, when a team enters a place like a mine, they have to walk on thin ice with every step, for fear of accidentally alerting a large number of polluting beasts. I'm afraid that if I'm careless, I'll be attacked by the polluted beast. So the safest way is to proceed steadily. The 40 kills that Muyu and the others thought others had are still an exaggeration. In fact, if you replace a normal team of warriors of the same level in an afternoon and they are in a difficult place like a mine, being able to kill 35 is basically the limit. Because of this, they have no reason not to be proud of their own team. During the conversation, they naturally mentioned Yang Lin's Longmen troops. What do you think of the Longmen troops' strength? How many bone thorns can they kill now? I'm not looking down on them, even though I know there is a Jiang Liyue who is at the peak of the 3rd realm. But as the saying goes, one tree cannot support the whole. In this environment, at most she can be used as 2 people, and she cannot play a decisive role. As for the number of boneworms killed, I guess 50 is an overestimate. That's how I see it, considering how long the Longmen army has only been established. Putting aside the combat effectiveness of the 4 wargirls, just the coordination between them would be a problem, right? And they have the burden of their commander. Even fighting in such an environment, they still have to consider the commander's safety. How can they achieve anything? Since the word commander was mentioned, even Muyu had a fundamental contempt for the commander in her heart. Today, the profession of commander is in decline, and the long-standing theory that commanders are useless has deeply affected the 5 people. In their opinion, it is more practical for them to hone themselves and become stronger than to rely on the commander's perception and spiritual connection. In this way, you don't have to look ahead and behind on the battlefield, and you won't lose sight of the big picture. So why do you need a commander? To sum it up in one sentence, given the current state of these 5 people, even if they were given an S-level commander, given their personalities, they definitely don't want to sign a contract. After talking about the Longmen troops and having enough rest, Muyu, the captain, issued a task. Although it is not wise to act at night, for the sake of victory and with the strength of our team, we need to continue fighting. There are a certain number of boneworms in the mines. If we can kill 1 more, our chances of winning will increase accordingly. Do you have any objections? The young lady is very particular about the outcome of this competition. We must win. How could she have any objections? That's right. Killing 1 more will increase our chances of winning. I'm sure those guys, fearing the thorn beetle's rampage at night, have already found a place to set up camp. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Muyu led the team to regroup and then continued to fight. However, no one expected that at this moment, in the deepest part of the mine, a monster with a huge red tumor on its head suddenly opened its eyes. At this moment, not only did the bone-piercing worms become more violent than before, but many worms that looked like small tumors also swarmed into the upper level of the mine. Chapter 76 Muyu's Despair. Yang Lin's 5-member team is taking turns sleeping. After rock, paper, scissors, Yang Lin was ranked 4th, which corresponded to around 3 in the morning. But he never expected that before it was his turn to keep watch, and while he was still enjoying the softness in his dream, he was called by Lin Nianshuan. Commander, did you enjoy your sleep? Feel good? Nianshuan, why do I feel good? You can see for yourself whether it's fun or not. Yang Lin lowered his head to look into the quilt, and saw that Long Yin had crawled into his quilt again and was sleeping soundly. The most important thing is that Long Yin has always been taught by Qin Si that if he wants to sleep comfortably at night, he must wear the least amount of fabric. So, Nianxuan, you know what kind of person I am. Commander, you really think we don't know what kind of person you are? But Long Yin really likes sticking to you all the time. Indeed, she usually likes to snuggle into my arms and sit on my lap. You said I can't refuse her, right? Yes, my Lord Commander. Qin Si just finished his night watch and asked me to take over. Suddenly, I found that Long Yin's tent was empty. I was worried that something might happen to her, so I came to you, and sure enough, she's here. Ah. So, Nianxuan, you didn't sneak over to see me while I was asleep? Lin Nianxuan was speechless and said sternly, don't think I'm like Cece. I've learned your shameless ways. Actually, I don't mind if you learn from Cece. Shameless, who would want to learn from you two shameless guys? Our Nianxuan is really thin-skinned. Commander. Lin Nianxuan was so angry that he paused while speaking. Wait, Nianxuan. What's wrong? Commander, do you want to change the subject? No, Yang Lin's expression suddenly became serious. I vaguely sensed something, but if you ask me the details, I can't explain it clearly at the moment. Yang Lin was not teasing Lin Nianxuan now, he was serious. His instinct made him aware of something, but because of the distance, he could feel it but could not get any effective information for the time being. This mine is too large, and the deeper you go, the more your perception will be affected. To understand the situation, we probably need to go deeper. Commander, is something really happening? My intuition and perception have always been strong. Even though I don't understand the situation this time, it's better to be cautious. So, I want tea sleep now, and I'll be on guard with you from now on, otherwise I'm really afraid something might happen. Lin Nianxuan was stunned for a moment. Don't work so hard, I will do my best to guard the surroundings and wake you up immediately if anything happens. So Commander, just take a rest. I've slept for a long time. Now I feel very energetic. But tomorrow. Don't worry about me. I'm fine even without sleep for 3 days given my physical condition. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Yang Lin to continue resting, Lin Nianxuan felt quite guilty. She should have known not to disturb Yang Lin. If he wants to hold Long Yin while sleeping, then let him do it. After all, Long Yin has a special status, and Yang Lin is used to Long Yin sticking to him at home. However, Yang Lin stood up and carefully patrolled around the camp. During this period, Lin Nianxuan also followed him carefully. From Yang Lin's mumblings, such as "this shouldn't be the case, there's clearly something going on, but why can't I figure it out?" Lin Nianxuan knew that his commander had indeed noticed something. Could it be that the bone-piercing insects went berserk at night, and when they appeared in large numbers, they interfered with your perception, Commander? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but it could also be a more unfavorable one. In short, it's best to be careful in a place where polluting beasts are rampant. Time, another half an hour passed. Sudden. Yang Lin's eyes suddenly tightened. Nianxuan, quickly wake up Li Yue and the others. I've sensed a large group of polluting beasts nearby. Lin Nianxuan knew Yang Lin's abilities, so he didn't dare to be negligent at all. He woke up Jiang Liyue, Qin Si, and Long Yin immediately. Everyone set up the temporary camp as quickly as possible and also entered a state of preparation for battle as quickly as possible. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Seeing that Yang Lin did not give any instructions to the few people, Jiang Liyue spoke in confusion. Commander, didn't you say there was a large amount of contaminated beast aura nearby? Suddenly, the aura dissipated a lot. And did you hear it? Besides our team, there seems to be another team in this mine. I can faintly hear the sound. Qin Si asked in surprise, are there other teams? But aren't we the only ones who accepted this commission? It's true that we accepted it, but that doesn't mean that other teams won't happen to come here for training. Anyway, now both the polluted beasts and the enemy team are rushing towards us, ready to fight. Upon hearing this, all the women perked up. Among them, Long Yin is the most special. The person she cared about most was Yang Lin. When she heard there was danger, she instinctively stood in front of Yang Lin. Unless Yang Lin gave her orders to do something, Long Yin would usually be in this state, and Yang Lin would take the lead in everything she did. Not to mention this, another 3 minutes or so followed. In addition to hearing the roars of many polluted beasts, there was also the sound of a team's messy footsteps. There were many voices such as retreat among them, and it could be felt that the team had encountered a very difficult situation. Are you crazy? Which team is this? Why don't you find a place to rest in the middle of the night instead of provoking the polluting beast? Of course, if you are invaded by polluted beasts while you are resting and have to fight back, that would be a different matter. There are roughly 30 contamination beasts, but only about a third are thornbone worms. There's a large number of another type, an unknown one, but its aura is weaker than that of the thornbone worms. Wait, in just a few seconds, 4 or 5 contaminated beasts were lost? This fleeing team is so powerful. They were beaten and fled in a panic, but they fought back so hard? No, just a few words and a few more polluting beasts were gone. This time, because the enemy team was close, I could even hear several team members wailing in varying degrees. The team was badly beaten, but the number of polluted beasts continued to decrease in large numbers. There must be a reason for this. Until the other team completely came to Yang Lin and others. Apart from the bone-biting insects, the scent of other polluting beasts following this team has completely disappeared. Clang clang. Amid the sound of metal clashing, Muyu, who was escaping in hardship, was completely ruthless. With all his might, he joined forces with 2 other teammates who were still able to move fairly well and killed 6 more bone-piercing insects. But now, both Muyu himself and his 4 teammates were in tattered clothes and in a miserable state. There are only 5 bone-piercing insects left, but all of them have reached their limits. 2 of the teammates had even fainted on the ground, and the other 2 had lost their ability to fight. Only Muyu was left. Although she could still stand, the hand holding the spear was still shaking violently when she burst out with full force. At this moment, she felt ridiculous. A 5-member team of warriors who were the elite among the elites of the second realm ended up dying tragically at the hands of a few ordinary-level bone-piercing insects. Obviously, in their heyday, they could just kill them indiscriminately, but now there was no time for her to think anymore. Finally, 5 bone-piercing insects rushed towards her one after another. How ridiculous! If I die like this, not only will I be unable to explain to the young lady, even I myself will not be able to die peacefully. A flash of cold light flashed, and Muyu's final shot pierced through the oncoming polluted beast. But she was powerless to do anything about the other 4. The next scene was obvious. Both she and the other 4 teammates would die without a burial place in the bites of the bone-biting insects. Chapter 77 Li Muyu. Even though Muyu was extremely unwilling at this moment, reality forced her to accept her fate. At this time, the 4 bone-piercing insects had already approached completely. The leading bone-piercing insect swept its front legs across and knocked her into the shadow state on the spot. Next, the extremely weak Muyu could only watch as the bone-piercing insect that followed her opened its terrifying fangs and huge mouth and bit towards her head. However, at the moment when Muyu was completely desperate, 2 bright lights suddenly crossed and cut at each other, and the bone-biting insect that had bitten her first was cut into several pieces on the spot. What happened? Being caught off guard like this made Muyu, who had already prepared himself to die, look a little dazed. Following closely behind, another figure appeared as light as a wild goose. All he saw was the interlacing sword lights in front of him, combined with the 2 bright lights that had previously intersected and cut, and in an instant, the 3-headed bone-piercing insects behind him were killed on the spot. When the figure in front of him stopped, Muyu could see clearly that it was Zhang Liyue from the Longmen army. As for the 2 bright lights before, they were the 2 half-moon wheels thrown out by Long Yin. At this moment, she was filled with mixed emotions. Originally, I was instructed by the eldest lady to compete with the Longmen troops. But now, it is so ironic that his entire team was forced into a desperate situation and it was the other party who rescued him. Are you okay? Hearing Zhang Liyue's question, Muyu quickly came back to his senses. Not bad. You say it's okay, but looking at your team, it's really terrible. Zhang Liyue glanced at the 4 teammates around Muyu, and after confirming that there were no polluted beasts nearby, she strode back to Yang Lin and briefly explained the situation. Soon, Yang Lin, Zhang Liyue and the other 3 girls all moved over. After arriving here, Yang Lin first looked at Muyu, and then asked, I'm actually very curious, why did your team come here? Have you also accepted any related commissions? No. No, our team is just. Originally at this time, Muyu wanted to follow the original plan and say that his team came here for training. But now, she suddenly thought of something. Yang Lin's Longmen troops now have a punitive mission. In this situation, having someone come to your rescue is a great blessing in itself. If you continue to demand more from others, you should first ask yourself, do you deserve it? Why? However, the current condition of his team is extremely bad. If the Longmen troops leave, Muyu is not sure whether he can leave the mine alive with the 4 injured team members. Just think about it, if they pass a fork in the road or an intersection and a few more stinging insects come out, the team will immediately repeat the same mistake and be wiped out. Therefore, after thinking about the eldest daughter Zhao Xiling's forged identity and the relationship between the dean of the school and Yang Lin, she had no choice but to lie. It may sound a bit strange, but actually we are the people around the young lady. We are here to assist you, having been entrusted by the eldest lady. I forgot to mention that our eldest lady is Zhao Xiling. Ah. Yang Lin was a little embarrassed. Is this true? Cousin, ahem, you are her people, and she wants to help me? That's right, the young lady said the mine is very dangerous and she's not sure if you can handle it, so she asked us to come over and provide secret assistance? I just didn't expect that you would see me in such a miserable state. Qin Si was extremely interested when he heard this and asked, Commander, what's going on with the young lady? We've never heard of the name Zhao Xiling. She is the niece of the dean of the school. In fact, I have only met her once. How should I put it? That girl is like a proud little peacock, but unexpectedly, she has a kind heart. Lin Yanquan said at this time, in other words, she pulled out her private team to assist us for the sake of the headmaster? If you had only met once, she wouldn't have to go to this extent, right? Could it be? This sentence immediately made Zhang Liyue and Qin Si look over sideways. Don't overthink it, there are actually some twists and turns in this matter. Yang Lin asked Lin Yanquan and the other girls to come over and whispered that Zhao Xiling and I have indeed only met once, but she insists that I am the illegitimate son of the dean of the school and she believes it without a doubt. And she is the niece of the dean of the school, so the problem is very clear, right? Zhang Liyue nodded. That makes sense. If you're cousins, it's not surprising that she's secretly helping you with a team. Muyu was originally worried whether Yang Lin and others would believe it. Now that she saw that Yang Lin and the others had no suspicions, she felt relieved. Although she knew that this action would definitely lose the face of the eldest lady Zhao Xiling, the 5 of them would definitely be severely punished after returning. But it's a million times better than all dying in the mines. Yang Lin immediately spoke again and asked, Sister, now I know your identities, but I really need to ask you something about the mine. Well, feel free to ask. First, what should I call you? Muyu, my name is Li Muyu. Well, Sister Muyu, when your team was running for their lives just now, were there any other contaminating beasts besides the boneworms? Have. When mentioning other polluted beasts, Li Muyu still felt a lingering fear. We didn't expect that besides the bone-piercing insects, there would be small polluting beasts that could explode. They are not big in size and their bodies look like they have tumors, which is disgusting to look at. The most fatal thing is that although they have no offensive power, they are extremely fast. As long as they get close to them, they will explode on the spot. After hearing this, Yang Lin suddenly understood. No wonder after sensing the contamination beast, those things suddenly disappeared one after another. It turned out that they all exploded. No wonder Li Muyu's 5 sisters are all in such a mess. Looking at their bodies, each of them was covered with a lot of green juice, and there was a faint green scent steaming. Most of their clothes were corroded and rotten. It seemed that the exploded pollution beast had a corrosive effect, but it didn't seem to be strong. The corrosion is not strong, but it is fatal. Because it was mixed with poison, even Li Muyu, who was in the best condition, could still hold on, but her fair skin and delicate face were tinged with green. Li Yuat, Nianquan, Sisi, and Long Yin, please be careful in the mines. Besides the boneworm, this second type of small exploding pollution beast releases green juice that has a slightly corrosive and toxic effect. Qin Si pouted and said, Wow, that sounds disgusting. How could there be something like that in a mine? Who knows? In a place like the mine, anything is possible. While Yang Lin was still talking to Qin Si, he suddenly heard Zhang Liyue say, Muyu, Muyu. Yang Lin thought something had happened, and when he turned around, he saw that Li Muyu was extremely weak and had no spiritual shadow. In the time it took to talk to me for a few words, not only did her face turn greener, but the sweat on her forehead was almost flowing like a river. Chapter 78 These 5 girls? This sign indicates that if there is no decipherable elixir now, Li Muyu and the other 4 are likely to die on the spot within a short period of time. Lin Yanquan was a little worried. What should I do? Yes, Commander, Zhang Liyue frowned and whispered, the dean of the academy has been very caring towards us because of you, and also because of that so-called eldest lady. Although she misunderstood your relationship with the dean, the fact that she sent someone to assist us shows that she is a good person. If the 5 of them die now, how will you report to the headmaster when you return, Commander? Yang Lin was a little overwhelmed. Isn't John Liyue telling the truth? After all, the mine is so small, and only my team is going back. When the dean asks if I have seen Zhao Shiling's team, I can't just say I didn't see them, right? When the time comes and I send someone over to look for it, if they find a pile of bones, I will probably inexplicably bear the hatred of that eldest lady Zhao Shiling. Don't let any conflicts arise between the dean and that young lady because of the team. Commander, you are omnipotent. It's just a toxin. You should be able to handle it, right? Cece, you really think I'm a god, but I'm not omnipotent. If you, Commander, can't do anything about it, the 5 of them. Xinxi said this and pursed her lips, asking Yang Lin to go see Li Muyu. At this moment, even though Li Muyu was sitting on the ground, his body was still shaking and he could faint at any time. Etc. At this time, Lin Nianxuan suddenly spoke. Nianxuan, did you discover anything? Well, I thought of a very important question. Logically speaking, the 5 of them are now plagued by toxins. But I didn't feel even a trace of poison. Liyue, Cece, and Long Yin, did you 3 feel it? Zhang Liyue was stunned for a moment before replying, now that you put it that way, I think it's true. I've never felt the toxin before, so I didn't expect it to be so severe in the human body. I understand, Xinxi said with a serious expression, is it because of the contract between us and the commander that we are immune to all poisons? At the very least, the toxins from the mine-polluting beasts here pose no threat to us? Long Yin only listened to the conversation between the 3 women, and she had no idea about poison. Moreover, she is a special body. If she wants to be invaded, it will be her void invasion toxin. How can a mere toxin possibly shake her in the slightest? But Yang Lin was different. After hearing what the 3 women said, he was a little incredulous and said, you mean to say that because of me, you have antibodies to the toxins here? That's right, Lin Nianxuan affirmed, I just tried to make contact with Muyu, and found that the green liquid on her body did not pose any threat to me. Needless to say, it must be because of the contract with you, Commander, that Sister Liyue and I have developed an immune system. Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, in other words, I can use my spiritual power to help them expel the toxins in their bodies and cure them, right? I think it's feasible. Zhang Liyue responded, after all, even if we don't consider that young lady, we still have to consider the dean. Okay, let's try it. Yang Lin decided to give it a try, but after looking at Li Muyu and the 5 girls, he suddenly thought of something. Then, he half knelt in front of Li Muyu. Sister Muyu, I'm going to try to remove the poison from you and your teammates, but the formality of doing so might make you feel ashamed. Commander! Before Li Muyu responded, Xinxi had already spoken from behind. It's already late. If we don't get rid of the poison quickly, not only will their lives be wiped out, but their bodies will probably rot. They are almost dead, how could they possibly bother with you about this? After all, there are some things that need to be made clear. Don't wait for me to save them, only to be attacked and killed by them in the end. What's the point of all my hard work then? Li Muyu roughly understood the situation. She used all her strength to pull Yang Lin's hand and said, at this moment, I won't care so much. I hope. Commander, you can save us. Our team also has our own dreams, and we don't want to die in a place like this. Okay, I'll try my best. After talking to Li Muyu, Yang Lin stood up and gave tasks to Zhang Liyue and the other girls. Liyue, you and Long Yin should set up the tent again and start cooking some porridge and tea to ward off the cold. Nianxuan, please help them take off all their clothes and help them to the tent. Cece, go prepare hot water and towels. When I use my spiritual power to expel the toxins from their bodies, you can wipe off the volatilized toxins from time to time to prevent the toxins from invading their bodies again. Each member of the group had their own division of labor, and soon the detoxification process entered the formal process. Yang Lin did not expect that this process would be surprisingly easy. What Lin Nianxuan said before was correct. Because he was very special, the contracts between him and the others also became very special. It is not clear whether it is immune to all poisons, but at least the toxins in this mine cannot hurt anyone at all. In particular, when Yang Lin injected his spiritual power into the bodies of Li Muyu and the other 4, it was extremely easy to eliminate their toxins. It was like pouring boiling soup over snow. The ice and snow melted instantly without any hindrance at all. So, I'm actually strong in areas I didn't know about? This is just like the situation before when Liyue and the others took advantage of the opportunity to harvest the temple-level enlightened beasts to upgrade. They also benefited a lot because of their own specialness. Yang Lin sighed inwardly, fearing that he still had many shining points that he needed to dig out in the future. He wondered if the level of his awesomeness would scare him to death first. After working for half an hour, the conditions of Li Muyu's 5 sisters all stabilized. Because of extreme weakness and fatigue, after Lin Yanxuan covered them with a blanket, all 5 of them soon fell into a sound sleep. Seeing the 5 people's poison being removed, Qin Si's admiration for Yang Lin increased even more. "Commander, my favorability has increased from 200 to 300. A new storyline has been unlocked. Do you want to trigger it? Trigger your sister, if you're so inclined, give me a back rub. It's no big deal. I'll just give the commander a back massage." Seeing Qin Si really start to massage his back, Yang Lin smiled and said, "I thought you were going to say you were dreaming, but I didn't expect you to not only do it, but also use just the right amount of force." "That's a must, since our commander is omnipotent. This is the reward for unlocking the favorability. By the way, I want to let the commander know that I, Qin Si, am much stronger than Sister Liu and Niansun. That's for sure. You are 100 times stronger than Liu and Niansun." Zhang Liyue and Qin Si rolled their eyes as they listened. What kind of people are these? They speak so openly. Can't they have some shame? At this moment, it was actually still the middle of the night, and it was not time for the official attack anyway. Because they were not sleepy, Yang Lin and others simply gathered together and chatted happily. Chapter 79. That shame. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Muyu's 5 sisters woke up one after another. Now there are 5 of them, and each one is feeling more complicated than the other. Originally they came here to compete with Yang Lin's Longmen troops, but in the end, they were nothing. Even her entire body was seen clearly by the commander. Of course, the 5 girls did not blame Yang Lin for looking at their bodies. They must have known that they were forced to do so at the time. Moreover, since the commander was willing to help them, they must be very grateful. So now that things have come to this, what is there to compete for? In front of the commander, even the most basic modesty and shame are gone. What is there to compete for? As for the conditions of Li Muyu and the 5 sisters, they are in better condition, but it will take a long time for them to recover their energy and spirit. Because of this, after eating the breakfast cooked by Zhang Liyue, Yang Lin began to talk about business with Li Muyu. "Muyu, given the situation of your Yunding team, the best solution right now is to send you out of the mine. But after half a day of exploration yesterday, we found that the distance we went deep into the mine was extremely far. If my team were to escort you out first, it would definitely waste a lot of time." Sorry, Li Muyu and the other 5 sisters all bowed their heads in front of Yang Lin. "It's all our fault. We've caused you so much trouble. Don't say that, since you are the private war girl team formed by Zhao Xiling, and she is the niece of the dean of the school. And considering the care that the dean has shown me, and the various reasons why you originally intended to come and help us, it is neither reasonable nor moral for me to ignore you. So, I have a proposal." Li Muyu asked curiously, "I wonder what suggestions the commander has?" "For the time being, please continue to follow us. How about you leave when you can enter the spirit shadow state and those stinging insects can no longer threaten you?" "Commander, do you mean to temporarily protect the 5 of us?" "Yes, this way we can save a lot of time." "But Commander, we're still recovering. If we just follow you, we'll be nothing more than 5 useless burdens." "Don't worry about it. Just think of it as another escort mission my team has taken on while they're on another expedition." Hearing Yang Lin's words, not only Li Muyu was shocked, but the other 4 team members were also shocked. Although it is true that my life was saved by the man in front of me, being saved does not mean that he acknowledges the strength of your team. Why was this man in front of me so confident and so casual when he talked about protecting 5 people? Li Muyu and his 5 sisters, you look at me, I look at you. But in the end, they all nodded. Because there is no choice. Being rescued is already a huge favor to you. You are questioning other people's strength and don't want to obey their arrangements. Why don't you go to heaven? Li Muyu and the other 4 have already come to terms with it. After all, their lives were saved, so if something really happens, then they will just go along with them. The best outcome is that the 5 people recover their strength as quickly as possible and are able to protect themselves, so that they won't have to be implicated anymore. That's how it's settled. After Yang Lin and his team tidied up the temporary camp, the Longmen troops continued to advance deeper into the mine. The configuration is still the same as before, except that there are 5 more girls including Li Muyu who are being protected in the middle. Soon, Li Muyu and the other 4 were frightened by the rough marching style of the Longmen troops. "Commander, there's a 3-way fork ahead. Don't you even need the most basic reconnaissance? You dare to just choose a route?" That's fine. How can this be a problem? What if there are a large number of polluted beasts ahead?
Don't worry, I'm aware of the situation within a certain range.
I won't risk my life or the lives of my teammates. Li Muyu and others felt that Yang Lin's team was reckless. Although there were no problems at several consecutive forks in the road, they just thought it was luck. If you really encounter a problem, it will be too late. But the facts soon slapped them in the face again.
When passing through a long transport tunnel, Li Muyu and the other four did not notice anything, but Yang Lin had already reminded Jiang Liyue and others to prepare for battle.
We hit the jackpot. This time we encountered a herd of pollutants of this size.
There are about 35 or 36 of them in total, with more than 20 of them being boneworms. The other dozen or so are the same as the second type of contaminated beast we sensed earlier.
They must be the small, explosive contaminated beasts.
Hearing this, Li Muyu and others must have trembled. Not to mention that they are currently in a recovery phase and have no fighting capacity. Even if they were in their prime, upon hearing this scale, their first reaction would definitely be to turn around and run away.
Facing such a large-scale polluting beast, and fighting underground where it is inconvenient, what kind of confidence gave the Longmen troops the courage to fight? Moreover, it also contains small polluting beasts that can explode.
Thinking of the suffering they had experienced from the small explosive pollution beast, Li Muyu and the other 5 girls frowned.
But the reaction of the 5 of them was completely different.
When they heard that more than 30 polluted beasts appeared at once, everyone in the team was eager to try. Xin Si, in particular, was quite excited and said, "This is the first time we've encountered so many polluting beasts along the way.
It's time to exercise properly."
Li Muyu and the other 4 wanted to cry after hearing this.
Do you want to move your body, or do you want the boneworm to move its fangs and sharp mouth? Crash.
At the end of the not-so-spacious corridor, a large group of polluted beasts swarmed towards this side. On the ground and on the walls, they scrambled for food, fearing that they would not be able to taste this delicacy from humans. At this moment, Yang Lin finally saw the small polluting beast that could explode. Sporeworm, a common contamination beast, a puppet larva of a large sporeworm. Once they find their target, they will use their bodies as bombs to attack it. Their green blood contains slightly corrosive and penetrating toxins.
I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be just this? Knowing that the protective wall formed by the super spiritual power of his own warriors can resist corrosion and they are not afraid of toxins, what else is there to say? He signals them to attack as much as they want. Then, Li Muyu and the other 4 were completely shocked.
In their sight, Longyin took the lead, and rushed into the group of polluted beasts in an instant.
Bang 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 bang.
Under her guidance, 7 or 8 cephalosporins exploded one after another, and the splashing green blood did not touch her at all. During this time, as her 2 half-moon wheels merged into a sun wheel, the entire underground was almost illuminated by the explosion of dragon sound into daytime. Following closely behind was Jiang Liyue. Her figure was graceful, and her sword energy was everywhere when she made a move. In addition, she has a mature and charming demeanor, and her legs are wrapped in black stockings.
When she stops occasionally, it is definitely a beautiful enjoyment even in the eyes of other women.
Because Lin Yanquan and Xin Si's realm is too low, they must attack in coordination. Whether it is the Grim Reaper's side or the deified silk thread, they are all sharp and aggressive. At this moment, Li Muyu and the other 4 understood one thing thoroughly. They are the weakest among the 9 wargirls. Anyone from the Longmen troops can beat everyone if they are brought to their Yunding team. Li Muyu and his 4 teammates felt deeply ashamed and embarrassed for having previously dreamed of competing with the Longmen troops.
Originally, the 5 people were already shocked by Longyin, Jiang Liyue, Lin Yanquan and Xin Si, but when they accidentally turned their heads and saw Yang Lin's actions, they couldn't help but feel their hearts jump again.
Chapter 80. Please note, this man is called Xiao Shuai.
Yang Lin was seen holding the Desert Eagle Eye hand cannon and aiming at the battlefield.
Originally, there was nothing wrong with the Desert Eagle Eye being the standard equipment for commanders. But generally speaking, this thing is good enough to scare ordinary people, but it is 99% likely to be useless against polluting beasts. But what Li Muyu and the other 5 girls could never have imagined was. Now, right here, they have truly witnessed what a sharpshooter is.
Bang! First a shot. Flowers bloomed in the mouth of a bone-piercing insect. Bang!
Then came the second shot, and the second bone-piercing worm's skull was blown open by the special bullet made by the Desert Eagle Eye.
Bang bang bang!
Then there were 3 consecutive shots, each one fatal.
In just 5 to 6 seconds, Yang Lin killed 5 bone-piercing insects in one breath. Li Muyu and the other four knew that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to achieve such a speed. But Yang Lin can, a commander who they consider a burden on the battlefield can. Gudong. Gudong. The five girls kept swallowing their saliva in shock. Looking at the five polluted beasts that he had killed directly on the battlefield, their brains almost shut down. Jiang Liyue and the others had seen Yang Lin's actions before and were not surprised. But to Li Muyu and the other four, Yang Lin's move was no less than seeing a sow climbing a tree. Commander, is it really possible to do this? Could it be that our prejudice against the commander profession has blinded us to its merits? In a short period of time, Li Muyu and the other five sisters reached a consensus in their hearts. It's not that the commander profession is weak, but that there are few outstanding commanders. For example, the man in front of you looks very handsome. He can definitely be called a benchmark among commanders. Why did Zhang Lin shoot? That must be because we need to resolve the issue quickly. There are 20 or 30 polluted beasts, and their combined combat power is quite impressive. Even though Yang Lin knew that Li Yu and the others could definitely handle it, dealing with it was one thing, but the thought of hurting their delicate skin in the melee would be heartbreaking. In addition, there were 5 other girls around him, and he was just shooting in front of them, so this little bit of his strength could be revealed a little bit. Commander, you're amazing. Even if we work together, we can't kill the polluted beasts as fast as you can. Look. Isn't this the admiration of the girls around you? Muyu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Don't laugh, I'm serious, and we all think so. But we can't figure it out, Commander. Is your growth qualification really only B level? Judging from the commander's performance, he's most likely S rank. No, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say SS rank. That's right, Commander, you must have concealed your qualification data, right? Yang Lin laughed. Qualifications can improve a person's reputation in the eyes of others, but they cannot determine everything. For example, if you are all S-level warriors, but my Li Yue is only an A+, do you think you can defeat her? Commander, you're joking. Sister Li Yue has already reached the peak of the third realm. How could we possibly be her match? That's it, even if you're SSS-ranked warriors, you can't do anything about an A+ when faced with a level difference. And what does this mean? It shows that no matter how good your qualifications are, they are nothing if you can't develop them. Indeed, aptitude is only one aspect and doesn't mean anything. That's why, even though I was initially diagnosed with only B rank aptitude, I still resolutely chose to become a commander. Because I love this profession deeply, and because of this depth, I can discover the deepest potential of the commander. Only by constantly improving your abilities and exploring more of your commander's potential can you be considered a qualified commander. Li Muyu and the other 5 delicate girls listened to Yang Lin's passionate speech and looked at his well-defined profile. For a moment, they all felt that this man had become the light. This man's perception ability is extremely strong. Even in a mine, he can accurately locate the polluting beast in the area. This man also had extremely special spiritual power, and he could even remove the toxins from their bodies. And this man, he is confident and charming, otherwise how could he have such a powerful war girl around him? Also, this man was calm and composed when he was on the battlefield, and he was a very good pistol shooter, which was amazing. If only I had met the commander. Yes, we always thought the commander was a burden, but after seeing the commander's strength, we realized that we were wrong. Yang Lin said seriously, don't praise me, or even I would be proud, okay? But Commander, you are truly capable. We admire you very much. Don't mention admiration. On the contrary, although you haven't met me before, since you are the Valkyrie of the school's principal niece, we are also friends, right? We feel honored and happy to be friends with the commander. Don't be so serious, Muyu. When you have nothing to do, bring your teammates to my apartment and sit down. Whether it's the battlefield, the polluted beasts, or the operations, we can definitely have more in-depth discussions. Li Muyu was quite excited. If the commander doesn't mind, we will. Very good, then it's settled. As for now, let's wait for Li Yue and the others to finish up, and then we'll continue our journey deeper into the mines. After a few minutes, Zhang Liyue and the others finished their work. Seeing that everyone was present, Yang Lin raised a very important issue. Regarding this mine, I actually made a new and important discovery just now. All the warriors were extremely curious, and at that moment, all their eyes were focused on Yang Lin's face. Then Yang Lin said solemnly, to put it simply, there may be a leader-level polluted beast hidden deep in this mine. So, Liyue, all of you, be prepared for the final battle against the leader-level polluted beast. Leader level? Yes, I'm sure there is a leader level one. Yang Lin's discovery truly shocked all the warrior girls. To be more precise, it stunned Li Muyu and the other four. Jiang Liyue and the others were shocked, but they soon returned to normal. They knew that their commander was extremely powerful, and if they said there was a leader-level commander, then there must be one. But Li Muyu and the other four didn't understand why Yang Lin was so sure before he even reached the deepest part of the mine. Could it be that Yang Lin had the ability of clairvoyance? Yang Lin, of course I don't have the ability to see from afar. When we encountered the second type of small exploding spore worms before, the basic information clearly stated that it was the puppet larvae of the Spore Queen. And the Spore Queen is the leader level. So even if Li Muyu and others asked questions, Yang Lin could only say that it was nothing special, it was purely his ability as an excellent commander. This further increased Li Muyu's respect for Yang Lin. Especially Li Muyu, when she happened to look at Yang Lin, the cheeks of this girl who exuded the beauty of classical charm all over her body turned red. Chapter 81. He is the light in the girl's heart. The action after that was steady. For the entire morning, Li Muyu continued to be impressed by Yang Lin and his Longmen troops. Now they completely understood how different the Hentaying force and the Longmen force were. By the afternoon, Li Muyu and the others had already recovered almost completely. Originally, they should have left the mine at this time, but for some unknown reason, they still followed Yang Lin. Yang Lin asked the reason. Li Muyu replied, "Commander, didn't you mention there were leader-level polluted beasts? After discussing with the four of them, I felt that staying here might help you. Boss level is no joke. I suggest you leave the mine now. If we left knowing you would be in danger." "Muyu, listen to me," Yang Lin said with a worried expression and a gentle tone. "The conditions of the five of you have just improved a little. If you continue to use your spiritual power without taking good care of yourself, it is very likely to harm your bodies. So, since you all call me commander, I order you to leave the mine now. Your health and safety are the most important." But, that's a leader-level polluted beast. Even our Cloudtop team is no match for the Commander's Longmen team. But if we work together, we can definitely show our strong strength. "I know, of course I know, but looking at your condition, I will never allow you to go to that extent." Li Muyu had no choice but to lower his head and think for a moment before saying, "Then I want to ask, Commander, you let us go. Does that mean you don't despise us for being weak? Muyu, and the four of you, what on earth do you think I am? I'm worried about you, so I don't want you to take risks with me. How does this have anything to do with disdain? Well, since the commander has given a mandatory order, we will obey the commander and leave the mine first." "That's right. But then we won't leave until we see the commander's team emerge safely from the mine. After we exit the mine, we will be waiting for you, Commander, nearby." "Alright, that's settled then." Seeing Li Muyu and the other four leave, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. There must be a reason why Li Muyu and the other five sisters were asked to leave. As time went on, their condition gradually improved. During this period, when they encountered polluted beasts many times, if Yang Lin had not held Li Muyu down, this girl would have brought her teammates to help Li Yu and the others. You asked whether Li Muyu and the others are weak. Of course they are not. It's just that if they kill the polluted beasts, they won't be able to reach the upper limit of their spiritual power growth. Besides, there is a leader-level pollution beast deep in the mine, and I am not sure whether it will use other abilities when the time comes. It doesn't matter if the Liyue people see it, they are all his people, but Li Muyu is neither his war maiden nor his woman, so it is better to let them leave so that things can be handled more easily. After Li Muyu left, Yang Lin, Jiang Liyue and others fought hard for another afternoon. At 5:20 p.m., the group arrived at the deepest part of the mine. The current operation was a bit more troublesome than the previous one, because the Spore Queen was at the bottom, so there were fewer and fewer bone-chilling insects, but those spore insects that exploded at any time were very troublesome. It was really thanks to my special nature that Liyue and the others were not affected by the poison because of the contract they made with me, otherwise Yang Lin would have taken them away long ago. We've locked onto the leader of the pollution beasts, and they're not far from us. Long Yin, you're the fastest, and I need you to know the boss's status. As soon as Yang Lin gave the order, Long Yin flew away like an arrow through the air, leaving the scene with a series of phantoms. As for himself, he used his perception and Long Yin's observation to analyze the leader-level contaminated beast Spore Queen at the fastest speed. Okay, come back. Long Yin didn't stay out for long, just wandering around in the deepest part for a while, but this was enough for Yang Lin. Originally, Long Yin was asked to conduct reconnaissance, not to kill monsters. After a brief analysis, Yang Lin's face showed an ecstatic expression. Commander, what exciting information have you obtained? I'm very excited. Not just any excited. Liu, Nianxuan, Cici, and Long Yin, we've hit the jackpot. These words made the girls confused and their eyes widened. Is it considered a stroke of luck to encounter a leader-level polluted beast? If it were a team of the same level, they would have been scared to death if they knew there was a leader in the depths. Lin Nianxuan asked in confusion, Commander, what's going on? Why are you? To be frank, the leader level one I encountered this time is basically the same as the temple level one I stumbled upon last time. While Yang Lin was speaking, there was a rustling sound from deep within the mine, and then 20 or 30 small exploding spores were seen pouring out. Now, detonate them and pay attention to your own safety. As for the overall operation, there's no need to hide, just go straight to the deepest part. Xin blinked, Commander, this is a very bold decision of yours. Are you not afraid of death? I want to die. This leader-level pollution beast must have this ability. Now the girls have experience in dealing with small exploding spores. Once they come into contact with these things, they immediately flee, tricking them into exploding on their own without even having to take action. Although they have less experience than serious polluting beasts like the boneworm, they cannot withstand the huge number of small exploding spores. Especially when they reached the depths of the mine, a large group of people crawled out, and the Liyue group gained experience until their bodies became weak. The perspective turns back to Yang Lin. With several Liyue women doing the detonation work, he is just strolling leisurely in the deepest part, without any sense of crisis. Until the end, the group all came to the edge of a deep pit and faced the leader-level pollution beast head-on. A white pollutant as big as an elephant was lying underneath. The top of its head was covered with tumor-like bumps, and its eyes were extremely blood red. Just looking at the appearance, it seems that this thing is unfathomable. But in fact, only Yang Lin knew that the reason why the Spore Queen could become a leader was actually because of its huge reproductive capacity, as well as the corrosion and toxins of the puppet Spore Queen. Other than that, this thing is basically useless. It's extremely inconvenient to walk with it, and it's just a sitting duck when it's lying there. It looks a bit scary, Commander. Doesn't this thing have any strange abilities? Cici, remember what I said just now? Facing it is just like facing the temple-level enlightened beast last time. It's no different from picking up a bargain. Come on, this thing's greatest ability is to reproduce small exploding spores. So, you know what to do, right? When Zhang Liyue and others heard this, they immediately became excited. I thought that facing the leader-level polluted beast in the end would be a tough battle, but this is the result? Not long after, a big fire broke out at the bottom of the mine, during which Yang Lin fired 30 bullets at the leader. The group found a clean place to sit, watching their experience grow with smiles on their faces, and waiting to collect the core of the leader-level pollution beast. Chapter 82, Is this a way to becoming a sword immortal? It took about 20 minutes to deal with the last Spore Queen. Although this thing is a living target, its body is really hard. If Yang Lin had not fired so many shots in a row and Long Yin had not assisted with 2 rounds of half moon wheels, it would have taken much longer. Not to mention this, with the final death of the Spore Queen, pleasant reminders began to sound one after another in Yang Lin's mind. Congratulations to your Battle Princess Lin Nianxuan for breaking through to the 5th level of Battle Spirit. Congratulations to your War Princess Qin Si for breaking through to the 4th level of the War Spirit. Congratulations on your Battle Princess Long Yin's breakthrough to the 9th level of the Battle Soul. Congratulations to your Battle Princess Zhang Liyue for successfully breaking through the current Battle Master realm and entering the 4th realm, the beginning of the Battle King. The above is the upgrade status of several war girls. The huge amount of experience has brought them huge gains. But the information prompts are definitely not over yet. Since your War Princess Zhang Liyue has reached the War King realm, the domain has gained a new exclusive ability, the Sword Controlling Technique. Hearing about the sword controlling technique, Yang Lin couldn't help but be stunned. As for sword-wielding techniques, they are so common in fantasy novels that it is impossible not to be familiar with them. I just don't know what Liyue's sword-wielding skills will be like. As for Zhang Liyue, the level increase had already made her extremely excited. After receiving the intelligence feedback about her new core ability, she was overjoyed. Thanks to the commander, I've gained a new core ability. Hearing this, Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si were also quite curious. Sister Liyue, this is already your 2nd core ability, right? That's right, instinctive intelligence feedback. The reason I was able to comprehend the second core ability is all because of the commander. Xin Si was extremely curious and asked, Sister Liyue, what exactly is this core ability? At least, you should show us the basic version, right? Okay, no problem. As Jiang Liyue finished speaking, she was seen walking straight forward alone. When they were a certain distance away, she turned around and said, I see the big rock behind you. I plan to use that rock as a target for my practice. It's all right, Liyue. I'm also quite interested in your new core ability, the sword control technique. Is that so? Then Commander, you better watch out. With a loud rustling sound, Jiang Liyue's dress fluttered with the powerful surge of energy. At this moment, Jiang Liyue, who was already beautiful and mature with her black stockings and long legs, entered a state of full-blown deification. Against the backdrop of the clear light, she was extremely beautiful. Now, the focus must be on Jiang Liyue's new core ability. It is never too late for Yang Lin to appreciate her beauty. Clang. In the field, Jiang Liyue's divine sword made a clear sound and then floated in the air. As for Jiang Liyue herself, she made a hand gesture with her fingers, and then everyone saw that the divine sword turned into a stream of light and stabbed directly at the stone that she had previously locked onto with lightning speed. Boom! Rumble! It was clearly just to pierce the stone, but the result was no less than the explosion of a tube of super gunpowder. The locked huge rocks turned into powder, and even the walls of the mine were shaking. That's amazing! I only used 30% of my strength for testing, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. This. Xin Si's eyes lit up at the sight. She excitedly said, Isn't this the sword master from TV? Sister Liyue, can the most basic skill of your sword controlling technique be summed up as hitting wherever you point? Then, can we then generate a lot of sword energy and bombard the enemy all at once? Also, can this sword controlling technique allow us to fly? Jiang Liyue was extremely ashamed. How would I know? I definitely need to improve my realm level. I'll know when I comprehend the derived abilities. Lin Nianxuan's face was filled with envy. Cici and I haven't even mastered the derivative abilities of our first core ability yet, and Sister Liyue has already entered the cultivation of her second core ability. You envy me, but I envy you for having better talents than me. We've all signed contracts with the commander. As our levels rise, are we still worried about not being able to comprehend new abilities? That's right, Xin Si said, holding Lin Nianxuan's arm. Following the commander, our realm level will increase very quickly. Of course, we also need to work harder. As for Yang Lin, after studying the sword controlling technique carefully, he now understood one thing. To sum up, rather than saying that Jiang Liyue has comprehended a new core ability, it is better to say that this has actually changed her way of fighting. Jiang Liyue's first core ability is the Blade of Annihilation, and its derivative abilities include Skylight Fall, Starburst Annihilation, and Phantom Dream Shattering. Both the core ability and the three derivative abilities are melee abilities. But the second core ability, the sword-wielding technique, which allows one to hit whatever they point at, is clearly contrary to the first core ability. To be honest, sword-wielding techniques are not that earth-shattering. In this era of training with the existence of wargirls, it may seem powerful to be able to just point and hit anything, but the effect is limited. After all, when you meet a strong opponent, if you miss your attack, the opponent will move to you in an instant. But if the ability derived from the sword-wielding technique can supplement it, then Jiang Liyue will really be able to switch freely between melee and ranged combat during battle. What are the branch lines of sword-wielding skills? They must be the 10,000 swords art, the 10,000 swords return to the origin, etc. If our only you can also do it, then she can truly be called a true sword fairy. Okay, the above statement is a bit far-fetched, so let us get back to the present. Now that the leader-level polluting beast is dead, and the benefits have been obtained and its core has been collected, there is naturally no need to stay here. As for the remaining bone-piercing insects in the mine, there were definitely some left, but as the group passed by, they had basically been dealt with. The remaining small number of bone-piercing insects will not be of much use. The fighters who take over the mine will sweep it out, and then the mine can continue to operate. We've gained quite a lot today. This operation is not bad. That's right, Xin Si imitated Long Yin and hugged Yang Lin's right arm, saying, after all, no one would have thought that there was a leader hidden deep in the mine, and he was a sitting duck. Jiang Liyue and Lin Nianxuan, who were following behind, also nodded repeatedly. Just say that we are following the commander and our luck is really good. Yeah, in just a few days, others have only advanced 1 or 2 levels at most, but Cece and I have each directly reached a whole realm. Yang Lin chuckled after hearing this. Luck is only one aspect, but the most important thing is everyone's strength. As long as your strength keeps up, upgrading your comprehension ability will be easy, right? By the way, I'll also set a small goal for you too, Nianchuan and Cece, to break through to the 3rd level of Combat Master as soon as possible. Then we can compete together for the rankings and strive to spread the reputation of our Longmen army as soon as possible. Lin Nianchuan replied, "Okay Commander, Cece and I will definitely work harder." Xin Si was also full of anticipation. Effort is necessary. Our Longmen troops will surely be resounding throughout the alliance under the leadership of our commander. Yang Lin smiled. As a legendary commander, if you can't send your troops to the throne, then you'd better go back to selling sweet potatoes. Therefore, the new small goal was not released by the system, but was set by Yang Lin himself. In the days that follow, he would strive to take on more commissions, upgrade his title to a 3rd-rank commander, and then lead Zhang Liyue and the others into the rankings first. Chapter 83, The Young Lady's Confidence. Outside the mine, seeing that it was getting darker and darker, Li Muyu and the other 5 sisters must be getting even more anxious. Spending time with Yang Lin made them feel very fond of this man. What's more, Yang Lin had pulled them all back from the brink of death before, so it was impossible for him not to be grateful. "Commander, are they all right?" The commander knew there were leader-level commanders deep within, but he still chose to go there. This shows his confidence in his team. What if the 5 of us encounter a leader? Regarding this issue, Li Muyu and the other 3 looked at each other, and in the end, all of them blushed. The reason why I became famous is because I feel ashamed. They knew clearly in their hearts that even though each of them was an elite selected from the elites, it was not a wise move for them to challenge the leader-level polluting beasts with their current strength of the 2nd realm. Under normal circumstances, 99% of the troops will be wiped out. But when it comes to running away when the situation turns against them, they definitely have an advantage over ordinary teams of the same level. After all, they are all selected elites. Now, after worrying about Yang Lin, the 5 girls started to worry about themselves. How will I explain this to the young lady when I get back? It's not about how we explain it, but the fact itself is ridiculous. That's right, the Longmen troops are too strong. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed it would be so exaggerated. Moreover, knowing that there are leader levels in the depths, not to mention that the commander is not afraid, look at the 4 Vanitas beside him, which one of them showed any fear? Yes, so we'll tell the truth when we get back. Although I guess the young lady will be furious, and we will all be punished. But the reality is, we are really no match for the Longmen troops. The gap is too great. While the 5 girls were talking, they would look towards the mine entrance from time to time. Because it is getting darker and darker, and the pollution beasts will become violent at night, if they cannot be dealt with before then, the boss level will definitely be more difficult to deal with. I hope Commander and the others are alright. When Li Muyu muttered a sentence again, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from the mine. At that moment, not only her, but also the other 4 teammates all perked up. Could it be that they have already dealt with the leader-level pollution beast? Since he's out, he should be. Besides the commander and the others, there's no one else inside. Seeing Yang Lin and Zhang Liyue walking out of the mine, Li Muyu and the other 5 sisters hurried to meet them. "Commander, Sister Liyue and everyone else, have you taken care of the boss level?" "Perfect job." Seeing Yang Lin take out the leader-level polluted beast core and toss it in his hand like a magic trick, Li Muyu and the other 4 were filled with emotion. The Longmen troops are really too strong. Although it was newly established not long ago, it was already able to kill dangerous species at the boss level, making them all feel ashamed of themselves. At the same time, he is also full of admiration for Yang Lin and his war girls. "Commander, we're quite curious about what exactly this leader-level creature is. Could you give us a brief explanation?" Hearing this question from a teammate next to him, Li Muyu's interest must have been piqued. She also wanted to hear how this man who was like light in front of her led the war girls to defeat the powerful leader. Yang Lin laughed heartily. "Actually, there are a lot of coincidences involved here, otherwise, it would have been a very difficult battle." "Could it be that something special happened?" "Certainly." After listening to Yang Lin's story about the Spore Queen, Li Muyu and the other 4 were amazed. Should I say it's luck, or luck? Encountering a leader-level polluted beast, they turned out to be a sitting duck, allowing the commander and his 4 companions to take such a huge advantage. However, Li Muyu and the other 4 were not envious of this good thing at all. People have to know their own limitations. If it were Yang Lin's team, he would not dare to take such a risk. But if it were her own cloud top team, if someone told them that there was a leader-level polluted beast ahead, she would definitely order them to change direction immediately. As the captain, Lee Muyu knows the strength of his team too well and naturally would not take this risk. Then the group sat together and chatted for a while. As the sky got darker, they talked about returning home. "Commander, why don't you take the transport plane back with us? It will be faster that way." "I'm afraid that won't work. I'm still driving." The reason why Yang Lin did not choose to take the transport plane was because he needed to summarize the Battle of the Women on the way back. As a commander, this is the most basic responsibility. At the same time, after a tiring day, isn't this the perfect time to communicate with the girls on the way back? So, he politely declined Lee Muyu's kindness. In this way, Lee Muyu had already contacted the transport plane, while Yang Lin and others boarded the modified off-road vehicle, and the two teams returned one after another. Longting City, the study of the residence of Li Jinxing, the dean of the academy. Zhao Xiling is now drinking tea with Li Jinxing. The two received the return communications of the two teams almost at the same time. Zhao Xiling asked Li Muyu about her condition during the call. Li Muyu didn't know how to explain the complicated situation, so he could only tell the young lady to explain it in detail after returning. On Yang Lin's side, he told Li Jinxing that the commission for the expedition had been completed. Because the competition itself was kept secret, Li Jinxing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Yang Lin and the others were all safe and sound, and he didn't ask any more questions. He decided to wait until he came back to discuss everything. As for the eldest daughter Zhao Xiling, she had already put on a victorious attitude. In her opinion, Li Muyu said the situation was complicated and it was very likely that he wanted to give her a surprise. At the same time, she also asked Li Jinxing, "Now that the competition is over, which side do you think the result will favor?" Li Jinxing said helplessly, "Miss, you seem to attach great importance to the desire to win." "I don't have as much desire to win as you think, it's just because my father is the commander-in-chief, and as his daughter, I can't always be shrouded in my father's glory. That's why I personally formed and trained the Henteing Squadron. I hope that the Henteing Squadron will one day become famous, so that I can live up to my status as the commander-in-chief's daughter." Li Jinxing nodded slightly. "I understand your feelings, but if I were to say so, the Yunding team might be a level behind the Longmen team." Dean, are you kidding me?" "No, I'm not kidding. The reason you trust the Henteing team so much is because they are your hard work." "But as a commander, I personally tested Yang Lin. Do you know the result of that test?" Zhao Xiling was stunned. "You are a 7th level commander. Don't tell me you lost." "Yes, I lost. Although there was a lot of carelessness involved, it was precisely because of that assessment that I realized how unfathomable Yang Lin was." "Yang Lin's potential and strength are beyond your imagination, Mississippi. TSK, since the dean has said this, then we can just wait for the result." As Zhao Xiling said this, she secretly complained in her heart. The guy who dares to pinch his cheek had better lose, and then he must admit defeat and lick his shoes. Chapter 84. 5 Girls, Heavy Hearts. 3 hours later, Li Muyu and the other four returned to Longting City first. Because the eldest daughter Zhao Xiling is currently living in the residence of the school principal Li Jinxing, their Yunding team must also live in the school principal's residence. The first thing he would do upon returning to the mansion was to report to Zhao Xiling about the mine operation. As for Zhao Xiling, this young lady couldn't wait any longer. She was waiting for Li Muyu to bring her the news of victory, and then use facts to tell Li Jinxing that the Yunding team she formed and trained was the strongest. Her Henteing team is the real genius. However, when Zhao Xiling saw that Li Muyu and the other three had expressions that were more complicated than each other, and some even dared not look her in the eyes, her heart subconsciously skipped a beat. She guessed that her Yunding team might have encountered a problem, otherwise Li Muyu and the other four would definitely not be in this state now. But because Li Jinxing was still in front of her, Zhao Xiling could only suppress all her emotions and asked, "Tell me, what was the result of this operation?" "My dear miss," Li Muyu's voice was filled with anxiety, "this time, we lost." Although she guessed that the action might not go smoothly, Zhao Xiling still couldn't accept Li Muyu's straightforward lost. "How could we possibly lose? You 5 are elites I hand-picked from among the elite. How could we possibly lose so easily to the Longmen troops?" Seeing the eldest lady getting angry, Li Muyu and the other 5 girls were all in a heavy mood, their bodies trembling. Li Jinxing, who was standing nearby, saw that things were not going well and quickly said, "Miss, calm down. Let's ask and listen to the situation first. Principal, you're happy now, right?" "What are you talking about, miss?" I knew from the beginning that Yang Lin was extraordinary, so I didn't care about the outcome of this competition at all. Rather, I'd like to hear about the separate operations of the two teams. Zhao Xiling felt aggrieved, but since Li Jinqing had already said this, she could only suppress her anger and said, "Since the five of you say you've lost, in other words, you've already met with the Longmen troops, right?" "Yes." "Because you met them, you asked them how many polluted beasts they had killed, and then concluded that you had lost?" "That's not the case. We don't know how many polluted beasts they killed." Zhao Xiling's eyes lit up when she heard this. "If that's the case, then we have to wait until both sides reveal the number of polluted beasts they've killed before we can determine who's better. How can you guys be so spineless that you don't even know the result and yet you claim you lost? Li Muyu and the other four, you look at me, I look at you." Finally, it was team leader Li Muyu who spoke up. "We don't know exactly how many polluted beasts they killed, but we left the field early, so we lost." "Leaving early? Why?" Li Muyu glanced cautiously at Miss Zhao Xiling and said, because of our greed for merit and recklessness, we planned to act at night, but we never expected that in addition to the bone-piercing insects, another extremely troublesome polluting beast would appear in the mine. Because we had never seen it before and we were overconfident, we accidentally fell into the trap of the pollution beast. If it weren't for Commander Yang and his team, the five of us would have become food for the boneworms." Li Jinqing, who was standing beside him, was a little surprised. "Is there such a thing?" "Yeah," Li Muyu responded and added, "that kind of contaminating beast is called a spore worm. It's very small, but it will explode immediately once it gets close to you. The blood of the spores has a slightly corrosive and toxic effect. We were caught off guard and were almost wiped out by the erosion of the toxins. It was at this critical moment that Commander Yang and his team saved us." Li Jinqing suddenly understood after hearing this. "I didn't expect that besides the bone-piercing worms, there would be a second type of contamination beast deep in the mine. Spores, will they explode?" Li Jinqing muttered to himself for a while, and suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became solemn. "I remember now. The spore worms are the daughter puppets of the Spore Queen. Since the spore worms have appeared, there must be a leader level one." The eldest lady, Zhao Xiling, also heard of spores and queen spores for the first time. Seeing Li Jinqing's serious expression, she asked, "Is that thing very powerful?" "Miss, the queen insect is a leader-level existence, and it is extremely tricky. Let's put it this way, it's already a great fortune for Muyu and the other five to be able to return alive. As for whether they win or lose, or whether they are high or low, it's no longer important." "Is it really that exaggerated? Isn't it just a leader-level one?" "It's leader-level, yes, but an average team can't get close to the Spore Queen. The queen insect's greatest ability is reproduction, so there will be at least hundreds of puppet spores guarding it. If anyone dares to approach the queen, all the puppet spores will come out in full force. Not to mention the damage caused by their explosion, just the corrosion and poisonous miasma within the queen's territory alone is enough to make most teams dare not play with fire." Hearing this, Zhao Xiling felt a little better. "I heard her ask, Muyu, did a leader-level queen insect really appear in that mine? There is one, but we didn't see it. It was the Longmen troops who went to kill it. Although we didn't see what the queen looked like, we heard Commander Yang describe it, and we also saw the contaminated core of the leader-class queen." When Li Jinqing heard that Yang Lin and others had killed the Spore Queen, he was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. Even his voice trembled a little. "Muyu, are you serious? Did Yang Lin and the others really kill the queen insect?" "Yes, absolutely true. Later, you can see the contaminated core he obtained." Okay, that's really great." Seeing that his student was so talented, as the president of the school, how could Li Jinqing not be happy? But he soon forced himself to suppress his excitement. He was so focused on his joy that he forgot that there was a young lady beside him who was looking at him with complicated eyes. "Don't misunderstand, Mississippi. I don't mean anything else. I'm just a little surprised. It's not surprising, the one you've been eyeing, Yang Lin, has already led his team to kill a leader-level enemy. I'm not surprised at all that you're so happy. On the contrary, my Cloud Top team was not only outnumbered, but also nearly wiped out. Sorry miss, it's our fault. Humph, I thought so highly of you all, and counted on you five to bring me good news, and this is the result? Next time, we will definitely work harder." While Li Muyu was still bowing his head to admit his mistake, Li Jinqing thought of something again and interrupted the conversation between Li Muyu and the eldest lady. Zhao Xiling raised her eyebrows. "Dean, what's wrong with you?" I was so focused on talking about the leader just now that I almost overlooked something. As Li Jinqing spoke, his gaze turned to Li Muyu. Chapter 85. How much did he hide? Dean, is there a problem? Li Muyu didn't know why the dean was looking at her, and she was very puzzled. Li Jinqing said solemnly, from what I know, the toxins of the queen worm and the puppet spores are very strong. Because of this, any team with a lower realm would rather fight a life and death battle with other polluted beasts than come into contact with these things. Because the poison is so strong, unless one is extremely powerful, the general outcome is death from the poison. Muyu, you were almost wiped out at that time, the poison in your body. Commander Yang helped us solve it. When Li Muyu said this, not only did her pretty face turn red, but the 4 teammates around her also did the same. It would have been fine if the dean hadn't mentioned this matter, but when he did, the 5 girls couldn't help but think of how Commander Yang had seen everyone's bodies thoroughly in order to detoxify them. After all, they are girls, and as war maidens, none of them have had boyfriends even though they have outstanding looks and figures. So after going through that kind of thing, it's impossible not to feel ashamed and embarrassed. However, the dean of the academy, Li Jinqing, was not concerned about this, so he did not care about the changes in the expressions of the 5 girls. What he cares about is, Muyu, let me ask you, how did Zhang Lin save you back then? Was it the magic medicine or something? He used his spiritual power to help us expel the poison. Li Jinqing gasped, he's only a 2nd level commander, and he's already achieved this? Zhao Xiling was confused. I don't understand what kind of job a commander is, but does the commander have the ability to detoxify? The commander is responsible for the overall coordination of the situation, as well as the coordination of the Vanadists themselves. For example, some negative states can be removed by powerful commanders. But for someone like Yang Lin, he is a newly promoted commander. If he wants to remove the poison from the war girl, he must at least wait until he grows up and is promoted to a 5th level commander. Otherwise, just the spiritual energy consumption alone would make him unable to detoxify even 1 person, let alone 5. So Commander Yang has actually become that powerful? This shows that his spiritual power is quite profound. That's right, Li Jinqing agreed. It seems his spiritual power is more powerful than we imagined. That shouldn't be the case. A teammate in Li Muyu's team suddenly said, I think Commander Yang's ability to detoxify us has nothing to do with his spiritual power. Because in the subsequent operations, I heard Sister Li Yue and the others talking about how, because of Commander Yang, they were all immune to negative states such as toxins and erosion. So I think it's possible that Commander Yang possesses both abilities, and it has little to do with his spiritual power. Zhao Xiling said in disbelief, are you sure you're not lying? The Longmen troops are immune to negative effects like toxins because of one man? It's absolutely true, Li Muyu responded to Zhao Xiling. The Dragon Gate troops' war maidens didn't suffer any negative effects during the battle. We saw it with our own eyes. Zhao Xiling stopped talking. She wanted more and more to beat up the stinky man who had humiliated her and pinched her face. Although Li Jinqing didn't say anything, he felt emotional in his heart. I didn't expect that Yang Lin had the ability to be immune to toxins. I knew this kid had hidden his abilities, but I didn't expect he had hidden so much. Back to the present, seeing that things had come to this point, Zhao Xiling made a small summary in order to save face. Head of the academy, forget about this competition. You've heard about it, right? There was an accident in the mine, and my Yunding team got into trouble because of their greed and recklessness. Regarding this, I will teach them a lesson and correct them later, so we can discuss the next competition tomorrow. When he heard that there was a competition, Li Jinqing's face was filled with black lines. Huge beads of sweat fell on the back of the heads of Li Muyu and the other 4 girls. Thinking of the powerful capabilities of the Longmen troops, Li Muyu said with a stiff upper lip, Miss, I don't think there is any need for another competition in the near future. They are very strong. Muyu, you are only boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige. It is inevitable that the team will encounter some setbacks during the attack. You cannot feel that you owe them a favor and are inferior to them just because they saved you. So I will discuss it with the dean again and Miss, we are truly no match for the Longmen troops. Although we are unwilling to accept this, we know our limitations. Zhao Xiling frowned, Li Muyu, do you know what you are talking about? I know, but please first watch a video I took. Image, what image? When we were being taken care of by the Longmen troops, I was so impressed by their strength that I secretly filmed a short video without Commander Yang's knowledge. Because I was afraid of being discovered and being disliked, I only filmed this part. While speaking, Li Muyu had already transmitted the image to the eldest lady Zhao Xiling through the communicator. Zhao Xiling now suppressed her unhappiness and called up the image that was sent to her. When Li Jinqing heard that it was footage about Yang Lin's Longmen troops, he was definitely interested. Seeing Zhao Xiling retrieving and playing it, he definitely went over. Then, the two of them saw the scene where the Longmen troops and others killed 20 or 30 polluted beasts. In the narrow and not very wide corridor, the four warriors launched thunderous actions, showing their elegance and strength to the fullest. Zhao Xiling gritted her teeth inwardly when she saw this image, but she certainly wouldn't show it on her face. As the founder of the Hentaying team, how could she not know that the Hentaying team would definitely not be able to do this? She had never expected that the four wargirls of the Longmen army would be so outrageous. 20 or 30 polluted beasts charged forward without hesitation. The most important thing was that their attacks were so powerful and their movements were so agile. She was wondering if her own Yunding team could achieve this. You will definitely wake up laughing even when you dream about this. After seeing this, Li Jinqing felt very relieved. He is worthy of being my disciple. Not only is Yang Lin strong, but the warriors who have contracted with Yang Lin are also stronger than each other. The Longmen troops will surely become famous throughout the world in the future. Originally, after watching 2/3 of the video, Zhao Xiling realized that it was talking about the strength of the wargirls of the Longmen troops, and was about to turn it off in a distracted manner. But the next moment, her hand stopped as she was about to turn off the video. Because in the picture, Yang Lin took action. As a commander, why are you holding up the eye of the desert eagle in your hand instead of standing at the back and being protected? Are you going to imitate the wargirl and kill the polluted beast? The next moment, not only Zhao Xiling was dumbfounded, but Li Jinqing, who came over to watch the video, was also dumbfounded. Kill one polluted beast with one shot, and it's still in continuous firing mode. If training can turn people into sharpshooters and concentrated continuous fire is not difficult, then how can we deal with the melee involving four wargirls? Moreover, the power of the Desert Eagle Eye is limited. Unless it focuses on the weaknesses of ordinary polluted beasts, it will not only fail to break the defense, but will also stimulate the opponent's ferocity. But Yang Lin was like he had completely locked on to the enemy. In such a chaotic situation, the speed at which he killed the contaminated beasts was several times faster than that of the wargirl, which was outrageous. Could this guy really be a genius commander? It seems I need more accurate information about him. I have to get to know him better. At this moment, Zhao Xiling's opinion of the stinky man who pinched her face was shaken. Chapter 86, Men's Happiness. It was already midnight when Yang Lin, Zhang Liyue and others returned from the mine. After everyone had taken a bath and Mimi had tidied herself up and gathered in the hall, it was already around midnight. There's no need to go out at this time. I have to wait until tomorrow to find the dean and hand in the commission to him. But now, although everyone in the group was almost exhausted after 2 days in a row, the girls looked more excited than the other. There is no other reason, it's just that during this trip to the mine, many polluting beasts were killed. Needless to say, a lot of energy replication points must have been obtained. Whether it was Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan, or Qin Si, they all knew that energy points could improve their aptitude. And improving their basic aptitude would inevitably lead to an increase in their overall strength. So the way they looked at Yang Lin was full of anticipation, as if they wanted to see through Qiu Shuai. I know. Stop looking at me like wolves and tigers. I'm getting nervous. Who is looking at you like a wolf? What are you thinking? Sister Liyue, we all know our commander's character. He must be trying to tell us to wait until 2 o'clock. Maybe it won't work. Qin Si laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Nianxuan, you know our commander is like that, so you have to speak out. It won't hurt to cooperate with the commander. Could it be that you are not confident about your body shape? Qin Si, who's not confident about their body? How good do you think your figure is? How am I inferior to you? That's fine, Qin Si said, hugging Yang Lin's neck. Commander, when we get into the space later, can you help me and Nianxuan appreciate each other and see who has the better figure? I'm so shocked. Yang Lin was extremely ashamed. What are you doing in this space? Why are you guys still comparing your bodies? To be honest, putting Longyin aside, among Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan and Qin Si's figure is definitely the hottest. Her hotness is mainly of the spicy kind. As for Liyue and Nianxuan, they are also great beauties, and their figures are definitely impeccable. But compared to Qin Si, they really just missed a little bit of charm. But Yang Lin couldn't say this, for he was afraid of being spit on by Jiang Liyue and Lin Nianxuan.
Since you are so anxious to improve your qualifications, then each of you should prepare and enter the space in 10 minutes.
Speaking of which, can I bring other things into that dreamy space? Ah. Sister Liyue, what do you want to bring?
For example, bring some wine in, thinking we'll go on a crusade and come back so late that we won't have time to celebrate. That space is incredibly dreamy and beautiful, and it would be wonderful to celebrate there. Xin Si beside him said excitedly, Sister Liyue's suggestion is really good.
Dear Commander, this small request should be achievable, right? Yang Lin was stunned for a moment. I don't know about this either. Lin Nianxuan was equally excited. Why don't we give it a try?
Then we lay on the bed, each holding something in his arms.
Once the portal opens, if you have something in your arms, just take it. Yang Lin thought for a moment and agreed, let's give it a try. I hope we can bring something in.
Immediately, Jiang Liyue and the other two pulled Long Yin over and started assigning tasks. Yang Lin needs to connect to the space, so it is not his job to bring things. As for them, they brought some wine, fruits, some simple side dishes, etc. There were quite a lot of options. We were originally supposed to enter the space in 10 minutes, but after all this busy work, it was delayed by more than 30 minutes. When everything was almost ready, the four beauties in the house returned to their bedrooms with their things in their arms.
Yang Lin did the same.
After lying on the bed in his bedroom, he activated the system's built-in connection. At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart that he hoped that when he pulled the beauties and his family into the space, he could keep the things they brought with them.
Soon, Yang Lin appeared in the built-in dream space wearing his flat-brimmed bitter tea hat.
Just as the girl said, this space is truly mysterious. If I must use a metaphor, it is like a celestial tube with all the lights on. Being in it is like arriving in a mysterious small universe, which is extremely dreamy and fascinating.
What? At this time, you ask Yang Lin why there is only one bitter tea seed on his body? Isn't that a habit? Besides, who would sleep in bed fully armed at night? Is that appropriate? Would you sleep comfortably? 3 minutes after he appeared in the space, a portal opened.
Then I saw Xin Si running out happily with a bunch of fruits in her arms.
Yang Lin, it's really great.
I brought a big watermelon, apples, oranges, and grapes. Xin Si is very happy now, and she is full of youthful energy as she jogs towards Yang Lin. I swear to God, Yang Lin is not interested in Xin Si's bikini. He just looked at the watermelon in Xin Si's arms.
It was so big.
Other fruits are also very plump and extremely tempting. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Liyue and Lin Nianxuan appeared one after another. They were still dressed coolly and brought some wine and some simple side dishes, such as peanuts, green onion tofu, etc. But Long Yin directly brought a blanket over.
Well, if we put a few girls' things together, wouldn't that be like going on a picnic trip?
Look at the crazy lingerie shows of these girls, just thrown on the beach, it doesn't look out of place at all. At this moment, Jiang Liyue tossed her hair sexily and said, I didn't expect that you could actually bring something here. Yes, Lin Nianxuan continued, it's a special feeling to celebrate in such a beautiful place.
That's our sister Liu, who actually thought of such a thing. Oh, by the way, Niansun, you haven't forgotten what we said before, right? Come over here and let Yang Lin see whose figure is better. Xin Si, get out of here. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?
Ha, Yang Lin, you saw it, Nianxuan is still blushing and shy as always.
Xin Si, you're going to die. Commander, if she wants to kill me, you have to make the decision for me, woo-woo.
Seeing that Long Yin sat in his arms very consciously, Xin Si hugged him and acted coquettishly, while Lin Nianxuan rushed over angrily again.
Well, the atmosphere in this space can't be anything but lively.
It didn't take long before the space here became completely hot.
Well, he was just busy having fun with them. As the commander, Yang Lin certainly didn't forget the main reason for coming to this space.
Having a lively dinner party is a small matter, but improving their qualifications and making them stronger is crucial.
In short, it's very lively tonight.
The qualifications of the girls must have been greatly improved, and their combat effectiveness must have soared to a higher level.
This dinner was really comfortable. As a man, Yang Lin felt extremely happy both physically and mentally. Chapter 87 Joint Forces?
Maybe he had too much fun last night, and when Yang Lin woke up in the morning, it was already 9 o'clock.
And it was Jiang Liyue who woke him up. Yang Lin, you still have to go to the Academy's residence to submit the Subjugation Commission report later. Don't forget about this. I definitely won't forget. I came back late yesterday and didn't make it in time. I'll get ready and go right away. No matter what time it is, Li Yui's loving breakfast must be eaten. This way you can be full of energy for whatever you do next. When he was about to go out, Lin Yanquan straightened his clothes like a young wife, fearing that he, the commander, would be embarrassed in public by being untidy. Think about it, Yanquan used to be the cold and beautiful campus girl, but now she has become so considerate. Qin Si and Long Yin's words. Long Yin has a preliminary understanding of the world. Although her imitation, listening and reading abilities are amazing, there are still many things that need to be taught to her. This task mainly fell on Qin Si. Even though Zhang Liyue and Lin Yanquan always criticize Qin Si still knows his limits when doing things. Except for some weird ideas sometimes, everything else is good. For example, now, when Yang Lin went out, he saw Qin Si pulling Long Yin to observe the little wild cat that ran into the flower garden in the yard, with great interest. Stay home and don't cause any trouble. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. In a warm atmosphere, Yang Lin went out. Then he suddenly felt that he might be too happy. A good commander suddenly becomes a white-collar worker in the city with a harmonious and warm family. It feels great. Well, business is important. He arrived at the residence of the dean of the academy with ease, and now he could go to the study by himself without anyone leading the way. Because I have been here twice, and because of the special instructions from the president of the school. The servants and maids in the academy's residence almost treated Yang Lin as a young master. Yang Lin felt uncomfortable with that etiquette and told these people that they didn't need to use it that way, but it didn't work at all. When he arrived at the study, he saw the principal Li Jinqing, looking very proud and happy. President, what good news have you encountered? There's no good news. I just heard from Muyu that you led your team to kill the leader-level polluted beast. I'm just happy for you. So you already knew about this, Dean? Nonsense, Muyu and the others are the eldest lady Ahem. They are Shi Ling's team, so they are temporarily staying in this mansion. Because of this, I knew everything about your actions last night. Muyu and the others mentioned this, but I forgot about it. But since the dean knows about it, there's no need for me to report it in such detail. No, you must report it in detail, Yang Lin. I really didn't expect that you could even kill a leader-level enemy. As your school president, I feel incredibly proud and honored. Seeing the academy principal's excited yet serious look, Yang Lin wanted to cover his face. What leader level? It just happened that I became a sitting duck. But Yang Lin thought it was a good opportunity, but that was just his personal opinion. In the eyes of the dean and outsiders, being able to lead a team with a low average level to kill the Spore Queen is definitely a glorious event. In short, Yang Lin then informed the details of the actions of his Longmen troops. Li Jinqing felt refreshed after hearing this and would praise it from time to time, which made Yang Lin's old face blush. He always felt like he was bragging in front of the dean about how powerful his Longmen troops were. Even if Yang Lin was thick-skinned, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Almost the entire morning was spent giving reports and chatting with the dean. But just when Yang Lin was about to say goodbye and go home, Li Jinqing suddenly changed the subject and talked about something that Yang Lin didn't understand. Yang Lin, do you know about the joint forces? Of course I know that the so-called joint force is to merge one team into another. The relationship between the troops and the annex troops will be downgraded by one level, and no matter whether it is an attack or a suppression, any action must obey the command of the annex troops. According to the alliance regulations, this is considered a contract between squads. If a subordinate unit violates orders, the superior unit has the right to punish the subordinate unit. As expected of an excellent student in my school, you know such obscure knowledge. No, Dean, why are you suddenly talking about this issue? Don't take it so seriously, it's just a casual chat. Your Longmen troops are growing at an astonishing rate. If you were promoted to a rank 5 commander, you'd definitely apply to establish a tutelary fort, right? Yes, when that time comes, I will definitely go to the regional commander-in-chief to apply for the establishment of a garrison. But is this garrison related to the joint force you mentioned, President? Look at you, Yang Lin. I was just mentioning it. Don't take it seriously. Oh, I see. I don't understand. I have absolutely no idea why the dean mentioned the joint forces and the naval base. Judging from his expression at the time, he said TT,
but it was obvious that he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Maybe it's just my illusion. Maybe the dean really just mentioned it casually? On the way out, Yang Lin smiled. He definitely wants to establish a garrison, but there are many conditions. First of all, getting a ranking in the alliance is a huge hurdle, so instead of thinking so long-term, it is better to think about how to quickly improve the strength of your own wargirl, quickly be promoted to the third-level commander, and then strive for a good ranking. The scene turns back to Li Jinqing. After Yang Lin left the study, he suddenly covered his chest. Soon he turned pale and cold sweat ran down his temples. It was not until he took the special medicine in the drawer that his health gradually improved. Call. Li Jinqing took a long breath and said to himself, although the Longmen troops are growing very fast, it would be better if they could grow even faster. Boy, I really want to witness your glory, but I'm afraid I won't be able to see the day when you are covered in glory. DD. DD. Suddenly, the communicator on Li Jinqing's wrist rang. I looked down and found that it was a call from my old friend Fong Wanshan. Fong Wanshan, the lord of Longting City and deputy commander of several surrounding cities. Seeing the word urgent at the end of the call, Li Jinqing knew something big had happened even though he didn't answer it. After the call was connected and they hadn't said a few words, Li Jinqing's expression changed drastically. How could this happen? 20,000 people, including combat personnel, were wiped out. Who was responsible? And our Longting City might. Well, I also suspect that this was the work of the unknown species from before. Okay, I'll notify the Senate immediately and then go to the city lord's mansion. It is unclear what the conversation between Fong Wanshan and Li Jinqing was about. But it can be seen that Li Jinqing has a frown on his face and a serious expression. If the sky hadn't fallen, he, as a 7th-level commander, would never have been like this. Chapter 88. The eldest lady collapsed again. At this moment, Yang Lin had just left the study and was about to return to his apartment. But he didn't expect that before he walked out of the gate, he suddenly saw Zhao Xiling sitting by the central fountain. Cousin, you're here. When he saw Zhao Xiling, Yang Lin definitely didn't forget to say hello. It was his greeting that startled Zhao Xiling, who was still in deep thought. Ah? When did you come? I've been here all morning and was just about to go home. When I saw you here, I came over to say hello. Cousin, what are you thinking about? You seem to be very serious. You, who are you calling cousin? And what are you doing? Don't come over here. I told you not to come over, so what are you doing here? Zhao Xiling wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Lin, that stinky man, saw me sitting on the rock beside the fountain and actually came over. Not only did he come over and say nothing, he also sat next to me as if they were familiar to each other. Cousin, please don't be so reserved. If others saw us, it would be fine. But if they heard you yelling, "Don't come over here," they would think I was molesting you. I told you not to call me cousin, and you're so close to me. Zhao Xiling wanted to stay away from Yang Lin, but the next moment she found that someone was holding her shoulders. What a stinky man. Not only did he pinch my face, but now he actually put his arm around my shoulders? Zhao Xiling, the commander-in-chief's daughter. The commander-in-chief definitely holds a very important position in the entire alliance. In ancient times, he would be the general guarding the vast borders and provinces. With one order, the 3 armies would march out. It's the same now. Once an order is conveyed, no one in dozens of cities dares to disobey it. But as the commander-in-chief's daughter, now in a small Longting, she was treated like this by a man. Zhao Xiling almost collapsed. From childhood to adulthood, no strange man has dared to do this to me. I'd better kill him. But Yang Lin. If you ask what happened to Yang Lin, actually nothing serious. He just sat down next to Zhao Xiling. The reason he sat down must be that he had something to say. As for putting his arm around her shoulders, don't be fooled by the word "put his arm around her shoulders." He actually just put his arm around her shoulders, and for a moment he pushed Zhao Xiling down, and then he took his hand back. Yang Lin really didn't intend to take advantage of Zhao Xiling. But in Zhao Xiling's heart, this man is so bold. He was so bold that he even took advantage of the commander-in-chief's daughter in various ways. Cousin, can you be more steady? Could it be that as a girl, something happened to you that left a psychological trauma and made you afraid of men? You're the one with the phobia of men. That's fine if you don't have it. You're making a fuss out of nothing, as if I'm taking advantage of you. Cousin, stop talking nonsense. First,
Thank you very much for worrying about me and worrying that something might happen to me. Then, let Muyu and the other 5 go to support me. Although some things happened in the middle, the result was good and it was resolved perfectly. Yang Lin, what did you say? I'm worried about you? Zhao Xiling found it funny. Why would she worry about a strange man? Yang Lin nodded seriously. Yes, you asked Muyu and the others to support me, so it's normal for me to express my gratitude to you. Cousin, let me tell you, my personality is such that I will treat anyone who helps me 10 times or 100 times better. I don't have any other advantages, but I know how to repay kindness. I am grateful to anyone who sincerely helps me. I will remember it in my heart and will never forget it. Zhao Xiling was suddenly speechless. How should I put it? The reason why his Cloud Top team appeared in the mine was because he wanted the 2 teams to compete. But who would have thought that when Li Muyu and the other 4 encountered danger, they were afraid of telling the real reason to upset Yang Lin, so they made up a story that the eldest lady was worried about the Longmen troops. So, Yang Lin misunderstood me. And now. Cousin, if you have any difficulties, or if there's anything you want to do, just tell me and I'll help you solve it. After all, I can't let you send out the Cloud Top team to help me for nothing, right? You guy, not only did you call me cousin, but you also called yourself my brother? You were the one who confirmed my identity first, so I just followed your lead. Besides, is this important? Not at all. The important thing now is, cousin, just make your request. If it's doable, I'll help you get it done. Zhao Xiling didn't know what to do anymore. First of all, Yang Lin must never be told the real reason why Li Muyu and the other 4 appeared in the mine. Secondly, seeing how determined Yang Lin was, Zhao Xiling felt that if she didn't explain the difficulties now, Yang Lin would probably not give up. Finally, it was the first time that Zhao Xiling was so close to a man, not considering his identity but only his gender, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. You don't get so close to me. No, cousin, are you shy? Zhao Xiling was angry. Who is shy? I haven't even had a boyfriend. You are so close to me, can't I be nervous for a while? Okay, of course, but I really didn't expect that you would be so cute when you were shy, cousin. Don't think that if you call me cute, I will. Zhao Xiling hadn't finished her words when Yang Lin stood up first and stood sideways in front of her. Then, before Zhao Xiling could react, her face was pinched in Yang Lin's hands again. Cousin, girls should be cute. It's great when you're shy. Don't keep a straight face like that in the future. At such a young age, don't try to act like a melancholy poet, pretending to be mature and forcing yourself to express sadness in order to write new poems. That's so boring. Zhao Xiling collapsed again. You stinky man, pinching my face once was not enough. Not only did he pinch it again this time, he also took the opportunity to hug me. How many times is this guy planning to take advantage of me? Zhao Xiling wanted to get angry, but there is a saying that goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. And looking at Yang Lin's appearance, he seemed to be speaking very seriously. Poor Zhao Xiling was annoyed but couldn't vent her anger. She now regretted that she could have disguised herself as the niece of a school principal. There are sufferings that cannot be expressed, and anger that cannot be expressed. Etc. Zhao Xiling suddenly thought of something at this moment. She was here originally, but this time she was not waiting for Yang Lin specifically. Their meeting was really a chance encounter. Last night, knowing that Yang Lin was very powerful, she asked Uncle Li to check Yang Lin's information again, but the result was still the same as before. Because of this, Zhao Xiling must have become even more curious about Yang Lin. She had no idea how a commander with B-class qualifications, who had been a commander for 3 full years, could suddenly soar to such a high position. Now that this man has misunderstood the relationship between him and me, why not take advantage of the situation and dig out the deeper secrets of this man? When I thought of this, I decided to be his cousin reluctantly. Wouldn't it be convenient for me to do anything that way? This is what Zhao Xiling thought, and she began to feel proud. I must find out the secret of this man. I am the commander-in-chief's daughter. I can't let him control me. Chapter 89. You still say you haven't offended me? When Yang Lin met Zhao Xiling, he didn't care about anything and just chatted with her for a few more minutes. But what caught him off guard was that at first this girl seemed quite arrogant and would keep a certain distance from people she was not familiar with. But who would have thought that she would suddenly make a 180-degree turn just before leaving? Judging from her words and the look on her face, it seemed that she was interested in making friends with me. Since you consider yourself my cousin, you certainly won't treat me as an outsider, right? These are Zhao Shiling's original words. Although Yang Lin didn't understand why her attitude changed so much at that time, he still nodded subconsciously. The dean of the school is so good to me, and Zhao Shiling is the dean's niece. It is definitely right to be friends with Zhao Shiling. As for me, since I recognize you as my cousin, I won't treat you as an outsider. So, let us get closer from now on. The above are also Zhao Shiling's original words. Then based on the meaning of Zhao Shiling's subsequent words. She said she formed a team, and Yang Lin also had a team, and they were quite strong. Therefore, Zhao Shiling really wanted the two teams to get closer, for example, to discuss and communicate together, and if appropriate, they could also try to carry out missions together. Yang Lin did not refuse this. It was a good thing for the two teams to get closer to each other, and there was no reason to refuse. The only nonsense is that at that time, Zhao Shiling called her cousin, which was purely a joke. Who would have thought that Zhao Shiling now actually considers herself my cousin? Well, I don't have anything to lose anyway, so I'll just let it go. In addition, according to Yang Lin's plan, he would definitely not bring the team to accept the expedition today. Let the team breathe a sigh of relief today, and go to the demon exorcism hall early tomorrow morning to look for a suitable subjugation commission. As for the afternoon, he did not go out. He placed a boss chair in the courtyard of the apartment and leisurely drank tea and basked in the sun. But he didn't expect that Zhao Shiling's call would come suddenly. Cousin, I'm free this afternoon. Is it okay for me to bring my team to your place? Yang Lin, who was still drinking tea, almost spit out the tea. Cousin, you just said you wanted to get close this morning, but you're here so soon in the afternoon? Any questions? No problem, come whenever you want. Okay then. Mu Yu and the other 5 will be there in 15 minutes. Well, I thought it would take Zhao Shiling a few days to adapt to being my cousin, but it turned out that in less than half a day, she had already adapted quite well. Listen, how clearly the word cousin is called in the communication. At this moment, Yang Lin was only moved by Zhao Shiling's call of cousin. As for Zhao Shiling herself, she was giving serious instructions to Li Muyu and the other 4 on the way. I've made it clear beforehand that no matter what happens, my identity must not be revealed. If you disobey, you will bear the consequences. When the eldest lady spoke, Li Muyu and the other 4 dared not disobey and nodded in agreement. The reason why I call him cousin is mainly because I'm curious about his secret. He was originally a student who had repeated 3 years, but suddenly he became famous and led a team with extraordinary combat effectiveness. If you say he has no secrets, I definitely don't believe it. Zhao Shiling wanted to find out Yang Lin's secret, and she was actually anxious. She carefully selected 5 elite S-class warriors to form the Cloudtop team, and thought that they would be invincible among teams of the same level. As a result, he was slapped in the face as soon as he ran to Longting. So for Zhao Shiling, she really wanted to know how Yang Lin managed to keep the team running. Why are all his team members so strong? No matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem right. If she could know the secret of Yang Lin's training team, Zhao Shiling felt that her Yunding team would definitely become stronger. As for Yang Lin's other secrets, she actually didn't care that much. She just wanted information about the team becoming stronger. Of course, Zhao Shiling would definitely be happy if she could get the secret about Yang Lin's accident. Not long after, Zhao Shiling, Li Muyu and 4 others arrived at Yang Lin's apartment. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Yang Lin lying on a big back chair, rocking leisurely and drinking tea. You're quite laid back. Cousin, you must take it easy. Zhao Shiling was speechless. I thought you had issued high-paying training tasks to the war maidens around you, but the facts seem to be completely the opposite. Looking around, Jin Xijing and Long Yin were playing with a little wild cat, enjoying themselves very much. Lin Yanchuan was meditating in the martial arts arena at the moment, while Jiang Liyue was studying a cooking book carefully. Anyway, no Vanitas is training hard. Are they always like this? Not completely. If there's something they don't understand, they'll still discuss it together. That's it? How do you arrange your daily training? No, why would there be any arrangements? Doesn't accepting a commission to attack count as an arrangement? Zhao Shiling wanted to cry after hearing what Yang Lin said. Why can such an idle team have such high combat effectiveness? Think about her Cloudtop team. In addition to going on offensive raids, they also have strict daily training. What for? Isn't it for the purpose of bringing out the strength of the team and making every member of the team stronger? But Yang Lin made the team stronger without any effort, which made Zhao Shiling cry to death. Seeing Zhao Shiling looking very depressed, Yang Lin sat up from the big back chair and said, "Cousin, from what you said, you are not going to set high standards for the 5 of them, right?"
Shouldn't it be that way? All teams must have daily training. They are warriors. If they don't have enough fighting power on the battlefield, they will die. Then how do you arrange their rest time? What rest time do you need? Do you know how precious the time of an 8th level mentor is?
They are able to be guided by a super strong person. Other teams may never have this blessing in their lifetime.
Etc.
Yang Lin was so shocked that he almost fell off the big back chair.
Cousin, what did you say? An 8th level expert? Yeah, is there a problem? That's a problem, cousin. Where did you find this expert at the 8th level?
As far as I know, experts at the 8th level and above are rare in this world, right?
And your Cloud Top team, the instructor and trainer of Muyu and the other 4, is actually an 8th level expert? Maybe Yang Lin's voice was too loud and alarmed Zhang Liyue and the other girls.
When they heard that there were powerful people in the 8th realm, they all came over in a short while. At this moment, both Yang Lin and the war girl beside him were looking at him with shocked eyes. Zhao Xiling felt that after the team was defeated, she finally had a huge advantage over Yang Lin and gained a huge upper hand. For a moment, her expression became somewhat arrogant.
What's wrong? Isn't he just a strong man in the 8th realm? Is it strange? Cousin, what kind of status does your family have? You can even invite a strong man of the 8th realm to be a mentor and trainer? I can't tell you anything about this. I'm mainly afraid that telling you might scare you. Yang Lin was extremely ashamed.
The strong people in the 8th realm are really rare in this world. It is common knowledge that there are 9 realms for human warriors, but so far, no one has ever heard of anyone breaking through to the 9th realm. Therefore, once you reach the 8th level, you are already ranked in the world. Ordinary people probably don't have the qualifications to look up to you. From this, it can be seen that Zhao Xiling's family must be of extraordinary status. It seems that this young lady is truly worthy of the title.
Cousin, your family must be very famous in the alliance, right?
Of course.
Then I didn't offend you before, right? Hey, I'm glad I didn't offend you, otherwise I'm afraid my Longmen troops would disappear without a trace.
Zhao Xiling almost panicked when she heard Yang Lin's teasing.
You stinky man, haven't you offended me yet? He pinched and hugged me.
Forget it, stay calm.
Now I am your cousin, and the most important thing is to learn from her. Chapter 90, Has the World Changed?
When they heard that Zhao Xiling brought Li Muyu and 4 others to the apartment, Zhang Liyue and the others must have been very curious. What made them even more curious was that their commander actually had a cousin. In fact, it would be fine if she just recognized a cousin, but this cousin could let a legendary expert of the 8th realm be the instructor and training officer of her team.
Is this believable? This cousin is not simple, we'd better not provoke her easily.
In a very short time, Zhang Liyue, Lin Yanxuan and Qin Si reached a consensus. As for Long Yin, the 3 women must have taught her that in order to avoid trouble, she should never have any conflict with the commander's cousin. Back to the present, Zhao Xiling was still asking about the training methods of Yang Lin's team.
Yang Lin spread his hands, I'm not as exaggerated as you guys.
I can't find a person who can change the situation with just a stomp of his foot to be the team training officer. Just like now, I just let him go freely.
How is that possible, cousin?
You must have concealed the method to make the Vanadis grow quickly.
Cousin, really not. Impossible.
Muyu and the other 5 have trained for so long, and their qualifications are all top-notch, but they are actually no match for your team.
How dare you say no?
I swear, I didn't.
Zhao Xiling said somewhat dejectedly, so, cousin, are you saying that my 5 war maidens are becoming more useless than the last? Don't accuse me, I never said that.
Your team doesn't train, while my team trains intensively almost every day. And yet, we have to be rescued by you every time we go to the mines.
We're basically wiped out.
Having said this, regardless of Yang Lin's reaction, Li Muyu and the other 5 sisters must have lowered their heads in shame. Their instructor and trainer is indeed a strong man in the 8th realm. Just as Zhao Xiling said, this is something that other teams will never be able to achieve in their lifetime.
But the reality is cruel.
Facing the Longmen troops, they are not even a little bit inferior.
There is really a world of difference. I'm sorry, Mississippi. We were so stupid. You still think you're stupid.
If you could have half the strength of the Longmen army, I would have been relieved a lot.
I'm afraid Zhao Xiling will be unhappy and take her anger out on Li Muyu and the other 4.
Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "Cousin, speaking of training, I actually want to give you a suggestion."
What suggestions?
Training is fine, and it's definitely better to have a super powerful person to train with, but you also have to pay attention to the balance between work and rest. And you see, you usually control Muyu and the others too strictly.
They have to be very careful when talking to you. Don't you feel tired?
Why should I feel tired? You are their organizer and creator, and they are your subordinates and they have to listen to you. But you have to be nice to them, at least give them something beautiful to look forward to, so that they have a goal and motivation when they fight.
Zhao Xiling blinked and said, "I've been very good to them. How can an ordinary team compare to them?
Including their food, clothing, housing, transportation, and even training, I believe I have never treated them unfairly. But it's too one-sided, cousin. Think about it, you let them train all day long, but you also have to let them relax. For example, go out for a trip, sing songs, have a picnic, barbecue, in short, you must experience the beauty of life.
Otherwise, if they just fight, what fun will their lives have?"
Zhao Xiling rolled her eyes at Yang Lin and said, "Don't act like I've been abusing them.
Isn't it just to make them stronger in a short period of time?"
I tried to do what you said with them, but it wasn't fun at all."
Yang Lin's face darkened when he heard this.
As a young lady, you are always arrogant and look so proud. It would be strange if your subordinates could feel at ease around you.
But this is just a suggestion. Li Muyu's 5 sisters are not his own war girls, right?
It's not good to take care of other people's team's affairs too much.
Cousin, I actually came to you this time with a suggestion.
What's the proposal? I plan to have Muyu and the others cooperate with you when you attack again, mainly to let them learn your fighting style. By observing your battles, perhaps they can achieve a breakthrough of their own.
About this,
Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, "I don't mind if it happens occasionally, but it can't happen too often. After all, my team's level is too low.
If we really encounter an emergency, I, as a commander, am afraid I won't be able to take care of so many people."
Zhao Xiling was overjoyed. "Don't worry, I'm not a tactless person.
How about tomorrow?
Your team will attack, and my team will go and cooperate with you. The commission and rewards will be yours, and my team will just need to observe your battle.
This. Don't worry, cousin. You can mobilize them at will when needed. If they don't obey your command, I will punish them when I come back. Okay, then let them come with me tomorrow."
Seeing that Yang Lin agreed, Zhao Xiling felt extremely relieved. On the way here, she specifically told Li Muyu and the other 4 about this matter. As long as Yang Lin agrees, the 5 of them can then look for opportunities to secretly shoot some combat video footage of the Longmen troops. As long as there are enough video images, we can then conduct further analysis of the Longmen troops, which will definitely reveal the deep-seated reasons why the Longmen troops are so strong. Now that things have been settled, Yang Lin and Zhao Xiling specifically discussed the departure time for tomorrow. Originally, if there were no accidents, the 2 armies would have coordinated and launched an attack together tomorrow. But who would have thought that accidents would come so quickly, in the blink of an eye?
Zhao Xiling's communicator suddenly rang.
As soon as she answered the phone and heard a few words, her eyebrows frowned on the spot.
"Uncle Li, are you saying there's a wave of polluting beasts in the north? Why so sudden? Has the situation become so serious?"
"Well, okay, then you can continue to discuss this with the city lord and the dean of the academy."
"I understand. That's it for now." Yang Lin had no intention of listening to Zhao Xiling's communication, but her voice of shock was so loud that not only him, but also Jiang Liyue, Li Muyu, and others heard it.
"Cousin, what happened?"
"It seems serious?"
"It's more than serious. I'm afraid Longting City is about to change.
Just now I seem to hear you mention the pollution beasts in the communication, the beast tide?"
After Zhao Xiling sorted out her words, Yang Lin and others all knew the situation. Outside the northern buffer zone, following incidents at 3 strongholds, things are now even bigger. It has been confirmed that a beast tide has appeared there, and no less than 5,000 polluted beasts are heading towards Longting City.
Such a large number of polluted beasts are bound to contain many high-level polluted beasts.
If they cannot be resisted, Longting City is likely to be razed to the ground by the polluted beasts.
My sister.
Yan Lin was so upset at this moment.
My buddy was developing steadily, but now suddenly there is an incident of polluted beasts attacking the city. Do they want me to die in Longting? Chapter 91, Morning Lady and Spider Lady. After listening to Zhao Xiling's words, Yang Lin asked,
How did the city lord arrange this matter specifically? The city lord is now issuing an assembly order and has contacted several surrounding cities as quickly as possible. All cities have responded and will gather the elite of humanity in Longting as quickly as possible. However, due to the distance, I wonder if the reinforcements from half of the cities can make it in time? Jiang Liyue, standing nearby, also asked worriedly, so, when will those polluting beasts reach the buffer zone? According to observations, we will probably reach the buffer zone between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Can Longtang withstand it? If they were just ordinary polluting beasts, Longting's defense would definitely be enough. But according to observation, there seem to be quite a few high-level polluted beasts among them, and it is even vaguely confirmed that there seem to be 2 judgment-level ones. When Yang Lin heard the word trial level, he almost felt numb. If there are really only 2 judgment-level contaminated beasts, not to mention the thousands of other contaminated beasts, those 2 beasts themselves are a disaster among disasters. The judgment level is the 7th level among polluted beasts, and the level of polluted beasts is 10 times or even higher than that of humans of the same level. Unless Longting has many 7th level warriors or other masters, this battle will be extremely difficult to fight. According to the description in history books, with the current heavy firepower of mankind, unless the weak point of the judgment level pollution beast can be hit, it will not be able to break through the defense. Moreover, for a polluted beast of this level, its weaknesses will definitely not be easily exposed. Once the heavy firepower becomes ineffective, we will have to fight with manpower, which is a very scary thing. It is not difficult to imagine that even if Longting City wins this battle, it will probably be pushed to the bottom of the abyss by the disaster. Cousin, although you look serious, you don't seem nervous at all. It's not an exaggeration to say I'm not nervous, but I'm confident that the 2 helpers I brought with me should be able to stabilize the situation in Longting. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, oh, right, you just said that Mu Yu and the other's instructor is a strong man in the 8th realm. Could she be in Longtang? That's right, besides her, the other person is my butler. My butler's ability is not comparable to Mu Yu and the other's instructors and trainers. Ah, this. She is worthy of being the eldest lady. Just now, Zhao Xiling said that she had an 8th level expert by her side, which was already terrifying. Now I know that your sister actually has 2? Even if Yang Lin was talking nonsense at this moment, he knew that Zhao Xiling's identity was definitely not simple. In a split second, Yang Lin thought a lot about Zhao Xiling's identity. This girl is definitely not an ordinary girl. To be able to mobilize 2 powerful men of the 8th realm, either her family is at the level of commander-in-chief, or she is the backbone of the alliance. And no matter which one it is, it's quite terrifying. As for me, is it okay to call her cousin? Cousin, you are not scared, why are you silent? Ahem, well, I think calling us cousins is a bit inappropriate. Zhao Xiling was speechless. Now you know it's inappropriate. Weren't you shouting happily before? But really speaking, are we focusing on the matter of my cousins? The polluting beasts are clearly about to attack the city. Cousin, now that you're really in the mood to think about this, I think it's better to focus on the pollution beasts. Why should I be concerned about the polluting beasts? I'll just follow the orders of the city lord's mansion and the general affairs department. I'm in Longting City, so how can I be a deserter? Don't be ridiculous. With such a huge beast tide, what use can your Longmen troops or my Yunding troops be? If we really put it on the battlefield, calling our troops cannon fodder would be a compliment to our troops. The city lord's mansion and the general affairs department have already begun to announce this matter. By then, both the commander and the war maiden will need to be at the 3rd level. All the troops below are on standby in the city to ensure the survival of the troops after the war. Yang Lin was stunned for a moment, so, we can't go to the battlefield yet? What do you think? Even if your Longmen troops are strong, they are only strong at this specific stage. Do you really want to compete with a more advanced team? As soon as Zhao Xiling finished speaking, Yang Lin's communicator rang. It is a communication from the president of the school, Li Zhenxing. Just like what Zhao Xiling's housekeeper had told her before, Li Zhenxing also told her about this matter. However, in the communication, Li Zhenxing also emphasized one thing in particular. Yang Lin, don't go anywhere tomorrow. Just stay in the city. Li Zhenxing repeated this sentence at least 3 times in the communication. Yang Lin's face was filled with black lines. From what the dean said, he was like a child who refused to listen. If he didn't nag him properly, he would probably run away. I understand, principal. I will not joke about my life or the lives of the Vanitas with such a serious matter. That's good. Someone will be there to protect you later. Don't worry, no matter what happens, your Longmen troops will be fine. I promise you. At this moment, there was still kindness in Li Jinqing's words. Before Yang Lin could even take time to savor the moment, the other party had already hung up the call. The headmaster of the academy really cares about me, just like a family member. Also, because of the pollution beasts attacking the city, the originally lively atmosphere in the courtyard now seems a bit deserted. The polluting beasts are about to attack the city. It would be strange if I could feel good. At the same time, in a secret base that looks like a ruin, there are incomprehensible mechanical facilities everywhere. Among them, the bee girl who had previously fought with Yang Lin and was beaten to the point of crying for her parents was laughing triumphantly. As expected of a prisoner girl, she can even handle this kind of device. Great, truly great. When the contaminated beasts approach the city, they will definitely mobilize all their experts to set up defenses. At that time, if we could just activate the device in the almost undefended city, the resulting sea of blood and corpses would surely make people very happy. I can't wait any longer. Snort. Hearing Bee Girl's words, a voice snorted coldly, "Morning Girl, are you planning to commit suicide again?" "Spider Girl, what are you talking about? Last time was just an accident." The girl called Spider Woman, like Bee Woman, has the characteristics of a half-human woman. The Spider Girl shook her lower body, which was as sharp as a blade, and said, "If the prisoner girl hadn't saved you last time, you would have died. You couldn't even handle a low-level commander team, and on the contrary, you were almost killed. If the master knew about this, I'm afraid she would chop you down with a knife. You shouldn't tell the master about this. Anyway, when I go to Longting this time, I'm sure to cause a huge stir that will shake the world." Okay, I hope everything goes well for you. I still have to drive those polluting beasts here. I don't have time to chat with you here. Goodbye. Seeing the Spider Girl leave, the Morning Girl thought of Yang Lin and gritted her teeth. "Commander Trash, don't let me run into you this time, or I'll torture you to death." "Oh, and torture all your Vanitas to death. Phew, just thinking about it makes me so happy." Chapter 92. You can try to pursue her. At around 6:30 the next morning, the pollution beast tide arrived as expected, basically within the scheduled time range. The entire Longting must have already entered the first level of alert. Although everyone in the city is panicking now, seeing the fighters coming from other cities to provide support overnight makes people feel a little more at ease. As for Yang Lin, he is very obedient, quite obedient. Just stay home now and don't go anywhere. It's not that he doesn't want to go to the battlefield and show off his prowess in front of everyone, the key is that the level of the war team is really too low. Even if you use a cheat and run into a battlefield with thousands of polluted beasts, including judgment-level polluted beasts, it is no different from seeking death. Back to the present, the sound of artillery booming outside the city could be heard. Heavy firepower is concentrated in the northern buffer zone, which is also the first line of defense against the tide of polluted beasts. Even though the buffer zone is quite far away from the city, one can still feel the continuous tremors inside the city. I hope Longting can withstand this disaster. Yang Lin was filled with emotion. Everything was going smoothly in the early stages of the team's development, but who would have thought such a disaster would happen? Also, the food this morning didn't taste good at all. Because of the emergency situation of the polluting beasts attack, not only was Yang Lin worried, but Jiang Liuyue and the other girls were all the same. The expressions of everyone in the family were more solemn than each other. If the North really can't hold on, then all residents living in the city will need to evacuate Longting under the organization of the General Affairs Department. As for evacuation, that means fleeing. Even Yang Lin would definitely not want to experience such a thing. It was soon 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, someone rang the doorbell. When Yang Lin opened the door, he saw that it was Zhao Xiling and her Yunding team member Li Muyu and 5 others. "Cousin, why are you here?" "Not only us, but also Sister Phantom." As a powerful person in the 7th realm, Phantom came and went without a trace. When Zhao Xiling mentioned her, she really appeared in front of Yang Lin like a ghost. "Sister Phantom, so you didn't go to the war zone?" "I have more important things to do, and that is to protect the young lady and others as well as your Longmen troops. Put you together so I can take care of you later." Was this arranged by the dean? It was arranged by the eldest lady and the dean. Seeing Yang Lin's confusion, Phantom added, "Originally, it was her housekeeper and bodyguard who were protecting the young lady, but the situation became urgent, and as both of them were peerless masters, they temporarily obeyed the young lady's orders and headed to the battlefield." But the young lady is of noble status, and now is a tense time, so I was sent here to protect you two teams.
So that's how it is.
Yang Lin understood now, but he understood even more clearly that Zhao Xiling, this girl's identity was really not simple. For this reason, when Mei Ying entered the courtyard, Yang Lin secretly approached her and asked, "Sister Mei Ying, let me ask you something."
Zhao Xiling said she is the niece of the dean of the school, but what kind of background does she have? Why does she have two peerless masters protecting her when she goes out?
Her family is very powerful, and I can't reveal her specific background. So, if you have nothing to do, don't provoke her, or the consequences will be very troublesome.
Don't worry, I don't have the habit of causing trouble for myself. By the way, although I told you not to mess with her, seeing that you're already calling her cousin, you might as well keep trying.
If you can get on board the young lady, even if your Longmen troops don't develop, they will definitely have a bright future.
Oh my god. Is this a disguised encouragement for me to pursue Zhao Xiling? It has to be said that Zhao Xiling is a really good girl, with good looks and figure, but think about it, let us not have this idea for the time being. When she travels, she is always protected by two peerless masters. If you, a new commander, really go over to her, even if you succeed, will you be able to control her in the future?
Yang Lin's mentality is very normal now, so when he is weak, he should not think about riding a bicycle. When I become stronger in the future, not to mention one Zhao Xiling, even 10 of them will be no problem. As for Zhao Xiling at this moment, after she brought Li Muyu and the other 4 people in, she remained calm and the situation outside the city did not affect her. On the contrary, she even leaned close to Yang Lin and said, "Cousin, seeing that you haven't said a word, you are not scared, are you?
Why should I be afraid?
If the city is breached, everyone in Longting will have to go into exile. It's a rare honor for you, my cousin, to become Longting's new idol ambassador.
If that time comes and you lose all your savings, will you be willing to accept it, cousin?" Yang Lin couldn't help rolling his eyes. "I can see that you are just teasing me right now, right? As for new idol ambassadors or something, who cares?" Alas, Zhao Xiling pretended to sigh and said, "Some people may say they don't care, but they must be hurting in their hearts, right? But it doesn't matter, I'm here. My butler and bodyguards can easily deal with the beast tied outside, right?" Since we are talking about the butler and bodyguard, Yang Lin couldn't help but ask a question.
The butler is called Uncle Li by the eldest lady, and the bodyguard is a war girl named Honghu, whose strength is at the 8th level. At first, Yang Lin thought the housekeeper was a woman, but he didn't expect that she was actually a middle-aged man in his 40s.
He must have had doubts about this. In this world, besides becoming a commander, can a man break through to the 8th level even though he lacks the spirit shadow and full burst abilities of a war girl? Don't underestimate my butler. He's no ordinary man.
I don't know how he achieved this breakthrough through cultivation, but when you see him take action, you'll know what it means to be a peerless powerhouse. Zhao Xiling was very proud when she said this. Of course, she had reason to be proud. It was said that he could be protected by 2 powerful men in the 8th realm.
Even Yang Lin didn't dare to think about such a good thing now.
It was also since Zhao Xiling came and heard her say that the 2 peerless masters had already stepped onto the battlefield that the originally tense and solemn atmosphere in the apartment eased a lot. Even if a judge-level warrior appeared on the battlefield, he still had the support of 2 peerless masters, the fortified heavy firepower, and the fighters who kept coming from other cities.
It is only a matter of time to eliminate the tide of polluting beasts. This is exactly the case.
Good news keeps coming from the front line, and the General Affairs Department will also push information and intelligence to the public as soon as possible.
The current situation is very good. Seeing this, the lively atmosphere in the apartment is gradually heating up.
Think about it now, there are 5 sisters including Zhao Xiling, Li Muyu, 4 sisters from my own family, and a beautiful big sister Mei Ying.
With so many girls gathered together, it's impossible not to have fun after the psychological burden is reduced to a minimum.
Even Yang Lin relaxed his nerves at that moment. Just wait for the beast pollution tide to pass, and then you can continue to develop your own team steadily.
It's stable, very stable. However, at this time, no one noticed that a black light flashed across the sky above Longting City.
Not long after, invisible energy began to dissipate, and it seemed that it was intended to completely isolate the interior of Longting City from the outside world.
Chapter 93, Lonely City.
Battle images were also transmitted back from the buffer zone battlefield, which shocked and surprised the entire city in a short period of time. In the picture, a middle-aged man in butler's clothes and a war girl holding a pair of divine swords are fighting fiercely against 2 judgment-level polluted beasts.
It is necessary to correct one thing.
It is true that the pollution beast is at the judgment level, but it is a bit special. Blood Shadow, at first glance, looks like a human, but has barbs on its back, wrapping around its body like armor. Its right arm is the most special. It is blood red like a crystal and can transform into a giant red claw. The above is the appearance of this thing, but the most special thing is that it appears in two parts, one male and one female. If it is alone, it cannot reach the judgment level, but once it is linked together, it definitely has the strength of the judgment level. Because of this, when it was confirmed that the judgment level contaminated beast was actually Blood Shadow, the city lord and the academy director who was commanding the battle must have breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if it's not Blood Shadow, it's two judgment level creatures, but if it's Blood Shadow, it's actually equivalent to one. This pressure was definitely relieved more than a little bit. It was also through this video that Yang Lin witnessed the battle between peerless masters. The power of one punch is no less than the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. With a single slash of the sword, the entire midfield was like a powder keg exploding, shattered into chaos. With the cooperation of the two peerless masters, ordinary low-level polluted beasts are no match for them. They are like paper and will break into pieces when touched. Only two Blood Shadows could withstand the attacks of the two masters, but looking at the situation, it was obvious that the butler and the war girl associated with him had the upper hand. With two powerful men restraining the main force of the polluting beasts, the pressure on humans' heavy firepower and the combat teams deployed in various areas was suddenly reduced, and the overall morale increased by at least 200 percentage points. This video was used by the General Affairs Department to appease the public, and the feedback it received must have been very good. If Yang Lin could watch it with such gusto, let alone Zhang Liyue and the other girls who were watching the video with him. Just looking at their expressions, you can tell that each of them is fascinated by it. Do you know how powerful my butler and bodyguard are? Now Zhao Xiling has completely turned into a little peacock, and it is obvious that she is showing off to Yang Lin. As expected of my cousin, the masters around you are truly formidable. Judgment level contaminated beasts, I can't even imagine it now. Humph, your team is only at such a certain level and strength, can it compare with the strong ones in the 8th realm? But I think you have potential. If you work hard, you may achieve something in the future. Yang Lin squinted his eyes and smiled, and suddenly imitated his own emphasis. This girl is just missing a tail, otherwise she will stand up immediately. As for Zhao Xiling, she is really enjoying herself now. She enjoyed Yang Lin's shocked and stunned expression. When she came to Longting and was suppressed by this man, how could she let go of the chance to suppress him? Just as everyone was speculating when the battle would end, there was a sudden loud bang and the surging energy filled the entire city. What happened? Whether it was Yang Lin, Zhao Xiling, Mei Ying, or everyone else in the room, they all walked into the courtyard to see. I really didn't expect that it was dark outside and a huge surging vortex appeared in the sky above Longtang. Zhao Xiling was surprised and said, "How strange. This vortex is surging so fast, and I can faintly sense an ominous aura. Oh no, it's a portal." Yang Lin, are you sure it's a portal? Well, I've seen this kind of portal in some obscure books. From the sinister aura it exudes, it's easy to imagine that something terrifying will soon pass through this portal and arrive here. Phantom frowned, I never thought the enemy had such a skill, actually able to pull the portal directly into the city. Yes, but the cost is definitely not small. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any contaminating beast tides outside. Wouldn't it be easier to just throw them all into the city through the portal? Well, I think so too, but the situation is so unclear, I must report it to the commander first. Phantom quickly pulled up the address book. But unexpectedly, the call could not be made and she could not contact Li Jinxing. This is terrible. With the appearance of this thing, not only has the signal in the entire city been cut off, but it seems that the surrounding area has also been restricted. Looking around, one can see a gray, floating barrier surrounding the entire area. This is the main reason why calls cannot be made. As for the residents in the city, knowing that the battle on the front line was going well, everyone was waiting to tell others about the victory. But now, it seems that a new unknown horror has appeared. In just the time it takes for a gust of wind to blow, the people of the entire city are in panic. Damn it, the signal is blocked. It seems we are still trapped in the city. What kind of horrible thing is trying to crawl out of that vortex? More than 95% of the strong ones are on the front lines. Now that a powerful polluting beast is about to appear, who can save us? At that moment, everyone on the street and in the buildings was in a panic. They are anxious, and the General Affairs Department is even more anxious. Originally, the General Affairs Department was continuously transmitting intelligence to appease the people, but now, let alone appeasement, it has become difficult to organize people to fight in the city due to poor communications. The scene returns to Yang Lin again. Looking at the scene in the sky, he now wants to find a bag of salt and throw it hard on the ground, and then say fuck. Just now he said that the situation on the battlefield is very good and Longting will be stable soon. But what the hell is going on now? The enemy has opened a portal directly in the city? Such an outrageous thing has never appeared in history books. Phantom said at this moment, Yang Lin, and Miss, now that something big has happened, I must go to the portal to stop it. You all stay in the apartment, and if the situation becomes unfavorable, you can choose the direction of retreat on your own. The vortex surged faster and faster, and the murderous aura became more and more intense. The Phantom was extremely anxious. She no longer cared about anything else. After entering the deified state, she jumped from the top floors and quickly approached the vortex. What should we do? Upon seeing this, Miss Zhao Xiling panicked for once. Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, if they dare to open the portal directly and restrict the entire city, they must be confident that the restrictions will not be broken by outsiders in a short period of time. Since we are confined to the city, I don't think any place in the city is safe, but for now, let us see how the situation develops. Just as Yang Lin finished speaking, suddenly, a huge claw stretched out from the vortex. Next, there is the huge head and the other half of the claws. After such an investigation and analysis, Yang Lin couldn't help but gasp at the conclusion he came to. Trial level. Zhao Xiling's delicate body trembled. What did you say? Someone came out at the judgment level? Well, I'm sure it's at the judgment level. I do have some good eyesight. It's over. Longting is finished now, Zhao Xiling said anxiously. Right now, the experts are fighting in the buffer zone. If we really wait for them to return and break the restrictions, I'm afraid this judgment-level polluted beast will have already turned the city into a river of blood and a mountain of corpses. Chapter 94, In the Girl's Heart, The judgment-level contaminated beast, Bengshi Kuei. It has the face of a dragon, but has a thick shell on its back. Although it looks similar to a black tortoise overall, they are definitely two different beings. At that moment, Ban Shikuei seemed to smell the delicious aroma of human food. As soon as he emerged from the whirlpool, his saliva began to flow. It roared excitedly, and the huge mountain area like a hill struggled to pass through the vortex gate as quickly as possible. If you ask why it appears here, it must be related to the person behind the scenes, Shenu. The morning girl is actually the bee girl that Yang Lin and others had seen before. At this moment, she was behind the whirlpool, and she was very happy to see that Ban Shikuei was about to stir up a bloody storm in Longting City. Hurry up, and get through. It would be best if you could help me find that trash commander. He beat me up so badly last time, so this time you have to tear him apart for me. Oh, and the same goes for the Vanitas around him, turn them all into food for you. Shenna seemed to have already seen the scene of Banshiki killing people in the blockaded Longting City. In the picture, Yang Lin and his warriors were facing a catastrophe with expressions of extreme fear. Well, it's so exciting. Just thinking about it is very exciting. But in the next moment, Shenu was suddenly startled. She felt murderous intent blooming in front of Banshiki. I didn't expect there were still skilled fighters in the city. But it doesn't matter. I'll let you struggle for a few more seconds in your final moments. Then switch to Longting City. Including Yang Lin and his group, as well as countless people in the city saw. Just as Ban Shikuei's head and 1/3 of his body were about to emerge from the vortex gate, the light around him suddenly flickered. Countless crimson fragments that looked like dried blood strangely appeared. In such a flickering light, they were extremely eye-catching and it was hard not to notice them. What's this? Just when countless people were confused, the crimson fragments scattered in front of Ban Shikuei's head suddenly disappeared. Before people could fully understand what was happening, the crimson fragments reappeared the next second and suddenly turned into crimson swords with crisscrossing cuts, cutting towards Ban Shikuei's head like a storm. It seems to be Sister Phantom's killer move. The vortex gate was high in the sky. Based on Yang Lin's perception and judgment as well as his speculation on the direction the Phantom had previously left, he was sure that the Phantom had taken action at this time. This is exactly the case. The crimson fragments are the result of Phantom's sword intent. She is now extremely anxious. The city is blocked and the General Affairs Department is still organizing manpower. If this judgment-level contaminated beast falls into the city through the vortex gate, the consequences will be unimaginable. As for whether her attack was effective, it definitely was, but it wasn't that obvious. Ban Shirkuei is, after all, a judgment-level polluted beast and is classified as the 7th level among polluted beasts. But its strength is definitely not something a 7th level warrior can contend with. Just like now, the evil dragon Quina was greeted madly by the phantom, but it only made it feel pain and look anxious. And because it was angry, it must have been more anxious to get out of the vortex gate as soon as possible. Looking at all this, the phantom floating in the air couldn't help but bite his teeth. My power alone is too small. What should I do? Seeing that Ban Shirkuei was trying to crawl out despite the pain, Mei Ying had no choice but to flick his finger on the hilt of the knife. In an instant, countless deep red sword fragments hidden in the void formed a strangling formation. With even more ferocious momentum, he pressed towards Ban Shirkuei. Boom! Under the impact of the powerful force, Banshee Ki was forced back a little, but it did not stop its determination to climb out of the vortex gate. Banshee Kuei roared, and a shockwave of energy similar to dragon's breath spewed out towards where the phantom was. At the same time, Ban Shirkuei raised his front paws high, and when he swung them down, one could see with the naked eye that there were brief traces of his claws in the air. Phantom was quick-eyed and quick-handed, dodging Banshee Ki's attack. But a 10-story building at the rear and the adjacent square were instantly reduced to smoke-filled ruins. This scene shocked everyone watching the battle. The judgment class is so violent even before coming out of the vortex gate. If they come out and walk around the city, who can stop them? It's over. It's over. Especially some people who fled to the edge of the city, when they came into contact with the restrictive barrier and realized that they could not pass through it in their physical bodies, they collapsed to the extreme. Now, the people in the city are in a panic, including the Phantom who was fighting with Ban Shirkuei and the General Affairs Department who was organizing the combatants. We used a beast tide to attract combatants to the northern buffer zone, but the enemy managed to open a portal in the empty city in the rear. Is this considered a strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain? But it's useless to say anything now. If we don't stop Ban Shirkuei from coming, Longting City may really be completely reduced to ruins. Phantom, she is now the frontline fighter. Apart from her, there is no other expert in the 7th realm in the city. Knowing that she was the hope of the entire city, she could only try her best and continue to attack Ban Shirkuei. Given the current situation, every second of delay counts. As long as the front line discovers the situation and can mobilize a group of skilled personnel to return as quickly as possible, Longting City may not be impossible to save. Hope is slim, but now is not the time to give up. Phantom burst out with even stronger power. Surrounded by Ban Shirkuei's huge and evil aura, she was like a spark. Even though she knew it would go out at any time, she still tried her best to dispel the haze before her eyes. Zhang Liyue and others saw this scene. In the courtyard of the apartment, Lin Nianchuan was heard saying, "Commander, are we just going to watch? If Sister Mei Ying can't hold on any longer, the consequences will be disastrous. I know that once the judgment-level warriors land, without enough experts to contain them, it won't take long before the entire Longting becomes a river of blood. By that time, even we may not be spared. Commander, don't you have any other solution?" Xin Si became anxious when she heard this. She stepped forward and hugged Yang Lin's arm. Her eyes were full of hope. "I'm just a 2nd-level commander. Do you think I don't want to help? But in my heart, as well as in the hearts of Sister Liyue, Nianchuan, and Longyin, Commander, you are omnipotent." Seeing Zhang Liyue and the other girls nodding, Yang Lin felt ashamed. It turned out that he was regarded so highly in their eyes. Judging from their expressions, they are not just saying it, it is obvious that they think so. Well, let me think. Oh, right. Yang Lin's right fist suddenly landed on the palm of his left hand, and his expression became solemn. "Liyue, if I asked you to carry me to Sister Mei Ying, would you dare to approach the battlefield? As the commander's Valkyrie, what is there to be afraid of? Well, just carry me over there as fast as you can." Zhao Shiling next to her was completely stunned. "Yang Lin, do you want to go to the center of the battlefield now?" "Well, I want to go and provide some support, but of course, my strength is still a little weak. If you are not afraid, I hope you can follow closely and accompany me to the center of the battlefield." Chapter 95 Phantom, What is Unexpected? The center of the battlefield, that is, under the vortex, is where the Phantom intercepts the judgment-level Banshee Kuei. It can be said that this is the most dangerous place in Longtung now. Because once the judgment level lands, the center will definitely be the first place to be destroyed. At this moment, hearing Yang Lin say that he wanted to go, Zhang Liyue agreed. Lin Yanchuan, Xin Si, and Long Yin all followed without hesitation. Seeing the Longmen troops so active, Zhao Xiling felt that Yang Lin and his warriors were crazy. Even if your team has great potential, their current level is too weak. Going there might not be much help, and might even hinder Phantom's progress. The most important thing is that if you can't stop it, you will definitely die on the spot. Even so, do you still have to be so active? Cousin, you and your team stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for us to come back. As Yang Lin finished speaking, Zhang Liyue's spirit shadow had already attached itself to him, and then she began to jump and shuttle around the city with Yang Lin on her back. The same went for Lin Yanchuan and the other two girls. They followed closely behind Yang Lin and Zhang Liyue. Their goal was the center of the battlefield. Seeing the group like this, Zhao Xiling said in disbelief, "They really went? Miss, what about us? Should we go? Are we going to die? Although I really want to help, are we sure that going there won't hinder us and kill ourselves?" Li Muyu took a deep breath and said, "I think the commander must have some confidence, otherwise he would never do this. I don't know what they think, but I want to help." Zhao Xiling asked in confusion, "Why?" "The commander saved my life. Without the Lungmen troops, I would have died long ago. If the judgment class were to land, I'd probably be doomed. Might as well follow the commander and give it a try. If there is any place I can help, I will definitely be happy to contribute my strength." "Captain, that's so polite. What do you mean by I don't know what we're thinking? You're making us sound like we're too scared to die." "That's right, the commander didn't just save you, he saved all of us. He said we don't have enough strength. If we don't follow him out of fear, what future does this Hentang team have? Miss, please stay here. The five of us will go for a walk and return after assisting the commander." Zhao Xiling is very confused now. "You guys seem to have a very high opinion of that stinky man? Miss, now is not the time to talk about this. I know, but the way you guys are doing it makes me look like a coward. I am the commander-in-chief's daughter after all. If I hide in the apartment trembling with fear now, will I have the face to go out and see people in the future? Besides, if you can't stop it, I might suffer the same fate when the judgment level lands, so I decided to go together." Li Muyu and the other five nodded heavily. "Then we will go to the commander together with the young lady." About Zhao Xiling. Not to mention, she also awakened as an S-class warrior, and her realm had already entered the third realm. But one thing must be mentioned. Although her level is higher than Li Muyu and the other four, she was dragged up by the housekeeper and bodyguards. As the commander-in-chief's daughter, she doesn't need to fight, and she herself has no intention of doing so Zhao Xiling is purely an empty figure. However, this does not prevent her from selecting the best of the best and forming a powerful team. Now that she had decided to go, Zhao Xiling stopped being pretentious. After all 6 girls were equipped with spiritual shadows, they all exerted unparalleled speed to chase after Yang Lin and others. On the other hand, look at the battlefield. In order to prevent Banshee Qi from climbing out of the vortex gate, Phantom has been in a state of strong attack. Although half of Ban Shikui's body was still inside the gate and his strength was greatly reduced, even so, he was definitely not someone that Phantom could contend with alone. Over time, due to intense consumption, fatigue began to appear on the Phantom's pretty face. It was at this moment that the Phantom suddenly noticed a faint light shining from below, and then a slight relief appeared on her face. As her figure retreated quickly, there was a loud rumble and rows of specially made annihilation bombs rose into the air from below. The target of the attack was obviously Ban Shikui, who had half of his body exposed at the vortex gate. It turned out that the General Affairs Department organized some personnel and used heavy firepower in an emergency. The limitation is that this is inside the city. Even if the target is in the air, many firepower facilities cannot be used. Moreover, firepower is directed outside the city and inside the city. What is the point of defending the city? However, heavy firepower is still heavy firepower after all, and Bungshi Kue is fixed at the vortex gate like a living rake, so these rows of annihilation bombs are quite useful. Even though Ban Shikui was powerful, he would definitely scream in pain under such fierce and heavy firepower attack. Taking advantage of this time, the Phantom landed on a roof at his feet and took a breath. She didn't think that the firepower could repel or kill Ban Shikui. If a judgment-level contaminated beast could be easily repelled or killed, then it would not be a judgment-level beast. But what should I do next? I wonder if the people on the front line have noticed the situation in the city. Can Longting City hold on until then? In the time it took to breathe, Phantom thought a lot. Suddenly she heard footsteps approaching and immediately came to her senses.
Yang Lin, and Li Yu, why are you all here?
Looking behind them, Phantom was even more shocked. Not far away, Zhao Xiling and her Yunding team were also running towards them on the roof.
This is the center of the battlefield.
It's the first place to be affected if we lose control of the situation.
Why are you guys here instead of staying in the rear? Yang Lin replied, we plan to come over to assist you. I'm not looking down on you. This is a judgment-level contaminated beast. Your strength is too small. You'll only die if you come here, understand?
As Phantom finished speaking, she suddenly felt a special energy fluctuation in the vortex gate. Looking up, the situation that appeared made not only her but almost everyone else despair. The fighters from the General Affairs Department used concentrated fire to cause some damage to Ban Shirkuei.
But now, no one knows what's going on.
There is an extra layer of eggshell-like shield around Ban Shirkuei.
The eggshell shield is very powerful.
It can't be said to be invincible, but at least it can completely ignore heavy firepower for a few seconds.
And Ban Shirkuei could make use of these few seconds to force his way out of the vortex gate and fall into Longteng. Oh no! Phantom's face changed.
She knew that heavy firepower would be useless against Ban Shirkuei in a short period of time. She had to attack again and try to use the divine long sword in her hand to forcibly break through Ban Shirkuei's shield.
Sister Phantom, wait a minute.
If we don't break through its defenses soon, Longting City will be finished. Yang Lin, we can talk later if you have anything to say. Seeing the Phantom about to leap into the air, Yang Lin didn't care about anything else. In the eyes of the girls, he seemed to have teleported and appeared in front of the Phantom in a flash.
And with his hand, he grabbed the Phantom's arm. Yang Lin, what are you doing?
I'll help you fight the pollution beast.
Chapter 96. Behind a successful man there is. Phantom was quite surprised. You said you want to help me? That's right.
After hearing Yang Lin's affirmative voice, Phantom just opened her mouth to say something, but the next moment she instinctively received the information feedback. Because of the man in front of her, she was given a peaceful state. Level 2. Calming the mind. When the mind is weakened to a certain limit, the body will unleash its potential, quickly stabilize the mind, and increase the speed of mental recovery by 20%. Not only Phantom obtained this status, but also Jiang Liyue and several other girls, and even Zhao Xiling and her Cloud Top team obtained this status effect.
Jiang Liyue, Lin Yanquan, and other girls present must have known that this was the ability of their commander, but how did Mei Ying and the others know?
But before they could ask, a second state came on top. Level 2, Clear Mind and Concentrate. When spiritual power is consumed to the limit, physical skills will forcibly lock the explosive potential, and the spiritual power recovery speed will be increased by 20% compared to before. Yang Lin, he is now using group empowerment. But because Phantom, Zhao Xiling and Captain Yunding are not the warriors they have contracted, they only get 20% of the effect. But Jiang Liyue and the other girls are different from them, so it must be higher.
Of course, this is not the point. The key point is what Yang Lin will do next.
He quickly brought out a laser rocket launcher from space. This was his magic weapon. He used it last time and found it very useful, so he wanted to use it again this time. As for using it, it's because after using it last time, I know that this thing, like the star absorbing Big F, will seriously absorb the spiritual power of the participant and consume the participant's spirit. So this time, he made preparations in advance and directly put Phantom and others into a recovery state.
Sister Phantom, I know you still have a lot of doubts, including my cousin and you. But now is not the time to explain. Everyone, listen to my orders. Gather together and transfer your energy to me.
I will crush this judgment-level monster.
What is going on?
The Phantom was stunned on the spot.
The enemy is at the doorstep, the city is almost lost, and you suddenly come up with a rocket launcher, and then ask all the women to concentrate all their energy on you?
Not only Phantom wanted to vomit blood, but also Zhao Xiling and her Cloud Top team.
Is a small rocket launcher useful against the judgment class? I guess it can't even hurt a hair of the trial level? Yang Lin, this genius commander, is he really okay?
In fact, at this moment, except for Jiang Liyue and the other girls, whether it was Mei Ying or Zhao Xiling, they were all extremely curious and interested in Yang Lin's ability to bestow.
But in times of crisis, they didn't bother to ask this. And now we don't see that Yang Lin has even made the rocket launcher?
Well, no matter what Mei Ying and Zhao Xiling thought, Jiang Liyue, Lin Yanquan, Xin Si, and Long Yin, the four girls, immediately took a step closer to Yang Lin as soon as they heard the order. They followed Yang Lin's orders without hesitation and concentrated all their spiritual power on Yang Lin. Sister Phantom, cousin, it's already this late, what are you still hesitating about? Do you think you can handle the Inquisition level? Inside the Vortex Gate, Ban Shirkuei quickly climbed out under the dense firepower of the General Affairs Department fighters. Seeing this, Yang Lin didn't care about anything else and started scolding immediately. Even though Phantom was a 7th rank warrior, she was intimidated by Yang Lin's aura at this moment. Furthermore, she also knew that she alone could not stop Ban Shirkuei. Gritting her teeth, she quickly stepped forward and placed her palm on the back of Long Yin, who was transmitting spiritual power to Yang Lin, and transferred the spiritual power to Yang Lin through Long Yin. As for Zhao Xiling, she saw that the Phantom had moved, and the situation was indeed not good. Even though she was very angry at being treated harshly by Yang Lin, she did not dare to act willfully. She and the other 4 members of the Yunding team, Li Muyu, quickly stepped forward and transferred all their spiritual power to Yang Lin. If anyone could see the scene on the top floor at this moment, they would definitely be speechless, envious, or confused. I saw a man with a bazooka on his shoulder. Behind the man stood 2 rows of 11 girls, arranged in 2 rows like a string of candied haws. This scene is funny no matter how you look at it. But for Yang Lin, the person involved, he felt full of strength at this moment. Spiritual power surges. Bursting with power. In his current state, he felt that he could do 11 of them. Of course, don't get me wrong, I'm talking about the judge-level Ban Shirkuei. At this time, 2/3, almost 3/4 of Ban Shirkuei's body had crawled out of the Vortex Gate. Although the heavy firepower focused on it severely damaged its shield, no one could stop it from landing before the shield was completely broken, given the current situation. But it was at this time Yang Lin's laser rocket launcher exploded. In the shocked eyes of Phantom, and in the incredulous gazes of Zhao Xiling and others, the front end of the rocket launcher on Yang Lin's shoulder burst out with a light that was as hot as the sun. Also in this heat, perhaps due to the amazing spiritual power of Phantom, a 7th level strong man, the color changed from golden to golden purple. Ban Shirkuei seemed to sense the danger instinctively. Its body, which was originally crawling happily, now stopped moving for a second. A second later, instead of wanting to run out again, it started to curl back at full speed. Ha, the guys have already set up their laser rocket launchers, and you still want to run? Also, they say that behind every successful man, there is a woman who can support him. Look behind this man, there are 11 girls. Do you know how valuable these 11 girls are? While he was thinking nonsense in his mind, there was a buzzing sound, and the terrifying pressure, centered on Yang Lin, quickly spread out in all directions from the top floor where he was. Like a hurricane, it spread throughout Longting in an instant. No one knew what was happening at the moment, but soon, everyone saw that in the center of the battlefield, a purple laser thicker than a bucket suddenly buzzed towards the Vortex Gate. Most people thought they were seeing things. They rubbed their eyes desperately, trying to see whether the golden purple laser was just an illusion. However, this is not an illusion, this is the rise of a hero named Commander Yang Lin. As expected, Ban Shirkuei was hit fiercely by the golden purple laser. Not only that, at the same time as the laser was striking, more than a dozen tracking rockets also whizzed towards the Vortex Gate. Laser rocket launcher, Yang Lin's exclusive artifact, once locked onto, the enemy will definitely be hit unless they escape directly to another space. Boom. Rumble. Banshiki was pounded by lasers and bombarded by powerful rockets, and no matter how hard it was, it could not withstand it. For a moment, in addition to the powerful explosion, the entire Longting city could hear Ban Shirkuei's painful wails. And if you want to ask why this laser rocket launcher is so powerful, with the Phantom of the 7th realm present, how could it not be powerful? Although Phantom is not Yang Lin's battle girl, her strength will definitely be weakened when they work together to attack, but this does not prevent Yang Lin's exclusive artifact from adding bonus to stimulate Phantom's spiritual power several times. Coupled with the concentrated spiritual power of Jiang Liyue, Zhao Xiling, and 10 other sisters, it was normal for Ban Shirkuei to be beaten like a dog. But just as the laser rocket launcher ended, all 11 girls collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, Jiang Liyue shouted, "Oh no, Commander! The judgment class are charging towards us." The other 10 girls who were no longer able to fight at this time all widened their eyes when they saw Ban Shirkuei, whose head was smashed, rushing forward regardless of everything. Chapter 97, A Gathering of 11 Girls. Let us get back to the General Affairs Department. Although they organized a group of fighters, they did not expect that Ban Shirkuei would suddenly have an extra layer of shield on his body. Seeing that the heavy firepower could not break the shield in the first time, and that Bungshi Kuei was taking advantage of this opportunity to climb out unscrupulously, they must have been more desperate than the other.
Longting can no longer be saved.
The entire Longting will inevitably be filled with corpses piling up like mountains and blood flowing like rivers.
But
what they never expected was that from the roof of a tall building in the center of the battlefield, a golden-purple laser suddenly shot up into the sky and hit Ban Shirkuei's head hard.
After hearing Ban Shirkuei's painful wail again, the staff of the General Affairs Department inevitably had question marks on their heads? Could it be that this is the ability of Phantom, a powerful being in the 7th realm? But as a 7th level warrior, could she unleash such powerful strength to beat a judgment level contaminated beast like this?
They thought so, but the residents of the city who saw the golden-purple laser completely believed that it was a new type of weapon developed by the Research Institute of the General Affairs Department. Hearing Ban Shirkuei's painful wail again, the despair of the entire city's residents suddenly seemed to be welcoming the spring day after the east came. They felt as if they could be saved.
As expected of the General Affairs Department. I never thought the General Affairs Department had such a powerful weapon.
While everyone was praising the General Affairs Department, everyone in the department was still confused.
They have no idea what happened in the center of the battlefield. Buffer zone battlefield. Although this place is far away from Longting City.
But the situation in Longting City happened at a high altitude, and with a golden-purple laser rising into the sky like a bullfight, it was hard for people here not to notice it.
City Lord Fong Wanshan and Academy President Li Jinqing didn't know what was going on.
They wanted to call back, but found that the signal was blocked. After that, when Ban Shirkuei's earth-shattering screams could be faintly heard over here, the knowledgeable Li Jinqing immediately confirmed one thing. In the city behind, a judgment-level polluted beast appeared. As a 7th level commander, he had seen and recognized the polluting beast like Ban Shirkuei before. Thinking of the eldest lady Zhao Xiling in the city, Li Jinqing and Fong Wanshan were both sweating coldly. Let's put it this way, if something happened to Zhao Xiling in the city, Longtang wouldn't be trampled by the polluted beasts, but the commander-in-chief.
What's the situation at the front?
It's stabilized. One of the blood shadows is dead, and the other is being killed by Hong Huan the housekeeper.
Notify the young lady's housekeeper.
At present, the tide of polluting beasts on the front line has been basically resolved. If Honghu, the eldest lady's bodyguard, is asked to pursue them, it will not be a difficult task.
But if you want to go back to the city, you must bring a master back with you.
Naturally, the information quickly reached the housekeeper Uncle Li. When Uncle Li heard that something had happened in the city and thought that the eldest lady was still in the city, he almost went crazy on the spot. Within a few minutes, a transport plane flew back from the buffer zone at the fastest speed. However, when they arrived at the city, Li Jinqing, who came back with Uncle Li, discovered that the city inside and outside was actually restricted by an invisible force.
In this situation, the transport plane definitely cannot fly in.
The people around him tried to chop with knives and sweep with guns, but it was no use. However, only Uncle Li seemed to have realized something, and his expression became extremely solemn.
I can break this restriction. Li Jinqing was surprised by Uncle Li's words. This power is a bit strange, can you really break it?
Well, this is the power of technology.
Even if I tell you, you still won't understand. Uncle Li didn't say much.
As his strength exploded, he punched out with a powerful force that could shake the earth and create a huge hole in the restriction that was difficult to recover.
Nothing can happen to the young lady. I must get to her quickly.
Uncle Li, I want it to go faster, faster. Due to the intense running, his upper body clothes were completely torn apart, revealing his strong 16-pack abdominal muscles. A man who looks serious but gentlemanly and elegant in formal attire, looks completely different after his clothes burst, which is very shocking. No one noticed at this moment that, in addition to his extremely anxious mood to save the eldest lady, Uncle Li's eyes revealed a more complicated look.
Number 1, why haven't you died yet? Destroying cities and humanity is not something you should do, but why did you go to such lengths?
No one knows who the number 1 that Uncle Li mentioned is, but one can definitely guess it by listening to his mutterings.
He must know who is behind this attack of polluted beasts on the city. Let us talk about Yang Lin again.
Ban Shirkuei was beaten by the combined power of Yang Lin and the 11 sisters, and half of his huge head was smashed to pieces. But its final ferocity still made it choose to fight to the death for revenge. Ban Shirkuei unleashed all his potential and went berserk. After breaking free from the vortex gate, he launched a desperate attack on Yang Lin and others. On the other hand, except for Yang Lin, who was still standing, Mei Ying, Zhang Liyue, Zhao Xiling, and others had all exhausted their spiritual power and were at the lowest threshold. At this time, if Ban Shikuei approaches, there is nothing you can do except wait for death. The 11 girls watched the scene helplessly. At such a desperate moment, they could only focus their hopes on Yang Lin. I thought it was solved, but I didn't expect it would take one last time. Yang Lin took a step back, staring at Ban Shikuei without blinking, and his hand also touched the Phantom's ship-slashing sword. Yang Lin. Phantom thought that Yang Lin was unwilling to die, so he wanted to die gloriously in battle. She was also overwhelmed with emotions and called out Yang Lin's name. But unexpectedly, Yang Lin replied, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I won't let anything happen to anyone." Zhao Xiling gasped for breath and said, "You are just a commander. At most, your shooting skills are more accurate." "Yeah?" Yang Lin glanced at Zhao Xiling, then made a gesture as if to jump. The girls only saw a flash before their eyes, and they didn't even see Yang Lin's movements clearly. They just saw Yang Lin disappear from the spot. Where's that person? He suddenly disappeared? Is it an invisibility technique? No, it's on top. The 11 girls looked up and had no idea how Yang Lin managed to move into the air in an instant, and his position was right above Ban Shikuei, who was rushing towards them. Now Yang Lin, holding the ship-cutting sword in his hand, has turned into a falling meteor. Step and kill. Yang Lin is in very good condition now, and his spiritual power is extremely amazing. In addition, the spiritual energy he temporarily received from the 11 girls had not been completely consumed, and now, it was all released by him. Boom! Ban Shikuei was stomped on the head by Yang Lin and smashed to the ground. At this moment, even though the women were on the top floor, they could feel the violent shaking around them. As for the area below, smoke and dust were billowing. Although it was impossible to see the conditions of Yang Lin and Ban Shikuei, one could instinctively tell that the battle was over. Chapter 98, The Psychological Shadow of the Morning Girl. The center of the battlefield suddenly became quiet. Because they were not in the center of the battlefield, neither the General Affairs Department nor the ordinary people knew what was going on. Just now, Ban Shikuei was at high altitude, and the fighters from the General Affairs Department were still able to confirm that the thing was alive. But what about now? Why did it suddenly become quiet? But there is one thing. Whether it was the fighters from the General Affairs Department or the people in the city who had been looking up at the sky, they all said that they saw a meteor before the silence. The meteor was very bright even in the daytime. Moreover, the meteor fell down with Ban Shikuei's huge body, and then, nothing happened. It is very quiet now. The first ones to understand the situation must be Mei Ying, Zhang Liyue and others. Although they were severely exhausted, they were not able to use their spirit shadows to fight or take action in a short period of time. But as long as you lie down on the edge of the top floor, you can see clearly what is happening below. When the smoke and dust cleared, they saw that Yang Lin was holding a ship-cutting sword and sitting on Ban Shikuei's neck to rest. Just as he stepped down from the sky, the ship-cutting knife in Yang Lin's hand had actually stabbed into Ban Shikuei's head first. After he accumulated his strength, Ban Shikuei's head, which was almost broken into half, was basically on the verge of breaking. Then he stood up again and pressed down hard on Ban Shikuei's head with his foot, causing the thing to fall to the ground with its head first, and become a mess on the spot. Look at the ground. The hole made by the head is obviously much deeper than the hole made by the body. The final result is beautiful. A series of information prompts followed one after another. This time, Lin Yanquan directly broke through to the 9th level of the Fighting Soul, which is the peak of the 2nd realm, and is about to enter the 3rd realm of the Fighting Master. Xin Si broke through to the 8th level of Fighting Spirit. According to Long Yin, he had completed a breakthrough in the realm and had already reached the 3rd level of the 3rd realm, the 3rd stage of the Combat Master. The strongest member of the team, Zhang Liyue, is now at the 4th level, the 3rd stage of the War King realm. After all, it is a judgment-level polluted beast. Even if the experience gained at each stage is limited, the gains of each warrior are still astonishing. Overall, it's just a little bit off. As long as one of Lin Yanquan and Xin Si can achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd level of Combat Master, Yang Lin can immediately conduct the assessment of the 3rd level commander in the General Affairs Department. In addition to the above experience gained, Yang Lin's spiritual power limit soared by 1,000, and he also received an additional 1,000 rewards. As a result, his spiritual power limit reached a terrifying 8,500. When an ordinary commander is at the peak of the 2nd stage, the upper limit of his spiritual power can reach 500 to 600, which is already a genius among geniuses. Compared with Yang Lin, they are really nothing. Of course, I'm not looking down on other commanders, I'm just stating the facts. Yang Lin can contract with unlimited war maidens. If his spiritual power cannot keep up, how can he provide the most caring and protective care to the war maidens? The greatest desire of Commander Yang Lin is to make the war girls around him feel that their bodies are filled with powerful spiritual power of destiny at all times. Besides, how can one kill a judgment-level contaminated beast without obtaining duplication points? 3,500 copy points, and then you can give Jiang Liyue, Lin Yanxuan, and other 4 girls a wave of growth in their qualifications. When Yang Lin thought about the girls habitually staying in a cool state in the space, he expressed his approval. Oh, I almost forgot about the core of the judgment-level pollution beast. The value of this thing can no longer be measured by how much it can be sold for. Simply displaying it is a lifelong honor for the commander and the team. A judgment-level contamination beast already possesses the basic conditions to destroy a city. If a team can kill a judgment-level beast, they can really brag about it for the rest of their lives. No kidding. At this time, Yang Lin was happy, and so were Mei Ying, Jiang Liyue and other girls. But there was one person who was extremely frightened, trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. This person is Chenu, also known as the bee girl that Yang Lin, Jiang Liyue and others had fought against. The mission of the morning girl is to assist the judge-level Ban Shikue to enter the interior of Longting City and kill people indiscriminately. According to her plan, once Bang Shikue lands, she will follow closely behind him, and then use the judgment-level Bang Shikue to judge the fate of everyone in Longting City. But she never thought that Ban Shikue had not yet come out of the Vortex Gate, or rather, he had just come out of the Vortex Gate and suddenly disappeared. It was obvious that luring the tiger away from the mountain was a good thing, and the master's power was also used to block the city. Logically speaking, the progress was perfect and things went smoothly. But in the end, why did it turn out like this? By the way, what Chen Nu hates the most is Yang Lin and his war maidens. She wanted to descend into Longting, and the thing she wanted to do most was to kill the commander and torture the war maidens around him to death. Only when the golden-purple laser as thick as a bucket hit Ban Shikue's head, and when Chen Nu felt Ban Shikue's fear and tried to retreat back into the Vortex Gate, she finally thought of the fear that she felt when Yang Lin's laser beam hit her body that day. The man didn't know where he got the weapon from, or maybe it was his ability. In short, deep in Chen Nu's heart, the thick laser beam has become her nightmare. At this moment, seeing the tragic death of Ban Shikue through Chen Nu's perspective, Chen Nu dared not show up no matter what. If I fail the mission, I will be punished by the master. But that man is here too, and it was him who killed Ban Shikue. I don't dare to go out. Gudong. The morning girl swallowed nervously, and she instinctively took 2 steps back out of fear, but she didn't dare to close the vortex door without the master's order. What to do? What should we do? Jenna thought to herself, if that man fired a laser at her body again, how would her fragile body be able to withstand it? If the mission fails, you may be severely punished, and the worst result is being executed by your master. But now that she had fallen into Longting's hands, Jenna felt that she was doomed to die. So after weighing the pros and cons, she did not close the vortex door, but she did not dare to approach it either. She just endured the time in panic, tension, and fear. At the same time, when the General Affairs Department sent out a group of staff to cautiously approach the center of the battlefield to investigate the situation, a violent man arrived at the center of the battlefield at the speed of a hurricane. He is the housekeeper of the eldest daughter Zhao Xiling, Uncle Li. He was so worried that something might happen to the eldest daughter that he no longer cared about his image as a housekeeper. As a butler, he was so gentlemanly and gentle, but now he looked so wild and tough. When he arrived at the center of the battlefield and saw that Zhao Xiling was still alive, he must have breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw the dead judge-level Ban Shikue, even a powerful man like him couldn't help but be stunned. The young man next to the eldest lady gave him a special feeling. However, Uncle Li also did not expect that since he appeared on the scene and Yang Lin met this strong man at close range, he also noticed some unusual intelligence information. Chapter 99 Uncle Li, The Shocking Secret. After Phantom and the others stayed on the top floor for about 10 minutes, they had recovered a little because of the 2 buff states that Yang Lin had previously given them. It is definitely impossible to fight with such a short recovery time, but it is definitely possible to jump from the roof to the bottom with the help of the spirit shadow. When he came downstairs and saw Yang Lin resting, Phantom couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe you can still fight and be so terrifying. Haha, it's purely thanks to my ability. I'm just a commander and I don't have any combat abilities. After hearing this, the girls present were speechless. Can't fight, I just teleported away. Can't fight, I just turned into a meteor. Can't fight, you've smashed the heads of all the judge-level people. Even Jiang Liyue and the other girls knew that their commander was extremely mysterious and had endless abilities, but they were still shocked by Yang Lin's performance just now. As for the eldest daughter Zhao Xiling, the issue that concerns her most now is where Yang Lin bought the rocket launcher. Being able to fire lasers and shoot down a group of rockets at the same time is absolutely amazing. She was curious and uncomfortable until she understood the situation. Cousin, where's that bazooka you just mentioned? Oh no, that bazooka with laser lights? Put it away. Can I take a look then? No, that's one of my abilities, a kind of mimicry. Because of that, I can absorb your energy and use it for my own benefit. In reality, how could such an outrageous thing be created? Zhao Xiling suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Cousin, you're amazing. I never thought you had such a magical ability. In the past, Zhao Xiling called Yang Lin cousin because she wanted to get close to Yang Lin and reluctantly accepted the title. But now, she is actually very sweet when she calls her cousin. It's just because she knows that the man in front of her is not ordinary and has many secrets. Calling him cousin helps the two of them get closer, and only by being close can you know more of this man's secrets. At this moment, after talking about the laser rocket launcher, Li Muyu asked curiously, Commander, can you really teleport? Just now, when you suddenly attacked on the rooftop, none of us present, including Sister Phantom, could see how you got to the sky. You were too weak at the time, and I concentrated your strength and accumulated a huge amount of power. As one increased while the other decreased, you didn't see the real situation clearly. By the way, that's one of my abilities. Generally speaking, abilities aren't easily recognized, so that might be a factor. Step kill, one of the 6-step kills. It was the first time he tried to use it when he killed Ban Shirkuei. The effect is good and the power is quite good. Although it relied on the combined power of the 11 sisters, Yang Lin realized that even the basic damage of this 6-step killing is extraordinary. No matter what, all the girls present now know one thing. Yang Lin, the commander, seems to be very good at fighting. Although he repeatedly admitted that he was not good at fighting, the girls ignored this part of his words. Later in the conversation, it was inevitable that the mention of Jiang Liyue and the other girls, all of whom had achieved extraordinary breakthroughs in their realms, was also mentioned. Although Mei Ying, Zhao Xiling, and others raised doubts, Yang Lin smoothed them over with words. Yang Lin said that the judgment-level polluted beasts are extremely high-level polluted beasts. Normally, ordinary teams would run away when they saw it, and super-strong men would not fight against such things unless they had no other choice. In this case, let alone killing the judgment-level pollution beast to bring people to upgrade. As the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. It's rare to kill a judgment-level creature, so breaking through a few more realms is no big deal. If it was a phantom, she thought about it carefully and soon let it go. Her team is so strong, but until now, they have not killed a judgment-level monster independently. It seems that it is not surprising that Jiang Liyue and the other girls are promoted by 2 levels. If you ask whether the other 4 girls besides Jiang Liyue have any benefits, the answer is definitely yes. It's just a normal harvest. Like Phantom, she had struggled to resist Ban Shirkuei for such a long time. After Ban Shirkuei died, her realm experience bar directly jumped to half of its current level. The Yunding team and others each gained 1/3 of the experience bar of their level. The above is called participation. After finishing the business, maybe everyone was a little tired, so they didn't move. They have to wait for the General Affairs Department staff to come and report and record the matter. It was during this period that the staff from the General Affairs Department arrived, but the housekeeper Uncle Lee arrived first. Miss. Uncle Lee, huh? Why are you like this? I'm sorry, miss, I made you laugh. I heard about the situation here and rushed all the way here without paying attention to anything else, so I look a little embarrassed. But seeing that the young lady is fine, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Uncle Lee, it's okay. Look, Ban Shirkuei has been dealt with. At this moment, Uncle Lee looked at Ban Shirkuei lying on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. As a strong man, he must be aware of how powerful the judgment-level pollution beast is, but everyone in the field, including the eldest lady, actually killed the judgment level? Zhao Xiling continued, Uncle Lee, you don't know, this matter is mainly due to, the achievement of Commander Yang Lin. He has a very powerful energy. After concentrating the strength of Sister Phantom and all of us, he was able to kill the judgment level. Commander? Uncle Li looked at Yang Lin. He must have read the information about Yang Lin. But who would have thought that a newly promoted second-level commander with B-level qualifications would have the incredible ability to kill a judge-level commander? If this matter were to be reported to the commander-in-chief, I'm afraid he would have to rush to Longting overnight to invite Yang Lin to visit the commander's residence and train him. Knowing that the eldest lady would not lie to him, Uncle Li must also attach great importance to Yang Lin. My name is Yang Lin, nice to meet you, senior. Don't be so polite, I'm just a housekeeper. Just be casual, young man. The two looked at each other closely. Uncle Li's heart soon skipped a beat. I always feel that there is an indescribable aura about this young man. I have no idea what it is, but one thing is certain, the aura is very majestic and a little intimidating. Could this be the appearance of a king? So far, this is the first time that someone has made Uncle Li give such a high judgment. When Yang Lin faced Uncle Li, he was soon shocked. Why does this strong man in front of me give me the feeling that he is not human? No, the other party is clearly a human. Whether it's the appearance, the muscles on the body, or the blood energy emanating from the body. All of this clearly shows that Uncle Li is a strong human being. This made Yang Lin even more confused. Why do I feel that the other person is not human? He originally thought he had seen it wrong, but just as the two were about to look away from each other, Yang Lin was suddenly shocked. He discovered Uncle Li's secret. This time, he was sure that Uncle Li was not human. Chapter 100 Number 1 and Number 4. Because Yang Lin's perception ability was extremely strong, after all, he had integrated the system, so he noticed that Uncle Li's breathing was disguised. His heartbeat was also fake. In other words, Uncle Li can survive even without breathing or heartbeat. And this is something that humans simply cannot do. Even if one cultivates to the highest realm and achieves the highest level, it is impossible to be so outrageous. If he is not human, what is the true identity of this powerful person in front of us? Yang Lin was puzzled by this problem. No matter how you think about it, isn't this a bizarre world of gods and ghosts? Just as Yang Lin was thinking about this question, the question from the eldest lady Zhao Xiling suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The person Zhao Xiling was questioning was Uncle Li, not Yang Lin, but Yang Lin was also very interested in Zhao Xiling's questions. Zhao Xiling asked, Uncle Li, do you know what this vortex gate is? Will another judgment class creature emerge from it? Wait a minute, Mississippi. Let me observe. Uncle Li waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xiling to be quiet, and also signaling everyone else to keep quiet. He raised his head, his eyes fixed on the vortex gate that was still rotating in the air. About 10 seconds later, a voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Number 1, I know you're using the power of technology to restrict the city. Apart from you, no one else in the world can do this. Is this a direct way to lock onto the enemy's identity? It sounds like Uncle Li and the other party are acquainted. But why are they called by code names? Is there any deeper meaning behind this? Number 1, it's already this late, are you still hiding and afraid to see anyone? For so many years, I thought you were dead or destroyed like them, but I didn't expect that you were still alive. There was no response from inside the vortex gate, but Uncle Li's voice was so deafening that it seemed to ring directly in his head. Eh? No, wait. At this time, Yang Lin noticed from the corner of his eye that although Uncle Li was shouting so loudly, Zhao Xiling, Mei Ying and others around him did not react at all. Logically speaking, everyone shouldn't be surprised or react with shock when they hear that Uncle Li can designate the murderer who invaded Longting. But all the girls present remained silent and did not dare to make any sound. In just a moment, Yang Lin suddenly figured out something. I was just saying it in my mind, and this voice seemed to ring directly in my mind. It turns out that Uncle Li asked everyone to be quiet because he was communicating with the mastermind behind the vortex gate through a special method. As for Zhao Xiling, Mei Ying, and Zhang Liyue, they couldn't hear any voices at all. Naturally, they would not react with surprise. It turns out I'm the only one who can hear it. It seems that my abilities are beyond my original understanding. After expressing his feelings in this way, Yang Lin pretended to know nothing and listened quietly to Uncle Li calling that number 1. Number 1, answer me, why are you not talking? I just went to take care of some things. I heard your voice when I got back. Number 4, how are you? Hearing this, Yang Lin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The one who responded to Uncle Li was a woman. Her voice was pleasant but indifferent, without any emotion. It can also be learned from their conversation that Uncle Li originally had a code name, Number 4. At this time, when Uncle Lee heard the other party's reply, he couldn't help but sneer. "It's you, I knew I wouldn't be wrong. But don't you think you've gone a little too far? Using polluted beasts to attack human cities, how could you possibly think of that? Number 4, do you think I'm being too extreme? Don't you find it ridiculous when you say that? I, you, and them, all of us, have only one meaning in life. And I am searching for that meaning for all of us." "No," Uncle Lee said sternly, "I am different from you now. I have my own meaning in life now. Don't confuse me with you." "Heh," the woman called number 1 said disdainfully, "don't forget who you are and why you were born into this world. From the very beginning, the fate of the 7 of us was determined. If you want to leave us and become independent individuals, that's impossible." "But I did it," Uncle Lee said with some pride. "I don't have to obey those so-called instructions. I can live according to my own will. So you and I are different." "Really? So now you're accusing me of finding the meaning of existence for everyone, and by the way, proving that you're better than any of us?" Uncle Lee frowned. "I didn't say that." "Number 4, that is clearly what you meant. But it doesn't matter, because I know that humanity cannot live without me. Without me, the world will only go to destruction. Number 1, things are different now. This is a new era. As the saying goes, if we don't agree, there's no need to talk too much. Let's end our conversation here. Also, since you want to betray us, let me try now. Is it because your body has severely deteriorated that you are disturbed by this and are saying such rude words to me and us? Number 1, you are beyond help. No, I always know what I am doing. I will never change my original intention. This is the only meaning of my and our birth." Uncle Lee gritted his teeth and turned around suddenly. "Everyone, get out of here. Quickly, immediately." Seeing Uncle Lee's expression suddenly become serious and solemn, and his words were so urgent, Zhao Xiling was extremely confused, not knowing what was going on. "Uncle Lee, what's wrong with you? Is there another polluting beast? Don't ask so many questions. Danger is coming soon. Leave this area, the farther the better." There was no time to explain further. Uncle Lee could feel a devastating pressure coming from the vortex gate towards the midfield. Yang Lin, who had inadvertently overheard the conversation between Uncle Lee and the woman called number 1, knew what was going to happen. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and he spoke immediately after Uncle Lee finished speaking. "Liu'e, Nianxuan, Sister Meiying, Muyu, everyone, follow me and leave here." "Commander! Don't ask why, this is an order, a mandatory order." The sudden retreat on the field was really puzzling. But seeing Uncle Lee's serious expression and Yang Lin's urgent orders, all the girls had no choice but to retreat quickly. Just when Yang Lin was leaving, Uncle Lee couldn't help but glance at Yan Lin. There was something complicated in his eyes. This young man is more terrifying than I imagined. After muttering this, he looked up at the vortex gate in the sky again. That is, after Yang Lin took the 11 girls away to a certain distance, Uncle Lee no longer cared about his image. As he roared to the sky, the muscles in his body began to burst out with amazing power from the inside out. Chapter 101, A Question. On Yang Lin's side, everyone had unleashed their potential and moved quite a distance away from the center of the battlefield. Zhao Xiling was quite resentful at this moment. "Cousin, what on earth are you and Uncle Lee up to? You let people go without saying anything. It's really confusing, isn't it?" Seeing that they had run so far, Yang Lin replied, "Because there is a high possibility of fighting there." Hearing this, Phantom was somewhat surprised and asked, "Could it be that a new powerful polluting beast will emerge from the vortex gate? This possibility cannot be ruled out." Yang Lin responded like this, but he really couldn't tell the girl next to him that he had actually heard Uncle Lee's secret, so he hurriedly led everyone to evacuate. Just when Zhao Xiling wanted to ask Yang Lin whether he could sense the strength of the polluting beast, she heard a roar from behind that broke through the air and resounded throughout the sky. The voice is Uncle Lee's. In addition to this earth-shaking roar, a powerful force also instantly spread from the center of the battlefield to the entire city. The staff of the General Affairs Department who were on their way originally wanted to confirm whether the judge-level Ban Shirkue on the battlefield was dead. But after hearing the roar and feeling the incomparable pressure, they all ran back. There are also residents of the entire city who thought that the polluting beasts had been dealt with, but God knows, now the center of the battlefield has started to erupt again. Could it be that the polluted beast is not dead and is fighting with the fighters again? No matter what the situation is, the hearts of everyone in the city are tense again. On the other hand, the center of the battlefield, the center of the vortex, suddenly changed again. It surged faster than before. The violent and murderous aura suddenly spread throughout the city, and no one was left unmoved and frightened. Sure enough, is a new high-level polluting beast about to emerge? In the current situation, it's not just one person who thinks so, almost everyone thinks so. One judgment-level beast is already enough of a disaster. If there are 2 or 3 more, not to mention one dragonsaur, even 2 would not be enough to deal with the pollution beast. At this moment, even Yang Lin, looking at the vortex gate in the center of the battlefield and feeling its terrifying majesty, couldn't help but tremble with fear. This power is too strong. Everyone said that he was using cheats. In the current situation, Yang Lin knew that if he was caught in it and did not use life-saving props, he would be strangled to pieces in an instant. So we must become stronger. I must become strong with the warriors around me. As Yang Lin was expressing his emotion, the sky above the vortex gate suddenly became desolate. The violent force seemed to become tangible, like a torrential rain or 1,000 arrows, crushing towards the center of the battlefield. Crash! The power surging out of the vortex gate has not yet landed on the ground, but all the buildings on the surface have been destroyed. What if this power is added to your body? With this worry in mind, Yang Lin looked towards the center of the battlefield. Although they were far away and ordinary people could not see anything, Yang Lin, as the commander, had special perception abilities. From a concrete perspective, he saw Uncle Li, who was having the same sharp outburst. Uncle Li is now majestic and domineering. Facing the overwhelming force, he did not retreat. Instead, he bounced straight towards the vortex gate. The invisible collision of force and force instantly turned the center of the battlefield into a raging storm. Especially at the intersection of the power centers, the fierce air surging from all directions is so shocking that it is beyond imagination. This scene is so moving that it is impossible not to be shocked. But this so-called battle did not last long. Both sides said it was a battle, but to be more precise, it was a test of strength. One was in the dark, the other in the light. At least the location and timing were wrong, or maybe it was because they were old acquaintances, so the destructive force soon subsided. Pull the view back to the center of the battlefield. Uncle Li has now landed on the ground, but his expression is still proud, which shows that he did not suffer any loss in the previous fight. Number 4, you're fine. Hearing the woman's words from the vortex gate, Uncle Li replied, "Of course I'm fine, because I've found the meaning of life and existence for myself. I'm no longer bound by the past or those instructions. Now I am free, and my freedom makes me love everything around me. You can see that I am a housekeeper now, but I am very happy. I never thought you would become a humble housekeeper. If it were in the past, everyone would have laughed at you. I feel the same way, but it doesn't matter, because this is the path I have chosen. Also, number 1, I don't really want to care about you interfering in the world, but if you interfere with the meaning of my existence, then one day we will have to fight to the death." Really? Then let's talk about it next time we meet. As the woman finished speaking, the vortex gate stopped working and disappeared after a few seconds. Number 1. Knowing that the woman had left, Uncle Li murmured something. His tone sounded quite emotional and his expression became even more complicated. But as the vortex disappeared, the center of the battlefield became calm again after the tension. At this moment, everyone in the city thought they were dreaming. Has the crisis been resolved? So, are your life and the lives of those around you saved? After another 10 minutes passed and still nothing happened, everyone was sure that Longting City was now safe. It was so rare that they managed to save their lives, so how could they not spread the news? For a while, Longting City was filled with a retaliatory bustle, just like the new year. On Yang Lin's side, Zhao Xiling must be worried about Uncle Li. Seeing that the center of the battlefield was quiet, she ignored everything and rushed over there, followed closely by Li Muyu and the other 4. Seeing this, Yang Lin, Mei Ying, Zhang Liu and others also followed over to confirm the situation. When we arrived at the center of the battlefield, the body of Ban Shirkuei, who was affected, was almost turned into a rag. Uncle Li, on the other hand, although his clothes were torn, had no scars on his body and it was obvious that he was fine. Uncle Li. Are you okay? Miss, please don't underestimate my strength. This isn't a long, hard fight, so how could I get hurt so easily? Zhao Xiling was still worried, but the impact just now was so huge. It's okay, Uncle Li had regained his amiable butler's demeanor. Look, apart from being a little disheveled, I'm fine otherwise. I'm glad you're not hurt. I was so worried just now. Uncle Li, after comforting the worried young lady, suddenly turned his gaze to Yang Lin. He thought for a moment, then strode towards Yang Lin. "Brother, I have a few words to say to you, but you need to avoid them." After hearing what Uncle Li said, the 11 girls around him tactfully stepped aside, leaving only Yang Lin and Uncle Li. "I wonder what you want to say to me, Senior. I've already told you not to call me Senior. I'm just a housekeeper." "Okay, let's get back to the point. I want to ask you a question now." "Well, ask." Chapter 102. She is the savior? Uncle Li stared intently into Yang Lin's eyes and asked, "Did you hear what I said to number 1 just now?" These words came so unexpectedly that Yang Lin's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. But considering that he has always been a good actor, he had stabilized his expression in just a few breaths and pretended to be confused. "Uncle Li, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Who is number 1? Did you talk to anyone just now?" "Ha ha 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 ha," Uncle Li laughed. "Brother, you have a real talent for acting." "Uncle Li, I really don't understand what you are saying. I feel confused." Yang Lin will definitely not admit it now. Although he still hasn't figured out the identities and existence of Uncle Li and that woman, number 1 and number 4. But his subconscious told him that this secret was no ordinary explosion. In order to avoid getting yourself into trouble, acting is necessary, playing dumb is necessary. Uncle Li spoke again. "Brother, you don't think that I'm so focused on talking to number 1 that I can't see what's going on around me, right? Among all of you, the eldest lady and the others were all normal, but you were the only one who showed obvious surprise when I said the first sentence of my conversation with number 1. I just didn't care about it at the time, but that doesn't mean I don't know what you heard." Yang Lin blinked, his face full of innocence. "Uncle Li, you may have really misunderstood. When you came here earlier, my family members Liu, Nian Sun, and I were discussing about getting a pet when we go back home. So later on, I kept thinking about pets, and maybe the relationship between cats and dogs was on my mind, so I might have unconsciously reacted on my face, and maybe that's why you, Uncle Li, misunderstood me." Uncle Li's face was filled with black lines. "Brother, I know you don't want to admit it, but you can't treat me like a fool. Forget it. To stop you from talking about cats and dogs, I'll just be frank. Uncle Li, what do you want to say? Since you have a good relationship with the eldest lady, I won't make things difficult for you, you can rest assured. But there are some things that you know clearly in your heart, but once they are leaked, it will inevitably cause you unnecessary trouble. I must state that I am not threatening you, but simply reminding you that some things are 10,000 times more complicated than you might think." Yang Lin still looked confused and responded with an "oh." Seeing him like this, Uncle Li sighed and said, "Brother, don't you want to know what number 1 is?" "If I were you, I would definitely want to know what secrets are involved." "Uncle Li, I'm not the type to pry into other people's secrets, and I have no idea what you're talking about." But Uncle Li, you suddenly mentioned number 1. I'm really curious. Who is number 1, and why do you keep mentioning him so often?" Uncle Li looked up at the sky. But by this time, the vortex gate had already disappeared. But Uncle Li still looked at that place for at least 3 seconds before he spoke. "Number 1, she is the savior." "Ah? There's a savior in this world?" "Yes, number 1 is the savior, a real savior in the truest sense of the word." Hearing Uncle Li say this, Yang Lin was shocked. A person who wants to destroy a city is a savior? Could it be that Uncle Li was speaking sarcastically? "Brother, do you think I'm kidding you?" "Uncle Li, you misunderstood. I just felt that your sudden telling me that there is a savior in this world made me feel a little overwhelmed, or rather, a little difficult to follow. Of course it would be difficult for you to follow, because in your understanding, saviors are always those who have compassion for the world. But I still want to tell you, number 1, she is the savior. If you grow up well, you will definitely meet her one day in the future. By then you will understand her persistence, her mission, and her savior-like existence." Uncle Li means that I will meet the savior in the future? I've already told you that you must develop and grow smoothly. After all, even for geniuses, it's common for them to die midway. This world is very dangerous. You can't survive without something. Oh. Okay, little brother, I can't tell you more specific information because it's too complicated and involves too many things. Finally, I also hope that you can grow steadily and become the best commander team in the entire alliance. Thank you, Uncle Li, for your kind words. The above ends the conversation between the two. Then he signaled everyone around him to come back. As for Zhao Xiling, as the eldest daughter, she was definitely frightened. Now that Uncle Li, the housekeeper, is here, the first thing he must do is to take her back. In the Yunding team, Li Muyu and the other 4 girls said hello to Yang Lin and the others, then followed Zhao Xiling and left.
At the original place, only Yang Lin, Mei Ying, and Zhang Liyue were left.
Because the danger in the city was lifted at this time, a group of staff from the General Affairs Department arrived soon. When they saw the judge-level Ban Shirkui lying on the ground like a rag, they were all shocked by the parties involved, Mei Ying, Yang Lin and others. And this matter was registered in the General Affairs Department, and after Yang Lin and Mei Ying discussed it, it became. When Ban Shirkui came out of the vortex gate, there may have been some unexpected reasons, which caused his combat effectiveness to be greatly reduced. Therefore, with Phantom as the main force, Yang Lin's Longmen troops, and Zhao Xiling's Yunding troops, the 3 parties finally succeeded in killing Ban Shirkui with the concerted efforts. After all, Phantom is a war girl of the 7th realm, so it is reasonable to say so. Although Phantom originally did not want to take the responsibility of killing the main force of Ban Shirkui, Yang Lin had already become a genius that the General Affairs Department strongly recommended. If this matter continues to be pinned on him, I am afraid that he will not only become an idol of Longting City, but will probably break the circle. Once we break the circle, we are afraid that too many things will be out of control and affect the development of the team. After registering with the General Affairs Department, Yang Lin, Mei Ying and others left the center of the battlefield. At this time, he happened to run into the principal Li Jinxing, who came hurriedly. When Li Jinxing saw that Yang Lin and Mei Ying were safe, he felt relieved. But when he saw that the judge-level Ban Shirkui was killed, one can imagine how excited he was. "I'm glad to see you're alright, I'm glad you're alright." Li Jinxing wanted to pull Yang Lin aside to have a good talk, but he heard Phantom say, "Commander, Yang Lin and the others have been through the battle before and are very tired now. How about letting them go back and rest today, and I'll tell you in detail about what's going on here later." Li Jinxing looked at Yang Lin, Zhang Liyue and others, and could see with his naked eyes that they were indeed tired. So, he nodded and said, "That's fine, Yang Lin, you guys go back and have a good rest first, and we'll talk later."
"I understand, Dean.
I will take Li Yue and the others back first."
Seeing Yang Lin and others walking away, Phantom's expression returned to solemnity and seriousness. "Commander, I will give you a very detailed report on the judgment-level polluted beast. We must also mention Yang Lin again."
"Okay, but it's not convenient on the street, so let's go back to the mansion first."
Chapter 103, The Young Lady's Thoughts.
Having just returned to the mansion, the dean of the academy, Li Jinxing, must have wanted to know the details of the whole process of killing Ban Shirkui as soon as possible. Li Jinxing was shocked when he heard Phantom tell the whole story in earnest. As a 7th rank commander, he had seen all kinds of storms, but when he learned that Ban Shirkui was killed by Yang Lin as the main force, he still didn't react for a long time.
"Commander, Yang Lin is just as you said, he is a genius."
"No, a genius is only fit to carry his shoes. He is truly the enchantress of this world, a peerless enchantment. Phantom, I know he has great potential, and because of that, I hope to focus on training him and allow him to develop steadily in the early stages. But the potential is so great that I still find it unbelievable and shocking." Phantom felt the same way. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a 2nd-level commander would personally kill a judgment-level contaminated beast on the spot. Although we assisted him at the time, without him, we would have been unable to defeat the crazy Ban Shirkui with our abilities."
Ha 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 ha.
Li Jinxing was very happy. This guy is obviously only a 2nd-level commander, but he is doing the work of a 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, or even a legendary commander. Talent, Li Jinxing, was not wrong, he is a real talent. Also, Commander, the ones who benefited the most from this incident are the Vanitas around you. You may not have noticed before, but each of the other 3, including Zhang Liyue, achieved a huge breakthrough thanks to Bengshi Kuei. I believe that in a few days, Yang Lin will be able to take the assessment for the 3rd-level commander."
"So soon?"
A few months before and after his graduation, even the lowest level of war girls have already reached the 3rd realm? Yes, their speed of improvement is so fast that there is absolutely no other team in the entire alliance that can compare to them.
This kid is amazing. Back then, I thought he would delay Nian Sun.
Thinking about what I was thinking at that time, I can't help but feel ashamed.
Commander, please don't mention those initial events. It's true according to common sense, but Yang Lin is different.
He's not an ordinary person, but a monster. Well, then I look forward to this kid being promoted to a 3rd-rank commander as soon as possible." Here, Mei Ying and Li Jinxing gave a report and talked about Ban Shirkui. The eldest daughter, Zhao Xiling, also told Uncle Li everything about the trial in detail. Uncle Li was actually very surprised when he saw Ban Shirkui's body when he went to the center of the battlefield. But at that time, I was only concerned about number 1 and didn't take care of Ban Shirkui. But now I know that the judge-level Ban Shirkui was killed with Yang Lin as the main force. Miss, are you sure what you just said is true? Uncle Li, do I look like the kind of kid who tells lies? Why don't you believe me? It's not that I don't believe it, but a second-level commander killing a judgment-level contaminated beast, no one in the entire alliance would believe it, right? Li Muyu, who was standing next to him, saw Uncle Li like this and said, Uncle Li, we were there at the time and participated in this incident. What the young lady said is absolutely true, and I and everyone in the team can testify to it. Uncle Li gasped, so, Yang Lin has a supernatural ability that can gather all of your strength and then multiply it on the enemy, right? That's it. There really are such outrageous abilities in this world. If that's the case, if he gathers hundreds of 7th and 8th level warriors, then even a natural disaster level or even the strongest world-class pollution beast can be easily killed, right? Zhao Xiling and others thought about Uncle Li's proposal. Although they thought it was possible in theory, they were not sure whether Yang Lin could withstand the power of so many people. Furthermore, I always feel that the ability seems to have a desperate meaning. If Yang Lin had not had a backup plan to defeat Ban Shirkui, I'm afraid none of the 11 girls would have survived the battlefield. In short, although this ability has some drawbacks, it is definitely amazing overall. It's normal for a powerful weapon to have some flaws. Miss, actually, regarding the previous incident regarding the mine, I was already very optimistic about Yang Lin. At that time, I also thought that if he grew up a little more, for example, when he became a 3rd or 4th level commander, he would report to the master. Then let the master promote this kind of talent as an exception. Now that I hear what you said, I feel it is necessary to contact the master right now. Ha? Are you going to tell my dad now? Miss, Yang Lin is a rare genius. If we don't win him over and train him now, do you know how great the loss will be if he is taken over by other forces later? You also know that even though there are polluting beasts rampant outside, not everyone wants to resist the polluting beasts and protect their homes. There are always some people who wish the world would be in chaos so that they can achieve their own benefits. So, Miss, do you understand how important a genius like Yang Lin is? But. Miss, don't hesitate any longer. If you don't communicate with the master, I will communicate directly. Wait, Uncle Li. Miss, this kind of talent is 1 in a million. Hesitation will only lead to bad things. I know, isn't that enough? But Uncle Li, can't you just listen to what I'm thinking? Seeing Zhao Xiling stamping her feet, Uncle Li laughed dryly. Sorry, miss, I neglected your feelings. Zhao Xiling curled her lips and said, I'm not a fool. How can I not see how strong he is and how important he is? But, whether you win him over, bribe him, or make friends with him, anything is fine. But the only thing I want is not in my father's name, but in my name, okay? Uncle Li suddenly realized. So this is what the young lady thinks. I understand. Uncle Li, of course I understand. He understood that the eldest lady did not want to live her whole life with the halo of being the commander-in-chief's daughter. The eldest lady wanted to do something big, so she selected the best of the best and formed the Henteing team. Her purpose in establishing the Henteing team was to prove that she also had the vision and ability to build a strong team. Now, I have met a genius like Yang Lin. Report it to the commander-in-chief, and that's the commander-in-chief's business. But if it is done by the eldest lady, then that is the eldest lady's style. So Uncle Li, can you give me some time? I'll take care of Yang Lin's side, okay? Okay, miss, since you've already given me this order, how can I refuse your wishes? Thank you, Uncle Li. Don't thank me, but you have to know one thing, the longer his condition drags on, the more likely it is that he will attract the attention of other forces. A genius like him can't be a firefly in the night, he can only be the bright moon in the sky, so... I understand, Uncle Li. I will establish a relationship with him as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will definitely bring him with me and surprise my dad. Chapter 104 Commander, don't be a savior. After Ban Shirkui's matter was settled, Yang Lin took Zhang Liyue and the other girls back to their apartment quickly without staying outside. Fortunately, they were previously given a double state of recovery. At present, their energy and spirit have been restored to a large extent, and they can all get together and laugh. However, Yang Lin's mood was a bit complicated now, mainly because he was thinking about the previous conversation with Uncle Li. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out why a person who wanted to destroy a city would be called a savior? What kind of existence are Uncle Lee's number 4 and the mysterious woman number 1? Let us not talk about the following questions for now, and just talk about the savior. Since Yang Lin couldn't figure it out, he really wanted to hear what Jiang Liyue and the others thought. So, seeing that the girls had finished bathing and getting ready, he simply called the girls over to him and started talking. Forget about Long Yin. As soon as Long Yin came over, she sat directly on Yang Lin's lap and listened silently. Jiang Liyue, Lin Yanxuan, and Qin Si were used to this situation and didn't say anything. However, the three of them must be very curious about why their commander suddenly frowned and called them together, and what he wanted to say. Yang Lin didn't waste any words and said directly, I actually just want to ask you a question. In your opinion, what kind of existence is the savior? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Si opened his eyes exaggeratedly. Commander, you don't want to be the savior, do you? Why would I want to be a savior? Even if I wanted to, I would have to have the ability and strength to do it. Besides, my biggest wish is that you grow up well and embark on the legendary journey with me in the future. As for the savior, I don't have such a great spirit and sentiment. Jiang Liyue asked curiously, Yang Lin, then why did you suddenly mention the savior? Yes, Lin Yanxuan continued, when you opened your mouth, we thought you were interested in the savior. Yang Lin chuckled and said, I'm just asking casually. You can speak freely about the identity of this savior. You can say whatever you want. I'll go first. Qin Si is indeed the most active one in the family. She said, I think a savior is extraordinary, but I don't want my commander to be the savior. Why? To be a savior, you must save all living beings. To do that, commander, you must have a broad mind. By then, you will only care about the common people. Will you still care about us? Okay, don't bother with the common people. In my eyes, you guys are more important than anyone else. After all, we will fight together on the battlefield. No matter what time, you will always be the first in my heart. Qin Si was satisfied now. I like what you said, Commander. In our hearts, you are the first. Before Yang Lin had time to be happy about Qin Si's words, he quickly regained his composure. Because he knew that if he continued to talk with Qin Si, Liu and Nian Sun would definitely criticize him and Qin Si. There's no way around it. The two people in the family who are recognized as the most shameless are Qin Si and I. Getting back to the point, Yang Lin then looked at Jiang Liyue. Liyue, what do you think of the savior? Jiang Liyue thought for a moment and said, this is an era where polluting beasts are rampant. Every day and every moment, people die tragically at the hands of the polluting beasts. In this kind of world, who wouldn't hope for the emergence of a savior who can powerfully crush the polluting beasts and lead humans away from the suffering of the polluted beasts? And you ask me how I view a savior. At the very least, he must be very strong, and secondly, he must have supreme influence and appeal. Only then can he become the dawn of humanity and truly save the world. What about Nianxuan? What do you think? I'm sorry, Commander. In the past, I also imagined that there would be a savior to save the world. But as I grow older, the word savior has shifted in my mind. But if you must ask who the savior in my heart is, it must be the ancestors who sacrificed their lives to fight against the polluting beasts. Only they deserve this title. As for hoping for a savior, I never expected that. Yang Lin nodded, I understand your general idea, so I would like to ask you one more question. If there is a savior now, the premise is confirmed, she is the savior. But she planned to destroy all the humans in a city, and maybe even more cities later. What do you think the savior wants to do? The three girls almost rolled their eyes when they heard this. Especially Qin Si, who stepped forward and covered Yang Lin's forehead. Commander, are you okay? You've already confirmed the savior, but he still wants to destroy the city and humanity? Jiang Liyue echoed, Cici is right. He's the savior, but instead of thinking about how to save humanity, he's also doing things like polluting the world. What kind of savior is he? Lin Yanxuan was equally speechless. If destroying a human city can be called a savior, then does the pollution beast count? So the question is the savior saving humans or the polluted beasts? In his mind, are humans the ones who should be eliminated the most, and what needs to be left in this world are the polluting beasts? Yang Lin's face was full of black lines. Don't get excited, I'm just asking casually. Qin Si chuckled and said, Commander, your casual question is really outrageous. Could it be that the invasion of the polluted beast tide and the appearance of the judgment level in the city were all caused by the savior? This. Yang Lin just wanted to say, that's right, it was really done by the savior. At that time, he also thought that Uncle Li's words were nonsense. But for a strong man like Uncle Li, there is really no need to lie. Moreover, Uncle Li has emphasized that number one is the savior, the literal savior, just like the savior that everyone understands in their hearts. Save all people and bless the world. Can. Destroying human cities, is this what a savior should do? I don't understand. After talking with Zhang Liyue and the other girls, Yang Lin was even more confused. Seeing that Yang Lin was still struggling with this issue, Xin Si hugged his arm and spoke ambiguously. Dear Commander, let's not talk about being the savior. How about this? Let's prepare well and go to the Starfield to celebrate tonight? The Starfield is the system's built-in connection space. Because it was like a small universe and very beautiful, the girls named it Starfield. Yang Lin glanced at Xin Si and said, you don't want to celebrate at all, you clearly want to improve your qualifications. Tisk, I'm a war princess, how could I not want to improve my qualifications and increase my strength? Besides, if I become stronger, the commander will be less worried, right? You are right, becoming stronger is the only way. Now I won't dwell on the savior anymore, let's discuss what to bring in tonight. Upon hearing this, even Long Yin, who had been listening silently, was enlightened. The Starfield is very beautiful, and celebrating in it is a unique experience. After some discussion among the group, the things to be brought into the Starfield were decided, and then the girls happily went to prepare them. As the second uncle, Yang Lin just needs to do nothing. I was planning to take a short nap on the soft sofa, but the doorbell rang at that moment. Chapter 105 You Are Such a Girl. In fact, after dealing with the trial-level Ban Shirkuei, it was already afternoon. After all the hassle, it was already 2 or 3 o'clock when everyone got home. They took turns bathing and tidying up, and time unknowingly came to evening. Now, although it was just past 7 o'clock, it was already dark. Yang Lin didn't expect anyone to come to his door at this time. Seeing that several girls were busy preparing things, Yang Lin went to the courtyard to open the door. He didn't expect that the people standing outside the door were the eldest lady Zhao Xiling and the captain of the Yunding team, Li Muyu. Cousin, why are you here? Cousin, I'm your cousin. I came to play with you. You won't chase me away, will you? Seeing Zhao Xiling looking at him with a little grievance, Yang Lin said with a smile, what nonsense are you talking about? What is our relationship? How can I drive you away? Don't stand outside the door, come in. Thank you, cousin. Seeing Zhao Xiling's happy expression, Yang Lin had an illusion. I always feel that it seems that it is getting easier and easier for this girl to call me cousin, and the way she calls me is getting sweeter and sweeter. She won't like. Ahem, these 3 major misconceptions in life are not desirable. I must be overthinking it. Cousin, can Muyu and I stay at your place tonight? Aren't Uncle Li and that bodyguard beside you called? Honghu worried if you come out like this? Don't worry, I've already made arrangements with them. If anything happens, I can send an emergency message, and in less than a second, they'll be there to rescue me. Besides, what could happen when I'm here with you, cousin? Are you going to bully me? Yang Lin was ashamed. Who dares to bully this young lady, who has 2 powerful men of the 8th realm around her? If someone is so blind, I guess their entire family, including 3 or 4 generations, will not see the sun the next day. Cousin, they say people don't come to my temple for no reason. I welcome you coming to my place so late, but you must have something to ask, right? Really? If I have to say something, it's that I want to talk to you, cousin. Real? Why would I lie to you? It's because I saw the judgment level polluted beast and was too excited to stay at home, so I came to hang out with you, cousin. Bringing Zhao Xiling and Li Muyu into the house, Zhang Liyue and others were still busy with their own things and had no time to pay attention to this young lady. Yang Lin invited Zhao Xiling and Li Muyu to sit down. Zhao Xiling called him cousin, even though it was fake. But after calling him that so many times, it didn't matter whether it was true or not. Yang Lin felt like he had a cousin. Cousin, are you really going to stay at my place tonight? Well, Muyu and I have discussed it. We can just share a room. There's no need to trouble you, cousin. There are still a few empty rooms. You can do whatever you want with this one. But are you really okay? Actually, there are some. Seeing that Zhao Xiling looked a little embarrassed, Yang Lin said, "You're a girl, how can it be okay for you to come out to look for a man late at night? Cousin, what's the matter with you? Cousin, can you follow me?" "What?" Yang Lin was shocked. What did Zhao Xiling mean by that? She wanted him to follow her? Zhao Xiling quickly added, "What I mean is, cousin, can you become mine?" In fact, Zhao Xiling still hasn't explained it clearly. But Yang Lin must have heard it. This young lady must have a prominent family background. In addition to being able to independently select S-level elite warriors to form a team, she is also protected by 2 peerless masters wherever she goes. She said she wanted to follow her, which simply meant that she wanted to be subordinate to her or dependent on her. To put it more bluntly, she wanted to recruit her own followers. But maybe it was the first time she did this kind of thing. Now Miss Zhao Xiling's face was a little red and she looked a little embarrassed. It was obvious that she was not used to it. Unexpectedly, this girl looks arrogant on the outside, but is actually quite simple. Seeing her like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but want to tease her. "Cousin, this won't do. I belong to everyone, how can I be with a woman like you? Liu, Nianxuan, Cece, and Long Yin, if they knew I was with another woman, wouldn't they hate me to death? What are you talking about? You and I are both women. What are you talking about, cousin? Cousin, I'm saying no. After all, you can't let me abandon Liu and the others for you. Wouldn't that make me seem promiscuous?" Zhao Xiling almost vomited blood. She now wants to bite Yang Lin to death. "Cousin, can't you please not misunderstand what I said? I just want to be your immediate superior. From now on, you will obey my orders and work for me, okay?" "No." "Why not? Why should I find a boss and obey his orders? I feel like I'm doing just fine leading my own team now." Zhao Xiling was a little anxious. "I can give you benefits, a lot of benefits. If you are not satisfied, you can keep asking me." Yang Lin shook his head, "That won't work either." When Miss Zhao Xiling heard Yang Lin's second refusal, she could no longer hold back. "What's wrong with being with me? I have money, power, and strength. What can't I get you? Also, I allow you to lick my shoes, isn't that enough?" Cough. Cough cough. The man from Yanglin town almost choked to death on his own saliva. Since when has licking other people's shoes become an honor and a reward? Why can this young lady say it so confidently? "Cousin, why are you rolling your eyes? Let me tell you, if I say a word, do you know how many people are willing to kneel on the ground and lick it?" Stop, I don't have such a weird hobby. Besides, you are a girl, so be more stable and don't talk about shoes all the time." "But don't I want to recruit my cousin?" Yang Lin gently rubbed Zhao Xiling's hair and said, "To be honest, I understand what you mean, but I don't like being bound. Also, are you representing the forces behind you, or yourself?" "Only myself. I swear, I won't involve anyone else." "Why?" "I want to do something that won't be looked down upon. Is it okay to answer my cousin like this?" "Of course I can, but I won't follow you. First, I know my own limitations and my team is still very weak. Second, cousin, you are also still young and need to grow up. Even though I say no, I don't think we can't have a friendly and cooperative relationship." Zhao Xiling's eyes lit up. "Friendly cooperation is not impossible, but are you sure you won't join another faction in the blink of an eye? I've already said that I won't look for a boss directly above me. I'm actually a very simple person. I treat those who treat me well. Cousin, if you treat me well, I will treat you well, is that okay? Then you must promise not to join other factions without permission. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. I will definitely help you as long as I can. On the contrary, if I encounter difficulties, you have to help me." Yang Lin was excited. Zhao Xiling, she is another great support. Yang Lin had never thought about joining other forces. How can I gain power by using cheats? The only worry is that someone will suddenly cut it short during development. Now, with the help of the elders of the academy and the protection of a young lady, it's hard to find such a good thing even with a lantern. Yang Lin grabbed Zhao Xiling's hand and said, "Cousin, I really like you. I agree to this agreement between us." Zhao Xiling was very happy. "Cousin, that's a deal. By the way, I won't let you lick my shoes. I'll take them off and put my feet." "Shut up right there. I've already told you that you're a girl, but you still can't change your habit of wearing shoes. If you do this again, we'll have nothing to say. Yang Lin was puzzled in his heart. What kind of people are these? Where did this young lady learn all this useless knowledge? Chapter 106, New Abilities and Changes in the Star Domain. Zhao Xiling and Lin Muyu stayed in the apartment tonight. Yang Lin was indeed quite confused about the arrival of this young lady. But because both parties have signed a mutual assistance agreement and a pseudo-cousin relationship, there is nothing wrong with just living there. However, the private activities of the Longmen troops definitely have nothing to do with this young lady. What private activities do you want to ask about? That must be going to the starfield. After midnight, the group quickly gathered in the starfield. The next things to do are to improve qualifications and to have daily gatherings. Star Domain is a happy place. Here, Liyue, Nianchuan and others can wear cool clothes and show off their proud figures. Yang Lin can fully appreciate their beauty and savor their graceful curves. Well, pretty good. Originally, this kind of thing had become a routine in the team. Whether it is Yang Lin or Jiang Liyue and others, they have all become accustomed to this place, and everyone feels relaxed here. But no one expected that new and surprising changes would occur in the star field afterwards. Just after Yang Lin used the copied energy points to improve the qualifications of Jiang Liyue and others, a message prompt suddenly appeared. Important reminder, since you have consumed 10,000 copy energy points in the built-in connection space, the current space has automatically been upgraded to level 2. A new privilege has been unlocked. You can officially name this place and transform some areas. Yang Lin's eyes widened when he heard the content of the message. The naming is understandable, and the name has already been thought of. It is called Star Domain. But what is the point of transforming some areas? Could it be that this place is actually equivalent to one's own home system? In order to understand the situation, Yang Lin must study the detailed notes carefully. Before long, an unconcealable smile appeared on his face. Liyue, Nianchuan, Cici, and Long Yin, I have a surprise for you. Upon hearing the surprise, Qin Si was definitely the first one to come over. Dear Commander, your surprise shouldn't be too small, right? Of course not. I can make it as big as you want. I promise to give you full happiness. Then I'll be looking forward to it. At this time, Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianchuan also came to Yang Lin. As for Long Yin, she had been in Yang Lin's arms, waiting for Yang Lin to bring out a surprise. It's like this, I want to make some changes in the starfield, so now I give you the right to discuss and make a decision. What do you think? Should I build a Guanghan palace here, plant a giant osmanthus tree that's tens of thousands of years old, or create a Milky Way? After hearing this, the girls were all petrified. Guanghan palace, osmanthus tree, and Milky Way? This, no matter which one it is not an exaggeration, right? Jiang Liyue asked, Yang Lin, are you serious? This place is already exaggerated enough, can you change it even more? I can change it, but with my current ability, I can only create one thing. You guys discuss it and then give me an answer. Upon seeing this, even Long Yin excitedly joined the discussion with Jiang Liyue and the other two. It didn't take long at all before the four girls asked Yang Lin to create a galaxy. Yang Lin was a little stunned. You decided so quickly, aren't you going to think about it seriously? Jiang Liyue replied, we also want to see the Guanghan Palace or the tens of thousands of years old osmanthus tree, but in comparison, we want to see the Milky Way you created even more. Lin Nianchuan agreed, you can imagine the first two in your mind, at least there are still vague images to follow. But the Milky Way, just hearing the name, can't be imagined, so we want to see the Milky Way. That's right, dear Commander, you should quickly get the Milky Way out, Qin Si said excitedly. It would be best if we could swim in it. That would be appropriate, right? Yang Lin looked at the cool clothes on the girls. If they could swim, it would be inappropriate. However, he was not sure what the Milky Way would look like when it materialized in this space. But several girls have chosen Galaxy, so let us get Galaxy out first. As for Guanghan Palace and the osmanthus tree, we can get them when the starfield is upgraded again, so it doesn't hurt to wait a while. Secretly, Yang Lin called up the system. Then, according to the prompts, a galaxy was created in the starfield by building a home. In the eyes of Jiang Liyue and the other girls, they only saw Yang Lin waving his hand, and then suddenly at one end of the starfield, thousands of rays of light and auspicious aura appeared. In the blink of an eye, a magical river winding through the void was formed. Among them, the broken stars are twinkling, brilliant, mysterious and beautiful. What is even more amazing is that you can see large transparent whales, jellyfish, corals, etc. growing or swimming in or outside the river, which adds great vitality to the Milky Way. In addition, as the Milky Way extended outward, it formed large waterfalls of starlight everywhere. For a moment, Zhang Liyue and the other girls felt like they were seeing heaven. It's so beautiful. I can't help but be a little fascinated by it. Well, this is the first time I've seen such a wonderful sight. Is this also the ability of our commander? Could it be that our commander is really a god descended from heaven? At that moment, the girls' faces were all flushed, and their eyes were filled with strange light when they looked at Yang Lin. As a man, and a mysterious man at that, Yang Lin had to pretend at this moment. It's nothing, just a Milky Way. Wait a little longer, and I'll transform Guanghan Palace and the Osmanthus tree into existence. By then, you will all be my Chang'e. Chang'e? There is no Chang'e flying to the moon in this world, so the girls don't know who Chang'e is. Yang Lin explained, Chang'e means the person closest to me, so I say that you are all my Chang'e. Qin Si said with a grin, of course we have to. We signed a contract and we have to face life and death together on the battlefield. As expected of Cici, you know how to talk. Commander, I love you so much. I like the commander, too. Seeing that Qin Si was about to argue with Yang Lin again, Zhang Liyue and Lin Nianxuan quickly pulled the two shameless people apart. Now several girls couldn't help but move closer to the Milky Way. They really wanted to know whether the Milky Way had a physical body. Speaking of which, the Milky Way was created by Yang Lin himself. But the system does not provide much specific information, so we have to personally explore the characteristics of the galaxy. Just when Yang Lin was about to follow Zhang Liyue and the other girls to the Milky Way, the message prompt came again. Because you have successfully completed the initial transformation of the starfield, your own characteristics have been strengthened, and the special auxiliary wargirl function of the contract has been activated. Important reminder, a matching person has been detected near you, please be aware. The contract ability, it turns out that there is also a subdivision of auxiliary wargirl? The most important thing is, there is actually a suitable person around me? Chapter 107 The young lady is extraordinary. Now that he knows about the new function, Yang Lin can no longer care about the Milky Way. The first thing he did was to call up the special auxiliary combat function. Based on the systematic explanation, Yang Lin understood a very important thing. In this world, not all the Vanadis are suitable for fighting, and not all of them have the ability to fight. Let us put it this way, if a war girl has low qualifications, then for her, going to the battlefield is no different from seeking death. However, this does not mean that she does not have other hidden characteristics. This characteristic varies from person to person, and it is not necessarily possessed by people with higher qualifications. It can almost be said to be completely random. We must use a systematic approach to understand that Zhang Liyue and others are a combat team, but he can completely set up another one based on the system's auxiliary category, a cheerleading team. That's right, it's the cheerleading team. Continuing to read the detailed explanation, Yang Lin discovered the disadvantages of this function. Auxiliary-type warriors only need to use contracts, and as long as there is a contract, all warriors can benefit. It's just that when the auxiliary-type war girl is present, the combat war girl will benefit more. If the auxiliary-type war girl is not present, the benefit will be reduced by half accordingly. That's basically it. Among them, the system also clearly states that auxiliary-type warriors do not need to be upgraded. No need to upgrade, no need to upgrade. It's so important that I have to say it 8 times. The auxiliary-type warriors' abilities are passive and do not need to be used by themselves. If there is a real difference, it is whether they are present or not. Their passive abilities are affected by the overall strength of the commander. The stronger the commander, the greater the benefit they can provide. The above is the concept of auxiliary-type warriors. In this regard, Yang Lin just wants to say that the more auxiliary-type warriors there are, the better. As long as he can hook up with her, oh no, as long as he can make a contract with her, all his combat girls will get great benefits. This is no different from pie falling from the sky. Because it was just prompted that there was a suitable contract partner nearby, Yang Lin specially called up the auxiliary-type page. On it, he suddenly saw the name and image of the eldest lady Zhao Xiling. Role, Zhao Xiling. Characteristics, immaculate innate body. Auxiliary ability? Need to know after the contract. Hiss. Looking at Zhao Xiling's name and image, Yang Lin couldn't help but gasp. The system wants to get Zhao Xiling's contract for itself, but how can it rashly offer a contract to such a young lady? Yang Lin thought about it and decided to find a way to make Zhao Xiling accept his contract. As for whether she will be with him in the future, that is not important. The contract will be effective anyway. The only difference is that the benefits will be smaller if she is not here. Moreover, he could contract with unlimited war girls, so he didn't have to worry about her taking up a spot. Yang Lin was still thinking about Zhao Xiling when Qin Si called out to him, Commander, come here quickly. You can swim in the Milky Way. I'm so shocked. Yang Lin turned around and looked at the Milky Way, only to see that Qin Si, Zhang Liue, Lin Yanxuan and Long Yin were already playing in the Milky Way. Especially Long Yin, who was holding a transparent dolphin made of starlight and jumping in and on the water, looking very happy. This galaxy is beyond imagination. Zhang Liue said excitedly, Yang Lin, it's not only beyond imagination, but this galaxy can also restore fatigue. You still have this ability? Lin Yanxuan was equally happy and said, I was a little sleepy at first, but after entering the Milky Way, I suddenly felt full of energy. And more, Qin Si said as he and Long Yin rode on the dolphin together. It's much more comfortable in here than in a swimming pool. It's like bathing in a sea of stars. It's so comfortable. Yang Lin marveled at this, it was indeed his own star field, even the Milky Way was so magical. It seems that I really need to experience it myself. Because he wanted to feel the Milky Way, Yang Lin was about to close the system page he called up, but he didn't expect that when his finger accidentally passed over Zhao Xiling's name and image on the virtual screen, a special prompt appeared. Since the War Maiden has not yet signed a contract with you, but due to your forced guidance, she is likely to come to the starfield later. In order to protect your secrets, all intelligence information about the starfield in the War Girl's memory will be automatically deleted when she leaves the starfield. Please be advised. Is this forcible summoning of guidance? Yang Lin broke out in a cold sweat, he just accidentally brushed across Zhao Xiling's name and image with his fingers. If I had known this earlier, I would have turned it off with my mind. It's all because I touched the screen too much when playing water polo, so I retained my muscle memory. However, this system is really thoughtful. If the war girl is not your own, you can forcibly delete the relevant information. I have to give a thumbs up to the system. But the next moment. Warm reminder, any ability related to memory deletion will have certain effects on the target, ranging from minor to serious or even fatal. Please be aware of this as well. Yang Lin was in tears. He now hopes that Zhao Xiling will not enter the starfield through the portal. Otherwise, when she leaves here, if the memory deletion is activated, it may be a minor problem, but what if it turns into a concussion or even serious brain death? When he thought about the fact that something had happened to her here, and that there were two powerful 8th level masters beside her, Yang Lin's joy in getting the auxiliary contract just now instantly disappeared. Cousin, please don't come, or I'm afraid I can't bear it. Praying like this in his heart, Yang Lin didn't even care about the Milky Way at this moment. He just stared at the back. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. When 5 minutes passed and the portal still didn't appear, Yang Lin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I guess Zhao Xiling won come. To put it bluntly, the summoning guidance is just a summoning guidance. If you open a portal, Zhao Xiling may not run into the star field out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, this girl is very alert. Okay, since she is not coming, I feel relieved. Commander, why are you still over there? Come over and play with us in the galaxy. Qin Si couldn't wait any longer and urged Yang Lin to go to Inha as soon as possible. I'll be right over. After Yang Lin let out a long breath, he didn't think about anything else and ran towards the Milky Way with big strides. He reached the shore, jumped, and soon he felt as if he were sinking into the clouds. It turns out that swimming in the Milky Way is such a comfortable feeling. It is definitely 10 or 100 times more enjoyable than swimming in rivers or oceans. Especially if you use a little energy at will, you can lie lightly on the surface of the Milky Way, and it doesn't matter even if you sleep in the Milky Way. At the same time, Yang Lin also confirmed that the Milky Way does have the effect of relieving fatigue, which is the function of the Milky Way. If we infer this, Wanghan Palace and the Osmanthus tree must also have unique abilities. Yang Lin is definitely looking forward to this. However, just when Yang Lin had forgotten Zhao Xiling and was completely immersed in Inha's embrace, he suddenly heard Zhang Liu say in surprise, Hey Xiling, why are you and Muyu here too? Chapter 108, The Immortal has gone on the Yellow Crane. Zhang Liu and the other girls were extremely surprised by the appearance of Zhao Xiling and Li Muyu. Because Yang Lin told them that except for those who signed the contract, no outsiders could enter this place. So now, what is going on with Miss Zhao Xiling bringing her subordinates here? Because they didn't understand clearly, Zhang Liyue and the other girls soon focused their attention on Yang Lin. Speaking of Yang Lin, he is suffering from a lot of liver pain now. He prayed thousands of times that Zhao Xiling would not show up here, but in the end, this girl still came. What confused him was that not only did Zhao Xiling show up, but Li Muyu also came in. It turns out that the summoning and guiding door can't only allow one person to enter at a time. At the moment, the situation was a bit awkward. Because for Zhao Xiling, a girl who had been brought up with very strict family education, the scene before her was definitely a little too exciting. Yang Lin, a grown man, actually brought his warriors to play cool games here? Although they were all dressed, it was really too little. As a young lady, she had never seen such a scene before. You, how can you be so shameless? Yang Lin was embarrassed. Cousin, that's not the right thing to say. Didn't you see everyone playing in the Milky Way? You can't just jump into the water fully armed, right? Zhao Xiling said in panic and bewilderment, I don't care what you do. Where is this place? Why am I here? Qin Si echoed, yes, Commander, why is this young lady able to come to us? Yang Lin scratched his face with his fingers. This is a long story. Cici, you continue to play with Long Yin, Li Yue, and Yanxuan. I have something to say to my cousin. Okay, then you must give us an explanation later. Okay, I'll give you an explanation later. After comforting Qin Si, Yang Lin left Inha and walked towards Zhao Xiling. When Zhao Xiling saw Yang Lin coming over, she was so scared that she covered her body and backed away repeatedly. You, don't come over here, and don't look. Cousin, we are all adults, please don't make such a fuss, okay? Besides, she's wearing clothes, not naked. Look at Muyu, she's not making a fuss with you. When Li Muyu, who was standing next to him, heard what Yang Lin said, a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. That day in the mine, Yang Lin had seen her naked, and in order to remove the toxins, how long had she felt the warmth of that big hand? So even though she was only wearing underwear now, Li Muyu didn't feel any rejection if it was the man she had a good impression of. You, don't confuse me with Muyu, she is she and I am me. You have to explain to me what is going on here and why I am here. Okay, I'll explain it to you quickly, okay? Then tell me with your back turned. Zhao Xiling, a rich lady, never appears in public wearing only her underwear. It was true that everything was covered, but it was impossible for her to let go of her panic and shyness when facing a man. Yang Lin had no choice but to turn his back to Zhao Xiling and said, is this okay? Then you are not allowed to look back. Don't worry, look at the Milky Way. My Li Yue and the others are all awesome. Why should I turn back? Zhao Xiling was furious. What do you mean? Are you saying that my figure and looks are not as good as your warriors? Cousin, how can you understand this? Where does this sudden desire to win come from? Who cares about winning or losing? I just can't stand your shameless look. Yang Lin's face was filled with black lines. Are these two related? Yes, I said yes. Anyway, you have to explain to me now where this place is and why I came here. You must let me understand clearly. Listening to Zhao Xiling's words, Yang Lin's brain was working at high speed. Now, on the one hand, he had to explain to Zhao Xiling, and on the other hand, he had to calm this young lady's vigilance and shame. Because Zhao Xiling has already come in, if the contract cannot be established, she will inevitably suffer from memory deprivation. Even Yang Lin couldn't guarantee whether this young lady would suffer a concussion and become a fool, or become brain dead and become a vegetable. While Yang Lin was thinking about these things, Zhao Xiling couldn't help but secretly look at Yang Lin's back. She had never faced a man like this before. Now, looking at Yang Lin's back from a close distance, she inexplicably felt Yang Lin's strong masculine aura. Considering that Yang Lin's spiritual power limit is extremely high, he naturally appears to be full of vigor and vitality. Coupled with the solid, tight sense of power and explosiveness after the body was strengthened, it was so manly that even Zhao Xiling couldn't help but blush. I didn't expect this man to have such a handsome body. Zhao Xiling muttered this in her heart and soon felt ashamed. I used to say that others were shameless. If I think like this, wouldn't I become as shameless as this man? Cousin, this place is actually very unusual. Yang Lin had already spoken at this time. It's indeed something unusual, but where exactly? The realm of the immortals. An existence that ordinary people would envy their entire lives. Yang Lin has already labeled his star field as the realm of immortals, with the purpose of enhancing his own mystery and status, so that he can help Zhao Xiling break through later. However, Zhao Xiling, after hearing what Yang Lin said, looked at the starry sky again, and then looked at the dreamy Milky Way where Jiang Liyue and the other girls were playing. It seems that it is not inappropriate to call it a fairyland, because in imagination, such a place seems to be inhabited only by mysterious fairies. But you definitely can't say that out loud. Humph, since you said it's the realm of immortals, then where are the immortals? Where are the immortals? The immortals have gone away on the yellow crane, leaving only the old fairyland here. But my cousin, let me tell you, if you can come here, you are destined to be here. As for the shameless words you said because of your shyness, I hope you can understand one thing. Understand what? The immortal realm is a pure place. If you come in fully armed, it will go against the purpose of this place. If you don't believe it, calm down first, take a few deep breaths, and then use every inch of your skin to feel every bit of spiritual energy here. At this time, you will definitely find how relaxed and happy your body and mind are. If you were to wander the Milky Way again, you would definitely experience an incomparable sense of purity and exhilaration. Is that really the case? Zhao Xiling said something doubtful, and then did as she was told. Not only her, but also Li Muyu next to her. As for the result, as Yang Lin said, it makes people feel extremely relaxed. In fact, whether this effect occurs or not is entirely psychological. It's the same as asking you to stomp your feet when selling crutches. What I want is for you to believe, and belief has a subconscious psychological effect. Anyway, this place is already very dreamy and beautiful. If you keep a calm mind, no one will feel uncomfortable. At this time, Yang Lin chose to ignore Zhao Xiling and spoke directly to Li Muyu. Muyu, do you feel comfortable now? Well, after listening to the commander's words, I feel exactly like that. I feel an indescribable sense of relief all over my body. Yang Lin had a good relationship with Li Muyu and knew that this girl trusted him very much. After further advancing the situation, he turned his words to Zhao Xiling. Cousin, you feel the same way, right? You're so lucky to be able to reach the immortal realm, and yet you still feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Besides, I'm not used to talking to people with my back to them. People don't know and think I've done something wrong, and I hate that feeling. Zhao Xiling was a little weak now. She suppressed her embarrassment and shame and said, "Don't I know the rules here? In this case, then you can just turn around, it will be okay." Chapter 109. Then I taught her step by step. That's right. Only face-to-face communication can further enhance communication and make people's relationship more familiar and close. Looking at Zhao Xiling again, after some inner struggle, she agreed with Yang Lin's statement. So I accepted the fact that I was only wearing underwear. Now that he accepted it, Yang Lin would definitely take further action. He absolutely did not want to see this young lady suffer from a concussion or become brain dead. If something like that happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Cousin, you haven't told me yet, since it's a fairyland, how did you find it, and what's going on here? Cousin, come on, let's get together and talk slowly. Yang Lin specially asked Zhao Xiling and Li Muyu to sit on the blanket they had at the previous dinner party, and then he organized his words and made up some situations. So it was you who accidentally opened the door of guidance for us? Yes, Li Yu and I discovered this place by accident, but when we were having dinner together earlier, I suddenly remembered that you, my cousin, were here too. At that time, I was thinking, it would be great if you could come here and join in the fun. Perhaps it was precisely because of my obsession that the space sensed it, and so the door of guidance appeared on your side. Zhao Xiling suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I was half asleep when something suddenly called me. When I opened my eyes, I saw a portal next to me. Cousin, I have something to ask you. According to the settings of this immortal realm, it seems that the guides can only be used by one person. How did Muyu come through here with you? Didn't you say that the immortal realm recognized you as its master? You should know this better than me. As for me, although I was curious about where the portal led to, because I had no idea, I simply pulled Muyu, who was in the same room, and then the two of us came over together. Have to. After hearing this, Yang Lin was convinced that it seemed that the portal could transport more than one person at a time. That was because the other 4 members of the Hentang team were not there, otherwise, they would definitely have been dragged in by Zhao Xiling. But these are not important. Yang Lin just needs to understand them in his heart. The key is how to convince Zhao Xiling to sign a contract with him. Yang Lin thought a lot about this issue. However, Zhao Xiling's next words gave him an opportunity. Cousin, this place is truly dreamy. Although it's beautiful, isn't it a little monotonous? Oh, cousin, you underestimate the realm of the immortals. Let me tell you, this was originally a heavenly palace. Its completed form will be 1,000,000 times more magnificent than it is now. What is presented here is only the tip of the iceberg. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? Not only Zhao Xiling was surprised, but Li Muyu, who was accompanying her, must have been the same. Although Zhao Xiling just said it was monotonous, the fantasy of the star field alone is enough to crush countless scenic spots. What's more, now there is another galaxy that only appears in mythology, and the impact it will have on people can be imagined. But Yang Lin, this is just the tip of the iceberg? Don't be surprised. After all, this is the realm of the immortals, a place that ordinary people cannot reach. It's nothing special that it's a little magical. Zhao Xiling didn't know what she was thinking about, and said a little embarrassedly, "Cousin, then, can I come and visit later?" Hearing this, Yang Lin's eyes lit up, but soon he pretended to be very embarrassed. "Cousin, although I have been recognized as the master here, because the fairyland has just appeared, I have not yet obtained many privileges. As for you, you are relatively an outsider. This time it was just an accident, but if you want to come in next time, I will be in a difficult position." Zhao Xiling became anxious. "I am your cousin, don't you care about your cousin?" "I care, of course I care, but, oh yeah, I thought of something. Although not everyone has the chance to enter this fairyland, as the host here, can I draw up a VIP contract for you, my cousin? In this way, when we are together in the future, I can bring you in as my VIP cousin, right?" "That's great. Then quickly draw up the contract." "Of course you can, but there are some things that must be said in advance. Cousin, the realm of the immortals is not something that ordinary people can explore. And you are an exception. As for Muyu." "My dear cousin, I'm not a 3-year-old child, I know what you are saying. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, including my dad, Uncle Li, and Hongmu. This is a secret between us. As for Muyu, cousin, could you please draft another VIP contract?" Yang Lin was in a dilemma. "Cousin, drafting this contract requires the authority of the immortal realm. One contract is barely enough, but 2 contracts are too much for me." Li Muyu's eyes dimmed when she heard this. "It's okay, Commander, you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry, I swear I won't reveal a single word of what I saw and heard today. Miss can be the supervisor." Yang Lin is sharp-minded and insightful. How could he not notice that something is wrong with Li Muyu? Yang Lin also has a good impression of this girl. When there is a chance, he will definitely have more in-depth exchanges with Li Muyu. So now this matter is easy to handle. "Muyu, don't say that. I believe in you as well, but this contract is really difficult to draw up. But it doesn't matter. Aren't you always with Xiling? Can't you just come in with her when the time comes? Whether now or in the future, the immortal realm welcomes you too." When Yang Lin said this, Li Muyu's originally dim eyes immediately regained their spirits. "Thank you, Commander." "What are you thanking me for? We are so close, don't treat me like an outsider." "That's right, we are cousins. Muyu is my subordinate, and from now on, she will be half yours. Cousin, if you are free, please help me guide Muyu." Zhao Xiling is happy now for 2 reasons. First, although she was wondering what the fairyland was like, to be honest, she liked it here very much. Second, because of this place, she and Yang Lin had a common secret, and she felt that this secret could bring the 2 closer together. Seeing Zhao Xiling like this, how could Yang Lin not respond to her? "Cousin, you've said this, how can I not take care of Muyu? In the future, have her come to my place more often. Although I'm not good at combat, I can still teach her some insights and techniques in private." Then it's settled. Zhao Xiling turned to Li Muyu and instructed, "Muyu, you should have seen how powerful my cousin's longmen troops are. Afterwards, you can go find my cousin and ask her to give you some pointers." "Yes, I will." When Li Muyu replied, she was so shy that she couldn't help feeling a little flustered when she looked at Yang Lin. Well, no matter what is said above, what needs to be done has been done. Afterwards, Zhao Xiling's mind fell into a state of emptiness, and then Yang Lin began to contract her in the name of a VIP contract. As for the contract, it went quite smoothly. There is no other way. If we don't do this, if something happens to this young lady when her memory is deprived, the consequences will be extremely serious. At this moment, Yang Lin felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. But because he was only concerned about Zhao Xiling, he didn't think much about it now. Chapter 110 Cheerleaders. After the contract with Zhao Xiling was completely completed, a new interface opened in the system Battlegirl page. Like the Longmen troops, as the host, Yang Lin can also weave a team for the auxiliary war girls within the system, so that they are easier to distinguish. Yang Lin didn't think much about it. To him, Zhao Xiling was like a cheerleader, so he simply named the auxiliary team cheerleading team. After naming, Yang Lin immediately checked Zhao Xiling's basic information. Because Zhao Xiling is different from the combat war girl, her information is also very simple. Role, Zhao Xiling. Characteristics, immaculate innate body. Ability, can enhance abnormal resistance of all the warriors under the host, such as petrification, paralysis, toxins, etc. When this character is on the battlefield, the resistance enhancement effect is doubled, otherwise the effect is halved. At the same time, the bonus effect of this character on all combat girls also depends on the overall strength of the host. Seeing such ability, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile. Based on the last situation in the mine, Yang Lin made a rough judgment. Those are his own war maidens. Because of his relationship, when they are at the same level or have a small difference in level, they are actually immune to abnormalities. However, the Spore Queen at that time was only a leader level 1 after all. If it was stronger, Yang Lin really couldn't guarantee whether Zhang Liyue and the others could withstand the poison. As for now, because of the contract with Zhao Xiling, not only the toxins, but all abnormal effects have been greatly enhanced. This will help his warriors avoid many risks in future uncontrollable battles. It's a good thing, a great thing. Just when Yang Lin was feeling happy, Zhao Xiling spoke. Cousin, my VIP status is completely complete, right? That's right, you can now take Muyu to play in the Milky Way. Believe me, the beauty of the Milky Way is beyond your imagination. Then let's go now. Zhao Xiling was overjoyed and pulled Li Muyu towards Inha. However, at the same moment, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something in his mind, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. I'm so shocked. Just now, I was really only concerned about Miss Zhao Xiling, but I actually forgot that Li Muyu was not my war girl either. Because of this, she will be forcibly deprived of her memory when she leaves this space. When he thought of this, Yang Lin broke out in a cold sweat and called out to Zhao Xiling and Li Muyu. Wait a moment. Zhao Xiling turned around and asked, Cousin, is there anything else going on over there? Ah, that's right, just now a light bulb went off in my head and I thought of some special fighting techniques or something. I was thinking, how about letting Muyu be given to me for a while? I want to take this opportunity to teach her some lessons. Zhao Xiling thought it was something special, but when she heard that her cousin wanted to give her war girl some instructions, there was no reason for her to refuse. Muyu, my cousin wants to give you some pointers, so hurry over. Seeing Li Muyu nod and walk towards him, Yang Lin said apologetically, Muyu, in this case, you can't play with them for the time being. It's okay, Commander. If I could learn some special combat techniques from you, I think that would be much more meaningful to me. Yang Lin responded with a guilty conscience, and then said to Zhao Xiling, Cousin, it may take me some time here. In order to better teach Muyu, I need to take her to the deep end over there. If you're alright, you and Li Yue shouldn't look for me for now. I've got that in mind. I'll tell Sister Li Yue and the others about it later. The Starfield is a dreamland, so there are many places with flowing light and dusk. Just like the place where Yang Lin is taking Li Muyu to now, it is filled with fairyland like fog. It looks hazy from the outside, and naturally one cannot see clearly what is happening here. On the contrary, Li Muyu, who came with Yang Lin, is in a very excited mood. She already knew why Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianquan and others were so outrageous, and more than 60% of the reasons were all due to Yang Lin. If she could learn something from this man, she believed it would be of great benefit to her. Commander, are you going to teach me here? I will definitely learn from you later. Muyu, I'm sorry. I didn't call you here to give you instructions. I mainly want to tell you a very serious problem. Seeing that Yang Lin's expression suddenly became complicated and solemn, Li Muyu exclaimed ha, and was definitely quite surprised. Commander, what's going on? Actually, just now, when I used the space to draft a VIP agreement for Xiling, I instinctively got some information. This space excludes outsiders. If you don't have a VIP agreement, then when you leave, you will be forcibly stripped of your memory of entering the Starfield. Li Muyu thought that Yang Lin had gone back on his word and let her enter the Starfield. Her eyes dimmed again, and an awkward smile appeared on her face. Is that so? I understand. Muyu, don't misunderstand me. This isn't the issue I'm talking about. Didn't I tell you that I welcome you to my star region? But now we are talking about stripping your memory, because it is very likely to cause serious consequences for you, ranging from minor injuries to death. So I'm really struggling with this, but unfortunately, I can't draft a second VIP agreement. Yang Lin considered whether to contract Li Muyu as his war maiden. But in the end he gave up. Because Li Muyu already belongs to the Hentaying team and has registered in the alliance. If her team had not disbanded due to a series of reasons, and he had forced her to become his own war maiden, then she would be considered a traitor to the team, and would be spurned by all teams and even expelled from the alliance. Besides, she is the confidant personally cultivated by the eldest lady Zhao Xiling, so it would not be appropriate to take her away. The above became the reason why Yang Lin was in trouble. Seeing Yang Lin like this, Li Muyu was surprised for a while, but she actually tried to comfort Yang Lin. Commander, in other words, it's not because you dislike me because I don't have the same status as the eldest lady that you're not letting me enter the starfield, right? Muyu, do you think I'm the kind of man who looks at status? In your heart, am I like that? No, Commander, don't misunderstand me, I just want to confirm it again. As for stripping away this memory, then let it be. And didn't you just say there might be consequences, not necessarily? But what if something goes wrong? I'm not that fragile. This is not a question of being fragile or not. We should be prepared for the worst. Muyu, I have a good impression of you, and I don't want you to get into trouble because of the star domain. Li Muyu blushed and said in a very low voice, I actually have a good impression of the commander. Muyu, what did you say? No, nothing. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, well, Muyu, let me calm down first. Let me think carefully and see if there is any other way to avoid this. Okay, Commander. For the time being, let Li Muyu wait for a while Yang Lin secretly called up the system again. He was searching for all the information about this star field, hoping to find a feasible method between the lines. Not long after, he looked overjoyed. Surprisingly, he actually got something. That is. Chapter 111 Her Changes. Why is this condition so embarrassing? The detailed explanation of the star field is mentioned in the appendix. If people who are not under the contract enter the star field and do not want to be deprived of their memories here, they must have a close relationship with the host. In other words, the host needs to establish the necessary trust with the other party, preferably a deep bond. After reading this, Yang Lin looked at Li Muyu meaningfully. Commander, have you come up with any ideas? I've thought about it, and it can be solved, but there's a problem I don't understand. What's the problem you don't understand? Muyu, let me ask you, if you want to represent a close relationship between two people, the kind where they can trust each other, how far do you need to go? It was unclear why Yang Lin asked this question, but Li Muyu still replied seriously, relatives and lovers should be counted in this category, right? Or friends who have been through thick and thin together. What about the two of us? I have great trust in the commander, but in the commander's heart, I may just be an ordinary Vanitas. I guess that's the case. Yang Lin said embarrassedly, Muyu, don't think too much. The fact is, I just re-understood the rules of the starfield. If we have a close relationship, we can enter the starfield without a VIP agreement. But I still haven't figured out how to build an intimate relationship with you. Then the commander hates me? I don't dislike you. On the contrary, I feel a kind of classical beauty in you. I like you very much. Li Muyu was overjoyed, and she was so flustered that she didn't even dare to look at Yang Lin. Commander, you're too direct. I don't like beating around the bush. It's a pity that you joined the Cloudtop team so early, otherwise I would definitely pull you over to join Li Yue and the others. Li Muyu said happily, if I hadn't joined the Cloudtop team, I would definitely agree to the commander's recruitment. But the eldest lady has been so kind to me and has spared no expense and resources in training me. I can't. I know, let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about what's going on right now. How can we get closer? Li Muyu was extremely shy at this moment. Actually, I also have a great fondness for you, Commander. Commander, do you know how desperate I was when I was in the mine? But with your appearance, I felt like I saw the light. Until now, my heart is still warm. Yang Lin was surprised, is it really that exaggerated? Of course there are. When we, the Hentaying team, went on offensives before, we basically never encountered any setbacks or even dangers because we were quite strong. Over time, the entire team became disoriented. But only when despair finally struck did they realize how vulnerable they and their team were. At that time, I naturally thought, if only someone could save me and the team, that would be great. And then, Commander, you appeared. Yang Lin said seriously, you have a good impression of me, but it's just out of gratitude. Isn't it the same? When people have feelings for each other, doesn't it always start with one thing or even just because they think the other person is good looking? Gratitude is also part of it, so I don't mind getting closer to the commander. Yang Lin's old face turned red. I always feel that the relationship between me and Muyu is becoming more and more ambiguous. Muyu, what should we do next? That depends on you, Commander. After all, you're a man, Commander. You can't let a girl. Speaking of this, Li Muyu was so embarrassed that she almost covered her face. At this time, Yang Lin looked at Li Muyu carefully again. No matter when, this girl exudes a classical charm, from her hair to her clothes, all of which complement her ancient temperament. Even her underwear at this moment was made of exquisite silk. Especially her eyes and her voice, which are like the stars in the sky and the clear springs in the mountains, making people feel relaxed and happy and reluctant to leave. As for Li Muyu's overall appearance, with her pretty face now rosy, she is just like a water lotus, shy in the cool breeze. Just one glance and it's engraved in people's hearts. After a while, the two of them sat down with their bodies touching each other. When getting closer, one could clearly feel Li Muyu's delicate body trembling a little, and her expression a little flustered, but she soon calmed down. Yang Lin never expected that he was actually a walking succubus in human form. Of course, it's not that his appearance is attractive, but that any girl who has a relationship with him will get huge benefits. Li Muyu is not the warrior girl contracted by Yang Lin. But because of his closeness to Yang Lin, their familiar relationship was exposed, and their identities secretly changed drastically. She was shocked at first by what happened. There are actually signs of my bones being reshaped? My meridians are actually being expanded? Even though I haven't tested it myself, my overall strength has actually improved significantly? Li Muyu clearly felt that all these changes were due to Yang Lin. What made her even more unbelievable was that she had finally realized the core ability that the 5 members of the team had been striving for since the team was officially formed until now. Time passed by unknowingly, but Li Muyu still couldn't recover from his excitement. In summary, she knew she had become stronger. And this one is at least twice as strong as her previous one. As an elite among elites, Li Muyu is very clear about the changes he will undergo as captain and how much changes he will bring to the Hentang team. Commander. Li Muyu herself didn't expect that even her words at this moment were just whispers. She was now like a careful young wife, wiping the sweat from Yang Lin's forehead. Muyu, some things must be kept secret, after all. I know, but I'm not a member of the commander's team. I can't accompany the commander on all the missions. It's no problem. Once I'm promoted to a 5th rank commander and apply to establish my own garrison, I'll have Shieling and the others stationed there. Really? I believe Miss will be very happy. Then, you can see the commander every day. Yes, that's right. But we've stayed here long enough, let's go now. It's getting late, everyone should leave the star region. Afterwards, Yang Lin took Li Muyu's hand and slowly walked out of the area. As for why we have to go slow, it is mainly to let Li Muyu adapt to the current situation. When the two arrived at the main area, Zhao Xiling, Zhang Liyuet and others had already had enough fun and were gathered together waiting for them to come back. As soon as Li Muyu appeared, all the girls in the audience went crazy. Just because. Li Muyu has changed so much. Even Zhao Xiling, a non-combatant, could feel that in less than a short while, Li Muyu's momentum and aura had become much stronger than before. But after only an hour of absence, isn't the progress of Avanitas a little too rapid? Chapter 112, Special Guidance Techniques. Seeing Li Muyu change so much, the person who must be the happiest is Zhao Xiling. She excitedly trotted over to Yang Lin and asked, "Cousin, what method did you use to guide Muyu? She's growing so fast." "Well, it's mainly because I have special coaching skills." Zhao Xiling became even more excited. "What special coaching skills are you looking for? Cousin, please teach me. I want to make all the members of the Yunding team stronger." Yang Lin said with a smile, "You think that the instructor is eating and drinking water, and you can easily make the war girl stronger? The reason I say special is that it depends on the individual. Muyu has good aptitude, so I just gave her a couple of pointers, and she immediately resonated with my soul. If it were someone else, the effect wouldn't be so good. Well, how about you give the other 4 some pointers later?" If you find it troublesome, you can make any conditions you want. I'll pay for it all. Cousin, this is not the question, I can't explain it to you in detail. Let's assume you understand it this way: teaching someone requires a certain price, and at least I cannot provide secondary guidance in the short term. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Xiling was a little stunned, but still replied, although I still don't understand why there is a price to pay for teaching someone, I understand what you mean. Cousin, how about you teach them when you have time later? Okay, let's talk about it later. Now, after talking about Zhao Xiling, let us talk about Jiang Liyue and the other girls. They were also quite surprised when they saw Li Muyu appear and felt that Li Muyu had changed so much. But the surprise lasted only 30 seconds, and soon everyone was relieved. Want to ask why? That's because he was thinking of his commander's various incredible abilities. Maybe the commander liked Li Muyu, so he gave her some ability to become stronger. I've followed Yang Lin for so long, I can't be surprised by everything. Returning to Yang Lin's side, seeing that everyone had been in the star field for quite some time, it was time for them to leave temporarily. But before that, he mentioned one thing. That's the matter of promotion to third-level commander. The most basic condition for being promoted to a third-level commander is to have at least 3 third-level warriors in the team. Currently, Zhang Liyue and Long Yin have met the standards. Nian Sun made a mistake in 1 paragraph, and Qin Si made a mistake in 2 paragraphs. So in order to meet the requirements as soon as possible, he planned to go to the Demon Slaying Hall tomorrow to accept several expedition commissions, and then break through the levels of Nian Sun and Qin Si to the 3rd level in one go. Zhang Liyue and the other girls had no objection to this. As for Li Muyu, Yang Lin also gave instructions. That is to let her lead the members of the Yunding team not to fall behind, and also to break through to the 3rd realm as soon as possible, and then let the team completely get out of the novice stage. How could Li Muyu not take Yang Lin's words seriously? Because she knew that the Longmen troops were too strong, and if the Yunding troops were too weak, she was afraid that Yang Lin would look down on her. Thinking about today, she has given her body and mind to this man without reservation, so Li Muyu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I will definitely work harder, and then I will make sure Yang Lin see my better performance. At this point, the crowd began to disperse. As always, Qin Si was the last one to leave. Yang Lin originally wanted to urge her to go back to sleep quickly, but who knew that this guy would play something meaningful? Dear Commander, are you enjoying yourself here today? Hearing Qin Si's words, Yang Lin pretended to be confused and said, What are you talking about? Speaking of having fun, you guys are having a lot of fun in the galaxy, right? The galaxy is indeed a great place, but Commander, if you don't go in the water, you'll be covered in the scent of women, and it's so strong. Is there? Yang Lin smelled his body with a guilty conscience, and vaguely, he could indeed smell the faint fragrance left by Muyu. I can only say that I am really impressed that Qin Si was able to discover this. Cici, it's getting late. You should go back and get some rest. We still have a crusade tomorrow. Dear Commander, why are you so guilty? Qin Si said as she came up and hugged Yang Lin's arm, her eyes bright and full of spirit. I didn't expect you to be so bold, Commander. Zhao Xiling's status is not ordinary, but you actually dared to touch her people. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. What are you afraid of? I promise you, I won't tell Nianxuan or Li Yue. As for Long Yin, forget it. It's hard to explain this to her. But, Commander, you have to promise me one thing. Ahem, Cici, how could you misunderstand me? I'm such a pure and innocent person. But you are my warrior, we are family, even if you don't put forward any conditions, it doesn't matter if I promise you 1, 2, or 3 things. Qin Si couldn't stop giggling after hearing this. Then Commander, can you treat me better in the future? Okay. Can you not be mean to me, not scold me, and still pamper me? No problem. Anything else? No, I'm going to bed now. See you tomorrow. Seeing Qin Si leaving the starfield, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the matter was quite secret, it was still discovered by the sensitive Qin Si. Well, we are family anyway, it doesn't matter. Now it's time to go back and have a good sleep. On the contrary, after Yang Lin returned, he fell into a sweet dream. But 2 girls can't sleep now. One is Zhao Xiling and the other is Li Muyu. Both girls are so excited that they are extremely sober. Zhao Xiling was excited because she saw that her subordinates had become stronger. Li Muyu was excited because she could still feel the warmth of someone's fingertips on every inch of her skin. Still because she couldn't sleep, Zhao Xiling pulled Li Muyu aside to chat. Muyu, it turns out my cousin is so amazing. He can double your strength in just 1 hour, and even help you comprehend your core abilities. No one would believe this if I told them. Well, the commander is amazing. But Muyu, why did it seem like you couldn't walk properly when you came back just now? Are your legs injured?
No, Li Muyu explained quickly, maybe he suddenly became too strong, and his body couldn't adapt to it for a while.
Anyway, everything will be fine after tonight.
Zhao Xiling felt that Li Muyu's words made sense. Indeed, your overall strength has increased exponentially, so it's inevitable that your body will not adapt. I'll get you some elixir tomorrow so you can take good care of yourself.
Thank you, Mississippi.
Zhao Xiling has already imagined the future of the Hentang team.
I also heard her say, originally, I said that I would let the 5 of you follow your cousin's Longmen troops to attack twice in the near future.
But you also heard that he wants to be promoted to the 3rd rank commander as soon as possible, so this matter will have to wait until he is promoted to the 3rd rank.
It's alright, Mississippi.
The commander and the others are going to fight and improve their strength, and we can't fall behind.
Tomorrow I will be heading out with the Cloudtop team as well, striving to get everyone to break through to the 3rd realm as quickly as possible, completely leaving the novice stage. Okay, I didn't expect that you are more motivated than me, Muyu. But since we are going to attack, it's getting late, so you should rest quickly.
Li Muyu responded and lay down in bed. When she closed her eyes, all she could see in her dream was Yang Lin. Chapter 113 Koi Girl has arrived.
3 days later. Yang Lin is currently conducting an assessment at the General Affairs Department.
Why did the time suddenly come to 3 days later? It was because the attack was too simple.
It was so simple that he didn't even want to mention it.
After accepting a simple commission, Yang Lin did not take Jiang Liyue and others back to Longting immediately after completing the commission, but took them to continue attacking outside. With just one breath, Lin Yanxuan and Qin Si's levels were raised to the 3rd realm.
What? Are you asking if there are any difficult commissions or missions in the Demon Exorcism Hall?
Yes, of course, but you are not allowed to answer it. In this world, whether it is a commander or a war girl, before the 3rd level or the 3rd realm, they are all in the novice stage. This is also why, when facing the tide of polluted beasts that day, commanders and war girls below level 3 would not be allowed to go to the battlefield unless it was absolutely necessary. This world does not need greenhouse flowers.
But we will never do anything to force a low-level team to grow faster. That will only backfire and cause more talents to die.
So even in the Demon Exorcism Hall, once they see that you are at the 3rd level or below the 3rd realm, they will only give you some simple tasks. For example, clearing out the polluted beasts near some strongholds outside the city, and investigating the traces of polluted beasts in a certain area. These tasks are often accompanied by combatants. Letting Yang Lin's Longmen troops do these things would be a waste of their talents. Although it is a pity that there is no reward for killing polluted beasts outside of commissions, fortunately, the group has killed enough polluted beasts, and the polluted cores can still sell well when brought back.
Okay, back to the topic. The first thing Yang Lin, Zhang Liyue and others did when they returned to the city was to upgrade their titles.
Currently, the 4 warriors around him are all above the 3rd level and meet the basic requirements.
The subsequent tests also went smoothly.
With his extremely high spiritual power limit, the staff's low-level interference test had no effect on him at all, so he passed it naturally. As for reviewing the success rate of Longmen troops' commissions and the number of times they need to accept commissions,
this one.
There are indeed not enough Longmen troops. But because he had made great contributions in helping Phantom kill the judgment level last time, the number of times was not enough, so he used Feign to make up for it and passed the level smoothly. Also because of his great contribution in assisting, the General Affairs Department issued the last practical task, which was to complete a commission assigned by the General Affairs Department before the promotion, which saved him the trouble.
Very good.
At this point, Yang Lin's information was completely corrected within the alliance, and he became a true 3rd level commander. At the same time, the system information came. Congratulations to the host for officially being promoted to a 3rd level commander and gaining the special ability Disruption. Disruption, within the host's perception range, one or several opponents can be directly and forcibly locked onto, disrupting their vision and hearing. The greater the difference in comprehensive strength, the more obvious the effect.
This is a good ability.
According to the detailed explanation in the notes, when the difference reaches a certain level, it can even make the enemy dizzy and stunned on the spot. Especially for someone like Yang Lin, whose spiritual power limit is about to exceed 10,000, if he causes trouble on the street, a large group of people will probably be blinded.
As expected of me, my abilities are so outstanding. While feeling happy, Yang Lin was planning his next move. Because he has been promoted to the third-level commander, the ranking of the Longmen troops has begun to be in a pending state. The next thing to do is definitely to compete in the rankings. No matter what, the Longmen troops must at least be among the top 20,000, otherwise they will just be unknown juniors. The benefits you can gain from a high ranking are undoubtedly unparalleled. Ranking is also the hallmark of the Walking Alliance. If you rank first, you can mobilize the human army within the alliance with just one word. Regarding this matter, after the promotion was completed, Yang Lin and Jiang Liyue and other girls returned home and immediately held a meeting. Coincidentally, when Lin Yanquan checked, he found out that the pending promotion assessment would be held exactly 1 week later. Hearing this, everyone was very excited. Especially Qin Si, who has always been the most active, is naturally full of energy at this moment. It starts in a week. What a coincidence! We can make it in time, otherwise we'd have to wait 3 months. Yeah, Yang Lin responded, and then opened the pending assessment information sent by Lin Yanquan. To enter the rankings, one must first pass the pending practical assessment. The location is Huayang City, which is also an administrative center. Like Longting, it is the core of several cities in the area. The base is a little far away. If you drive there, it's easy to get into an accident. Jiang Liyue said, there aren't that many accidents. There are checkpoints along the main roads, so generally, there's nothing to worry about. It's not that we're worried about accidents, it's mainly because it's far. I estimated that if we drive tomorrow, the journey will take at least 2 days and 2 nights. Yang Lin was afraid of the thought of driving for 2 days and 2 nights. It was too torturous. At this time, Lin Yanquan said, then why don't you ask Miss Zhao Xiling for help? She seems to have access to a private helicopter and transport plane. Since you two have such a good relationship, it should be okay to borrow a helicopter or transport plane, right? Oh my god, if Nianquan hadn't reminded him, Yang Lin would have almost forgotten about his cousin's big white legs. Nianquan, you really reminded me. I'll call Xiling right now and ask her to help me arrange it as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, Yang Lin immediately called Zhao Xiling. When Zhao Xiling heard that Yang Lin was going to take the ranking assessment, she also became interested and said, you are going to Huayang City, that place also belongs to my father. My father took me there before. Anyway, I'll help you arrange it. Zhao Xiling, this is a cousin who makes me feel very comfortable. Look, just one communication and the flying vehicle will be arranged immediately. Because there are so many people, a private helicopter is not enough. Zhao Xiling said that she also wants to take the Hentang team to play there, so she will get a transport plane later and everyone will go together. Yang Lin definitely had no objection to this, because if he had time in private, he could have more in-depth exchanges with Mu Yu at the guidance level. However, Yang Lin did not expect that he had just communicated with Zhao Xiling when the principal of the academy, Li Xinxing, also called. Yang Lin, I heard from Xiling that you are going to Huayang? Yes, I plan to pass the pending assessment and then prepare for the ranking. As expected of my most proud disciple, Yang Lin, you have been promoted to a rank 3 commander in such a short time. You have become a legend in Longting City. You are at home now, right? I want to talk to you about something. Jinli and I are outside anyway, so I'll just go find you now. I'm at home. Okay, then Koi and I will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lin was a little confused. Although the dean spoke lightly, he seemed to have something important to discuss with him. I don't know what the dean wants to see me about, and I can't guess it. Anyway, he is coming, so I'll just wait for a while. 20 minutes later. Li Xinxing and the cute and lovely Koi girl Hong Wumawohuo are here. Chapter 114 Koi is cute. President, you're here. As soon as Li Xinxing arrived, Yang Lin greeted him and the two of them immediately started chatting. According to Li Xinxing's words, Zhao Xiling told Yang Lin about this matter as soon as she received the call. Because he was going on a long journey, Li Xinxing was too worried, so he finally brought the Koi with him for a walk. In fact, Yang Lin didn't know. Li Xinxing said that he was shopping with Jinli, and the whole thing about him just stopping by was fake. He was originally in his mansion, so he didn't have the habit of shopping. Of course, the above are all trivial matters. Now that I meet Yang Lin, the serious matters are what he needs to explain. Yang Lin, as far as I know, you've never traveled far, and this time you're heading to Huayang, which is thousands of miles away from Longting. I'm really worried you might run into some bumps along the way. Yang Lin felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. President, I'm already an adult. Why am I still like a child in your mouth? How old am I? How old are you? In my eyes, you are just a child, right? But speaking of Huayang, they are actually quite friendly with our Longtung. Let me tell you, the mayor of Huayang and I are also old friends. Even if you don't follow Xiling afterwards, you will still be well taken care of. When Yang Lin heard this, he sighed in his heart. Huayang City is the regional center of the surrounding cities. The city lord is equivalent to a deputy commander, and the president of the academy is actually Gu Jiao, the deputy commander thousands of miles away. Is this relationship so broad? Seeing Yang Lin's surprise, the koi fish next to him also spoke proudly. Yang Lin, you may not know this, but the mayor of Huayang City is my commander's junior sister. Ah? Or the principal's junior sister? Ahem, Li Zhenxing said somewhat awkwardly. She is called a junior sister, but actually she is my former junior sister. However, our two teams have fought together many times before, and over time, our relationship has become familiar. Now, because her team had experienced an unexpected change and disbanded, she finally took over the positions of city lord and regional deputy commander with her abilities, and finally settled down. So that's how it is. Well, so this time I brought the koi here because I wanted to leave the koi for you as well. Take her with you when you go to Huayang tomorrow. Once you get there, Jinli will help you make arrangements. Yang Lin was quite embarrassed. Actually, there's no need to make such a big fuss. I'm just going there to take part in a pending assessment. Of course I will use it. I'm worried because you haven't been away from home for a long time. Originally, I planned to let Mei Ying go with you, but considering that Xiling is protected by two strong men, the butler and Honghu, I decided to protect you as well. Plus, Longting is in a turbulent time, so I let Phantom do other things. Well, that's fine. It's convenient to have the koi follow us around. While Yang Lin was speaking, he also looked at the koi. This little girl is petite and no different from a loli. The most important thing is that her rosy appearance is as cute and attractive as a koi. Having a girl like this accompanying you throughout the whole process is not only festive, but also awesome. As for Li Zhenxing, he hadn't finished talking yet. He came here for another most important thing. It should be said that Yang Lin was the one who cared most about the assessment in which his ranking was pending. Yang Lin, there's one more thing. You're going to take the Longmen troops to the pending assessment, but don't you think there's something missing? What's missing? Yang Lin thought about it for a long time and felt that it was perfect. He really couldn't think of anything missing. In the end, it was Jiang Liyue next to him who reminded him. Commander, have you forgotten that a squad, excluding the commander, can have a maximum of 5 warriors? There are only 4 of us, Nianshuan, Sisi, and Longyin. You can still recruit and contract 1 more warrior. Yang Lin slapped his thigh and said, I really forgot about this. Yang Lin, because he can make unlimited contracts with wargirls, he will definitely form more than just a small team. What he wants to form must be a legion of wargirls. The beautiful future has been envisioned long ago. Hundreds of wargirls will be formed, and when they will act as a unit with small teams. No matter how powerful your enemy is or how world-class polluting beast you are, you can be crushed by the number of wargirls. But if we only talk about the Longmen troops, they are indeed short of 1 person to complete the staffing. If they participate in the pending assessment in this state, they will definitely be at a disadvantage compared to other teams. At this time, Yang Lin suddenly thought that the dean brought the koi here, maybe he wanted to transfer the koi to his own Longmen troops. But after thinking about it, no. If a wargirl wants to leave one team and then join another, not only will the process be complicated, but it will also leave a so-called stain on her personal data. Therefore, the dean of the academy probably doesn't want to give the koi to himself. In that case, what is it? Yang Lin, the commander mentioned to me earlier that your team is short of people. Actually, I have a suitable candidate in Huayang City. Jingli, are you telling the truth? I definitely believe in your judgment of you, but I don't know what kind of person you are. She's very powerful, and an elite among the S-class warriors. I'm going to Huayang with you this time, and I also plan to recommend this friend to your Longmen troops. But however, she's a bit troublesome. Whether you can recruit her or not will depend on your personal abilities and charm. Next, let us listen to Koya's detailed explanation. It turns out that before she signed a contract with the principal, she had been a partner with a friend and worked as a bounty warrior. Anyway, I usually focused on doing things that would make money quickly. At that time, there were no teams or many restrictions. The main thing was freedom, and the main thing was to fish for 3 days and have fun for 2 days. Later, Jinli joined the Longting team, but her friend didn't like being constrained and refused to come here. Because the two places are thousands of miles apart, they can only communicate occasionally on weekdays. As for her specific personality, you'll know when you meet her. She may be troublesome, but I can guarantee her potential and strength. Koi, after hearing what you said, I really want to meet your friend soon. As long as she has enough potential, I feel I have the confidence to win her over. Really? Then I'd like to see what you can do. Well, wait and see, I'll conquer her with my personal charm. Because Koi are very festive and lovely, Yang Lin said this and saw that everyone around him was discussing the new team member and didn't notice this. He even moved closer to the Koi and whispered playfully, "It would be even better if your friends were as cute as you, Koi." Jinli blushed and whispered, I'm not cute. Very cute. Yang Lin emphasized his statement. I think he has a pretty good relationship with Koi, so he would definitely dare to say such words, because Koi is really a very good girl. Next, Yang Lin quickly adjusted his expression and began to discuss the specific details of this trip to Jianghuai with the school principal Li Jinqing, Zhang Liyue, and others. Chapter 115, My War Princess Cannot Be Wronged. Afterwards, the academy president Li Jinqing had nothing else to do, so he left. Because Li Jinqing had specifically asked Koi to go to Huayang with him tomorrow, he did not take Koi with him when he left. The purpose is to allow Koi to integrate with the Longmen troops as soon as possible. Koi fish have a cute temperament and are a good thing. This kind of festive and lovable girl can quickly integrate into the environment wherever she goes. Look, it's only been a short time, and these girls can already joke around without restraint. Things had come to this point, and everything seemed to be fine for the day. Regarding the pending assessment, you can register directly online. No, to be more specific, it is pre-registration. If you really want to participate in the assessment, your team must go to the scene in person. Currently, the Huayang official will make a basic statistics. Then, based on the general intelligence, we will prepare some corresponding practical questions. The Longmen troops, without exception, registered their names on it. There was nothing to do during the day, so a group of girls had fun playing at home. There was nothing to do in the evening. During dinner, Li Yue especially prepared a sumptuous meal because of the guest Koi, and everyone was still very happy. But when it was time for entertainment before going to bed, when everyone was watching TV and chatting in the living room, something suddenly happened. Because of pre-registration, the names of the pre-registered teams can already be seen on Huayang's official website. The Longmen troops were among them. There is still 1 week left before the official pending assessment. As for the number of pre-registrations, it is actually not that many, but it is not too few either. Originally, nothing happened, but suddenly when Zhang Liyue was looking through the pre-registration team menu, her expression suddenly changed. Afterwards, she said she wasn't feeling well and went back to her bedroom early. As soon as she left, the living room suddenly exploded in an uproar. Listen to Qin Si, is there something wrong with this pre-registration menu? Why did Sister Li Yu's face change after seeing it? Lin Yanxuan said, although she concealed it very well, I could clearly feel her breathing was a little disordered just now. Koi nodded in agreement, I also feel that something is wrong with her. She was always so lively, and now she suddenly says she's not feeling well. This doesn't seem normal no matter how you think about it. Soon, everyone's attention, including Long Yin's, was focused on Yang Lin. Yang Lin said, I can see that too, something is indeed wrong with Li Yue. Let her calm down in the room for 15 minutes, and then I'll go over and talk her through it. Qin Si moved closer to Yang Lin, a worried expression on her face. Is Sister Li Yue worried about something, dear Commander? Can you guess? I'm not a fortune teller. If Li Yue doesn't tell me, how can I guess anything? But Yang Lin stopped talking here. Because he was lost in thought. Now, he put himself in Zhang Liyue's shoes and began to think about the problem. She was from Li Yue, and she used to be Longting, and she was also her mentor, but with her graduation, she got the upper hand by following a novice commander like me. But Yang Lin was not clear about Li Yue's experience. For example, why did Li Yue come to Longting? According to the information we've learned so far, Li Yue once had her own team, but now they can't be found online. Does this mean her former team disbanded? Or closed down? This must be the case, otherwise it would be impossible not to find basic information. As for now, she was looking through the team's pre-registration list, and then she seemed to be abnormal. Could it be that she saw a familiar name in it? Is it because of some past experiences that your mood is involved? The guess is very likely, but the specific information needs to be confirmed with Li Yue. As a commander, resolving the emotional knots of the Vanitas under his command is also part of his job. Yang Lin didn't want to see his own war girl suffer while he, the commander, did nothing and remained indifferent. Next, he signaled Nian Sun and the others to rest assured. 15 minutes later, he went upstairs and knocked on Zhang Liyue's bedroom door with a clear purpose. Yang Lin, how did you get up here? I'm worried about you. I'm the representative of our family now, so I came here to see you. After Zhang Liyue opened the door, she was a little flustered and she didn't dare to look Yang Lin in the eye. But Yang Lin had sharp eyes, and even though Zhang Liyue wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Yang Lin still caught the slight traces of tears. It was speculated that it was some unresolved worry, so Yang Lin not only had to take care of this matter today, but also had to take care of it thoroughly. The two of them came into the room, and Yang Lin naturally sat on the edge of Zhang Liyue's bed. Judging from Zhang Liyue's condition, she seemed to want to go to bed early, or to cry in the quilt. Liyue, I've known for a long time that you were hiding something, but you never told me. Even though I'm not the commander, I'm still worried about you. No worries. Really? Without any worries, the little pearls can fall down? Where did I drop my little pearl? Don't talk nonsense. If Nianchuan and the others hear it, they will laugh at me. Yang Lin took a deep breath and said, I don't know what happened to you in the past, but there is one thing I'm very grateful for. Because we met, because of meeting each other, in my opinion, everything is beautiful now. I'm also very glad that we met, and that I became good friends and teammates with Nianchuan, Cici, and Longyin. So, you're hiding something from your commander and your caring friends? Seeing that Zhang Liyue was in a low mood, there was a hint of pain in the depths of her eyes. Yang Lin took the opportunity to pull Zhang Liyue to his side. Yang Lin. When did my Liyue become so panicked to this extent? It's you who suddenly pulled me to your side, and your words about my home were too strong. What do you mean by your Liyue? Aren't you ashamed? Yang Lin squinted his eyes and smiled, okay, it's not my Liyue, it's someone else's Liyue, so this should be okay, right? What do you mean? How can I belong to someone else's family? Why are you like this? Yang Lin laughed and said, look, Liyue, we have to be more relaxed when we get along with each other. So today, don't blame me for digging out your secrets. If I can't figure out your situation, it will be very difficult for me as the commander. Have you ever seen TV, movies, novels, or anime? I'm most afraid of one of the main characters suddenly encountering this kind of situation before doing something big, and it's very likely that they'll end up hurting those around them. Liyue, listen to me, no matter what happened in the past, you are the most important person in my heart and in Nianchuan's. Even if you have committed unforgivable crimes in the past, even if you are a city destroyer, we don't care. Because for us, we like you more the way you are now. You are a member of our family, you know? Yeah, Zhang Liyue smiled and cried, it was very sad and beautiful. Okay, now you can tell me what happened. I promise you, even if the sky falls, I, the commander, will hold it up for you. My Liyue will never let her suffer even the slightest injustice. Zhang Liyue nodded heavily, I understand. I'll tell you now. Chapter 116 My Embrace. After Zhang Liyue's narration, Yang Lin finally understood the situation before Zhang Liyue came to Longteng. She had previously joined a team called the Zhan Mang Force. However, during a crusade, due to special reasons regarding the terrain of the area, the 5 warriors, including Zhang Liyue, needed to split into 2 groups to search for some clues. But unfortunately, Zhang Liyue and the 2 warriors who followed her encountered a problem. During the operation, Zhang Liyue noticed that the situation in the area seemed a little bad because she was careful. So she told the captain and another war girl who were following the operation about the situation, fearing that there might be an ambush or trap. However, the captain and another war girl did not care, because based on the strength of the Zhan Mang troops, the polluted beasts in the area were not worth mentioning to them. They also said that Zhang Liyue was being too cautious and asked her to relax, and told her to complete the crusade as soon as possible and go back to celebrate. And so, the 3 of them continued to move forward. However, an unfortunate incident still occurred. The captain and another warrior were ambushed by the polluted beast. As a result, the captain's abdomen was pierced by thorns, and another warrior's leg was crushed by a huge rock. Only Zhang Liyue was a little cautious, and because she was the last one to walk, she was able to avoid the trap disaster. At the same time, a large number of polluted beasts poured out from the inside, and among them, there were even leaders. The result is predictable. The captain felt that she was the cause of all that, so she fought desperately, trying to get Zhang Liyue and another warrior with a leg injury to leave. But not to mention the dozens of ordinary polluted beasts, the leader alone is enough to crush the three of them. Afterwards, the captain died in battle. The other warrior knew that it was basically impossible for her to escape due to her limited mobility. In order not to implicate Zhang Liyue, she did not accept Zhang Liyue's rescue. In the end, the only one who survived was Zhang Liyue. Because of this, she became a defector in the eyes of her two remaining teammates. Zhang Liyue once tried to tell the last two warriors the truth, saying that they had met the leader before. However, after searching the entire place, no trace of the leader was found. All that was found were the remains of the captain and one of the Vanitas, who had already been shattered. So, the last two warriors did not believe Zhang Liyue's words. At one point, I even thought that how could those low-level polluting beasts hurt the powerful captain? Zhang Liyue must have been dissatisfied with the captain's strictness, so she deliberately left the polluted beast vulnerable during the attack, which led to the death of the captain and another wargirl. Zhang Liyue had no way to explain herself and was once hated by the last two warriors. The Zhanmang troops had reached that point, so there was definitely no need for them to exist, and their accounts were soon cancelled within the alliance. As for Zhang Liyue herself, she hated herself for not being vigilant enough at the time, otherwise the captain and another warrior would not have died tragically and become food for the polluted beast. She wandered alone for a long time, basically following other teams to do commission tasks, until she wandered to Longting. It just so happened that Longting War Academy was recruiting tutors, and that's how I met Yang Lin, an older repeater. After hearing this, Yang Lin was deeply moved. Liyue, it's not easy for you. It's not easy for me. I'm still alive. It's a pity that the captain and my teammate died in the belly of the polluted beast. I have always kept this matter in my heart and never told anyone. Every time I think about it, my heart aches. Now that I've spoken about it, I feel a little better. Looking at Zhang Liyue's red eyes, Yang Lin gently held her in his arms. Liyue, I know about your past. Whether it's losing your teammates or being hated by them, it's really heartbreaking. But this kind of thing will not happen again in the future, because our Longmen troops are very strong, so strong that they can completely crush the pollution beasts in every attack. Moreover, even if you really encounter danger, don't worry, I am here. I am the strongest commander on Earth and I will protect you well. Yeah, Zhang Liyue sobbed. While being embraced by Yang Lin, she reached out and hugged Yang Lin tightly again. Because Yang Lin's embrace was very warm, she felt very safe in this man's arms. If you want to cry, it's okay, but after tonight, you can't be sad anymore. After all, your former captain and teammates wouldn't want you, a survivor, to be sad forever, right? I know, Yang Lin, thank you for your comfort. Oh, right, you were suddenly emotional when you saw the pre-registration list. Could it be that the Zhanmang Corps has re-registered? And you also want to participate in this pending ranking assessment? Yes, I saw the name of the Zhanmang unit, and I feel that this is not a coincidence. They must have recruited new members, hoping to revive and develop the Zhanmang force. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, generally speaking, the Alliance does not allow the use of duplicate names to register a team, even if it has been cancelled. Now that the Zhanmang troops have appeared, it means that there is a 90% chance that the two of them are in the team, so they can use this name. But if they really need, Liyue, can you face them both properly? Yang Lin, if I was still nervous just now, how would I face them if I really ran into them later? But now I've let it go, and I've already become a member of the Longmen army. Yeah, it's pretty good, that is it. Seeing that you can let go, I feel much more relaxed too. After that, the two of them didn't speak for a long time, just hugging each other. Finally, Zhang Liyue said, "You've been in my room for a long time. If you hadn't shown up, Nianchuan and Cici would have thought I was being squeamish. You should go out and meet them now, and tell them that I'm fine and that they don't need to worry." Yang Lin looked at the communicator on his wrist. Wow, quite a while had passed. Almost an hour had passed. But our own Liyue is really fragrant. Especially the pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings, which are very tempting. Liyue, I want to stay a few more minutes. What do you want to do? What can I do? Just stay like this and let me be quiet for another 10 minutes. As he spoke, Yang Lin tightened his hold on Zhang Liyue's hand. Zhang Liyue's pretty face flushed red, and she said with a sneer, "Go away. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You have bad intentions. And why are you not feeling safe? Where did you buy your stockings? They look good quality. Just like that, Yang Lin studied for 10 minutes, ahem, he gave Jiang Liyue the warmth of his embrace for another 10 minutes. In order not to worry Nianxuan, Cici and the others, he left Jiang Liyue's bedroom. As soon as he left, Jiang Liyue crawled into the bed in shame and anger, becoming an ostrich buried in the quilt. Chapter 117, Conquer Her with Charm. The next morning, a group of people arrived at the helipad of the General Affairs Department early. Thanks to Miss Zhao Xiling, Yang Lin didn't have to drive thousands of miles, so he must be in a good mood. There were quite a lot of people going together this time. Zhao Xiling, her left and right butlers and bodyguards, and 5 members of the Hentang team. Yang Lin brought his longmen troops, plus a bright red koi, a total of 7 people. With 15 people traveling together, a private helicopter was definitely not an option, so a transport plane took off. After boarding the plane, the Hentang team, the longmen team and a koi fish soon became lively. As for Yang Lin, he got to know Uncle Li and Honghu again as a junior under the recommendation of Zhao Xiling. According to Uncle Li, Yang Lin had talked with him before and knew that his identity was not ordinary. He also had a code name called Number 4 and seemed to be an old friend of Savior Number 1. As for Honghu, the powerful war maiden of the 8th realm, she gave people a very cold and seemed a little inhuman. However, seeing that Yang Lin and Zhao Xiling were good friends, she still had a good impression of Yang Lin and hoped that Yang Lin and Zhao Xiling could continue to be good friends. If the Longmen troops encounter any problems that they cannot solve, she will definitely help if she can. Yang Lin couldn't ask for more. He said that his cousin's legs were really good. If he hugged her, wouldn't it be like hugging 2 powerful men at the same time? Cool. However, while he was feeling relieved, Uncle Li and Honghu actually shared the same mood as him. Because Yang Lin, he is a genius commander. Uncle Li had said before that with the emergence of a genius like Yang Lin, he might become a legendary commander in the future. He would definitely want to report this kind of thing to the commander-in-chief immediately, but unfortunately he was stopped by Zhao Xiling. As the eldest daughter, Zhao Xiling has her own ideas, and she herself has said that she will maintain a good relationship with Yang Lin. Uncle Li thought about it again and finally agreed with Zhao Xiling's idea. Uncle Li must have told Honghu about this matter. When Honghu was told that the judgment-level contaminated beast was finally killed by Yang Lin, even though Honghu was usually cold-blooded, she couldn't hold back her expression. Because she felt that even if she was at the 8th level, it would be extremely difficult to defeat a judge-level creature. But Longting's main force in killing judgment-level soldiers is actually a new commander? After checking Yang Lin's recent information, she found that he had been promoted from a rookie commander to a 3rd-level commander in just over a month. Her first thought was the same as Uncle Li's, which was to report to the commander-in-chief as quickly as possible. If it weren't for the eldest lady, the commander's office would have sent an olive branch to recruit Yang Lin by now. Okay, let us not talk about this for now, let us talk about the present moment today. I saw Yang Lin and Zhao Xiling talking and laughing as they left the chat. Honghu exclaimed, he has a profound aura and a heroic demeanor. He is very charming. Uncle Li agreed, yes, because of this charm, the warriors around him are stronger than the last. And more importantly, he has great potential. Especially that incredible ability that can gather everyone's energy and kill a judgment-level cultivator. Even I was amazed when I heard it. So I hope that Miss can maintain a good relationship with him. Even if nothing else, his incredible ability alone is already legendary. Well, the eldest lady said that when Yang Lin reaches the 5th level, he will go to the commander's mansion to apply for the establishment of a garrison. By then, as long as the relationship is maintained well, this will be equivalent to the eldest lady giving the master a surprise. I believe the master will be happy to see such a good seedling. Yang Lin sighed. Because seeing Uncle Li again reminded him of what happened before, he couldn't help but ask Zhao Xiling about Uncle Li's condition. Zhao Xiling did not hide it. I heard her say, "You're talking about Uncle Li. I've been following him everywhere since I was a kid, and he's always been very good to me. According to my dad, it seems that my dad saved him a long time ago, and in order to repay him, he became the housekeeper of our family." Cousin, is your father also very powerful? Uncle Li is a super strong man, can he also encounter danger? As for my dad, his strength is basically not worth mentioning. As for what happened to Uncle Li and how my dad saved him, they didn't tell me in detail. Every time I asked, they were vague, and over time, I stopped asking. But there is one thing. A little bit of what? Cousin, let me tell you, Uncle Li's appearance hasn't changed at all since I was a child. Speaking of people who practice cultivation, although their lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people, it is still a bit unbelievable that there is no change at all in 20 years. But this is just to mention. What's more, Yang Lin can be sure that Uncle Lee is not a human being at all. His breathing and body movements seem to imitate those of humans. Occasionally, Yang Lin would wonder, could it be that Uncle Lee was actually a robot or an artificial human? Robots are common, but if they are mechanical war girls, their combat capabilities are actually very low. But if androids can be so powerful, then has the human world been forced to this point by polluted beasts? Otherwise, is Uncle Lee a monster? Or an alien? Regarding this point, Yang Lin can be sure that there are no monsters in this world, only polluting beasts. As for the aliens, Yang Lin wanted to cover his face. Damn, in some ways, he is just an alien. Well, since I can't guess it, I want to guess it. Maybe I'll have the chance to meet number one in the future, and I might discover something. What's more, Uncle Lee and I are now friends because of Zhao Xiling, so as long as we're not enemies, everything is fine. Traveling by plane was fast. The group set out from Longting City in the morning and arrived in Huayang at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Koi contacted the city lord's mansion immediately. Soon, a special receptionist brought everyone to the villa built outside the city lord's mansion. A word about this point. Huayang had experienced large and small-scale wars against polluting beasts, so although the city lord's mansion was a regional administrative area, it was not as grand as other small cities. But in order to take care of the distinguished guests, the city lord found a quiet place in the city and built a villa specifically for receiving distinguished guests. If it were Long Tang, everyone would definitely move directly into the city lord's mansion. Of course, these are all small things. Being able to be received when you arrive in a strange place is definitely a good thing and saves you a lot of worry. If you ask what Yang Lin is most concerned about now, it must be. Koi, how's your contact going? I've already contacted her, but from what I've heard, she seems to dislike the commander profession, but she has no plans to join another Valkyrie team. She's still working as a bounty mercenary. I can't help it. The commander profession is so declining these days. But can I make an appointment? Otherwise, how can I conquer her? Commander, isn't this a small matter? You forgot she's a bounty mercenary, and you just said there's a high reward for her to be commissioned. Do you think she's going to be anxious? Very good, it's settled. As long as she has good qualifications and potential, I will do everything I can to get her. Well, then I wish the commander a smooth operation. Chapter 118 This Foolish Commander. When I came to Huayang, in addition to the pending assessment of the ranking, the matter of contracting the last war girl of the Longmen army was equally important. So when asked, Jinli found out that she had already contacted her friend. Anyway, Yang Lin couldn't wait any longer. Through Koi's arrangement, the two parties agreed to meet at the Pinglu Tea House in the city tonight. Of course, in order for things to go more smoothly, Koi must also go there. She was the one who introduced me to this, and she can help me at critical moments. I also rely on her for advice and assistance when necessary. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Lin and Jinli arrived early on the second floor of Pinglu Tea House and specially chose a private seat. Commander, I've already communicated. We'll be there in 20 minutes at most. By the way, what's her name? Jinli covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Commander, you are so forgetful. Her name is Jolie. Ha, it's not that I forget things, I just want to double check to avoid making a mistake. While tea was being served, Yang Lin and Jinli chatted while eating melon seeds and peanuts. It is said that Koi are cute. When being with her, Yang Lin often couldn't help but want to pinch the chubby little face of Koi. It's a pity that she is not his own war princess, otherwise he would have to do this every day. About 10 minutes later, a voice suddenly said, Jinli, I'm here. The person next to you is the Commander Yang Lin you mentioned, right? Oh, I was so busy chatting with Koi that I forgot I was waiting for someone. As for now, seeing that the real culprit has appeared, Yang Lin must take a look at him. All I can say is that it was beyond Yang Lin's expectations. Before coming here, he must have learned a lot about Jolie through Koi's introduction. But seeing the person still made Yang Lin's eyes light up. Jolie is now dressed like a girl next door, with a beige dress, and the first impression she gives people is purity. Yes, it's that pure feeling. There was a faint smile on her pretty face, which made people feel sweet at first sight. Seeing Yang Lin looking in her direction, Jolie bowed politely and said, Hello, my name is Jolie, nice to meet you, Commander. Not bad, even the voice is so soft. It seems that what Koi said about Jolie being a bold and unrestrained person has nothing to do with it. Hello, my name is Yang Lin, a level 3 commander. While responding to the other party's introduction of himself, Yang Lin also gestured for Jolie to take a seat. However, during this period, the koi fish that had been talking and laughing beside him became motionless. Yang Lin subconsciously looked over and found that the koi fish was looking at Jolie with a shocked expression. Even her little eyes were filled with speechlessness. Koi, what are you doing? Jili didn't respond to Yang Lin's words at this moment, but said to Jolie, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for such a long time, you were getting better and better at pretending. Jolie blinked, his clear eyes looking quite innocent. Jili, what are you talking about? What's the point of pretending? I've always been like this, okay? Well, didn't you say you had a high value commission? Tell me, how much commission can I get? Do you need me to contact other teams for support? Anyway, let's finalize this as soon as possible. After all, for people like you, Commander, time must be precious, right? Well, let's have some tea first, and I'll tell you over it. But I can tell you up front that the commission will definitely be substantial, starting at least 100,000. Really? That's pretty good. When Jolie heard that the starting price was 100,000, his smile became even sweeter. At this moment, he even took the initiative to pour tea for Yang Lin. The koi fish next to him stared at Jolie, truly speechless. Well, actually, Yang Lin didn't care much about the fact that Jolie's current behavior was completely different from the personality described by Jili. At this moment, he had actually already secretly inquired about the basic situation of Jolie. A master at the 4th level of the Great Realm, the War King stage. Jolie's basic qualifications were judged to be S level, just like Nianchuan and Cece at home. He had great potential. He thought that the already outstanding war girl would become even stronger after being inspired by his contract, so he was very satisfied with Jolie, at least because of her qualifications and potential. Jolie, before I entrust you with this, I must understand your basic situation. Is this okay? Of course, no problem. You are the employer and I am a bounty mercenary. It is only right that you understand the situation. I just don't know what you want to know, Commander. I want to understand why a girl would want to be a bounty mercenary. Even if she really wants to, wouldn't it be better to form her own team? This question is actually nothing. I just don't want to be bound by anything. Besides, even if I want to form a team, at least so far, apart from Koi, I haven't found anyone I like. Yang Lin nodded, I understand. Now let me ask you my second question. How do you think you are at your current level? Or to put it another way, what advantages do you think you have over the other girls of the same level? Jolie chuckled shyly, I know, Commander, you paid a high price to hire someone, so you definitely don't want to waste money right from the start. But I told the Commander, you made the right choice by finding me, because I am very strong. I never think that anyone of the same level can be my opponent, even if they are Koi. Hey, that's almost enough. You haven't pretended enough yet, and you still brazenly claim that I'm no match for you. Are you really better than me? The Koi's little face pouted. Facing Jolie, she doesn't want to show weakness now. We haven't officially fought each other, but we have worked together before. Koi, just tell me, which time didn't I perform the best? You just rely on your ability. That's also my ability. Anyway, I never take the war girls of the same level seriously. Let us put it this way, there is no place I can't go, and no venue I can't leave. I can go wherever I want and leave whenever I want. I don't care about enemies or polluted beasts. Seeing Jolie speak so confidently, Yang Lin was interested and said, so you are so amazing. It's necessary, otherwise why would I be a bounty mercenary? Well, now that we've come to this point, Commander, can you tell me the content of the mission? Yes, because I'm going to launch a crusade, but for insurance, I need another good fighter. Then you found the right person. I promise to satisfy the Commander. Jolie, your satisfaction should be shown by facts. Before you attack, I need you to pass my test. Tomorrow, I want you and my warriors to test each of them one by one. Of course, even if there is no formal commission tomorrow, it will not waste your precious time. 20,000, do you want to do it? Jolie was overjoyed. Just testing with your war maidens, and you're getting 20,000 as a reward? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding, it's just you. I'm very willing. I'll do as you say tomorrow, Commander. Jolie was very happy. She felt that the commander in front of her was really stupid,
and it was easy to make money from the stupid commander. I thought I didn't check the basic information of your longmen troops when I came here. Although I can't see the hidden information, I can always see the most basic level. None of the warriors are higher in level than me, yet I still want to test myself and give her 20,000? It's simply pie in the sky. Chapter 119. Are you pure and shy? Yang Lin had finished what he needed to do and left the tea house for the time being. Jinli and Jolie are old acquaintances. It is rare for them to meet each other, so they must spend more time chatting. Seeing Yang Lin leave, Jinli almost spit at Jolie. I haven't seen you for so many years, but I've seen how good you are at pretending. Are you really that innocent and shy? I don't know how much you love money and sleep. Jinli, you don't understand this, right? As bounty mercenaries, this is how we treat our guests, you know? I come to meet my employer, but if I leave a bad first impression on him, what if he turns around and looks for another bounty mercenary? Oh. Jinli, don't just think about it. I didn't expect you to find such a rich sponsor for me. It looks like I can make a lot of money this time. Seeing Jolie still excited, Jinli regained his composure and began to speak seriously. Are you so confident that you can make money from him? Also, do you know who he is? It doesn't matter who he is, as long as I know he is a stupid and wealthy commander. For me, if I can get paid, why not? Jinli was too lazy to listen to Jolie's nonsense. He is my commander's favorite student. In just over a month, he was promoted from trainee to 3rd rank. Even though 3 of his warriors are at the 3rd realm and the only one has just reached the 4th realm, you can't do that. Jolie was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, she said, "You're saying I can't compare to his 4 war maidens? You're really no good. Koi, you're making me laugh to death. A mere rank 3 commander with 4 warriors who have barely left the novice stage. If I really want to fight, I am confident that I can wipe them out alone in the wild, do you believe it? I can't even imagine what you're saying. You dare not think about it, I am just saying it. In my opinion, what's the point of a squad of Vanitas led by the commander? If we really want to fight, if we kill the commander first, the squad will basically be half dead." Koi would definitely not agree with this. I might have thought so at first, but now I think it's childish. That's for sure. You've already made a contract with the commander, so you must defend him when you speak. As for me, I'm different from you. I only like money in my life. My biggest wish is to fall asleep with money in my arms and do the Zhougong ritual. Jinli thought for a moment and said, if I give you a lot of money now and ask you to join the team, wouldn't you be unwilling? Many people have tried to recruit me, including the commander squad and the Vanitas squad, but without exception, none of them caught my eye. I think I'm more suited to the lucrative career of a bounty mercenary. Then, if you join a strong team, so strong that you can make a lot of money just by going out, and when you come home, you can count the money with a group of people until your hands cramp. Do you think this team is okay? Jinli, do you think going out on a crusade is just like eating and drinking? How many polluted beasts do you need to kill to earn enough money to count until your hands cramp? The war girl is not a machine. No matter how strong she is, how long can she fight continuously? I've been a bounty mercenary for so many years, and I've only heard of people occasionally obtaining valuable cores or treasures by defeating a polluted beast. I've never heard of anyone making a killing and earning a fortune just by randomly attacking. Jolie, the frog at the bottom of the well, has never seen the vast sky outside, so it is full of confidence. But once you've seen it, and your confidence is shattered, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Jolie knew that Jinli was making fun of her, but since they had a special relationship, she definitely wouldn't be angry. Look at you, Koi. You just signed a contract with the commander, but now that you've jumped out of the well, you're looking down on your former frog buddies? You know that's not what I mean, but let me ask you again. If a very promising and powerful team recruits you, will you go? Even if you're powerful and have a promising future, what's the point if your freedom is restricted? What if the captain is also an interesting person, treats you well, and takes care of you in various ways? There's no such good thing in the world. Anyway, Koi, please stop trying to persuade me. I'm not interested in joining a team, especially one led by a commander. By the way, I don't hate this silly commander today. After all, who would hate a god of wealth? The Koi was helpless. You will understand. It's getting late. We should go. Oh, right. According to what we said before, I'll go to that villa to find you and that idiot at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, right? Don't be silly, his name is Yang Lin.
What difference does it make? I'm not interested in a rookie commander. After all, it's just an employment relationship. I take the money and do the work for him, it's that simple. Okay, I hope you still think so tomorrow. After leaving the tea house, Jinli and Jolie separated. Seeing Jolie leave, Jinli quickly called Yang Lin. Commander, where are you?
It's the nearby barbecue restaurant.
Walk 20 steps east and you'll see me.
Jinli quickly found Yang Lin and looked at the large skewer of meat in his hand and said, "It's only been a short time since you finished your tea, and you're still eating skewers."
Yang Lin chuckled and handed over a skewer, saying, "It's mainly because it smells good. Who can resist the temptation of barbecue?" Jinli took a bite of the skewer and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. What happened with Jolie? Why did you just leave like that? I thought you were going to persuade her to join your team."
Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, the first time I saw her, I knew that she was not an easy person to deal with. I thought about it for a long time before deciding to test her ability tomorrow."
"So, what are the details?" "Jinli, I'm always good at judging people. Although this is the first time I've met Jolie, I can sense that she's arrogant."
"And you also heard that it was precisely because of this considerable arrogance that she did not look at the surrounding teams in the eye. So, I plan to crush her arrogance."
Jinli must believe in Yang Lin's ability.
But she was still a little worried.
"Commander, could you please not go too far?
After all, she is one of my best friends.
What if you make her withdraw into herself and she becomes completely devastated?"
Yang Lin couldn't help but rub Jinli's hair and said, "Jinli, how could someone who loves money so much be autistic?"
"Even if it does, I will handle it properly and will never let you worry about this friend, okay?" "Okay then, I believe you. Well, it's getting late, so let's go back to the villa first.
I'm going to talk to Li Yue and the others later and ask them to cooperate with me in a play tomorrow. By the way, I really want to see if Jolie's abilities are as exciting as her confidence makes me happy. Trust me, Commander.
The person I recommend to you will definitely be good."
Of course, after all, it was the cute Koi who recommended him.
Koi pouted, looking quite healing.
"I'm obviously your senior, but you all treat me like a child."
Ha, let's go back to the villa. It's getting late. Chapter 120, The Great Secret of the Academy.
When Yang Lin brought the Koi back to the villa, he saw Zhao Xiling, Zhang Liyue and other girls sitting in the yard chatting with a woman. This woman is middle-aged, but still has charm. Her every move, every frown, and every smile is full of charm. To sum it up in one sentence, this woman is very charming.
"Cousin, you're back. The city lord has been waiting for you for a long time."
Zhao Xiling had sharp eyes.
As soon as Yang Lin and Jinli walked into the courtyard, she noticed them and greeted them.
It was only at this moment that Yang Lin realized that the woman who was chatting and laughing with the girls was actually the city lord. He was just about to step forward to pay his respects, but the city lord spoke first.
"So you are Yang Lin. I've heard Xiling talk about you.
You have great potential, but you're also such a handsome guy."
No,
Yang Lin blushed a little. He felt a little embarrassed to be praised as soon as he came up.
"Yang Lin, come and sit down. I have something to ask you."
"Oh."
Hearing that the city lord was about to talk to Yang Lin, Zhang Liyue and others consciously made room for their commander. "I heard that you have a good relationship with the principal of Lonting Academy?" This question. Before Yang Lin could speak, Jinli responded first. "Sister Mo, Yang Lin is my commander's favorite student and the pride of my commander."
"So he's so highly regarded?" The city lord sighed and said, "That's right, I just heard Xiling and the others talking about Lonting City killing the judgment level pollution beast. Being able to achieve that level, it goes without saying that my senior brother will definitely value such a disciple."
"City lord, that's not just my achievement. It was achieved through everyone's concerted efforts."
"Even so, your contribution is invaluable. By the way, I'm your school principal's junior sister, Mou.
Since you are the principal's favorite student, our relationship is naturally close. It would be too formal for you to call me Uncle Master. You should follow Jinli's example and call me sister." When he came here earlier, Yang Lin heard Li Jinqing mention Mou.
Hearing that he could get close to her again, he had to take advantage of the situation. After all, Mou was the city lord here, and also the deputy commander of the 7 or 8 city areas here.
With such big legs, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't mind holding on to a few more in the early stages of development. And this sister's thighs are so white. Sister, if you don't mind, I'll call you that later. Okay, you already call me sister, how can I not take care of you in this area of Huayang? I will then contact the General Affairs Department. If you have any difficulties, you can ask for support. If you need anything, you can come to the City Lord's mansion to find me at any time. Okay, I got it, sis. You seemed very happy to hear Yang Lin calling her sister. Unconsciously, she took a few more glances at the handsome young man in front of her. Then we talked about some daily things. You also praised Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan, and others who had contracts with Yang Lin. After all, Mou, who was once a war girl, could still see the potential of Jiang Liyue and others. The impression she gave was that the Longmen troops were definitely not just a promising future, they were bound to become something great. As the sky was getting darker, just as Mou was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and turned to the Koi. Jingli, is senior brother okay now? Due to my busy official duties, I haven't been to Longting for a long time. Oh, it's okay, no, it's very good. Mou Yusho frowned, but the last time I saw him, half a year ago, he was taking medicine. Is there really something wrong? I asked him at the time, but he didn't tell me. It's okay, Sister Mo. The commander might have just caught a cold or something, so it's normal for him to take some medicine. Well, I hope I'm just being overly suspicious. Once I finish determining the rankings of the nearby regional teams, I'll make time to visit Longting. As for senior brother, he always only cares about others and never pays much attention to himself. Koi agreed, my commander is indeed that kind of person. So when I see him, I must give him a good talk and ask him to take better care of himself. After Mou and Jinli chatted briefly about Li Jinxing, they said goodbye to everyone. When she was about to go out, she reminded Yang Lin again that if he had any difficulties or problems, he must tell her. As an elder sister, she will definitely help with all her strength. Yang Lin, you must be feeling comfortable. But while feeling comfortable, he did not forget one thing. He has always been sensitive. When Mou asked about the physical condition of the headmaster of Jinli Academy just now, he clearly caught a hint of panic in Jinli's eyes. Although it was fleeting, he still noticed it. So not long after Mou left, Yang Lin pulled the Koi aside. Koi, we have a good relationship, right? Well, what's wrong? I never paid much attention to it. Hasn't the dean always been in good health? But judging from your behavior just now, he doesn't have any hidden illness or something, right? Jinli was a little panicked. Why do you ask that? My commander is fine. How could he have any hidden illness? Yang Lin's expression became a little solemn, and he placed his hands on Jinji's small shoulders. Jinli, I treat you as one of my own, and the dean has treated me well, so I really want to know what's wrong with his health. If there is anything I can do to help, I will definitely do my best. Yang Lin, you're overthinking it. It's okay, it's really okay. You still won't tell me the truth? Jinli didn't dare to look at Yang Lin, and looked away with a sad expression. Yang Lin was a little unwilling, really can't tell me? Actually, I can tell you in secret, but can you guarantee that you'll be promoted to a 5th rank commander within a year and successfully establish your own tutelary fort? Yang Lin answered Koi's question with full confidence. Look at me, I was promoted to a rank 3 commander in just over a month. Rank 5 wouldn't even take a year, half a year would be enough. Jinli raised her chubby face and looked at Yang Lin and said, don't be so confident. Although you are indeed fast, the first 3 levels are just the novice stage for both the commander and the war girl. Reaching rank 5 and gaining enough prestige to be approved to establish a tutelary fort is definitely not something that can be achieved by completing 1 or 2 expeditions. I know, but if you want to extend the time to 1 year, that's indeed a bit long. In 6 months, 7 months at most, I must build my own garrison. I want to give Liyue, Nianxuan, and the others a real place to call home, a warm home that belongs to us all. Jinli stared at Yang Lin seriously for at least 30 seconds, then she lowered her head again with a dejected look. Okay, since you say you can do it, I'll tell you if you really want to. But you have to swear not to say anything nonsense. I swear, I'm just concerned about the principle, I have no other intentions. I guarantee on my character that I won't tell anyone. Koi bit her little finger and said sadly, actually, my commander, he only has, at most 1 year left. Chapter 121 Commander, is he stupid and rich? Hearing Jinli say this, Yang Lin felt as if his heart was struck by a heavy hammer. This world is very unfamiliar to him, and there are not many people who are kind to him, but the dean of the academy is definitely one of his important ones. But now, Jinli said that the president of the academy only has 1 year left? Originally, after Mou left, Yan Lin was going to talk to Jiang Liyue and others about the matter of the 5th War Princess Jolie tomorrow. Now, it would be better to find out about the situation of the academy principal first. The two of them avoided Jiang Liyue and the others, found a quiet corner, and Jinli explained the general situation. It turned out that when the academy principal was young, he was leading the war girl to fight against the polluted beasts. He was ambushed by a 6th stage emperor-level polluted beast and the blade pierced his heart. If it were a normal person, he would have died on the spot. But the president of the academy was not an ordinary person. He not only did not die despite the fatal injury, but on the contrary, he commanded Phantom and others around him to continue fighting and successfully completed the crusade at that time. He managed to hold on until he returned to the city. The doctors who examined his condition said it was a miracle that he was still alive. In order to save his life, the dean made an artificial heart to help his broken heart continue beating. But after 11 or 12 years, the broken heart finally came to an end. No matter how advanced medical technology becomes, his body can no longer withstand the power of technology. From time to time, he has to take some special medicine to relieve the pain in his body. That's roughly what happened. Yang Lin was filled with mixed feelings after listening to it. He always appeared relaxed every time he met the dean, but who would have thought that he was just pretending? Even though I was in so much pain, I didn't want to make others worry, so I smiled. The principal of the school is really Yang Lin. My commander thinks highly of you. He once said that his greatest wish was to become a legendary commander, but he knows that his chance is gone. He saw you at this time, so he regarded you as his spiritual sustenance and hoped that you could become a legend. He also said that it would be great if he could live 2 more years, because then he could see you go further. I understand, Koi, I will try my best. My dream is also legendary, and I will definitely live up to the expectations of the president of the school. Well, I also believe that you will become a legendary commander. So the first step is that I hope you can be promoted to level 5 as soon as possible and build the garrison first. If that's the case, my commander will definitely be very pleased at that time. Okay, Yan Lin patted Jinli's hair gently and said softly, I understand the situation, although I do feel very uncomfortable. But now is definitely not the time to be sad, because in the limited time, I want to let the dean know that he did not make a mistake in choosing me. I will uphold his wishes and move towards legend step by step. Well, I'm also very strong, I can't be sad now. Yang Lin, I'm watching you too. You can't be lazy or die on the road to becoming a legend, okay? Of course I have to. Being watched by a little cutie like you gives me even more confidence to move forward. Could you please stop calling me cutie? It's so embarrassing. How about calling you little Koi? I've already said it, I'm clearly your senior. Yang Lin ignored Jinli's words and said, Little Jinli, if I want to move forward, the Dragon Gate troops must first be replenished with war girls. Since you have nothing to do anyway, you can come with me and discuss tomorrow's action plan with Li Yue and the others. Okay, I'll listen to you. Soon, Jiang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan, Qin Si, Long Yin, and even Zhao Xiling were called together. They all sat together and talked about Jolie. Time flies and it is the next day. According to the agreed time, Jolie arrived at the villa at around 9 o'clock in the morning. She knew that this was where the city lord received distinguished guests, and seeing so many people living here, she couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder that stupid commander is willing to pay a high price to hire someone. It turns out that he is not simple in status and has a lot of money. Jolie, you're here. Koi, where is the commander? Why do I only see you alone? Koi replied, My job is to wait for you at the door and then take you to the training grounds in the back. The commander and his several war girls are waiting for you. Really? You're so eager to see my abilities. I'm afraid I'll scare them. So, should I hold back a bit from now on? No, absolutely not, Jinli reminded, you'd better show your strengths, otherwise I'm afraid Yang Lin won't like you and you might not be hired. That's right. I can't let this duck fly away now. I'll show my performance later and then I can set the commission starting from 100,000. Jolie, full of excitement, followed the Koi to the martial arts training ground at the back. Even at this point, although she appears to be pure and gentle on the outside, she is still very arrogant in her heart. She didn't believe that the test of Yang Lin, the silly commander, could stump her. As for the other war girls, Jolie took a quick look around and it seemed to be about that. Commander, I'm here at your request. Is this your reward? Don't worry, I won't be going into actual combat today, but I won't lose a cent of the promised reward. Please send me your account number and I can transfer the money to you right now. No, seeing you are so sincere, Commander, I must be very happy. But taking money before the test even begins is unacceptable no matter how you think about it. I'll transfer the payment after the test is completed. If you are satisfied, I will feel comfortable too. Okay, now that you've said this, let's get ready for the test. As for the test, Jolie was stunned as soon as Yang Lin finished speaking. Jolie never imagined that there would be such a good deal in the world. 20,000 yuan reward, free money. Yang Lin pointed to a group of mechanical iron men in an area of the martial arts arena and said, Jolie, I've heard Jean Li briefly mention your abilities. She said you're particularly good at stealth, back attacks, and sneak attacks. See those 18 iron men? Once I activate the switch, I need you to stay still, untouched, and incompetent for 1 minute. Okay? Commander, is there anything else? That's all. It's just a test. If you meet the standards, we'll go out and fight tomorrow. The reward starts at 100,000. If you perform well, the salary will definitely increase. Commander, are you sure there are no other tests? Well, if you're ready, let me know and we can start anytime. Jolie was overjoyed. Is this commander such a fool with so much money? If I could meet more sponsors like this in the future, making money would be so easy and comfortable. Commander, activate those iron men. See how I can get through them safely in 1 minute. No, 45 seconds should be enough. Hearing this, Yang Lin said nothing and immediately activated the 18 iron men in the field. Jolie strode forward. Now she was full of confidence. Chapter 122, Koi's Autism. 18 iron men, nothing special. It simply forms a road in opposite directions. However, due to mechanical settings, these iron men would punch or kick quickly and irregularly, and they were collectively known as the 18 iron men. If you ask whether it is difficult or not, it is difficult for mortals, but for the war girl, it is no problem at all. If you want to get through perfectly without getting involved, touching, or fighting, any war girl can basically do it. It's just a matter of more or less time. Jolie certainly didn't take this test seriously. In order to make Yang Lin look up to her, she used her stealth ability after adding her spirit shadow. In everyone's sight, her figure was just a transparent water shadow, which was hard to see clearly unless you looked carefully. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast. Since she entered the path of the 18 iron men, she could move forward or backward smoothly without any hindrance. The result came out quickly, 32 seconds, 28 seconds ahead of the 1 minute Yang Lin required. How's it going, Commander? Are you satisfied with my test results? Yes, I am very satisfied. Jolie felt relieved now. That's what I told you. I'll feel comfortable taking the money only if you're satisfied. You can transfer the money now. Yang Lin certainly would not default on his debt, and he quickly transferred the money to the account provided by Jolie. Commander, do you have anything else to do today? Do you need me to do anything else? No more. Remember to gather at the Demon Slaying Hall at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We are going out to fight. No problem. Seeing that he had received 20,000 yuan and nothing else to do, Jolie walked towards the gate with great excitement. But on this way, she heard the discussions of several warriors around Yang Lin. This is the Vanitas hired by our commander. Is it so difficult to get through a mere 18 iron men? What's going on? With such good results, this stupid and rich commander's Vanitas actually doesn't like me? I don't know what our commander was thinking. He just turned 20,000 without saying anything. Judging from her performance, her strength is obviously average, isn't it? Yeah, that's why I don't understand. Why should we hire her tomorrow? Wouldn't it be better for us to keep the money and spend it ourselves? Jolie almost vomited blood when he heard these whispered discussions. I am so capable, why are you guys not convinced? But soon, she figured it out. These guys were dissatisfied when they saw that they had completed the test in a short time. They were whispering about it because they were not convinced. To put it bluntly, weren't they just clowns? Oh. Jolie snorted softly, he was not the kind of person who would be defeated by a small matter. Furthermore, if these war maidens have real abilities, they can test themselves and surpass themselves on the spot and tell their commanders. But the result is that they didn't do so,
which means they are just talking big. Jolie quickly adjusted her mood and did not stay here. With the 20,000 yuan in her hand, she had decided to spend it well. It was only after she left that Zhang Liyue and the others stopped whispering. Let me make it clear that this is just a play they performed together. Because Yang Lin told them that Jolie was proud and arrogant, and they couldn't expect to be moved by words. If they didn't break her defenses, she would never join any team. Now, it's just the first step. Well, let us not talk about the acting of Zhang Liyue and the other girls. On the contrary, she was shocked by the Koi who was watching Jolie's performance. I didn't expect that her strength didn't decline during her time as a bounty mercenary, but instead improved. If I had gone through the 18 Ironman, I would have been a few seconds ahead of her. As soon as Jean Li finished speaking, Xin Si came up and hugged her petite body, pressing her into her tolerant arms. Little Koi, your speed won't do. Even though I'm not as advanced as you and my strength seems to be a little weaker than yours, if it were me, I could definitely finish it within 20 seconds. Ha? You 20 seconds? Yeah, for a simple test like this, 20 seconds is more than enough. The Koi blinked in fear. Are you sure Xin Si in front of you is not bragging? The 18 Iron Men were punching and kicking at such a fast speed, and they had to move forward and backward all the time. How could they possibly pass the time in 20 seconds? Do you think we're addicted to acting and are lying to you? Isn't it? Okay, then I'll be the first to show you how I can pass 20 seconds. Xin Si confidently pinched the joints of her wrists and fists, and then suddenly she entered the shadow state. To Koi's surprise and shock, Xin Si passed the Iron Man test in 18 seconds. You really did it? Little Koi, don't be scared yet. Nianxuan and Sister Li Yue are definitely faster. As for Longyin, let's not talk about her, or she'll be scary. Impossible. Nothing is impossible, Nianxuan. It's your turn next. Our commander is watching. Don't let him down. Originally, Lin Nianxuan didn't bother to pay attention to Qin Si, but when Qin Si mentioned Yang Lin in his words, the effect immediately changed. You're 18 seconds, right? Look how I can surpass you. Qin Si muttered, Nianxuan, don't treat me as your opponent. I know you're a little bit stronger than me, but I didn't say you could last more than 18 seconds. Lin Nianxuan also took the test and passed it as smoothly as Qin Si. He was indeed a little faster than Qin Si, taking 17 seconds. At this time, the koi fish was already beginning to doubt its life. I'm clearly a 4th level Vanitas, so why can't I achieve this, but the ones from the Longmen army can? And as Zhang Liyue's 15 seconds passed, Koi was on the verge of autism. Once, she lost to Zhang Liyue. At that time, she regarded Zhang Liyue as her opponent, but now, it took her more than 30 seconds to pass the test perfectly, but Zhang Liyue only took 15 seconds. 15. Koi's head is full of 15. She knew that the gap between her and Zhang Liyue was getting bigger and bigger, and she was very sad. Koi, I didn't mean to attack you. Thanks to our commander, we have received unparalleled benefits. As for what can really strike back, you need to look at Longyin. Longyin, what's wrong with Longyin? Can she be shorter than 15 seconds? Don't underestimate Longyin, she is the strongest in our Longmen army. Zhang Liyue had said this much, and Jinli must have been unable to help but look at Longyin. In Jinli's impression, Longyin seemed to speak very little, and she spent most of her time listening to people talk with great interest. And judging from the expressions of Yang Lin, Zhang Liyue and the others, they all seemed to dote on Longyin. How many seconds does she need? Well, look, it's already passed, 1 second. The dragon's voice is like a ray of starlight. With a whoosh, he crossed the 18 Iron Men. Gudong. Koi swallowed in surprise. Then, her petite body squatted down in a self-contained manner. Not only did she squat down, she also drew circles with her back to everyone. Originally, she thought that everyone was really acting, but she didn't expect that each of them really had that kind of ability. Chapter 123 Special Guidance Arrangements Part 1. One can imagine how Jinli felt, so in order to comfort her, Yang Lin put in a lot of effort. And then it was dinner time soon. Most people were at the dinner table, except Uncle Li and Honghu. Zhao Xiling said that since she had brought good people with her and Sister Mo was a good person, she asked Uncle Li and Honghu to follow her and help her with some things. So that's how it is. I said I hadn't seen the two of them since I came back. As for what to do next, everyone's topic unconsciously turned to the itinerary arrangements for the next few days.
The pending assessment is scheduled for next Monday, but today is only Tuesday, so there are still 5 days before it starts. Whether you are the commander of a team or a valor team, you must not waste time. So when Yang Lin suggested that the Longmen troops take advantage of this time to carry out some commissioned expeditions, Zhao Xiling's Yunding team had no objection. But the two teams did not act together. During this time, Yang Lin's eyes happened to meet Li Muyu's by chance. Looking at Li Muyu's delicate and beautiful appearance, Yang Lin seemed to have thought of something and then spoke to Zhao Xiling.
Cousin, my team will definitely be fine, but I'm a little worried about you. Cousin, what next? Could it be that you want to take the Cloudtop team with you when you attack? That's not it. Yang Lin responded and paused before continuing. If a bird wants to have strong wings, it must rely on its own training. Didn't I teach Muyu some things earlier? Thinking that the Cloudtop team will also be attacking tomorrow, I thought about testing her on the previous knowledge points to see if she has been lazy these days. Zhao Xiling nodded happily. Li Muyu became very strong after Yang Lin's special guidance, and she saw it all. Therefore, Zhao Xiling has extraordinary admiration and trust for this cousin who met her halfway. Now that Yang Lin seems to be interested in strengthening his own Muyu, how could she not agree? Cousin, be strict when you test her later. If there's anything else you want to teach her, feel free to do so. And Muyu, your cousin's teaching and guidance are not something that everyone is blessed with, so you must take it seriously. When Li Muyu thought of Yang Lin's special coaching skills, she was so embarrassed that she almost buried her face in the bowl in front of her. Maybe because she was too nervous or too excited, her delicate body was trembling slightly at that moment, and even her beautiful legs were tightly pressed together. Muyu, let's go to the back garden of this villa later. It's quiet there, perfect for guidance. Yeah, I understand. Li Muyu, the girl's heart, beat even more violently. Originally, after receiving special guidance, Yang Lin's figure was always in her mind. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to be alone with Yang Lin, whether along the way or when I arrived in Huayang. Now, there is finally a chance. But I really didn't expect that the commander was so bold that he actually found an excuse openly at the dinner table. But I'm so happy. After dinner, everyone went about their own business. Li Yu and Nian Sun went to clean up the dishes, Xin Si pulled Long Yin to watch cartoons, and Zhao Xiling and several of her subordinates talked about beauty-related topics. Yang Lin and Li Muyu have already arrived at the back garden of the villa. Under the beautiful scenery of the bright moon in the sky, special guidance training began, which was quite intense. The second day in Huayang City. Yang Lin was in high spirits early in the morning because he was going to try to recruit war girls today, which might complete his first war girl team. Like him, Li Muyu, who led the Hentang team to attack, was also radiant and full of energy. Even when greeting Yang Lin, her eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. Afterwards, both parties went to the demon extermination hall one after another, each accepting commissions and crusades suitable for their team. Let us not talk about Li Muyu for now, the main focus is on Yang Lin. Yesterday, I agreed with Jolie to meet at the entrance of the demon slaying hall at 9 a.m. This girl was quite punctual. When Yang Lin and his group arrived, they saw her waiting. But what surprised Jolie was, Koi, are you going to take this commission too? Well, I originally came to Huayang to accompany the commander, so wherever he goes, I will definitely be there. When Jinli said this, she couldn't help but look at Yang Lin, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Actually, knowing that the Longmen troops were very strong, Koi had no intention of following them. But what did Yang Lin say? Koi, we might need to quickly clear out the polluting beasts on the battlefield, so Li Yue and the others will definitely have to attack. As for me, I am not good at fighting, so you should follow me and protect me. Jinli felt helpless about Yang Lin's words. You're not good at fighting yet. What if Sister Phantom didn't mention your performance in killing the judgment level? She was about to refuse when Yang Lin immediately revealed his true colors. I can't help it. Koi, you're just too cute. I can't refuse a mascot around, can I? Well, it was a little Koi yesterday, and today it has become a mascot. Koi wanted to refute, but when she thought of the terrifying war girls of the Longmen army, she suddenly felt that she was just a mascot in front of them. My level is so high, but why am I the worst in front of the Longmen troops? Let us not talk about the mascot, the Koi. Jolie must be very interested in today's crusade against Commander Yang Lin. The main reason is the money. Jolie cannot refuse the reward starting from 100,000. Commander, what specific crusade are you planning? The difficulty, the location, etc., you should tell me all of that, right? Yang Lin laughed and said, well, I haven't decided on this yet,
I'll go to the Demon Slayer Hall and log in to see the commission before making a choice. Jolie almost choked to death on his own saliva. Commander, are you serious? You haven't even accepted the commission yet, and you're hiring someone first? And the salary starts at 100,000? Any questions? Jolie really wanted to say yes. She even wanted to say, Commander, are you having a serious brain disease? Can you earn 100,000 by taking a commission? Before accepting the commission, you have already given away at least 100,000. Even the rich are not as good as you at playing this game, right? However, this matter cannot be said. The money of the stupid commander is the easiest to make. What if I say too much and this stupid commander suddenly stops hiring me? Thinking of this, Jolie quickly smiled and said, Of course there is no problem. From the first moment I saw you, Commander, I knew you were extraordinary and someone who would accomplish great things. As for you, you've definitely made the right choice by hiring me. I'm telling you, no matter what commission you take on today, I guarantee to help you complete it smoothly and brilliantly. Very good. Your words immediately boost my motivation. Without further ado, let's go to the Demon Exorcist Hall and check out the commissions. Seeing Yang Lin, Jiang Liyue and others enter the Demon Exorcising Hall first. Jolie, who was following closely behind, was beaming with joy. She was really happy with the salary starting from 100,000. Seeing her expression, the Koi beside her sighed and said, Jolie, some people's money is not so easy to take. Oh, he hired me. Once he accepted the commission and sent the content to me, the employment relationship was immediately established. Koi, I never have a problem with money. Okay, Jean Li said helplessly, I hope you can be of some use later. Jolie scoffed at Koi's words. He knows his own abilities very well. Once he gets to the battlefield, he will scare the stupid commander and his warriors to death. Moreover, with a salary starting from 100,000, you can have fun for a month or two. Chapter 124 They are more pretentious than me. Arriving at the Demon Slaying Hall, Yang Lin first went to the front desk to log into the information of the Yunding team. After the staff here confirmed that everything was correct, his communicator received some commissions that were suitable for the current third-level commander. As long as Yang Lin decides which one he wants to do, he can just go through the process at the front desk. It must also be mentioned that after reaching the third level, you are no longer considered a newcomer. Therefore, it is normal to have high star and high difficulty missions among the star-rated commissions. Your team should accept tasks within their capabilities. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, make it simpler. If you really want to risk your own life and accept commissions that exceed your ability for the sake of high rewards, then I can only say that even God cannot save you. After Yang Lin received the content of the commissions that could be accepted at the moment, he immediately started to read it with Jiang Liyue and others. The lowest is 1 star, the highest is 3 stars. There are also red marks among the 3 stars, which are equivalent to high energy warnings. This means that a team has accepted this commission before, and not only did they fail to complete it, but they also suffered heavy losses or death, so the reward has been increased again and again. At the same time, remind people that this commission is difficult and not to act rashly. After flipping through the commissions for a while, Yang Lin sighed, they're all pretty simple. It would be great if I could take on a 4th or 5th tier commission. The Koi trembled at these words. Jolie's face was filled with joy, for no other reason than that she was a powerful warrior of the 4th realm, and it would definitely be easier for her to make money by taking on 3rd-level commissions. Even if it is a high-energy early warning commission, she is not afraid. That is. Why do the war maidens around this silly commander always speak in such an exaggerated and stubborn manner? Commander, this is too easy. Is killing a nest of polluted beasts considered a high-powered subjugation? And this, clearing an area with an estimated 200 contaminated beasts, possibly including a dozen or so tank-class beasts. And this is actually considered high-powered? Look, this is even more outrageous. I just went to the dense forest to pick some stargrass, but just because a leader level appeared, it immediately became a 3-star high energy. Listen carefully, to what extent these warriors have high expectations but low skills. Jolie really didn't want to say it, but she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Don't you really want to see what level of team you are? Moreover, the highest level among you is just above the 4th realm, yet you actually said that more than 200 polluted beasts are simple and not high-powered? How capable do you have to be able to speak so arrogantly? The polluting beasts in this world, even the lowest level ones, can cause a large-scale bloody storm if thrown into the urban population. Generally speaking, more than 200 is a disaster. Because there are only a few people in a team of warriors. You say that you have a high level and strong strength, and it is not difficult to kill 10 or 8 of them, but what about 20, 30, or even more? Once you are exhausted, no matter what level you are at, you will be crushed to pieces by ordinary enemies. This is just like a handheld submachine gun, which is very powerful. It has a power of 1000 when it has bullets, but when the bullets are used up, its combat effectiveness drops to 10. After all, humans are not machines. Back to the present, although Jolie rolled her eyes in her heart, she would not participate in the discussion of this team of big talkers. She was just waiting for Yang Lin to quickly finalize the commission and complete the process, so that the two parties could formally establish an employment relationship. About 5 minutes later, Yang Lin finally spoke. These commissions are indeed simple, like 1-star and 2-star ones, there's basically no need to look at them. Well, let's choose this commission with an estimated 200 polluting beasts. The location is on the banks of the Chensi Valley River. Because it is close to a major traffic route, it is very necessary to clean it up. Zhang Liyue and others had no objection. And judging from their expressions, they felt that the number of more than 200 polluting beasts was a little too few. Commander, don't you have requests to subjugate larger numbers of polluted beasts? Not yet. This is already the largest number. If we're lucky, we might be able to run into the leader. Hopefully, we'll encounter a leader. Generally, the more polluting beasts gather, the more likely a leader will appear. It all depends on our luck then. Yan Lin, Zhang Liyue and the other girls were chatting happily, but Jolie felt differently. My sister. Putting aside the fact that you have accepted high-energy commissions involving potentially over 200 polluted beasts, you actually hope to encounter a leader level 1? You are just a third-level team. How do you get the confidence to deal with the leader level? Are you sure you don't want the leader to deal with you? Jolie was really devastated. Not to mention that the Longmen troops in front of him were a third-level team. Even if they were a fourth-level team, they would have had a hard time facing the leader-level troops. What's more, there are probably more than 200 common polluting beasts waiting in the wings. So in the end, she came to a conclusion in her mind. These people are crazy. These people must be crazy. Jolie also gained a new understanding of Yang Lin. This must be some young master who temporarily formed a team of warriors with high expectations but poor skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much money to hire someone, and it's even more impossible for him to choose such a difficult commission right away. Although he sighed like this, Jolie soon felt relieved. Why should I bother with these crazy people? After the employment relationship is established, I will just take the deposit of tens of thousands of yuan. As for whether they are dead or alive, they'd better be alive, otherwise we won't be able to get the remaining money. In short, let's take the silly commander young master to experience the cruelty of the outside world. I hope that after he comes back, the war maidens around him can still pretend. It's true. I've seen people who can pretend, but it's hard to describe those who can pretend better than me. Yang Lin confirmed the commission, went through the procedures at the front desk window, received some supplies from the commander, and then came to Jolie. Jolie, I have sent the details of the crusade to your communicator, and I will transfer the 30,000 yuan deposit to you now. After we return from the crusade, regardless of whether the commission is completed or not, the remaining 70,000 will be transferred to you. If the commission is completed well, I will continue to give you more money without you having to ask. Jolie pretended to be a lady, half covering her lips and smiling without showing her teeth. As expected of a commander, you are so generous. I wouldn't say I'm generous, it's just that I've been earning a lot lately and I don't know how to spend it. If everything is alright, let's go now. Well, let's go. Jolie responded like this, but he almost spatted Yang Lin in his heart. Keep pretending. You've made a lot of money recently, but you don't know how to spend it? Your warriors are all so fond of pretending. I never thought that a silly commander like you would be one of them. There's a saying that goes, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beams will be crooked too. The same saying applies here. At the same time, Jolie was really sighing. Why is this kind of team so rich? As a bounty mercenary, I can't make a lot of money even if I live on the edge of a knife. How could a fool like him be able to spend money recklessly with a few war maidens? Let's go, what are you still standing there for? Oh, Jolie stopped his daze when he heard Jean Li calling him. He trotted over to Jean Li and whispered, Jean Li, tell me the truth. Which family is this commander from? Want to know? Stop talking nonsense and tell me whether it is or not. Okay, can't I tell you? He's not a young master, but he is a legendary commander. Chapter 125 Commander, is this crazy? Jolie almost died of joy at the Koi's words. Oh my god, a legendary commander. This was definitely the funniest joke she had heard this year, no, in her life. Well, regardless of how Jolie complained in her heart, when she saw Yang Lin and his group leaving, she really thought of a key issue. Wait a minute. Yang Lin turned around and said, Jolie, what's going on? Where's the vehicle? Didn't you apply for one? This place is at least a few hundred miles away from Dawn Valley. Don't tell me we need to run there. Don't worry, the vehicle is ready. You'll know soon. Jolie chuckled. She thought of a possibility. This stupid commander, doesn't he want to drive an ordinary vehicle outside? Doesn't she know that ordinary vehicles can't even protect against ordinary pollution beasts? Forget it. I am an employee after all, so I will do whatever my employer arranges. At that time, it would just be a matter of paying more attention. It would be their luck and blessing to have such a powerful warrior like me around. After reaching a corner of the street and confirming that there was no one around and no cameras, Yang Lin waved his hand, and a modified off-road vehicle suddenly appeared in front of them. When coming to Huayang, Yang Lin thought about the possibility of accepting a commission to attack, so he threw his favorite modified off-road vehicle into the space in advance. Look, it's being used now. Zhang Liyue and the other girls knew Yang Lin's abilities and were not surprised. But Jinli and Jolie had never seen such a skill of taking things from space. How could a modified and reinforced off-road vehicle of such a large size be pulled out from space so easily? For a moment, the two women couldn't help rubbing their eyes, thinking they were dizzy. What are you still standing there for? Get in the car, we're going to Chensi Valley. Koi was extremely surprised. Pointing at the commander, how did you do that? Don't be surprised, it's just one of my abilities. Jolie swallowed his saliva and said, I know that a storage ring worth millions may have several cubic meters of space, but this void storage capability is the first time I've seen it. Commander, are you able to comprehend this ability? Jolie, don't underestimate the commander profession. Although commanders are not good at combat, once they grow up, they can comprehend a wide variety of abilities that are beyond your imagination. I see. Jolie muttered something. Although she was not optimistic about the commander profession, she was indeed shocked by it now. Deep down, I have a new understanding of the commander profession. In addition, Jolie also had some new understanding of Yang Lin. She didn't know that this modified off-road vehicle was given to Yang Lin by the dean of the school, but that didn't stop her from recognizing its value. Looking at the material quality of this large off-road vehicle, a rough estimate would put its price at least 20 million, and that's just the starting point. So it's no wonder that this wealthy man in front of him doesn't care about the reward of more than 100,000. Why is this guy so rich? Just now I asked Jinli if he was a playboy, but he didn't reply. Sure enough, he is a playboy. Well, it seems I have to build a good relationship with this young man. I hope I can hire another one before they leave. Jolie was thinking about this in his mind. Inexplicably, she thought of a question. If this young man invites me, will I join his team? No, Jolie quickly rejected this idea. Although this young man is very rich, he doesn't necessarily spend his money on himself. Besides, because he is so rich, who knows if he will have a violent temper or twisted interests? What if he forces me to do something I don't want to do? As expected, it's better to be a free bounty mercenary. It's nice to be free from anyone's constraints. While Jolie was thinking about these questions, he couldn't help but look at the Koi beside him, as well as Zhang Liyue and others in the seats in front and behind him. They are now chatting about daily trivialities, giggling from time to time, and are very happy. I am the only outsider, and I don't know where to start a conversation. For some reason, Jolie couldn't help but feel a little lonely. I used to be a partner with Koi, but for so long, I've always been alone. Seeing them happy, I actually feel envious. Could it be that I also long to find a team I can get along with? But if you end up on the wrong team, not only will you not have freedom, but you'll also be restricted in every way, and you might even run into friction with your teammates. Teams are a very troublesome thing, just thinking about it makes me feel troubled. It was in such a contradictory mood that the car drove for about 2 hours and the group arrived at their destination. After Yang Lin put the off-road vehicle back into space, the group officially headed towards the nearby Chensi Valley. Jolie, you are best at stealth and reconnaissance, right? Yes, I am proud of my abilities. As a commander, I also think you have great abilities. If trained properly, you might become a powerful assassin, not just a scout. There's no point in saying this. Just love what you do. I'll scout the area while you, commander, just give the combat orders to your Vanitas. Okay, then let me see what you can do first. When entering Chansi Valley, feeling the freshness and beauty here is indeed very refreshing, but the polluting beasts wandering in it are not so commendable. Yang Lin must now see Zhou Li's ability. He immediately issued an order for Zhou Li to conduct an investigation first. Since Zhou Li had accepted the money, he would definitely do his job seriously. He immediately went into stealth mode and began to explore the surrounding area. However, she didn't know that while she was taking action, Yang Lin had already developed a pseudo-god's perspective. Zhou Li's every move, location, and even the nearby polluting beasts could not escape Yang Lin's eyes. Very good, Zhou Li is indeed an outstanding war girl. If I can convince her and make her work for me, the combat effectiveness of the Longmen troops will skyrocket. Sensing Zhou Li's carefulness during the quick reconnaissance, Yang Lin praised him highly. This made the koi around him couldn't help but say, although she loves money, her ability is still okay. If she was too bad, I wouldn't recommend her to the commander. Well, I'm also optimistic about her. It depends on whether she is willing to join the team. After everyone waited for 15 minutes, Zhou Li returned confidently. I've already gathered all the surrounding information. I'm going to sketch a map for you on the ground now. It will definitely be helpful for our subsequent actions. Seeing Zhou Li drawing pictures on the ground with a branch, Zhang Liyue and others couldn't help but look at Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded repeatedly. Zhou Li's reconnaissance is very comprehensive. With her around, the general team will avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. But for Yang Lin, the cheater, that would definitely be a little less interesting. Next, I plan to quickly clear this area, so I'll advance in a fan-shaped formation. As for you, Zhou Li, your employment terms have been changed. Just stay by my side and protect me. Ah? Zhou Li was shocked. Chansi Valley is huge. I only explored a part of it. Does that mean I won't be needed to explore the rest? Well, just stay with me and keep me safe. Yang Lin said one sentence. Not only Zhou Li was stupid, but Koi was actually the same. Chapter 126, What is meant by all-seeing? Without waiting for Zhou Li and Jin Li to fully react, Yang Lin established a mental connection with Zhang Liyue and others, and forcibly took them in as well. Originally, the two women did not belong to him as warriors. If he forced himself to establish a spiritual connection with them, the spiritual energy consumption would increase exponentially. But Yang Lin, a man whose spiritual power limit is about to break 10,000, doesn't care at all. Because of this, Zhou Li and Jin Li must have heard the various instructions Yang Lin gave to Zhang Liyue and others. Commander, can I just protect you now? Zhou Li didn't understand, she couldn't figure it out at all. Because judging from the current situation, if I come along, I become a pure outsider? Besides, can you get the money for free? What's more, there is a koi next to him. Even if Yang Lin encounters a polluting beast, the koi will definitely take action even if it doesn't need to. In response to Zhou Li's question, Yang Lin set him in his spiritual world. Then Yang Lin said, just protect me, don't think about anything else. Don't you think too much about this? Even if Zhou Li didn't think too much about it, Jin Li certainly couldn't help but think too much. But Commander, you let Liyue and the other four use the fan to advance the operation. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to them? It doesn't matter. Everything is under my control. Yang Lin was very confident when he said this, because he did have the capital to be confident. With his super strong perception ability, he could see a vast area with a pseudo-god's perspective. Furthermore, he knew too well the strength of Zhang Liyue, Lin Nianxuan, and the others. Encountering ordinary polluted beasts in groups of 2 or 3 wouldn't be enough for them to warm up. If they really encounter a large-scale herd of polluting beasts, he will also give an early warning and make various arrangements for the 4 women to provide mutual support. So now, while signaling Zhou Li and Jin Li not to worry about it, he also immediately informed Zhang Liyue and others of the basic situation of the polluting beasts here. At present, he has sensed and analyzed 2 types of polluted beasts, both of which are ordinary ones. Ghost wing armor, an ordinary pollution beast, it looks like a featherless bird with fleshy wings on its back, but it cannot fly. The bulging muscle bumps all over their bodies are their armor. They have strong defense, but relatively weak attack, and no special abilities. Blood moon pattern spider, an ordinary level pollution beast. Its biggest feature is that its entire body is blood red, and because of its huge size, it looks a bit ferocious. They like to linger in treetops, are good at sneak attacks, and use spider silk to bind and paralyze their enemies. Tell Jiang Liyue and others this information, so that they will have a better idea when killing the polluted beasts, and they will definitely be more efficient. Action will begin soon. Yang Lin used his perception to guide Jiang Liyue and the others in the direction of advance, and they would also report the current situation in real time. Listening to the mental connection, Jiang Liyue, Lin Yanquan, Xin Si, and Long Yin reported one after another about encountering enemies and easily killing them. Regardless of what the mascot Koi thought, Jolie was becoming more and more impatient to stay. When encountering one or two polluted beasts, with the strength of the 3rd and 4th realm war girls, it is no problem to deal with them in a short time. But just now, Long Yin encountered 5 polluted beasts. The first one reported that they had encountered 5 ordinary level beasts, and only 3 seconds later, the second one reported that they had been killed. There are 5 of them. Even if you are very strong, can you kill them all in 3 seconds? Unless he could kill them all with one strike instantly, even if he was at the 6th or 7th level, it would be absolutely impossible to kill 5 ordinary level beasts within 3 seconds. It must be fake. Could it be that those war maidens fed back false information in order to please Yang Lin? Jolie comforted himself in this way. It must be false information. After spending a short time with this group of war maidens, she concluded that they were better at pretending than herself. Jolie believed that encountering 1, 2, 3, or 5 polluting beasts, which could be resolved in just a few seconds, was fake. She didn't believe that a 3rd level team could be so powerful that even a 4th level team or even a 5th level team would be far behind. Just when Jolie was still struggling with the question of whether it was true or not, Yang Lin's words suddenly made her feel weird again. According to her previous reconnaissance and the attack of Jiang Liyue and others, they are currently advancing rapidly in a fan-shaped manner. If this is all true, then they have already left the area of the initial reconnaissance. At this time, Yang Lin not only did not order Jiang Liyue and the others to wait or retreat, but instead asked them to continue moving forward. Jolie gritted his teeth. He had lost his job. Would he still be paid for it in the end? And what exactly does this young master want to do? Let the Vanitas continue to move forward. Could it be that he can see the situation over there with his own eyes? Is he really not afraid that something will happen to his Vanitas? However, Yang Lin's next words indirectly responded to Jolie's doubts. Cece, wait over there for a moment. There's a large group of polluted beasts ahead of you. There are 13 of them, including a tank-class beast. Long Yin, I need you to quickly support Cece, and then return to your original position as quickly as possible. Xin Si received it. Dragon Sound received. Jolie widened his eyes as he listened to the conversation coming from the mental connection. Could this man have clairvoyance? The trees and vines overgrown here in Chensi Valley obscured everything, not to mention the distant horizon. Even 100 meters ahead would be obscured. But this man, even though he was clearly at the back, was fully aware of the situation in the distance? I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. How could a commander, a declining profession, be so all-powerful? Jingli, Jolie, we should follow suit. Don't worry, the 4 of them are moving forward with fan-shaped movements, and the polluting beasts have been cleared away as they pass by. Oh. Koi was in a complicated mood, but she had heard from Li Jinxing that Yang Lin's perception ability was unparalleled. Moreover, she had also felt it during the actual test, so she could barely keep her composure in the face of Yang Lin's powerful performance. But Jolie pursed her lips tightly. She didn't believe that a 3rd-level commander and team could be so outrageous. Very strong, right? Killed a lot of polluted beasts, right? That's perfect. We should find a lot of corpses of polluted beasts as we move forward, right? What made Jolie even more excited was that the 3 of them were now following the route of Long Yin, who had performed most outstandingly before. If you ask why he was so excited, it was because Jolie wanted to use facts to expose the battlefield lies woven by Yang Lin and his team. But not long after. Jolie was stunned again. The 3 of them now passed by the place where Long Yin had killed 5 polluted beasts in 3 seconds. Now, the corpses of the 5 polluted beasts are there. They didn't die in a messy way, they were all split in half by the sharp blade. The wounds were unusually smooth, indicating that Long Yin's attack speed was very fast, quite fast. At this time, Jinli was surprised and asked, Commander, isn't Long Yin a little too strong? Jinli, have you forgotten what I said before? Although her realm level is slightly lower than Li Yue's, her strength is the strongest among the 4.
According to my assessment, Liu, Nianxuan, and Cece can barely hold their own against Long Yin for a few minutes if they join forces.
3 people joining forces is still a stretch? What do you think?
If it's a fight to the death, the 3 of them probably wouldn't last a minute under Long Yin's hands.
Koi was convinced. If you hadn't told me, I would have always thought Liu was the most powerful one.
Of course they are all powerful. With their respective strengths, crossing the border and killing the enemy is a piece of cake.
Koi felt a little ashamed. I think so too. I wish I could be as good as you. Koi, take your time, you can do it too.
Listening to the conversation between Yang Lin and Jinli, Zhou Li's mood became even more complicated.
Chapter 127. Do you want to receive special guidance from him?
In addition, when passing by 5 dead ordinary level polluted beasts, Yang Lin also specially checked the corpses. Killing the polluted beast is necessary, but this is a commission, and proof of the kill needs to be left. Very good, the symbolic parts of the polluted beast were cut off and the polluted core was also collected.
Yang Lin was very satisfied with this. Invite Zhou Li and Jinli to continue moving forward.
At the same time, he repeatedly instructed the situation on the battlefield through mental connection.
Liu, there are several polluted beasts roaming around you. Try to fight them quickly to avoid being surrounded. Nianxuan, there are 4 tainted beasts on your left, charging towards you. There are 3 more tainted beasts in front of you that are motionless.
They are probably blood vein spiders attempting a sneak attack.
Do you need support from Liu? Don't worry, Commander. It's all right on my end. I can handle it. Everyone, please be careful. Although you are strong, don't be careless. Also, remember to leave proof of kill and collect the contaminated core.
In Shenxi Valley, under the command of Yang Lin, Zhang Liu and the other girls advanced in an orderly manner. Zhou Li, who had been following Yang Lin, felt increasingly uncomfortable.
She suddenly felt that following Yang Lin here was a joke.
This was the first time in all these years that she felt that being employed was so painful.
Because the man in front of me doesn't need me at all.
Also, his vanitas are very strong. Looking at the corpses of the dead polluted beasts along the way, it just proves how naive and clownish I was before.
Zhou Li wanted to cry. Why did I think others were good at pretending before?
He has real talent, but I actually ignore him.
Now Zhou Li suddenly understood what Jinli meant by the frog in the well. So I really am just a frog in a well. Where on earth did I get the confidence to brag in front of this man?
At the same time, Zhou Li also questioned the ability he was proud of because of Yang Lin's clairvoyance.
In front of this man, I seem to be nothing. The crusade went smoothly.
At around 1 p.m., Yang Lin signaled that the progress work should be temporarily stopped.
People are not made of steel.
They need to stop to rest and eat.
During the break, Zhou Li whispered to the koi beside him, I understand now, you deliberately introduced this man to me, right? He and his vanitas are both so strong, why would they need to hire anyone else? Koi was also in a complicated mood, but still replied, you are a bounty mercenary, wouldn't it be great if I could introduce you to some business? But you see, it's useless for me to follow you. So, how do you feel now? Zhou Li bit his lip and said, can I leave now? I don't want to embarrass myself here.
You're a bounty mercenary, and you've established an employment relationship with someone.
If you leave midway, will your credibility be lost? Will you still be able to do business in the future? Aye.
Seeing Zhou Li's embarrassment, Jinli took her hand and said, okay, there's no need to lie to you. I introduced you to him because I wanted you to make a contract with him and become his warrior.
Zhou Li was stunned for a moment. She looked at Yang Lin, who was chatting and laughing with Zhang Liu and the other girls not far away, and said, you want me to be his war maiden? Yeah, even at this time, are you still prejudiced against the commander profession? I don't. Not yet.
You used to despise the commander the most. But to be honest, Yang Lin does have the potential to be a legendary commander. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but according to Sister Phantom's assessment, his combat prowess is probably even greater than that of the war girl.
Zhou Li shuddered. Jinli, are you kidding me? As a commander, is he still capable of fighting? Zhou Li, you really haven't seen the world. Do you think that Long Yin killing 5 polluted beasts in 3 seconds is already very powerful?
Then do you know that Yang Lin can use the Desert Eagle Eye to blow up 5 ordinary polluted beasts in 2 seconds?
How is that possible? Using the Desert Eagle Eye to kill 5 polluted beasts in 2 seconds? doesn't he have to aim? You have to ask how he did it. Every gun had a weakness and it was ridiculous that he fired in bursts. What is even more exaggerated is that when our Longting was in trouble, the judgment-level polluted beast in the city was successfully killed under his guidance. Speaking of this, I want to ask you, Jolie, do you still think the commander profession is useless? Jolie blushed very much. I used to think so, but now I can't refute you. I'm not a fool. I can't see that he is better than me. Look at him, because he's alone, he doesn't even need to scout the battlefield, and I can't even play a role at all. At this time, Jeanli placed both hands on Jolie's hands. So now is your chance. Jolie, you may not know yet, Yang Lin has special guidance skills, and you need to know one thing, very important. What's the matter? Why are you speaking so solemnly? Before, both Lin Nianchuan and Qin Si were just ordinary S-class warriors. As for Li Yu, her qualifications were actually much worse. I won't explain it to you since Long Ying doesn't know much about her. However, after Yang Lin's special guidance, you must have understood their current strength, right? Zhou Li was somewhat incredulous. Are you saying that Zhang Liyue and the others are so strong because they were trained by Yang Lin? Of course, and let me tell you, there is also a team from Hentaying joining us this time. The captain of the Cloud Top team received special instruction from Yang Lin for an hour, and her overall strength doubled on the spot. Isn't that amazing? Impossible, doubling your strength in just 1 hour? Do you think this is a fairy tale? Jolie, I saw this with my own eyes, and I want to be the only one present. Do you know that I also want to receive special guidance from him, but I am not his Vanitas, so I can't ask him for this. Besides, he also said that it would take some luck to receive special guidance, so until now, I have never mentioned this to him. Jolie thought for a long time. As you said, he is so strong. Could he really be a commander with legendary qualifications? B grade, oh. His information at the academy only showed a B grade. He had been held back for 3 years, making him one of the oldest repeaters at the academy. Jolie, if you want to become his Valkyrie and get to know him better, how about I pass all this information to you later? Jolie glanced at Yang Lin not far away again and quickly shook his head. No need, he's so strong, how can he still be interested in me? Besides, no matter how strong he is, I don't have the confidence to get along well with his warriors. Moreover, I can't stand being restricted by the team. Jeanli pouted and said, I think this could be an opportunity for you. If he truly is a commander with legendary credentials, he might become a legend in the future. Then maybe you can become a legendary warrior, don't you really want to? I never think about dreams that cannot be realized. I think making money and spending it is the most important thing. Yes, that is who I am. Okay, but I suggest you think about it again and not reject it so quickly. Chapter 128 Interesting Man. The expedition will continue after we have had a good meal and rest. Just like in the morning, the work was still progressing smoothly thanks to the strength of Zhang Liyue and others. Except for the difficult roads in this area, there is no other difficulty. In the mental connection, Jolie, a girl with complicated emotions, listened to the strong intelligence feedback from Zhang Liyue and others for a whole afternoon. Ordinary level and tank level are not worth mentioning to this team. When Jolie heard them say again in the mental connection that it was a pity that they did not encounter the leader-level polluted beast, this time she no longer questioned it. She really knew that this Longmen army was extraordinarily strong. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, when the burning clouds in the sky began to dissipate, Yang Lin's regional advancement work was officially completed. Killed 262 ordinary pollution beasts, including 22 tank-level ones. Maybe we were lucky today, as the complete contaminated beast cores accounted for nearly 70%, while in the past, it was always 50-50. The complete pollution beast core is the power source, and is needed for everything from artillery to household appliances. So you can take them back to the city and sell them anywhere. Selling so many intact ones will bring you a huge amount of money. Add to that the generous rewards from the Demon Exorcism Hall, and it's hard not to make a lot of money. As Yang Lin was doing the final statistics of the spoils, Jeanli secretly pulled Jolie's hand and said, See, did you believe what I said before that this team has no shortage of money? How much do you earn as a bounty mercenary per day? How great would it be to join such a promising team? I'm not suitable for the team. No amount of money can impress me. Although Jolie said this, it would be a lie if she said she wasn't envious when she saw the pile of contaminated beast cores. If other third-level teams brought back 10 complete contaminated cores from a raid, they would probably celebrate with champagne. This Longmen unit is so good, every time they go on an attack, they have to bring back a complete set of equipment for hundreds of yuan. If they go on more attacks, how much money will they make? Putting this aside, after counting the harvest, the group must return to the city. This time, Jolie sat quietly at the back of the car. She looked extremely lonely and it was unclear what she was thinking. Because it was night, the car was moving a little slowly and it took nearly 2 hours to get back to Huayang City. When getting off the car, Zhang Liyue and others had already started discussing what delicious food to make to celebrate. As for Jolie, she wanted to leave quietly. But he was stopped by Yang Lin. Jolie, I haven't given you the remaining money yet. Let's go to the villa to celebrate together later. No thanks. I didn't do anything. I won't accept anything without merit. Later, I will transfer back the deposit you gave me. Jolie is now basically in a state of frustration and breakdown. He feels very uncomfortable, quite uncomfortable. As she herself said, after working as a bounty mercenary for so many years, this was the first time she felt that doing business was actually a torment. If Jinli hadn't told her that Yang Lin intended to recruit her, she would even suspect that Yang Lin took her out to fight today just to humiliate her. It's okay if you don't want to go, but can I borrow your time for a few minutes? What are you up to? Don't be nervous, and don't look at me with such vigilance. I just want to have a frank and heartfelt conversation with you. Jolie looked at the koi next to him. Seeing her giving him an encouraging look, Jolie felt that he was still not suitable to join the team. Thinking that Yang Lin wanted to talk to him, he might as well say the words of refusal for the sake of koi. Okay, I understand. Seeing Jolie agreed, Yang Lin asked Zhang Liyue, Jinli and others to return to the villa first, and he took Jolie to a nearby water store. After ordering 2 glasses of ice water, Yang Lin spoke directly. Jolie, Jinli should have told you the situation earlier, right? I think highly of you, so I plan to let you join the team to complete my Longmen troops. Can I refuse? I'm not suitable for the team. I'm used to being alone. If I join the team, I'll easily get into arguments and friction with my teammates. Yang Lin chuckled and said, getting along with each other is a process of adjustment. As long as you don't approach others with a rejectionist or critical mindset, you'll definitely be able to integrate into a group. Generally speaking, this depends on your own willingness. Jolie took a sip of cold water through a straw and said, even if we don't talk about getting along with each other, don't you think, Commander, that I can't play any role in your team? How is that possible? In my opinion, your role in the team is crucial. Jolie snorted, Commander, are you mocking me? No, I'm serious, Yang Lin said with a serious expression. You may not know that I don't plan to contract a team. My goal is to contract a legion, at least 20 squads to start with. Puff. When Jolie suddenly heard Yang Lin say this, he spat out the ice water he had just drunk. As a commander, contracting a small team should be your limit, right? You actually want to contract a legion? And it starts with 20 teams? You may think my words are incredible and a bit like a fairy tale, but I am serious when I say this. My abilities have no upper limit, so I can contract more war maidens and form a legion. Naturally, this presents a problem. By then, it will be impossible for me to attack with all the teams at the same time. Correspondingly, having someone like you on the team makes me feel more at ease. It's really a pity that Jolie witnessed Yang Lin's ability and the strength of the Longmen troops today. Otherwise, if another commander had said this to her, she would have probably lashed out at him. But this still sounds a bit unbelievable. You really can contract a Valkyrie with no upper limit? It depends on my own growth. If things go well, there will definitely be no problem. And it also depends on the Vanitas. If I meet a Vanitas I like, but she doesn't want to sign a contract with me, then isn't my passion for her in vain? Jolie pondered for a long moment. Yang Lin, answer me seriously, you really don't think I'm weak? I can't even beat the weakest member of your team, and with you here, I don't even have a chance to show off. That's not a problem. Yang Lin tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, if you are willing, I can make you stronger. If you ask me to position you, I think the assassin style is tailor-made for you, and it is definitely not limited to reconnaissance and escape. As a war girl, you don't want to stay at this stage and work as a bounty mercenary in the wind and rain every day, right? Jolie raised her eyebrows. What if this is all I'm looking for? Everyone has their own aspirations, and naturally, they can't be forced. But I think I can give you whatever you want. Since you like money, then you can be the safe in the team from now on, so you can count money every day. It's not mine, so why should I count it? You can hide some in private. I'll definitely turn a blind eye.
You're in charge of the money, so it's still the amount you say.
Puff. Jolie was amused by Yang Lin's answer. You're quite interesting, more interesting than I thought. To confirm whether you're kidding me and how serious you are, can I ask you a few questions? Feeling that there seemed to be hope, Yang Lin couldn't help but feel happy. Okay, then ask. Chapter 129. Can you give me special guidance? If, after I join the team, I have a quarrel with your Vanitas, will you, as the commander, take my side at this time? Regarding this question, Yang Lin asked without hesitation, Jolie, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course I have to hear the truth. Okay, then I'll answer you truthfully. Your question is not about whether I will be biased towards you. Rather, I need to know the reason and know what is right and wrong. If you become my Valkyrie, then I will treat all of you equally and I cannot favor one of you just because you joined the team later. Of course, I can't protect you just because you joined the team late. Jolie smiled and said, can you really treat everyone equally? I'm the commander, I have to do this. And to be honest, I don't want my Vanitas to have any conflicts with each other. We are all family, wouldn't it be better if we loved each other? A family. Jolie thought about it, then nodded, I understand your first question. Now let me ask the second question. Well, go ahead. I'm very weak compared to them now. I heard that you have special coaching skills. After I join the team, will you give me special guidance? You're not serious about them but perfunctory about me, are you? Yang Lin was stunned for a moment. Special instructional techniques? Yes, Koi told me. She also said that you gave special guidance to the captain of the Cloudtop team a few days ago. In just 1 hour, her overall strength doubled. If I became your Vanitas, would I also receive special guidance from you?
When Jolie mentioned Li Muyu, Yang Lin couldn't help but think of Muyu's beautiful face and fair and delicate skin. I really didn't expect that even Jolie knew about the special guidance.
This is the special guidance content. It was too funny to tell Jolie. As for the special guidance, I will definitely not keep it secret. When the time is right, as long as you are willing, why not? Jolie's beautiful eyes lit up. So, I also have a chance to become stronger. I don't ask to be twice as strong as I am now, but 20% or 30% is definitely enough, right? Be my Valkyrie, don't just pursue this little bit. As long as you are willing to sign a contract with me, 20% or 30% is nothing. It should at least start at 2 or 3 times. Also, I will correct your qualifications and make you a warrior with SSS level qualifications and potential. Jolie blinked, she thought she had misheard. Not to mention Yang Lin's words that doubled and tripled his combat power, which surprised her, but when he talked about his qualifications later. As for qualifications, they are basically determined at birth. Just like an ordinary person, he can never become a genius no matter what, but for Yang Lin, can he also correct his qualifications? Could it be that he has in his hands countless rare treasures that can increase human potential? And he is willing to train the war maiden with whom he has a contract at all costs? Jolie, making a contract with me is definitely the best thing you have ever done in your life. I promise you that in time, I will personally place the contract ring on your finger, and make you a legend among the warriors. Commander, your words are becoming increasingly outrageous. Outrageous? Do I look like someone who would make such a joke? It doesn't look like. That's right, now, do you want to make a contract with me? I have one last question. About your Longmen troops, are they free? What I mean is, as a commander, you won't interfere too much in the lives of the wargirls when you're not attacking, right? You wouldn't normally take advantage of your position as commander to issue unreasonable and illogical orders to the Vanitas, right? Yang Lin thought seriously for a moment and said, I won't interfere with wargirls' private life, but did you see the attack today? I see, your Longmen troops are very strong. To become strong, one must put in effort. If one wants to become stronger as quickly as possible, then one must frequently accept commissions and go out on expeditions. If you ask whether it is free or not, I feel that the time may be a bit tight. I must explain all these things to you clearly, so that you won't complain about being tired of following me later. Jolie pursed his lips and said, that's right. When I asked you this question just now, I forgot that your team handled a crusade very quickly. So, you guys usually attack like this? Well, because our team is very strong, unless we encounter high energy dangers, we can basically sweep them. Jolie, do you have any questions? The problem is gone, but I'm a little nervous. If I find a good match, will I really be able to get along well with them? On the way back and forth, I felt like I couldn't get a word in with them. A valor girl like me who has been working alone as a bounty mercenary, wouldn't they dislike me? Don't worry, they are all a very active group of people. Once you join the team, you'll realize it's not that difficult to get along with them. In just one day at most, you'll be able to become one with them. Jolie felt a little relieved. Suddenly, I felt like there wasn't anything wrong with joining a team. Also, I remember, Commander, you said you'd let me manage the money from now on. If I secretly take some, do you really not mind? You can take as much as you want. Everyone likes money, but for the commander, the most important thing is the growth of the Vanitas and the growth of the team. Jolie, my goal is to become a legendary commander, a legend in this world. The same goes for the Vanitas I contracted, all of whom will become legends in the future. I understand. I agree to join your Longmen Corps. By the way, I was just joking about the money I mentioned earlier. A gentleman loves money but earns it in a proper way. I like money, but my character is not that bad. Then, when will we sign the contract? When Yang Lin heard Jolie's agreement, he felt relieved. My contract is extraordinary and will definitely not work here. Since you are willing to become my Vanitas, you will naturally be mine from now on. Come back with me to the villa later, and we will sign the contract there. Jolie definitely has no objection. Even in her heart, she was still a little excited and nervous. She used to be a loner, and she suddenly had the urge to join the team. A few years ago, she would never have considered it, let alone thought about it. In fact, just before, when Yang Lin invited her to drink water and talk, Jolie had already made up her mind to reject Yang Lin's recruitment. But after a conversation, Jolie discovered that Yang Lin was not that kind of old-fashioned person. Because of this, her heart was somewhat reassured. Thinking about the ups and downs, loneliness and solitude of the past few years, Jolie finally agreed. But at this moment, Jolie was still a little confused. She wasn't sure whether agreeing to the recruitment was right or wrong. In her opinion, it felt a bit hasty to entrust the fate of her valor to a commander. Seeing that Yang Lin had paid the water fee and gestured for them to leave with him, Jolie breathed a sigh of relief. Well, don't think too much about it. Since you have already agreed to join the team, then from now on, just try a new life. I hope I can become stronger too. I hope I can get along well with my team members. If it is true as this man said, and she becomes a legendary warrior famous throughout the world, that would be pretty good. Chapter 130, She is Extraordinary. Jolie followed Yang Lin back to the villa. She is actually quite active like Qin Si, otherwise she wouldn't be able to be a bounty mercenary. But when she entered the room, she suddenly saw a hall full of people and was stared at by so many people that she almost turned around and ran away. Jolie, you're back with the commander, why are you so shy now? The one who was speaking was coy, her little mouth was pouting and she looked quite cute. Who is shy? How can you tell that I am shy? Why are you blushing if you're not shy? Jinli continued, are you saying you're hot from walking for so long? Yeah, it's just hot. No one says blushing means you're shy, right? Jolie was really nervous at this moment. The main reason is that I decided to join the Longmen troops. Now that I am here, my mood is different from when I first met this group of people, so it is inevitable that I feel a little panic. At this time, Yang Lin had already walked into the field and said, I have had a good talk with Jolie. She is willing to join the Longmen army. This is a great thing. Zhao Xiling, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled and said, Cousin, congratulations. Your Longmen troops are finally fully staffed. Yes, it's finally full, Yang Lin responded to this, and he couldn't help but think of himself when he was an older repeater and no war girl liked him. His heart was filled with sighs. Thinking about my past experiences, I also feel that it was not easy, but now everything is getting better. Now that Jolie has decided to join the team, she must introduce herself. After being signaled by Yang Lin, she forced herself to remain calm and came to the midfield. Hello everyone, I'm Jolie, Zhou as in Duke of Zhou, and Li as in etiquette. I used to be a bounty mercenary, but now I have joined the Longmen army. I hope to get along well with everyone. Of course, I will also contribute my strength to the Longmen army in the future, that is it. Seeing her like this, Koi was very happy. Someone once said he would never join a team, especially the commander's team, even if he was beaten to death. Who would have thought he would go back on his word now? Who are you talking about, Koi? Do I know her? Tisk, just keep pretending. You used to be so carefree, but now you're acting like a lady. It doesn't feel like you at all. I want you to care. Isn't it okay if I'm a lady? As for Jiang Liyue and the other girls at the moment, they must be happy to hear that the Longmen team has welcomed its last member. Naturally, he also introduced himself to Jolie. Jolie got familiar with everyone, including Zhao Xiling and her Yunding team. However, what puzzled Jolie was what Jiang Liyue and the other girls said. Jolie, I'm glad you're joining the team. You're going to sign a contract with Yang Lin soon, right? Believe us, there are big surprises waiting for you ahead. I think Jolie will definitely repeat our previous actions. Maybe she'll act even more exaggerated. Big surprise? What big surprise? Why should I repeat their actions and perhaps even make them more exaggerated? Jolie became more and more confused by what Jiang Liyue and the others said. Liyue, I will take Jolie to my room to complete the contract. During this time, you take Nianchuan and Cici with you to help Jolie prepare a bedroom. I see. Oh, by the way, Jolie, are there any flavors or foods that you avoid when eating? It's almost dinner time, so please be careful when I cook. No, I'm a bounty mercenary and I'm never picky about food. Okay, we'll prepare the room for you first, and you and the commander will go and make the contract. Afterwards, Jolie followed Yang Lin into the bedroom. Jolie, you see, everyone is very easy to get along with. As long as you don't reject them, you can become good friends with them very quickly. It's really good. I was quite worried at first, but now I feel much better. Now that you feel much better, let us start the contract. First of all, let me make it clear that my contract is a little special. Don't be surprised no matter what happens later. This contract is a gift from me to you, so please keep it well. Jolie smiled and asked, can a contract be given as a gift? Well, let us not talk about this for now. Jolie then followed Yang Lin's request and sat cross-legged on Yang Lin's bed, putting aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind and allowing his body and mind to become empty. And Yang Lin has already started the system's contract process. The procedure is not complicated and does not take long, only about 20 to 30 minutes. But just these 20 or 30 minutes shocked Jolie for 10,000 years. Feeling the instinctive feedback from his body, Jolie no longer knew how to express his excitement. The body starts from the most fundamental strengthening, all the way to the meridians, the sea of consciousness, and even the internal organs including the soul, all of which are undergoing earth-shaking changes as if undergoing a transformation. Rather than saying that he had a contract with Yang Lin, it would be more accurate to say that he was directly transformed on the spot by this man. Why does this man have such great abilities? Can he also do things like reshaping bones and enhancing potential? Feeling his own fighting power soaring, Jolie, like Jiang Liyue and others, has already determined deep down in his heart that Yang Lin is definitely a god who has descended to earth. Occasionally a word pops up in my mind. Opportunity. That's right, it's opportunity. For Jolie, this word has always remained in the stories of storytellers. Something like so-and-so fell off a cliff and obtained a secret manual, so-and-so was washed to a treasure land by the waves, and so met a mysterious old man who gave him a magic weapon and a sharp blade. She always felt that chance was something people imagined. But now, she knew that an opportunity was coming to her, and it was a huge one. As the contract progressed, Jolie also discovered that not only his physical roots, bones, talents, meridians, etc. were reshaped and strengthened, but even his own abilities were greatly enhanced and improved. In fact, Yang Lin paid more attention to this point than Jolie. Yang Lin knew that this was an inevitable result for such qualifications, so he was not surprised. But as the commander, Yang Lin had no choice but to pay attention to what changes would happen to Jolie's abilities. Core ability 1 Kill. Any effective attack has a small chance of causing the opponent to suffer 10 times the damage. Kill derivative ability silently, let yourself quickly enter the invisible state, and when attacking the target, it will definitely trigger the tearing effect. The final blow, after entering the mythical full burst state, can continue to burst a second time. In this state, the locked enemy cannot avoid the final blow. Time stealing consumes a large amount of one's own spiritual power to briefly lock onto the opponent, which can slow down the time in a certain area around the opponent. The effect depends on the user's overall strength and can be actively triggered during an attack. Above. Seeing Jolie's information constantly updated, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She is worthy of being the one he likes. Jolie's various abilities destined her to be the world's top assassin. Awesome.